I can automatically acquire cultivation every second even in my dreams under the blue sky and white sun. I can quickly acquire cultivation by practicing with memories from my past life. I can acquire cultivation by absorbing and refining thousands of souls. But why did I end up in this situation? At this time, our three snakes entered the important land of the northern demon country, the true dragon emperor's tomb. Is there a lot of treasure in this dragon clan treasure land used to inherit the bloodline of the true dragon? Of course, the dragon clan has been passed down for thousands of years, whether it's divine weapons and armor, or even dragon eggs and dragon bones. Each one is invaluable. Old ghost, are you already thinking about treasure hunting? So what? The snake won't leave empty. Let's go quickly. The words between the Empress's sister and the Taoist's brother were somewhat expectant. It seems that this dragon emperor's tomb will definitely not be visited in vain. As the host, the Northern Dragon King would never have expected that the three little spicy strips who sneaked into the Zhaoxian Grand Competition would bring a huge change to the true dragon emperor's tomb. At this moment, the three snakes were hiding in the dark, watching as the old enemy, the demon Jin Hong, and his group arrived in front of a small mountain with a dragon-shaped stele. The entrance should be behind this stone tablet. Jin Hong said, "Cousin, step back. I will pull out this stone tablet. No need for you to do it." The man in brocade waved his hand to put away the dragon-seeking ruler, then slightly turned his head, and one of the four monsters behind him immediately stepped forward and transformed into its original form, a 2-zhang-tall pangolin. It inserted its 2 claws into the ground, dug up all the soil around the stone tablet, and with a wave of its monster power, the stone tablet was dug out with 1 claw, rolling to the side. Before long, a 3-zhang-high dark golden stone door was revealed. "Ha ha! Indeed an entrance," the man in brocade said, raising one hand and placing it on the stone door, his monster power surging. A golden light followed his arm and climbed up the stone door. Then, the entire stone door was covered with golden monster light, and slowly, as if being pushed open, the gap gradually widened. "Ha ha!" As the stone door opened, the man in brocade's face twisted with excitement. Jin Hong beside him was no less, his eyes reflecting a pair of vertical pupils under the golden light, with a hint of greed flashing in his pupils. Quickly hidden, the 4 great monsters behind them couldn't help but breathe rapidly. They sensed the aura of a true dragon, and when the gap in the door widened, a faint aura of a true dragon followed. This is the tomb of a true dragon. There should be no mistake. With bloodlines close to that of a true dragon, their sensitivity to this aura would not be wrong. There must be treasures among them. Behind the cracked door was darkness, and the situation inside could not be seen. "Cousin, let's go in." "Yes, let's go in." The man in brocade waved his hand, and when the gap in the door opened to allow only one person to pass through, he couldn't wait to squeeze inside. "Young master, be careful," one of the 4 great monsters spoke. "If there are strange beasts inside, entering the tomb passage recklessly might be what to fear," the man in brocade said. "Don't be so timid. As the descendant of a true dragon, what can harm me in the tomb of a true dragon?" However, despite his words, he still stepped back, intending to let the speaking monster go in first to check. At this moment, several bugs suddenly flew out of the darkness. They were fist-sized beetles, flapping their wings and flying at extreme speed, heading straight towards his face. "What is this?" The man in brocade chose to directly wave his hand. A demonic force killed it. The flying insects were immediately burst open. At the same time, Jin Hong saw the situation and made the same move. With a few puff sounds, the flying insects were instantly all killed. A few big demons were not careless, but guarded carefully, observing whether there was any movement inside the stone gate. "This darkness, it seems like something is surging. Bad news, young master, these bugs are strange," one of the 4 great demons shouted. "Quick, escape, they are dragon lice." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Buzzing, a group of flying insects with the aura of real dragons, like a dark cloud pressing down, densely covered the sky and rushed towards them. In almost an instant, they were overwhelmed. Quick, use the red cloud fire. These dragon lice carry the aura of real dragons," the man in brocade shouted, with the most dragon lice surging towards him, his demonic aura being continuously gnawed by these insects. Bang! Several clusters of flames exploded one after another in the swarm of insects. Compared to those that fell, even more gathered. "Damn it, kill them for me. Quickly kill these dragon lice." The 6 great demons revealed their true forms in the swarm of insects, roaring and fighting desperately. The insects that were not even considered first-order demon beasts were, of course, no match for them, so the fallen insects quickly covered the ground, layer after layer. However, the swarm of insects remained thick. Why would there be dragon lice in the real dragon's tomb? The man in brocade shouted unwillingly. On the mountaintop, looking down from a high vantage point. "So miserable," I sighed. "Okay, others have already cleared the way for us. It's time for us to go." At this point, The number of dragon lice coming out of the stone gate is decreasing, and it is estimated that most of the bugs in the tomb have been lured out. So Lu Ruyan came out from hiding. Where to? Of course, it's passing by the genie men and others, following the stone door they opened, and entering the true dragon tomb that they have already lured the dragon lice out of, which is not so dangerous. Hey, I'm just thinking about it, and I feel very cool. Then the three of us swaggered down from the mountaintop, quickly appearing near Jin Hong and the group of men in brocade, deliberately making some noise. Rustling, New York, he hissed with his head held high. Seeing that Jin Hong seemed to have noticed him, he couldn't help but wag his tail at him. Anyway, his breath was covered by the system. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also had vestments to cover their breath, and he had also crushed an elimination of Fury Dan specifically for dragon lice in advance, so he wasn't afraid of this little bit of commotion, which would invoke the bugs. Then he sent a message to Ling Xiao, saying, should we, make up for it? What's the rush? Ling Xiao grunted. These dragon lice can't kill them, so naturally there are other things that can take their lives. Instead, if they made a move, they were bound to startle the dragon lice swarm. The gains don't pay for the losses. Ro Ba. Su Chengxian had some regrets. But soon, a loud cry from Jin Hong shook his regrets away. Flower snake. Damn flower snakes. So you're the one who's victimizing us. Chapter 171 Teleportation Talisman. Dragon egg? Jin Hong. This guy? Blind? Why only me? When it's obviously us? Su Chengxian couldn't help but curse the plague Jin Hong at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi as he swam forward in the tomb's tunnel. You didn't spare him either. Ling Xiao returned. That's because he deserved it. Su Chengxian snorted coldly. It was also a revenge to activate the divine talent of compulsion hissing to induce the other party's mind to shake, causing Jin Hong to almost be drilled by the dragon louse into his body. Hey, it's nice to be hated and not killed. Thinking of just now, Jin Hong's several big demons, angry and vicious but nothing to do but watch them enter the tomb door. He could not help but just shake his head. It feels soothing, especially the man in brocade clothes, with that snake face that shows expression. If I could have gotten it, I would have opened my mouth and bitten them all to death. It's a pity, it's already in the bag. Also added a lot of injuries because of the distraction. Whoa, wow, hey, why is there the sound of water? Su Chengxian suddenly heard the sound of water flowing from both sides of the tunnel. The tomb chamber is alive with water, and there is most likely a tomb-suppressing beast in the water. Ling Yunzi said and took out 6 pills. 2 were given to each of the 2 men. 2 each. It is? Antidote pill. Ling Yunzi said. Almost all of the demonic beasts and spiritual plants in this place are poisonous. Don't touch them at will. Why did you give 2? Su Chengxian asked. 1 to eat and refine, and 1 to hold in your mouth. Ling Xiao returned. Also, your divine sense. It's best to collect it to the left of your body, lest you fall into a state of confusion. Confused? Another unheard of thing? Su Chengxian bravely asked. A true dragon falls and its corpse contains the grievances of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao said. This thing is 100 times more menacing than the mirage in the emperor's tomb. Meditate and concentrate. Don't be mesmerized by the illusion. As he spoke, Ling Xiao also took out a few pills and crushed them one after another. Ling Yunzi then flung the duster in his hand several times. It caused the medicinal power to be integrated into the trio's protective demonic clouds. In addition, the pure god pill was divided. 1 for each person. Clasp it in your hand, and if anything goes wrong, crush it immediately. Ling Xiao said. This kind of elixir, with the least amount in their hands, could not withstand consumption. It can only be used as a precautionary measure and then used at the most critical moment. Among the spirit pills, the ones targeting the divine soul were the most difficult to refine and required the rarest and most expensive spirit materials. This was something Su Chengxian didn't know until afterward. Otherwise, the ones he sold to Red Lai and Black Jiao wouldn't have been so cheap. It still hurts to even think about it at this point. Even after eating many of the other party's spirit fruit treats, they still felt that they had lost. Then, there was the heartbeat. It's only just entered the door and you guys are like enemies, he said as he wrapped the elixir in his blood chi. Then it seems that there are crises everywhere in this dragon tomb cavern. Riches and riches. Ling Xiao didn't say much. This sentence is enough to put everything into perspective. Ling Xiao, Yunzi, you guys seem to be in a hurry. At this point, the 3 of them were Ling Yunzi in the front to open the way. Ling Xiao was in the center, and Su Chengxian was behind the temple, so he was the most relaxed. Then, taking advantage of the fact that in the chamber, there was no other movement at this moment, he couldn't help but voice out the doubts in his heart. Where did this statement come from? Ling Yunzi asked. You guys seem to be in a hurry to get stronger. It's natural. Ling Xiao said. You don't want to? Take it step by step. And with your skills, you won't be able to cultivate too slowly. No, I can't wait that long. Ling Xiao hummed and laughed. 10 days in the mountains, 1,000 years in the world. After all the days of bitter cultivation, when will I be able to return to the eastern earthly realm? Decades go by in the blink of an eye. Who are you thinking of? A blue-faced soulmate? Su Chunxian's gossipy soul was burning. So you're afraid that things are different? It's the fear of things being different, but not because of any blue color. She was in a hurry to get back for revenge. Although it is said that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But I can wait. Those old guys, they may not be able to wait for me to return. By then, the old guys might have all been struck by lightning long ago. One by one, they are haunted by sins. To transmigrate is to be in the midst of a catastrophe. If I don't hurry, there's no way to avenge this. Yunzi, didn't the seat say so? Ling Yunzi said indifferently. If I can't get my enemies killed, I can't rest in peace. Besides, he left behind those secret hands, caves, spiritual materials, and magic weapons. If you can't go back early and take it out for your own use, under the vicissitudes of the sea, even if it doesn't cheapen others, it will lose its spirituality due to the change of the years. It is the Een soul and the 10,000 soul streamer. 100 years no one sacrifices, but also to dissipate a large portion. TSK, you guys cultivate. How come it's all about fighting and killing? Su Chengxian was dissatisfied with this. Isn't there anything advanced, romantic, or dogmatic to say? What's doggone it? Ling Xiao asked. That is, you love him, he loves her, she loves him, he loves you, and then you sink into love. Sadistic love, and some lose your spirit like story happens. Being possessed, so you want to spill dog's blood? Ling Xiao tried to understand. Pretty much. I have the cultivation to keep all evils at bay. This seed has a senior brother. He has a story? He also loves to read such useless talking books. Su Chunxian's speechlessness spread all over this one. Still calm tunnel. He even felt that the tomb tunnel was a little too peaceful. Why hasn't some horrible demonic beast jumped out yet? Wow! Suddenly, something in the water leaps out. At the same time, a column of water headed straight for his 7 inches. Su Chengxian instantly cursed. It's so damn good that it doesn't work, and bad that it does. He thought this trip would go smoothly and get what he wanted, but why didn't he see any success? A few moments later, there was one more, several feet long worm on the ground, only a large mouth full of sharp teeth. Pitch black is hard to see. Ling Xiao refused to agree that the other party was also a snake. Instead, they call it a shadowy earth dragon. The thing was covered in a cutout, ring-like shell, with no eyes or nose, and it was even hard to tell where the head was and where the tail was. The more Su Chengxian looked at it, the more it looked like a large earthworm. You swallowed it. Ling Xiao looked at him. No way. Su Chengxian refused in a rare moment. He felt like eating it and getting sick to his stomach. There's no need to sacrifice to such an extent in order to become stronger. There should be more options available. Besides, this thing has no inner elixir, no mana, and its strength is still poor. Not much was gained from swallowing and refining it. Collect it, it can refine pills, Ling Yunzi said. Since he had said so, Ling Xiao still took the big ugly bug and put it away. On the next journey, they killed several such earth dragons. This thing is low in strength, and the best thing about it is that it can spit out jets of water, which contain highly toxic fumes. It happened to be restrained by the elixir that Ling Yunzi had concocted, so there were scares along the way. In less than a cup of tea, the 3 of them entered inside the first chamber. Start looking for the teleportation talisman to enter the secret cave. What does that teleportation talisman look like? Su Chengxian remembered to ask at this time. If it was the size of a palm-like token, it wouldn't be easy to find it without the help of divine sense. It's easy to find, Ling Xiao said. When you see an egg half a person tall and sense that there is life, bring it with you. An egg half a man's height? What kind of egg would be that big? Dragon's egg. Ha? Anything else of value? Don't let it go. Understood. The first chamber. Nothing. In the second and third chambers, only a few valuable spirit plants were found. And these chambers, they all show signs of having been searched. Some places seem to have visited dragon eggs, but are now empty. Ling Xiao frowned. It seems that we can only look for the entrance to the main chamber. I have a question. Su Chengxian asked at this time. The Emperor's tomb opens every 10 years? Then how many dragon eggs must there be here? Also, since the name is recruitment of sages, but it is actually recruitment of son-in-laws, how many daughters does the Jiao King have? Can it be so coincidental that every 10 years there is a daughter to be married? Who told you that every 10 years you must have another daughter to tie the knot? Ha! This daughter, can't she die her husband? Chapter 172 are all imposters and fake dragons. Whether or not the Augur King has any daughters of the right age in his family is not something you need to worry about yet. Ling Zhao's eyes were slightly closed as he mentally mulled over the arrangement within this mausoleum and deduced where the main chamber was located. By the way, to answer Su Chengxian's question, the Zhao King's bloodline returned several times after he cultivated the technique. The Zhao King had awakened the bloodline of the ancient great demon Walking Sea Jiao. It is rumored that the ancient demon, Walking Sea Jiao, and the ancestral dragon have a very close kinship, and the dragon bloodline can give birth to heirs with almost every spirit of all races. This Zhao King, who was so flirtatious when he was young, now also has many wives and concubines. It made a number of female demons, who had given birth to augur dragon eggs containing their bloodline. These augur eggs were now in his underground palace. Due to the hatching of the augur dragon egg, it needs to be inside a huge spirit formation for an extremely long period of time before it can break out of its shell. So, until now, I've heard that most of the children born 100 years ago are still not born. Oh, Su Chengxian marveled. Then I take the liberty of asking how old is the oldest child of the Zhao King? 3 or 4,000 years old? Ling Xiao said. However, it shouldn't be in the earth realm. The king's oldest heir is a princess. The great princess Frost Winston is in the heavenly realm, serving at the side of the demon saint. The demon saint is not in the demon race? The demon saint resides in the heaven of Lianxiu, one of the 9 heavens in the heavenly realm. If you put it that way, the Zhao King is not to worry that he doesn't have enough daughters to use for his son-in-law. There would have been no need to worry. Ling Xiao hummed and laughed. It's not like every time you can successfully recruit a son-in-law. Although the emperor's mausoleum is opened once every 10 years, and the recruitment competition is also once every 10 years, not every time. There are demon clans that can obtain what the Zhao King wants, and send it to him to obtain the identity of the dragon's son-in-law. The emperor's tomb is dangerous. The great demon that came in was bound to have suffered a loss. Like this one, it didn't even get in the door before the deaths and injuries started. Then there were all sorts of beasts that coveted the blood and flesh of the demon race, such as dragon lice, earth dragons, and so on. There are also poisonous mists and mirages that are everywhere and cannot be prevented, as well as the possibility of fighting between the great demons. For the sake of the spirits, Su Chengxian also understood that half of the credit for them being able to walk so smoothly and peacefully had to be counted on Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had made the arrangements well in advance. The insight and experience of a female emperor and a Dao Lord, coupled with cooperation and collaboration, were able to cope so calmly. The other small half had to be counted on the outside, attracting the dragon lice to Jin Hong and other demons. The dragon lice community was huge, and under the hunting and reproduction, it should have occupied this space. Therefore this true dragon tomb room, with their presence, the other dangers were relatively much lower. No wonder Black Zhao and Red Lai were unwilling to come to the competition, and the secret realm below the emperor's tomb was said to be even more treacherous. Every time a great demon comes in, it's good if 5 of them can get out. What's more, it was necessary to find the token that the Zhao King needed. However, there are still people in the fire for it. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it is, every time the emperor's tomb opens, there are still demon clans that come and go to the secret realm. Then the Zhao King's daughter, isn't it possible that she'll have to wait more than a decade? Su Chengxian pondered, also wandering around the chamber, looking for the entrance to the main chamber. Who waits for whom is not certain. Ling Xiao picks up. I heard that in the past, it was all about recruiting a son-in-law and then having him or her wait for the princess still in the egg to come out. Zhao dragons have longer lifespans than the average demon race. Or rather, those with strong bloodline power would grow slowly and live relatively longer. But those who can win the championship are basically demon generals, so they are not afraid of this wait. All demon generals? Exactly. Although most of the demons who entered the emperor's tomb were at the great demon realm, most of them did not come for the identity of the northern demon king's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. More than anything else, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and find the required spiritual treasures. Most of them, probably didn't exist to enter the secret realm and look for tokens. Instead, he would be in the emperor's tomb, looking for a chance, and then stay there until, once again, the portal opened. Most make it out alive and with a good haul. The dragon race emperor's tomb was not like the human race's tomb. There were many burial items, but the demon bodies that could be buried in it more or less had a true dragon bloodline, and could be considered cultivation resources from top to bottom. Even as the years passed, the flesh and blood, and even some of the scales and bones, were annihilated in the dust. But on top of this corpse, it has spawned many rare spiritual materials outside. Even if it was poisonous mist, if there was a way to collect it and refine it into a magic treasure, it could be of great use. If we're lucky, we might even have a big chance. Inside the true dragon's chamber, it is possible to find a true dragon's bone, and then seek out a refiner to create an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. Jin Hong and that cousin of his, that's the idea. That's why you have to get them killed as soon as possible. These guys aren't going to enter the secret realm, so when they find what they're looking for, they'll probably find a place to hide. Demon generals and great demons had different purposes, and the likelihood of conflict breaking out would be small. Otherwise, how could any other great demon realm dare to come in? I'm afraid that the Northern Jiao King's recruitment of wise men will have to go cold. No wonder those guys acted not low-key at all. Su Changxian came to a realization. It turns out that they know that they won't become placed in the eyes of the demon generals, but this true dragon bone, it can only be refined into an extreme spirit weapon? By the sound of it, it's not all that impressive. In fact, he wasn't very clear about how powerful an extremely powerful spirit weapon was. The most powerful magic weapon known so far was Jin Han's double mace. It was said to be the horn of a sea dragon in the Chaos Sea. Refined. It seems to be a superb magic weapon, but the bone of the real dragon used for refining, it can only come out of the extreme spiritual weapons. Sounds like the feeling. This dragon bone is not so precious. That's because the true dragons in this emperor's tomb only have at most half of a true dragon's bloodline. Ling Yunzi transmitted his voice. The so-called true dragon's grave chamber was relative to the other. Even half of the true dragon's bloodline. Dragon race. In this emperor's tomb, over the past few thousand years, it had almost been explored by the demon clan, who had come to search for treasures. 80% of the tombs in this place have dragons buried in them that don't even have 30 or 40% of true dragon bloodline. Dragons are good fishermen by nature. Moreover, the true dragon bloodline and aura were very strong and domineering. Some living beings, when dipped in some, can be imbued with dragon traits. Rumor has it that the ancestral dragon has 9 sons, which were born from other ancient demons, entangled by his breath. That's why ancestral dragon's reputation, in the ancient times, could be imagined. The dragon race thereafter, without the power of the ancestral dragon. As a result, the number of dragon bloodlines grew larger and larger, with more and more atramentous among the good and the bad. There are some in the imperial tombs, although they were buried much later and have long since dissipated even their breath. And this tomb that Su Changxian and the others were in was probably the only true dragon chamber in this direction that hadn't been completely emptied yet. The presence of the dragon lice, as well as the broken formation outside, hid the scent of it, and only some demon generals had come in, and they had taken away some of the dragon eggs. The other things were not seen to be going to the Canlong secret realm, to find the ones that were more worth taking away, so they did not move. It's a bargain. From what I hear from you, is there no true dragon tomb here at all? Su Chengxian's interest in searching for the main crypt diminished greatly. Turns out this place is full of imposter fake dragons, and what good could be in the main crypt? Not here. The Canlong mystery realm underneath is where the true tombs of the dragon clan are located. Ling Xiao said, if you want to catch a glimpse of a true dragon, you have to find a dragon egg that still has the true dragon's scent. The most likely place to keep such a dragon egg is the main chamber of this true dragon's tomb. Right. Su Chengxian suddenly reacted. Why is the teleportation talisman, if it's a dragon egg? Chapter 173 True Dragon Clan. Origin of the Emperor's Tomb. Because the dragon tomb is not only a place of death, Ling Xiao roughly projected where the main chamber was, and said, this is also the birthplace of the true dragon bloodline. When he finished speaking, he turned and headed toward the chamber closest to the edge. Here, Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi immediately followed at the sight, mouthing, it can't be? The Emperor's mausoleum gave him a feeling of eeriness. A true dragon's bloodline, born in a place like this? It was again a bit unbelievable to think that this was where they were looking for dragon eggs. You don't think so? Isn't it said that the true dragon and the phoenix carry their own auspiciousness, and the place where they are located must be a heavenly paradise? Not seeing the slightest bit of dirty and obscure air? Where is the slightest bit of blessedness in this emperor's tomb? Misty, poisonous, ugly and horrible ling beasts. It's not possible that true dragons are actually evil in nature, is it? Su Chexian's mind, uncontrollably, bubbled up with a bunch of light and strange conjectures. The dragon clan's imperial tomb was originally, of course, not what we see today. The one who spoke was Ling Yunzi, who was walking alongside him. True dragon bloodline inheritance, in addition to the intermingling of two parents and the intermingling of breaths, can likewise reproduce descendants. However, as time passed, the number of true dragons that could give birth to offspring from the latter gradually became fewer and fewer. Even the inheritance of the true dragon bloodline from the dragon eggs nurtured by the former was thinning. As a result, there are fewer and fewer pure-blooded true dragons and more mixed-blooded true dragons. According to today's barbarian continent's division of generations, millions of years ago for the distant past, 100,000 years ago was the last time. Millions of years ago, the flood changed drastically, and the ancient demons withered. 100,000 years ago, the chaos gas metamorphosed into aura. The ancient demons. Since then there is no trace. The ancient great demons that inherited the ancient demon bloodline also gradually all fell during the following 100,000 years. The demon race has since retreated to the northern wasteland. The true dragon clan was the strongest fighting force of the demon clan at that time. For the dragon race, which relied on the inheritance of their bloodline and possessed strong strength and battle power, this was undoubtedly devastating bad news. Thus, the dragon race had to think of other ways to ensure the continuation of the true dragon bloodline. Some of them went to the earthly realm in the east, seized the power of incense and fire, walked the divine path, combed the water veins of the human race, and was ordained by heaven and earth to hold the authority of the river and sea water races under the sky to ensure the continuation of the bloodline. The dragon clan that stayed in the northern wasteland demon region, on the other hand, attempted to combine the two ways of perpetuating their bloodline. Under the leadership of the green dragon, the emperor's mausoleum above ground, and the Tsanglong mystery realm below ground were constructed. After that, the northern region dragon clan, regardless of the clan, would have to return to the emperor's tomb as long as they had a true dragon bloodline, died and conceived an heir. If you die, you will be buried in two places according to the amount of bloodline inheritance, the above-ground imperial tomb and the underground imperial tomb. The eggs laid are also to be placed in the two imperial tombs in order, according to the rules. The purpose is to be imbued with the true dragon's breath to catalyze the awakening of the bloodline. The reason for placing them in order, instead of all of them in the Tsanglong mystery realm, is because some of the eggs, with their thin bloodlines, can't withstand it. All the eggs, they can be put in? That's right, Ling Yunzi nodded. Even the snake python clan, or other clans with bloodline ties to the ancestral dragon, can place their clan's descendants into the emperor's tomb, as long as they are willing to do so. The true dragon clan, at that time, was revered by thousands of demon clans. It was because even if they were in danger of their clan's demise, they were still willing to pull the other clansmen along. The dragon race values bloodlines because bloodline inheritance represents strength, not who is nobler than who. Strength, that's what it's all about. As far as this point was concerned, the true dragon clan had been very sober, and was also worthy of the identity of the demon domain's imperial clan. Unfortunately, it was hard to escape the rules of heaven and earth. The Yinglong clan, due to the scarcity of the clan, gradually disappeared into obscurity 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Today, there are only 4 clans of true dragons left. All of them reside in the eastern earthly realm, the demon domain. There is no longer any true dragon bloodline. To be precise, in the last 5,000 years, there had never been a dragon race born that had inherited more than 60% of the true dragon bloodline since its birth. The king of the scale. It is said that he devoured the last dragon egg that inherited 70% of the true dragon bloodline. A sneer appeared at the corner of Ling Yunzi's mouth as he said, "That's why he didn't dare to come to the imperial tomb." His sneer was not because the Jiao king had swallowed the dragon egg. Rather, it was because the augur king swallowed the last dragon. Jiaolong in the ancient times had an ancient demon that was equal to the ancestral dragon. And in the ancient times, it even defied the 4 tribes of true dragons as well. Swallowing and refining each other's bloodlines was all very normal. But the Jiao king was a Jiao dragon born in the demon domain within 10,000 years. The true dragon clan had held up the heavens of the demon domain for the past tens of thousands of years, on the verge of clan extinction, and still thinking of adding to the demon clan's underpinnings, so that all of the dragons and serpents lineage would be able to enter the emperor's tomb. Even now, they were able to make their way through the emperor's tomb without being targeted by the defense formations. Therefore, the true dragon had a favor for the entire demon race, especially the Jiao snake python clan. If you have a favor, you should repay it. At the very least, it shouldn't have been a favor. What the augur king did was disgraceful. There are many ways to become stronger, not just this one. Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Apparently she had the same opinion as Ling Yunzi on this. Su Changxian nodded. He was all flesh now, and he was also of the dragon and snake lineage. After hearing what Ling Yunzi said, the idea of trying to taste the dragon eggs faded. Then immediately thought, that token that the Jiao king wants. It couldn't be a dragon egg with a true dragon bloodline, right? Is this still trying to swallow? Yes. Ling Yunzi nodded. Su Changxian cursed. However, I suspect that the demon race that came in purposely didn't take the dragon egg for him. Ling Xiao said. He mastered the opening of the emperor's tomb formation, the once every 10 years grand competition, and it's been thousands of years now, but there were really only 5 or 6 demon generals that brought him dragon eggs. To say that there is no willfulness in it, I do not believe it. By this time, they had arrived at the chamber they were looking for. Ling Xiao scanned the walls of the entire chamber, and after observing everywhere, he turned to Su Changxian and said, "Old ghost, your divine sense is stronger. Check out where there is a passage. Okay. Su Changxian nodded his head. Then while letting go of his divine sense, he added, you guys still haven't said why. In this imperial tomb, it has become like this. At that time, the dragons buried in the emperor's tomb, the will that remains before they die, is to protect their descendants. Ling Xiao said, plus the dragon egg will absorb the breath of a true dragon. Naturally, it wouldn't breed, so much resentment. Formations have also been set up within the emperor's tomb to remove the ominous qi. Then time changed. I don't know when. The demon race's imperial tomb. It became like this. Ling Yunzi said without emotion. Decaying, resentful, dismal looking. TSK. I wonder if the underground Sanglong mystic realm still has eggs that can spawn true dragons. Su Changxian didn't quite like this current ending. Thinking of the system's previous characters, he couldn't help but feel a little more anticipation for entering this secret realm. But for now, they find the main chamber here first. Being the escort of a dragon egg was the only way to be qualified to pass through the teleportation array. He then began to concentrate on exploring the various parts of the chamber. The crypt is not large. Within a few breaths, he sensed it. Then behind one of the walls, something was sensed. Just as he was about to transmit his voice to tell Ling Xiao, he heard, ding dong, host, please pay attention. You have a new assignment. Chapter 174 Su Changxian. What have you done? Congratulations, host, on your new mission. Mission, find the true dragon reverse scale treasure armor and a dragon egg that is still alive. Completion of the mission will result in, refining points *6. Ooh, Su Changxian thought to himself, isn't this a gift of refining points? He's all but found the entrance to the passage here. The system, as usual, is so understanding. Then it became clear that the broadcast didn't stop there. Congratulations to the host. Can open, enter the Sanglong secret realm. The continuation of the True Dragon Bloodline series of tasks. Quest content, seek out the dragon egg that contains the bloodline of a true dragon and successfully hatch the descendant of the true dragon. Mission reward, refining points *20. Out-of-body incarnation cultivation method *1. Successfully hatched a true dragon egg, refining points *12. In addition, for every dragon egg that contains vitality and inherits the bloodline of a true dragon, you will receive refining points *2. What does this latter one mean? Su Changxian's heart fluttered. For every dragon egg I find that contains vitality and is inherited with a true dragon bloodline, I'll be able to gain refinement points *2? No requirement to be able to hatch a dragonborn? Alert the host. The Emperor's tomb has been deserted for a long time, and more than 90% of the dragon eggs, even if they are still alive, are no longer able to hatch. Then this mission, isn't there no way to accomplish it? Is this giving a task that simply cannot be accomplished? The series of quests is highly rewarding. Su Changxian was instantly anxious. The host may swallow the sought-after dragon egg, coefficient into the abdomen. Swallowing and refining. The system will extract the vitality, the true dragon's breath, and the power of the bloodline, and inject it into the dragon egg that is most likely to hatch, helping it to give birth to a newborn. The other powers contained within the dragon egg will help the host to grow and refine their blood chi and gain essence blood chi. That's good. That means enough dragon eggs have to be collected. Swallow them all in your stomach and refine them, polymerizing as much life as possible. This gives you a chance to get a dragon egg that can be actually hatched. Su Changxian quickly distilled the key information from the system's reply. Of course, the hard work of collecting dragon eggs was not in vain. Whether it was the refinement points given by the system or the power contained in the dragon egg itself, it could all be used for him. Good enough. There's no need to worry now. After getting the dragon egg, the rest is all garbage time. He turned the thoughts in his mind, thinking about having to search and pick up the ground in the Emperor's tomb first, even after the various changes over the last 1,000 years, and being used as a teleportation talisman in order to enter the secret realm of the lower levels. There were not many dragon eggs left in this place, but there are always leaks. It's best to look for it first. What was the situation of the dragon eggs in the Sanglong secret realm? He didn't know for the time being. In case he went down and realized that all the dragon eggs inside were gone, then this quest would be yellow. You can't just go back to your head and come back to the Imperial Tomb. At the same time, Su Changxian fought with the idea of how to get Ling Xiao and also Ling Yun to agree to help. How long would it take to find it all by myself? Still have to have them both to help. This true dragon tomb in front of him was projected by Ling Xiao based on some information. Although the Empress sister occasionally had a jumpy personality, she was still very reliable when it was time to be reliable. Together with Ling Yunzi's assistance from the side, the pills and formations cooperated. It's like a smooth, silky mess. Old ghost? As his mind turned, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sensed his abnormality. It's fine. Remembering something, Su Changxian said naturally. He thought of a way. So much so that the system releasing the task and the mind's thoughts were both a matter of a split second. And with the addition of the thoughts, the time spent was not long. So Ling Xiao didn't ask much. Instead, he raised one eyebrow and said, "You found the passage? Over here." Su Chengxian pointed with his tail to where his divine sense had discovered the dark passage, behind a corner of the crypt. To break through? With that, he was ready to gather a blood-chi fist and smash it to try. "No need," Ling Xiao said. "The chambers in the imperial tombs are all accessible. After all, it was not only necessary to place the dragon eggs and observe the changes in the bloodline aura in them, but also to be able to obtain them. So, once the path is found, there is no need, at all, to make a big fuss, lest we disturb the other wild dwellers that have, for so long, festered here." Over here, Ling Yunzi was at the corner of the place, and after a quick look, he found the wall carved with a pattern, and there was a place where there should be a mechanism. It was an auspicious cloud. Then with a point of the duster, mana was spat out and poured into it. Crunch crunch, the white light flashed, the wall flipped over, revealing a passageway, a circular, half-man-high passage. "Go!" Ling Xiao had already revealed the original form of the green snake and spoke, and also put away his body, the robe that concealed his breath. After Ling Yunzi did the same, he said to Su Chengxian, "You also let out some of your breath." The passageway most likely had the presence of a formation that sensed the scent. Generally speaking, only demon clans of the dragon and snake lineage were allowed to enter, but even if it is touched, it shouldn't be dangerous. At best, they can be trapped, or dispersed. Back then, the true dragon clan, which was an imperial clan, was exceedingly tolerant of all demon clans, or rather, the existence of mastering absolute power gave them the confidence to do so. They probably didn't even think that a demon race would sneak in and steal the dragon eggs, the true dragons who ruled over the entire demon region. The northern demon region was again their home base and where their roots were. There are strong people sitting in the town, and there is a defense array. If there is anyone who can come in here and walk within the mausoleum here, and they have not been discovered, then it is estimated that even if the array is set up again, it will not be able to hold it. Just like the ordinary human race, dynasties with strong force, Kyoto usually doesn't repair its outer walls much. Su Chengxian lamented. What's the use of a well-built wall when the enemy has hit the capital? It's enough to be able to stop some illegals, close the gates when necessary, and purge the peace. It's a bargain. So the dangers that can be encountered are more from those uninvited ling beasts, and the poisonous mist of grievances accumulated over thousands of years, and other demon clans. 3 men, oh no, 3 snakes, entered the passage in turn. After swimming for a short time, he encountered a wall of jade doors. As usual, infuse mana to turn it on. It was a clearing of the horizon. An aura of lightness unexpectedly surged over from behind the door. It is? Behind the jade door, there was surprisingly a cave that still had a flow of aura. Inside the cave were tables and chairs, a small tree, a frum of flowers, and even a vein of water surrounding it. The richness of the aura is not even inferior to a top-grade cave. Su Chengxian said. The emperor's tomb was originally built in a place where several spiritual veins converge. Ling Yunzi said, there is a spirit gathering formation here. And it's not surprising that the spirit chi has survived for thousands of years. He said, already walking towards where the dead trees and flowers were. The trees are dead, but there are still some alive among the flowers and plants. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, transformed his person and walked towards a jade nest in the middle of the cave, where the water flow coiled around. Holes like honeycombs were hollowed out of the jade. Inside were several half-human tall dragon eggs. A quick glance swept through 7 of them. The eggshells exuded a warm jade-like luster, and she touched them with her probing hand, sensing the vitality in them one by one, as well as the power of her bloodline. Buzz. Just as she finished checking each one and was about to pick one to take away, she suddenly felt a shaking at her feet. The stone's nest shifted slightly with it. Ling Xiao was startled and quickly turned back to see that Ling Yunzi was still at the grass, but the flower snake was gone. Su Chengxian, what have you done? Chapter 175 Reverse Scale Treasure Armor. Upper Grade Spiritual Artifact. Ha? Yeah. Hearing Ling Xiao call out to him, Su Chengxian emerged from under the water. When did you get into the water? Ling Xiao frowned. Why didn't she hear the sound of water? Also, what were you doing in the water? Surprisingly, it caused the entire cave to shake. Find the baby. Su Chengxian raised his tail proudly. When I dig it up, I'll show you guys. Listen to that. There's a treasure in the water? Ling Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. And when he saw the flower snake finish speaking, he turned his head and dug into the water again. So he stopped caring about him and proceeded to check out the dragon's egg. Releasing his divine sense carefully through the milky white halo emanating from the dragon's egg nest, which was mixed with golden light, he carefully sensed it. She wanted to find out which of them had the most vigorous vitality and the strongest bloodline inheritance. This dragon egg would determine, through the teleportation array, where they would end up when they entered the Tsanglong mysterious realm. Dragon eggs with good qualifications would of course be transported to the more central, most aura-rich parts of the secret realm. There's good stuff there. More of it. Within the Tsanglong mysterious realm, although it may not be very vast, as far as I know, it seems to be several secret realms, nested and connected in one place. Therefore, it was not difficult to scavenge all the good things in it, all over again. The best thing to do is to drop right in, to the tomb where the good stuff is most likely to be. Even though the arrangements made by the Dragon Clan in it had long since ceased to exist after years of change, the absolute best treasure land is also more capable of raising top-quality spirit materials compared to other locations. Even if the Emperor's tomb here is reduced to a misty and eerie place, the beasts inside can be hunted down and killed for some cultivation needs. Anymore, you can still dig up some spirit stones. Ling Xiao examined the dragon eggs in front of him one by one, sensing them carefully, weighing up which one to actually pick. It wasn't that she didn't want to take all the dragon eggs, but she couldn't. Dragon eggs were different from ordinary spiritual objects. Only one could be placed within a storage bag, or a storage spell. If more than two were put in, between the dragon eggs, they would devour each other's vitality. Normal dragon eggs, of course, don't do that. But now here in the dragon egg, but is the lack of vitality, no possibility of birth, and even a little of the spirit of the light has been dissipated. Dead egg. Their remaining will instinctively devour the lifeblood of their kind. The jade nest that holds the dragon's egg soothes and seals them. This was originally a magic weapon that the true Dragon Clan, in order to prevent their descendants from being tainted by malice, had purposely refined. The formation on it blocks the sensing between the dragon eggs. To bring more than 2 dragon eggs, you can bring this dragon egg nest as well, but this magic weapon, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, at the very least, it would have to be a storage artifact of the lower grade fabulous treasure rank. With the cultivation of the demon general realm, that could fit away. However, this thing, although the spirit materials used were extraordinary, after being refined by the true Dragon Clan, it could only have the single use of placing a dragon egg. There's no way to go back to refining. Like chicken ribs, the demon generals who entered the Emperor's tomb couldn't see it. The great demons, even less capable of taking it away. This was also the reason why, in the Emperor's tomb, there were demon clans coming every 10 years, yet until now, there were still dragon eggs present. With the insatiable greed of cultivators, even if a dragon egg would allow 5 demon clans to enter the Tsanglong mysterious realm, there must be quite a number of demon clans that would sweep away all the dragon eggs they could find. Ling Xiao only had one storage bag on him, so, she had to make a choice. It was just that these dragon eggs, since they were placed together, meant that the difference between them was very small as they themselves were of the same qualification. Now that the vitality was disorganized and the aura did not exist, it was even more difficult to probe the breath and bloodline power of the true dragon and make a distinction between strength and weakness. Otherwise, just take one at random. Ling Xiao felt that such a discernment might be meaningless. The dragon eggs within the true dragon's chamber were definitely stronger than those in other chambers. It's already the best of the bunch, and there's not much difference between them, so there's nothing wrong with picking one at random. Buzz. Just as she was about to make a decision, there was another slight tremor at her feet, disrupting her thoughts. Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao was a bit annoyed. Don't rush. I'm just a little bit closer. Su Chengxian's divine sense voice transmission returned. Ling Xiao, these are for you. At this time, Ling Yunzi had already searched and picked up almost all of the spiritual materials in the grass that still had some value, and simply made a seal with his mana and brought it over to Ling Xiao. In addition to a few spiritual herbs, there were also some seeds. Although this place is blocked by the Jade Gate, it is still eroded by the grievances, coupled with the overflowing aura. 80% of the spiritual materials are degraded into ordinary grasses and trees. That's all that's still got some value. Where is that tree? Ling Xiao asked as he smoothly pocketed it into his waist storage bag. It's a spirit root that's dead. Ling Yunzi shook his head. Neither the trunk nor the roots had a trace of life left in them. Pity, Ling Xiao said. Then he asked Ling Yunzi to come forward and try to find the best one from the dragon eggs. If you can't tell the difference either, then we'll just have to pick from them, at random. Before the words left his mouth, a loud laugh was heard behind him. Ha ha, found it. The two of them turned around at once, and they saw Su Chengxian climb out of the water. The tail was still curled around something, laboriously dragged toward the riverbank. What is that thing? Ling Xiao couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter at the sight. Something that could make Su Chengxian go through the trouble of dragging it? How heavy that must be. And when something is generally heavy, it can't be ordinary. It seems to be a piece of armor. Ling Yunzi said and took a step over. Ling Xiao immediately followed. The dragon eggs are right here, so there's no rush to pick them. Instead, it was what Su Chengxian was dragging around that aroused her curiosity even more. By the time they had taken a few steps to get closer, the thing had also been dragged to shore by the flowery serpent. Check it out, guys. With a movement of his tail tip, Su Chengxian summoned a stream of water that rapidly washed away the dirt on his armor. As he rinsed, he greeted Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Come take a look now. Is this a good treasure? That is a green, black, white and gold scales, in a seemingly chaotic, but actually rich in regularity, arrangement and combination of construction and Chengdu a piece of armor. It looks to be a piece of human armor, but Ling Yunzi vaguely felt that something was wrong. He told Su Chengxian to stop the act of rinsing with water, walked up, whisked a bit, and injected a strand of spiritual energy into the armor. The next instant, the armor millimeters. Instantly, the dirt on it was driven away. Every single scale that made up this armor regained its original luster, giving birth to a gust of majestic fluctuations. The armor also changed into a long tube. No longer was it human armor, but more like it was tailor-made for the dragon and serpent race type's body shapes. This is? Ling Xiao was surprised. What a strong true dragon aura. Not rare, Ling Yunzi said. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon, made from the reverse scales of a true dragon's jaws, refined into a treasure armor. The name was also very straightforward, so it was called the reverse scale treasure armor. It was the true dragon clan, the protective body armor prepared for the descendants of the clan. It's a pity, when it was first refined, it should have been an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. At this time, the true dragon pressure attached to it had already dissipated for the most part, and the grade could only be considered top grade. It's alright, that's a good baby, too. Su Chengxian cruised over to the armor, and with his tail curled around it and tossed it in midair, he twisted around and dug in, put the armor on. Then he turned his head and asked Ling Xiao, "See, isn't it just right?" Ling Xiao frowned. The flowery snake wore a flowery coat. It fits, sort of, but it's really kind of hot. Chapter 176. Load away. Load away. Okay, go. Ling Xiao turned around after taking out a random one from the nest of dragon eggs and putting it into his storage bag. Go. Su Chengxian froze, looked at the rest and counted them. There are still 6 dragon eggs here. No? What's going on? You're a loser. Although he didn't know what the dragon egg was good for, it was in the end tainted with the word dragon. Even if you bring it with you, even if you can't use it, you can still sell it for spirit stones. Nope. Although Ling Xiao had been rich in his last life, he was still very good at finagling in this life. Shouldn't let go of the meat that comes to your mouth. Sure enough, Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "If you're capable of taking them away, then there's no harm in bringing them all. These dragon eggs are quite rare." Surprisingly, they all still had some life and true dragon scent. "If we can really take it away, then of course it would be better," she said after telling the reason why she couldn't take all the dragon eggs. "Are you saying that all the dragon eggs here have vitality and true dragon breath in them?" Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. "In other words, they can all be used as teleportation talismans?" "Exactly. Didn't they say that it's hard to find dragon eggs like this?" "It's hard to find." Ling Xiao had already put away a teleportation talisman that would allow the 3 of them to enter the Tsan Long mysterious realm, and there were still at least a dozen more days until the teleportation array to the mysterious realm opened. There was less of a rush to leave. Then he casually explained a few things. The vitality and breath within the dragon's egg can be preserved. In addition to the fact that this one was a true dragon's burial chamber, it was also the result of the superposition of multiple causes. Not only is there the isolation of the Jade Gate here, but the spirit vein under the cave also still remains. And in addition, is that there is also at this time, reverse scale treasure armor worn on your body in. The thick true dragon aura on the reverse scale treasure armor protected the spirit veins here, as well as these dragon eggs. All dragons and snakes, awakening the true dragon bloodline more than 50%, will be from the jaw, born from the opposite of the whole body scales of an inverted scale. The reverse scale is the true dragon clan, the hardest piece among the scales of the whole body, and also the most precious. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and you will die. The only thing protected behind this scale is where the dragon demon pill, the dragon pearl, is located. Moreover, the reverse scales of the true dragon clan, unlike other scales, only shed twice in a lifetime. Once from infancy to adulthood, and once after death. If the snake and python clan awakened the true dragon bloodline, they would only give birth to one reverse scale in their lifetime. Once broken or pulled out, it never grows back. Therefore, when the dragon race quenches the scales of the whole body, the one that is the most attentive is also this reverse scale. This reverse scale treasure armor on you, the owner has still only awakened 50% of the true dragon bloodline. Ling Yunzi said, "Now after 1,000 years, it can still have the grade of a spiritual weapon. If all of them were refined from the true dragon's reverse scales, I wonder how powerful they would be. It is said that wearing a treasure armor made from the reverse scales of a true dragon can block a blow from a Saint Master. Ling Xiao said. She was talking about the previous life. A strong realm in the devil cultivation. The demon sect empress is in the Saint King realm. A demon sect Saint Master, on the other hand, was in existence that was one great realm stronger than the empress. The Saint Master realm of the demon sect is roughly equivalent to the true immortal realm of the Xianmen sect proper, and the demon emperor realm of the demon race. Su Chengxian made the realm conversions based on the known information and, at the same time, asked doubtfully, why do we need to use supposedly? Ling Xiao said this in an odd way, since she brought up Saint Masters, not true lords, not demon emperors. Most likely then, there had been a demon sect Saint Master who had moved against an existence wearing the true dragon reverse scale treasure armor. And as an empress, she described the matter of the demon sect in terms of alleged. It has been 1,000 years since the devil sect has produced a Saint Master. Ling Xiao heard the doubt he was trying to express and spoke directly. Just like the Xian sect proper, it has also been a long time since a true immortal realm powerhouse has been produced. Not only that, on the side of the demon race, the demon emperor was in seclusion and not showing his face, and the same happened 1,000 years ago. Interesting to say. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. It seems that I and Ling Yunzi are the ones who have the most potential to ask for this realm in this 1,000 years. Ooh, Su Chengxian flicked his tail in excitement. It's coming. Don't you believe it? From this, old me smells a hint of conspiracy. There's no point in talking more. Ling Yunzi smiled. It's not too late to investigate when we return to the Eastern Earthly Realm. Also, Su Chengxian nodded his head, then asked curiously, what is the cultivation level of that fellow who wore the true dragon reverse scale treasure armor and fought with the Saint Master? A white dragon in the peak demon general realm. Ling Xiao said, according to the lifespan of a true dragon, he is most likely still alive. The true dragons of the Eastern Earthly Realm are still around. The 4 clans, the Green Dragon, the Golden Dragon, the White Dragon, and the Black Dragon, shared 70% of the authority over the water veins of the human race. Among them, the Black Dragon clan and the Demon sect were the closest. The Green Dragon and the Golden Dragon, also known as the Yellow Dragon, are better associated with the Xianmen proper. The White Dragon was suppressed by the other 3 clans because it had been involved in the change of dynasties of the human race and had set off infinite killings, and had an uneasy relationship with the Buddhist sect after it became weak. Ooh, what a hustle and bustle! Su Chengxian exclaimed. Whether it was the 4 tribes' true dragons in charge of the water veins, or the relationship with the human demonic sects and Buddhist sects, all of them gave him an inexplicable sense of affinity. Humph, when I go back, it will be even more lively. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. One of the beauties who counted on her was rooted in the White Dragon clan of the Western Sea. The dragon race, in the end, was one of the hegemonies of the ancient times that had been passed down from the ancient times to the present day, regardless of the original form of the body. After taking form, one is rarely ugly. The dragon daughter is mercurial and the dragon grandson is handsome. Other than that, those who came before her holy dynasty empress were bound to be the best of the best. Looks need not be mentioned. The demeanor and temperament are excellent. Otherwise, she could have fallen for it? Alright, let's go. Thinking of that dragon's son's appearance, Ling Xiao glanced at Su Chengxian without any good humor. The white dragon is even as frosty and crystalline as his own body, and has to pay extra attention to his instrument. Not like this cheap flower snake big brother in front of her, born with scales of mixed colors and disorder, but still do not care about it. Go, Su Chengxian glared. Where to go? This dragon egg hasn't even been loaded yet. Since it was all confirmed that this was a dragon egg with vitality and a true dragon's aura, it was all the more important not to let it go. Load away. It must all be loaded away. What I just said, didn't you hear it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Old ghost, could it be that you want to swallow the dragon egg into your belly? Ling Yunzi asked, asking under his breath. The look on his face had revealed a few moments of disapproval. The true dragon breath and bloodline were extremely domineering, not something a normal bloodline could withstand. Moreover, since the dragon egg was conceived, divine wisdom was born. Now the aura has long since dissipated, but there is vitality remaining, and the residual thoughts have not completely dissipated. If he were to devour and refine it, he would surely be revolted by the grievances. If you are playing with the idea of refining the dragon egg, this seed advises you to give up this thought earlier. With so many demon clans coming and going in the Emperor's tomb, it wasn't that no one had moved to refine the dragon egg, but all of them, except for the Jiao King, are dead. There's no harm. Old me has righteousness in my heart. I'm not afraid of these. Su Chengxian smiled confidently. The true dragon clan, Won't blame me. What's he afraid of? He swallowed and refined the dragon egg in order to complete the system quest. The system would take the part Ling Yunzi said was the most troublesome and help him pull it out. Not to mention, the ultimate goal was to continue the descendants of the true dragon bloodline. So there was no psychological burden at all about swallowing these dragon eggs that were no longer alive and had no possibility of being born. Said walking towards the dragon's egg nest. And then there was another flash of light. Yoo-hoo! This base that holds the dragon's eggs looks like a lump of beehive coal. Surprisingly, it's made of some kind of jade? Load away. Load off. Pack it all away. Chapter 177. What does it mean to have a big collection and the sky is 3 feet high? 6 dragon eggs. Collect. And the dragon's egg nest. Collect them all together. Su Chengxian opened his bloody snake mouth and spewed out a stream of bloody gas. Wrap the dragon egg along with the 6 dragon eggs inside. Then, a sharp intake. Whoosh. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Found the reverse scale treasure armor *1. Congratulations to the host. Found a dragon egg that is still alive. Congratulations to the host. Completing the mission. Task content. Find the true dragon reverse scale treasure armor and a dragon egg that is still alive. You will receive a quest reward, refining points *6. Host, do you want to receive the reward immediately? Yes. Directly for strength enhancement. The moment the dragon egg entered his stomach, Su Chengxian's mind resounded with the system's voice broadcast. Hearing the system inquire, he replied directly. Then came a flurry of messages. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Devouring dragon eggs *6. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully swallowed the dragon egg jade seed *1. Please note to the host, the system is checking, in turn, whether all the dragon eggs contain vitality and the aura of true dragon blood. Congratulations to the host. All dragon eggs contain vitality and the aura of true dragon blood. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. For every dragon egg that contains vitality and inherits the bloodline of a true dragon, you will be awarded refining points *2. You will get the quest reward, refining points *12. Host, do you want to receive the reward immediately? Pick it up, Su Chengxian said. Then after a pause, he added, anyone who completes a mission afterward immediately collects the rewarded refinement points without asking whether to collect them or not. Also, as long as it's within my reach, use all of the refining points for upgrading the physique and divine soul realms. In his data panel, whether it was for the divine soul or the physical body quenching, there were still large thousands of values before he could touch the boundary of the next breakthrough. There shouldn't be any need to worry that there would be a sudden break in the realm due to boosting too quickly. Received. Ding dong. Please note to the host that all the dragon eggs contain true dragon bloodlines that fail to exceed 50% and are thin in vitality. They do not meet the conditions for true dragon descent and hatching. The system will begin to extract the true dragon's bloodline, breath and vitality within the dragon egg. Will the host please confirm whether or not to refine the dragon egg with divine power after the extraction is completed? Confirmed. Su Chengxian responded in his mind. The heart couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. This was the first time he had felt the positivity of the system since he had acquired it. The salted fish system, too, is starting to rise up? Or is it that this system and the true dragon clan have something to do with each other? But without waiting for him to think more, there was another series of system alerts. Received. Drawing will take place immediately. While extracting, the host can activate the natural aptitude, swallowing and refining to refine the dragon egg. Ding dong. Please note that the host has sensed that the dragon egg jade seat also contains part of the true dragon's breath. Will they be drawn together? Su Chengxian immediately summoned his qi and blood and opened his natural aptitude. At the same time, he couldn't help but turn his head towards Ling Yunzi. Yunzi, let me ask you something. What is it? Ling Yunzi raised an eyebrow. He was watching Su Chengxian's actions from the sidelines with Ling Xiao. Seeing that the other party was very reckless and directly swallowed the dragon egg, along with the nest, they all felt their hearts beating wildly for an instant. The resentment that the dragon eggs bred after swallowing each other's vitality was terrifying. They will burrow into the originator's auric sea of consciousness. Compared to swallowing a great demon's demonic pills, it might be a bit more troublesome. If I swallow the true dragon's breath on the dragon's egg nest, will it be able to be re-refined? Su Chengxian asked. If the true dragon's aura is dispersed while the spirit material itself is not damaged, it is indeed possible. Ling Yunzi replied. Is it worth money? Su Chengxian was concerned about this. How much spirit stones can be exchanged? After all, it's something that the true dragon clan put into the emperor's tomb, so naturally it's worth a lot. How much can it be exactly? A few tens of thousands of pounds of spirit jade, sold to the clan, would be worth at least one top-grade spirit stone. Ling Yunzi replied to Su Chengxian's words while carefully identifying the change in the other party's aura. As soon as he discovered anything unusual about Su Chengxian, He was prepared to immediately stuff a few pills into him. Let's see if we can save it. If they hadn't known that on the flower snake, there had been an imperceptible means, they would have absolutely stopped the other party. Even so, it has to be handled with care. So far though, all is well with the flower snakes. He even grinned happily, showing 2 sharp teeth for hearing a top-grade spirit stone. How are you feeling, old man? Very good. Extraordinarily good. Su Changxian grinned. Ling Xiao couldn't help but have his eyelids jump when he saw the flower snake's uninteresting appearance. As for Su Changxian at this time, he could not be bothered to care about the Empress sister, and he was used to her looking at him, is mentally calling out, "System! In this cave, what else is there that can extract the breath of a true dragon?" Su Changxian asked. When he was near the dragon egg and the dragon egg nest, it was the system that reminded him that he could swallow the nest together in order to draw the true dragon's aura from it. How else would he have thought to swallow such a piece of something that wasn't on the recipe and looked indigestible? And that was why he felt that the system was being a little too positive. However, this is not a bad thing. Ling Yunzi is right, he murmured in his heart. What could be so bad about something that could appear in the true dragon clan's imperial tomb? In other words, there must be more than just dragon eggs to take, right? Lao Fu. But even in the water-avoiding demon Ho fight, from the hands of the turtle prime minister, rolled away 3 weapons of the snake. This entering the true dragon clan's imperial tomb was like entering a mountain of treasure. If you don't scavenge cleanly, isn't that breaking the snake's setup? Not only in this cave, but in this one chamber. Is there more? Su Changxian said. If there is, will it be dangerous if I swallow it? Unlike Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, he was able to distinguish spiritual material treasures with his eyesight and senses. Neither can you release your divine sense to sense without counting the consumption. Finding a needle in a haystack is too unprofitable. But now, the system gave him a new option. Please don't worry about the host. The system suggests that there is a true dragon's breath, something that can be extracted, and if there is something unfavorable to the host, it will be dealt with together. Please ask the host to wrap it in blood qi before swallowing it when ingesting it. Understood. Thus, the next thing Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi saw was that the flower snake bared its teeth and happily twisted and ran towards the water vein where the reverse scale treasure armor was being fished out. A headlong rush. Ha! What's this guy up to? Then not long after, Flower Color swam out with a box in his mouth. Boom! Put something on the shore. Then with one mouth, he spat out a package of blood qi, after which he swallowed the open mouth as if he had just swallowed a dragon egg. Old ghost? Ling Xiao frowned. Su Changxian? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. What are you doing? Evil? Or was it the resentment that hit the sea of consciousness? Ha ha, it's fine. Su Changxian laughed out loud. I call this thievery. These can be considered good things. How can you not take them when you run into them? As he spoke, he twisted his body and swam towards the flowers and dead trees that had been searched by Ling Yunzi. Again. I'll show you all today. What do you mean by a big collection? The sky is 3 feet high. Chapter 178. Where it passed was cleaner than a food bowl licked by a dog. 1 month later. Su Changxian. Coming. Su Changxian rushed into a chamber with a greeting from Ling Xiao. Once inside, it was a circle of searching. This was already the 8th tomb they had searched since they entered the Emperor's tomb this month. Same as the old 7 cedars. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would go in and look through it first. With their experience and eyesight, they will have the spiritual objects that they are able to collect and know the value of, and put them into the storage bag first. Then it was Su Changxian's turn to take the stage. You move faster. We'll wait for you in the next chamber. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his body moved and he was already heading to the other side of the tomb. Old ghost, that palace lamp in the corner. The subject is a good spirit material. Bring it if you can. Ling Yunzi leaves behind a sentence and then follows Ling Xiao's footsteps. Got it. Su Changxian promised. Ling Yunzi's eyesight was completely unquestionable, so when he entered the crypt, he went straight for that palace lamp first. Ding dong. The palace lantern in front of the host contains the breath of a true dragon and can be ingested. Sure enough, the system also gave a reminder that it was collectible. Hey, take it away. Something that contained the aura of a true dragon could not be used for another purpose until the aura in it was dispersed, and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were unable to dispel it. So, the two will basically never touch it. It will all be kept for when he comes to collect it. Moreover, after being refined by the true dragon clan, the size and weight of the magic weapons were all extremely astonishing. Not being able to drive and not being able to seal is a test for both storage spells. Just like the dragon's egg nest before this one. That's why a 3-person partnership model maximizes the assurance that there will never be a leak. Especially under Su Changxian's drive. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also took out the style of copying and scraping the land. And the main focus was one of never going empty. The spiritual materials found were sealed with mana and then put into the storage bag. which could save a tremendous amount of space. What's more, they now had 5 more storage bags on them. Don't worry at all about not fitting. These 5 storage bags were, of course, picked up by the 3 of them at the foot of the mountain when they came out of that first true dragon's tomb. Obviously, these 5 storage bags came from the brocade-clothed man's several great demons. Su Changxian 3 people came out, did not run into the dragon lice who had already finished their meal, not knowing if they had already returned to the nest. The true dragon's tomb was huge, so maybe their nests were not on the canals and they were too full to want to move. So they didn't see any large swarms of dragon lice. Only bits and pieces were seen where the storage bags were picked up, along with blood all over the floor that had obviously been licked. I have to say, dragon lice eat and are really clean. The instance of several great demons, together, had tens of thousands of pounds of flesh and blood. As a result, not to mention shredded meat, not even much bone stubble was seen. But fortunately, the storage bags on the several demons, which made a special cover, were spared. That's what made it cheaper for Su Changxian and the others. It was the erasure of the divine sense imprint on it that revealed that there wasn't much good stuff in it, making it a bit regrettable. There were only some pills that were suitable for the imperial tomb, and a few things for daily use. It was not necessarily the thought of dying here, but the fear of being robbed by a demon general. This kind of thing has happened in the past. Some demon generals forced the demon race they encountered to hand over everything on their bodies, including the storage bag and even the precious clothes they were wearing. So all the good stuff was left at home without me, and they had just come in not long ago, so they were so focused on finding the true dragon's tomb that they hadn't had a chance to look for the treasures in the emperor's tomb yet. It was so that the storage bag was empty. TSK, a demon general who can think of robbing this trick is also a ING demon talent, Su Changxian said indignantly as he spewed out a stream of red clouds that wrapped the palace lantern. Doesn't that cut off the path for those who come after? And a very bad demonstration, causing them, the great demons, to be in danger. The reason why Ling Xiao was urging for a quicker pace was because they had made frequent gains in the past month, and it was likely to cause others to covet them. It had been several times in a row that while going out of the tomb, they had met the same demon race that had found their way here. The big demons that normally fought alone. It was even worse. They certainly couldn't beat the 3 on their side anyway, much less easily. But there was a demon general among them. Ling Yunzi said that there was something wrong with the way the other party was looking at them. Humph. Small-minded. Su Changxian cursed angrily again at this. The emperor's tomb. It's not like it's in their family. It's up to you to search for things, isn't it? Eyes on others. No measure at all. Destined to be hard to make it. I'll take it. The next instant, this big palace lamp with a green dragon spitting out pearls in the corner disappeared on the spot. Then he turned, flicked his tail, and sprinted to the left. There's also an arms rack there. 1 incense stick later, the 3 ended their search of this one tomb. It's not like there are any dragon eggs. Su Changxian smacked his lips. In fact, apart from the first true dragon tomb, where they found 7 dragon eggs, the next thing they did was a nothing. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the tombs they entered afterward were all fake dragon caves. According to Ling Xiao, the true dragon tomb they were patronizing was the place where the true dragon's aura was the most prevalent in this direction. But it was an eye-opener. The true dragon clan buried in the emperor's tomb is really strange. There is the alligator sinensis, also called the pygmy dragon. There is the Kuei Long, also called the toad dragon, and toadstool dragons, not the only kind of Kuei dragons. There are also toad dragons, or also known as dragon toads. Legend has it that Pujuan, one of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, was born from the ancient demonic toad sensing the ancestral dragon's yang energy. That's why toad dragons are extremely abundant. Similar to this bloodline, there are also ocelots and ichthyosaurs that come from the sea. The true dragon clan, to some extent, is considered to have achieved the Sea of Tolerance. It's just that these groups have a dragon character, but not much of a true dragon bloodline scent. So much so, that there were few things in this tomb that caught the eye. It was Ling Yunzi, on the contrary, who had collected quite a few spirit materials that could be used for alchemy and weaponry. As for the dragon beads, dragon bones and the like that Su Changxian had thought of before, they were even more absent. It's either been shortchanged or it's long since turned to dust. Alright, we're close to the next true dragon tomb, Ling Xiao said. Spit out your stuff and pack up. We'll rush over there right away. Though that tomb was open long ago, but there might be something left out. Alright. Su Changxian of course readily agreed to this, then spit out a couple of big ones in quick succession. A large green dragon palace lantern. Well done, Ling Yunzi said happily. The palace lanterns are carved out of green jade, and must weigh several thousand pounds to say the least. Even if it could be ingested into the storage bag, it would still take a lot of mana, but by the looks of the flower snake, it seemed like it didn't care in general. Ling Zhao's eyelids, too, jumped. It wasn't the first time she'd seen this scene. Couldn't help but say it though. Old ghost, I know you have deep blood, but this is a bit too profligate of you. Not only palace lamps, but even a lapis lazuli column. The spirit material was average, but it had the scent of a true dragon. It looks like it was something that the tomb owner used to coil around when he was alive. Much heavier than a palace lantern. It can't be helped. I need the true dragon's bloodline scent for my cultivation, Su Changxian said. This was the excuse he came up with to explain the system's ability to extract the true dragon's breath. It was also the reason he used to convince both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to help continue the search. Anyway, the teleportation array hadn't been opened yet, and it was good to be idle and get one more point, so the two had no reason to refuse. Doing so, though, could get you into some trouble, but when it comes to cultivation, there is no such thing as peace and quiet. That's fine, you just know it in your heart. Ling Xiao did not say any more. Joining hands with Ling Yunzi, they resealed the things, then took the spells that had shrunk to the extreme and put them into the storage bag. The trio continued on to their next target. Soon after, they arrived at the tomb of the true dragon that Ling Xiao had mentioned. Quickly find the entrance, enter it, and search and pick it up. Just the next instant they went in. A demon general appeared in front of the mountain. Sensing the aura that had yet to dissipate, his face immediately changed. It's those three water-avoiding snake demons again. Damn it! Again! They got the jump on me. Everywhere these guys go, they're cleaner than a dog licking a food bowl. Chapter 179 The Demon General Strikes. Meeting Jin Hong again by the teleportation array. Su Changxian. Run. Tell me to run away? Ling Xiao's voice. That's the danger. Su Changxian, who had just swallowed the dragon egg into his abdomen, immediately complied without saying a word. There was a surge of blood chi around his body, and his protective red cloud rolled over while he flew back. Whoosh! And just as he quickly dodged out of the chamber, he heard the sound of wind in his ears. Immediately, his divine sense spread out to determine where the enemy was. Immediately afterward, determine a safe bearing and quickly flee. Boo! Just the moment he escaped, a large greenish-black hand condensed from demonic power was landing right where he had stood before. That was close. Su Changxian's heart skipped a beat. Powerful demonic power. The cultivation level of the opponent was definitely more than just a great demon. Fortunately, he had never doubted his judgment of Ling Xiao. That was what made him surprisingly close, avoiding the strike. Since Ling Xiao's divine sense transmission had no beginning and no end, and it just told him to hurry up and escape without even one more word. It was evident in her judgment how strong the enemy was. But if you slow down a bit, you will definitely not be able to run away. At this moment, Su Changxian and Ling Xiao made the same judgment. Moreover, very sure that if he fought with the other party, he had no chance of winning, because the other party was a demon general. Strength, still above General Yu. Demon General Middle Realm? Or is it the Demon General Back Realm? It can't be the peak Demon General Realm, can it? Su Changxian, who sensed that the other party was a demon general, added another point of force on top of running away at full speed. In particular, he sensed a divine sense that was rapidly sweeping towards him. Damn it! Su Changxian cursed. The heaven-mending pill in his body hadn't been completely refined yet, and he didn't want to use up too much of his blood chi to fight a demon general. Besides, this battle, for him, there was no benefit to speak of. Ling Xiao, when he was about to run out of the tomb tunnel, he saw Ling Xiao rushing out as well. Where's Unico? Over here. Ling Yunzi flew in, raised his hand and threw a pill into the tunnel. Go! The three of them flew and escaped from the tomb. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, one after the other, rode the demonic cloud, and after taking Su Changxian with them, in an instant, they disappeared hundreds of meters far away. Mother ********. What's the situation with that demon general? Why are you doing this to us? When his divine sense probed that the enemy wasn't chasing after him, Su Changxian breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know. The breath on Ling Xiao's body was a bit unstable, but he was not injured. She stabilized her mind and frowned. This demon general. Very odd. Immediately after he saw me, he struck out, seemingly trying to hold me in place. There is hostility in this person, but no killing intent is visible. Ling Yunzi also said, it is odd. If the demon general had moved to kill them, there was no possibility that they would have escaped so easily. Moreover, the other party didn't collect their chi and didn't make a killing move. The intent of the hand was not so much to tackle as to drive away. Trying to shoo us away while he searches and picks up the true dragon's tomb himself? Su Changxian guessed. It is indeed possible. Ling Xiao said. He, then, may be disappointed. The last two dragon eggs inside were already swallowed by Ni 0.001 seconds before he appeared. Su Changxian was very excited. Luckily, he moved fast enough. Didn't you just get in? That's right. How can I care about anything else when I see a dragon egg, pounce on it and it's loaded away? Hey, speaking of which, why do I feel a bit familiar with the aura of that demon general just now? Have you seen it somewhere before? The other party had two brushes with us. Ling Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth. On our way out. Oh, all three were silent. Then, Ling Yunzi said, how about, let's change our orientation. If one were to follow this direction and search again, and bump into that great demon, the other party would most likely move to kill out of anger. Or rather, the heart of robbery and murder. So the trio silently changed directions and continued on their way. A few moments later, the demon general who drove Su Chengxian and the others away walked out of the tomb room with a dark face. Cursing under his breath, he said, Grandpa, I can't believe I'm still a step too late. These three water-avoiding snakes are really fast. Not to mention the dragon eggs. Even the dragon egg nest that housed them was taken by them. Is this poor and crazy? Tens of thousands of pounds of nothing useful yet, and this is all going to be taken away? On second thought, how incomprehensible it seemed that these three demons were so insatiable that they even wanted the pillar where the python was coiled, and how incomprehensible it seemed to take away the dragon's egg nest as well. Damn it! Solely there's still some time before the teleportation array opens. If we can't find it again, we'll have to go to the teleportation array to guard it. He didn't know that Su Chengxian had taken two more dragon eggs, not to mention whether they had any dragon eggs on their hands. What's more, with three great demons in one place, it would take more effort to snatch them than to snatch one. For the demon general's cultivation level, he was not worried about not being able to enter that Sunlong mysterious realm. The outburst just now was just out of a momentary displeasure. Throwing the three juniors out of the way was a good way to get out of the way, so there was no wasted effort to catch up. Instead, they turned to continue to find the tomb. But if we run into each other again, I won't mind grabbing one in passing. Su Chengxian's trio didn't know that they had escaped a robbery from a demon general, because they had reversed their direction. But even if you knew that, there's nothing to be thankful for they were soon in even greater trouble. Near the teleportation array, more than a month had passed since the opening of the emperor's tomb. According to the past, the teleportation array to the Sunlong mysterious realm would be opened with it within 1 to 3 months after the opening of the emperor's tomb. In other words, the teleportation array could open at any time in the next few hours. So after Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi discussed the matter, with Su Chengxian's acquiescence, the three of them reversed their direction, directly towards where the teleportation array was, and came in a circle, and within 3 days, it reached the vicinity of the teleportation array. During this time, they didn't intentionally search for tombs, they just went in and took their chances if they came across them on the way. Luck, not good or bad. There were no more dragon eggs to be found, but there were still quite a few things that had the scent of a true dragon. After all, the other demon clans wouldn't want these things, so it was all cheap for Su Chengxian. Some spiritual materials were also harvested and refined. It's not even grown yet. It would be nice to take it out and plant it. Seeing Ling Yunzi directly digging out the spirit plant to concoct it, he said with some regret, the seeds won't live. Ling Xiao was already very receptive to Su Chengxian's idea of wanting to plant one of everything, and had even developed the habit of saving seeds, along with Ling Yunzi. So after hearing that, he also explained and said, the spirit plants within the emperor's tomb have already adapted to the aura and mists here, and thrive on it. When you get outside, you can't live instead. Therefore there are some spirit plants that can only be found here. Ling Yunzi said, although the grade of the spiritual plants here is not good, but they are all hard to come by. Those that existed with the scent of a true dragon's bloodline and were even more precious would have to be found in the secret realm. That was the biggest purpose of his visit. It seems that this emperor's tomb won't be able to open a few times, a voice said. All three were stunned at the same time. They were talking with divine sense, and no one spoke. The voice, too, was not any of them. Instead, it was the voice of a somewhat feminine man. This general has been working hard for a long time, but surprisingly, he hasn't found a single dragon egg, that voice added. Then, another man's voice said, it was Jin Hong who was useless and failed to help General BOM. Chapter 180 Demon Generals Blocking the Road, Keeping a Watchful Eye. It's Kim Hong. Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi exchanged glances. A look of relief was seen in the other's eyes. This guy really isn't dead, Ling Xiao said. No wonder, but only 5 storage bags were found. Thought there was one, eaten by a dragon tick. Turns out there was another lost dog that escaped from the mouth of the dragon love swarm. Also, that dragon ruler was nowhere to be found. Now it seems that it should be Kim Hong who takes it away. But how did this guy escape? Strange. The brocade-clothed man who had 4 great demons with him to protect him died. Jin Hong, who had been following and bulking at his side, had survived? There's got to be something here. It can't be that cousin Genie, who was heartbroken for his cousin, and under the depth of brotherly love, not only sacrificed his life to save him, but also gave him the precious dragon-seeking ruler, right? The moment this thought popped up, Su Changxian himself couldn't help but feel a chill. Think it's outrageous. In terms of what the two were like when they got along, it wasn't hard to tell just from the mere words they had spoken before. Brothers in arms, laying down their lives to protect each other? Don't be disgusting. With Jin Hong's character, Ling Xiao said, that brocade-clothed man and the accompanying great demon should have been used as stepping stones for him. It doesn't matter how he escaped. This demon is now following a demon general, so if we meet him, he will definitely be unfavorable to us, Ling Yunzi said with great certainty. Although he didn't have much contact with Jin Hong, this guy's measure was narrow and his demonic character was inferior. Since they were able to encourage their brocade-clad cousins, it was possible that they could encourage the demon generals to make a move against them. Moreover, listening to the demon general's intention, the other party did not find the dragon egg. His intention to guard this place, then, is quite obvious. Rob the demon race that came here. Su Chengxian immediately thought that the demon race that would rush to the teleportation array here must be carrying dragon eggs to rush to the next stop in that Sanglong mysterious realm. Although the Imperial Mausoleum was extremely large in scope, the teleportation array that led to the underground mausoleum was only this one at the northernmost end. So, instead of working hard to climb a tree to pick peaches, you may return empty-handed. It would be better to guard the teleportation array as a strain. He had only one thing to say about this behavior. Asterisk, that's too much dog. The rabbits that were being waited for were, of course, the great demons that had brought the dragon eggs over, or, the demon generals that were weaker than him in terms of cultivation realm. The first choice is definitely the great demon. After all, a demon general of the same realm, even if it was below him in realm, was still a bit more dangerous. However, if one was scheming for a dragon egg that contained a higher level of true dragon chi and blood, and wanted to eliminate the competitors early, that would be a different story. At this time, I heard the General B with the feminine voice say, there's nothing to do, and I don't bother to look for it, so wouldn't it be better to wait here for the one who delivers it to my door? Wouldn't it be better to wait here for it to come to me? It would also save me a lot of trouble. TSK. Sure enough, that was the idea. Uncontrollably, a wave of boredom bubbled up in Su Chengxian's heart, although he knew that the demon general squatting here, whose purpose was the dragon eggs, might not strike out to kill the object of the robbery. Instead, in order not to waste mana, he would try to force the other party and hand it over of his own accord, but he still felt very stifled. Based on the strength of his cultivation, he so blatantly oppresses the weak. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the weak and the strong. Cultivators competed for cultivation resources, just like people who fought each other in order to have enough to eat. It was unavoidable and natural, in order not to starve to death. Then even breaking the bottom line of humanity is not so disgusting to him. That said, it's probably one of those, seeing a dude forcibly robbing a woman in the street kind of moods. Bah, obviously you can find it on your own, but you want to rob others based on your cultivation. Nasty. Ling Xiao also cursed. Ha! Su Chengxian, who was just about to spit on his overly high moral bottom line, suddenly realized that he actually had allies? If His Majesty were him, would he not rob? Ling Yunzi laughed. Kimi at this time. Among the robbed, Ling Xiao rationalized. Su Chengxian, who had discovered that, on easy ground, he might, or, possibly, would also move to snatch it, fell suspiciously silent. So it's not even a high moral ground, it's a double standard. For him, the need was not just for a dragon egg as a teleportation talisman, but for as many as he came to want. For each additional dragon egg collected, one more point of refinement could be exchanged from the system. The growth and refinement of the blood she gained from devouring the dragon egg would offset the regret of not being able to sleep. Actually, he may not need to do it. Ling Yunzi said, if there are any demon clansmen who were lucky enough to get the dragon eggs but have no intention of going to the secret realm, they will also come here to sell them. Before he could say anything, he heard Jin Hong say the same thing. Unnecessary labor, General Hands. If there is a great demon to come here, out of the dragon eggs, the kid is willing to buy for the general. Only ask the general. Let the kid follow the left and right, back to protect one or two. This guy's stance is way too low. These words are so flattering, not like the character he's shown before. Under Su Chengxian's doubt, he heard Ling Xiao humming softly in his voice transmission. Jin Hong is afraid of running into us again and is looking for a backer for himself. It was as if they knew that if they touched, Jin Hong would turn against them. Jin Hong also understands very well that if he meets again, he is bound to end up in a situation of immortality. So, of course, They want to do everything they can so that it's the other side that dies. Good point. The demon general known as General BOM, in response, not only readily agreed, there was not the slightest hesitation of not wanting to get into trouble, and also took the initiative to say, those 3 water-avoiding snakes you mentioned, since they brought out the dragon eggs from within the true dragon's tomb chamber, I think that the dragon eggs contain not a low level of true dragon bloodline. If I let this general stumble upon it, I will do you and your cousin justice. Many thanks, General BOM. Jin Hong hurriedly and respectfully thanked him. If this is really the case, it will avenge my cousin who died tragically. When I return to my clan to inform my aunt, I will be sure to give a great gift. That's just it. Let's leave this salute or not for now, General BOM said. Tell me, do they really have those many elixirs on them that mask their breath and break the miasma and fog? The boy saw them pass in front of the swarm of dragon lice without disturbing the swarm. Aha, General BOM said. If that's the case, it's more than worth doing. Go! As soon as General BS words fell, Su Chengxian sensed that something was wrong. Intuition told him danger. I can't help but say offhandedly, and at the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also flew back with him almost instantly. Boo! A demonic force that swept across, a few moments later, didn't come after me. Su Chengxian let go of his divine sense and confirmed that General C wasn't chasing after him. The 3 of them then slowed down. So close. Where they were, there was still a distance away from the teleportation array, and with the elixir on their bodies to conceal their breath and the cover of the system themselves, they assumed that the other party would not find out. Now it seems that the demon general was still underestimated. No, he should have indeed failed to notice us at first, Ling Yunzi said. It was afterward that he realized something. The demon general's cultivation was certainly higher than theirs, but the other party's divine sense was similarly restricted in the emperor's tomb. If not, he shouldn't give up the chase so easily. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to get the dragon egg quickly? There were generous gifts for killing them, and they could also snatch the elixirs from them. Otherwise, in case they rushed in amidst the chaos when the teleportation array opened, it would be a basket case. Humph. It is also expected that we are bound to go to the transmission array. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. But the demon general, General BOM, was right. The 3 of them were definitely going to the Tsanglong secret realm, and the only path to get to the Tsanglong mysterious realm was to take the teleportation array. Chapter 181. Your snake's bile is no better than Baotian's dog's bile. This seed is definitely going to enter the Tsanglong mysterious realm. The 3 of them were silent for an instant, and the first to speak was Ling Yunzi. He needed spirit materials to refine pills and protective spells, and the pills he needed to refine would be a total of 3. They are, Foundation Building Pill, Heavenly Dust Pill and Spirit Determining Pill. The spirit materials required for the 3 types of pills were not ordinary spirits, and even if one had spirit stones, it would be difficult to buy all of them, especially in the northern wilderness of the demon race. Furthermore, the Dan formula I'm going to refine, the Dan formula I'm using, is not the same as a normal Dan formula. Having reached the Dao sovereign realm in his previous life, Ling Yunzi had long since had the strength to be able to deduce and construct a Dan formula based on the medicinal power of spiritual materials. Although he could not use these 3 pills for himself, he had intentionally deliberated on the formula because it was the Shenmen sex cultivator that sought the most pills. I didn't realize that it was used in this life. Haven't you already built your foundation? Ling Xiao glanced at him, not bothering to expose him. What do you mean? You've deliberated on the formula because it's the most sought-after elixir? It was said as if one would rely on refining such elixirs to earn spirit stones. Although these 3 types of elixirs, as they were the elixirs that cultivators who intended to build their foundations and conjugate their Dan, would inevitably have to prepare, just as a demonic beast would need to prepare a transformation elixir if it wanted to transform into its form. But their value, to a cultivator at the Dao Lord cultivation level, was hardly worth looking at, not to say worthless. Refining hundreds of them was not as appropriate as refining one of the higher grade pills. She had only one thought about the fact that Ling Yunzi would deliberate on these types of elixirs. This guy really did have a preconceived plan for the military disintegration and reconditioning. Ling Xiao suspected that this 3rd brother had done a good job of projecting in advance the various situations that he could encounter in the military dissolution reconditioning. Indeed, this seed is now in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Ling Yunzi smiled, while his heart fluttered. This little green sister of his seemed to have seen through something. For example, although some accidents had occurred in the matter of the recultivation, it was actually within his expectations. But no harm done. We are all on the same rope today, in the same situation. It's obviously better to join forces and be allies than to be enemies. All along, they had long reached an understanding. It is believed that even if the other party discovers certain secrets, it should not be so bad as to jeopardize this alliance. So he turned towards Ling Xiao. raised his eyebrows and said, "Second sister should have heard that if you are certain of success in building your foundation, you can defer taking the foundation building dan that you took at the time of foundation building, and take it at a later stage of foundation building." The efficacy of the foundation establishment pill was originally used to break through bottlenecks, making it easier to break through the realm and build a foundation. Like the transformation pill, several pills could be taken each time the foundation was built, as long as the cultivator could afford it. However, each time it is refined, it cannot be taken again for a considerable period of time. Moreover, taking pills to build a foundation was worse than building a foundation on one's own, in terms of the foundation laid. Of course, this can be made up for in the later stages of cultivation, little by little, but after all, it takes more work. So the foundation building pill is prepared by every chi refining stage cultivator. Not everyone takes it when they break the boundary. Ling Yunzi was even more completely certain about transformation foundation establishment, and he hadn't even refined a foundation establishment pill. But that didn't mean that he gave up on the foundation building pill. In fact, the foundation establishment pill was equally useful in the foundation establishment stage. In breaking through small realms, the greatest use is to further strengthen the foundation. Transformation foundation building. I did not take the foundation building dan, and merely used the transformation dan, which was to save the opportunity to take the dan, until I had formed the dan. "You're going to form the upper grade golden dan?" Ling Xiao asked after hearing this. The next step in the Xian sect's authentic technique, after cultivating to the late stage of foundation establishment, was to form a dan. There are grades of the Jin dan produced. Upper, middle and lower classes. That's right, Ling Yunzi said. What Xianmen cultivators seek is for the dan to become 9 revolutions. I was once 3 feet away from the 9 revolutions, and since I have the opportunity to do it all over again, I certainly want to fulfill this regret. Lower grade Jindan 3rd turn, middle grade Jindan 6th turn, upper grade Jindan 9th turn. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. The divine sense transmission was more than a little skeptical. "You're so conceited. You'll definitely be able to make it?" A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and then I realized that my destiny is not in the hands of God. At the time of Jindan, the cultivator's whole body cultivation in the purple mansion, condensed a Jindan, and then spit out between heaven and earth, after going through the thunderbolt without being destroyed, and then swallowing it into the Dantian violet mansion. From then on you can get a glimpse of the end of the road to immortality. What is meant by how many revolutions the Dan has completed is that the Golden Dan is able to withstand the bombardment of the robbing thunder a few times under the thunder. A hijacking thunderbolt for a turn. If the 3 robberies do not shatter, it will be considered a successful Jindan formation. The Xianmen Orthodox sect had countless cultivators in the earthly realm. More than 90% of what can be sought is only the foundation establishment stage. How many people can achieve the golden elixir and say that they want to achieve the 9 revolutions golden elixir? I know. Yunzi, Ling Xiao is calling you a toad yawning. What a big mouth. Su Chengxian finally found a chance to strike up a conversation and immediately started arching his fire. Ha ha, it doesn't matter. Ling Yunzi was rare and good-tempered. If you don't have a strong ambition, how can you compete with the heavens in the way of cultivation? The Jindan grade is lower, and the chance of breaking the Dan Yuaning is slim. Above the 3 paths and below the 6 paths, it is a middle grade Jindan, with the opportunity to ask questions. If after 6 or more robberies, the Jindan is still not broken, it is the top grade Jindan. The road can be expected. When the Dan has completed 9 revolutions, it is expected that the purple chi will descend from the sky and become the Dan of the purple chi heavenly path. This seed intends to ask the heart of heaven. His tone was bland yet filled with high fighting spirit. The road to cultivation is a long road, and no one knows what lies ahead. The conjugation grade is just an omen, but if you can cross this threshold, the road ahead will certainly be smoother. Good. Big brother supports you. Su Chengxian couldn't wait to pick up. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good cook. A cultivator who doesn't want to achieve the great Tao isn't a good Tao lord. I understand. Ha! Ling Xiao snorted, being said so by the flower snake. Any more bravado seemed to be more than a little squirmy. Ling Yunzi's face also darkened as he pulled the corners of his mouth and did not speak again. In that case, I will also help you. Ling Xiao stifles a laugh. Of course, you have to help me as well. The thing she wanted, of course, were also cultivation-enhancing spirit items. The spiritual materials that were bred on top of the blood and flesh of the true dragon clan were all rare treasures to the demon clan that the snake python belonged to. In order not to spoil these treasures, it was rare to have Ling Yunzi refine them into various pills. Then it's a deal. Ling Yunzi said. I need the dragon whisker root, the dragon blood ginseng, the dragon bone vine, the 9 dragon curling cypress, which is also known as the 9 deaths rejuvenation grass, and a few other spiritual items that will only appear in the Tsinglong mysterious realm. I'll keep an eye out.
An old me. Su Changxian immediately joined in. I want all the dragon eggs, and things with true dragon bloodlines and sense. You are not greedy. Ling Xiao was silent for an instant and commented. That's right, Su Changxian immediately said. I've always lived within my means. There was another silence. Find a place to cultivate. Su Changxian couldn't wait to get some sleep. When the teleportation array opens, we'll just break through. When he said this, suddenly his eyes just lit up and a thought popped up, and he said offhandedly, when the time comes, it would be great if the demon general used the demon pill to hit us, swallowed and drilled into the teleportation array. Wouldn't that be, like, a huge profit? Ling Xiao opened his mouth and failed to say anything. Good fellow, how dare you hit the demon general's demon pills? Big brother, your snake gallbladder. It must be a great tonic. Ling Yunzi lamented. It's not even close to the dog's guts than Bao Tian's. Chapter 182. Let me see. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1. Essence, blood and chi +0. 001 +001 plus. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Beneath a shattered open mountain peak, a barren tomb exposed to the light of day. The lowest chamber. The cave near the spirit vein. The spirit gathering array that had been set up was constantly flooded with spiritual chi extracted from the spiritual veins. The converging aura carried a faint fluorescent light, transforming into a hazy mass of aura. It made the cave not seem dim even without light. Buzz, buzz. There seemed to be a subtle buzzing sound between the fog. It's as if the wind is chanting. That's aura flowing. Inside the cave, a flower snake coiled in a corner, sleeping soundly. On his front side, there was a handsome man dressed as a Taoist, his eyes slightly closed as he sat cross-legged. On the other side, there was a green snake that was gulping down demon pills. The three do not interfere with each other. Suddenly, the flower snake in the corner slowly opened its eyes. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for refining the dragon egg *8. Congratulations to the host for finding dragon egg *8. Remaining unclaimed refining points *4. A total of plus 1,649 blood chi, plus 189 physical realm, and plus 134 divine soul realm gained. Congratulations to the host for completely refining the heaven mending elixir *1. A total of plus 398778282 blood chi is gained. 426. 35 essence blood chi is gained. 506 body realm and 298 divine soul realm are gained. TSK. Su Changxian couldn't help but smack his lips. More than 2 months. This heaven mending pill was finally completely refined. But how come the essence blood still has a decimal point in it? A one-time increase of 426 in essence blood chi is pretty exciting. But what's this 0? 35? What's the matter? Can't we make it work? In addition to this, he couldn't help but feel a steep shock in his heart when he saw the increased blood chi and essence blood chi. Then he cursed, Mother *********. The dog-like tiger demon king. Really not a thing. It was indeed a good thing to have such a huge bloodline. But on the flip side, it was certainly good to be able to withstand such a huge increase in blood chi. But what happens if you can't catch it? It's straight up bursting. That is, Su Changxian such, sleep on 4 months, can rise 10 million blood chi guy? The demon body has long been on the constant bearing, a large number of growth of blood chi, some accustomed to the guy, barely able to carry. In addition, not only was his divine soul solidified to a degree that far exceeded that of ordinary great demons, he also had the natural aptitude of swallowing and refining, being able to refine the medicinal power of the elixir normally. Otherwise, either they could barely refine the elixir, and due to their mana growing too fast, their divine souls couldn't suppress it. Either the medicinal power that could not be refined in time was impacted on the sea of consciousness, and the soul roamed outside the body under disorientation. In either case, it would inevitably end up with a demon body out of control. Doggone demon king. Su Changxian didn't hold back and cursed again. Isn't my life a life? Give the elixir. Just give the elixir. Just have to give such an elixir that will eat people to death. On second thought, in the eyes of that great tiger, the life of a great demon like him might really not be worth mentioning. What the other party wanted was for him to make waves in the Augur King's territory, causing his old rival to lose face. As for his life and death, it was indeed nothing in the eyes of the Demon King. A waste who can't even keep a heaven-mending pill is as good as dead. Su Changxian said in his heart, don't let me have a day when I have more power than the Demon King. Otherwise, a certain big cat would have to be given a taste of what it meant for a tiger to be bullied by a snake. He's going to turn into a cat abuser and whip the other guys, but, of course, seeing as this heaven-mending pill was indeed a good thing, it wasn't as if the other party would be beaten to death. Stop when you get swollen. And this dragon egg, 8 dragon eggs, how come they've only gone up so little blood? For the enhancement of the physical and divine soul realms, It was even less to a negligible and pathetic level. For the current Su Changxian, even if he was lying still, as long as he was still alive and the blood chi in his body was still rushing and fluctuating, the quenching of the demonic body was going on every moment. So a few hundred points to the physical realm? Sleep for a month and grow more than that. It was somewhat useful for the growth of the divine soul realm. Unfortunately, it's still too little. Due to the fact that he hardly actively cultivated and refined very little aura, Su Chengxian's divine soul grew and tempered, and now mainly relied on refining points, as well as swallowing refined demon pills, and blood food containing demonic power. Harnessing divine sense when fighting could also lead to an increase in the divine soul realm. It seems that in the future, the refining points should be used as much as possible to raise the divine soul realm. He made a decision based on what he had sorted out. Then the mind calls out, "System, in, host, receive all the cultivation points." Alright, host, refining points *4 will be released immediately. Is it to be used directly to enhance the host's divine soul and physical realm as originally commanded by the host? Yes, Su Chengxian said. Also, under the condition of ensuring that no mistakes are made, priority will be given to using it to raise the divine soul realm. Received. With the system's reply, he felt a hint of familiarity, the taste of blood churning and steaming. In the state of internal vision, he saw the fluctuation of the scarlet blood chi, drawing in the surrounding aura, refining it and converging it above the sea of consciousness, floating around the divine soul phantom on the docket. Then, slowly blend in. However, for refining points was too little. TSK. Su Chengxian only felt a swing in his body and mind, and then it was over. Couldn't help but sigh a little regretfully for not enjoying it for a few more moments. Moreover, just a little bit of it was used to enhance the quenching of the demon body. In his huge physical body, it even failed to make a little wave. If it wasn't for his strong divine sense, any hint of change in the snake's body would have been hard to escape his perception, and he wouldn't even be able to sense this increase in strength. How about saving up for next time? The thought, quite naturally, bubbled up. It had been a long time since he had felt that. In a flash, surge of power. Of course, as the cultivation level continued to rise and the basic disc became larger and larger, that feeling of skyrocketing would only become more and more difficult to feel. Saving up refining points while it's still not that hard? I hope the number of dragon eggs in the Tsunlong mystic realm won't disappoint me. Su Chengxian thought. To get a little more refining points, this is by far the most likely route. But this teleportation array, how come it hasn't moved yet? This cave they were currently in was not far from the teleportation array. However, any abnormal fluctuation in breath was able to be detected. He let out his divine sense as he went about sensing the aura around him. This was the place that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had picked together. It was said to be the earliest true dragon's tomb to be opened. So there would be this one, the cave that was originally used to house the dragon's eggs. By now, though, the place was surely long gone from dragon eggs. All of the true dragon aura on the dragon egg nest dissipated and devastating cracks appeared. There was not a shred of use left. Almost all of the demon race would not come here to look for it. Thus, after killing this Ling beast that occupied the cave, the three of them landed here. Ling Yunzi set up several formations outside the cave. The defense array is nested with an illusion array to prevent any unenlightened ones from disturbing it. And within the cave, a very overbearing spirit gathering formation was set up. To be precise, it was a very lackluster magic artifact array disc with a spirit gathering effect. The lack of virtue is in the extraction of the aura of the spiritual veins, which is suspected of exhausting the fishery. But it wasn't too much to use it in the middle of this imperial tomb that had been spoiled beyond recognition. It was also because of the presence of this thing that the aura drawn from the remnant spirit veins could barely support the cultivation of the two great demons. Seeing that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were still cultivating, Su Chengxian's heart stirred and he couldn't help but detach a strand of his divine sense and sneakily probe over. Let me see how the two of you cultivate. Just at the moment when the divine sense was about to touch Ling Yunzi, he suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 183, Ghost Carriage Fire Scale Python. Three-headed Phoenix Feather Serpent. A pair of mortal enemies. Nighttime. Darkness enveloped the imperial tomb. The front of the teleportation array. Two evil demonic clouds were recklessly tumbling and colliding. Rumble. Like a boiling black sea, it was flooded with scarlet. The two figures stood majestically, their bodies exuding a palpitating fluctuation of demonic power. Frantic. Fresh. Their figures loomed in the demonic clouds, and behind them were two huge demonic body silhouettes. Void. With a few similarities. All of them look like they have the heads of three birds with feathered backs. But one body was like a big soft-shelled turtle and the other like an alligator, but also covered in full scales. Both feet are sharp as hooks, and are equally covered with scales and bird feathers. There are several intertwined snake tails behind them. It was like a god or devil coming out of nothingness with an unrivaled aura. It was as if giant beasts had come from the ancient times and were about to engage in a showdown that would shake the heavens and the earth. The silhouette hissed up to the sky. Shock and awe in all directions. What's the situation? A slightly rounded flower snake pokes its head out from behind a tree. Looking 100 meters ahead, the two sides of the standoff asked suspiciously. In the face of his inquiry, the other two present, who were invisible under their robes, did not respond for a moment. Their gazes were merely locked, one touch above the battle. A few moments ago, Ling Yunzi awoke from his initiation. It wasn't just because he sensed the prying eyes of a certain flower snake, more so because of something else. The teleportation array is going to open. The faint but very clear fluctuation of breath soon spread throughout the Imperial Tomb. All of the demon clans that were in it were able to sense the summoning. The three who had been waiting for this moment, of course, rushed over as fast as they could. However, out of caution, they didn't immediately appear in the proximity of the teleportation array. Instead, at a certain distance from the teleportation array, he began to collect his breath and sneak around. This approach, as it turns out, is very wise, especially after sensing that, in front of the teleportation array, two strong strands of demonic power and divine sense were charging and fighting with each other. In addition, like them, there were quite a few other great demons lurking to the left. There were even three powerful figures that similarly revealed the existence of their demon generals. Two demon generals fighting in front of the teleportation array was not good news for them. Also, the other demon generals showed up but didn't rush to the teleportation array. This also gave Ling Xiao an ominous feeling. These two demon generals, are they sibling rivalry? Or nephew and uncle against each other? Or even more bombastic, father-son rivalry? At this time, Su Chengxian couldn't help but once again transmit his divine sense. Though on the surface, the two sides, a shadowy man clad in scarlet scaled armor, carried a large umbrella that shone with thunderous light. The other was a youth clad in a black robe with a pale face, his figure hidden in the dense demonic mist, and on top of his head was a large black streamer. There wasn't much resemblance. However, these two demon generals' instants looked very much like they were related by close bloodlines. Did a conflict break out here over the dragon eggs? Hey! Without waiting for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to reply, Su Chengxian exclaimed again. Asterisk asterisk. It's really dry. Before the words fell, he saw that in front of him, a battle had indeed erupted. Phew! Instantly the winds were raging and the demonic clouds were churning. The man in scarlet armor threw the large umbrella in his hand. Into the air. Thunder light flashed on the large umbrella, and it instantly opened wide before spinning rapidly. It changed into a giant umbrella several feet in size. Then, a red light shot out from the umbrella. Surprisingly, a sword formation was formed instantly, consisting of 9,981 slender, blood-colored flying swords. On each blade, purple arcs of electricity and blazing flames jumped. In an instant, they intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable dragnet. Thunder fire burned in the demonic clouds, as if even the mists were torn apart by its heat and fury. He yelled down, "Die!" The sword formation moved towards the opposite enemy and killed them. On the other hand, the demon general on the opposite side, with merciless eyes as black as the abyss, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, he offered up that large streamer expressionlessly, a white bone blood devouring streamer. Roar! Roar! Above the surface of the streamer, the densely branded runes instantly transformed into countless skeletons. As he slowly waved the streamer, everything around him began to distort, and an extremely cold and gloomy aura, summoned by the white bone streamer, kept surging in, accompanied by a burst of mournful ghostly cries and wails. The skeleton coalesced into a large ghost head. The ghost head's bloody mouth opened, and countless translucent, distorted-faced resentful souls broke free from the white bone blood-devouring streamer. They hovered and hissed in the air, forming a suffocating storm of death that swept towards the sword formation. You shouldn't be here. His eyes were like abysses, reflecting purple flames, flickering calmly and cruelly, and a cold smile of endless desire for battle hung at the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao, who was watching the fight in the arena, heard an abrupt voice say, not only is the voice abrupt, but the content has to be even more one-sided. The thunder and lightning that surrounded him seemed to be an extension of his will, ready to turn all enemies that stood in his way into flying dust. The voice continued. He said, you know that if you come here, meet me, and die, why do you still come? And his opponent, pulling up the corners of his mouth, smiled. For missing you, oh my dear big brother. Su became immortal? What are you doing? Idle and bored. Explaining the plot to you guys. Su Chengxian smiled thinly and said, by the way, to ease the overly tense atmosphere. Well, did I make it? He asked. Very successful. For a moment, Ling Xiao couldn't even look straight at the two demon generals in the great battle. Because I miss you? Something. Wretch. Hey. Su Changxian cocked his tail,
pleased with himself for ruining the image of the two demon generals. It was a pity that he couldn't loudly reveal his talent in this area like all the demon clans present.
Inexplicably, there is a little bit of regret, my dear big brother. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but transmit his voice. Have you thought about it? Ready to swallow the demon pills of whoever they are? Oh, exempt? What? You're still going to help me swallow? Su Changxian instantly deflated. That's big talk. What's with the backstabbing? Wasn't it said that the demon race's greatest treasure was its own demonic body? And the cultivation of the original magic weapon, but also easily will not take out against the enemy. Therefore, preferred melee combat and casting natural aptitudes and battle techniques. Then what was the situation with these two powerful magic weapons? Two magic weapons, both of which are of the lower grade magic treasure grade. Ling Xiao said. Also, they are not brothers. A ghost car fire scale python. A three-headed phoenix feathered serpent. What kind of relative is that? Not relatives. Ling Yunzi said. On the contrary, from ancient times until now, the bloodlines they belong to have always been mortal enemies. Chapter 184 10-headed ghost carriage. 9-headed phoenix bird. Boom. Rumble. Ghost car fire scale python. 3-headed phoenix feathered serpent. A thunderbolt sword formation umbrella. A white bone soul devouring flag. The fighting was unrelenting. The demonic power swept across the sky with reckless abandon. And the treacherous red and black demonic clouds were like the demonic flames tumbling in the dark night, coloring the sky both demonic and depressing. The wind was howling and roaring. The collision of the two forces was like a thunderous explosion, plus the ghostly commotion, causing the entire area around the teleportation array. All the demon races retreated. Su Chengxian's trio made the same choice. There's no way they're just going to charge up there, given the situation in front of them. The best thing to do is to stay put for now and wait for the situation to change. Strange. Su Chengxian couldn't see it. Those of them whose cultivation strength was not as strong as others, hid. Those three demon general realms, too, all intentionally avoided the spot. Choose to watch from the wall. Like he was waiting for something. Why are they waiting? Were they waiting for these two demon generals to finish fighting? It doesn't make sense. The teleportation array was not affected by the battle. The demon generals could completely step into it with ease and go to the real true Dragon Emperor's tomb through teleportation. It couldn't be that all 5 demon generals present had failed to find the dragon egg, could it? The 3 demon generals who didn't make a move on the sidelines. Among them was that General BOM who was in league with Jin Hong. He hadn't found the dragon egg, which Su Chengxian was aware of. What about the other 2? No luck either? If that was true, was it their bad luck? Or was it that this imperial tomb had been nearly emptied? Whichever reason, these demon generals were waiting here. It was possible that they were coveting the dragon eggs in the hands of the other demon clans. And coincidentally, they just happened to have one in their hands. These 2 demon generals look so much alike that they're not relatives but enemies? Su Chengxian asked in a voice transmission. Are their identities special? Is that why the other 3 great demons were made to wait? Willingly? So were they going to wait for the 2 demon generals who were fighting to finish their fight, and then gang up and rob the other demon clans together? Or are you going to rob these 2 together? Idle anyway. He didn't ask about this directly, but asked about the most interesting parts first. Both are ancient dragon species relics with returned bloodlines. Ling Xiao said. Ancient ancestral dragons' direct bloodline and the descendants of ancient great demons. Nowadays the Fae of the demon race, bearing the power of inheriting 2 superb bloodlines. Once awakened, the speed of cultivation far exceeds that of the same race, and the battle power is formidable. TSK. Su Chengxian smacked his lips. The true dragon clan's modesty in copulation and birth of children is about a copulation without a class. And it's been sticking to the same thing for millions of years, from the oldest ancestors to the next generation. One can't help but be impressed. I just don't know. Are these 2 the descendants of the dragon species born from the mating between the ancestral dragon bloodline and which ancient great demon is not born from intercourse? Ling Yunzi was silent for a split second, correcting Su Chengxian's wording. Not intercourse. Su Chengxian froze and then reacted. Oh, so it's a pregnancy tainted by the bloodline chi of the ancestral dragon? Exactly. In ancient times, the existence of a direct bloodline with the ancestral dragon was known as the dragon seed. Legend has it that the ancient demon ghost car was born with 10 heads, and one was bitten off as a result of a fight with a dragon species. The bitten off head crashed to the ground, the severed cavity dripping blood. He then swallowed the fallen head into his stomach, expecting a new one to grow out. Unfortunately, the dragon seed's breath was too overbearing, and not only did the new head not grow, the head that was swallowed into the abdomen also spawned an egg. When the yin and yang of heaven and earth intermingle, in the midst of chaos and flesh and blood, a new life is conceived. Ancestral dragon is burdened with the yang energy of heaven and earth.
And all living creatures between heaven and earth.
All wasps, scales, hair, feathers, insects and other 5 bugs of the column. All with the yin gas of heaven and earth. Therefore, in the ancient times when the chaotic chi had not completely dissipated, there were still new heaven and earth fae being born.
This ghost card fire scale python in front of me has 3 heads.
It seems to be a bloodline that has awakened past the bloodline of the ancient great demon ghost cart. Ling Xiao said.
The fire scale python was his original pack. She hadn't heard much about this clan.
It should be a power that doesn't rank high in the demon domain.
After awakening the ghost car bloodline, it became the ghost car fire scale python. It was considered a foreign species among the demon race,
with a better future in cultivation.
His cultivation should be in the middle demon general realm.
If he awakens one more time, I'm afraid he'll be able to break the realm, break the boundary and be promoted to demon commander.
With such a qualification, there was a good chance that the Jiao King would take a liking to him.
Got it.
Same purpose as the red-eyed black Jiao and the others, who went to avoid the water demon Marquis.
Su Changxian said. After saying that, he asked, that 3-headed phoenix feather snake, what is it about?
He comes from a much bigger place. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled.
Has Yuan Feng heard of it?
Don't you tell me that his ancestor was born from an ancestral dragon and a Yuan Feng.
Even if it was sympathetic,
Su Changxian had to refuse to accept this truth.
Mainly, this 3-headed flying feathered serpent was too ugly. The evil aura is not at all in line with the image of a brilliant and atmospheric divine beast. Everything else could be tolerated, but Phoenix had to be pretty in his case.
Is not. Legend has it that at the time of the chaos, Yuan Feng and Ancestral Dragon were on a par with each other in terms of power,
and the latter had the 2 chis of yin and yang. No matter how strong the Ancestral Dragon's aura was, it could not taint Yuan Feng's body. Moreover,
the era in which the flying feather serpent was born cannot be traced back to ancient times.
The phoenix bird, like the ghost car,
belonged to the same category of ancient great demons,
weaker than an ancient demon, by more than a few mortal degrees, not to mention Yuan Feng. In ancient times, the Yuan Feng gave birth to the roc and the peacock, and after they fell,
a clan of phoenix birds was born above their tail feathers.
One of them, a 9-headed phoenix, fought with Basho in the ancient times, injured, giving birth to a 9-headed feathered serpent. My goodness, it seems like fighting in the distant past is really dangerous. Su Changxian lamented after hearing this. After lamenting, he wondered, how did these 2 bloodlines feud? And what is the feud that can continue from ancient times to the present? Speaking of which,
these 2 demon clans in the immediate battle were both awakening their bloodlines and returning to their ancestors, and it was likely that they were born into completely unrelated clans between them.
At this point, fighting to the death, could it be that awakening the bloodline would not only pass on power, but also hatred? If you want to say that, you're actually right.
Ling Xiao said,
this is the enmity in the bloodline inheritance. She paused at that, then turned and added, you don't seem to be wrong when you say they're related.
How?
Su Changxian was puzzled. Didn't Ling Yunzi say just now that it wasn't a relative? Is your majesty going to say that the rumor has it that the ghost car was born adhering to the phoenix bird's resentment?
Ling Yunzi said, yes, legend has it that in order to resurrect the Yuan Feng, the roc went around devouring the eggs of the strongest bloodline among the 100 birds. Among the phoenix birds,
the male is the phoenix and the female is the phoenix. The phoenix gives birth to 100 birds.
The roc was trying to sacrifice these bird eggs to heaven and earth in exchange for out a trace of Yuan Feng's soul to reincarnate. The result, naturally, was failure. As the parent bird cries at the loss of its egg, resentment coalesces over the egg laid by the roc, eventually giving birth to a monstrous bird with 10 heads. The strange bird was the later ancient demon ghost car.
So, in a sense, the ghost cart fire scale python and the 3-headed phoenix feather serpent could really be considered relatives. It's just a bit of a detour, and the feud between them is interesting to say the least. In ancient times, the ghost car and the phoenix bird was born against, especially look and lose a head of their own, very similar to the 9-headed phoenix bird, extraordinarily unpleasant, more fights, hatred accumulated, to the later, gradually becoming mortal enemies.
Between the dragon species, they were also obtaining more of the ancestral dragon's inheritance, and they were constantly fighting and killing each other.
Over the years, this hatred was seared into the bloodline inheritance. However, the fire scale python and flying feather serpent we saw fighting each other were not entirely out of enmity.
Ling Xiao said,
didn't you ever realize that there was something strange about their fight? Chapter 185. What is this? Strange place? Puzzled, Su Changxian bet his eyes back on the battlefield,
and it was at this time that he noticed a little change on the battlefield. The battle between the 2 demon generals continued.
The other 3 great demons were still on the sidelines. He took a closer look, didn't notice anything strange about the fight, However, that General BOM, who was interested in the dragon eggs as well as the elixir on the three of them at Jin Hong's instigation, didn't seem to be looking at the field. The state of not being able to release one's divine sense was very disconcerting. It was as if many pairs of eyes had been lost. At a time when one has to observe the situation with the naked eye, it is difficult to accurately determine the direction of the other party's attention. Solely, under the tempering of the physical body, the organs, including the eyes, were greatly enhanced. Even when separated by a few hundred meters, when infusing blood qi into his vertical pupils, Su Chengxian realized that he could see more clearly. I saw Jin Hong following General Baum. No wonder I didn't notice him just now. It turned out that this fellow was hiding within the defense shield of the teleportation array. It's a safe place to be. Then following General C's eyes, he also quickly saw that what he was looking at with interest was a figure secretly approaching the teleportation array. The figure, not fast, but stealthy, like a strand of fallen leaves swept up by a gale, hidden within the mist, under the demonic clouds of the two great demons fighting each other. He approached his target. Bad. He's finished. Hopeless. Su Chengxian, in a voice transmission with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, gave the stalker, who thought he was acting stealthily, a critical notice. Just look at General BOM. He's obviously up to no good. Boldly playing small tricks under the demon general's nose and getting caught. It's not going to end well. Sure enough, the next instant, whoosh, a demonic light, transformed into a sharp arrow, stabbed at that, gradually approaching the shadow of the teleportation array. Boom, boom. The dark shadow was torn through its camouflage by the sharp arrow, revealing one of the slightly chubby, bird-headed men. The man sidestepped and raised his hand to reverse his palm, spitting out demonic light from his palm and blasting the sharp arrow away. Then, instead of retreating, he hurriedly rushed towards the destination of the trip, the teleportation array. No wonder a great demon would dare to make a move right at this moment. Ling Xiao said. It turns out to be dependent. This strike showed that although the other party was a great demon rear realm, he should have cultivated a very marvelous body technique. Under the restriction of divine sense, it was still possible to avoid the attacks of the demon generals. Of course, it's also because that General BOM didn't go all out. The reason for not going all out is also simple. General Baum's move seemed to be just to force this great demon to show himself. Next, it was the message he was going to convey to the rest of the demon race, who were hiding in the shadows. Won't back off? A cold snort and a contemptuous remark were clearly transmitted in all directions amidst the battle between the two demon generals. Then die. Boo. A punch. The wind and thunder moved in the demon general's punch. Boom. Ow. The great demon that had been discovered in its tracks but refused to retreat revealed its true form under this strike. Su Chengxian fixed his eyes. This big demon's head looks like a pheasant, and his body looks like a clam. This is the awakening of a mirage dragon's bloodline? Ling Yunzi's voice transmission floated over it this time. What the hell? A mirage dragon? Su Chengxian stared. Is it awakening a dragon bloodline to look like this? Nice guy. Dragons are really not picky. However, on second thought, if the clam essence is transformed into a form, all of them are as beautiful as the ones acted in the previous life's drama. It's not impossible. Taking another look at the other party's huge demon body, it was 7 or 8 feet. Hiss. If we could use this to raise pearls, we'd be dead in the water. Unfortunately, it's about to die, because General BOM is clearly trying to make a point with the other's death. Boo! The second punch arrives. Boom! Under this punch, the 2 shells on the clam's body were cracked with large cracks. Mercy! General, spare your life! The big clam, at this point, knew to be afraid, realizing that the punch in front of him, it wasn't him blocking it, it was the other guy making him block it. Hurry up and beg loudly for mercy. Begging to live. Worried that the demon general would not agree, he hissed again. I have dragon eggs on me. I am willing to offer it to the general. I only beg you, general, to take me along. Offer it to this general? General BOM snorted and said faintly, it's too late. Boom! Between raised hands, another punch was thrown. Immediately after that, one after another, he mobilized the aura of heaven and earth with his demonic power and blasted out several punches. Boom! 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 Hammered that big clam spirit. Alive. Good boy. Su Chengxian staggered. That's a pretty violent move. Fortunately, we didn't act rashly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of sneaking over there before, taking advantage of the demon general's battle, but the intuition was that it was too risky to do so before he didn't speak up. If you just want to do that, I won't agree. Ling Xiao hummed. But this road doesn't work, so what should we do? Su Chengxian asked. If these demon generals, they must block the road. There seem to be just 2 paths before us. Other than that one, it's down to breaking and entering. Wait and see. Ling Yunzi transmitted. It's almost done fighting.
When Su Changxian heard this, he immediately looked towards the two demons who were fighting extremely fiercely, almost fighting to the death,
and then towards Lin Jianzi. He sent a puzzled inquiry. Yunchan, how did you see that the fight was going to be over? There's still talk of a fight to finish? Isn't it immortal? Or is there a side that's not going to be able to handle it? At this time, General B said aloud. Since none of you are prepared to show yourselves, then give us an honest wait first. It will not be too late for you to move until we command you to do so. If anyone dares to approach the teleportation array without authorization, there is such a demon. There was silence in the arena. No one answered. Mother asterisk 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 her, dog Bei, bossy, Su Changxian cursed. At the same time, it also reacted that Ling Yunzi, he was right. The battle, it's almost over. But why? He couldn't imagine why the two sides, looking to resolve life and death, would stop fighting so quickly. Old ghost, take a closer look. Besides immortality, there's something else, Ling Xiao said. What else? Su Changxian wondered. She had just said there was something strange about the fight, but she didn't see it herself. At this point, one can't help but observe again. To say it's weird. He finally noticed something strange. Fighting to the death. Each was striking out with all their might, showing no mercy at all. Mana clashed, divine sense entangled, magic weapons bombarded, and instants fought. Bright red flesh and blood spilled, and it made him salivate to see it. Every move was aimed at the opponent's vitals. However, Su Changxian quickly noticed that every time at the juncture where he could kill, or seriously injure the opponent, he would deviate by a few points. So, until now, the two great demons that were fighting, let alone seeing life and death, they didn't even hurt the vitals. What's going on? What a situation. Chapter 186. This is an open robbery. Silence. The demon generals who were fighting each other did not open their mouths. Did you not think of a line? Eyesight and insight can really save your life. Su Changxian realized that it wasn't too late for him to understand this. At least, it was not too late compared to the great demon that had just died. It feels like that guy died a little unfairly. He now suspected that the two demon generals who were fighting in the field were putting on a show. The purpose was to trick those great demons into coming out to die. But, on second thought, it doesn't seem quite right. With the strength of the demon general realm, is it necessary to deal with some big demons? It's not necessary. Completely unnecessary. The power of being one great realm higher was not to say that it could crush all great demon realms, but it was almost the same. Su Changxian didn't have any experience fighting the demon general realm, but as of now, what he saw, whether it was the flying feather serpent or the fire scale python, as well as the general BOM who had just struck out to exterminate a great demon, the power they displayed was truly very strong. Or, is it to make a scene and draw everyone in? You don't think it's good to find the big demons one by one because they're all hiding and dodging? That's not right either. The teleportation array is right here. The great demons who guarded this place and got the dragon eggs with the intention of going to the secret realm always came. No need to be condescending. You're thinking too much, Ling Xiao said after hearing Su Changxian's doubts. Where's the drama in that? They were really fighting each other. Fighting each other? It's true. Avoiding the essentials is also true. But the purpose of fighting each other is not to kill each other. Instead, he used the other party as a whetstone to improve his own battle power and cultivation. Both sides can benefit a lot from their previous fights. After Ghost Car lost one of his heads, his behavior became even more wild and ferocious, and the nine-headed worm he gave birth to inherited his temperament and was very warlike. The dragon and phoenix clans were not at peace with each other in ancient times, and several wars broke out. The feathered serpent, born to the nine-headed phoenix and the dragon species Basho, is disliked by both parents, struggles to survive, and has an extremely explosive and aggressive personality. When their two sides met, the battle was as fierce as could be imagined. Descendants inherited from these two will inevitably be affected by them under the bloodline awakening return. It is necessary to meet and kill each other. Otherwise, it's agitated. As Ling Yunzi spoke, he reminded Su Changxian in passing that if he were to similarly awaken his bloodline, he should remember to seek him out for the meditation and concentration Dan elixir. Avoid being affected by the power of the bloodline. However, this killing each other is not without its benefits. Not only would it hone both sides' battle skills, but it might also, in turn, inspire a bloodline awakening. The two sides are rivals. It is also a mutual cultivation aid. It's a chance to have this kind of opponent. Ling Xiao said, bloodline awakening was of great significance to demon race cultivators. So, they're sparring? Su Changxian summarized his statement, but then he felt that if this was merely sparring, fighting to this extent was a bit much. Although they avoided the vitals, in this short moment, the injuries of both sides, too, reached a menacing point. If the fight continues, I'm afraid I'm going to hurt my roots. So, soon the fighting would stop. At this point, he remembered what Ling Xiao had said earlier and instantly understood. If it's just sparring, it won't serve the purpose of stimulating the bloodline. Ling Yunzi paused and said, "Look at this. This is not the first time they have fought. This is judged by the viciousness of the hand. Battles, especially ones that must see blood. It would have been hard to get a handle on it. It's easy to fight the real thing. Once it got real, the direction of the fight was not easy to control. You stab me, I stab you. The cuts are real, the blood is real, the pain is real. Don't you want to give it back? Besides, even if there was an agreement to be fair, one for each other, but in my heart, I inevitably feel that the stab you stabbed me with is deeper and heavier than I stabbed you. A few times down the line, there was no grudge, and there soon was. So there is killing and hostility in this sparring match, and the favor has to be suppressed. As long as one person failed to keep their heart, the sparring would turn into a real life and death struggle. I do hope that they can truly fulfill each other and go the distance. As days go by, hearts change. Trust is an extremely fragile thing. Difficult. Su Changxian said. Cooperation based on common interests causes harm to each other, and the relationship is in a precarious state at all times. It's too hard to maintain for the long haul. But this was someone else's business, so he didn't bother to think about it, and turned to say, so, when they met, they were bound to have a fight, and the other 3 demon generals knew about it, so they didn't stop them? Can't stop it. Ling Xiao said, the narrow path will not end without a fight. Anyone who tries to get in the way, they'll all come together and beat up the guy who's in the way first. I see. Su Changxian had an epiphany. So they're not afraid of the other 3 demon generals, kicking them out after they're done fighting. It's a partnership between them. As odd as this partnership is, it does exist. The 2 naturally allied demon generals, within a bureau of 5 demon generals, the other 3 have no basis of trust, and they are the absolute power. So, those 3 demon generals are waiting for them to finish fighting. It's in everyone's interest for a force that is absolutely dominant to weaken itself. Don't forget, their competition. It goes on. If both intend to enter the secret realm, which is inevitable, so why not wait? Think of it as watching a play. Anyway, this teleportation array will be passable for 3 days after it's opened, and they're in no hurry. Nice guy. After Su Changxian figured it out, he also counted on knowing why Ling Xiao said that he was overthinking things. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao, too, had said that he was overthinking things. The Northern Wasteland demon race is a strange existence that plays extraordinarily straight with all its deceit and intrigue. The fighting, it stopped, just between the 3 of them passing on their voices and talking. It didn't take long in total. From the start of the fight to the end, no more than an incense burner. You don't have to win or lose, and you don't have to see life or death. Is less interesting, but as a bystander to this fight, no one is bored. Watching others fight is never boring. Know your enemy and know yourself. The demon race might not all be well versed in this art of war, but everyone knew the reasoning. Don't say that between each other. There is a possibility that there will be a fight. After all, it is still in one place, competing for access to cultivation resources. It just doesn't matter. Watching the battle itself, you can learn some battle experience. If we can know their cultivation strength, and means of battle techniques, in the future, will not occupy the first opportunity? Usually when there's a fight, both sides will clear the area first by default. If you can't clear it, you'll find a way to avoid it. The killer is known, and there's a chance it won't work. It's also easy to figure out how to crack. That's why the fights within the water avoiding demon marquee residents are for the great demons to walk through the ring portal to a specialized secret realm of fights. Su Changxian also watched carefully. What you think about as you read, you also connect with what you didn't before pay attention to. My knowledge of the world, so little. You can't keep asking if you don't understand something. Gotta figure out how to summarize it myself. And while he was focused on the fight, he was also projecting what would happen if it went down. The heart said, next, we definitely have to touch base with these 5 demon generals. For sure. No matter what the other party's attitude was and what they wanted to do, they would not let them pass easily. And Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, and even himself, did not want to bow down. This time, General Bomb stepped forward. The flying feather serpent and fire scale python, who were fighting, retreated to the sides to meditate and regulate. He took off into the air holding his arms. Looking around, there was a few moments of contemptuous laughter. Gentlemen, just don't even hide it. Those who want to take the teleportation array, come out. Bring out your dragon eggs for us to pick from. If you are seen, there are other benefits for you. ***, this is an open robbery. Chapter 187 Demon Emperor General Lord Red Blood Banner. A few moments later, General BOM has made it clear. It's not an open robbery.
It's to make the great demon who found the dragon's egg take the initiative. Send the dragon eggs over and let them pick the good ones.
After the comparison, the worse ones, people don't want them.
Take yourselves through the teleportation array and go to the secret place. Whether it's a treasure hunt or a search for a dragon egg with a better bloodline to offer to the Jiao King,
they don't care. Leave it to your own devices. Everyone is on their own.
The ones that contain a lot of true dragon bloodline don't want you for nothing.
Will do you some favors. And it will take you with it into the teleportation array. Humph, that's not as bad as open robbery,
Ling Yunzi said directly after hearing this.
For him to say, it's really hard to evaluate which of the two is more offensive. Now this kind, Su Changxian said, for to his displeasure was added a sense of humiliation. The situation at hand, getting your way blocked isn't even close to being done. What you already have in your hands, you still have to send it over and let people pick and choose. What's the difference between that and sending your face up to be punched? He couldn't help but say in his heart, all of them feel excessive. Ling Xiao and Yunzi, I guess they don't want to endure it even more. Cultivators, more or less, have some pride in them, or rather, the existence of mastering some power. After a long time, no matter who it is inevitable to develop a few points of arrogance. How can you allow someone to insult you like that? Sister, old brother, what do we say? He sent a message to ask Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Then, it continued. Let me start by saying that I don't think I can trust these few demon generals. Let's not talk about the fact that this General Bom, who was standing in mid-air and speaking, from his words and actions to his demeanor, was so displeasing to him. Let's just say that General Bom and Jin Hong were head-to-head. Su Changxian wouldn't trust his demonic character. What's more, from what he just said, he heard that the other party didn't have much sincerity. What do you mean? If you can't see it, you take it yourselves? What else is there to look at and also give a little extra to bring someone along? Entering within the secret realm, everyone could be a competitor. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few less competitors? It is untrustworthy.
Ling Xiao agreed with Su Changxian. The demon race didn't like to play mind games. They were more direct in their actions. For example, the great demon with the dragon's egg was tricked out and killed. It doesn't have to be a total kill. As long as there is a great demon who falls for it, there will be dragon eggs in hand, so it's not a loss in any way. And by the way, take care of some opponents. If things go well, you can really pick one of the best dragon eggs, so as to land in a more favorable place. Then they've already gained something. Su Changxian said. The great clam spirit shouted before he died that there was a dragon egg on him. The other party's storage bag was now in General Bom's hands. Aside from General Bom, the other 4 demon generals, all of them had yet to open their mouths, but it looked like they were in some kind of tacit agreement. It seems that they either don't have any dragon eggs on hand, or they're not satisfied with the ones they find. Actually, even if you're happy with it, you won't mind to see if there are better options. The better the location of the fall, the more likely you are to be one step ahead and find a satisfactory spiritual treasure. After all, one can tell a little bit from the state of the imperial tomb. The good things in the Tsanglong mysterious realm should have been pretty much scavenged as well. Historically, it was from the emperor's tomb, where the dragon egg was found to gain access to the secret realm. The dragon eggs from the emperor's tomb are scarce, and all of them are still of poor quality. The resources within the secret realm, after so many openings, it was unknown how much was left. At this point, one step faster is one more benefit. Then how will they distribute it? Su Changxian said. They're all demon generals, so they shouldn't choose to use the same egg as a teleportation talisman. So, will it implode? Fight it. Fight it. What are you thinking? Ling Xiao said. Even if there will be a fight, it will have to be when the dragon eggs are finally divided. Of course, at this time, if there was anyone who took out a dragon egg that contained more than 50% of a true dragon's bloodline, it would be able to induce them to immediately start a great battle, because such a dragon egg ensured that the place where it landed would inevitably be the core of the Tsanglong mysterious realm. At the very least, it would be a demon marquee level true dragon fallen tomb. So expecting them to fight and take advantage of the chaos to enter the teleportation array is out of the question. Su Changxian lamented. One can only go on to figure out what to do, since there was a consensus that General Bom's words could not be trusted. No one moved. His words are not only untrustworthy, they cannot be trusted either. Ling Xiao continued. Don't forget that you guys still have Jin Hong. Jin Hong has a grudge against them, and General Bom also promised to help against the 3 of them. The most crucial thing was that they weren't prepared to let Jin Hong off the hook. This seat said that he has to die. Ling Yunzi said. Sure, exactly. Ling Xiao and Su Changxian said at the same time. Jin Hong has to die. This is something that has been agreed upon before. So what do you guys say? Will any of the demon clans believe it? Su Changxian asked. Of course there will be. Ling Xiao said. According to the rules of not becoming within the imperial tomb in the past,
demon generals don't kill the great demons at will, because we all have different claims.
The gap in cultivation and battle power also made it rare to clash with each other. The main reason was that killing great demons not only consumed mana, but also yielded minimal gains. Most of the demons who entered the Emperor's tomb were like Jean Han's brocade-clothed cousin,
who wouldn't bring their family belongings with them, and it could get you in trouble and be held against you by the other community.
There might just be a great demon who thinks that General BOM and the others
will follow this rule,
especially since the purpose of coming here was not to be a great demon who was the son-in-law of the Jiao King.
Perhaps in their opinion, following the side of a demon general into the secret realm would be safer and more rewarding than entering it on their own.
Then the spirit that touched it,
whose is it considered to be? Su Changxian asked. It's simple. Ling Yunzi picked up. Some things that are good for a great demon may not be seen by a demon general. Then again, the things in the secret realm are not that good.
The reason they were able to successfully search for spiritual objects along the way in the Emperor's tomb was because the three of them each had their own specialty,
and the three of them go in and out with each other. The other great demons were all acting alone,
and their harvest was definitely not comparable to theirs. If you happen to stumble upon a treasure and you're not capable of getting it yourself,
beg the demon general to do it and you can still get a piece of the pie.
There must be a great demon who would think so. Ling Zhao's judgment was rarely wrong. Thus while the three were talking,
there were already demon clansmen,
who came out from the shadows,
but not directly towards General BOM. Instead, after walking out, he stood some distance away from the teleportation array, that is,
the several demon generals.
Remotely,
he arched his hand towards the several demon generals.
Meet the generals, with one of them taking the lead.
There were soon 2 or 3 more great demons that slowly walked out. There was a flurry of greetings, but there was also a tacit agreement not to move forward.
Good. Is there anyone else? Seeing this,
General BOM laughed and asked again in a loud voice towards the surroundings.
As soon as the words fell,
several more great demons stepped out from the shadows.
Count them. Not much more than a dozen came out.
Humph,
there are only a dozen of them?
General B said in a cold voice as if he was very dissatisfied with this.
The rest of you, come out to us quickly and don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have.
With those words, he lifted his hand up.
A large flag, then, appeared at his side. Above the bright red flag was the word General. This is the Demon Emperor General Lord Red Blood flag. Chapter 188 Your big brother me. Old and powerful. Brash. Bloody. Brutality.
The demon flag fell to the ground and fluttered in the wind. It transformed into a 10-foot-tall banner,
standing proudly, not like a flag,
as if it were a crouching ferocious beast of heaven and earth. It exuded a palpitating pressure. The windless flag was glowing with crimson light, as if it had been dyed with countless blood.
The red is deep and eerie,
like the gates of hell being slowly pushed open. It leaked out a hint of unnameable terror.
Puff la la.
There was a sudden gust of wind.
Flag hunting in the gale, issued a deafening whistling.
The sound of the wind as if with the wailing of countless dead souls,
but also like the ancient battlefield horns. Under the agitation, a halo, from the place where the blood flag stood, spread in all directions. In an instant,
it enveloped the transmission array within a few miles around.
Retreat! Retreat!
The appearance of this halo caused the great demons that had just emerged from the shadows to roar and retreat backward.
No,
they didn't start backing up until the halo appeared.
It was drawing back just as the bloody banner hit the ground.
With the blood-colored flag as the center, the steeply rolling and opening demonic light was like a wave that engulfed the surrounding space. It was as if some kind of confinement had opened up where it was enveloped. Some of the great demons moved slowly and were instantly held on the spot.
The next moment,
it was as if it was suppressed. Those who are strong can barely manage to stay on their feet. Those who were weak were already on one knee.
Ooh!
A look of surprise flashed across Su Chengxian's vertical pupils.
What level of treasure is this? So bossy, so majestic. It's a real sight to behold. Weaving the flag, it was unknown what kind of spiritual material it was,
and it shimmered with a demonic luster in the darkness of the night. It seemed to flow with a blood-colored glow as it floated,
like a flowing flame,
or like a ferocious beast sticking out its scarlet tongue and licking the corners of its mouth.
The desire to pick and choose. Just looking at it, Su Chengxian seemed to smell the taste of blood from the ancient battlefield.
It makes one's heart chilled and at the same time gives birth to countless yearnings.
Wanted.
This was very much in line with the domineering and strong style of the demon race.
Even though this looks like a baby that only a villain would use, it's so handsome. You want it? Guess it's hard.
Ling Xiao listened. I just heard someone shout that this is the Demon Emperor General Lord Red Blood flag.
Su Chengxian wondered, listening to that name. Isn't it true that when one's cultivation reaches the Demon General realm, they have the chance to obtain one?
This is the army flag of the demon race, and it can only be refined with the seal of the Demon Emperor.
Ling Yunzi said,
If it was during the ancient times when the demon race was strong, and you had cultivated to the demon general realm and were in command of a mountain of demons, you might have a chance. At this point, the demon race had long since lost its former glory. The family is losing everything. How many years has the demon emperor not shown his face nowadays? There had also been no new red blood flag refined during this period. In the hands of the demon generals guarding the garrison, all of them may not have a red blood army flag for everyone. For General BOM to have a rod in his hand, it looks like he has some background. Demon generals couldn't leave the place where they were stationed without permission, and yet he appeared at the Dragon Clan's imperial tomb. I don't know what the purpose is. Also, the real name of this treasure is the Red Blood Formation Flag, Ling Xiao said. It's called the Demon Emperor General Lord Red Blood Flag at this moment because its owner is only a bit of demon general realm existence. What do you mean? Su Chushian's heart skipped a beat. It can't be. This treasure can grow along with its owner, right? That's right, Ling Xiao said. This is a top-grade spirit treasure level artifact that can seal the souls of ferocious beasts. Su Changxian had one thought right now. Trying to grab a magic weapon that was qualified to seal a divine soul had to be at the level of a magic treasure. Among the magic treasures, above the top grade is the spirit treasure. Spiritual treasures are further divided into acquired and innate, and then above that there is the supreme treasure. Again, there is a division into innate and acquired. I heard that there are even more powerful chaotic violet chi supreme treasures. However, in the current manhwa continent, the only thing that still has traces of its current existence is the Hotian Supreme Treasure Immortal Killing Gun. Other than that, innate spiritual treasures were the top of the line. The red-blooded formation flag seen in front of him, since it was said that it could only be refined by a demon emperor, was a Hotian spiritual treasure. It is not an innate spiritual treasure generated by heaven and earth. And enough. Enough is enough. Old me is only at the strength of the great demon realm now, so I am content with such a treasure. Snakes can't be too greedy. Greed is easy to hold on to. Ling Xiao, what do you say? How do we snatch it? Right now this pole is not yet a spiritual treasure level. Ling Xiao said. Under the opening, the beast soul did not show up. It should be the remnant soul of the heaven and earth ferocious beast of the sealed species, which has not been truly awakened. So what was on display was just a little bit of residual power. Old me understands. Su Changxian stated that he didn't mind. Didn't this mean that the red blood formation flag could eventually grow into a spiritual treasure level magic weapon? But before that, it needed to continuously enhance its power through some means? Nothing. With a flick of his serpentine tail, he said smugly, I'm good at playing foster. Don't be silent. Su Changxian yelled in the voice transmission. Sister, Yunzi, how are we going to charge? You guys talk, I'll cooperate. Humph. What? Why don't you come out and pay your respects? At this time, a cold snort came over. General B lied under the red blood formation flag with a sneer on his face. Is it still refusing to die? But don't give your face away. Moncler Outlet Online. Su Changxian couldn't help but curse. His dad. What the hell? I wonder if I would oppress the weak like this when I became a very strong being. But he's the oppressed weakling right now, so he's disgusted by this behavior. He couldn't help but transmit his voice to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, asking, there's really no way to break the game? A female emperor and a Dao Lord, just letting someone bully you? Returning the favor, asked to fight back. Him, then take the opportunity to seize the treasure that is the red blood formation flag, and then get Jin Han's ing in the process. Then he disappeared into the teleportation formation and went to the Sunlong mysterious realm. Perfect. Of the 5 demon generals, only one stepped forward. The other 4, they're all just watching with cold eyes. Ling Xiao's voice was calm. She certainly didn't want to just retreat, so she was trying to find a way out. Apparently, this General BOM is leading this game. He doesn't have dragon eggs. It was likely that he had convinced the other 4 demon generals. They are not necessarily willing to contribute. Ling Yunzi picked up. That's good news. In other words, the main opponent to face was only one demon general. Meaning, we can break through? Su Changxian asked. Difficult. Ling Yunzi frowned. A demon general, or a demon general who had mastered the red blood formation flag blocking the way. It was not easy to rush through. Once the red blood formation flag is unfurled, it is a trapped formation. Within the trapped formation, the owner of the formation flag was like the supreme lord of that side of heaven and earth. Besides, I don't know if this fellow has cultivated a Dharma domain boundary. This was the heaven and earth Dharma realm avatar that one had the opportunity to cultivate after reaching the demon general realm. This is to comprehend a heavenly law. After comprehending it, one unfolds one's divine sense, and with one's own mana, condenses the aura of heaven and earth, and one can open up a boundary. Within the boundary master is honored. The knot unfolds as if it were drawn. When fighting,
As long as you trap your opponent in it, you may be invincible.
The reason why it was possible,
rather than absolute, was because the boundary was, after all, just a piece of, the power of which was based on the cultivation mana of its owner. If the enemy's power was stronger and the Dharma domain was broken,
oneself would also be damaged.
The use of the Dharma domain was originally not for ordinary fighting, but for two armies.
The division of cultivation realms of the demon race was originally based on how many armies they could command.
And the red blood formation flag coupled with the Dharma domain boundary.
Ling Yunzi said with a furrowed brow.
This is almost as solid as gold for us. The teleportation array was under the shroud of the red blood flag defense formation, but breaking in is no different than throwing yourself into a trap. What's more, breaking through the red blood formation to break in was no easy task. Just charging into the formation. I'm still somewhat sure,
Ling Xiao said. She had awakened a trace of the bloodline of the ancient giant serpent.
Rate Ran. Ancient demon rate. Changshan snake also.
It is rumored that if you strike the head,
the tail will come. If you strike the tail, the head will come. And if you strike it, the head and tail will come.
It is also the most skilled in military strategy among the ancient demons.
One of his natural aptitudes was to break the game. But what to do after breaking into the formation? You and I may be able to block the demon general for a few moments by joining forces, Ling Yunzi said.
I also have a divine ability that can confuse the opponent for a few breaths. But it wasn't enough to get them out of the way and then enter the teleportation array after removing the dragon egg.
I say, have you guys forgotten that there is still a big brother around? Su Changxian grunted. Sister, old brother, believe in big brother for once?
Your big brother,
me, is old and powerful. Chapter 189 Hat.
There's really someone who's not afraid of death to break in.
Are you sure? Ling Xiao asked. A little bit. Su Changxian returned. A little, right? Ling Yunzi's eyelids fluttered. There is, I'm sure, Su Changxian hurriedly said. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, I'll take you guys and run. It's guaranteed that the demon generals won't be able to keep us. I promise. Then I will believe you once. Ling Xiao was silent for an instant and said, retreating is definitely not an option. Letting this opportunity go, who's to say it will go well next time? The path of cultivation seizes resources, and every time you have to do your best. Otherwise, it will be like rowing a boat against the current, and will only lag behind others more and more. So, even if a demon general blocked the way, you still had to go through it. Great, Su Changxian laughed. Then hurry up and find out the weaknesses of this layout and let's get ready to charge. No need to look. No need to look? Raytrant's natural aptitude is not to find out the broken weaknesses to break the game. Ha! It's stepping into a situation. And wherever you go, it's a breakthrough. Bullseye. The three of them immediately began to plan how to conduct the battle next. No need to argue or plan too well. As long as each is assigned the part they are responsible for. The longer it dragged on, the less good it would do them. The teleportation array opened and they rushed here to witness the demon generals fighting each other. And until now, only a meal had passed. More than half of them were spectating the fight between the ghost carriage fire scale python and the three-headed flying feather serpent. In fact, it was only a few moments from the time General BOM struck down the clam spirit to this moment. The surrounding great demons now still had the anger stirred up in them by this demon general who acted in a domineering manner and spoke very unpleasantly. The heart for entering the Tsanglong mystic realm was still warm. As they rushed over, perhaps some great demons would follow and make a move. Mixing it up together more or less takes the pressure off. If we wait for this aura to dissipate, someone is sure to back off. So, very quickly, the three of them then talked it over. Su Changxian shrunk in size and reshaped into a small snake, not much thicker than a chopstick. However, instead of hiding on Ling Yunzi's side, it was wrapped around Ling Zhao's wrist. General, they seem intent on making an alliance. Jin Hong stepped out from within the defense shield of the teleportation array. He hid in there to avoid being caught in the wave of the demon general's rivalry. Now that the battle was over, General C set up the red blood formation flag again. Since there was no danger outside, it was natural to think about coming out and getting close to each other again, especially when he saw some of the great demons that had the appearance of wanting to gather and discuss. He couldn't help but be a little worried. At that exact moment, General BOM fell from midair, and he rushed to meet him. An alliance? Poof. General BOM hummed disdainfully. An alliance is out of the question. If they truly intended to make an alliance and then work together to break through the barrier, they wouldn't be close to each other at this moment. Instead, one should try to converse with a divine voice transmission. Although this place is not good for divine sense to unfold, they are not far apart. Even having the heart to fight against the demon generals, were they still afraid of consuming this amount of divine sense? The more you get together in one place like this, the less you have the guts to do it. It's just a bunch of rabble. Is this the time to bluff and try to force yourself to give in? It's just ridiculous. What General said is true. Jin Hong cupped him and said obediently, these great demons, romantically speaking, are not from one place, and it will definitely be difficult to set a covenant in a few words. The northern wilderness is divided into 4 parts. Half of the demon clans that came here came from the northern demon region guarded by the Jiao King. The other half, however, came from the east, west and south of the land. What's more, even if they are familiar with each other, in the face of the general's might, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to believe that the other party could work with them. Right? Ha ha, not bad. You do have a few smarts. General BOM was held in high regard. I don't dare to take the general's praise. Jin Hong hurriedly arched his hand. It's just that, if they stayed still like this, wouldn't it be tiring for the general to wait more? Then do you have a way to drive them to obey? General BOM asked with a sidelong glance at him. Unmistakably, the kid doesn't have any other way. Jin Hong bowed again and said, why don't I help the general persuade them a few times? It's only 3 days. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. If they want to walk through the teleportation array and head to the Tsanglong mysterious realm, they will have to obediently come to this general. General B narrowed his eyes and said, what's the rush? In his eyes, those great demons were just rats that could be slapped to death with his hands, just for fun, including the one in front of me. Saying that, he swept Jin Hong a glance and added with a leathery smile, but since you have this heart, go up and say a few words. He said, if this kid wants to be in the limelight, let him be. When the time comes, he'll be unlucky if he gets cynical and gets killed. And save yourself the trouble. Ha ha, this kid doesn't really think that as long as the great demon behaves obediently, we'll let them pass, right? When Jin Hong stood in mid-air, and opened his mouth to persuade the surrounding great demons to come over quickly and hand over the dragon egg to the demon generals, one of the demon generals couldn't help but transmit his voice to General BOM, and laughed derisively. Hey, some little wisdom. No great use. General BOM smiled sorrowfully. Let him be. If we can really trick a few out, it's good. It's also a lot of fun to play around with. After saying that, not really caring, he added, if I can't fool him, I'll find a reason to kill him first. Jin Hong came along on his own, and there was no friendship with him. Saving him was just a matter of passing. It's just a matter of killing it. He didn't get the dragon's egg at the time and was impatient to keep looking. Yet not only did he not want to return empty-handed, but he also wanted to make some gains in that Tsanglong mysterious realm. What then? Then they had to hit other big demons with their ideas. Grabbed Jin Hong and thought the other guy had a dragon egg on him. As a result, it was a wasted effort. At this time, after Jin Hong opened his mouth, several more great demons walked out. There seemed to be a desire to come forward. Ha! This kid's mouth is quite good at talking. The demon general who had just opened his mouth said again. Ha! If it weren't for this little guy's good words, I wouldn't have kept him until now. General BOM narrowed his eyes and laughed. And it's thanks to him that this general came up with this great idea. A robbery that fell through made him realize that robbing a great demon might not be rewarding. Another thought was that there was just something to be gained, and the dragon eggs that arrived might not be to his liking. Besides, it's no fun to be like this. Boring as hell. Then, it occurred to him that he might as well block the path of all the great demons and make them bring out their dragon eggs so that he could pick them out together. Pick the best one. Overpower all the great demons and then tease them a bit. The unlucky ones who get picked, he'll put on the bandwagon. Wait until we get to the Tsanglong secret realm and then kill each other. It can be fun to give hope and then erase it. But to do so, he would have to let the other demon generals split the stage. He was not familiar with the other 4 demon generals either. However, when they reached the realm of demon generals, they were all from the rule of the Jiao King again. Even if they weren't friends, they had more or less heard of each other's names. When we met, we were all able to strike up a conversation. From this, everyone happily agreed to keep all the great demons in the Imperial Tomb. Ha! General BOM chuckled. When all these little rat-like snakes come out and send their stuff up, I'll crush them one by one. The look on their faces before they died must have been funny, wailing and begging for mercy, or indignant and angry. Anyway, it's going to be hilarious. The great demons that come here are mostly from the dragon and snake lineage, the snake and python clan. Most of them have a demon body that is very soft. When strangled, it will curl up and wrap around my wrist. Soft and fun. Of the other 4 demon generals, 2 were meditating and the other 2 didn't answer. They're all in the same realm, so they're not guilty of flattering anyone. Although it was felt more or less that General BOM was sick, he was sick enough to do something that was not only harmless, but also good for his side. Why bother with words? At that moment, they sensed a movement ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures, riding demonic clouds, were approaching at a rapid pace. General BOM, who was enjoying himself, smiled for a moment. then smiled even more broadly. Ha! There's really someone who's not afraid of death coming to make a hard breakthrough. Chapter 190 Excessive Control. Watch the old man swallow you. General, an enemy is coming.
The mid-air Jin Hong also saw the rushing figure. It is precisely what I had mentioned to the general.
That water-avoiding snake. The White family siblings. Just how come I don't see that darn flower snake? But that's okay. It would be good to kill this Fong's sister and brother by General Baum's hand first. With a flash of his eyes, a plan came to him, and he immediately roared loudly. Daring! How dare you trespass the Great Formation? Before the words fell, those two figures had already arrived in an instant. Come to the close proximity of the wall of defensive light. The weapon was brandished. Boom! Boom! A green and a white, two strands of demonic power, set off a burst of demonic light, impacting on top of the formation's light wall, emitting several booms. Good enough. Jin Hong forced himself to hold back before he didn't show his joy. What he wanted to do was to put the name of breaking into the formation on the heads of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's siblings, and to loudly proclaim that it was also a way to show his closeness to General C, forcing the two demons to not dare to come forward. Then without giving them a chance to argue, he went up to fight them. What General Bom wanted was for the great demons to obediently come out and offer the dragon eggs in their hands. For a great demon to make a hard breakthrough at this time would be a slap in his face. General Bom, who had been swept off his feet, was sure to make an example of him. However, he did not expect that the Ling Xiao siblings were really here to break into the formation. That would save me the trouble, Jin Hong said in his heart. In his mouth, he also had to arch his fire towards General C, saying, General, these two demons are bold and daring, obviously not taking your words to heart. Provoking you like this is unforgivable. My humble cultivation is shallow, but I am also willing to go forward and capture them. Humph, can't use you. General Bom grunted. He had an insight into Jin Hong's mind, but was too lazy to point it out. It's going to kill anyway. This little guy opening his mouth at this moment gave him an excuse to exterminate the incoming demons. Otherwise, one has to worry about striking too hard and scaring the little rats that stand far away, and those that hide in the shadows and don't dare to come over. Then the general is going to do it himself? Jin Hong anxiously pursued the question. There's no need for this general to make a move. General Bom, they can't break through this general's blood flag formation. What's the fun in killing one or two? Not only is it uninteresting, it doesn't save enough blood food to give the big baby in the flag a bite. On second thought, it's just a matter of going through the trouble to get the baby a bite first. The few great demons that were trapped just now still had to be used as bait and could not be killed. These two can kill. So, before Jin Hong opened his mouth, he had a few moments of careless laughter. When their demonic power is exhausted, I will release them in and kill them. General is right. Jin Hong immediately followed. Such people who don't know how to die should be killed. He purposely shouted extremely loudly. It was as if he was worried that the Ling Xiao siblings outside of the formation couldn't hear them. The demon generals who were watching, and the great demons who stood further away, also saw it. This guy has a grudge against the two big demons who made a move outside, but these two who made the move are not smart characters. Someone whispered, if they were smart, they shouldn't have ventured out at this time. Yes, since I know that my enemy is within the formation and I have the demon general at my back, I should have taken refuge earlier. When the portal of this emperor's tomb opens, it is only proper to escape early. What's the difference between that and getting killed? Hiya! Look! They can't even break through this wall of light. That is the demon general controlling the red blood banner. Laid down the formation. Where is the unusual great demon can break? This is all used to deal with strong people of the same rank. Diffuse two great demons. Just for a few moments the crowd was talking. However, they realized that the Ling Xiao siblings who had attacked the formation were gone. The wall of light, surprisingly, had a hole in it. What? It's great! It actually broke through. The great demons froze for a moment, but then another voice said, what's the point of breaking open? If you go in, you're still going to be suppressed by the formation. Yeah, haven't seen a few of the previous ones? And even if they are up, they don't dare to walk around. The pressure in that formation could trap a great demon realm in a formation, making it difficult to move an inch. Wait, look, is awesome. When he entered the formation, he was even able to make the wind and ride the clouds. If it's, then, there's still a chance. The minds of the great demons were all active in a flash. Ha, I don't want these two juniors, but they are still a bit capable. General Baum's face, at this point, was not pretty. I just boasted that the visitor couldn't get inside the big formation, and people rushed in. Now that's what I call being dropped on your face. And among the demon generals on the side, I don't know who even laughed softly. Now, General Baum's face was completely black. With a shake of his body, he dodged and appeared next to the red-blooded banner, the body protection demon cloud around his body, immediately bulging and rising and surging up. The shadow of a demon body phantom appeared from behind him. As the demonic shadow appeared, the red-blooded banner unexpectedly grew larger again with it. In a few breaths, it changed into a height of more than 20 feet, and the Dharma behind him was revealed with utter clarity. It was a demonic statue whose upper body was like a snake and whose lower body was like a turtle. General? Off. Jin Hong, who was originally under the banner, had to come forward to talk more, and was sent flying with a raised hand under his rebuke. Very woefully, he landed on the ground and hurriedly retreated to the side, avoiding the might emanating from the demon general, also lowered his eyes to hide the indignation in them. Damn it, how dare you do this to me? While cursing in his heart, his hatred for the Ling Xiao siblings increased, and the flower snake. It was thanks to them that he himself would be treated so badly by General BOM. Immediately, they're going to die soon. Jin Hong murmured in his heart. Of course, it would be even better if they could take a vicious bite out of General BOM before they die. A lose-lose situation is out of the question. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were only at the Great Demon Realm, and against a demon general. They didn't have much of a chance of winning, and they were within the formation of this red-blooded general's main flag. But before they die, if they have a means to save their lives, cast it out. That's enough for General BOM. It's better to hurt his roots. Jin Hong was looking forward to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's deaths, as well as General BOM's bad luck, but he didn't dare to say it. But the other four, who were also demon generals, dared. One of them just yelled with a big grin. Old turtle spirit, I say watch your ass. If a little rat bites your tail in a moment of carelessness, don't blame us for looking at you funny. Ha ha, old blind man. Shut the hell up. General B immediately scolded back. Want to see me laugh? You're also trying to be blind, but it's just two big demons. Even if one has a little means to break through the weak points of the formation, enter this big formation, and make use of his body to resist the suppression of the formation. It is just a dish delivered in front of him. District Junior, with a wave of the hand, you can kill. As he spoke, the demonic clouds around him rolled over. Raise your hand. A black demonic force, which drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, then transformed into a four-clawed python dragon, rushing towards the two flying Ling Xiao with teeth and claws, fast as thunder. Roar! The python roars and bites. Boo! Boom! Boom! General Bomb's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw that those two great demons were, indeed, somewhat capable. The stance was also truly subtle. The python lunged swiftly, and although it didn't manage to avoid it completely, it took advantage of the exchange of blows and shook it off, coming straight towards where it was. Is this about breaking into the teleportation array? Think of the beauty. Sculpture. He was just about to strike again when he saw that the female demon, who Jin Hong had called Ling Xiao, rushing his way with a lift of her hand and a flash of demonic light on her wrist, striking towards him, that green-colored demonic light, in mid-air, then transformed into dozens of small snakes, heading straight for himself. He smiled contemptuously, and with a wave of his hand, he easily swept this demonic force away. However, in the next instant, something didn't feel right. A sudden glance up, a huge flower snake was seen falling from the sky with its bloody mouth open. Jie, watch me swallow you. Chapter 191. What a big snake gall. This flower snake, bigger and bigger, and it appeared out of nowhere, soundless. It was like coming out of the void. His body was entwined with the light of thunder and lightning, and red clouds rolled around his body protector. Phew! With the appearance of the flower snake, the gusty winds within the formation became even more intense. Boom! Rumble! Several thunderous explosions. The next instant, the rain poured down. Hiss! His hissing sound was as if it could penetrate the spirit platform and sea of consciousness, shocking where the divine soul was. It made the great demons who were outside the formation and hundreds of meters away from each other feel a wave of dizziness. The snake's scales shone with colorful demonic light in the darkness, along with yet another palpitating sheen. The huge eyes of the flower snake were like an abyss. Opening his huge mouth, he bit down hard towards General BOM. Junior! Unbridled! General BOM cursed in a cold voice. No ducking or dodging. What old man? It's just a delusion. Just a water-avoiding snake with an ordinary bloodline and a slightly long, demented fat and strong body. How dare you presume to swallow, old man? I'd like to see if you flower snakes have the ability to do that. But with just a single glance, he knew the bottom of this flower snake. A great demon who hadn't even cultivated his demonic power. If he hadn't heard about this flower snake from Jin Hong before, he would have almost thought that the other party was nothing more than a demonic beast, from the point that the demon's body was huge. It could be seen that Jin Hong's words about blood chi being thick were not false, but so what? A mere blood chi could still injure his body of a demon general? To swallow me? Then I'll make you happy. And just then, General BOM clearly saw a hint of premeditated joy flash through the flower serpent's vertical pupils, which reflected almost all of his figure. Boom. A vigorous and matchless blood chi gushed out from above the snake's body, and from its mouth. It made a boom that sounded like thunder. It instantly enveloped him. Boo! General BOM left waving his sleeve, gathering a wave of demonic power and sweeping the blood chi away. He doesn't panic, because he didn't believe that a flower snake that only had the battle power of a great demon would be able to break through his protective demonic power with just his blood chi. The next instant, a red-colored object as big as a millstone, bubbling with red light, like a fireball, hidden under the cover of blood chi and demonic clouds, just appeared in front of his eyes without a sound. In that split second, it was less than 3 feet away from him. General BOM thought nothing of it and slammed his fist into it. Boo! Boom! Rumble! A muffled thunderclap exploded. The red-colored orb, which was larger than a dragon egg in the eyes of the crowd, exploded in front of General BOM. It was as if it had been smashed in half by his punch. The instantaneous eruption of immense power directly lifted him off the ground. Who's this? Call yourself an old man? Where is that great king from? To have such greatness! The great demons outside the formation could no longer hold back their roars the moment General BOM was blasted away. There were even a dozen more great demons that appeared out from the shadows to observe the fight. Could it be the 6th demon general? It must not be a demon general. Otherwise, why use the sneak attack method? The 2 demons that attacked the formation's light wall earlier were at the great demon realm cultivation level. Passing with them, 9 times out of 10, they are also at the strength of the great demon realm. The great demons didn't dare to probe their divine sense into the formation. So of course, there was no way to determine the true strength of the flower snake. One can only guess. Why is there no fluctuation of demonic power? Because he didn't use mana. A great demon raised his voice. How did that blow the demon general away? Blood chi. It's blood chi. Silence. Blood gas? What kind of massive blood chi had to be present to blast a demon general so much that he couldn't stabilize his body? And right then, almost within a breath of General BOM being sent flying, the flower snake swung its tail violently. Red-colored demonic clouds rose and surged around his body. The body twisted and swam, smooth as can be. Divine. To be so comfortable. This flower snake demon's body is huge and within the formation, yet it even seems to be unaffected. How? Within the formation, every breath was being endured. The suppressive force brought about by the formation itself. Just by looking at the great demons that couldn't run out in time before. What happened to them? We know that this demon emperor General Lord Red Blood Flag is not a fake. There's more than one great demon that's been crushed into kneeling on the ground. They are suppressed, yet they do not change into archetypal resistance. Why do you think that is? That was because the larger the demon body was, the stronger the pressure it would receive. This flower snake demon body in front of him was even more majestic. What about him? The blood chi on the flower snake is strong. He blocked the suppressive power of the formation. Speaking of which, do you have a clue as to how he appeared? Not to mention us, but that General BOM doesn't seem to realize it either. The demon general's divine sense was spread throughout the entire place covered by the formation's light wall. That's all, but there was no sign of the flowering serpent. Perhaps, this flower snake really has its extraordinarily unique means. This couldn't help but make the great demons rise up with more hope. If the flowering serpent can really defeat General BOM, a great demon muttered in a low voice. It can't be. Don't look at this moment of dominance. It's just a moment. 2. It wasn't that easy to defeat a demon general. Oops. Why are you being so stupid here? Someone who understands immediately said, which requires winning the fight. The flowering serpent didn't even need to beat General BOM. As long as the flowering serpent can fight and not die afterward, as long as General BOM doesn't finish him off, then this fight, this demon general's face, even if it can't be saved, what face does he have left for people to do his bidding? I'm afraid that I'm going to pick any unlucky guy, grab the dragon egg, and go directly into the teleportation array to the Tsanglong mysterious realm. In this way, everyone left, of course, has a chance. Not every one of the great demons that appeared outside the formation at this time had dragon eggs on them. Half of them came to see the fun. But there is danger in this watching. Rumble, boom, rumble, buzz, buzz. There was a ground-shaking roar. Immediately after that, there was a buzzing sound brought about by the tremor of heaven and earth aura. Oh my god, no good. Retreat, the great demons roared. That flower snake turned its thick snake body and coiled it towards the red blood banner. In an instant it coiled the flagpole. Then he was trying to pull that flag up off the ground. At the same time, the flower snake is still getting bigger. 10 fathoms, 20 fathoms, 30 fathoms. As his serpent body grew larger, The red blood banner seemed to be stimulated, and as if it was unwilling to be plucked up by the giant serpent, it also continued to pull itself up. 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, the light wall of the formation, 2, spread out. The demonic power imbued by the demon general on the red-blooded banner was fighting against the blood chi on the flower snake. The rumbling and buzzing is the stalemate between these two strands of mana. The flowering serpent is trying to take the treasure? He's trying to capture that red blood banner. What a big snake's guts. Chapter 192. Want to rob? Delusional. You said. Maybe it can. Want to move while you're at it? The minds of the great demons were beginning to come alive, not just the ones on the periphery. Due to being a step slower in failing to avoid the formation's light wall, the great demon that was held back from getting out became even more fervent. They couldn't tell the depth of that flower snake's cultivation. But this is a stormy and thunderous and lightning boom. The head is huge and the snake's body is sinuous, very powerful and domineering. Red clouds protect the body and thunderstorms follow. Opening his mouth, he wanted to swallow the demon general. What a bully. The next instant, it was even a red-colored egg that blasted the demon general's strike away. Grandfather Demon Emperor is above. In that instant, the eyes of the great demons within the formation were rounded, blinking to make sure I wasn't mistaken. The fluctuation of blood chi that rushed and filled the air did not prohibit their minds, more active. If the flower serpent can really hold the demon back, at this moment, their minds were the same as the great demons outside. The same. Moreover, compared to the outer head of the great demon, they had less trouble having to break through the formation's light wall. How? Taking the opportunity to enter the teleportation array? Harder. That kid called Jin Hong has gone to guard the side of the teleportation array. Him, may not dare to stop. Besides, if we join forces, he won't be able to stop it. There were 4 great demons that were held back, and the lowest cultivation level was at the great demon after realm. They didn't dare to go up against the demon general. However, he would not have any concerns about making a move against a Jin Hong of the same rank. He is not to be feared. The trouble is there are 4 other demon generals around, although they are all standing far away, like they don't want to intervene. But who knows, when the time comes, they will not make a move? If they made a move, they wouldn't even have the chance to kneel down and admit defeat. Can't get in? Why don't we try pulling back? They were held up as they retreated, not too far from the edge of the wall of light. The original reason for not revealing the demon body's true form was to avoid facing a harsher suppression. At this time, if one were to run away with all one's might in one's original form, one might be able to escape, provided the General BOM couldn't care less about them. Escape and hide far away, and leave the Imperial tomb when the portal opens. These demon generals running for the secret realm can still go around claiming enemies one by one? It was obviously more in line with the minds of the several great demons to go backwards than to charge forward. After all, not everyone had the guts to fight a demon general, not to mention a demon general who held the banner of the Red Blood Demon Emperor's General Master. Not only was there too much difference in cultivation, but some people had a vague feeling that this General C's background was not ordinary. Don't be offended if you can. It's better to simply walk away. However, the dragon egg was in his hand, and it was a bit unwilling to leave just like that. These great demons, but those who saw the opportunity quickly and were brave enough to make a decision, would not be held back because they were a step late. So in this moment of hesitation, the flower snake that had sent the demon flying twisted and coiled itself onto the flagpole of the red blood banner. Next, the serpent and the large flag, in a rumbling burst of sound, grew larger and larger. Within a breath, the flagpole grew to 36 staffs. The flowering serpent, surprisingly, was no better. The scene was like a giant dragon wrapped around a pillar. Roar! The flowering serpent let out a roar as its blood aura surged. Vaguely, he had the upper hand in this confrontation. A great demon took off in shock. What's he up to? If it wasn't for the fact that this flower snake didn't have claws or a dragon's mane, they nearly thought that it was in the Emperor's tomb, and that a real dragon had appeared. However, it seemed that the true dragon clan had never had scales that were so disorganized ethnically. If this flower snake, can it really break the formation? Are we still going back? Or else? Ha, no way. This flower snake is not to be missed. Well done, wow. Let's make you an old turtle spirit to be big. Seeing General B being sent flying, the demon general who had just appeared out of nowhere to taunt him laughed aloud. Before the words left his mouth, he saw the flower serpent coiling up the red-blooded great flagpole. He was also taken aback. The next instant he glared and yelled, "Yo ho! Mud doggy, take a look. He's actually trying to take that old turtle spirit's precious flag." This was said to the black-faced demon general beside him. The fact that the other man ignored him didn't stop him from then adding, "This flower snake, he's quite discerning, and bold enough. Looking at this, it's no ordinary treasure. The red blood banner.
That's really General Bomb's heart. That's as good as he looks. But this thing crossed the clear path in front of the king of the scale. It wouldn't be good for him to go out and grab it when he still had to stay in the demon domain. But every time I see it, my heart itches like a cat's claw scratching. If it was an ordinary red blood formation flag, forget it. Spirit treasure? It doesn't count until you raise it. Not to mention that whether it could be raised or not, it also depended on how well the spirit material was refined. Most of all, there was the artifact soul sealed inside. The same red blood formation flag was not refined in one batch. It wasn't even the same demon emperor who ordered it to be refined. The road to cultivation was long, and the growth period of heavenly materials was even longer. How can it be used up when it has been harvested and refined from generation to generation? The better it is, the longer the years it takes to grow into it. No matter if it is a heavenly treasure or a ferocious beast that was born and raised in the earth. It is no different. In the middle and late ancient times, the demon race began to decline, and then it was a generation that was not as good as the next. The red blood formation flag that was refined was certainly not comparable to the one in front of it. Even so, there were still quite a few demon generals that didn't have it in their hands. The old turtle spirit is also lucky. He had this rod in his hand, and I saw it right away back then. It was one of the third batch of formation flags personally refined by the first demon emperor, the true demon emperor, who established the demon imperial court back then. The ancient great demons gathered their armies and fought with the outer demons outside the 33 heavy heavens, taking almost all of the red blood formation flags that had been refined in front of them. Later, as they died in battle in the void beyond the heavens, those magic treasures were not recovered. The rod in General Bomb's hand was one that had not been taken out for some unknown reason back then. There seemed to be something wrong with it, and the ferocious beasts in it had been sleeping. Now that they were brought into the Emperor's tomb, they should also be trying to awaken the fierce beast artifact soul. This is not something the old turtle spirit can decide. There must be permission from the Jiao King, so all the more reason why he can't be bad. Not only can't it be bad, but you have to give the old turtle spirit some face. But if we can't do it, we won't stop others from doing it. He was also thinking of urging the demon general next to him to give this guy a go. Unfortunately, this time 5 demon generals, a pair of enemies who had pinched each other when they met. This black loach beside him was also slippery. The last guy was even more outrageous, and hasn't spared a fart since we met. Couldn't get a right at all. I had thought there would be no more hilarity. I didn't expect a sudden peak. Now that he saw that a great demon had done what he wanted to do, he was of course very happy to see the old turtle spirit suffer. Old turtle spirit, be careful, he immediately shouted at the blasted General Bom. This treasure of yours wasn't fully refined in the first place. Don't really give it to this flower snake to snatch it. Like he was worried that the flower snake didn't understand. He shouted and then said, old turtle spirit, I see that this flower snake's blood chi is thick. If he takes your flag and washes it with his blood chi, he will be in trouble. Otherwise, I'll help you. After shouting, he turned his head towards the demon general beside him and said, actually, I really am asking too much. That old turtle spirit definitely doesn't expect us to help, right? Against 3 great demon realms, where else would we be needed? Let's just watch. Had. That's right. The black-faced demon general bared his teeth at him. That's it. Not to mention helping, it would be generous of them to not add to the mess. Watch the play. Humph. General Bom heard this clearly and gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. If the old man hadn't said that last sentence, especially if he hadn't said it so loudly, he would have been able to open his mouth and let the other party contribute. Even if he could fix it himself, he was willing to branch out. They were all of the same rank, and forcing the other party to listen to the arrangement could be more painful than playing the bully against the great demons. He couldn't say anything else when he was racked at this moment, only turning his gaze, coldly, towards the flower snake coiled around the red-blooded banner. Want to rob? Delusional. Chapter 193. A million levels of blood chi. Is that enough? Not enough. We still have it. Asterisk. Spell it out. Su Chengxian is fighting the flagpole. This time, he kind of took all the strength he could muster. Is not correct. Never had him breastfed in his life. Whatever. It took all the power out of it anyway. In an instant, it revealed its full demonic body essence, trying to pull the flagpole out of the ground. It wasn't that he was greedy and had to have the banner for himself. General Bom was a demon general in size, and it was hard enough to get past his opponent. Su Chengxian wasn't rampant enough to think that he himself could stand up to the pressure exerted by a demon general and walk by without letting go of even a single bite. He plucked this big red-blooded flag because of this thing, which was inserted right on the side of the teleportation array, with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. The 3 of them, they had discussed it before entering within the light wall of the formation. Ling Xiao concluded that General C would not be so stupid as to think that the formation light wall would be able to block all the great demons.
Moreover, 5 demon generals. There were 4 more besides him,
and also to guard against those 4 splitting the stage.
Therefore, the eye of this formation, the red blood formation flag, must have governed the teleportation formation as well. Therefore, even if they broke through the defense shield and got close to the teleportation array, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to open it. So they made a pact. Let Su Chengxian test it with his divine sense after getting close.
If it was really like this as they expected,
try to shake the formation flag. That's right. No need to pull it out. As long as it makes the formation flag wobble and the formation unstable, the other great demons, surely, would not let go of this opportunity and were bound to make a move. The 3 of them, in turn, were able to take the opportunity to use the teleportation array to get away. Ling Xiao was carrying a dragon egg on his body. She and Ling Yunzi would appear in front of the teleportation array at the moment when the array was destabilized due to the flags being shaken. Su Chengxian would only need to perform the size magic when the time came. Transforming into a small, slender snake,
she would be able to reel in the whip and take him with her into the teleportation array.
As soon as the teleportation array was activated,
General BOM would have no way to stop them.
Of course, there are 2 keys to this. One is that General BOM is standing right next to the formation flag. How do you transfer him?
The other was that the formation set up by the demon general,
the flag was not that easy to shake. I'm afraid,
for these 2 points,
Su Chengxian had made a promise. He thinks he can do it.
However, he also had some thoughts about Ling Xiao's later arrangements.
For example, if he could not only shake the formation flag, but also pull it up and take it away,
then Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi,
next, would have to help him out. After the 3 had spoken,
there was a scene of breaking into the formation.
Since the aura on Su Chengxian's body was completely concealed by the system when he was refining the heaven mending pill,
the system concealed his aura and blood chi fluctuations, so he wrapped around Ling Xiao's wrist and was covered in demonic power by the Empress sister while she was casting her divine ability and took the opportunity to fly towards where the formation flag was.
As expected, the system struck out, and the demon general didn't notice anything, smoothly approaching the formation flag.
It was also extremely smooth to realize that it was indeed impossible to enter the teleportation formation.
The defense of the teleportation array was enveloped by the demonic power of the red blood formation flag. There were only 2 ways to go about it, either waving the flag where the formation was,
or getting General BOM to release it of his own accord.
Su Chengxian certainly chose the former.
The main thing was that there was no ability to talk the demon general into submission.
But against a spiritless magic weapon, perhaps he could still be somewhat certain.
Then, he exerted his great and small divine power and revealed his demonic body.
Not fully revealed though.
It was because where the red blood formation flag was enveloped, there was a force that suppressed outsiders. The pressure he had to endure was too much when he abruptly changed into his original body.
It didn't bode well for his next move. No, definitely not a foregone conclusion. Su Chengxian gritted his teeth.
He'd put his blood on the line to be able to bluff General BOM and to drive him away from the flags.
Real blood money.
Talented divine abilities and battle skills were performed without counting consumption. Great and small divine abilities are not to be mentioned.
Calling out the wind and rain, lightning and thunder, are exerted with full force, the 5 elements technique. Also, it's the ruddy egg that blew up General BOM.
That was the result of a lot of effort.
Following the method of coagulating the drill last time,
doing his best to compress the blood chi to the extreme, and putting in a stream of divine sense to detonate it, because of the calculated place to show up,
right in front of General BOM,
the boosting part was eliminated and some time was saved.
However,
he was worried that the power of the condensed blood chi would not be enough, so he used all the time he saved to pile up compressed blood chi.
Su Chengxian even used 100 points of essence blood chi. That blood chi egg, which wasn't much bigger than a dragon's egg, used a full 1,000,000 blood chi. A 1,000,000 blood chi, transformed into 100 punches, may not be able to repel General BOM, but millions of blood chi, condensed into an egg that would burst open, lifted him off the ground at once. As envisioned,
10 million levels of blood chi was able to withstand a robber's thunder,
and 1/10 of blood chi, compressed and exploded with power, was indeed able to topple a demon general as well. Didn't do any substantial damage to his opponent though, it merely blew the protective demonic cloud apart.
This caused Su Chengxian some regret.
At the same time, he also deeply understood one thing: to injure a demon general,
he was afraid that he would need at least 5 million points of blood chi to do so,
and to blow up a demon general,
it would be necessary to use essence blood chi of a higher power tier.
Compressed blood chi and refined blood chi were still a bit lower on the power level.
It is possible that the essence blood chi used is still too small to be shed for consumption at the moment.
After toppling General BOM, Su Chengxian did not delay. he immediately rolled the flagpole of the red blood formation flag, and in a split second, without hesitation, he directly revealed his full demonic body. Doing so, of course, to be able to exert all the power of the one he was facing was a demon general after all. After toppling away, the opponent might also fly back in a flash,
and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi might not be able to block in time.
Even if he blocked it,
the demon general might have other means to deal with himself.
So, it has to be fast. However, Su Chengxian hadn't expected that the red blood formation flag would actually grow larger along with his size.
His power and the demonic power on the formation flag tangled and confronted each other.
The movement is not small, but not the result he was looking for. The flagpole, under his shaking, did not move.
Then just as he shifted his thoughts, thinking that he might as well stop shaking and just pull up, he heard a voice.
A gruff voice said, almost in a growl, "Geez, old turd, your flag is not fully refined.
I see that this flower snake's blood is thick. If he takes your flag and scrubs it with blood qi,
he'll be in trouble. Fight." After hearing this voice, Su Chengxian, with hardly any hesitation,
directly mobilized a large amount of blood qi.
Buzz, buzz. One moment. Scarlet blood qi rolled like a cloud, wrapping the blood-colored formation flag within it. Millions of levels of blood energy. Is that enough? Not enough. We have more. Chapter 194. Who the? Blood gas. Spurt of blood. Constantly steaming blood, shrouding the entire red blood banner. Su Chengxian was fuming.
A million blood breath at first.
Not enough. Merely covering the flag and pouring into it, resistance was clearly felt. That's the demonic power prohibition left behind after General Bon's refining. So the next time, he directly used 4 million points of qi and blood. Surprisingly, it wasn't enough. That'll be 8 million. Buzz. A large amount of blood qi was poured onto the formation flag. The vibrating heaven and earth aura made a thunderous boom. Rumble. The flagpole of the red blood formation flag moved slightly. Ooh, there's the door. The flagpole of the red blood formation flag was shaken.
Su Chengxian's heart immediately beat wildly, and then he clenched his teeth.
Simply abandon such a cascading approach. For the 4th time, prepare to use 15 million blood qi. I wonder who was so kind as to remind me. Doesn't look like a trap.
If he was still skeptical before, he was now 80% convinced that the demon general who had just spoken was really trying to help him.
Of course, it may not be to help him. Rather, there was a disagreement with General BOM, but none of that matters. The important thing is that he gets to reap the benefits of it. Whatever. Reckless. Given the chance to take this precious flag along with him, he had to try. Otherwise, looking back, the feeling of regret and loss could make him sleep. When you decide to be reckless, you can't look ahead, let alone shy away. With 10 million levels of blood qi, Su Chengxian could afford to expend it. This was also the limit of the blood qi he could mobilize in a single breath so far. Any more and the demon body and sea of consciousness would not be able to withstand it. A handful of pokies. Otherwise, when General Bomb comes up to stop it, it will be too late to regret. Ling Xiao, Yunzi. After making up his mind, Su Chengxian roared. It meant to remind Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi that he was going to refine the flag and take it away. So you two should help. Then the body of the snake, coiled around the flagpole, tightened violently. In the next instant, majestic blood qi surged out from every part of the snake's body, forming a twisted blood mist. Twisting and engulfing rushed towards the red blood banner. Buzz. Rumble. All of this happened in an instant. In the eyes of the onlookers, they saw the huge flower snake with blood qi constantly surging from its body. He opened the middle of his serpentine mouth, revealing 2 rows of fangs as sharp as knives, and each gush of blood qi was accompanied by a thunderous boom. It's as if it's endless. 50 feet. Today's red blood grand formation flag was 50 feet tall. The flag fluttering above was 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. Looking at it, it seems to go straight up into the clouds, to be on a par with Toad Hall. But the flowering serpent's blood qi enveloped it again and again. The blood qi carried a buzzing sound as it continuously washed over the entire banner. Then, when he hissed up to the sky, the sound pierced through the clouds. As the hissing echoed, the ground around the base of the flagpole began to shake. Immediately afterward, the ground cracked and the earth's qi gushed out. In the next moment, all of the demon clans were very shocked to see that the red blood formation flag had actually been shaken. No, it's more than just wobbling. Such a commotion would be felt by anyone who watched it. Formation flag, about to be pulled out. My drop of blessings from the demon saint grandfather. It was truly as if a ferocious beast had come out of the world. A great demon sighed as he had already raised his weapon in his hand. With the formation set up by the red-blooded great flag, that outer wall of defensive light was already showing signs of trembling and instability. At this moment, the several great demons trapped in the formation were at war with the heavenly beings. Forward, or backward, then wasn't willing to retreat, or else, put up a fight? At that moment, a voice rang out in the field. Boy! Ha ha, the old turtle spirit. What's the ing point of grinding? Your flag. For real. There was another burst of laughter after that. The only one who dared to mock General BOM at this point in time was the existence of a fellow demon general. It also reminded the great demons of one thing. Yeah, where's General BOM? Why hasn't he stepped in to block it yet? Then the eyes that were focused on the flowering serpent began to fill the grounds looking for General S's figure. There's really no need to look. Just a quick scan. This demon general was stopped by two figures, not far from the teleportation array, which was the red blood banner. The two great demons that stopped him were none other than Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, but rather than being stopped, in fact, they appeared in front of General BOM. The other party, however, was in no hurry to go and drive the flowering serpent away from his red blood formation flag. Even as he watched, the boundless blood aura invaded towards the flag. The flagpole was also swept up and swayed, buzzing constantly. With you guys, you want to stop me too? General BOM stood with his arms folded and said in an unhurried manner, today's juniors really don't know how to die. There was a teasing smile on his face. It's really like there's no rush at all. There was even the leisure to inquire of the two in front of him. Which one of you was it that broke through the light shield of my great formation? Poof. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Ling Yunzi who opened his mouth and laughed. What can we do if the one who is a senior prefers to make things difficult for us? If we can't stop it, we have to stop it. Can't just leave my big brother alone. He did not answer General BOM's question. The purpose was, of course, to stall the other side. Talking can be less laborious than fighting. So when he finished, he followed up with, but senior, since you consider yourself a senior, why don't you give us, the juniors, a way out? It seems a bit too ungenerous. Ha, metrics? What is that? General pulled the corners of his mouth and looked at him. Then at Ling Xiao. You siblings are quite amicable with each other. Pity. He revealed a caricatured smile that had a few eerie moments. As of today, this life of yours as brother and sister has come to a head. What do you mean by that? Ling Yunzi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you want to kill the three of us? That won't be easy to do. Humph. Not easy? General BOM laughed. It can't be hard for me. For example, that big brother of yours who dared to covet my array flag. He deserves to die right away. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both laughed. For a flower snake to be born in a litter with them, it must have some luck on it as well. How can you just die? Unbelievable? Unbelievable. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Although that guy is ugly and often stupid, he has an extremely good fortune. Second sister is right. Ling Yunzi followed with an agreeable nod. To be born in a nest of snake eggs with him, a Dao Lord of the Xian sect, and an Empress Majesty. That can't be a bad fate, can it? However, as soon as the two had finished speaking, they heard a ferocious beast's hiss from behind them. Ow! Roar! What ungrateful! How dare you disturb Grandpa's dream of eating dragon eggs? What the are you? Su Changxian cracked his mouth. How dare you live in the old man's flag without authorization? Chapter 195 Tao Tai. Talk about conditions? It's an artifact spirit? Is this the artifact spirit awakening? The red blood formation flag has indeed sealed the fierce soul. When the roar spread throughout the four fields, the great demons immediately knew who was speaking. It was because the sound was coming from within the formation flag, and at the same time as the voice came out, a strand of black mist emerged from the flagpole. The hand that was originally gripping the weapon tightly, and the foot that was stepping out, couldn't help but stop. The awakening of the artifact spirit of the formation flag was incomparable in power. It's better not to do anything rash. Oh my god, the true spirit of the fierce beast. This artifact spirit is not an ordinary beast soul. Is it one of the ancient ferocious beasts? As the black mist filled the air, the beast souls in it revealed their true forms. Then a great demon exclaimed, "What kind of beast is this?" Its silhouette seemed to have traveled through the long river of time, descending with a palpitating aura. The black mist was as if it surrounded its body. Its body was covered with ancient and mysterious patterns, glittering with a profound dark golden luster, as if the great power of heaven and earth had inscribed the rules of the great Tao on it. One pair of eyes, in particular, was like two burning stars, blooming with a heart-stopping red light, intended to pick and choose. No! What kind of beast soul has such a sound? This is no ordinary beast soul. The surrounding mist became more and more furious due to the appearance of the weapon spirit, like an enraged gale, wantonly tearing everything around it. Lightning flickered and crackled in the black mist. The sound of the appearance was even more voluminous than that of the flower snake. With this, an extremely violent and terrifying aura emanated from it, tempting the greed and desire within every living being. I know! A great demon roared. It's Tao Tai. This is the ferocious beast Tao Tai, whose shape is like a sheep. The head has long horns and fleshy wings under the ribs, bearing the true pattern of the great Tao. His voice was like a roar. It's a symbol of greed. The dragon seed proper? Or bloodline descent? Wait. Have you ever heard of the origin of the artifact spirits of the first batch of red blood formation flags? I seem to know that at the beginning of the ancient times, the Tao Tai clan was ordered to be hunted down by the demon emperor due to their greed to constantly devour all things. The Tao Tai clan eats everything. At the beginning of the ancient times, it suddenly appeared in not some places not only without an inch of grass. It was the destruction of everything. In the long run, I'm afraid that this realm will be eaten up by them. When the imperial court was first established, the demon emperor ordered to hunt and kill until only the last one was left to body the heart of heaven. Then he refined the red blood formation flag using his demon corpse as the spirit material, the bones as the flagpole, and the skin as the flag. He also extracted his soul with a secret method and sealed it in the flag as the spirit of the weapon. It is said that back then, there was also an agreement with the Tao Tai fierce souls among them that if they helped the demon clan, they would be set free one day. Due to the passage of years, this article is not known to be true, but other than that, not only is it all well documented, it's also physically evident. That's right. Then this red blood formation flag, isn't it? Could it be a magic treasure refined by the demon emperor himself? It was actually refined by the green emperor? The demon emperor mentioned here is the first generation demon emperor. Successive generations of demon emperors had inherited the throne of the demon race's emperor. By definition, all of them can be called demon emperors. However, when the demon clan mentioned the demon emperor, they were still referring to the first demon emperor at the beginning of the ancient times, demon emperor Qingyang. Emperor is the pioneer. The emperor is the successor who carries forward. Perhaps to show respect, perhaps there are other considerations. The successor after the demon emperor, all the external only known as the demon emperor. So the magic treasure personally refined by the demon emperor was refined by that person at the beginning of the ancient times? That's a real gem. No wonder flower snake is so persistent. Splash that blood chi in a steady stream. It's just that this will, I'm afraid, be a useless endeavor. Ouch. The spirit recognizes the owner. Why, it's an ancient ferocious beast. How can this be governed? By the way, the demon generals are not put in the picture either. You mean behind General BOM? Phew. On the ground, dead branches and leaves were swept up by the gale, forming a black whirlwind. It was as if they were offering the humblest of sacrifices for the descent of this Tao Tai phantom. Tao Tai, who was staring with a pair of crimson eyes, certainly couldn't look at such useless things. It looked at the bold flower snake in front of it and bared its teeth in anger. Junior, what did you say? It's heard. It heard it all. This damn longworm across the street. How dare you call yourself an? Even if you disturb its good dreams, you dare to call it a turtle. It's aggravating enough to be forced to follow a little turtle, but now to be told you're the other guy's pup? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll say. Su Chengxian also bared his teeth, his eyes fierce, and roared word for word. What are you doing in my flag? Mother asterisk 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 error. More than 20 million of his own blood breath spilled. A blood chi that can block 2 robberies and thunderbolts. It was just a few breaths away from being thrown. Seeing that this red-blooded banner is about to be in your hands, you popped out of it to stir up trouble. What's wrong with scolding you? Just cussing asterisk asterisk is civilized enough. You come out. He shouted towards the Tao Tai beast spirit. Come out of my flag quickly. Su Chengxian could feel it. The blood chi infused into the red blood formation flag cleansed the pole and the flag. Both. The flag was completely refined. There's only a little bit of core left now. Center and top of the flagpole. These 2 key places have not yet been refined. So he hadn't been able to control this formation flag. And the ferocious beast soul in front of him emerged from the core of the flagpole. It was this guy that blocked his own refining of the flagpole. Damn it! Shoo him away. Hear that? Su Chengxian sensed that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were blocking General Bomb's path. But they certainly couldn't stop it. Even if you stall for time, you may not be able to stall for long. He must refine the formation flag as soon as possible, put the treasure away, and then turn his head into the teleportation formation. Do you know who I am? Tao Ye's eyes widened. Dare to speak to me like that? I don't care who you are. He glared, and Su Chengxian followed suit, thinking, who's afraid of whom? Are you the only one with eyes? Isn't it Tao Tai? The great demon's voice was not small, and he heard the name Tao Tai, but without divine sense probing. The rest was not heard clearly, so it was assumed that the other party was a descendant who had awakened the Tao Tai bloodline, revealed the phantom, but did not dare to make a move with him, hiding in the black fog staggering, obviously bluffing. What's more, thick blood chi was the nemesis of all in spirits, and he happens to have enough blood and gas. Scared less. Are you coming out or not? Su Chengxian's divine sense transmitted. He realized he couldn't use yelling. It would easily bring General Bom in. I'm not out. Come out. Not out.
Then you recognize me as Lord.
Humph. Delusional.
Ha,
you're quite stubborn. Su Chengxian was too lazy to bull ***** with it. Then I'll refine you together.
The tumbling blood chi rushed towards the red blood formation flag. Prepare to shuffle along with the Taotai's soul shadow. As for whether the beast's soul would not be able to withstand the rush of blood chi and collapse, he couldn't care less. Anyway, with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi around, as long as they got the formation flag back, they would definitely have a way to solve the problem of the artifact spirit. Wait, the red light in the Taotai fierce soul's eyes vibrated. Where did this little monster come from with such a thick blood chi? It knew very well how much blood chi had just been cleansed by several waves, especially that wave in the back. And this time, surprisingly, it was the same as the previous time. Blood gas. Maybe this is an opportunity. Recognizing the master is fine. Let's talk about the conditions. Chapter 196. This seems to be my line. You're willing to recognize me as your master? Su Chengxian was a bit surprised by this. The ferocious souls within the formation flag. This was to surrender to him? I was just asking in passing. But you can really recognize the owner? Have to negotiate the terms first. Taotai meant this, but refused to fall out of his status, emphasizing that the prerequisite was to give conditions he was satisfied with. Then say it. Su Chengxian said. I'd advise you not to ask for a price. Old man doesn't have the time to idly knock his teeth out with you. You're willing to make a deal with him? Shouldn't be trying to stall for time, right? He was worried that he would be cleansed by his own blood chi, so he threw out fragrant bait to lure him into moving and enticing him to fall for it. After all, the difference between a magic weapon with the presence of an artifact spirit and a magic weapon without an artifact spirit was still huge. A different person might actually move, but he's different. Since it's called Taotai, it should be a food lover as well, not really wanting to find a food-grabbing rival for itself. Thus, there was no relaxation in washing the array flag with blood chi. Humph. I advise you not to play tricks. I won't fall for it. Su Chengxian directly addressed Taotai. Speak quickly, or I'll refine you together. At the same time, there was a little disappointment in his heart. Even more so, he felt that this beast soul within the formation flag couldn't possibly be the real Taotai. Taotai, ah, that's a famous beast from ancient times. Must be vicious as hell. How can you surrender so casually? The thought struck him. Suddenly, he wanted to try and see if he could swallow the beast's soul into his belly and refine it with his natural aptitude. It was just that the other party was hiding his head, seemingly revealing his true form, but most of his soul body was still in the flagpole, and there was definitely a fierce beast divine soul branding at the core of the formation flag. TSK. This made Su Chengxian think of shivering snails. Snails with a cover in front and a root in the back, with no tail cut, are too difficult to eat, but snails are really good, especially if they are cleaned up and done well. Spicy and with a little beer, it's flavorful and enjoyable to eat. With two minds, he thought as he refined the flagpole with his blood chi, and that's when Taotai got anxious, because the flagpole of the formation flag was, little by little, being pulled out. It understood that General Bom did not come over at this time because he was certain that it would make a move against the flower snake, but when the other side senses that something is wrong, they will come over immediately. When the time comes, don't even think about running. A decision has to be made quickly. It's also his grandpa's fault that I pretended a little too much in front of the little turtle spirit before. Taotai was secretly in trouble, but it bluffed General Bom, but not this flowery snake across the street. From the roar at the beginning, and the divine sense communication at this time, the deterrence and lure exerted failed to work at all. It's just a little weird. It is now riding the wax and sitting on it. The little thing bites an old man, acting as a senior in front of it, and its hand is not hesitant. There's no reverence for the ancient ferocious beasts at all. If we call on General Bom to come to our rescue, we'll show our true colors. If he were to strike at the flower snake, his divine soul power would be too consumed, and it would be dangerous for him. Also, it's not always possible to take the other side down. I wonder how much blood chi is left in this little thing. It scorns and covets at the same time. Weighing up the situation, he still wants to run after flower snake, but in this case, the conditions offered were high, and the flowering serpent would definitely not agree, offer lower terms and lose money. So, with a clench of his teeth, he transmitted a voice to Su Chengxian. This honored one wants a monthly offering of 50,000 blood chi. After saying that, and worrying that the negotiation had collapsed, he continued, if it doesn't work, 40,000. Before the words were finished, Su Chengxian's voice transmission, which cut the price, had already arrived. Then both men stiffened. Su Chengxian, quick mouth.
cut the price less. If I had known that, I would have just shouted over $20,000. Tao Tai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Deal. Line blah. Su Changxian sighed. The divine sense transmission was so damn fast. The thought passed by in a flash. It's too late to regret it. But at 40,000 blood gas a month, that's not too much of a paycheck. For him, it was just the gain of sleeping most of the day. Besides, when he refined the flagpole, Tao Tai would become a bull and horse under him. You can even have your paycheck docked if you don't do what you're told. Quickly, scout your divine sense over, and this father will take you to drop the divine soul imprint. It's not like Tao Tai knew what was on his mind. He was so joyful at this moment, acting even more aggressively than Su Changxian. He said he was going to get into the flagpole and lead the way. Wait, don't go back. Su Changxian called it back. The two of us have to keep fighting. Continue to fight? Tao Tai froze, then smiled wickedly. Okay, 10,000 blood chi. 5,000. Deal. Mother asterisk. Su Changxian cursed, cutting the price and undercutting again. Never mind. He was too lazy to bother with this three-guy thing. The reason why the price was cut was also to prevent Tao Tai from feeling that the blood chi was too easy to come by, lest its appetite grow bigger and bigger. We've worked hard to get our blood and energy from our sleep. And so, on the surface, the ferocious soul of the formation flag and the flower snake were facing each other, their respective auras climbing. The ferocious beasts might rightfully prevailed, and it looked as if it would devour the flower snake. And although the flowering serpent was down, it hadn't given up the fight yet. Behind the scenes, but this red blood formation flag is different from ordinary magic treasures in that it has two cores located. Tao Tai transmitted his voice to instruct Su Changxian, splitting his divine sense into two. One strand goes toward the top of the flagpole, and one strand goes toward where the center of the flagpole is. In addition, it also allowed Su Changxian to condense his blood chi into a sword and break through a few prohibitions. After breaking it, the ban was reimposed with his divine soul. Not bad, not bad. Your divine soul power really isn't weak, Tao Tai said with satisfaction. These places are the means left behind by that stinking loach, the Jiao King. For you to be able to erase them so easily, it's evident that you're somewhat capable. These words made Su Changxian's heart flutter as he asked, where is General Bombspan? How come I don't see it? Him? He didn't dare to refine this flag before he got the order, Tao Tai said. That's why the prohibitions he set up are in inconsequential places. The prohibition left under the little turtle spirit was only to temporarily control the formation flag. The core of it has not been explored in depth at all. The little turtle spirit is scared to death of the stinking loach, Tao Tai said smugly. It could easily bluff the other party, also thanks to the Jiao King's deterrent power. Hey, it felt strange when it said this and asked again. Little flower snake, when you heard that the true worshipper of my father is the Jiao King, why aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Su Changxian grunted. The Tiger King and the Jiao King did not deal with each other, and when they returned to the southern demon region, it would be impossible for the Jiao King to lay his hands on them. Besides, if it doesn't work, you can still run to the eastern earthly realm. Anyway, looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's stance, they wouldn't be able to stay in the demon domain for long. If the King of Augurs is capable, he will come after him and bite him. When he finished, he teased the beast soul in front of him. You don't really think of yourself as a Tao Tai, do you? And the confessor? Talking so arrogantly, believe it or not, when I refine the formation flag, I'll wash and refine you as well. The shuffling uttered in this tone of voice could be different from refining formation flags. It is said to refer to the washing away of the spirit of a ferocious beast and re-enlightening it again. A magic treasure, the artifact spirit sealed in it, could not be weak in itself, but powerful and ferocious souls are often unruly as well. It was difficult to take it in and make it willingly driven. Some cultivators who were so proud of their cultivation that they did not fear the backlash of their magic weapons, and only wanted to make their magic treasures powerful enough, would just put down a ban and not use any other means. However, there are some prudent ones who don't want to leave behind any aftermath, so they will cleanse the spirit of the artifact and reopen the spirit. Su Changxian's words were meant to scare Tao Tai and test the other party's reaction. Unbelievable. Tao Tai laughed loudly as he transmitted his voice. My father is not afraid of this. Su Changxian didn't say any more to it, but was busy quickly refining the entire formation flag thoroughly. Without the hindrance, the majestic blood chi flushed the formation flag in an instant. He used his divine sense again to quickly leave branding and prohibitions everywhere, making sure that there was no part that had been missed, because he had to guard against Tao Tai, and because he couldn't let General B notice anything different. He didn't carry out the final step of recognizing the flag with a drop of blood. Instead, he wove his divine sense into a large net, penetrating every corner of the formation flag in an airtight manner. Even more so, at the core, A bloody egg was left behind. The kind that can detonate at any time. It's okay, it's okay. Tao Tai yelled when he saw this. Do you have more divine sense and blood chi than you can use up? If you can't use it all up, you might as well give me a taste.
This sounded a bit awkward to Su Changxian.
Taste or something? That seems to be my line. Chapter 197 Ling Xiao. You actually want to leave Big Brother behind and run away. Hurry up! Hurry up! Tao Tai gulped down the blood chi merrily while transmitting his voice.
The little turtle spirit may have sensed something was wrong.
No. He didn't need to be reminded. Su Changxian understood. It's almost too late to cheat.
Time drags on too long and sooner or later it will be discovered that something is wrong.
It's not close enough to work,
he said, judging the situation.
While speeding up his movements, he kept an eye out for movement ahead of him. As a matter of fact, whether it was when he was transmitting with Tao Tai or during the process of flushing the formation flag with his blood chi,
dropping divine soul imprints on it,
and refining it, he hadn't given up on paying attention to General BS movements. With a strong enemy at his side, if he took it lightly, he was looking for death. Now,
10 or so breaths had passed.
Although General BOM realized something was wrong, he hadn't made a move yet. Moreover,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were there, so if these two guys couldn't stop him,
they would definitely give him an early warning. It's not too late to escape. On the flip side, not signaling the alarm means it's still holding up, so as long as the formation flags were put away before then, it would be too late.
But Su Changxian felt that that was a bit too risky. Once I put the formation flag away, General BOM will surely kill over without a second thought. What he wanted was that it would be best to enter the middle of the teleportation formation while putting away the formation flag. Ling Xiao and also Ling Yunzi, if they moved against each other to stop General BOM, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to get away. When the time comes, it will be difficult for the three to rendezvous. A demon general versus three great demons. It might be a bit difficult to leave them all behind, but to leave one or two behind was simply easy. There's only one dragon egg, Su Changxian said in his heart.
It was best to not move, but once he did, he would accomplish everything, in a single breath,
not giving General BOM a chance to stop him.
He made up his mind,
and when he had completely refined the formation flag and could take it into his belly at any time,
he sent a message to Tao Tai. 3,000 more blood chi for you. Speak up and let my father do what? Tao Tai took out the air of a man dying for money and a bird dying for food. In the next instant,
the miserable scream of the flower snake resounded through the 4 fields.
Ah! Help! Ling Xiao! Ling Yunzi! Come save me! Ha ha! You should believe it now, shouldn't you?
General B looked at the 2 great demons in front of him and said with a smirk,
I can tell you that this formation flag of mine is no ordinary red blood formation flag. Do you know where it came from? I beg to be taught. Ling Xiao didn't open his mouth,
and the one who spoke was Ling Yunzi.
In fact,
they had heard the words of those great demons. Even combining what the two knew from their previous lives, they had to guess even earlier the identity of this ferocious beast. I say this also to make General BOM say more. They weren't communicating with divine sense. Instead, they fought across from each other and spoke.
A sentence is less than a breath, and more, between a couple of breaths. Fine, then I'll tell you about it.
General BOM acted as if he couldn't see through their intentions as he slowly told the origin of the formation flag.
At the end, he said,
the ferocious beast in this is not a descendant with a Tao Tai bloodline,
but a true Tao Tai. Tao Tai? Impossible. Ling Yunzi's brows furrowed as he snapped.
Ling Zhao's face also changed.
This reaction is all fake.
Of course, when they first heard the ferocious beast roar, they were indeed a bit nervous and worried, but then the urgency on his face was more than half feigned. This was because the roar of the ferocious beast was followed by Su Changxian's voice. The two immediately determined 2 things from the guy's words, and the tone of his exasperation. For one thing, he was about to refine the formation flag, so that the two would not give up so quickly. The other thing was that he had the certainty to deal with this fierce beast artifact spirit and told the two to leave it alone.
In this instant,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi immediately decided that, according to their previous agreement,
no matter what, each would delay for 10 or so breaths. If that's not enough, you'll have to give up the formation flag.
They would meet up with Su Changxian as planned, and the 3 of them would enter the teleportation array together. If it was really the ferocious beast Tao Tai, it would have swallowed my elder brother in a single bite.
You're clearly swindling us siblings, thinking that we don't have any insight.
Ling Yunzi said deliberately.
Leads General BOM to continue on. It's certainly a little bit more delayed than it could be. By letting Su Changxian get his hands on the formation flag, not to mention anything else, he wouldn't have to worry too much if he ran into General BOM again. Also, the reason why it was Ling Yunzi who answered and Ling Xiao who was silent, it's also because there has to be someone who keeps an eye on what's going on back there. After this Tao Tai was hunted, the demon corpse was refined into a formation flag.
and the soul was sealed within. General BOM said indifferently, although it has inevitably weakened a bit over the past few thousand years, it's still more than enough to deal with a junior of the great demon realm. But that's what he said. The heart actually feels a little unsettled. Those prohibitions of his were flushed clean by Su Chenxian's blood chi before he even started. Thus he lost control of the formation flag hit. This red blood formation flag was the Jiao King's treasure. While he was given this place, he was not said to be in full control, so he didn't dare to refine it at will. But the flagpole has the Jiao King's prohibition in it, so I expect the Tao Tai fierce soul in it will not dare to disobey. That's what makes him so emboldened. But this ferocious beast against the flower snake, how come it just confronts and doesn't make a move yet? The thought was born in him, to go up and check it out. Roar! Die! Just then, a roar came from Tao Tai where the formation flag was located. Damn little flower snakes, give my honor your life. The roar was accompanied by a steep increase in his aura. Divine senses, apparently, had the upper hand, and in the next instant, Su Chenxian's miserable scream came over, yelling for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to go over and save their lives. Ha ha! General BOM burst out laughing. Turning to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, he said, why don't you guys go help? If you don't move, it will be too late. Seeing Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's faces change color, yet they still stopped themselves and refused to move, he kindly said, you guys just go. I won't move. I will stand here and watch you three, brother and sister, to see if you can escape from the Taoye's mouth. General BOM spoke and laughed. Of course he's lying. Trick all three of these demons into coming to the formation flag, and when they think they can defeat Tao Tai, they themselves will strike again. He could also take this opportunity to explore the Tao Tai fierce soul in the meantime. If this statement can be taken seriously, then thank you, senior, Ling Yunzi said. As he spoke, the expression on his face seemed to be twisting for a few moments because of his anxiety. But while his words were spoken, the man stood still. It's the sky that's moving. She flew up at this point as if she couldn't wait any longer. Under his breath, he said urgently, Xiao Bai, you break the back here. I'll go save Big Brother. Her stance was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, he reached the front of the formation flag. However, he suddenly turned his body around and didn't go to save the flower snake that was bitten by Tao Tai. Instead, he headed directly towards the teleportation array below. Ling Xiao, Su Changxian yelled incredulously. You actually want to leave Big Brother behind and run away? Cloudy, Yunzi, come stop her. I'll die, but I can't let you have your way. Chapter 198, they are gone? Ha ha. Hearing Su Chengxian shout, General C laughed. Ling Xiao, don't you dare. Ling Yunzi's face had become so ugly that he couldn't help but open his mouth and roar. Then he spoke again toward General BOM. Senior, I'm offended. Raising his hand, he waved his duster and several pills were projected towards General BOM. Poof, poof, poof. The elixir, however, shattered halfway to General BOM before it could reach him. A puff of powder was raised. A strange medicinal power erupted, invoking the aura of heaven and earth and turning it into a poisonous barrier. Then he threw up his sleeves again, offered a bit of cold. The cold aura transformed into a large net in midair, enveloping the poisonous barrier, and between the combination of the two, it instantly widened to dozens of feet, cutting off the road ahead. Humph, a trivial skill. General BOM let out a scornful cold snort. I said I wouldn't move. Will I still not keep my word? But before the words fell, he had already shifted his body and avoided the large net of poisonous barriers that was covering him in front of his eyes. It's only a square of tens of feet, and you still want to block his front path as a demon general? Simply uninformed. Just a bunch of little demons who haven't seen much of the world. In his mind, he made a judgment about the origin of the roots and feet of the three water-avoiding demonic snakes in front of him. Some skills, but no background backing. It can be abused at will. Ha! He couldn't help but think with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The big brother of the three snakes, leave him alone for now. This sister and brother, humanoid Dharma body grew well. I don't know if the original form was as clean and lovely. It really tickled him. After testing that Tao Tai Fear's soul for a bit, he'll step in and capture it. Then, General BOM, the flowering serpent is cunning. Suddenly, Jin Hong's shout came to his ears. Don't be fooled. HM? General BOM frowned at first when he heard this. Then it occurred to him that this kid had a grudge against the water-avoiding snake and was bent on lending him a hand to get rid of him. It's normal to remind this one. However, just in case, he still mobilized his demonic power and accelerated his figure. While spreading his divine sense out and probing towards the formation flag, he reacted. Not slowly. Unfortunately, the tacit understanding and speed of the three water-avoiding snake siblings was even faster. When he dodged over the poisonous miasma net, Ling Yunzi had long since disappeared. Upon further inspection, It was near the teleportation position, and Ling Xiao stood in one place.
Seeing this, General BOM couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn Ling Xiao, I can't spare you.
The flowery serpent was seen writhing its serpentine body and growling hideously.
I don't want this flag. I swallow you. Saying that, as his body swam,
he opened his snake's mouth wide and bit towards Ling Xiao in front of the teleportation array.
How dare you really want to give up the red blood formation flag?
No sooner had this thought emerged than he felt a violent shaking beneath his feet.
Boom! Rumble! Is this imploding? Indeed, there are no relatives on the path of cultivation. It looks like they only have one dragon egg on them,
and it was placed on this second sister,
Ling Xiao.
As soon as the great demon saw that Ling Xiao wasn't going to save the flower snake, but was heading towards the teleportation array,
they knew it was bad. There was a flurry of ouchie, ouchie, ouchie screams of pity.
They weren't pitying the fact that the three great demon sibling bonds were ruined.
Rather, I think it's a good thing that people don't have a chance.
Yet there were a few spiritually awake ones that felt a little off.
At this time, a big demon called out. Wait, that's not right. What's wrong? What's wrong? Could they be putting on a show to fool the demon generals? What does that mean? Maybe, people were originally going into the teleportation array to keep this sister? Makes sense. It's better to have one go in than none at all. These few great demons talked,
using not a voice transmission,
but yelling out directly, and yelling really loud. It's hard to say what the intent is, but mostly not in a good way.
Everyone has no chance to enter the secret realm,
but one of you three can go in. Won't this make it hard for the demon to watch? Whether or not the three of you have fallen out, this 2-for-1 inning is looking like a done deal. In particular,
this Ling Xiao's behavior made some of them feel displeased with the demons, and there were also demons who felt that she had spoiled their good deeds.
You said that if you help the flower snake fight with the Taotai fierce spirit, and shake that formation flag to break the blocking formation, won't we all be able to get out of the trap?
If you get in everyone's way for yourself,
don't blame everyone for not letting you have a good time too.
It hurts that we can't leave, but it's even harder for the demons to leave. At this time they don't care what.
Cultivation is the matter of father died mother married people. People do not look after their own heaven and earth. Said out loud is trying to tell General BOM.
You should hurry up and stop that Ling Xiao.
At this time,
some of those with a lively mind suddenly realized that the light wall of the formation set up by the red blood formation flag seemed to have flashed.
A flash of thought. Uncontrollably,
he raised the blade in his hand,
yelled, "Brothers, we can't just watch. Let's help General BOM and stop her." At the same time, Divine Sense sent out a message for the great demons to go and see the changes on the wall of light.
The few great demons within the formation sniffed and their hearts fluttered. They had no wall of light to cover them,
and being within the formation, they were more able to feel the changes in the formation. The power of suppression disappeared. Taking another look,
Ling Yunzi had actually stopped Ling Xiao outside the formation.
It was immediately clear that something was wrong here. One moves first and one arrives later. So how did it get stopped? At that moment,
the flower snake was heard saying that it didn't want the formation flag and wanted to swallow its own sister. Then, a large amount of blood chi also erupted from his mouth, pocketing his second sister and third brother together. But the bottom half of the snake was still coiled around the flagpole. How can a person who is really stupid and foolish not be able to cultivate to the great demon realm? As bystanders, they saw through the mystery before General BOM did. Yelling, "General BOM, I'll help you." Almost simultaneously, a roar sounded. Movements, far less than before, but when it fell in the eyes of the great demons, it was a real thunderbolt. Because, the red blood formation flag was actually easily rolled up from the ground by the flower snake's tail. Then it was thrown towards the front of the teleportation array. Snake Pass, where he grew up, just happened to be there, along with the formation flag and the second sister and third brother, as well as the shrouded blood chi. They were swallowed. In a flash, it disappeared. Immediately afterward, General B was heard saying, "Thief, how dare you?" In the next instant, a flash of light was seen from that teleportation array. The teleportation array was turned on. I dropped my mom Lu. What are they? Gone? The great demons were staring blankly, when a demon stomped his foot and roared anxiously, "Gentlemen, don't just stand there. Charge." The demon general's formation flag had been taken away, and there was no more power to suppress it. So if you didn't rush it this time, when would you wait? No matter how furious the other side was, it was impossible to stop them all. Instead, when the other side came back to their senses, no one was in a good position. When the strong relent, the weak are no good to anyone. The secret realm of the Tsanglong, a flowery serpent, coming out of the teleportation array. The body swam and transformed into the size of a few feet. Opening his mouth, he spat out 2 crimson blood clouds, 2 small snakes, one green and one white.
swam out from the inside. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into two figures. Nice guy.
Su Changxian spat out his snake letters and yelled.
This is exhausting for me. Ling Xiao, Yunzi, take a quick look. Where are we? Also, I need to take a break. Let's talk about which one of you carries me next. Chapter 199 Sanglung Secret Realm, Prison of Sin. Oh wow. Where is this? Su Changxian dished onto Ling Yunzi's duster again.
How he was carried was of little concern as long as he could be carried. There was a little bit more blood chi consumption in this round, and it was him who felt overwhelmed. He also had to part with a portion of his chi and blood, first shutting the red blood formation flag and Tao Tai in his stomach, preparing to wait until he recovered a bit afterward before talking about dripping blood to make a contract.
Then it's time to sleep. He didn't sleep long, less than half an hour full. During this time,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi,
both of them, led him quickly out of the teleportation array.
Be prepared for General BOM to come after us, although he knew that it was unlikely. After all, the Emperor's Tomb's teleportation array to the Tsanglong mysterious realm was one, but there was more than one teleportation array within the Tsanglong mysterious realm. Since it was based on the true dragon bloodline contained in the dragon egg that determined where the teleportation would arrive, the probability of overlap was still not great. Do this just to be prepared. After sleeping the whole way, he woke up again and poked his head out to see a magnificent 10,000-foot hall. The great hall separated heaven and earth and stretched across the front, like a giant beast lying down. Such a grandiose hall. Su Changxian had never seen it before in his life, so he couldn't help but ask offhandedly. Looking up again, the sky above the green cloud-colored hall between them. Among the clouds, it hides 4 dragon body phantoms, the green dragon, the golden dragon, the Ying dragon, and the black dragon. One seemed to be soaring in the sky, alive and well, emanating a dragon's might as if it were substantial, seemingly sensing an unfamiliar aura approaching. The 4 true dragons turned their heads and gazed at the 3. ****. With that glance, his heart couldn't help but shake violently. It took a moment to settle down and realize that it was nothing but an illusion. Although it's an illusion formation, but when it was placed in the time of total victory back then, it was also able to deter the curmudgeons. Ling Xiao said, these types of formations were found in the high places of many great halls, not only the demon race, but all parts of the eastern earthly realm as well. It is said that some formations have been passed down from ancient times. The ones within the clan were the strongest of the generations, or the cynical seniors. Above the great hall of the holy dynasty was the phantom of a holy father, little brother Bai, the evil suppressing true immortal phantasm within the devil suppressing mountain. It has been heard that if a person with a deficient state of mind looks at it, they will give birth to a heart demon. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked. Well, Master Genevil has lived a bright life and hates sneaky and unpleasant people the most. Ling Yunzi said, that Dao Phantom has a strand of his Dao Rhyme divine idea. Dao Yun divine thought? This was the first time Su Changxian had heard of the existence of Dao Rhyme divine thoughts, the heavenly Dao supreme principle, the rules of the great Dao. Any comprehension can give birth to a Dao divine idea. Ling Xiao said, it won't be too late to think about this when you cultivate and penetrate the Dharma domain. That's right. Su Changxian nodded. Now it's better to go in first and see if there's anything good in here. You guys go in. I'll be outside. Sensing this great hall illusion formation, Ling Yunzi then said, Su Changxian froze. Yunzi, you're not going in? This reaction. It's not right. Immediately he thought, is it possible that inside, there's nothing good left at all? Then it was time to tilt his head back to the great hall. Such an imposing place doesn't look like it doesn't have treasures. At a glance, there was a main pathway in front of the entrance to the great hall, flanked by dozens of statues on each side. Judging from some features, it should be the Dharma statues of various dragon descendants. The body of the statue seems to have words on it as well. There was less mist here than in the Emperor's tomb, and he unfurled his divine sense and swept over it. Found out that there is a lot written on it, words that are unrecognizable. However, when the divine sense touched it, it was able to read its contents immediately. Surprisingly, it's something like the articles of the Torah. Looking up again, above the main entrance of the great hall was a plaque depicting gold. It was written in 2 large words in crimson. The words, with their complicated and ancient comparing, stared as if they could suck one's soul in. Oops, Su Changxian's strand of divine sense, touching the plaque, was unexpectedly swallowed. He has always been the only one to swallow others, and this time, before he did anything, he was given a plaque and ate a strand of his divine sense first. A few more glances and I felt a sinking feeling, as if I was being weighed down by a huge mountain. He averted his eyes and it was back to normal. What's this? There seemed to be an odd kind of power, yet it was very different from the mana that induced the fluctuation of the aura of heaven and earth. While being confused, he saw Ling Xiao staring at those 2 words as well.
So it's come here.
Ling Xiao's expression was a bit strange.
First surprise, followed by regret.
One look was to recognize this great hall.
Ling Xiao, you recognize the two words on the plaque in the main hall? Su Chengxian asked. Sin prison.
Ling Xiao said.
This is the place where the true dragon clan imprisons sinful demons. It seems that your majesty also recognizes it, so there's no need for me to explain more. Ling Yunzi said, waving his duster.
Su Chengxian then leapt forward and jumped onto Ling Xiao's shoulders.
I'm going to look at the formation,
Ling Yunzi said as he went to the top of the great hall with a single leap.
Sister, tell big brother about it.
Su Chengxian changed into his usual blood-chi arms and legs, pulling a strand of Ling Xiao's hair and sitting on her shoulder.
There's not much to say,
Ling Xiao said. The sinful demons that enter this place are bound to be searched cleanly.
And even their innate magic treasures are taken away, she said, stepping inside.
The Great Hall of Sin was very empty. In the center is where criminals are tried, with a lobby and 2 torture chambers.
The rest of it will be a prison cell, and really nothing good either. Not to mention the instruments of torture in the traveling room.
Even the tables and chairs in the lobby were gone. I don't know if it's been moved or if it's long since decayed over the years.
There's really nothing.
Returning to the center of the Great Hall again,
Su Chengxian couldn't help but sigh with some regret.
According to what Ling Xiao said, the prisoners held here had good things on them that had long been taken away by the true dragon clan.
A demon race's innate magic weapon was usually a part of its own demon body. To take away even the original magic weapon means that on the prisoner's body, some parts that have been hardened into treasures will also be taken away. Then there's nothing left.
The demon race that was treated like this wouldn't last even longer. Soon the mana would dissipate and the demon body would gradually fester,
finally turning into dry bones.
Even dry bones don't stay for 1,000 years.
The dragon egg that we got contains the power of the true dragon bloodline is very thin,
Ling Xiao said. I don't know how many people have come here since the Emperor's tomb opened.
Even if something was left behind, someone else had already gotten to it first. That I understand. Su Chengxian hemmed and hawed. Don't I think that we're not ordinary people?
You might be able to find something good in a place like this that is awesome at first glance, and you can't find it in any way that the average person can. It's just intentionally saved for the main character. That kind of super baby,
you know? If you say so, it's also somewhat reasonable.
Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and thought seriously.
Then why don't we, look for it again?
Sister,
I'm just kidding. Su Chengxian was amused by Ling Xiao's reaction. Good lord, that's a lot of confidence. Yes, when the Empress, the proud son of the sky is the only one.
And over time it is easy to develop the arrogance of when the world and the sky are all the same force.
People like him,
who were bulls and horses in his previous life,
and now as a traveler in this life, didn't have this kind of aura. I was also joking,
Ling Xiao said,
but if you want to look for it again, there's nothing wrong with that. Su Chengxian understood that what she meant was that Ling Yunzi's formations, for sure, hadn't been studied yet. It's best if the three are not separated. At this time,
a question suddenly occurred to him. The dragon egg was sent here to enhance the power of the bloodline, right?
Then isn't it a bit strange to be sent to a place like a jail cell? Not surprising. Ling Xiao was reminded. There is a place here. A prison for the dragon race. They haven't visited it yet. So he flew back and headed for the back hall. Chapter 200. You dare to use my honor as a sail. A few moments later,
Ling Xiao and Su Chengxian came out of the main hall. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but laugh when he saw them.
Why did you come out so slowly?
He had thought that these two should come out after going in for a divine sense sweep.
I can't believe I'm delaying for a while. Is it something good to find in there? You can't, can you?
If there was still something here, then the entire Sanglong mysterious realm would not be too withered.
If that was the case, the opening of the Emperor's tomb wouldn't have involved only so many dozens of great demons.
The first few hundred years,
which can be over 100 at a time.
It's just that the number of things that have come out of the world since then has dwindled.
And there are certainly fewer of them coming to seek the opportunity. It's nothing to gain.
Ling Xiao smiled. She never should have listened to this flower snake guy and made another trip for nothing.
A prison cell specializing in dragons is cleaner.
It was also true that the dragon race that was escorted into the prison of sin was not only treated the same as the other demon races, but would also be stripped of their essence blood to harbor the dragon eggs. The demon body will only decay faster.
Where to next? Su Chengxian asked listlessly. Good hopes of opening the door were dashed. Leave this and go to the next treasure land, Ling Yunzi said.
Su Chengxian thought that the next place he was talking about was the same area not far from the Sin prison.
As a result,
I didn't expect to hear Ling Xiao then say, also, rush to the True Dragon main hall as soon as possible.
This area, no more searching? Here, there is only this great hall, Ling Yunzi said.
Su Chengxian quickly realized what he meant by that. The two men led him up the length of the river, and before long he was standing on a bank.
Looking up is the ocean. We're actually on an island? He couldn't help but be stunned. But Sunglong's secret realm, where the true dragon clan's true imperial tomb was located, wouldn't be built on a sea island, right? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. But Sunglong's secret realm was an archipelago above a sea. Rumor has it that the Sunglong mysterious realm is in the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is the Sea of Chaos. The reason it's a rumor is because it can't be corroborated. The chaotic sea was too big, and no one had been able to tread through all its corners so far. The distance between each island. It's not close, right? Su Chengxian suddenly thought of the fact that in the Emperor's tomb, everyone had competed for the dragon eggs that contained more true dragon bloodlines just so that they could be teleported to a more favorable location. From this, it was easy to see that the Sunglong mysterious realm was certainly not an ordinary expanse. The great demon realm can make the wind and drive the clouds, and perhaps there are also some demons that have the natural aptitude of reclining or flying. It would be so scrambled because it could fly, and it was still extremely fast, but for a while, it couldn't fly to where the core of the secret realm was. You're right. Ling Xiao surveyed the sea in front of him. However, there is one more point that has been overlooked. At that moment, a large wave suddenly rolled over at his feet. Ling Yunzi flung his duster and a white light shot out, right in the middle of one of the black shadows. With another wave, he lifted the object in his hand. It's a demon shrimp. The crimson mixed with blue's lobster was over 5 feet long, wielding large pincers, a low-grade sea beast. Su Chengxian knew, at a glance, where this thing came from. He's had bigger ones. A shrimp, a crab, and mussels can make up more than 60% of the sea animals eaten. Here, Ling Yunzi raised his hand and threw the sea shrimp over. Su Chengxian wasn't polite either, leaping up from Ling Xiao and tilting his head back to give it a swallow. It can't go to waste. Nodding after eating. That's the flavor. With a bit of chaotic demonic power, the flavor is very good. It did seem possible that this place was part of the Chaos Sea. Of course, it could be the secret realm of chaos. You don't know? Ling Xiao spoke indifferently. It is said that all chaotic mysteries are connected to the chaotic sea, and all are being eroded by the Chaos Sea. I heard before that the Emperor's tomb was suffering from the infiltration of chaotic chi. Ling Yunzi said. It could also be that the true dragon clan is doing this intentionally. Ling Xiao turned and said, however, there is no need for us to look deeper into these matters. Right now it's better to think about how to cross the sea. Are you guys worried that if you fly over the sea, you'll be attacked by sea beasts? Su Chengxian asked. Is that what he's ignoring? Although this place may be a corner of the chaotic sea, the sea beasts here will not be too powerful. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. More than that, what we need to worry about are the waves and gales, and the dark current vortex. The distance between each island within the Sunglong mystery was not an ordinary distance. The sea water, in turn, contained the chaos. The chaotic chi was violent and unstable, and huge waves and winds would rise above the sea at any time. Even demon generals were not capable of relying on their own mana to fly across the sea. Once the secret realm was opened, only the teleportation array could enter and exit. The teleportation array needed to accumulate enough power before it would open again. Moreover, the teleportation arrays within the Sunglong mysteries could not teleport to each other without the true dragon order. So to get to the next place, you have to cross the ocean. In order to cross the sea, one would inevitably need to use a magic weapon. Normal spells don't work yet, couldn't stand up to the sea, and the bumps of the wind and waves. So we're going to refine a ship? Su Chengxian immediately interjected. He knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had not prepared such a magic weapon. Or rather, they hadn't been able to find the right spell. Then it's just a matter of refining. Speaking of which, it seemed vaguely as if he had heard the two talk about refining both magic weapons, but he didn't take it to heart at the time. Are you sure? He asked Ling Yunzi. Seeing this meaning, a magic weapon that could travel on the endless sea couldn't be too muddled. Not quite before. Ling Yunzi laughed. What do you mean? Before we came, we collected some spirit materials. Barely enough, Ling Xiao picks up, but we searched and found some more at the Imperial Tomb. If you add to that, what you have stored in your stomach, you have some certainty. Right. White. That's right. Ling Yunzi nodded with a smile. Egu. Su Chengxian raised his eyebrows. See, what did I say? At critical moments, we still have to rely on my good, thrifty big brother, but where there is some value, there is no reason not to use it. That's why it has to be saved. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out the things that existed in his abdomen. One by one, very atmospherically, he said, if you see anything, take whatever you want from Big Brother. There's no way to refine these anyway. He couldn't eat it and couldn't use it. So he gave it all to Ling Yunzi and hurriedly refined a ship out. Let's go to the next stop. You can hurry up. I'm waiting to eat the dragon eggs. After Su Chengxian finished giving the stuff, he took out the payment and urged. It can't be rushed. Ling Yunzi said.
It will take at least 10 days and half a month before it can be refined. The power grade of this magic weapon doesn't need to be too high. The focus is to be sturdy. And the defense formations have to be nested a few more times.
It must be a lot of work. Why did you spit it out as well?
Ling Xiao saw the red blood formation flag.
Good for you. Finally, someone has seen my father. Tao Tai emerged from the formation flag that had shrunk to only 2 feet long.
It transformed into a black sheep half a man tall,
standing in mid-air, standing up as a human,
with its front hooves crossed over its waist,
yelling at Su Changxian. Kid, are you trying to renege on your debt? Who's going to renege? Here you go. Su Changxian immediately condensed a ball of blood chi and threw it over. Turning his head, he replied to Ling Xiao's words. Sister, aren't we going to refine a boat? Doesn't this boat have to have a sail now? Is going to have it.
Ling Xiao's long eyebrows jumped,
guessing what this flower snake fellow was going to say next.
Ha. Then look at this formation flag.
Isn't it a good fit?
Kid, what did you say?
Tao Tai,
who was holding the chi and blood mass and gnawing on it,
immediately exploded. You dare to use my honor as a sail. Chapter 201 Ancient Mysteries. Tao Tai Clan. Shout what? Su Changxian waved his tail, deflecting the charging Tao Tai out of the way. Turning to Ling Xiao,
he pointed to the red blood formation flag on the ground.
Sister, what do you think? Just put the flag of this flag up,
he said and gestured saying, up, with a rope tied at the top and a rope tied in the center at the bottom.
It's a flagpole and a flag face, and it can get bigger and smaller. It's perfect. According to you, it's quite suitable.
Ling Yunzi walked to the side of the formation flag and laughed.
Not to mention anything else.
I see that this formation flag is sturdy and not easy to break through wind and rain.
Speaking of this, the style of painting turned again.
Only, the wind and waves above the chaos sea are not ordinary.
This flag, don't give it a blow.
Fart. Tao Tai flew over and pointed his hoof at him.
Let go of your doggy ass. It glared angrily and yelled. This is a flag face that was refined with the skin of my honor. With the addition of the 5 elements spiritual treasure beads, the flagpole is even with the bone of the honored one. Add yin and yang 2 chi chaotic beads, after which branded with the avenue runes on the demon emperor's seal. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning. It's hard to hurt. Heaven and earth's fury. Avoid it. The winds and waves of the tiny chaos sea also say that they can break my father's flagpole? Bah! Uneducated little thing. Is it really that powerful? Listening to him yell this, Ling Xiao was motionless, skimming his lips. Why can't I see what's so strange? Whoa! If you can't see it, you're blind. Tao Tai was furious and turned his head at Su Changxian. This father is very angry. How serious are the consequences? 1,000 blood chi. No, don't give it. Su Changxian coolly said. Look, now my second sister and third brother both think that you're not even very good at making sales, and I'm kind of regretting that I went to all that trouble to rob you. You ugly flower snake. You don't know what's good for you. Tao Tai sniffed and roared. Did you snatch this honored one? It was clearly that it didn't want to follow the Jiao King and the little turtle spirit anymore, so it took the initiative to follow and run out. If it wasn't for my father's willingness, do you think you could have snatched it? Why can't I? Su Changxian wasn't willing to show weakness either. His 2 hands made of blood chi thrusting towards his waist. Old me used my blood chi to scrub the flagpole and was able to take it into my belly. You're just a magic treasure artifact spirit. Don't you still have to follow the treasure? Humph. You are the one who will soak the flagpole in blood. And if this father doesn't nod his head, you won't be able to take it away. Tao Tai tilted his head. I am the artifact spirit of the formation flag and its true owner. Only if it recognizes its owner will the formation flag recognize its owner. You said that this formation flag was made from your bones. Your skin. Refined? Ling Yunzi asked with a frown. That's right, Tao Tai replied loudly. Su Changxian then laughed. This skin and bones of yours have been used to refine weapons. What is there to be proud of? Ow, you stupid ing flower snake. Tao Tai's ferocious soul stiffened at his words, and then it roared as if it had been stepped on in the vitals. A junior who knows nothing. Your skin and bones, even if they were placed in front of the demon emperor, are not qualified to be used for refining weapons. Oh, Su Changxian was calm and relaxed. So what? What? Tao Tai. He was struck dumb by that one. You, pointing back at Su Changxian. He didn't come up with any words to scold him. Wait. Ling Xiao opened his mouth at the right time, pretending to look at Tao Tai with a face of astonishment. Listening to the meaning of your words, could it be that you are the first generation of demon emperors? The red-blooded formation flag that was cast? Ling Yunzi also seemed to react by asking after him. I heard that the demon emperor used the hunting of the Tao Tai clan to refine the red blood formation flag. If what you say is true, then wouldn't you be the ferocious beast Tao Tai? Ha ha, that's right, my father is the real Tao Tai.
Seeing how surprised they were, the Tao Tai fierce spirit laughed up at the sky with great satisfaction. Then with a generous wave of his hoof, he said, "That's just it. Since you have recognized my identity, I will not pursue you for your previous speechlessness." "It can't be?" Su Changxian, however, struck a disbelieving pose. "Second sister, third brother, it's so weak, how can it be a Tao Tai? I think it's mostly bragging, afraid that I don't want it anymore, and is putting gold on its own face." "Fair enough," Ling Xiao nodded. "After all, words are not evidence." Ling Yunzi also frowned. "That said, this formation flag is indeed not as powerful as the rumors." "So powerful. Humph." Tao Tai didn't get angry as it did just now. It clasped its chest and slanted its eyes as it looked at the three of them, snorting coldly. "This father can see that you're trying to set me up." "That's right," Ling Xiao admitted dryly. "We do have this intention." Ling Yunzi also smiled and said, "Therefore, I would also like to ask your excellency to testify for yourself." "If you say self-evidence, you have to self. 3,000 blood chi. How do you want me to testify against myself?" "You need to justify yourself first," Ling Xiao said. "Why are you willing to follow my eldest brother? Or let me ask it another way. Why are you unwilling to follow General C anymore?" "What following?" Tao Tai refuted. "It's my father who's picking the offerer. It's not that I don't want the little turtle spirit. It's that I don't want the Jiao King anymore." "Why?" "That guy is treacherous and mean. He only knows how to ask for what he wants, even if he refuses to offer me blood chi. But he also tricked me into coming here to find dragon eggs for him. I didn't want him a long time ago." "What do you want with blood?" "I have an agreement with heaven and earth to only eat blood and chi." Tao Tai didn't want to say more. "The Jiao King didn't place a restriction on you?" Ling Yunzi asked. "And no means of governing you? If this father doesn't agree, he won't be able to refine the array flag." Tao Tai crossed his legs. "If you can't refine the array flag, how can you control me?" After saying this, he added, "In that case, you trust me?" "No, you still have to tell an ancient secret story to listen to." Ling Xiao laughed. "Just say that you, the Tao Tai clan, why you were refined into a formation flag will do." This honored one said it, "And you guys don't know whether it's true or not." Tao Tai didn't want to say it. "You don't have to worry about that," Ling Yunzi said. "Just say it." At the beginning of the ancient times, the Tao Tai clan fought with Zhu Yao, causing a corner of the savage continent to break up, and all things suffered and were devastated. The demon emperor collects Zhu Yao, captures Tao Tai, and uses him to refine the formation flag. Tao Tai's voice uttered the passage without any rise or fall. "This isn't considered secret news," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "The Tao Tai clan was voluntarily refined by the demon emperor as a formation flag." Tao Tai glanced at her. "Is this considered a secret? Voluntarily?" Su Chexian's mouth opened wide in surprise. "Nice guy. Soul extraction, skinning and boning. That's voluntary?" "The world only knows that Tao Tai is insatiable by nature and eats everything. Without something to eat, they even gnaw on their own." Ling Yunzi suddenly sighed softly. "But I didn't know that the Tao Tai clan, sensing the true patterns of the great Tao, was born to suppress the outer demons. The outer demons can take on thousands of bodies and are behemoths, and they can eat as much as they are born with. As the outer demons can hide in all things, they can devour all things. But when all the foreign devils were driven away, Tao Tai became a great danger. The demon emperor stepped in and signed the oath of heaven and earth with them. The divine soul is separated from the physical body, and from now on, it will only eat the blood chi of the offerings, sparing the rest." Ling Xiao changed into a solemn expression and bowed with his fists to the black sheep. "All the spirits of the barbaric wilderness should be thankful to the Tao Tai clan for willingly sealing their own merits." "You guys even know about this?" Tao Tai was surprised, a pair of eyes sweeping back and forth over the two. "No, you're not an ordinary demon race, knowing the secrets of the ancient world and in such detail." The demon race only had the 4 kings, including the Jiao King, and a few old monsters who still remembered the origin of the earliest batch of Demon Emperor red blood formation flags. Ling Xiao smiled without saying anything. Ling Yunzi also bowed towards Tao Tai and laughed. "That is, we are destined to meet. So let's wait for a long time to come and see what happens." "Humph, little black sheep, stop humming." Su Changxian rubbed his hands together. "Let's quickly drop the blood to recognize the owner." Chapter 202 Condensing Origin Essence Blood, dripping blood to recognize the master. "Little black sheep. I'll make you little black sheep. How dare you kid call my father a little black sheep? I'll kick your ass. Kick you to death. I kick kick kick." A 3-foot-tall black sheep kicked several times toward the flower snake sitting in a heap on the ground. There was a lot of cursing and gibbering. For sheep's hooves, front hooves kicked out, back hooves kicked in. It doesn't get tired either.
the flower snake ignored it. And on the other side, the two of them, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, were busy discussing how to forge the artifact. Finally, after several more moments, Tao Tai couldn't hold back any longer. This dead flower snake had thick skin and flesh, and without using his real power, he was probably about the same as tickling him. It even heard snoring. Seeing that the idea of blackmailing a bit of blood through this is not going to work, he then shifted and reached the top of Ling Xiao's two heads. Little green snake. What's wrong with this flower snake? It said to Ling Xiao. How does this sleep whenever he says so? So lazy, and you guys don't care about him? Little flower has been a sleeper since he was a kid. Let him be. Ling Xiao waved his hand in a perfunctory manner. Don't be in a hurry either. Wait for him to wake up from his sleep and then ask him if he wants to complete the contract with you. Who's in a hurry? Tao Tai immediately jumped to his feet. This dignity is not in a hurry. It's him who should be in a hurry. Loudly, he yelled. If you make this honored one unhappy, you will not contract with him. He. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say much as she asked with a twinkle in her eye. Senior, do you have some insights on how to refine a magic weapon that can navigate the chaotic sea? I heard that the Tao Tai clan, fierce and gluttonous, do not know anything about cultivation, so I'm afraid they don't know how to refine weapons either. Ling Yunzi naturally picked up the conversation. Why do you need to embarrass Senior? Second sister? Exciting. Aggressive, isn't it? Tao Tai threw his arms around the man and squinted. My father will not be fooled again. If Senior is willing to help and can help, I'll talk to Big Brother and give some more blood chi for sustenance. How about that? That's fine. Tao Tai glared his eyes out and flew between the two of them with his hands tied. Let this honored one take a look and see what spirit materials you have, and then teach you how to refine them. Senior, you are proficient in refining weapons? Ling Yunzi raised his eyebrows. Can you have refined any treasures? Why don't you tell us about it? Humph. Tao Tai couldn't help but flick his tail. Although this honored one hasn't refined any treasures, this honored one was personally refined into a treasure by the Demon Emperor. You believe in this honored one. No one knows better than this honored one how to refine weapons. That sounds like a hell of a joke. But when you think about it, it's really right. The fake sleeping Su Chengxian said in his heart. There shouldn't be many bystanders when a demon emperor refines a weapon, and Tao Tai is definitely one of them. As the object being refined, it must have felt a lot. It's probably similar to what happens when you've been sick for a long time. He was also relieved to see that Tao Tai had been called out by Ling Xiao and should not bother him again. Su Chengxian couldn't help but want to sigh when he thought of how he had just said with great gusto that he was going to let the other party recognize his master. But because of the system's reminder that he suddenly had to renege on his words and couldn't find any reason to do so, so he simply yawned and pretended to be sleepy and anxious, and got down on his back to fall asleep. Clumsy, too clumsy, but botched is botched, as long as it works. System, broadcast the message just now again. He belabored himself in his heart while his mind spun, asking the system to repeat the message again. Su, who was a poor actor, heard it clearly but wanted to double-check. Good host. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tao Tai red blood formation flag forged by the Demon Emperor. The system can help the host condense a drop of origin essence blood for a blood drop contract. Why do I need origin essence blood? Su Chengxian asked. The Demon Emperor is the true owner of the Tao Tai red blood formation flag. At the beginning of the ancient times, the Demon Emperor swore an oath with the Tao Tai clan, and later separated their souls in blood and flesh to help their clan escape the fate of being wiped out by the heavenly Tao. The Demon Empress used the formation flag cast by the Tao Tai clan, so she used the Oath of Alliance as a covenant, and the drop of blood as a contract. Heaven and earth will bear witness to it, and it will remain unchanged for 10,000 generations. If I understand correctly, Su Chengxian said after a pause. Does it mean that in order to fully control the formation flag, one would have to use the origin essence blood, instead of the Demon Emperor blood? Ordinary essence blood, which does not contain enough blood chi, cannot replace the Demon Emperor's blood, nor can it repair the formation flag. Understood, Su Chengxian said. This was a disguised answer to his query. Ordinary essence blood is heart blood. This he knows. What is origin essence blood? I hadn't heard of this one, so I asked the system directly. Essence blood of origin. There is called essence blood. How do you coalesce? How much blood chi is needed? Su Chengxian made a reasonable inference that essence blood and blood chi couldn't be dissociated. 10 essence blood chi can condense 1 point of essence blood chi. 100 essence blood chi can condense a drop of origin essence blood. Both essence blood. Ooh. Su Chengxian staggered from the system's expression, and combining it with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's previous words, he had probably sorted out a few things. This red blood formation flag that sealed the Tao Tai fierce soul was different from normal demon race military flags. It was refined by the first Demon Emperor, as it was the Demon Emperor who swore an oath with the Tao Tai clan,
and it was the demon emperor who dripped the blood to recognize the owner. Any controllers thereafter would only have the right to use it, not the right to own it. This may be because the power of the formation flag is too great, or for better dispatching to master the military formation. In short, there was no way to fully grasp the formation flags without knowing the reason for this place. I don't know if the Jiao King, who is the lord of the northern demon region, doesn't understand the need to use origin essence blood to make a claim, or if he doesn't want to give up his origin essence blood. The question bubbled up in his mind. Because he's a little bit of a shedder, too. No, not a little. Rather, it's a lot of shedding. Flesh hurts. Essence and blood chi. It's not easy to come by. After thinking about it, he habitually took stock of his own current home base first. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, Great Demon Realm. 100 points of essence blood chi must be condensed to advance to the Demon General Realm. Blood gas, 166033320. Essence and blood chi, 2633. Physical realm, essence realm, 18026/100. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 18714/100. Avatars, devouring and refining. Compulsion hissing, size change. Snake mold, techniques, snake bite, snake binding. 5 elements. Snake swinging tail. Refining points, 0/20. Hiss at the thought. Looking at Su Chengxian, he couldn't help but draw a cool breath in his heart. The physical realm and divine soul realm were nothing to write home about. If you think of the two as two growing trees, it could well be described as a growth spurt. After all, from the time he swallowed the heaven mending pill until now, all of the system tasks that were completed and the refining point rewards that were issued were all used on this. There was also the refining of the heaven mending pill and swallowing of the dragon eggs and all that, as well as the daily growth, which added up in bits and pieces. It wasn't a long time, but it was a very impressive rate of improvement. So it wasn't those 2 points that made him draw cold. Rather, it's blood. That's a real first. The first time I saw the blood chi was not only not growing compared to the previous time I saw it, but it was several million less. And that was even with the heaven mending pill adding nearly 40 million blood chi. Also, normally, he would be able to go up more than 2 million blood chi a month. More than 4 million of them, when swallowing and refining the heaven mending pill, condensed into essence blood chi. Su Chengxian counted the 2 largest expenditures. Other than that, it's robbing the red blood formation flag. Enough to cost him more than $40 million in blood. In this way, although the essence blood chi had also increased quite a bit, it still didn't manage to make him feel particularly excited anymore. Especially now that it may still be needed. Draining off 100. Think of it this way. It's more meaty. Is that expendable? Or not? The system has never screwed me over. On the contrary, the existence of this sleep and rise system is what made him who he is now. With this premise in mind, he was prepared to trust the system. Su Chengxian didn't hesitate long before making his choice. A few moments later, Su Chengxian opened his eyes. With a movement of his tail, he rolled the red-blooded formation flag on the ground. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a drop of scarlet blood. Whoosh! The drops of blood didn't enter the flagpole of the formation flag. On the flagpole, bursts of consuming light sprang up. Countless mysterious branded runes emerged. At the same time, the little black sheep not far away suddenly shook in its body. He turned around and couldn't help but stare angrily at the sight. Damn it, ugly flower snake. What have you done to my father? Chapter 203. What kind of crappy names are these? Stop, the little black sheep yelled. With that, his body moved and was about to run straight at Su Chengxian. The stance was as if he was going to fight the other side to the death. Ling Xiao raised his long eyebrows. I don't understand why Tao Tai is so agitated. She saw Su Chengxian's movements. It's just a drop of blood. Isn't that what it's supposed to be? Since it follows? What's more, just by looking at the reaction of Tao Tai, the artifact spirit, just now, it didn't look like he was unwilling. However, although she did not know what was happening, she did not hesitate to raise her hand, and a demonic light from her fingertips transformed into a long whip that curled around one of Tao Tai's hooves, tethered it in mid-air. Weiawa! Let go of my father. The Tao Tai fierce soul was caught off guard by being hoisted up, and immediately roared. Letting go of you is fine. Tell me first, what happened? Ling Xiao asked in an idle tone. The problem is with that drop of essence blood? Ling Yunzi spoke up at this time. He noticed a little difference. Flower snake the little long worm. He's using origin essence blood. Tao Tai cursed. He's trying to steal my honor's red blood formation flag. Since you said so, then I can't let go of you. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course I'm going to help my big brother. Weiawa! I'm pissed off. Tao Tai stomped and howled. The fierce soul that had not walked the world for a long time seemed to have returned to the time of the cubs, and once again felt the sinister nature of the human heart. Good job, sister. Su Chengxian gave Ling Xiao a nod with the little red hand that had manifested.
And at that moment, in front of him,
there was a 10-foot-tall formation flag floating.
With a gentle breeze,
the flag slowly unfurls.
Countless threads of blood surfaced on it,
like tiny rivers that meandered across the crimson background and across the branded runes.
If you look closely, you'll see that the blood filaments are alternating between old and new. Scarlet was covering all the runes.
Those that were reddish with a few shades of gold were retreating. Retreat to the corner of the flag and follow the bond between the flag face and the flagpole to the top of the flagpole.
At that spot,
the blood filaments that converged from the flagpole and flag quickly condensed into a precious pearl.
The light was not grand, but so vast, with a haunting power.
This power made Su Chengxian feel familiar.
It's a bit similar to the illusionary formation on the Sin prison.
The pressure it gives off.
It was a heart-sized, somewhat dark red droplet of blood, crystal clear.
It exuded a sense of oppression without anger. Essence blood from the Emperor.
It hangs at the highest point of the flag, like a star about to fall. Not as bright as a star, but the power contained within it, as if it represented some kind of eternal immortality. Unfortunately, the owner of this drop of essence blood is no longer around. So is the star that is about to fall. Su Chengxian moved. With a twist,
he opened his snake's mouth and swallowed towards the drop of Demon Emperor's blood.
Since it is destined to fall, might as well land in his mouth. No! Shut up! Ow! Tao Tai violently broke free and charged. However, it was already too late. Even it was swallowed into the snake's mouth. Then all that was heard was, yuck! A small black sheep, arcing in midair, puff, fell into the sea. Hoo. A tumbling cloud.
They coalesced on the surface of the sea,
and under the agitation of the sea breeze, they transformed into countless hideous faces, as if they were accusing, crying, and wailing. Anyway, it's very hard to hear. Boom! Thunder roared like the roar of the gods, shaking people's hearts and livers. Then lightning broke through the sky, illuminating the land as if it were day, only to be swallowed up by darkness in the next instant.
So much for a restful night's sleep.
Of course, one cannot sleep peacefully. Snakes can. Flowering snakes, even more so. A certain flowery snake, sleeping through the night, above his head, sitting cross-legged, was just now, tired of cursing, black sheep, some distance away from them.
Ling Yunzi set up the Dan furnace.
2 Dan furnaces.
In addition to the one given to him at the water-avoiding marquee, there was also the original Wujin Dan furnace that he had used.
I'll burn the furnace. You set up the defense array.
Ling Xiao opened his mouth.
Good.
Ling Yunzi agreed and got up to set up the formation.
Small defense formations are simple to set up. It's been used several times before. Just take out the array disc, place the feet according to the orientation, and then activate them one by one on the disc. Should we call Little Flower over?
Ling Yunzi asked casually as he set up.
I'm not patient to listen to Tao Tai cursing.
Ling Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth. The ugly flower snake also has a good nature.
You don't even talk back when you're scolded like that. Of course, it's possible that they really didn't hear it. After all,
he had swallowed a drop of the Demon Emperor's blood.
It's being fully refined at this moment. Speaking of which,
it wasn't in vain for him to expend so much blood and chi to snatch the red blood formation flag. Ling Yunzi said as he walked back and placed the formation disc at his side.
With just 1 drop of Demon Emperor's blood, you've earned it.
Though the power in it had dissipated for the most part over 10,000 years.
But that was also the blood of the first Demon Emperor in his heyday.
It was definitely a good treasure for Su Chengxian.
But then again, someone else might not have this ability to refine the blood beads.
He actually knew that he had to use the origin essence blood and contract the red blood formation flag. Ling Xiao spoke again.
I really didn't expect it.
Just in case the Tao Tai had discovered their identities, they spoke to each other with great care.
Of course, there were some words that were still best transmitted by divine sense. So, in the next instant,
the two of them tacitly changed their conversation.
I have not even heard of this. Ling Xiao transmitted. I don't know that there is such a thing either. Ling Yunzi returned.
I just know that the red blood formation flag cast by the Demon Emperor has always been under his control. So it seems that to fully control the earliest batch of red blood formation flags, one must make a contract with the essence blood of the origin.
An extremely hidden message within the demon race. And how did the old man know? Could it be that he's really an old ghost? Ling Yunzi said. No, it's not right.
Ling Xiao intuited that it wasn't.
But again, the matter is indeed odd. The two chatted a bit more. As usual,
still no speculation on where the flower snakes came from.
Then he did not say any more, but focused on refining the weapon. The other side. Su Chengxian was half asleep. 5 days later, Su Chengxian woke up from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes and heard a wah-ah-ah, blah blah blah. What are you doing? He asked the black sheep in front of him, who crossed his arms and spat at him. Vengeance! Avenge your spitting! Black Sheep yelled. And you even took my formation flag. Don't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. Su Changxian grunted and laughed. It's not like I'm saying I won't let you live. Little Black. Who's Blackie? Tao Tai glared. So you prefer to be called Big Black? Mao Mao. Hey Bao. Wong Kai? Little Black Sheep? Tao Tai fell into speechlessness. What kind of names are these? Chapter 204 1800. Deal. Alright Big Black. You're still living with your formation flag. I'm the one who's losing out. Su Changxian finally unilaterally decided on Tao Ye's name, directly settling on Dahe. He knew Tao Tai didn't have a name, and also sensed that the other didn't resent being called Dahe in the pair of names that were reported. Tao Ye's original phallic form was not black, but it chose to show itself with this face. So there's probably a bit of a story there. It likes black and is not averse to being named as such, can sense Tao Ye's state of mind. This was the benefit of contracting a magic treasure with one's origin essence blood and having complete control over the red blood formation flag. When the artifact spirit and his mind were connected, thereafter, driving it hardly required any action, just a thought would do. So anyway, although his mouth said that he had lost money, Su Chengxian's heart understood that this time, he had earned it again. So he graciously shielded himself from the angry accusations of Big Black on the sidelines, joyful and dark. And, of course, the capital paid is mind-blowingly large. The 43 million or so blood she spent on grabbing the formation flag was not going to be mentioned. That, after all, also had the purpose of entering the Tsanglong mysterious realm within it. It can't all be counted on getting the red blood formation flag. Then, count half. Then came the blood drop. For 100 blood chi, you can refine 1 point of essence blood chi. For 10 points of essence blood chi, you can condense 1 point of essence blood chi. 100 essence blood chi can condense 1 drop of origin essence blood. If you do the simple and rough math, it's 10 million blood chi that can condense a drop of origin essence blood, or essence blood. Su Changxian sighed in his heart, but that's not how the accounts are calculated. He could die laughing if he could really convert that way. After all, 10 million blood gases may seem like a lot, but they can go up in 4 months of sleep. It's literally a no-brainer and a drought. It's not like sowing seeds to grow crops and having to work your ass off and watch the weather. But in fact, is that how it works? First, blood chi is refined into essence blood chi, which is the first hurdle. If he did nothing, what would the growth be in a month? 15. This count is kind of another way to be mindful of this in Su Chengxian's case, so he must lean on outside forces. The biggest boosts at the moment are demon pills and elixirs. With sufficient spirit replenishing pills, my current growth in essence and blood chi for a month is around 130. Then to make an estimate more crudely, in about a year, the accumulated essence blood chi is able to condense a drop of origin blood. However, the truth is, no way. Can't do it. It simply can't be done. It wasn't even a matter of how it could be done. It was that with Su Chengxian's current state, he was unable to accomplish this level of power condensation. In other words, he needed to raise his strength to a level where he could condense his origin essence blood before he could consider what to do next. Essence blood. Su Chengxian remembered that the system had mentioned this before. Something to do with immortality. Eternal life, immortality after possessing great power. It's almost the ultimate pursuit of the cultivator. But he didn't even know what the other conditions that needed to be reached in order to condense essence blood were. Well, this time, it was the system that took the initiative and helped him to condense a drop of essence blood for contracting the red blood formation flag. The whole process was quick, probably due to his lack of strength. Su Chengxian didn't feel much throughout. It's just that when it's over, it feels so empty. Physically and soul-wise, it felt weak, and the complete opposite feeling when full of power. It was dozens of times worse than paying 10 million blood chi to resist the robbing thunder, and dozens of times worse than the power drain sensed by mobilizing 15 million blood chi at a time to flush the formation flag. It felt like at least a third of the strength in his body was gone. It was hard not to let his heart skip a beat. Luckily, the rewards were also huge. Now, when the origin essence blood entered the red blood formation flag, the large flag was slowly reviving. A strong connection arose between Su Chengxian and it, so he sensed that this formation flag was using the blood chi that he had before infused into it for Da Hey, your flag. It seems like it's borrowing my blood chi to repair itself. Su Chengxian finally found another ground for reasoning with Tao Tai. What's your blood chi? Tao Tai Da Hey yelled at once. That was given by you before you got this father, and since it was given, it doesn't count as yours. It's just a little bit of blood. So pushy. You've got the honored one, and you're still counting some blood chi. It's really not atmospheric. It popped up to the top of the flower snake's head again and kicked it. Not to mention that you didn't get the essence blood of the black Xingyang demon emperor? Don't say such misleading words, Su Chengxian lazily said. The Demon Emperor's blood. To put it mildly, that was something I exchanged with my origin essence blood. He didn't bother to ask what the Black Cyan Young Demon Emperor meant. It was just a secret note, ready to ask Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi when they had time. There's just something so comforting about having two hangers-on around you. What people? Where is anyone here? Why would anyone misunderstand? Big Black said in an uncertain manner. It's clearly just you three snake demons and my father here. After saying that, he said contemptuously, also, your origin essence blood. Can it be compared to the Demon Emperor's blood? TSK, it's incomparable. Su Chengxian grunted. The Demon Emperor's blood was certainly not origin essence blood, and just plain old heart blood. But for him, it was enough. Although there was no reminder from the system, he was able to sense that by refining this drop of essence blood, the blood chi and essence blood chi that he had previously consumed would not only make up for it, but would also surely have a slight surplus. But that's all still secondary. Mainly this also contained the Demon Emperor's epiphanies in power cultivation, as well as some of his life experiences. This includes battle skills, combat experience, etc. The former didn't have much use for Su Chengxian. After all, he didn't have a cultivation technique right now, but that didn't mean he couldn't use it afterward. The latter is much more useful. This almost meant that he had obtained part of the inheritance of a Demon Emperor. It's a very small part though, but that was the Demon Emperor, or the first Demon Emperor who set up the Demon Imperial Court at the beginning of the ancient times. His insights and experiences would bring Su Chengxian a completely different experience that would greatly broaden his horizons. Although it didn't contain the Demon Emperor's will, it could be refined to condense a trace of divine sense. This wisp of divine sense is useful for many things, but Su Chengxian's intention was to treat it as if he had drawn a limited time experience card. Of course, he was too lazy to explain these things to Tao Tai, and when Tao Tai Dahe saw him painfully admit that he was inferior to the Demon Emperor, he grunted in triumph, and his anger subsided so much that he popped down from the flower snake's head. Standing in front of him, he puffed out his chest and demanded, "Little flower, give this honored one some blood chi to pad his stomach. It's all dripping blood. It can't be lifted at this moment. Isn't it only right to make an offering?" "No," Su Chengxian half-deadly said. "The huge amount of blood chi I used to cleanse the formation flag is all just a little bit of blood chi in Master Hei's eyes. You want some here? I really can't give it out. Cough. Give 1,000 blood chi and nibble on it." Big Black pretended to have thick skin on the strength of his dark face, when he didn't hear the derision in Flower Snake's words. 1,000? Su Chengxian stretched his tone. And no. So, 500? Big Black thought 500 would be fine. In the day and night he had followed Su Chengxian, he had asked for tens of thousands of blood chi. It was more than what he had eaten in the previous 10 years when he had followed the Jiao King. To ask for it now would be to have a date but not a date. What if there is one? Don't be so pathetic. Once Su Chengxian heard that Dahe had lowered the price to 500, he all of a sudden felt heartbroken for the other party. 500? What's 500 enough for? What kind of life was this before? Also, it's too pathetic. If you don't say, you can't just name anyone. I'll give you 1,000. But not for nothing. He thought for a moment and said, "You'll have to do some work." "Do some work?" Tao Ye's eyes glazed over. "Wait, do you want the dragon eggs?" "Think." Su Chengxian became interested. "You can find it? How much blood chi can I exchange for one dragon egg?" Big Black rubbed his hooves. 1,000. Su Chengxian just opened his mouth, and before he finished the word 1,000, he heard Big Black impatiently continue. 800 okay? Deal. Chapter 205 Ooh. Surprisingly true. That's good. Once again the reverse chopping was successful. Su Chengxian was also too lazy to compete for 200 blood chi, and there was no more talking. Anyway, he's got a good conscience, and he's going to give the kid some pocket money. 1,000? His response, however, made Tao Tai Dahe a bit confused and asked after him. "Deal? It's a deal. 1,000. Su Chengxian took a look at him like this and couldn't help but close his eyes. "Forget it. If you can find the dragon eggs, 1,002 blood chi apiece. He'll never be a capitalist in his life. The heart is not hard enough, especially with your own people. It's just a little bit of blood, which is worth careful confirmation. It's still a ferocious beast from ancient times. In particular, the Tao Tai fierce soul was now called Dahe, the name he gave it." "Really? Really? A deal?" "It's a deal." He thought about it. To be generous to the end, he simply added, "This is the base salary. You find more than 3 dragon eggs, and from the 4th egg onwards, you'll be given a price of 15,000. For the other spirit materials, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi said that they are useful and also gave you blood chi as a reward. So, as usual, you really can't give names to just anyone. Taking a name is like having a sense of attachment and inexplicable responsibility. Could it be that this is karma?" He named Tao Tai after Big Black.
Although he knew full well that the other party was a ferocious beast from the beginning of the ancient times, even if it was sealed into a formation flag, it was still a Zune ferocious soul. This was a fact that couldn't be concealed even though it was a small black sheep in its appearance at this time. But the moment Su Chengxian thought of the other party's name being Dahei, it was hard to avoid giving birth to the feeling of treating the other party as a pet. And then as a result it's natural to get protective. From there, it's a matter of repeatedly changing your mind in a moment of weakness. So I just made a mistake that all pet owners make. He couldn't help but mumble. Even if Ling Zhao's previous divine sense transmission had told him that Tao Ge's transformation into a black sheep, as well as his various behaviors in front of them, were most likely throwing his weight around, there was no way to make his reason overcome his sensibility. What's that saying? What's there to pretend not to, when you're your own pup? As long as it's willing to put in the effort for me. What's more, he was in complete control of the red blood formation flag, so he didn't have to worry that Tao Tai, as the spirit, would betray or harm him. Humph. Do you mean what you say? Tao Tai heard Su Chengxian's words about treating it as a pet, but decided to endure it for the sake of blood qi. Count on it. Su Chengxian thought to himself. How dare you question me in this regard? Are you doubting my character? Even if one doubted Lao Fu's character, one should not question Lao Fu's promise regarding blood qi. Worried we won't deliver? That's because you don't know how easy it is to come by the old man's blood. Nothing else. Lie down on the ground and close your eyes. Sleep on it, and the blood will come. Believe it or not, kid, don't you regret it. Big Black put a front hoof and slapped it on his forehead. Do you know? Where is this? This is the true dragon clan's Tsanglong's secret realm. The place where they place their dragon eggs. Do you know how many dragon eggs are here? It asked, looking askance at Su Chengxian. That stance was as if saying, you don't know how many dragon eggs there are here. And you don't know how many dragon eggs this honored one can find. How dare you boast? I know. There used to be a lot of dragon eggs here. Su Chengxian, however, laughed, but it's hard to say how many are left now, though all of them were dragon eggs from the Emperor's mausoleum towards the Tsanglong mystery realm. That's why the dragon eggs in the secret realm are, as a rule, only accessible. But that didn't mean that there were a lot of dragon eggs left in the Tsanglong secret realm. On the contrary, the dragon eggs in the Emperor's tomb, although all of them were no longer hatchable, were inside the chamber, where ordinary mausoleum beasts couldn't enter. The dragon eggs in the secret world are a different story. Things have changed. The dragon eggs here have probably been eaten up long ago. He thought that Big Black was unaware of the reason for this. It also felt like the dragon eggs in the Tsanglong mystery realm were all still there. He also wished it was all still there. But according to Ling Xiao, the Ling beasts in the secret realm were much stronger. Besides, there are sea animals here. They do devour dragon eggs. Anyway, from what Su Chengxian had heard from her, the situation of the dragon eggs within the Tsanglong mysteries was not optimistic. He was prepared for a small harvest. It's just a shame that the system gives rewards for quests, especially refining points. Humph. I didn't expect Tao Tai to hum and laugh in triumph. You also think of the true dragon clan as too much of a wimp. This is one of their old haunts. How can you not be on guard against a house slave stealing your home? What beast of burden? What sea creature? It's not like it's something that's only available now. Dragon eggs are about the continuation of the pack. How can they be eaten so easily? If it is said that the power of the heavenly Tao cannot be violated, and it is not possible to fight the great power, even if it is not possible, it is still possible to let these insufficient existences to continue the bloodline of the dragon eggs. All of them are eaten cleanly? If it was so useless, it would have been stripped and made into spirit elixirs and magic weapons at the beginning of the ancient times. The true dragon clan can be full of treasures, even if the children and grandchildren later. The cultivation strength is not good, and the power of the bloodline is weakened beyond recognition, almost degenerating the prestige of the ancestors. It was also taunted by some of the strongest people as being an old loach. It wasn't as if he was just so stupid that he couldn't even protect the dragon's egg. That's just it. I'll take you to look for it. Big Black crossed his arms and said, words are no proof. Let's see for ourselves. The true dragon clan all disappeared in the demon region. Anyway, this Tsanglong mysterious realm was now a real graveyard. Those dragon eggs, even if they still had some vitality, were afraid that they had long since lost the possibility of hatching. Leaving it there would only result in the last vestiges of life and breath dissipating and eventually turning to dust. Might as well give it a find and cheapen the flowering serpent. Give this honored one, too, and get some blood energy to eat. As it spoke, it urged Su Chengxian to hurry up and get up. It's been a while since I've had blood gas. Greedy. Hurry up and find the dragon egg, or you can change to blood energy quickly. Where to find it? Su Chengxian froze. Right here? He had just said to Tao Tai that he could use the dragon egg for his blood qi. But he had never imagined that the other party would be able to find the dragon egg now.
Because on this island, there is just one Sin prison hall.
Ling Xiao was with him and had already searched.
Nothing. It's in the Great Hall of the Prison of Sin. Big Black said. We looked. Su Changxian didn't want to move. He's still weak at this point. Just want to sleep. Looked underground too? Big Black asked rhetorically. Of course. Su Changxian replied. Divine sense probing, right? Big Black asked again. Or else? Su Changxian wondered. Digging in? Of course. Ha! Half an hour later. Ooh, I can't believe it. Su Changxian looked at the underground from the Sin prison. To be precise,
from the underground of the prison that specialized in holding the bloodline of the true dragon clan.
3 dragon eggs were unearthed. It still got dirt on it. Chapter 206 Mining Dragon Eggs. Deducting rations. Hurry up! Hurry up! Big Black pointed at his feet. This piece. Dig down. Okay, get out of the way. Su Changxian took the red blood formation flag out and fiercely poked it downward. Boo! Then pour blood energy into the flagpole. The flagpole instantly thickened and lengthened. The ground immediately cracked. Click, click.
Then he swings the flagpole from side to side.
Clunk, clunk, clunk. Finally the flagpole was pulled up in one piece. A hole appeared in the ground at once. Dahei then burrowed down the hole, and within moments, came out pushing a dragon egg. Ha ha, 1000 blood chi. It yelled joyfully. Ha ha, a dragon egg.
Su Changxian clapped his hands after him. This was the 5th dragon egg that the two of them had harvested underneath this one prison cell.
There are 2 more at the bottom. Big Black toppled the dragon egg to the ground, rolled it somewhere, howled at Su Changxian,
and turned his head to burrow underground again. He has to get all the eggs before the flower snake says no more,
lest this guy backtracks.
While drilling downward, he thought to himself,
Humph, with my father getting it out, it's too late for him to back out. Instead of dragon eggs,
the dragon eggs in this place are more like snake eggs, python eggs, turtle eggs,
or any other demon eggs. In short, it was certainly not known as a dragon's egg back in the beginning of time, but nowadays,
in this some long mysterious realm,
but anything with a bit of true dragon's breath and bloodline could be called a dragon egg. Anyway, that brat Su Changxian, when he saw it, he shouted that it was a dragon egg. Humph, since he said it's a dragon egg, he'll have to press the dragon egg for blood chi for this father. Big Black bared his teeth under the ground. I don't care if it's a dragon's egg or not. It's fine if it can change blood chi. This time, earn it. Su Changxian on the ground, looking at the harvested dragon eggs, was also smiling from ear to ear. 5. Hey, and, hey, for 1 dragon egg, you can exchange it for 2 refining points. It may not seem like much, but it adds up. What's more, it's part of the unexpected. It took a lot of effort to get there. Of course he knew that the dragon eggs that could be placed here were not well qualified. But so what? There's no chance of it being able to hatch anyway, so it doesn't matter what the qualifications are, if you can exchange them for refining points. But in a moment's time, you'll be able to exchange it for 10 refinement points. This time, earn it. And so, with both parties feeling that they had earned it, the dig went on very happily. Taodai didn't even care that Su Changxian had used the formation flags refined by its own body as a digging tool.
All he could think of was to hurry up and find all the dragon eggs quickly and exchange them for blood chi to quench his hunger. Without enough blood chi again, its divine soul was on the verge of becoming disorganized. Another half hour passed. Dahei told Su Changxian with some regret. It's gone. The digging is done. Oh, okay. Su Changxian nodded. I said to myself, finally, I'm done digging. Nice guy. It felt very strange to him to pull out the dragon egg, so much like digging up dirt beans. The main thing is that this true dragon clan is also unusual. How do they bury their children underground? What's wrong with burying underground? Big Black grunted as he crawled out of the ground, his mouth speaking. Many of the descendants of the ancestral dragon and giant turtle bloodline inheritance, the descendants that were born and bred, were conceived by burying them underground. The ancestral dragon and the giant turtle were powerful existences that had risen through the heavens and earth in the ancient times. Their descendants are buried deep in the earth. Why shouldn't these dragon eggs be? These dragon eggs, how can we take them away? It asked Su Changxian. I swallowed it all. Su Changxian didn't say much as he directly opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of blood chi. Once the blood chi wrapped the dragon egg, he took a deep breath and swallowed it into his abdomen. There. He finished that and patted his stomach. It didn't feel like it took up much space. You just, ate it? Big Black blinked. Don't you want to wash it? Oh, exempt? You're quite particular. Su Changxian was surprised. It's just a bit of dirt. It doesn't matter. The dirt is fine, but there's spit on it. Mirage dragon spit. Wretch. So,
Applying the saliva of a mirage dragon can avoid the probing of divine sense? When they returned, Dahei ran to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi and joyfully told Su Chengxian's embarrassing story. Ling Xiao asked with great interest after hearing this, and add some other spirit materials together. Dahei said, this was an idea that the Qingyang Demon Emperor came up with.
At that time everyone was changing their techniques and relying more and more on divine sense. That guy of his is incredibly smart and wants to be ahead of everyone in everything. Then they figured out quite a few means to evade divine sense. Using the saliva of the mirage dragon, along with the sap of some spiritual plants, it could form a phantom formation-like effect. Unfortunately, this method could only be used to hide something with weak mana fluctuations, the eggshells of dragon eggs, or the various egg-born types of demons. The eggshells themselves had the effect of masking their breath, buried in an underground spiritual vein. It could avoid many probing stares with a little concealment. Time to remit the bill. After making fun of Su Chengxian, Big Black flew back to yell in front of him. You laughed at me. Didn't you ever think that I would withhold your blood qi? Although Su Chengxian's words were like that, the blood qi that was taken out was not missing at all. This father knows that you are not that kind of underhanded demon. Big Black hugged the blood qi mass and started gnawing on it, and took the time to perfunctorily say, besides, what about the saliva of the mirage dragon? I've heard that in the outside world. It's all known as the dragon's ambergris smile. It's good stuff then. Alright, stop it. Su Chengxian waved his hand, while secretly swearing that next time, he would remember to scrub the dragon egg before swallowing it. Then he asked the question that he had always found strange. In the ancient times, the great powers did not use their divine sense to sense their breath and probe the four directions? No. Why? No need. 500 blood qi. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Su Chengxian had already found the trick to dominating Big Black. All it takes to make the Taotai fierce spirit obey is a little blood. Cost effective. The natural aptitude and the rules of the great Tao that they have mastered can turn the place where they are into a small world, and when they reside in it, they can see all things in full view. Taotai. Who wouldn't shout boss atmosphere? Answered the question very quickly and then stretched out one of his front hooves. Prepare to collect the boss's bounty. Wait, Su Chengxian said, about to condense a ball of blood qi for it, but in the next instant, his movement stopped. Nope, that's not right. Blood gas. Because of the system panel, one's own blood gas is quantified on it. His divine sense became stronger and he was able to sense the changes in his own blood qi, and then cross-referenced it with the data on the panel to confirm it. Before he gradually understood how much 1 point of blood qi was. Other than him, Ling Xiao and also Ling Yunzi had never, ever expressed the amount of mana very precisely. But the Big Black man, from the time he negotiated the terms, was talking about the amount of blood and gas. Even more bizarre, the blood qi given by Su Chengxian was given in clusters according to one's own senses. That is, in units of 1 point of blood qi as displayed on the system panel. The Taotai fierce soul, on the other hand, hadn't expressed any dissatisfaction with this from the beginning to the end. There were no other emotions either, apparently well accepted. This leaves 2 possibilities. One is that Big Black also has a constant growth blood qi system. Su Chengxian said darkly. The likelihood of this is very low, almost infinitely close to none. If it did, it wouldn't even care about being treated as a pet for a mere few hundred blood qi. So most likely, in the barbarian continent, in the ancient or remote past, blood qi would have had a common set of units of measurement. This unit of measure in the systems, even if it is a little off, is very small, small enough to be negligible. In order to verify this, he deliberately gave 500 blood qi, to 20 less. Then after giving it out, watch for Big Black's reaction. Su Chengxian, how dare you withhold my father's rations? Big Black reacted by jumping and roaring the moment he received the blood gas ball. Chapter 207 Woke up from a nap and ate seafood. LOL. Are you human? Dahei was grudgingly resentful of Su Chengxian's withholding of its blood qi. I'm not. Su Chengxian gave a response in a lazy tone. He doesn't even have a human form. What kind of person is he? You do that on purpose? Big Black squinted. Make it up to me. Make it up? It can be. Su Chengxian smiled. Tell me first, how much I'm short of you. You want to bully this father into not knowing how to count? Dahei glared his eyes out, trying to be blind. As the saying goes, a cat pup can't read a box of fish. He's not much of a math person, but he can read fish just as well as the cat pups. Su Chengxian yawned. It was as if he was saying that if you, Dahei, didn't give an answer, he wouldn't make up the blood qi. This massive blood qi, at most 478 up and down, definitely not enough for 500. In order not to eat this loss, Big Black took the blood qi mass and looked at it carefully, felt it again, and came to a conclusion. Hurry up and make up the difference. To this honorable man. Here.
Su Changxian didn't deliberately delay. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and gave 20 points of blood chi. Over. Humph. Count on you to know what you're talking about. Big Black was very proud. Kid, don't come this way next time. You can't fool this father. Got it. Su Changxian grunted after him. Although he had questions in his heart, he did not intend to ask Tao Tai at this point. Mostly, I didn't think about how to proceed with the question. However, he didn't expect that Big Black's next self-talk directly solved the mystery for him. Humph. Don't be displeased. My father has eaten many ancient demons. The black sheep waved its tail behind it and bragged. Nature has a very keen sense of blood chi, and can detect even the slightest bit less. If you give more, this honored one may not say a word. But if you give less, this honored one will certainly not be willing. Ancient demon.
Only ancient great demons would be called ancient demons.
Ancient great demons are just that. Ancient great demons.
Su Changxian was instantly blessed and asked,
the mana that ancient demons cultivate is blood chi? No. Big Black shook his head. No? Su Changxian was stunned. They don't need to cultivate at all. Big Black said.
Ancient demons rely on swallowing chaos chi to continuously grow their blood chi and become powerful. Of course, this presupposed that the physical body could withstand the chaotic chi rushing through it. After it finished seeing that Su Changxian seemed to be pondering, it couldn't help but think. I don't need to tell Flower Snake about this, right? He was walking the path of the ancient demon, so he should be well aware of the offshoots. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to Su Changxian. Holding the blood chi mass, flew to the side and slowly nibbled away. This, put aside at the beginning of the ancient times, was not enough to give it a plug. To this day, it is a different time. You have to take your time to savor it. Ancient demons, swallowing the chaos chi to grow their blood chi. Su Changxian narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. He was able to devour sea beasts that contained the power of chaos and use them as blood food. This was somewhat similar to the cultivation path of an ancient demon, but the chaotic chi was estimated to be just like the heaven and earth aura, and it was definitely not efficient to swallow it. No, it should be less efficient, because at this time, the aura that filled heaven and earth, the chaotic chi, there was only some left in the chaotic sea. How about a couple sips of seawater to taste? As soon as the thought popped into his head, he couldn't help himself a little. After scanning Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who were busy, and seeing that they weren't paying attention to the side, he moved his figure to the coast. Leaning over, he took a shallow sip. Ha! It's awful. Enduringly, he swallowed it and activated his natural aptitude, swallowing and refining. Congratulations to the host for swallowing a trace of chaos chi. Blood gas plus 0. 1. Mother asterisk 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 Su Changxian grinned. The downside of being brave is not very wonderful. Turn around and walk away. Get down and sleep. No more tossing. Sure enough, it's best to sleep. 2 breaths later. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 10 days later. You awake from your nap? Su Changxian's tail had just slightly moved when a black sheep charged over. It impacted hard on his chin. Then he was swept away by his tail. Did you kids die of sleep or exhaustion in your last life? Big Black flew back stubbornly, yelling with his arms crossed. Do you know how long you've been sleeping? 10 days. You slept for 10 days. Is there a problem? Su Changxian angrily got up and stretched. It is not unheard of for cultivators to go into seclusion for dozens or hundreds of years. You also know it's seclusion? Big Black circled around him unrelentingly. Retreat is cultivation, you know? There's a difference between that and sleeping. At the very beginning, Su Changxian was seen lying down on his back, his breathing becoming stretched out. It thought the guy was practicing. As it turned out, it was actually sleeping. There wasn't even the slightest sign of drawing on the aura of heaven and earth. 10 days, 10 whole days, not practicing at all. Big Black was so excited. But of course it wasn't because he was concerned about Su Changxian's cultivation. It cares about blood. To be more precise, it's the blood supply. You're so uninspired. The black sheep glared angrily with round eyes. When will you be able to refine enough essence blood? The day Su Changxian didn't refine enough essence blood. The day its rations weren't all but guaranteed. Hundreds and thousands of blood chi is just a thin stream of water that will keep it from starving. Don't worry, there's no shortage of your blood chi. Su Changxian once again sent it flying with a tail. Cruise over towards where Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were. Humph. What big words. Big Black yelled. If it weren't for the fact that the earth and sky have long since lost their chaotic chi, and you're sleeping like this, my father would really think that you're growing your blood chi. Unfortunately, the chaotic chi had long since dissipated and disappeared. If not, how would it be reduced to? Giving a small snake as an artifact spirit? Sister, Sandy. Su Changxian ignored it and instead shouted at Ling Xiao and the two of them. Brother, I'm awake. If you're awake,
You're awake. The black sheep chattered in his ear. What are you yelling about? Humph. What do you know? Su Changxian ignored it. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, got it. Then he saw Ling Yunzi get up and leap into the air, reaching above the coast. Wave a little. Then from the sea, a great net was drawn up. The nets are filled with fish, shrimp and sea animals. He dragged the large net and instead of bringing it back, he placed it on the shore. You go over and eat.
Ling Xiao turned his head to Su Changxian, so as not to make the place smell fishy.
Don't you cook them? Su Changxian wasn't too satisfied. Also, I eat these whole and swallow them. They're clean. Swallow the ones with shells along with them? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It's fine. Calcium supplement.
Su Changxian had a stiff upper lip.
Get over there and eat it yourself. Okay. Big Black looked dumbfounded. Was Flower Snake's elder brother a dignified one, or was he not? A few moments later, Su Changxian is roasting shells.
He got some fire from where Ling Yunzi and the others were refining.
Again, he sent Big Black to cut some firewood and return.
After you've gulped down the fish and shrimp and don't feel so hungry,
it's time to slow down and enhance the flavor. Confirmed.
You almost starved to death in your last life.
Just like this one. Big Black said. That's not true. Su Changxian shook his head, but didn't say much. Mouths are busy. Wake up and eat seafood. Cool.
The seafood was all very fresh. It also naturally carries a fresh flavor. It tastes simply beautiful when you just put it on the fire and eat it while it's hot, blowing a somewhat strong sea breeze, the hissing of the mists comparable to the cries of ghosts and wolves in his ears, and the dark and eerie sea in front of him.
Nodded. Well, it was okay. Something else. While eating, I regretted. At this time of year, it would be better if there was garlic. Missed the boat. There's no storage inside the stomach. In the palm of the manifested hand, cupped as a toothpick, picking meat outward from the shell, was the red blood formation flag that had become smaller. The top of the flag is pointed and works very well. One for my father. 2. Just the scallop. Big Black didn't have any problem with this. Who let Su Changxian share it as well? Ha ha, it's all there. Su Changxian cheerfully fed Dahe the pitch he asked for, his mouth saying, I'm telling you, this scallop has to be even better with garlic and vermicelli. Then he turned around and wanted to greet Ling Xiao and the two of them to come over and try it as well. This is, after all, a ready salvage, and I don't know if it was because of being in the secret realm, but he ate it better than what he had eaten before, and it tasted better. But as soon as he turned around, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of mana, coming from him. Chapter 208. He not only complained about the environment, he also complained about the powerful. What's wrong with them both? Seeing Su Changxian sideways and motionless, looking in the direction he was looking, he seemed to be looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Big Black, clutching a huge scallop, flew over to eat it and follow the fun. It was determined not to be a hostile attack. If there was an enemy coming, Flower Snake would not be reacting like this at this time. What's more, Green Snake and White Snake didn't make a single wary move. Instead, one of them was cultivating with his legs crossed and eyes closed. Su Changxian's nostrils erupted, didn't say a word. In the next instant, an even more subtle fluctuation of mana emanated from Ling Xiao's body. As if summoned, the aura of heaven and earth began to surge wildly, forming a vortex visible to the naked eye and wrapping her tightly in it. Big Black understood now. Is this a breakthrough in her cultivation? Good thing. How come the flower snake doesn't look like he's purely happy? Su Changxian grunted again without saying anything. Not that he was unhappy about it. It's just a little more envy and jealousy in between the happiness. Buzz. At this time, Ling Xiao's breakthrough came to a critical juncture. The few pieces of spirit stones around his body shattered. The aura steeply converged. There was a slight pang in her body amidst the buzzing and trembling. There seemed to be a layer of barriers that had finally cracked under the impact. Immediately afterward, it shattered with a bang. As the barrier shattered, an even more majestic spiritual energy surged towards her like a tidal wave. Ling Xiao's aura instantly skyrocketed, and his cultivation broke through above the bottleneck of the minor realm. She slowly opened her eyes, and there was a halo of light in them. A flash of light. The entire person exuded an unspeakable transcendence and strength. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile because of the breakthrough. He then withdrew his momentum, and with a wave of his sleeve, he rolled the rest of the aura and drew it into his dantian. Everything is calm again. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. A big fancy snake head appeared in front of her. It was so ugly, she couldn't help but bellyache in her mind. Instead, he could hardly suppress a smile on his face. What is it, big brother? What's wrong with you? Su Changxian bared his soul and arrived at Ling Xiao's heels. Standing tall, his vertical pupils glared, eyes gazing at her. As you can see, Ling Xiao laughed out. Sister,
I broke through to the great demon queen realm.
How did you break through for no reason? Su Changxian asked.
It's not for no reason.
Ling Xiao said. It's thanks to you, big brother. My blessing? Su Changxian wondered. Where's the hullabaloo? Can I get you to break through? Then why don't you break one for yourself? Yes. Has big brother forgotten? Ling Xiao took a bite of a big brother, calling him smoothly, and laughed. You gave us a copy of the epiphanies that you obtained from within the demon emperor's essence blood, only a short while ago. Is having this. When my sister's heart feels something, she gains in her cultivation. Ling Xiao smiled again and asked Su Changxian. What? Has big brother not gained anything from this? Humph. Su Changxian hummed. The harvest is certainly there. Is that a breakthrough as well? Ling Xiao favored to pursue the question again. Indeed, there is no sign of breakthrough for Su Changxian. Whose broken sister is this? Deliberately letting my brother down. Luckily, though, they're 3 siblings. We have a brother. He opened his mouth to wreak havoc. Isn't Yunzi also? Big brother. Ling Yunzi interrupted, then smiled weakly at him. Su Changxian immediately had a bad feeling. You're not, like, about to break through, are you? Exactly. Meh. That's disgusting. Wretch. Su Changxian turned his head and walked away, back to the shore, viciously sweeping up the rest of the seafood. In one fell swoop. Eat up, all of it. Not a bit of it was left for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, the damn sister and brother. Whoever wants them. They don't deserve the brotherly love of the old man. Ha ha. Big Black clutched his stomach and laughed so hard that he rolled in midair. The flower snake is going to be so happy when he's deflated. Smiling and laughing, he saw Su Changxian was turning his anger into appetite and chewing, so he couldn't help but get anxious. Kid, you save some for me. Hey, ouch, oopsie daisy. A flowery snake, lying on its back in a canoe. Size. The hands and feet, which were illuminated by blood and chi, were placed flat on the sides of the body. It looks very peaceful, but the sighing was evident of a great deal of resentment. Kid, you've had enough. Big Black was annoyed by him and patted him on the stomach to calm him down for a while. Isn't it just that your sister's brother broke through before you? As for such a long-winded sigh, it's been almost half a month. I've been out at sea for 3 or 4 days. This flower snake sighed in a different way as long as it ate and slept well. Wake up every half hour to sigh. Also convinced. What persistence? You still mention it? Su Changxian glared. Can you stop sighing if I don't mention it? Daikoku compared glares with him. Don't you know how annoying you are? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were too annoyed, and one of them sat at the bow of the ship while the other guarded the stern. On top of the 2-foot-long canoe, under the sail in the center, it and Su Changxian were the only 2 here tormenting each other. Big Black didn't want to hear him oops either, but it collects 1,000 blood breath. Promised to stay with him. He couldn't help but stomp his feet and say, but if this honored one wanted to be able to spit out his blood chi, he would have spit it out long ago and returned it to your brat. Ling Xiao, who was at the front of the boat, heard it clearly and couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. The Taotai fierce soul's desire for blood chi was evident to them all. To be able to push the other party to the point of having to say this, it was evident that this flower snake fellow was capable. However, thinking of this guy to her and Ling Yunzi, dipped his light to break through the realm on the grounds that the tricky want them to daily have to give him to prey on the sea beasts, and cannot help but secretly cursed a sentence. This flower snake in his previous life certainly is a pig essence, so this life has been a gluttonous and sleepy one since childhood. Thousands of pounds of blood food a day. How come it doesn't hold you up? Su Changxian, Ling Yunzi, who was at the stern of the boat, swung his duster at this moment and called out Su Changxian's name. Then a white light struck and a fishing net was yanked from the sea. It was filled with a large fish. He raised his hand, while throwing the fishing net towards the middle of Su Xiaozhou. There, Su Changxian had opened his mouth and waited. 2 brothers, one who didn't even bother to say the word proceed and one who refused to even move a bit, yet a near-perfect feeding. During that time, he didn't even use his divine sense or spells. This tacit understanding was reached through countless repetitions over a period of 3 or 4 days. The next moment, Ling Zhao's side did the same thing. In fact, both men knew that whenever Su Changxian started sighing, it was urging the 2 men it was time to hit the fishing grounds. Your big brother is hungry. Hungry once an hour. Excessively often. It's nastier than any child on a nighttime diet. However, this was at sea, and the sea beasts within the secret realm here were extremely easy to capture. So a casual thing, they don't bother. Of course, Ling Xiao also had some regrets that he shouldn't have been so blunt at the time in order to squeeze Su Changxian and say that the breakthrough was thanks to his blessings. Not a bit of wiggle room left. That's good. Blackmailed. But it was also true that it was because of the demon emperor's sense he gave that he had broken through so quickly. Then he grunted and said, "That's just it." Su Changxian swallowed all the seafood. Then without any delay at all, He closed his eyes and activated his natural aptitude, swallowing and refining. Impatiently, he refined the blood food into blood chi. At the same time, the mind sank into the dream world, drilling into the remnants of the demon emperor's leftover shadow, practicing battle techniques and aptitudes. Humph. It must be this Tsanglong mystic realm Fongmi. He couldn't help but mutter in the dream realm. Sister Empress and brother Daojun too. Why are they so good and strong? You have to be faster than me? There is a saying that strong people never complain about their circumstances. Not so with him. He not only complains about the circumstances, he complains about the powerful. Chapter 209. There's a demon ahead. Next in the voyage. Su Chexian's level of effort made him feel scared even to himself. That's really what it's all about. Rising to the occasion. Eat and go to sleep immediately. Eat immediately after waking up. While pushing his divine ability to refine the blood food, he slept to grow his blood chi. Sleeping up blood and gas feels slow. Refining blood food and a few hundred blood chi in one meal could be seen as well. You can see how urgent it is. That's really a lot of both hands. The blood food that was refined was all sea beasts, which had more than enough chaotic power in them to give a point of dryness in the resulting blood chi. But it doesn't matter. It was soon wiped out in the process of condensing it into essence blood chi. Instead, it was this dry and intense force that caused the efficiency of the blood chi in quenching the demon body to increase. After a month of accumulation, Su Changxian could feel that the physical realm had improved significantly faster than before. This also caused him to secretly keep an eye on the dragon eggs he dug up within the Sin prison hall, and redeemed the refinement points he received toward raising the divine soul realm. In itself, he also intended to maintain the situation where the divine soul realm was higher than the physical body realm. This rising up continued for nearly 2 months. Only then did Su Changxian gradually relax a bit. While the two were going on, he also took out and swallowed the spirit repairing pill that he had previously not taken for the time being because he had to refine the heaven repairing pill. It is used to condense essence and blood chi. He was no longer a novice who was completely ignorant of cultivation matters. After all, this essence blood chi, or rather, the next step of essence blood yuan chi, was most likely the highest tier of power that a cultivator could control. The highest tier of power. It's about longevity and eternity. The younger sibling is too strong. Fortunately, the old man isn't weak either. Su Changxian said darkly. Ling Xiao and also Ling Yunzi's breakthroughs truly stimulated him, making him realize once again that both of these individuals were amazingly talented in their last lives. It's the supreme genius who shines when given some sunlight and makes waves when given some water. This life was also destined to be no pool. When they returned to the eastern earthly realm and truly utilized the savings from their past lives, their cultivation strength would surely soon rise straight to the clouds. Of course, all of this is for later. For now, right now, with the same demon emperor sensations, they were able to break through the realm so quickly by relying on their sharing. This made it hard for Su Changxian, who had always been a salty fish, not to develop a competitive spirit. In his last life, he was a plain, ordinary man. Ordinary and even a little banal. One could almost say, nothing has been accomplished. It has been said that people without skills can't make it anywhere. It's only going to be a worse life because of the change in circumstances. People who can adapt to changing life circumstances and still do well along the way have either real skills or good luck. Su Changxian wasn't even human in this life. But in his life, he had hang-ups. In such a case, can't you still compete with the native generation of heavenly pride? Even if Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, both of them were reliving their lives, he would still dare to compete with them. Humph. At least so far, the one who has the upper hand is old me. Su Changxian thought cheerfully in his dream. That is, in the middle of the secret realm, one could meet an opponent at any time. Moreover, they came here for the purpose of cultivation resources, so they couldn't lose out on a small amount of money. Otherwise, he would have fought Ling Xiao and the two of them as usual. Reinvent the majesty of the older brother. By the way, vent your frustration at being left out. Let those two break through without me. Of course he knew that his cultivation situation was different from the two. Moreover, Su Changxian was also basically certain that his cultivation advancement was not divided into minor realms at all. So among the great realms, there was no such thing as breaking through the middle and back realms. But his sister and brother both broke through. And he didn't. And he just didn't feel like it. Besides, if you don't break through the realm, forget it. Nothing else moves either. It's also obvious that he's not as good as them as a big brother. To put it bluntly, at least half of this rising up was squeezed by Ling Zhao's words. Oops, TSK. Su Changxian opened his eyes and sighed. Sometimes, he felt really unconvinced about the Empress sister and the Daegon's oldest brother. Not to mention that this breakthrough came inexplicably for both of them. It also succeeded so easily. So short. From the breakthrough to the end, it was only a dozen breaths back and forth. Not only was there not much mana spillage during this period,
Not even a few medium-grade spirit stones were used. It showed that both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were extremely certain about breaking through the minor realm, and they even had room for a cover-up. The shock caused by the fluctuation of mana during the breakthrough was controlled within a certain range. It was conceivable that the overflow of those heaven and earth auras hadn't even attracted many sea beasts. The ones that were drawn in were not at all bad. It all went into his stomach. What? Are you hungry again? When Big Black heard Su Changxian sigh, he jumped up with a bungee jump, dodged a little distance, and then felt that something was wrong. This time, it seems to be waking up a little early, looked up at the sky. At this time, just at dawn, the waning moon has not yet faded, and the sun is rising. The dusky mist blocked out a little of the morning light, as if the sky was not yet light. Has an hour passed since Su Changxian last fell asleep with a full stomach? No, definitely not. Kid, you're not thinking of taking this 1 hour interval and having to shorten it again, are you? The Taotai fierce soul felt his scalp tingle when he thought of this possibility. LOL, it's just bad luck. It's the one that will bring down the qi. But if Su Changxian had to be like this, then it could accept it. Only, if that's true, my father will add another 500 blood qi. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, and actually had a bit of a death wish stance. You wish. Su Changxian flatly refused. Not only is it a rejection of Big Black's opening bid, but it is also a rejection of the possibility of causing blood abuse. You want to spend your blood on a little thing? That's only if he's happy with it. It can't be Big Black asking for a request. Ho! Big Black was surprised. You're not sighing anymore? I woke up from my nap and took a break. Can't I? Su Changxian lazily ignored it. Then after a pause, he added, are we about to dock? The time it took to say the voyage was going to take before we left should be coming up. He was living a very regular life for a while, so the control was pretty accurate. Well, it's coming. Big Black nodded. Speaking of which, our journey has been quite smooth, Su Changxian said, though their little ship, rather than a ship, was more like a canoe, but the red blood formation flag was still used as a sail. I wonder if it was the aura emanating from above that drove away the sea beasts. Anyway, the ride was pretty peaceful. A few difficult sea beasts were encountered, and they were all handily resolved by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. He also contributed, responsible for cleaning up killed sea animals. As soon as the words left his mouth, suddenly a wave rose in front of him. Boom! Rumble! It was as if 1,000 pounds of force had stirred violently, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. The mists also tumbled up like a dragon, and the morning light took advantage of the opportunity to fall. Above the sea, it was as if ink and golden light had been waved recklessly. The wild waves came crashing in with a mountainous momentum. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the sea was roaring. Asterisk asterisk. There's a demon, Su Changxian shouted, only to see a sea beast between the waves, revealing its line. The head has open horns, the neck bears a red mane, and the scales, below the waist, grow in reverse. Chapter 210 Koan Pang? Mirage Dragon? This is too exciting. Pheasants? Pheasant essence? The first moment Su Changxian saw this demon, he felt familiar. The lower half is not visible. It's blocked by the waves, but this upper body shape is 3 times like the domestic chickens we used to eat. And with that came the feeling that the more you look at it, the more it looks like it. The crown on his head became 2 horns, and the feathers on his body became scales. So off the top of his head, he guessed where this demon's bloodline heritage came from. However, the words just fell. See that demon, in the waves of a shaking body tumbling, unexpectedly changed into a big sea clam. Asterisk asterisk. There's a demon. Su Changxian, at once, repeated the sentence that he had shouted before. Holy, this guy can transform. And he was pretty sure that the other party was not using the art of change. The sea beast's divine sense is very weak, and they can hardly practice any spells, and they rely on their natural aptitude to fight. Battle strength is strong and mana is low. The divine sense swept through it as if it were sweeping through a shallow puddle that could be bottomed out with a single glance. That is to say, at this time, this 7 or 8 feet large clam spirit dharma body was also this demon's original dharma body. What a living hell. Why would a single demon have 2 kinds of insta-dharma bodies? Kid, what are you yelling about? Big Black was distracted by his successive wailing and shouting, and could not help but yell. But it's just a sea beast with only a mirage dragon bloodline. So it startled you like this? It's so unseemly. But this sea beast in front of him, other than that, just this appearance, it was really a bit of a bluff. It had to be at least 8% similar to even a real mirage dragon. The aura and power, of course, are far worse, if it is really mirage dragon. At this time this sea, has long been the sky turned upside down, Big Black said, and it does not need so action, as long as the idea, will be like a huge beast in the sea,
our boat will be instantly capsized. The boat capsizes and the people on board are immediately plunged into a dream. Die without knowing how. How can there be a fight back? When Big Black said something about being able to fight back, he was referring to Ling Xiao. Between it and Su Changxian speaking, Ling Xiao had already leapt forward and swung out the long whip in his hand, lashing out at the clam spirit in the sea. Ling Yunzi also flew with him, and the duster in his hand turned into a large net, from the other side, blocking off the sea clam's retreat. I know the Mirage Dragon is powerful, Su Changxian said. In fact, it was previously unknown. He was just learning about it. Mirage Dragon, one of the dragon species, all strong. It wasn't obvious in the ancient times, but in the ancient times, they were all in the sequence of top-tier ferocious beasts. But what he didn't understand was why the sea beast in front of him. It had two original forms and both of them were real demon bodies. What's so strange about it? Big Black's tone of voice revealed that he felt it was Su Changxian who was more strange. This thing has two true body phases, naturally because it has a Mirage Dragon bloodline. Ah, Su Changxian, that's what you're saying. It amounts to nothing. 200 blood chi. He simply and directly opened his price. Mirage Dragon bloodline. Extremely special. As always, Big Black went for the blood chi when he saw it. Very spiritual. The exchange between a snake and a black sheep was very smooth. Immediately, Su Changxian knew why the Mirage Dragon was extremely special. Despite having the word dragon in its name, its looks, like many other dragon species, bore very little resemblance to a true dragon. Of course, he was now very accepting of this situation. The ancestral dragon's bloodline was overbearing, and the existences that might take on his power and breed and reproduce descendants were not generalized. Whose bloodline power occupies the upper peak, gives birth to a descendant who will be more like him. As for the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, although it was very strong, very few could inherit it. On the other side, a large amount of bloodline power would be drawn for inheritance. Many ancient demons, including ancient great demons, had their strength plummet as a result. Good man, this is a good means of harming people. When Su Changxian heard this, he couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat. It's not that he's going for conspiracy theories, it's that it feels like there's something really wrong here. Ancestral dragon true blood is not dare to think, but if you can get a little bit of ancestral dragon breath, get it for the Zhao King or the Big Tiger. That would be fun to watch. After all, the matter of giving birth to an heir, in the case of one party being an ancestral dragon, it didn't matter whether the other party was male or female. Male or female, you kid is just smart. Big Black complimented Su Changxian, then added, thinking the same way as some of the lackluster hit guys. Has anyone used this trick yet? Su Changxian said curiously. It's not that there's anyone, it's that there's quite a few guys who've done this. Big Black hemmed and hawed. Otherwise, why do you think that my father has such distant relatives? Speaking of which, Mirage Dragon and it, the kinship is a bit more real. You thought of that, didn't you? It couldn't help but laugh. The Mirage Dragon is what some guy, counting on an old rival, made. Then the other half of the Mirage Dragon's bloodline inheritance is from? Su Changxian became even more curious. Hey! Big Black squeezed his eyes at him. The road is a pheasant, and the sea is a mirage. What can you think of when you listen to this? Mirage. Pheasant into the sea. Huawei mirage. Mirage, or large clam. The road is chicken. The sea is clam. This made Su Changxian unable to help but create an association that felt absurd to his ego. Kuan Peng? He was stuttering a bit. Ranya. Yes. Big Black's two hooves clapped each other, crunching with joy. I think this matter should have been a big fun in the beginning of the ancient times. So much so that it makes it hard to suppress the pleasure of thinking about it now. The bloodline of the ancient demon Kuan Peng was passed down to the ancient great demon. One of the most powerful of them was assassinated. Crossing with the ancestral dragon bloodline, the Mirage Dragon lineage was born. Su Changxian barely managed to put the shattered three views, picking them up and piecing them together to paste them together. Not being a kunai proper, it felt a little more acceptable. Why be so surprised? The Big Black quacked happily. This kind of thing, in the beginning of the ancient times, a lot of very Lu. Well, old man doesn't want to know for now, Su Changxian said. He needed a little time to digest it. This is too exciting. The big boys play real fancy. In the end, it is two ancient bloodlines. Initially this Mirage Dragon clan is still not obvious. Later on, it also became a major force in the true Dragon clan, Tao Tai said. Within the Demon Imperial Court, a portion of the water vein power, responsible for guarding access to the sea. So this sea beast in front of him, having awakened the Mirage Dragon bloodline, would definitely be driven by the bloodline inheritance as well, inhabiting the confluence of land and sea. No wonder Ling Xiao is so active. Su Changxian understood. Guarding the estuary? That's getting close to the destination. Big brother, help! At this moment, Zhao's voice came. Coming!
Su Chengxian flung his snake tail and leapt up from the canoe,
rushing towards the battlefield. In the moment of popping up,
the blood chi on his body bulged and spewed out red clouds to protect his body,
and at the same time, he lifted the art of size change, revealing the original shape and form. Hiss! The giant snake hissed and opened its bloody mouth. At this point,
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi then combined their efforts and fished the great clam spirit out of the seawater, a green-colored whip shadow, a web of silver silk. The two phases joined forces and lifted violently. Throw it at the snake's mouth. Whoosh! Su Chengxian sprayed a mouthful of blood chi up,
followed by a suction.
Then he swallowed the clam essence,
along with the seawater, into his belly. The next instant, the snake twisted, contracted, and squeezed. Avatar battle skill, snake entanglement binding. I swallowed. Chapter 211 5 Dragons. Red Dragon. True Dragon Hall. Eating a lot of seafood this time of year. There was a lot of seafood in the shell, especially floating above the sea. Under the experience of almost always swallowing it whole, Su Chengxian realized another use of the divine battle technique. Snake entanglement binding. It can be used for something other than winding up to attack enemies. For example, squeezing with the twisting of the demon's body after catalyzing and crushing the shell of the sea beast. Just like the bones he used to crush the cloud-stomping deer so long ago. Very efficient. The stomach was the toughest part of Su Chengxian's body besides the snakeskin. Don't worry about getting hurt at all. What's more, the blood food was wrapped in blood chi before it was swallowed. Directly controlling the blood chi with divine thoughts and shattering the clamshell could actually be done. It's just not as crisp as this. At the same time, activate the natural aptitude, swallowing and refining. I felt a warm feeling in my stomach. Immediately, I felt it. The taste of blood and energy. It's not just a little bit more efficient. Of course, the power in the shell. He wouldn't give it up. The divine ability of swallowing and refining could refine everything that could be drawn upon into blood chi. Hiccup. Su Chengxian burped. The clamminess was not small, and he felt a little braced. But it's okay. When was the last time you didn't have to eat a lot? Ho! This kid, Big Black, looked really envious. He envied Su Chengxian's ability to eat and drink, and he also envied his appetite. Muttering, I used to have a better appetite, but unfortunately it's just a little too good. Almost swallowed himself. Sure enough, it's here, Ling Xiao said. There were no more unlucky sea beasts blocking the way. The wave calmed down and the fog lifted a bit. Raising their eyes, a huge island appeared before them in the distance. Instead of an island, it was a smaller piece of land. The distance is so far away that you don't even see the edges. Amidst the mists, an ancient and majestic palace complex seemed to be vaguely visible. But, a few moments later, they approached the shore where they landed. Su Chengxian, at this time, spat out a large ball of powdered seashells pressed together. So like a pearl, it was an arm's length in diameter. He spat it out and then held it in a cloud of blood chi and asked Ling Yunzi. Yunzi, this thing, do you want it? There's not even a trace of aura on it, so what use would I have for it? Ling Yunzi glanced at him, sighed slightly, and said, next time, remember to ask me when you still have some use left. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to get off the ship, and both looked back at the words. Seeing the flower snake spitting out a large ball as if it were swallowing a dragon pearl, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and hummed. Hoya, this shivering is really clean too. It's the same as the bones gnawed by the boy in the Prime Minister's residence. What are the tropes? The dog won't eat any of the bones that little guy chewed on. The spirit material spat out by the flower snake was of no use at all. Su Chengxian immediately yelled. Yunzi, did you hear that? Your second sister called you a dog. Without waiting for Ling Yunzi to speak, Dahei laughed first. Interesting, interesting. Is there any difference between this snake and a dog? Never mind. Go ashore and collect the canoe and the formation flag. Couldn't care less about anything else. Straight to the vaguely palatial complex. First determine if that's a mirage. When he reached the left side, he saw that before the palace, there was a 5-dragon square paved by green stones. It wasn't hard to recognize in the vastness of the atmosphere that this was by no means an illusion. The stone surface of the square was polished smooth as a mirror, reflecting the morning glory of the rising sun rising in the sky and shimmering with a divine glow. In the center of the square, a huge dragon altar towered. It was engraved with complicated formation runes as well as order incantations. To this day, it was still invoking the aura of heaven and earth, maintaining the flow of mana in this place. 5 dragons? The first thing Su Chengxian saw was the several altars, holding up the altars dragons. 5 of them. 5 dragons? True dragons. Aren't there 4 clans? What's with the statue of the 5 dragons? The other dragon. What is it? The 5 dragons, namely the green dragon, the red dragon, the yellow dragon, the white dragon, And the black dragon, Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. The green dragon is the Tsong Long. The yellow dragon, also called the golden dragon. The black dragon, the Lixilin. The white dragon, also known as the jade dragon. Then the red dragon?
Su Changxian had actually heard of the red dragon, but it was in the last life.
Red, or red dragon. In Chinese medicine, it is said that the red dragon stirs up the sea,
which means that the tongue stirs up the saliva in the mouth to produce fluids and quench the thirst. It's a means of nourishment.
The red dragon clan is completely obliterated, Ling Xiao said.
Or this says, completely fused with the human race. The descendant of the red dragon is the lord of the human race. All the kings and emperors of the eastern earthly realm are known as the red dragon's seed.
However, this heaven and earth no longer had the inheritance of the red dragon bloodline. Can't those known as the red dragon seed awaken the power of their bloodline? Su Changxian asked.
Of course you can't.
Ling Xiao shook his head. A commoner's king is sheltered by dragon qi and national fortune, but he may not cultivate. She, the empress, ruled over not so much a country's land as a clan. That's why it's not as restrictive as this. The plaza is wide but unobstructed, with little to keep in mind.
The group didn't stay here much longer. Straight ahead,
further in,
there was a huge complex of palaces.
It is lofty and majestic,
like the spine of a dragon, stretching across the mountains,
and as if it were an immortal monument between heaven and earth,
telling of an ancient and glorious past.
However, the years like a knife, mercilessly in this once brilliant above,
carved mottled traces.
The years and like the wind, just gently blowing, took away countless past. During the walk, he only felt that this dilapidated and mysterious true dragon palace was permeated with an ineffable aura. The palace buildings are too tall, and there are dragon shadows everywhere. It always felt like there was a domineering, disdainful gaze, hidden in the mist. Phew! Su Changxian couldn't help but let out a long breath.
Then he rolled on the ground,
revealing his true demon body phantasm, a giant flower snake.
The body length was close to 40 feet, head held high and tail wagged.
It feels soothing. Cruising through the period in this form was a lot more comfortable than before. Finally get rid of the feeling of being looked down on. Has your snake body gotten bigger again?
Ling Xiao glanced at him and with a lift of his leg,
he naturally stood up. It should be. Su Changxian didn't pay much attention. He didn't pay much attention to it anymore. Size-wise,
Ling Yunzi also leapt onto the snake's back.
Big Black even popped up on top of Su Changxian's head. They continued onward.
Palace group by the mountain and the water. The main body of the majestic palace made of boulders. Through the erosion of wind and rain, the stone surface has long been mottled.
Green and black moss climbed on it.
Above some of the palace walls,
there were lifelike carvings of real dragon totems,
with high dragon heads and sharp claws, and even though they had been stripped away by the years, the majesty and power inherited from the ancient times could still be felt one way or the other from this crumbling stone wall. Ling Yunzi swept a glance with his divine sense and said,
"It's in vain, but the inside doesn't exist anymore.
These statues are a holdover from the real dragon."
Unfortunately,
the divine idea had dissipated.
Otherwise,
it wouldn't be in such disrepair. The palace complex was shrouded by a faint layer of mist, and the sunlight filtered through the mist and poured onto the tops of the dilapidated palaces. The light contrasting sharply with the darkness of the palaces, wash out the atmosphere of dominance and sanctity. The wind was mingled with an ancient,
decaying odor, and occasionally, a gust of wind blew by, and a low echo came out from inside the palace, like an ancient dragon's roar, or an unwilling wail, chilling the heart. Some of the once exalted halls, now only broken walls and ruins, silently talking about the ruthlessness of the years and the vicissitudes of life. Deep in the palace, darkness was like an abyss, devouring all light. With a clear goal in mind, the three of them followed the central axis and headed straight for the largest hall, the main hall of the True Dragon. Chapter 212 Garden of Souls, Mausoleums. The True Dragon's main hall. It's more lofty and imposing, but it's hard to hide the dilapidated and outdated atmosphere. Stepping into the main hall, the first thing that caught his eyes was the huge stone pillar carved with a dragon. It was as if they were holding up the sky, holding up a dome tens of feet high. Is this a real dragon? Or a statue? Su Changxian touched it with his tail in confusion. Stone pillars entwined dragon relief. Dragon head fierce scales lifelike, as if at any time can break free and soar above the 9 heavens. But if you get close, you will find that cracks are all over the place. It's very much like being alive, both on the outside and on the inside. No, I should say it was once alive. This is the True Dragon Emperor's tomb. Ling Xiao exhaled slightly and said, "So the dragons on these pillars are all dragon corpses?" Su Changxian tilted his head. "Nice guy. I can't help but yearn a little for the time when true dragons were alive. This one, all of it, is able to feed me for days." "Ha! You kid. What a big mouth." Big Black couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you say that you're not even enough for someone to swallow in one bite? Oof, how could the old man fall on his own prowess? This grand hall. I'm afraid it won't last much longer, Ling Yunzi said as he surveyed the grand hall. Inside the great hall of the Tsunlong mysterious realm, when it was forged, it seemed that quite a few spiritual materials similar to the plaque on the great hall of the Sin prison were used. Divine sense is of little use here, but just judging by the naked eye and experience, there is some information to be seen. Such a huge palace, the underground spirit veins, they can't hold up. The true dragon clan of the demon race had long since disappeared. The spirit veins of the Tsunlong mysterious realm had already been heavily mined, and in the great few thousand years without an owner to maintain them. The various formations were also still drawing on the spirit chi to maintain normal operation. As in the case of this great hall in front of us, this great hall is a great tomb. The stone pillars and the dragon corpse were part of the formation. The presence of the formation sealed the entirety of the hall. Otherwise, everything would have turned to dust long ago. Let's go. There's nothing here, Ling Xiao urged Su Changxian. The dragon corpses hovering on the stone pillars, their bloody corpses and bones were like chewed sugarcane. Everything on the demon corpse was extracted clean long ago. It's useless to look at it, Ling Yunzi also said. If it wasn't for the array seal, I'm afraid that if I touched it, it would have turned into flying dust. Without them having to say it, Su Changxian guessed it. None of it requires much thought. There must be a reason why it was still on the pillar in such a good condition and hadn't been raided by the demon clans that had come in the past. Either you can't take it or it's not worth taking. At this point, it's clearly the latter. In contrast, the nest of dragon eggs in the middle of the great hall was empty. The dragon's egg that was supposed to be on it was the only one left alone. The dragon eggs within the true dragon's main hall were not comparable to the dragon eggs within the previous emperor's mausoleum, where the bloodline was refuted. It was evident that the demon race that had come also knew their stuff. As long as it's good, there's no reason not to want it. Where to? Su Changxian, of course, was nonchalant and took away this last dragon egg before asking. Regardless of any more, it's a good way to open the door once you're here. Spirit Garden, Ling Xiao said. Spirit Garden, Mausoleum. Interesting. Su Changxian looked at the plaque and scratched his head. The true dragon clan, surprisingly, also plays with harmonic stems. This is a large yard of extremely vast area, hidden in the back of the true dragon's main hall. It's estimated to be hundreds of acres. From some traces, it can still be seen that during the period of full victory, it must have been a blessed place with exotic flowers and herbs and heavenly treasures. Only today, that can be described in 4 words. It's devastated. Ling Yunzi's face did not look good, though the aura was still quite dense, and one could even smell the lingering scent of some spirit plants, but it was also inevitably filled with some chaos, and the barren grass is everywhere, and there are deep, shallow pits everywhere. The further in you go, the worse it gets. The weeds were a man high. Even so, those pits are still conspicuous in the midst of it all. Big pits over small pits next to big pits. Some of the potholes are even deeper than the bottom. It was extremely like the traces that had been made under the roots in order to harvest and refine spiritual plants. The technique was so rough that the ground was left with the remnants of long-dead spiritual plants. With a flick of his duster, a bit of spiritual energy shot out, lifting the stump and examining it carefully, then shook his head. It's a broken branch of a dragon's breath vine. The medicine has all dissipated. It's a bit much to trash spirit materials like this. Ling Xiao frowned at his words. How did this spiritual garden get spoiled like this? Su Changxian shrunk his figure, transforming into 2 zhang in length and following behind the two. While probing around, he kept an eye out for the 2 men talking. Mind you, isn't it normal for the medicine to have dissipated? Nor do they think about how much time has passed between the last time the emperor's tomb opened and this time. Even if it's a spiritual plant, a dead branch won't last 10 years. Of course, if it's a seed or root system, it might be possible. Why don't you guys stop looking at the dead branches and look for any that still work? This time it was his turn to rush Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. When he finished, he couldn't help but sigh. Oops. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why are you sighing? TCH? I'm just looking at the pits on this ground and it feels like an eyesore. Su Changxian said. And these grasses. It was particularly uncomfortable to see such a nice piece of land with yellowed grass and pits, land that should be used to grow crops, or vegetables. It's a waste to leave it all wasted. Ling Xiao glanced at him and thought, in his previous life, could this old ghost have been a planter? There seems to be a special affection for farming. However, he did not want to ask more questions, and turned to Ling Yunzi. Let's split up and search this place. Exactly. Ling Yunzi nodded. It's not a small place. I'm afraid I'll miss something if I only use my divine sense to check it out. Might as well be fine-tuned and search a little bit. The 2 of them made a deal and looked to Su Changxian. Of the 3, Su Changxian knew the least about spirit objects.
So this is asking him if he's following one of them or if he has something else in mind.
You guys get busy. I'll sneak around. Su Changxian decided to act alone. He had a different goal than the two. Wanted the dragon eggs more. Furthermore, although he couldn't recognize the exact origin of the spirit, he could still sense if it wasn't a good thing. Not to mention the fact that there's now Big Black. It's all agreed with Big Black. It finds something good. You guys give an estimate, and I'll give blood chi as payment. Good thing too. Ling Xiao nodded. That's not a bad idea. The concern was merely whether this blood chi given by Su Changxian would be detrimental to his cultivation, but by the look of the other side, it should be in his mind. Both then agreed. So, the three of them split up in one direction each. Start searching and picking up in the spirit garden. Just instructing Su Changxian, be careful. There might be something odd in this garden. Weird stuff? What wacky stuff?
A place like this is rather strange without strange things. Su Changxian muttered under his breath while poking a patch of grass with his tail.
The atmosphere of this mausoleum is very much like a cemetery.
No, it was supposed to be a graveyard. The off-the-beaten-path, perennially mountain-fogged kind of graveyard that was formed because of an ancient battlefield. It was barely patronized by anyone except some poor, crazy guys, or neighboring hunters and medicine pickers who knew the terrain well.
Also, there's no sign of wild animals here. Quiet. Too quiet.
It's so quiet it makes your heart grow fuzzy.
It was as if it had once been a bloody ancient battlefield, where countless demons and humans had died.
Then the time has changed. The sea has changed, and the flesh and blood of the living after death has long been turned into yellow soil and withered bones,
buried in the ground and become fertilizer. That's why these barren bushes, they grow so thick. In particular, there are also some deep pits with fragments of dead bones underneath, adding to the sense of atmosphere. A female ghost would be more appropriate at this time of year.
Su Changxian was making up ghost stories in his mind for excitement as he plucked away the grass and explored the spirit materials.
Then, he saw a dragon egg. Wow. Ha! Chapter 213. How dare you try to eat me? It's too much. Surprisingly, it's fake. It's a stone statue. TSK. How did you carve a dragon's egg here? Su Changxian discovered the truth before he could be happy. Not by a great deal of frustration. Isn't that an amusement? No. An amusement for snakes?
How strange is not to mention that the point is to cause him to get excited for nothing. Fake dragon eggs are carved from a greenish-white jade.
Other than being bigger, it was almost identical to a real dragon egg. Almost.
The outside was coated with a thick layer of dirt that took on an eerie greenish-black color.
Both had little aura fluctuation. It couldn't be more common in this secret world. What idleness!
He circled around twice,
looking at it again and again without dying.
There was also a knock with the tail and a couple of nudges.
Didn't use much force though. In the end, Su Changxian still had to regretfully admit that it was of stone, not a real dragon egg.
He was so preoccupied with studying the fake dragon egg that he missed the strange reaction of Big Black,
not far away, who stiffened for a split second. Since it's fake, it can't become real if you look at it again. And so it continued on. Then next, he found, one after another, several such fake dragon eggs.
Only the size is different from this one.
The rest is exactly the same.
This walkout was not even 100 meters and I saw a dozen of them.
These dragon eggs were also large and small,
and were placed in a staggered manner.
The true dragon clan should be really idle. Confirmed. At first he would walk in and check it out. At a later stage,
it was just a sweep of divine sense and no longer noticed.
You're going too slow. This one goes to the front. At that moment, Big Black called out. Then it flew ahead of him. Further forward. Humph. In the trap. Ha!
For the love of blood. It's impossible for this guy not to be aggressive.
Su Changxian couldn't help but laugh darkly as he realized this. Then,
a short while later,
the cries of the Taotai fierce soul came from just ahead. Kid, get over here. There's a top-grade rejuvenation grass here. Returning sun grass? Hearing this, Su Changxian accelerated with a fling. As he swam over to the other side, he mouthed a follow-up question. Are you sure? Growing into it? Is it to what quality? He now knew a little bit about some spirit materials. The demon clan side of the spirit material, according to the degree of preciousness, is roughly divided into the four classes of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. The heavenly order is the top, and the yellow order is the bottom. The human cultivators, on the other hand, were again divided into 3 grades each of these 4 grades. That means that there are 12 items in total, but there are countless spiritual materials in the world. However, anything that contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could theoretically be called a spiritual material. It's not like anyone has systematically combed through it, and to classify their grades, the quality itself cannot be excluded, and sometimes will depend on the good or bad practice of harvesting and refining. As a result,
Only a portion of the spiritual materials are universally recognized in terms of the classification of grades. Accordingly, they are in the Danmaku and appear higher. Or, the pills made from them would be used by more cultivators. Ling Yunzi said that there is a mutual cause and effect. Among them, the returning yang grass was one of the spirit materials with the clearest grade identity, because it was able to be used to refine the foundation establishment pill. Of course, it has to be a mature body, and it has to be a whole plant for medicine. That's why when Su Changxian rushed over, he heard Big Black reply, "It's grown. Top grade. There's definitely a top grade." Just immediately send a message to Ling Yunzi. Let him pick and refine, lest something go wrong. Also, there is likely to be returning grass growing around the returning grass. These two are extremely special, spiritual plants that can accompany each other. It wouldn't be like other spiritual plants that grew too close to each other and would snatch the aura from each other or even strangle each other. Instead, their breaths are compatible and can form a rudimentary illusion formation. Returning sun grass, returning soul grass, both of which Yunzi wanted. So he would know so clearly. Of course, because Ling Yunzi had specifically said so, including the 9 Deaths rejuvenation grass. The other spiritual materials Ling Yunzi needed the most were the dragon's whisker root, dragon's blood ginseng, dragon bone vine, and so on. 9 Deaths returning grass, also known as 9 dragons curling cypress, a fern that grows on ground stained by at least 9 types of dragon qi. Su Changxian mouthed the words. He released his divine sense to search, but after his divine sense was fully released, he sensed a strange aura. And the drain on divine sense is a bit much, but it's fine, it's still within tolerance. Su Changxian? It wasn't long before Ling Yunzi, who had received the message, rushed over, but there was no sign of Su Changxian. Then he couldn't help but frown and tighten his grip on the duster in his hand. At the same time, with the other hand, he crushed a spirit elixir. After that, he secretly clasped a jade trick. He sensed that there was a ferocious aura in this area. In some places, due to the death of a large number of living beings under the aura, as well as near death to survive the vicious qi left behind, but for many years have not dissipated. It will create a murderous land. When the fury rushes in and the hostile qi enters the body, it will make the living being who enters it have their spiritual sense damaged and their divine soul destabilized. Within this mausoleum, not only was the true dragon clan buried, but there must have been quite a few fights. In the past, the demon race that came here was also bound to have fallen to their deaths. That's why this place, for a long time, has also become a murderous land. Maybe it raised something. Ling Yunzi had just crushed the elixir when he heard a loud bang. Boom. Rumble. Boom boom. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. The ground shook, and a large part of the land in one place sank, exposing a large mound. A flowery serpent with its head covered in grass clippings and dead branches and rolled in mud leapt out of the ground, cursing under his breath. Behind him, several giant pythons rose up from the shrubs and rolled furiously towards him. The python was crawling with emerald-colored vines with clusters of small, brightly colored flowers, but Ling Yunzi fixed his eyes on it. Where was that python? It was clearly a few huge vines twisted by thick branches, strangling the flower snake in front of them. Asterisk asterisk. Yunzi, help! This guy's no good. Su Changxian shouted, flinging his snake tail and twisting his body to avoid it. Taking advantage of this slot, he hurriedly swallowed the several types of spirit materials he pulled out from the ground into his abdomen. Then he sidestepped and coalesced into a large sword with his blood qi. Swing it downward. I cut. Raising his tail as a slash, a crimson streak of blood qi flashed out, instantly chopping the giant python vines that were chasing after him into several pieces, but the remaining vines came after him again. No lag at all. This thing, it's not even afraid of pain. There is no fear of being cut through the vines. I chop, chop, chop. Su Changxian made several more slashes in succession. The blade awnings of blood qi knocked down the pursuing vines as they came. Then, he conjured up a thunderbolt. Not afraid of the knife? So are you afraid of lightning? Avatar battle skill, 5 elements art. Boom! At this time, Ling Yunzi also moved. He turned his duster into a blade of light, and the blade flew and chopped down any part of the vines that came after Su Changxian's vines that were exposed above the ground were sliced off. The vines like pythons were still writhing on the ground, but were powerless to support any further movement. But it didn't die immediately. Seeing this, Su Changxian called out, "Let go of me." In the next instant, he appeared in front of those vines that had been sliced off, and a mouthful of blood breath was sprayed out, wrapped the vine around it and sucked it into his belly. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but glance at him. This, you eat it too? What do you know? Su Changxian was annoyed. Not eating is not an option. He doesn't eat it, and the vine's essence takes all of this. What falls off of itself, and rolls it back up and puts it in the compost pile underneath the root system.
That thing is freaking huge. If it grows any longer, it will be harder to clean up. Da hey! Su Changxian yelled at the mound. Hurry up and burn all its roots. He was just digging up a few spirit herbs. This even tried to eat him. It's too much. Chapter 214 Altered Dragon Bone Vine? Actually, I don't love vegetarians. Yun-chan, call Ling Xiao to help. With that, Su Changxian slammed the snake's tail into the large pit. Then a wave of blood gushed out towards the ground. In the next instant, there was a shaking of the ground. Boo! Boom! Several vines were like pythons, breaking out of the ground. Seeing that the vines that were exposed on the ground, one after another, were all cut down, the demonic plants that seemed to have the intention to retreat, were teased and struck out again. There's something down there? Ling Yunzi raised an eyebrow. He immediately saw from Su Chengxian's behavior that it was buying the underground Dahei a moment to strike. Looks like it's not getting it down there. Something that could make the Taotai fierce spirit miss it. One would think that it would be worth the three of them working together. So without waiting for Su Chengxian to reply, he directly sent a message to Ling Xiao, telling her to rush over to help. At this time, his divine sense swept over a small section of broken vines on the ground, and suddenly his heart stirred. Transmitting to Su Chengxian, he said, I see that this demonic plant is somewhat similar to the dragon bone vine, and it's highly likely that it was double-dipped by the true dragon's breath and the power of chaos, turning it into what it is today. If that was the case, then even if there were no other spiritual objects, this demonic plant itself would still be a rare spiritual material. Bloodthirsty purple demon vine? Su Chengxian immediately understood. Got it. Then I'll tell Big Black not to lay a deadly hand on it. In fact, he had just shouted for Big Black to burn the roots of the demon vine, which was originally a half-truth. Really partially less. The fake part is much more. Grass cultivation was even more difficult than other demon races. The hardest part is the birth of a spirit. It has to be a long day, washed by the aura, to have a few possibilities. However, between heaven and earth, wither and glory is sometimes. Ordinary spiritual plants and grasses cannot survive the years. What's more, one had to avoid the same fate of being harvested and refined as other spiritual materials. So there must be something extraordinary about this demonic plant that can become a bit of a climate. In other words, it's more or less worth it. This demonic plant that they were fighting with had the cultivation strength of the great demon after realm. The battle is even stronger. How can you just burn it? It's such a waste. It's great that you can use it. He wrapped his snake tail around a vine and said, it's too big. If you can't use it, I'll have to eat it for 10 days and half a month before I can barely digest it. Having already secretly tasted a small section of the vine and confirmed that it could be refined, Su Chengxian calculated that if Ling Yunzi couldn't use it, he would grudgingly accept it and eat it. Of course, it was best if it could be used for alchemy or weaponry. After all, it was clear that both uses were more cost-effective than direct refining. The point is, it doesn't taste good either. As he spoke, another vine attacked, and he pretended to be bound, wrapping this one, too, around his body. I only need the root. The rest is still yours to eat. When Ling Yunzi saw what he was doing, he raised his sword brows, and then he flung his duster, transforming into 1,000 threads of silver silk. It curled toward the remaining vines. TSK, I actually don't like veggies. Su Chengxian laughed. Don't be polite. You take it all. At this time, Ling Xiao also arrived. Without saying a word, he went straight for it and yanked on the 2 remaining vine strips. It was then about to be ripped off with force. Don't rip it off. Don't rip it off. Su Chengxian hurriedly transmitted his voice to stop her. If this is ripped off, won't he have seduced for nothing? At the same time, we can't let the demon plant notice that something is wrong, and then a gecko breaks its tail and burrows into its lair under the ground, which would not be a good idea. It has quite a few oddities in that lair of its, and it's even harder to find when it's hidden. But fortunately, the spirit of this demonic vine was not high. It's not a bad lie. He hemmed and hawed in Ling Xiao's uncomprehending gaze, and the protective red clouds on his body tumbled, letting go of a small break and gushing out small strands of blood chi. The demonic vine, with its python strips woven from vines, was instantly like a fly that sensed a fishy smell and clung on tightly. Ha ha, let's see if you'll be able to let go of old me this time? Su Chengxian hummed and laughed smugly. In a flash, it drew that blood energy into its body, a scarlet line of blood, swimming along the cane, headed underground. Within a breath, Su Chengxian received a transmission from Big Black. Good boy, did you give the demon vine blood chi again? No more giving, keep all that blood chi for my father. Watch this honor put it down right here. Whoa ya, what a load of demon vines. How dare you steal blood from me? Between a recognized artifact spirit and its owner, the minds are connected. Thus Su Chengxian fully felt Dahei's pain. Good fellow, this is taking the blood chi that old man gave out as its own. isn't it? But it was a good thing that Big Black was thus motivated to fight. It's just a star's worth of blood energy. Who wouldn't it be for? It's better to give it to Big Black instead. The wave belongs to the meat rotting in the pot when it comes to your own artifacts. Immediately afterward, Big Black sent another message to get ready. Ling Xiao, Yunzi. When Su Chengxian received the message, he immediately greeted Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, telling them to cut off the vines in their hands. Get out of the way for a while. Hide your breath. Wait for me to lure out the demon vine. You guys just do it. It better be a hit, he said, sending another wave of blood energy to the demon vine. The Taotai fierce soul can stimulate greed in the hearts of living beings. Give a little more bait, and there's no fear that this demonic vine without much of a brain won't fall for it. A few breaths later, coming, boom, boom, rumble. When this wave of blood chi was drawn, several more vine pythons drilled out of the ground, strangling towards Su Chengxian. Even when Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi chopped off several remnant plants, they failed to make it hesitate in the slightest. Instead, it was like being spurred to ferocity. Fiercely, several more vines rose into the air. The tiniest ones are the thickness of a wellhead. Buzz, buzz. The entire ground shook and cracked violently. Whoosh whoosh. A vine, a python turning over and stirring up the dirt and weeds, crawled out with teeth and claws, swinging wildly. Then it shot towards the flower snake in midair. So compelling. Then, a mass of green color, almost from the ground, surged out in a tidal wave. Su Chengxian kept flying upwards into the air, and when he looked back down, he saw a huge ball of vines that seemed to be in the shape of a human head, emerging from the ground. The diameter is visually estimated to be hundreds of meters, takes up acres of square footage, bright green with an eerie purple tinge. A large number of vines stretched out as if they were giant pythons, as if they were tentacles, clawing towards him. It's ing. To see this as a blackhead growing out of someone's face, it's kinda stress relieving to look at. It's the whole being chased by a black, green, head thing that's very absurd and very scary. Upon further inspection, the emerald green was not only tinged with purple, but also quite a bit of glistening white. Those were the countless dead bones that were caught in the coil. Old devil, put out some more blood chi. Ling Xiao transmits. This thing hasn't come out all the way yet. Su Chengxian couldn't help but curse out. It's not about shedding blood. It's the accident that such a big clump is out. And surprisingly not all of it. I don't know what I ate to grow so big. So the snake moved and shed a few more strands of blood. Blood gas, buzz, buzz. Getting a taste of the sweetness, the entire demon vine became frantic. Or rather, it had itself fallen into madness under the Taotai fierce soul's calculations. At this moment, attracted by the coveted blood chi, he was even more completely caught up in greed. Hoo. Brown whisker roots, burrowing out of the ground, dance and slap wildly, bringing up gusts of wind and dust. Then a green mist began to fill the air in all directions. It finally had to extend its roots out of the ground as well in order to chase Su Chengxian, who was fleeing further and further away. Do it! Ling Yunzi crushed an elixir. There was also an additional flash of thunder in Ling Zhao's hand between the shaking of the snake whip. Chapter 215. What did you say? A real dragon egg is hidden in a fake dragon egg? Snap, click. Ling Zhao's figure moved as if it was streaming light. It instantly appeared on the side of the demon vine. The long whip in his hand that flashed with lightning, under the infusion of green demonic power, fiercely probed towards the vines underneath. The shots are fast and accurate, and the angles are extremely tricky. The long whip carried a shadow and went straight underneath the demonic vine. It's like a snake spitting out a letter. Dexterous and incomparable. Natural avatar, breaking, avoiding the countless whisker roots. It burrowed towards the very center. Those that can't be avoided are directly shattered. Bias is extremely fast. Before the demonic vine could react, it broke through its main body defense, and then curled around the most crucial one, the main root. Ling Yunzi. After getting his hands on him, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and called out. The demonic power in his body surged and converged within the long whip. Boom! Rumble! Several thunderbolts then flashed out from the whip, striking the root that was trying to free the main root from the long whip. From the root. At this time, the demon vine was not yet awake. It was still chasing Su Chengxian regardless. These roots also just tend to be instinctive in saving themselves. Thunder, fire and lightning. It was a power that the demon race was extremely afraid of. Demon plants, even more so. They don't even take form easily because of this. This demonic vine in front of me, to the present day, the great demon after the realm, have not been transformed, which is feared to be the reason for this one. Because of Ling Zhao's long whip, it was only between flashes of lightning. The roots that were struck did not receive very heavy damage, yet they quickly retreated one by one. No more came forward, and at that moment, Ling Yunzi also struck out. From the other side, he shook his duster and countless silver threads swam away. A silver wire, soundlessly approaching, wrapped around almost all the roots individually in the blink of an eye. Then, on the silver wire, a faint fire sprang up. Just flames, no smoke. This is a Dan flame? Ling Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this. Dan fire, the fire of the Dan Tian. It is the Dan fire of alchemy and the Dan fire of achieving the golden Dan. No wonder he dared to say that he wanted the Dan to become a 9th grade. Surprisingly, he had cultivated the Dan fire at this time. Exactly. Ling Yunzi said. In this life, he opened the furnace to refine pills without slacking off. Finally, a trace of Dantian fire was condensed right before the conjugation of the Dan, with a chance to stabilize the uppermost gene Dan. Inevitably, he was a little self-conscious about this. Congratulations, little brother. Bye. Ling Xiao then smiles. Then I wish you an early fulfillment of your wish? He. Many thanks to second sister. Ling Yunzi also laughed. I should also congratulate second sister. This method of yours of harnessing the 9 heavenly thunder flames is also very skillful. Ling Xiao Divine Thunder Law. It was the most famous battle technique of Empress Ling Xiao. The general outline of thunder technique had 6 systems, which were divided into heavenly thunder technique, landmine technique, cloud thunder technique, water thunder technique, demon thunder technique, and fighting thunder technique. Ling Xiao was a human in his previous life and had only cultivated the 5 thunders except for the demonic thunder skill. Now it was the demonic thunder skill that had been cultivated first. Worldly karma is really interesting too. The lightning method is highly skillful, and it is even more useful when crossing the lightning tribulation. Even better, to avoid the water snake demon body. Repair the 6 systems of thunder law. Is the demon race to repair the devil's way of work? To the time of great success. I do not know what is the scene. Then, Ling Xiao said with a smile, should I say that it's the same joy? The same joy? That's right. Ling Yunzi also laughed. Just what I should have said. Same joy. Same joy. At that moment, a loud cry came from the air. I said you too. Can't you feel sorry for your big brother? The two of them were talking at the foot of the demonic vines, making Su Changxian, who was hiding from the vines, so angry that his nostrils were about to smoke. Nice guy. You guys are talking hilarious here. Thunder fire again. Dan fire again. How about putting the good big brother on the fire? It's not that I'm bragging. With this body of mine, roasting it could sustain you all. He yelled. Speak without even transmitting. Directly with your mouth. You guys are pretty bright. You've awakened a new battle skill. That's great. I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of good stuff in this demon vine's lair. If you guys keep dawdling, you'll all be found by Big Black later on. Especially you. Unico, the soul restoring herb you asked for. It's in the ground there. I saw it all. He. Big brother, take it easy. Ling Yunzi laughed at this. I'll take the demonic vines in. Saying that, he controlled the countless silver filaments hanging down from the duster, concocting the most valuable roots of the demon vine. Take all the roots and bake the concoction on them with a Dan fire. Then crush another elixir. Ling Xiao, who was on the opposite side, also accelerated his lightning strikes on the main root. 2 phases of power, but only for a moment. The demonic vines that were frantically chasing Su Chengxian were as if they had suddenly been drained, stiffened for a split second. Next moment, it went down with a bang. Boom! Rumble! The ground was smashed, emitting a loud roaring sound. The demonic vine did not take form. Fear of Dan fire, and even more fear of thunder fire. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi dealt with it with little effort. Although it was strong in battle, it was lured out of its greed by the combined efforts of Tao Tai and Su Chengxian, and was tricked into leaving its lair without its greatest reliance, and was led by the nose afterward. It was also attacked by the 2 forces most capable of suppressing it, but in a few moments, it was tossed. And because of the lack of spirituality and the lack of pain, probably didn't even know, up to this point, how he had lost. Subduing the demonic vines. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao, both did not stay. Straight to the underground. Searching for the lair of the demon vine. Su Chengxian lay on the ground, resting, with Big Black down there. He didn't bother to run anymore. In his heart, he said that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had both awakened new innate battle skills and their strength had risen greatly. As a big brother, you should also enjoy the blessings of your sister and brother. Let them get busy. Then with a flick of the snake's tail, it smacked the demonic vine with a loud one. Boo! Damn thing! I'll let you chase me. Wasn't he just looking at the fact that there were quite a few spiritual plants under the roots of this demonic vine, so he took a few more? I didn't expect this damned demonic vine to be unforgiving to him after being startled. Good man. This gave him a chase, all the way from the ground to the sky. It's so uninformed, not self-serving. A demonic plant that can't even transform into a form. How dare it chase me? Even if you're a demonic plant and have some divine features. So what? You don't even look at who I am. The provoked Su Changxian was quite annoyed, flinging the demonic vine a few more big mouths in succession. Of course, he didn't know where the other guy's face was. Anyway, the hood is a smack in the face. And the demon vine at this time is already spiritually disorganized. The root system is baked by the Dan fire, is about to be extracted and refined into medicine. Of course, there is no way to fight back. Let him smoke a good one. At that moment, a black sheep popped out of a large pit. His mouth yelled, Su Changxian, for this one soul-restoring grass, your second sister said she'd give me 100 blood chi. She doesn't make sense for miles. Oh, Ling Xiao said that? Su Changxian shook his head at the words inside. If Yunzi said it, I could still add some, but if Ling Xiao said it, then there's no way. For what? She's in charge of all the accounts in our house. Ow! Big Black jumped to his feet in anger. Then isn't this honored one working for nothing? Said a hoofbeat on the thigh. Regret, if I had known, I would not engage in this. This father directly take you to dig dragon eggs. There are dragon eggs here? There's wow. It's hidden inside those fake dragon eggs you just saw. What did you say? A real dragon egg hidden in a fake dragon egg? Su Changxian directly catapulted to start and leapt up to stand on his feet, transforming a large hand of blood chi. He lifted Big Black in his hands, and while walking in the direction of the nearest dragon egg, he viciously said, Little Blackie, I'm telling you, if you dare to lie to me again this time, you won't be able to get any more blood chi from me. Chapter 216. This is a real dragon egg now. Why are you still smashing it? Da hey, are there really dragon eggs here? Su Changxian stood next to a stone-carved dragon egg and shook the Taodai fierce soul he carried in his hand to confirm. One has to give 15,000 blood chi. Big Black Stocking Neck also confirmed the price with him again. Isn't it just 15,000 blood chi? I can still rely on you? Su Changxian was anxious and urged. Hurry up and tell me the way how to take out the true dragon egg. Humph, that can't be said. Da He coldly grunted. There are snakes that withhold even a few dozen blood chi miles. This was no small deal. It muttered inwardly. One of us is doing it for the dragon eggs, the other for the blood. So the bright demons don't speak in the dark. No one is too mercenary. What's more, it had just punked Su Changxian in a small way. One has to worry that the other side will be looking for backlash. My demon character isn't that bad. Quickly tell me how to get the dragon egg. Su Changxian carried Big Black and just shook him around. What are you selling at this juncture? He probably guessed what Big Black was worried about. This fellow had called out to him to go over earlier, saying that he had seen the soul-restoring grass, but in reality, was also sensing the existence of the demon vine. But not only did it not say so, it deliberately let itself on. The recognized artifact spirit and its owner shared a common mind, and if he hadn't made sure that the other party had no malicious intent and that the contract hadn't backfired, he would have flipped out long ago. But this can't be let go so easily. It was just that Su Changxian hadn't figured out how to settle this score with Dahei, so simply leave it for now. Ready to see how the Big Black does before I say anything. Demon products? Poof. Big Black remained as immobile as a mountain and as steady as an old dog despite being shaken out of his stump. Just now, you called out to this honored one, Little Blackie, but now that you've arrived in front of the dragon egg, this honored one has turned into Big Blackie. It jabbered. When you see the real dragon egg later, do you have to call out to this father as Master Black? No problem. Su Changxian didn't have the mood to listen to it talk more nonsense, and immediately said, as long as it's a dragon egg inside, we'll all call you Master Black from now on. There's another Master Turtle in our family. You two are considered peers. Humph, it is your good fortune to address this father as a master. Big Black raised his head in chest. Let go of your Black Master. Black Master will teach you how to take the dragon egg. Su Changxian immediately let go of the hand that was pinching the back of its erect neck. Then following Big Black's words, he went and moved the nearest dragon egg over. And then what? He asked. Take these two eggs and collide them. You say that again? Su Changxian suspected that he had heard wrong. Master Black told you to take the two dragon eggs and collide them. Big Black exclaimed. Hair in your ears? Or is the grass growing in your heart? You can't understand such simple words. I'll bear with you. Su Changxian decided to endure for the sake of the dragon eggs. Then he shook his body, and his blood chi gushed out, making the large red-colored hand that had coalesced grow larger to more than a zhang. Two hands, each holding a dragon egg. Then there was a collision into one spot. Mother asterisk 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 her. It's hard not to think of cracking eggs. He'd seen old kitchen hands break eggshells just like that. Bang! The dragon's egg, carved in stone, was unharmed. Stupid boy, what are you doing? Da He jumped up and scolded him. Using such a small amount of force. You haven't eaten. It's been an hour, and it hasn't been eaten yet. Su Changxian casually disliked him. Still, the hand added another 30% of strength. Once again, the dragon eggs collided together. Boo! Rustling. It's better this time. Scratched the skin a little.
A lot of crumbs fell off.
TSK. Su Chengxian looked at it. So sturdy?
This is seabed mud mixed with dragon scale bone powder.
Can it not be strong?
Big Black hugged his arm and squinted at him.
Don't even think about it.
Something that would be used by the true dragon clan to paste on the outside of the dragon eggs.
How could it be shattered just by touching it? When Su Chengxian thought about it, it was true. If it was that brittle,
the uninvited guests that come in every 10 years in the mausoleum would have discovered the secret long ago. The large pits on the ground,
in addition to the masterpiece of the demon vine,
there must have also been left behind by the fighting of the demon race that entered the secret realm. The hardness of the stone shell is evident in the fact that it is still intact in such a situation.
Hey, that's not right either.
He found something strange.
If in the middle of a great battle,
these stone dragon eggs are yet intact,
it's impossible for them to go unnoticed. What's wrong with that? Big Black snorted. It's not like anyone is as ignorant as you. Submarine mud with dragon scale bone powder is extremely versatile. Recognizing it, knowing that it was very hard,
but not knowing that the true dragon clan would use it to coat dragon eggs,
would not bother pursuing it. If you can't recognize it,
or if you insist on breaking this stone shell,
you won't be able to see the real dragon egg inside. So what if it was a coincidence that the two eggs were knocked into each other?
Su Chengxian still felt strange.
He's not lifting a finger.
It's just that the probability of such a coincidence occurring is not exactly small.
The number of dragon eggs in the spirit garden could be quite large. That was one of the reasons he was excited. If the two opposing sides, who happened to have chosen the dragon egg as a concealed weapon, or the dragon egg that was affected by the wave, happened to collide, there is a chance to discover the truth. Especially the former. The force is definitely high. How could you not check out the rest of these dragon eggs after crashing and revealing the end?
Humph. You'll know if you crack the eggshell with force.
Big Black narrowed his eyes. Kid, are you not afraid that you might break the dragon egg inside?
Yes,
a little. Su Chengxian admitted. The dragon eggs dug out of the emperor's mausoleum before, although the eggshell was also hard, but swallowed into the abdomen under the blood chi package.
The force of the pressure cracked. He still had it on his mind,
wanting to complete the task of hatching the true dragon's descendants. Wouldn't it be bad if the one that broke happened to be the one that could have hatching potential? You can't hold your breath. Sometimes fate is so ed up. What's more,
who knows if the dragon eggs with cracked shells will not have the life in them dissipate immediately.
If it would, then he wouldn't even be able to get the 2 refinement points that he had. It is a wasted effort. Nope. He also had to pay the Big Black blood chi, which was not much, but it was still a loss. Right, I forgot to mention it before. Su Chengxian hurriedly patched things up. Only intact dragon eggs can exchange blood chi from me. Don't worry, what's in here is a dragon egg,
and one that can be placed within the mausoleum of this true dragon main hall.
Big Black, however, laughed.
The hardness of the eggshell is no less than this layer outside.
How can it be broken so easily? That hard? That's fine.
With its words, Su Chengxian's heart was in the right place.
Immediately, he once again took the 2 dragon eggs and slammed them into one piece. Boo! Boom boom! 3 hits in a row, each time with more force than the last. Finally, hear it. Click. One voice. The shell cracked. Ha! It works!
Su Chengxian laughed as his blood chi hand gripped the dragon egg and subconsciously rubbed it.
As a child,
I peeled the outer layer of a variegated egg,
and it was a habitual action.
The layer of mud and rock after being smashed apart is still hard, but he had a harder hand. In 3 or 5 strokes, with a rustling sound, the thick layer on the outside was kneaded so that it all fell off cleanly,
revealing the dragon's egg inside. Hey, Su Chengxian took a look. How is this exactly the same as the layer that just opened up outside? And, divine probing, it is indeed exactly the same. Ha ha, it's the same. Big Black laughed. Don't look, it's just the same. Keep smashing. 4 times. Knocked 4 times.
The jade-like layer of mud and rock that was knocked off was more than 3 feet thick.
This true dragon clan. What an idle one.
Su Chengxian looked at the dragon egg in his hand,
still the same as before,
and simply cried and laughed.
Nice guy. Where's the set?
Then it was ready to go on to knock the 5th time.
But just as he raised it, he heard Big Black say, Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is a real dragon egg. Why are you still smashing it? Chapter 217. Let's make a deal. This layer, it's true? Su Chengxian froze, retracting his hand. He looked at it and still didn't think it looked like it. Of course you can't tell.
Big Black smugly twisted his butt and flew over,
rushing at him with a stretched hoof. 100 blood chi. This father will tell you how to check the authenticity. 100 blood chi you're fighting for? Oh ho! Don't say 100. Even a little bit of blood energy this father wants. I'm not going to let you earn, Su Chengxian said with a laugh. You can tell the difference between real and fake if you don't let me earn it? Big Black glared. I have my own way to tell the difference, Su Changxian said with certainty. Shaking his body, he transformed the snake into 3 or 4 feet long. Then, a mouthful of blood chi was spewed out, wrapping the dragon egg among them. Then inhale into the abdomen. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host. Swallowing a dragon egg that contains vitality and the breath of a true dragon. Refining points *2 will be awarded. This dragon egg is not qualified for hatching and is extracting the vitality and breath from it.
Ha ha, it really is true. Su Changxian was overjoyed.
The system beep could best prove the authenticity of the dragon egg.
So it's not that he has his own way.
Rather, he has his own higher power to make the discernment for him.
Da hey, here, blood chi.
After he confirmed that the dragon egg was indeed a true dragon egg, he immediately took out a ball of blood chi and threw it to the Taotai fierce soul.
You can really tell the difference between real and fake.
With a flash, Big Black cradled the blood chi mass in his arms, blinking his small eyes as he looked at Su Changxian. It seemed to be wondering how the other party could see through the mystery on the dragon egg. The blood gas was given.
Surely it wasn't a deliberate attempt to swindle it.
Looking at the blood chi and then at Su Changxian,
Big Black sighed. That's just it.
This honored one will tell you the method of discernment. It turned out that the shell of this true dragon egg was still lightly coated with a layer of undersea mud.
However, it was not dragon scale bone powder that was mixed in, but the dragon saliva of the mirage dragon.
It was a bit more powerful than the dragon saliva applied on top of the dragon eggs buried under the Sin prison. Among the mirage dragons, there are also cultivation levels,
and dragon saliva is not just ordinary saliva,
but one of the natural aptitudes they have refined. The 2 treasures of the mirage dragon, mirage and dragon's saliva.
The powerful thing is that these 2 treasures can subliminally confuse the minds of all spirits. If one is unknown and directly probes with their divine sense, they will extend the thought of sure enough, it's a fake and discard this dragon egg. Big Black nibbled on the blood chi, and the entire state of the fierce soul became very talkative. Unless one's divine sense is strong and one's mind is firm, it will be difficult to see through the confusion. If we take the current world's cultivation, one would have to be in the peak demon general realm to have some chance. It looked at Su Changxian. I didn't expect you, kid. Swallowing the dragon egg into your belly. You can tell the difference. You really have some ability. Good to hear. Really good to hear. 2 more compliments. Su Changxian took the other dragon egg and swallowed it as well,
baring his teeth at Big Black and smiling.
Still, boastful as it is,
it's all 15,000 blood breath.
There's no way I'm going to give you another raise. Stingy. Big Black, who had been read his mind, bristled, but in reality, the skimming of the lips was really to hide the uncontrollable, imminent, open-mouthed laughter of excitement. The mouth is closed though,
but the short tail that had begun to flutter and wiggle behind him still gave everything away.
1500 blood breath.
It really gave it 1500 blood breath.
Flower Snake actually gave 1500 blood chi painfully,
and its little eyes, they were already turning uncontrollably.
This mausoleum is not full of eggs. No way, no way. My father can't look too happy. What if Flower Snake thinks it's expensive and wants to lower the price?
If each one could be exchanged for 1500 blood chi,
wouldn't that be? It's going to be posted. Su Changxian,
in his heart at this moment,
let out the same cheer as a certain black sheep. The same cheer, but he held back from yelling out,
to avoid being sat on by some black sheep.
No, I can't act too happy, he mumbled in his mind.
Must look like I don't care so much.
Also, every time a dragon egg is opened next, you still have to act like it hurts. That's what makes Big Black think it's earned it.
Then, when the number of dragon eggs found grows, there's a little bit of regret to be exuded.
When Big Black reads this,
he'll be worried that I'll back out and not want the dragon eggs.
In that case, it would not have to try its best to find out more dragon eggs as soon as possible and seize the time to realize them into blood chi? Of acting naturally, having a transition, and then layering it on. So, next in the mausoleum, there was a bizarre scene. Oops, there's a dragon egg here. 1500 blood chi. Give blood chi. At first,
a snake and a murderous spirit were both quite happy.
Oops, here's another dragon egg. My father's blood chi. The blood chi of my father. Ha ha, ha ha, wha. Yummy yummy, the blood gas smells so good. After finding a dozen or so dragon eggs in a row,
the black sheep held on to more and more blood chi,
enduring more and more. Finally,
he couldn't help himself and began to laugh, picking up the blood chi mass from the flower serpent.
The mouth, open from laughing,
was so large that it took up half the face.
Oops, another real one. Su Changxian's tone, however,
had more than a hint of exhaustion from the excitement he had started with.
Giving blood and gas has become less aggressive.
But it still pulled out the blood.
Gee, why is this one still real?
Twisting his head to look at his other hand,
spurt out blood and swallow it, then muttered under his breath. In fact, in my heart, I was shouting, 15, 15th. This one copied. 9 collisions to find 15 dragon eggs. In theory, 2 dragon eggs colliding with each other should have gained 18 of them 9 times. What was surprising, however, and what didn't feel so surprising, the dragon eggs in the mausoleum. There really were fakes. It's hard to understand. The literal meaning is hard to understand. Logic is also hard to understand. The fake egg hides the real one. Fake eggs may also be hiding inside the fake eggs. The true dragon clan should really be idle. TSK, 36th piece. Su Changxian chanted under his breath. The hesitation in giving blood breath was accompanied by a look of flesh. He looked at Big Black and said, more than 50. 000 blood chi now. You've relieved your hunger this time. Bring it on you. Big Black wrapped his blood chi mass around him and yelled, didn't you get the dragon egg too? Oops, that's true. Su Changxian nodded, but this is a bit too much. After thinking about it, he clapped his hands together and took back the blood chi that had coalesced into his hands. Never mind. That's enough for today. What do you mean? Big Black was anxious. You don't want the rest? Yes, definitely. Su Changxian twisted his body. But I can't eat here. Come back for it tomorrow. How about digging it up and bringing it back? Big Black was getting a little worried. Why bother? Let's just stay here in the mausoleum. Su Changxian, however, said, come back another day. I don't have any blood chi left for you. Gotta save up. You can owe it first. Big Black was really anxious now. How can you say tomorrow in one sentence and then another day in the next? Is it possible that you don't want the dragon's eggs anymore and are making excuses to try to delay? Dragging it out and not mentioning it? All of these dragon eggs have no possibility of conceiving newborns. And it looks, most of them are still stained by the chaotic gas. I am afraid that when other demons see them, they will not dare to swallow them like Su Changxian. There is, so to speak, not much value left. It didn't know what use Su Changxian had for swallowing the dragon egg, but the blood chi given out was extremely precious to it. You've just had a dream of gorging on blood gas for a while, and you're about to have it dashed? How does that work? Ode? No. That's not good. Su Changxian shook his head repeatedly and refused. Okay, it's fine when this father says it's fine. Big Black did not allow him to refuse. Gee, you're me. Let's make a deal. Chapter 218. The Flowering Serpent is kind-hearted for miles. Hey, where's that demonic vine? With a belly full of dragon eggs, Su Changxian swung back to the place where he had fought the demonic vines. He saw that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had returned, but the demonic vine was nowhere to be seen. It's in here. Ling Xiao slapped the storage bag on his waist. It's too eye-catching to put it outside, so the two combined their efforts to seal it first and put it away. You are? Ling Yunzi surveyed Su Changxian. Looking at you, you've gained quite a bit? Hiya. It's full of dragon eggs. Su Changxian plopped down on the ground. Do you want to take a look? He had swallowed 36 of the dragon eggs, each one of which was larger than the ones in the Emperor's tomb. It's lined up in the stomach right now. Luckily, the native snake carcass is long enough and has an extra long stomach which makes it fit. Half of the reason for talking to Big Black about continuing the collection tomorrow is because, well, it's just too much to eat. Don't look. Ling Yunzi shook his head. That dragon egg is of no use to me. That's 6 parts true and 4 parts false. It was always an egg with a true dragon bloodline. More or less useful. Just not much. So when he said that, he was helping Flower Snake set up Big Black, and Ling Xiao smiled and didn't break it down. The mausoleum was quite large, but the place where Su Changxian had taken the dragon's egg was not far from where they were at the moment. Under the divine sense perception, even if they didn't watch the whole thing throughout, just understanding a thing or two, it was enough for the two of them to guess the intention of the Flower Snake to do so. Happy to help out too. Eldest brother, if you are still unwilling to give up your obsession and are bent on seeking hatchable dragon eggs to continue the bloodline for the true dragon clan, you will have to hurry. So she not only didn't break it down, but also added a little more fuel to the fire, frowning and saying, it's not a good place to stay for a long time. We'll have to leave in a few days and find another place to settle down. But all the demon races that have imperial tombs coming to this secret realm, especially the demon generals, must find a way to rush to the true dragon main hall. We have offended General BOM, and they came here in one step, and if we bump into them, it's bound to end badly. Third brother and I cannot leave you to this perilous situation by looking for some useless dragon eggs. Ling Xiao said it in a serious manner, with a few disapproving looks on his face, especially the latter, which is all true. The true dragon clan dissipating between heaven and earth is also the destiny that should be fulfilled. The way of heaven. Ling Yunzi obediently picked up the conversation, his brows furrowed as he said, Big brother, this heart of yours is also a bit too kind. Tao Tai soul is in the end an ancient beast,
Do not look at pretend to be an honest and obedient harmless appearance. The inner character is untamed,
not willing to be constrained and driven. In other words, it's pushing and hitting backwards.
Knowing by it that Su Chengxian intended to want more dragon eggs,
he definitely wanted to take Zhou.
It would be better to cast some of these small means, so that it will give birth to the only dinosaur eggs are not needed, for the urgent heart of the blood, as soon as possible, the true dragon main hall, the place where the dragon eggs
are looking out. On the side, Dahei listened, already anxious to sit down, unwillingly at first.
He scratched his scalp with his hooves while nibbling on the blood and air mass.
It's all scratching my ass right now. On the other hand, Su Chengxian, who was on the other side, was stunned by them. Secretly, he exclaimed, "What a guy!" They were once again intimidated by what the two were capable of. Is this the keen intuition of the Empress and the Taoist monarch? Just say anything and it'll hit the old man's mark. It's one of those, though, but it's already scary. Of course, he wasn't so stupid that he couldn't see why these two were saying these things. It's helping him set up Big Black. However, he couldn't be sure if this casual remark of Ling Zhao's was really an unintentional thought or if he saw something. But on second thought, it seemed like it wouldn't do any good even if you saw it. So all of a sudden it was released. Then he put on his big brother's dictatorial face. Got it. I'm the big brother. Can I not know the importance? But this dragon egg, I still have to find it, and you guys don't have to persuade me. He stalked his neck and said, "Big deal. When I find it and you guys want to leave, I'll stop looking for it." Good. Ling Xiao nodded. The true dragon main hall is the most important place in the Tsanglong mysterious realm, and it is also the place where the true dragon clan's corpses and bones are buried the most. Only descendants with the best qualifications are qualified to enter this place. If the dragon eggs placed here have no possibility of being hatched, other places, I'm afraid it's even more impossible. And when the time comes, Big Brother should be damned. That's true, but if the dragon eggs were found by Dehei, Big Brother will still have to pay Dehei for the blood chi. Ling Yunzi spoke. I heard it's 12,000 apiece? 1,500. It's 1,500. Big Black couldn't help but shout. If you find 3 or more dragon eggs, you pay 15,000. 15,000? Ling Xiao raised his long eyebrows. Why is it so much? Not much. It's all been agreed upon. It's not good to break a promise. Dahei was so anxious that he went round and round. It took one look at Ling Zhao's face and immediately knew it was bad. That flower snake kid said it was his sister who was in charge of the books at their house. If this one speaks, won't he drop the price? But anything less is a loss. Master Su, it's not good to talk out of turn, is it? It ran to Su Chengxian's side and asked eagerly. It wasn't that it hadn't thought that these 3 siblings might be doing this on purpose, setting a trap against it to lure it in. It even occurred to me that this was done to make it diligent in finding more dragon eggs, but it's afraid of being pressured. More than anything, he was afraid that Su Chengxian really didn't want the dragon eggs. There were only 3 people who were able to get there right now, and Su Chengxian was the only one who was interested in the dragon eggs and could still give blood chi. And this flower snake, compared to the other 2, is just as naive and kind and generous. When there was only one buyer, even the Taotai fierce soul had to bow down, though the seller was also the only one it had. And Dahei still knew that flower snake couldn't find the rest of the dragon eggs without it. The ones that are easy to find have long since been eaten, or taken out, but it wasn't willing to take the risk. The blood chi was too important to it, whereas the dragon egg might not be equally important to the flower snake. Alright, your big brother, I have a promise to keep. This is all agreed upon. It's not okay to go back on my word. In reality, however, although a dragon egg, it really wasn't too important to Su Chengxian. After all, it's only 2 refining points, but a lot of dragon eggs would be very important to him. Dozens, even hundreds of dragon eggs were double the refinement points. If he could more quickly raise the physique realm and the divine soul realm, then the speed at which he could condense his essence and blood chi would also be accelerated. Quenching the demon body refines the blood chi, complementing each other and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The elevation of the divine soul realm was even more capable of making the huge divine sense even more powerful. It was of great benefit to the natural aptitude in battle skills, so he could only endure the pain and reject the good intentions of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to help cut the price. The 2 men are both penetrating generation. Immediately understand. Know that it is time to point to the end. See the good end. Ling Xiao then frowned and said, since eldest brother has said so, I can't say anything more. It's just that we mustn't tarry here much. An eldest brother should have a good idea of what's going on in his heart. Ling Xiao. Big Black immediately bounced and jumped in front of her, smiling, but I don't know. When will I leave? Stay 2 more days at most. 2 days? Enough. Big Black nodded his head and said, enough. Enough. My father had to turn this true dragon clan's true dragon main hall upside down to find it. Not even a single dragon egg will escape from the hands of my father. Of course, the honored one isn't all about exchanging blood chi.
The flower snake is kind-hearted for miles. There's no telling if we'll actually find dragon eggs that can hatch. This is how this honored one repays his kindness.
Chapter 219. So much? Yunzi, have you found all the spiritual plants you wanted? Su Chengxian asked. All together.
Ling Yunzi laughed.
Just now, Ling Xiao and I were at the lair of the demonic vine, and we found a few dragon beard roots, and half a dragon blood ginseng.
Although only half of the dragon blood ginseng was left,
it was barely able to be used as medicine, and in the Dan formula, this kind of spiritual plant requires the least. Half a stick is enough. What about the dragon bone vine and the 9-dragon cypress? Su Chengxian then asked again.
The dragon bone vine and the 9-dragon rolling cypress
have yet to be found, Ling Yunzi said.
That's why they will still be staying here for 2 more days.
Is 2 days enough? Su Chengxian wondered. The spirit plant that wasn't found. In 2 days? And the date of 2 days, again, is given so accurately. It would be normal to say an imaginary number,
such as you have to leave even if you can't find it in 2 days,
or something like that.
So he assumed that the deadline was intentionally said to Big Black.
Therefore it was changed to a divine sense voice transmission inquiry.
I didn't expect Ling Xiao to reply to him. Indeed, it's just 2 days.
Any later and you won't be able to leave.
They were only one step faster than those demon clans in the Emperor's tomb. Arriving at the Tsunlong mysterious realm,
refining the boat to go out to sea,
as well as rushing to the True Dragon main hall took another 2 months.
This has been extremely fast.
The other great demons may not even have a magic weapon to cross the sea,
and even if they do, the sea beasts they encounter will block them from making their way.
Ling Yunzi's art of refining weapons was exquisite, and the red-blooded formation flag inhabited by the Taodai fierce soul on the road saved him a lot of trouble. The Zhao King asked General C to bring this formation flag with him,
in order to drive away the sea beasts,
as well as to find more dragon eggs.
I'm afraid
this lord of the northern demon region should also know that the boundary of the Tsunlong mysterious realm is about to shatter,
Ling Xiao said,
hence the rush to get his hands on all the dragon eggs. General BOM has received the king's order,
and anyone can retreat, but not him. Against all odds, the other side is bound to come. Losing the formation flag, with the ability of the demon general, counting the time,
he should have arrived. Ling Yunzi and I speculate that in as little as 3 days,
or as much as 5, he will be arriving at this place, within the Emperor's tomb.
I'm afraid that all the dragon eggs stored there are not well qualified.
General B could get the best dragon egg,
but also the one that the 3 of them used to make the teleportation talisman was as if it was different from the other one.
Or even worse, if the qualifications were better. On the way here, I'm afraid I would have met them. Ling Xiao joked a bit. Then what if it takes 2 days and we still can't find the spirit plant we want? Su Chengxian asked again. Within 2 days, if we can't find it, we'll use that demonic vine as medicine. Ling Yunzi interjected. This demonic vine doesn't know how many spiritual plants it has strangled with its roots, and it's surprising that each of its roots harbor different medicinal properties. Among them, there were a few that could be used as medicine as 9 dragons rolling cypress, also known as 9 deaths returning herb. In addition, the demonic vine itself was a dragon bone vine, and although it was impregnated with multiple scents, as long as it was concocted, there were still some parts that could be used to make pills. It's just that this demon vine, being able to grow up, is also blessed with a unique, one-of-a-kind heavenly treasure, and it will be hard to find it again in the future. It's a bit of a pity to use it in this way. Strange spiritual plants are hard to come by. If it is left to the future, his cultivation improved. Deduced this as the main ingredient of the formula. The whole plant into the medicine, may be able to refine a different extraordinary elixir. In 2 days, if we find the required spiritual plants, we cannot use this demonic vine. Then why don't we stay for 2 more days? Su Chengxian said. Even if it's a rare thing, it's still going to be used for me. Ling Yunzi, however, laughed. For the sake of a demonic vine, risking the danger of going up against a demon general is unwise. Old ghost, Ling Yunzi and I, we are preparing to break through our cultivation to demon general right in the secret realm, or even to cross the threshold here, Ling Xiao said at this time. So until then, we'll try to avoid fighting with demon generals. Where there is fighting, there is a risk of injury. With any injury, you need to recuperate and recover. It's going to slow down their program. So urgent? Su Chengxian was surprised. You too, didn't you just cultivate to the Great Demon After Realm? The Great Demon Rear Realm, followed by the Peak Realm. How can we reach the Peak Realm and then consider crossing the threshold? It's better to refine your cultivation sooner rather than later, Ling Xiao said back. It was as if she was speaking to Su Chengxian, and as if she was saying to herself, what I want is never, ever, just to return to the battle power of my last life. Since I have the opportunity to be reborn once more, naturally I want to be even better than before. The one who was stronger than the Ling Xiao Empress was the Ling Xiao Empress of this life. Good burn, good ambition. Su Changxian was very supportive,
manifesting 2 palms and giving Ling Xiao 2 croaky pats as he looked towards Ling Yunzi.
Unico, what about you? Before this seat reincarnated and recultivated, it was only at the cultivation level of a Dao Lord. If I were to return as a Dao Lord, wouldn't I have reincarnated for nothing?
Ling Yunzi raised an eyebrow and said very cooperatively.
Ha ha, good, very good. Su Changxian laughed out loud. Your big brother, me, will also work hard. Humph, transmitting sound behind my father's back again. If you want to transmit sound, then all of them will transmit sound. But you want to be weird. What slap? Big Black was startled,
and his mouth suddenly grunted in dissatisfaction.
The 3 of them were talking with divine sense sound transmission, and of course it couldn't hear it.
That's why the flower snake's sudden slap and laugh made it startled.
But Disgruntled just grunted and didn't say anything else.
It was still thinking about finding more dragon eggs and stuffing them to Su Changxian for blood chi.
Can't piss the snake off. Right, there's also this. Su Changxian didn't bother with it, but instead,
his snake mouth opened and spat out a ball of bloody gas, handing the several spirit plants wrapped inside to Ling Yunzi.
I have 2 returning sun grasses here, and 3 other spirit grasses. I don't recognize them, but I feel that they shouldn't be bad.
These few spirit plants were dug up by him at the roots of the demonic vines.
That said, it's a muddle.
The fact that it would startle the demon vine was indeed due to his own greed.
You can't blame it all on Big Black. Besides,
it worked very hard against the demon vine, and then took the initiative to bring up the fact that there were real dragon eggs in the fake dragon eggs, half for the sake of blood chi, and half to even out the score.
Su Changxian saw through it, but didn't point it out, and because of that, so many dragon eggs were enough to quell all his anger. So, he decided to enlarge the black one horse now. However, this also gave Su Changxian a wake-up call that the psychic connection between Dahei and him had its limitations. Just like before, when he could sense Dahei's elation, he assumed that the other party was happy because he had found a spirit plant and felt that he could exchange it for blood chi. From this, I knew there would be surprises. Without realizing it, the size of the surprise was misestimated. I'll have to work on that too, Su Changxian said mentally.
Once Ling Yunzi had found all the spiritual plants, he would start refining pills. The spiritual materials were prepared before coming here. The 3 types of pills could also be taken by Ling Xiao to enhance his cultivation. Once the elixir was refined, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be far from the 2 of them breaking the boundary. When you're a big brother, you can't be left behind. This time, dragon eggs in the belly. The system had long since extracted the vitality and true dragon's breath from it. He also summoned his blood chi and wrapped 1 dragon egg around it. However, casting the divine ability of swallowing and refining to refine them all required catalyzing a large amount of blood chi.
An unexpected attack in this state would certainly affect play. To be on the safe side, he chose this time to rendezvous with Ling Xiao Linjianzi before he started refining.
Lie horizontally with your eyes closed and mobilize your blood.
Within a few breaths,
the blood chi gradually surged.
2 days later, Su Changxian found all the dragon eggs he could with Dahei leading the way. The final count of the number almost shocked his jaw. Asterisk asterisk. What's with all this? Chapter 220. This can't be blamed on my father. System. In. Host. How many dragon eggs have I found in total? In the past 2 days? Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host. A total of 187 dragon eggs were harvested this time.
Say that again. Su Changxian, who was lying on the small boat, was a little disbelieving of this number. He had been led by Big Black for the past 2 days, and had almost rummaged through the entire True Dragon main hall complex, one by one. Repeatedly. The rewards are great, but you still have to hold back from showing too much joy. That was very hard work. Even during the day, they are not idle at night. He even had to see to it that the dragon egg, which had already had its vitality and breath extracted by the system, was swallowed and refined. Make room for the new-to-the-stomach dragon eggs. Say again, how many dragon eggs did I harvest? Every dragon egg. He got it with his own hands and swallowed it with his own mouth. That's why Su Changxian knew that he had found a good number of them. But due to the short time and heavy task of swallowing in batches, he didn't count carefully every time. Now that I hear the total is surprisingly close to 200, I can't help but be excited to reconfirm it. Congratulations to the host. A total of 187 dragon eggs were acquired this time. Please note to the host that 6 of them are broken and do not meet the mission criteria. As a result, the host eventually obtains dragon eggs containing the bloodline and vitality of the true dragon clan. 181 of them. Congratulations to the host. You will receive refining points asterisk 362. Gulp. Su Changxian couldn't help but gulp. Woohoo! Mom, I'm going to send it. At this moment, his mouth was watering out of the corner of his eye. It was close to tears. It's not easy. It's so hard. These past 2 days, he's had a hell of a time. Tired, but too tired. Just the past 2 days. No, 2 days and 2 nights to be exact. And no, it's the past 2 days and 2 nights, plus one more midnight. On that day, after learning from Ling Xiao that they would only stay in the True Dragon Palace for 2 more days, Big Black went crazy, completely insane. Inside one pair of eyes, there was only the dragon egg that could change blood chi. Other than that, it doesn't care about anything. Later that night, Su Changxian had just refined a bellyful of dragon eggs and reduced his body to a few feet in size lying on a plate, and was about to adjust a comfortable posture to continue sleeping. Big Black's divine sense transmission arrived. Shout out to him to keep knocking chicken. Dragon eggs. At first he wanted to take Joe and didn't want to go. The rest of the dragon eggs were there anyway, so it was just as well to pick them up at dawn. Let's just say that if the knocking motion is loud, it will disturb Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation. However, Big Black was unforgiving and even used agitation. Said something about if he couldn't find a dragon egg that could hatch, wouldn't he be teased by his sister and brother to get him to follow? And it says it's not going to a mausoleum. It's to the True Dragon's main hall. It turned out that Big Black was worried that he would back out and not want the dragon eggs, and he stole out in the first half of the night and searched the nearest main hall. First, if it wasn't an artifact spirit that couldn't leave the magic treasure too far away, it would definitely be looking for more than just one main hall. And Su Changxian was also worried that he would be seen by Dai, so he thought of bagging the dragon eggs as soon as possible. The two parties were kind of on the same page. So, it moved overnight. This middle of the night went by as well as the rush. He was puffing in front of him, and Dahei was yammering and muttering a lot behind him. If it wasn't for the fact that as a soul body, in order to excavate something under the ground, it would still have to consume soul power to break the earth's chi first. It couldn't help but stroke its arm and go up to do it. But even so, after Su Changxian dug up the dragon egg, it would drill down to help get it out. The purpose was for Su Changxian to go on to dig the next place. Mouths shouting, 1500, 1500, hey ya, 1500. All 4 hooves plus a head were used. It's a hell of a job. There were times when Su Changxian couldn't bear to watch, but only half a night later, his intolerance dissipated to nothing. Because the next day, it's just dawning. The dragon eggs he dug out last night will be refined clean. The blood chi in his body hadn't completely calmed down before Big Black started calling him. To think that despite a busy midnight, the harvest was indeed not small. So with a clench of his teeth, Su Changxian went anyway. At that moment, he felt as if he were the donkey pulling the mill. After pulling the mill all night, at dawn, I was still shouted by my partner, Xiao Wang, Black, to go out and play with mud in the pits. Then another full day of digging. Fully experience a time, the feeling of harvest. And that's not all. In the evening, Dahei came calling for him again, on account of the fact that every time he went out and swallowed a dragon's egg, he was able to come back with his stomach full. Su Changxian went. That's it. Busy day and night. 2 days, 2 nights, and 1 midnight of work. Since becoming a snake, Su Changxian had never lived such a fulfilling life. Suck it up, he squinted, lying on his back in the middle of the canoe, and couldn't help but grin, with a contented smile. Though digging and digging he was going to wonder if the snake was alive. But this harvest was so huge that it wasn't in vain for him to be a good snake and almost tired as a dog. Especially when he turned his head and saw the little black goat belly up, holding the blood chi mass in his arms, nibbling a bite and staring in ecstasy for a moment. He was even more disdainful and skimmed his lips. Small sample. Tired and confused? You're a battle-damaged artifact spirit, and you still want to compete with a snake that was a human in its previous life? Gee, what a thought. Old devil. How many dragon eggs have you guys found in total? Ling Xiao asked as he transmitted his voice at this time. 187 PCS. Su Changxian didn't hide it and said directly, there are 6 with broken shells. To say that the dragon eggs here in the True Dragon's main hall are different from the ones in the Imperial Tomb. The hardness of the eggshell is not to be confused with the hardness of the egg. Among the reasons why he felt tired was the fact that he had to mobilize his blood chi in order to crush the eggshell. Sometimes, it was necessary to utilize the natural battle skill, snake entanglement. First, of course, these dragon eggs had better qualifications, and the blood chi gained from swallowing and refining them, as well as the enhancement of the divine soul and body realm, had increased accordingly, though individually, much less, but almost 200 eggs is not a bad accumulation. At least it would allow Su Changxian to get back a little bit of his capital. He still owed Big Black a fortune in blood breath. It's not like you can't afford to give it. But Dahei said he could owe it first. He's trying to learn to be a boss, give out what he can and definitely put it off as far as he knows. Dog owners are like that. So many? Ling Xiao was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at Big Black and grunt. The True Dragon Clan. It's completely finished this time. She laughed, thinking of the entanglement between the Taotai Fierce Soul and Demon Emperor Qingyang. It is said that in order to preserve the Taotai clan, the Qingyang Demon Emperor refined them into a red blood great formation flag. Now a Taotai Fierce Soul has broken the roots of the True Dragon Clan, to which the Qingyang Demon Emperor belongs. For a bit of blood. What a great cycle of karma. Is this retribution? This father isn't doing it for a bit of blood chi.
The mesmerized Dahei immediately jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on.
This honored one clearly wants to be repaying a favor. It's just that guy, Qin Yang, had bad luck. None of the dragon eggs left by the True Dragon Clan could hatch. This can't be blamed on my father. Chapter 221. Let's hunt a big one. What a payback. Ling Yunzi's laughter came from the other end of the canoe. But I wonder, how much blood chi have you earned by repaying the favor this time? 280,000 plus 500. Big Black reported the answer almost immediately. Ooh, Su Changxian praised. The math is so clear. You don't reconcile every day, do you? I wonder if, secretly, I've been breaking my hooves and counting. Anyway, this number, multiplied by 187 times 1500, should be correct. But it's not right either. Big Black, the 6 with broken shells can't be counted. He immediately spoke up, without waiting for Big Black to say anything else. He continued, that was for you to return the favor, and I did it to be kind. We're both thinking of letting the True Dragon Clan have descendants of the inherited bloodline. There's definitely no way for this broken shell dragon egg to hatch. In that case, do you still have the nerve to ask for my blood chi? Line blah. The Big Black fell heartedly stalking the neck to say a sentence. How to be embarrassed to want. But just now the words of repayment, said really justified, and too loud. When you punch yourself in the face, you get down a bit. Then he had to condescend to remove the blood chi that could be exchanged for the 6 dragon eggs that were shattered. That would be 271,500. It said, you have already paid 21,500, leaving the round number, 250,000, unpaid. There's no rush. Su Changxian shook his head. There's nothing less for you. Turns out it was only paid in change. Ling Xiao held back from laughing out loud. By the way, do you guys know where we all found the dragon eggs? Seeing that Big Black was still about to speak, Su Changxian hurriedly changed the topic. Where? Ling Xiao naturally picked up. Su Changxian then talked about the place to find the dragon's egg. There was something strange in the bloodline inheritance of his strong True Dragon Clan that was mixed in. These guys like to bury their kids in the dirt. There is also sealing it with sea mud and resting it in the mausoleum as a statue, etc. These, too, are even. We found a lot of dragon eggs in the walls, in the wells, in the pillars. Some of them were even stacked several on top of each other and stuffed in the pillars of the Great Hall. Nice guy. When you did that, did you not think about how the baby would come out after it hatched? Those pillars were hollowed out when they were forged. Not only had the spirit material been refined, but it hadn't left the portal at all. You're not thinking of letting the kid out, are you? By comparison, the ones tucked into the beams of the Great Hall aren't too out of place. After all, dragon eggs have strong shells, and it's not like they can break if you drop them. The hatchlings, most likely, can't die from the fall either. Most of the ancestral dragon's bloodlines are known for their overbearing and rebellious personalities, and they all act in a heavenly manner without restraint. Ling Xiao frowned and said, I heard that they would fight eggs in private. That is, it is a competition to see whose descendants have stronger eggshells. This made Su Changxian think of the dragon eggs in the mausoleum, which he had only obtained by employing the method of colliding with each other. Couldn't help but look at Big Black. Big Black gave him a very haunted day-eyed grin, so all of a sudden it made sense. But I'm afraid that the reason for the many unusual actions that will be made is because, the better the bloodline qualification of the dragon egg, the more difficult it will be to hatch. Ling Xiao continued. Not to the point where it is impossible to pass on the bloodline normally without the help of external forces. The True Dragon Clan would not be so bad as to separate a part of it and move to the Eastern Earthly Realm. Arrogant as a true dragon's bloodline, now under the control of many. I do not know if he will regret his choice of the day. What was being referred to in those words was definitely not the True Dragon Clan that had already disappeared from the demon domain. Hey it depends on how you think about this. Su Changxian coalesced his limbs and crossed his legs. As the saying goes, a good death is better than living. Some want to die standing. Some want to live on their knees. It's about a fall without regret. It's all getting what it wants, and it's a good end. Do not want a clan are extinct. Each make choices. It is difficult to say who is right and who is wrong. Even judging the thing itself can be viewed differently by different people. If it were you, how would you choose? Ling Xiao asked. Then, of course, it's standing and living, grunted Su Changxian. In order to seek to live, I can get down for a while, but kneeling, that's a little too difficult. Traveling as a snake, you can become stronger once you've slept through the night, but still, once you feel a little stronger, you keep tossing it around? Who wants to be a salted fish unless they're completely slapped down and dried out? Even if they're slapped flat and dried out, as long as they're still alive and sprinkled with water, they'll still pop up. I'm just trying to live a more comfortable life. What else does begging for life on your knees have to do with living comfortably? Well, you actually think so? Ling Yunzi seemed a bit surprised when he heard that. What do you mean? Su Changxian felt sarcastic. He was not expecting that you would have this kind of ambition. Ling Xiao kindly translates for him. Su Changxian. Ha, ah ha ha. Big Black laughed until he stomped his feet. Whatever. Nothing had affected Su Changxian's good mood. The thought of having nearly 400 refining points waiting to be claimed. It was really hard for him to generate even the slightest bit of negativity. At this point, it's suddenly rare to empathize somewhat with the rich man's situation. It felt like the world, everywhere, was lovely. Look at everything. Everything is interesting to look at. Even the captured, hideously ugly sea beasts he found artistic. Then he asked Ling Xiao to store it for him. Not eating? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Don't eat first, Su Changxian said. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I have to go into seclusion next. So a lot of blood food has to be stored. How long will the retreat be? Half a month or so. It is important to collect all of your refining points as soon as possible. With his current cultivation level, the daily growth of his physical and divine soul realms, controlled to the tolerable limit, was estimated to be completed in about 10 days. What do you call half a month of seclusion? Ling Xiao said. Just say you're going to sleep for half a month, won't you? Saying that, he threw the sea beast in his hand. To Su Changxian, tell him to hurry up and eat. Too lazy to seal it for him. When you get to the place, you'll hunt yourself another one. A sea beast that will allow you to sleep for half a month without going hungry. Aren't you guys going to give Big Brother a hand? Su Changxian didn't want to easily give up the pleasure of instructing his sister and brother to work. Eldest brother, Ling Yunzi and I, having obtained the Demon Emperor's sense that you passed on, broke through the small realm a few days ago, and after these few days of discussing the Tao, each gains something. Ling Xiao smiled cheekily and said, to meditate and settle down to consolidate for a few days. TSK. Su Changxian couldn't help but scratch his head. Oh, wow. Is this another advancement in cultivation? Luckily, we got more this time. 3 days later, the canoe docked to an island that was not far from the True Dragon's main hall. Not too far, not too close, not too good, not too bad. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were immediately busy setting up defense formations. Su Changxian, on the other hand, took a swoop and plunged into the sea of chaos. Hunt! He rushed at Big Black. Let's hunt a big one. It would be best to not only fill him up for half a month, but also gain some blood chi after refining it. A fly's leg is no longer small. Punch! Chapter 22. 2 furnaces into 3 Dan. My brother is really bullish. A mountain top, where the terrain is slightly flat. The underside of a formation flag. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sat cross-legged, ending the day's discourse. On the side of the duo, there was a Dan furnace. The flames burned beneath the Dan furnace. However, it was not refining pills, but rather concocting spirit materials. When will you start refining? Ling Xiao asked. It will have to be another 3 days. Ling Yunzi said. Refining the foundation establishment pill first? The refining of the foundation building pill is the easiest. Good thing too. When the two finished, they closed their eyes and said no more. Ling Yunzi pointed out with a finger, and a white light landed on a spirit stone on the side. Use mana to catalyze the spirit formation. Gather the aura around you. These spirit stones were dug out from the spirit vein of the True Dragon main hall. Use it up and it's gone. But there was no harm in it, and in a short while, there would be refined pills available. After doing so, he gazed and meditated, drawing in aura and began to cultivate. The night breeze blew the two men's shirts. From afar, it looked like a true immortal who had attained enlightenment. A handsome cultivator sat cross-legged on top of a green stone, surrounded by a faint circle of silver radiance. He was dressed in a simple Taoist robe, the corners of which swayed gently with the aura, as if he had become one with the night, untainted by dust. The cultivator closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing long and gently folded his hands, palms facing upwards, placing them at the lower dantian, guiding the aura from heaven and earth to slowly sink into his body. Not far from him, that female immortal, the moonlight gently sprinkled down like a fine veil, illuminating her beautiful face, as well as her upright back and outstanding demeanor. All around,
The insects were dying down and everything was silent, except for the occasional sound of the wind, beautiful as if it were an out-of-this-world painting. Hey, TSK. A black sheep, hidden in the darkness and barely visible, sighed quietly. Once more I looked at the top of the hill. It didn't even want to look down, because the short mountainside below the two men, there was a gust of wind coming. What's that noise? It was clearly a huge flowery serpent, coiled above the mountain, is huffing and puffing. This flower snake was not only huge in size, but also fat. The overly rounded size even diminished, for a few moments, the hideousness of the behemoth. It's not even a snake that coils tightly around the mountain like a normal snake. Instead, it rolled over on its belly and hung lazily on the mountainside. What was even more excessive was that this great demon did not have the demeanor of a great demon at all, even if it was to use mana to condense ropes and bind oneself to them. Surprisingly, he was crossing the head and tail of the snake and tying a knot in the mountainside. Hey! Flying down to the top of the mountain, Big Black watched from afar and sighed again. I've heard it's all about 3 snake eggs in a nest. Why is the image so radically different? Hooray! The snake's scales flashed with a little cold light under the moonlight. The blood-colored mist surrounding its body was like a boiling red cloud, tossing and turning, reflecting a thrilling magnificence. Saved a little bit of the demon race's face. It also made the black sheep's eyes flash with greed, then twitch his nose hard and take a big deep breath. Well, although this flower snake was tired and shapeless, devoid of the majesty of a cultivator, but the thickness of his blood chi was really enviable. So there are fairies up there. The black sheep, too, still decided to, loyally, guard the side of its own indentured master. Immediately, he made a big jump start and popped into the crimson blood cloud. Shush. 16 days soon passed. Ling Yunzi's first furnace of foundation establishment pills was also about to be refined. Instead of cultivating, Ling Xiao stood on the side of the mountain peak and protected him. Occasionally, he would cast his gaze towards Su Chengxian, who was coiled around the mountain. Looking at the boundless red clouds, his eyes darkened with excitement. Old ghost this guy. It seems like those dragon eggs have helped him immensely. I just don't know how exactly the other party utilized those dragon eggs. At this point in time, she was no longer so obsessed with to pursue the unusual aspects of the flowering serpent's body. There are countless things in the world that are incomprehensible. In a few bodies are not hanging on. Repeated questioning will only waste time. Just doing it isn't quite Titanic yet. As it was now, it was hard not to be surprised at how quickly Su Chengxian's cultivation level had risen. In her previous life, to be able to become the sacred sect empress, she didn't know how many Heaven's Pride generations she had bested. Only those who are amazingly talented and whose understanding and heart are excellent are qualified to enter the ranks of the competition. Genius, however, is the threshold of entry, climbing the steps of cultivation. But whenever you walk and step on the wrong point, countless feet will step over it. So she has seen those whose qualifications are so good that they can't be expected. And she has also seen those whose means and heart are ruthless. But she has never seen Su Chengxian like this. Perhaps, it is really a son of fortune favored by the heavenly Tao? Between the turning of his mind, Ling Xiao thought of, on occasion, the words of the flower snake's self-aggrandizement when he spoke. Otherwise, how can the light in front of us be explained? These 16 days, each day, as Su Chengxian's blood qi surged within his body, his cultivation continued to climb. The sound of that blood gushing out was as unstoppable as a spring tide with rain. Every inch of the serpent's flesh and blood was emitting a humming sound that seemed to be whispering due to the rush of blood qi. This was all but a sign of how appallingly fast his cultivation had refined. Under the impetus of this power, its aura became more and more distant and thick. Between each breath and exhalation, a slight tremor of the surrounding heaven and earth aura could be brought up. 16 days. 16 whole days. Each day, the strength of the flowering serpent was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sound of blood qi roaring within it was even like thunder at times. With this amount of tempering down, with the old ghost's physical body today, I'm afraid that it can be comparable to a demon general. Looking at the scales that were under the blood qi rush, Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly say, unfortunately, the color of the flowers is still ugly. This time, suddenly a loud bang came from the Dan furnace at the top of the mountain. It induced a slight ripple of heaven and earth aura. At the same time, the blood qi around the flower snake began to collect. Su Chengxian gradually awoke. Then, jerking his head up, a large snake head with a pair of cold, huge vertical pupils stared straight at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart jumped when he saw this. I thought to myself, did the flowering serpent hear me say he was ugly again? This cold stare and lack of speech is quite intimidating. Then she saw the flower snake open its bloody mouth at her. Sister, quick, give brother some food. I'm hungry. Ling Xiao didn't have any blood food in his hands to feed him, so Su Chengxian could only go to the Sea of Chaos by himself and eat a whole lot. Then the fire came back to help.
Ling Yunzi, this time, open 2 furnaces of Dan at once. I'm afraid it's going to cause quite a commotion. At this time, the night was low and the stars were bright. It was already the latter part of the night. It's not far from dawn, and according to the usual custom, Ling Yunzi's pills would be practiced at sunrise. Su Changxian would wake up early, and it was also discussed in advance. Buzz. It so happened that just as he was rushing back, the auras of heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, converging on the top of this mountain, forming a band of light that flowed endlessly. It was eventually gently injected into the Dan furnace. Immediately afterward, an indescribable fluctuation rippled out from the furnace, like a morning bell or a twilight drum, shaking the 4 fields.
The birds and beasts in the mountains and forests were startled by the sudden power of the buzz.
The elixir blossomed with 10,000 rays of haze under the nourishment of the aura.
The rising sun rises in the east. The surface of the furnace glowed with a faint luster,
illuminated by the morning sun.
There was a great deal of light.
Is it going to be refined?
Su Changxian rushed back with a prawn in his mouth.
2 types of pills, both are going to come to fruition? Who told you that 2 Dan furnaces means 2 kinds of pills? Is that the same elixir in both furnaces? You are also looking down on Ling Yunzi too much.
Ling Xiao said.
Should it be 2 furnaces, 3 kinds of pills? Aha! Su Changxian froze. Good boy. Su Changxian was overjoyed. My brother is really something. Chapter 223. What is this? A jade slip? Big Black. Da hey, do you hear me?
Su Changxian nudged the black sheep's brain with his tail.
My brother. Old and powerful. 2 pill furnaces. 3 kinds of pills refined.
It's like having one oven that produces burritos with different fillings.
Ha! Big Black grunted, turning his butt on him. What are you so proud of?
Had to say it was your brother who was great.
It's the same as if Ling Yunzi wasn't your brother. He wouldn't be awesome. What's it to you if your brother is great? Besides, people don't even share your last name with Ling Yunzi. It's normal not to share my last name. We agreed.
Su Changxian nodded the shrimp crayfish to a cosqueak and told Dahe.
Ling Xiao and Yunzi take mother's last name. What about you? My dad took my last name. What?
Buzz.
At that moment,
a sharp tremor of aura interrupted them. Only the lid of that one Dan furnace was seen flipping up in the midst of the light.
Then, several pills flew out of the furnace.
The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth that had gathered at this time condensed into a pillar of spiritual chi light that enveloped the elixir. About tens of breaths passed.
Fog rose among the faintly white columns of light. Look at that. Whitened. Su Changxian exclaimed in a very cuddly whisper, as if it hadn't been seen before. Dahe rolled his eyes. Yeah,
it's flooded with white. At least white order. Bull asterisk. There's no way my brother's pills are only of the white rank.
Su Changxian immediately retorted.
There's no way my brother would let me eat such a poor elixir.
Have some face, Xiao Su. Big Black couldn't help himself.
Even if there was a large amount of blood chi that hadn't been given to it at the flower snake,
it really couldn't tolerate this brazen fellow. It's justified to eat someone else's Dan, and it's still too good to be true. What's the difference between you and a beggar? And picking at your food? Humph. Envious. Ha! Su Changxian wasn't angry at all. My brother is capable. You don't have a brother like that, do you?
I don't have a brother.
But I have a sister. Big Black was not willing to admit defeat. My sister probably ate. 1 meal can finish a mountain. I have a sister too. Su Changxian came energized. My sister can deduct your blood chi.
Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and raised the whip in his hand.
She was ready to take these 2 eyesores and beat them up first.
Su Changxian felt bad for turning his back on her, immediately changing the subject.
Look, it's green.
Before the words left his mouth, the milky white pillar of light
glowed a lime green color. More than that. There's green miles. Big Black cheered with it, slapping his front hooves together. As he yelled, he peeked behind him with a bashful brow. It was more afraid of Ling Xiao. Who let this ant run the books? God damn it. There's no justice. Those who owed money became Master Su, and those who were owed money became Xiao Hei. Wait a bit more. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao's face looked better. The green rank, at least, signaled that the refining of the elixir came to fruition. That's kind of a good start. And another potion. The ebony cauldron without a lid. The one inside was refining the heavenly dust pill. No way. Yellow is yellow. Su Changxian shouted again.
Ling Xiao searched for the sound and looked. The aura light column really quickly from greenish green. It turned gradually tinted with yellow rhythms.
And it was still transitioning to red. Reddish silk. How can you get to the red rank?
This could be considered the highest grade of elixir that Ling Yunzi had been refining all along. The aura fluctuations coming from that aura light pillar were very enticing.
Vigorous, active, and spirited. Su Changxian licked the corner of his mouth. Haven't had the chance to eat a red-ranked elixir yet. This furnace, what kind of Dan was refined? He asked Ling Xiao. Chikuden. Foundation building pills? It's okay. Never had it. Just in time to try it. Another few moments passed. The spirit pattern on the elixir had been branded to end. The red light, however, did not increase any further. And the spirit patterns, too, eventually stopped at 8. Oops. Almost made it to the 9th grade. Su Changxian regretted. Pills below the orange rank will almost never have 9 spirit lines. Ling Xiao, however, was calm. Not to the red rank. Half-step red rank. 8th grade. It's pretty good. Besides, visually, 8 pills of Dan came out. Luckily, it was in the middle of a secret realm. If it were outside, I'm afraid it would cause a mob. But it's just for now, and you have to be on guard against attracting any unwanted guests. Next, Ling Yunzi began to collect the Dan. Su Chengxian's eyes, too, began to redden. It was only because of a medicinal scent, a very tantalizing medicinal scent that emanated from another furnace of pills, luring the living in all directions. What kind of elixir is this, with such an overbearing scent? He couldn't help but ask. It's the heavenly dust pill. Ling Zhao's face sank. Su Changxian, on guard. The foundation establishment pill quenched the physical body. The spirit determining pill nourished the divine soul. And the heavenly dust pill contained a large amount of spiritual qi. It was in the same category of elixir as the heaven mending elixir. Certainly more than a notch below. However, in terms of their cultivation level at this time, it was much more appropriate. And this type of elixir is also more likely to arouse the covetousness of the demon clan than the likes of the foundation establishment pill. Suddenly, the sea seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force, and huge waves swept violently toward the shore with a deafening roar. As the waves rose higher, the outlines of those behemoths were faintly visible in the water. I don't know how many sea beasts are hiding in there. Suddenly, a large bat-like fish, several feet in length, leapt up, lifted by the waves, and rushed over. Blow the battle cry. I'll go. Su Chengxian shouted and shook himself to meet the battle. You want to rob our demon pills? Looking for death. Soon after, the Chaos Sea was tinted with a layer of brilliant red. Su Chengxian returned with the seafood he had packed back. How did you kill a big turtle? Ling Xiao asked with a sweeping glance. For some reason, neither the demon race nor the human race were actually very good at hunting giant tortoises. Not only is there nothing threatening about a natural longevity, there is also nothing to covet. It is said to be ominous to kill. I didn't want to kill it either, but this guy keeps provoking me. Su Chengxian flicked his tail, slapped the turtle shell with a thud, putting aside the reason of the turtle master. The hard shell of the turtle, although not small, go to the shell but don't see much meat, is also a factor that hinders the various turtle clans to enter Su Chengxian foraging recipes. But the turtle, not knowing what the offense was, chased him and bit him. It can only be killed and brought back with reluctance. It's not like you can't eat it even though you don't love it. Ling Xiao didn't say anymore, but handed over 3 jade bottles, and 2 jade slips. These are for you. What is it? Su Chengxian took a look. The jade bottle was a freshly refined elixir. It didn't need to be said. Looked at the pints. Neither is bad. But quality was also between similar to that of the foundation building pill. Ling Yunzi's alchemy was as strong as ever. So he asked for 2 jade slips. This was the first time Su Chengxian had seen this thing. There seemed to be a lot of things inside that could be read with divine sense. Ling Yunzi and we gave you a copy of our respective gong methods, silently reciting them. Ling Xiao said, Chapter 224. The east is not bright. Su Chengxian was in the sea of chaos, returning from his wave, with an armor on his body. The sea beasts that were attracted by the elixir were not too powerful characters, not to mention the fact that there was also Big Black by their side, drawing even less of their already small amount of sanity left. It's kind of a good time to have a good time, and there's not a head of the world to beat. After returning from the fight having packed a big meal in passing, he was stuffed over by Ling Xiao with 3 bottles of pills and 2 jade slips. Not to mention, this feeling of coming back and having something to collect is still not bad. With another sweep, what was inside the jade brief was more than a heartbeat away. It not only contained the techniques Ling Xiao had practiced in this life, and the spells he could practice as a demon. There is also the code of the holy sect, which the Empress practiced in her last life. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, branded all of the authentic Taoist Qiangong, and the various Shintong techniques that could be performed using this as a base, and wrote them into the jade slip as well. You guys. Su Chengxian looked at the jade slip and then at Ling Xiao. No need to worry. Ling Xiao smiled. Having all lived a new life, the oath that the feats of the previous life must not be transmitted to the outside world will naturally not be able to confine us anymore. This is for Su to use after he becomes immortal, if he had a mind to make a trip to the earthly realm. Oh. Su Chengxian nodded. then blinked. But what I'm trying to say is, you guys don't want Big Brother and Mother anymore? Big Brother is a good Big Brother even though he always squeezes you guys. He wailed sadly and miserably. Our mother was a good mother who stole the eggs of snakes and birds and fed them to us. Can't just say no. Wow. Who's going to treat me like a Big Brother if I leave you guys? Who will refine pills for Big Brother in the future? And who will fish for Big Brother? Who's going to be my external brain? Woo woo hard. Su Changxian was genuinely a bit sad when he said that. Are the days of being a large pendant dabbling in benefits coming to an end? Old man's life is so miserable. You've had enough. Ling Xiao rubbed the corner of her forehead. She knew this would happen. Ling Yunzi, that guy is hiding fast, grabbed the first to run to pull the big black to clean the Dan furnace, leaving her to deal with Flower Snake's tone-deaf Big Brother. It's not like we're parting in life and death and we won't see each other again in this life, so it doesn't have to be like this. After the two of them, she and Ling Yunzi, had crossed the tribulation. They were going to prepare to return to the Eastern Earthly Realm. And Su Changxian did not take the form of a snake, walking on Earth in the body of a snake. Much inconvenience. Their trip was also dangerous and unpredictable. And they didn't want to drag Su Changxian and Bai Xiaochui into their own grudges from their previous life. It is indeed the intention to part ways for a while once we get back. Although she didn't explicitly say these, Su Changxian wasn't stupid and clearly understood the metaphor of giving the jade slip. However, the other party so interrupted. But it is so that she did not want to say. Do not want to add to the words of sadness in vain. Become a good exit a few points. It's just a temporary farewell. Ling Xiao smiled. In the future, when you and Xiaochui have transformed into forms, you can come and find us. After a pause, she added. Or, after we have settled our past affairs, we will come back to join you. The way you say that, it sounds like you won't be joining Yunzi? Su Changxian immediately caught the word each and shook his head disapprovingly. No, that's not right. What's wrong with it? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Both of you before so powerful have been gotten killed. Su Changxian thought that he could see things very clearly and said, with your current cultivation, compared to before, those are just two small noga. What's the difference between going back like this and sending yourself to your death? He advised. Listen to Big Brother, cultivate the Godao first. The Godao is the most stable. We're not stupid enough to go straight back. Ling Xiao only said go means what Su Changxian said before. Hearing this description of Little Nose Ga again, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and say, naturally, we need to accumulate enough power before staging Shifei to go back to the palace. Cough. And this. At this time, Ling Xiao gave him another jade slip. It's a way of thanking you for the Demon Emperor's sins. That's not enough. Su Changxian took it and said with a sweep of his divine sense. Inside are some experiences and insights on cultivation. Winning by volume. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled as he turned to walk away. What do you mean? Su Changxian didn't understand what that meant. However, Ling Xiao didn't answer him and waved his hand. Walking away. TCH. Still selling out. Su Changxian didn't pursue the matter when he saw this. It will always be known anyway. Better eat first. He had just eaten not long ago, but he had just been in a fight and he felt like he could be hungry. Fill up the jade sketch and the bottles containing the pills and set the seafood up. Eat from the biggest ones. Then after a moment's hesitation, he went to the big turtle of 12 feet. It's the biggest of the lot, although the shell is big and meaty. To be fair, it's you, Su Changxian said, raising his snake tail and smashing it hard against a corner of the turtle shell. Click, click, gollum. As he broke open the shell of the great turtle, surprisingly, an egg rolled out of the turtle's shell with a grunt. Ooh, and that's a bonus? Turtle eggs? No. He looked at the overly familiar egg. For a moment, it was all a bit of a cry. No, the true dragon clan. So damn idle. How could they even think of hiding a dragon's egg in the shell of a large living turtle? Perhaps it was the matter of the true dragon clan hiding a dragon egg that had left too distinct a trace in Su Changxian's mind. So much so that he hadn't even thought at this moment that it was possible that this big turtle had secretly hidden a dragon egg. It can't be hidden by the great turtle. After realizing that there was such a possibility, he also shook his head. These sea beasts in the Chaos Sea resembled him in certain places. One of the most similarities is that if something is to be hidden, it must be swallowed into the abdomen. Instead of hiding inside a turtle shell, pick up the dragon eggs. He looked at the dragon's egg and then at the large turtle on the ground. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and spewed out a stream of blood, wrapping the turtle meat and swallowing it. I've eaten too many dragon eggs. Maybe this big turtle has something extraordinary? Activate the natural aptitude, swallowing and refining. Nothing happened. Aside from getting more blood chi than the average sea beast, there was nothing strange about it. This is actually just an ordinary sea beast great turtle. Su Changxian cursed. Bad luck. Then he raised his hand and threw it, and with a tilt of his neck, he swallowed the dragon's egg. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a hatched dragon egg. This egg contains more than 40% of the bloodline of a true dragon,
and retains a certain amount of vitality that has not dissipated.
And guess what? The east is not shining in the west.
Congratulations to the host for having the opportunity to complete.
Enter the Songlong Secret Realm and continue the True Dragon Bloodline series of quests. Quest content: seek out the dragon egg that contains the bloodline of a true dragon and successfully hatch the descendant of the true dragon. Upon completion, you will receive the following rewards: refinement points *20, incarnation cultivation method *1. When a true dragon egg is successfully hatched, you will also receive refining points *12.
Ha ha! Su Changxian grinned widely. The rising sun dried up Su Changxian's sorrowful gloom. It made him let out a delighted laugh.
Ding dong! Attention host!
The system needs to infuse all the extracted true dragon bloodline breath and vitality into this dragon egg.
Will the host please confirm whether to start now? Begin! Chapter 225 Strength Increase. Big Black calls for accounts. Host, Su Changxian. Race, Water Snake.
Grade, Great Demon Realm. 100 points of Essence Blood Chi must be condensed to advance to the Demon General Realm.
Blood Gas, 52603229. Essence and Blood Chi, 3039. Physical Realm, Essence Realm, 43208/100. Spiritual Realm, Essence Realm, 43519/100. Avatars, Devouring and Refining. Compulsion Hissing. Size Change. Snake Mold, Techniques, Snake Bite. Snake Binding. 5 Elements. Snake Swinging Tail. Refining Points, 0/20. Oh, exuberant.
Hearing that there was a possibility of the series of quests being completed,
Su Changxian couldn't help but subconsciously check. First, his own current state. At first glance, he couldn't help but be surprised out loud.
Though the growth rate of both the Blood Chi and Essence Blood Chi, as well as the Physique and Divine Soul realms, were all within expectations.
A good portion of blood gas comes from lying on a boat and sighing,
relying on Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to take turns supplying and refining the blood and flesh of the sea beasts. They had also saved nearly 20 million blood chi by accumulating less. There was also the sea beast that looked a bit similar to a mirage dragon that also contributed some. And these last two realms. A large number of refinement points within 10 days were collected and used to catalyze the blood chi to quench the flesh and condense the divine soul. This process and increase in strength was also evidently perceived by him.
No wonder. Fighting the sea beasts just now felt so hardy and volatile. Su Changxian said with secret complacency.
The strength of his physical body gave him an advantage when he fought the foreign beasts in the chaotic sea.
However, despite the realization in his mind, he couldn't help but marvel when he saw it finally reflected in the data panel. I'm so awesome. Divine Soul Realm and Body Realm.
This was considered halfway through the race, but turning to look, the essence and blood chi was still only just over 3,000,
and couldn't help but be a little discouraged.
A full 100 blood chi is required to break the realm to Demon General,
and he had only just accumulated less than a third of it now.
Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi,
however,
were already planning to cross the threshold. If it wasn't for the fact that in terms of battle power,
he was steadily overpowering them, Su Changxian would have wanted to yank out the system at this moment and point his nose at it. Aren't you a little out of your league as an outlier? Ding dong. Attention of the host. The system is about to begin the infusion of true dragon breath and vitality. This process will last for a period of time. And, during this time, it is necessary to mobilize the host's blood chi to catalyze the dragon egg's vitality. Please be quiet and concentrate, and try to avoid fighting with people. TSK. Su Changxian understood. That's for him to find a place to sleep. Then sleep. There's nothing going on anyway.
It was just the right time to refine Ling Yunzi's newly refined pills.
Bracing himself once more,
he climbed the mountain and tied the demon's body down just as before.
At that moment, Big Black ran over, yelling, "Kid, you found another dragon egg?" Su Changxian opened one eye. This dragon egg doesn't count as blood chi.
The great tortoise was captured by him and could not be credited to the Taotai fierce soul.
Didn't want yours. Big Black crossed his arms and said, "This honored one is here to ask you if you still want the dragon eggs. To be, is fine. Don't want, that's fine too." Su Changxian deliberately hesitated. What? Here too? This place is too close to the True Dragon Hall. Big Black shook his head and said, the Zhao King had said that the True Dragon Clan had later centralized the dragon eggs from several islands in this vicinity. So there are no dragon eggs on this island. But further out, maybe you can still find it. Let's take that canoe and go look for it. That was what Big Black had come to him for. Not for now. Su Changxian shook his head.
Ling Yunzi would be opening his furnace for alchemy very frequently lately, and he had to stay here to help guard the law. The other thing was that he had consumed a large number of refining points in just 10 days, pushing his blood chi to quench his flesh and coalesce his divine soul.
and he similarly needed to tune up and recuperate. Solid state. The last one was to swallow and refine the newly refined pills, and those sea beasts. The growth of blood chi and essence blood chi was a bit slow. Go in a couple days. Those dragon eggs are there anyway, and they won't be missing. Within the Tsanglong mystery, those who should have come had long since arrived, and besides him, there should be no one who was interested in the dragon egg. What's more, the dragon eggs that could be found on the surface had long been searched for. The ones that aren't found, most likely no one wants to expend the effort to find them either. When he finished, he fell back to sleep. At the same time, a stream of blood chi within his abdomen transformed into a palm and opened a jade bottle. Pour out an elixir. As soon as that spirit elixir appeared, it was wrapped in a blood aura. Refining began directly. The benefits of taking things one step to the stomach are just so much more. Even the step of ingesting it into the belly was saved. Very convenient. Well, the moment the elixir was catalyzed by the blood chi, the massive aura and the medicinal power it contained instantly radiated out. To the half-asleep Su Changxian, soothingly, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. At the same time the sea beast meat that he had just eaten was being wrapped and refined by the blood chi. Blood and gas +1 +100 +1 +100 +100. Essence, blood and chi +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. More than half a month later, Su Changxian woke up hungry. Congratulations to the host. Successfully refined a heavenly dust pill, gaining essence blood in chi 292, swallowing and refining blood food, gaining a total of +20912228 blood chi. He opened his eyes with the broadcast ringing in his ears. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao reached him. Yikes! Sister! He exclaimed. Bringing food to brother? Here you go. Ling Xiao, who had to make another trip because Ling Yunzi couldn't get away from his alchemy, handed over two things. Two more jade slips. The jade brief was still filled with her and Ling Yunzi discussing and lecturing on the Tao and their respective epiphanies. Although the cultivation method is different, but the cultivation of the same way, are to capture the power of heaven and earth creation, achievement of their own aptitude. Between the discussions, not only can you touch on things, but you can also have epiphanies as you preach to each other. During the month that Su Changxian had slept, they had gained immensely. Of course, did not forget to brand a copy and put it in this jade brief. It won't bother you to go hunting. After giving something, Ling Xiao said, don't eat too much either. Yunzi's pills, refined in the past 2 days? Su Changxian immediately guessed the reason why she said that. When the elixir was refined, the scattered aura and medicinal power would definitely attract the covetousness of the sea beasts. Those things, remembering to eat and not remembering to fight. I'm sure we'll have to kill another wave by then. It's a waste to kill it and not eat it. Early tomorrow morning, Ling Xiao returned. In your heart, Su Changxian said. After saying that, he flicked his tail and twisted around to rush towards the chaos sea. His natural aptitude of devouring and refining wasn't just for show. Eat your fill, kid, wait for my father. Big Black leapt down from the top of the mountain and chased after him furiously. His mouth yelled, blood chi, quickly return a bit of the blood chi owed to my father. It hasn't had blood breath in half a month. As soon as he saw that the debtor had woken up, he naturally wanted to rush to collect the debt. Chapter 226 Who's setting off a firecracker to disturb the sleep of others? The next day, at the rising of the sun, Ling Yunzi had already begun to collect the dan. Su Changxian and Ling Xiao protected the law as usual. At this time, the aura of a great demon was suddenly sensed approaching. The other guy was holding a big, weird-looking umbrella. It should have been lured over by the movement of the alchemy as well, the moment they were about to approach. However, they seemed to recognize them and immediately reversed their direction. By the looks of it, it's seen us strike before at the Emperor's tomb, Su Changxian said darkly, daring to take on a demon general, and 3 siblings at that. This existence that was also a great demon just now clearly had no intention of making things uncomfortable for itself, so it retreated in a very sensible manner. It would be great if all the demon clans that came close afterward, however, had this kind of realization. Save yourself the trouble. Taking another look at the other party's direction of coming and going, it should be exiting from that main island of the True Dragon Hall to go elsewhere. It's likely to be looking for, well, a place with a teleportation array. Normally, every island in the secret realm had one, or several, one-way teleportation arrays. The range of teleportation was only from the Tsanglong mystic realm back to the Imperial Mausoleum. Some of the formations, however, no longer work. Some are in disrepair. Some are vandalized. The latter was not sure if it was intentional or if it was caught in the wave of the battle. Previously, of the several islands they had passed by, 2 of the teleportation arrays on them had been destroyed. The appearance of this great demon immediately caused Su Changxian to raise his spirits, and Ling Xiao tacitly defended one direction each. But fortunately, until the second furnace of the elixir, was refined and collected, there was no more aura of the demon race approaching. So, it was still the sea beasts that needed to be dealt with. I'll go. As the waves came in the air, Su Changxian twisted around and said, and in the next moment, took the initiative to meet it. Boo! Wow! He simply let go of his original body and dug into the chaos sea. As a water-avoiding snake, he himself had the talent of controlling water, and he had awakened the battle skill, the 5 elements technique. Facing a group of sea beasts, it was simply a case of fish blocking and killing fish, and Keely blocking and killing Keely. After a killing spree, a bounty of ingredients was harvested. It's even a bit of a shame that we didn't run into very strong opponents. Let him unclog his muscles. This comment drew a soft grunt of disdain from Aro. This black sheep was disgruntled because it had collected a debt and only managed to collect 1,000 blood chi to quench its hunger. The Tson-Long mysterious realm has a boundary. Strong sea beasts can't enter, probably because parting was imminent. Ling Xiao surprisingly gave his big brother face and explained to him why the sea beasts here were not considered strong. With that, he gave him 3 more jade bottles. The jade bottle contained freshly baked pills, celestial dust pill, fixed spirit pill, foundation building pill. The first 2 are the most numerous, and the number of base building pills in the back is going to be less. After all, both Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao could tell that with Su Chengxian's physical strength, there was almost no need to take the foundation establishment pill. The reason why he still gave some was because he considered that the other party might be able to be of use if he transformed into a form afterward. Yunzi is going to refine pills next? Su Chengxian received the elixir and glanced up at the top of the mountain with his head held high. Ling Yunzi's eyes were slightly closed, his 5 hearts facing the sky. It is in the middle of meditating and stabilizing. After every time he became a Dan, this guy would summarize the insights and realization. He also said, the art of alchemy is to strive for excellence in this way. That's why it's almost a given that some people will succeed. The smooth refining process without any twists and turns is also subject to review and projection. Such prudence and perseverance are also qualities not found in the common man. Anyway, Su Chengxian used to never look back at his test papers when he did well in exams. Ling Xiao nodded. He's going to refine all the spirit materials he brought, and the spirit plants he obtained this time, into pills as much as possible. After leaving the secret realm, there might not be such a safe environment for alchemy. Among the demon race, various power clans were intertwined. Previously we were on the fringe and hardly came out to walk around. The time to become a great demon was also short, and he hadn't yet had the chance to enter the sights of certain people. Nor did I run into being pulled in multiple directions. But this time out, it's different. The increase in cultivation, as well as the strength revealed by what they did, would inevitably involve them in some unnecessary strife. And none of them were in the mood to get involved in any of this. Ling Yunzi and I have to try to get out of the demon clan. Ling Xiao frowned. The best way to do that is to claim seclusion to the outside world. If that was the case, it would be impossible to open the furnace to refine pills and weapons again. There was so much movement that it was almost impossible to go and cover it up. Besides, the more pills that were refined, the better, the easier it would be to attract people's attention. I know. Su Chengxian nodded. He understood what Ling Xiao meant. Since he wanted to get away, it would be best to try to fade out of everyone's sight and then leave without a sound. To be unobtrusive and rarely mentioned thereafter as the best option. And lest you might blow your cover. A demon race passed by just now. He turned and said, General B is likely to show up as well. So I'll have Dahe turn on the red blood formation flag's formation? Good thing too, Ling Xiao said. Although without the formation flag, he doesn't necessarily have another magic weapon that can cross the sea and come over. But it is indeed something that has to be defended against. I wonder if Jin Hong has arrived yet. Mentioning General B, Su Chengxian thought of another guy who should have died a long time ago. Currently, the most unsatisfactory thing about us is that we weren't able to get this bastard killed. Hopefully we'll get a chance to run into each other again. The two of them said a couple of words, and then each of them split up to cultivate. Ling Xiao returned to the top of the mountain. Su Chengxian ate his fill and tied himself to the mountainside. Swallow the elixir and go to sleep. Another half a month later, as soon as Su Chengxian opened his eyes, there were 2 more jade slips in front of him. Inside were the Empress sisters and Dao Jun brothers' insights on the Dao and cultivation during this half-month. He sort of realized at this moment what it meant to win with volume. Then, Ling Yunzi opened 2 more pots of Dan. Thereafter, every half a month, he opens a furnace of Dan, until 3 months later, when all the spiritual materials were exhausted. And from that day onwards, the time interval between Su Chengxian waking up went from once every half a month to once a month. Every time he woke up, there would be 2 more jade slips in front of him. He would take these insights, swallow them in his belly, and go back to foraging. Then he came back, growing his blood chi and refining the pills in his slumber.
while reading the jade slip given by the two men in his slumber with a distraction.
Study and deduce what is in it.
As he read through the jade slips, especially the two in the very beginning, the understanding of the techniques cultivated by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi,
combined with the information he had heard from the two before this, Su Chengxian had a more systematic, comprehensive understanding of cultivation matters. Then he realized, to his surprise, that he was in an interesting state. In the jade slip given by Ling Yunzi, he saw a Xian Gong of the Dao sect, sleeping. Cultivating this technique was surprisingly able to correspond to, since he had obtained the system, the different stages of change. It intrigued him, so a sliver of the divine mind was detached to make a reference. He did not give up studying Ling Zhao's Gongfu either. The two departments of Gongfu were both the Dao systems of the top sects in the earthly realm, and the Dao meanings in them were as vast as the sea. Once you sink your teeth into it, there is a feeling of being overwhelmed. 6 months passed in a hurry. Boom! Rumble! That day, Su Chengxian was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly heard a roar. I couldn't help but say, "Ho, the sound of this cannon is quite loud. Whose family got married with such a big show?" But in the next instant, his eyes snapped open. It's not some kind of discharge. It's someone crossing over. Chapter 227 Xianmen Sleeping Technique. Thunderbolt Rumble. Though the cloud is a sleeping technique, it is actually a technique of internal alchemy. Cultivate the golden danier under the pretense of sleeping and lying down. Before being awakened by the sound of thunder, Su Chengxian was reading the Xianmen Kung Fu, Sleeping Kung Fu Essence General Outline. He had studied this paragraph many times, quite an insight into so many of these lines. In particular, it is said that this sleeping gong method is called borrowing a fake to cultivate the truth. In this general outline, it is also claimed that the world's kung fu regimen comes down to the word fixed. It is also called the way of simplicity and ease. Those who are fixed are also quiet. To enter into meditation, also known as to enter into stillness. Therefore, meditation practice, also known as Jingong. Entry into meditation is further divided into mindfulness and mindlessness. Sleep and fixation are extremely similar. There is thoughtlessness in sleep and there is much thought. There is clarity of mind in the fixed state. And there is also chaos. Su Chengxian was shocked when he saw this. Isn't this the same as what I heard about in my previous life? Deep sleep and light sleep. In a different way? Nice guy. What a nice guy. Interesting. It's so much fun. And then it goes on to say, sleep is therefore called similar determination. In the slumber according to the practice of Kung Fu, naturally can be born in and out of the fixed shape, and then adopt the spirit of cultivation of the golden elixir. The method is easy and the effect is quick, but practicing sleeping skills requires a threshold. Those who are not above the Jiedan realm may not practice. Covering the realm of meditation, there is a great consumption of the soul and physical body. Beginners cannot control themselves. Easy to fall into the trap of the demon of sleep. Jingong, the most fear is to fall asleep, is to meditate all day long, strong not to sleep. Known as the chopping sleeping devil, Su Chengxian had already understood why it was necessary to cut away the demon of sleep when he studied the Xianmen Dao, the general outline of the other feats. For every spiritually intelligent person has 3 souls: heavenly soul, earthly soul, destiny soul. The divine soul is the cohesion of the 3 souls into one. The heavenly soul comes from the heavenly Dao, and the earthly soul comes from the underworld. The vital soul is nurtured by the essence and blood of the parents, and is self-sustaining in the afterlife. The heavenly soul is the master of divine clarity, and the life soul is the master of physical longevity. That is why the heavenly soul is also called the Taoist soul and the life soul is also called the human soul. And there is another name for an earth soul, called a ghost. According to the words of the Xianmen authentic Taoist laws, when one enters a fixed time, the heavenly soul is the program, the life soul is the supplement, and the spectral soul is asleep. At this time, practicing Taoism, extraditing spiritual qi into the body, traveling through the meridians and orifices, and returning to the Dantian, cultivating the path to immortality. But if you fall asleep at the right time, your heavenly soul and life soul will fall silent together, releasing your control over your physical body and your sense of the outside world. At this point, if it was lucky and the ghost hadn't woken up, then the gong method would continue to run. As long as you regain your sanity before you starve to death, you won't be in serious trouble. But if the qi is too bad, the ghost takes control of the divine soul. It would then take the divine soul phantasm and start skulking around, walk out of the sea of consciousness and wander through the body's orifices, or, alternatively, just walk out of the physical body. If the former, the cultivation goes awry and goes off the rails, or even develops dreamwalking syndrome and behaves strangely, as if being taken away from one's body. If the latter, it's hard to tell if the yang god is out of the body and whether it's going to go yin or yang next. When the divine soul leaves the body and travels thousands of miles in a day, and when the physical body loses its vitality, the body dies. The divine soul phantasm was not strong enough to travel between heaven and earth, and was extremely vulnerable to damage. The first to be damaged would be the celestial soul. The heavenly soul is deficient, and the divine wisdom is unknown. In layman's terms, it's either crazy or stupid. However, if the heavenly soul and the life soul are damaged but not to the root, they will be suppressed by the ghosts, so that the past will be forgotten, and the speech and behavior will become strange and bizarre. However, the soul is still there, and the physical body's vitality is not dispersed, so it can continue to live in the world. Su Chengxian's heart couldn't help but tremble as he watched this. He hadn't heard much about this heavenly soul, life soul, earth soul, but if you put a set into it, some phenomena in the previous life, surprisingly, can be explained. For example, dreamwalking disorder. I think it's just sleepwalking, right? For example, dementia, Alzheimer's. It's very much like the state of the heavenly soul and the life soul after they've been damaged. These, however, were not what concerned him most. After all, being interesting again was a far cry from his current state. He was interested in the different realms of practicing sleeping skills, and his own state, almost able to compare on the similar situation. The first sentence of the general outline of the Xianmen technique, the way of the innate. Nothing is natural. Therefore, the great masters of the Xianmen sect use sleep to refine sleep, turn their consciousness into wisdom, and gradually develop fixed strength. Since it is easiest to attain the determination, it is said that sleep is the prelude to the great determination of the vacuum, and the great fixed vacuum is to seem to be sleeping, not sleeping. Those who have achieved great success in sleeping, the mind and breath are dependent on each other, and the great determination of the vacuum. Su Chengxian had already seen the demon sect's dharma at this point in time. It was found that no matter what the gong method was, there was one sentence in the general outline: Jing gong into the calm. Condense the mind and adjust the breath. Adjust the breath and condense the mind. That's why the ultimate goal of practicing sleeping techniques is still to get into meditation. It's from literally falling asleep and gradually cultivating to gazing and tuning into the great settlement. From true sleep to false sleep, and then from seeming to true determination. And finally from small determination without emptiness to large determination with vacuum. Because in the great fixed vacuum, breathing and exhaling to draw spiritual qi to cultivate gongfu, the cultivator can reach the best state. And then there is the opportunity to realize the heavenly mind avenue. The result still falls on the three souls of heaven, earth and man. To put it bluntly, it was to weaken the ghostly soul, control the life soul, and realize the heavenly soul. When the Xianmen authentic kung fu reaches the true immortal realm, there is a method of chopping off the three corpses, and what is chopped off are the divine thoughts left behind by the ghosts wandering within the upper, middle and lower dantian. But this all needs cultivation to back it up. By sleeping gong into the fixation, one had to be at least a Jindan realm cultivator to be able to perform the cultivation, and Su Chengxian had just become a snake, and when he got the system, sleeping could raise his blood qi. At that point, it was literally sleeping. When you fall asleep, you forget about things and are oblivious to the outside world. However, with the growth in power, wait until you advance to the fourth stage demonic beast, especially with the elevation of the divine soul realm, from the mortal soul realm into the demon soul realm. As he condensed his divine soul phantom in the sea of consciousness to sit high on the lotus platform, some very subtle changes gradually appeared in his slumbering state. From literally sleeping to being unconscious, you start to get into a state of seeming sleep. The system beeps he could hear before he fell asleep still echoed in his ears in his slumber. Some of the experiences and memories of his past and present lives, also in his sleep, kept surfacing, and many details that he thought he didn't remember were so clear in his dreams. Almost without a teacher, Su Chengxian instinctively deduced the cultivation of battle techniques in his sleep, thus speeding up the process of awakening his natural battle techniques and divine abilities. After this, falling asleep and waking up became more and more controllable. He doesn't cultivate kung fu, so he doesn't have to worry about going off the deep end. And don't worry about wandering off. Everything is so logical. When Ling Xiao gave him the techniques that she and Ling Yunzi knew and practiced, branded within the jade slip, at this time, a thought appeared in Su Chengxian's mind. What is the existence of the system itself? Really? It can't be, is it, my heavenly soul? Su Chengxian said darkly, but he dismissed it on second thought. Whose heavenly soul would be so stupid? Often the answer will be wrong. Also, it doesn't make sense for the blood to grow out of thin air. Since I can't figure it out, I don't want to. Just live long enough and all problems will be solved. Either time gives the answer. Either too much time had passed and he had forgotten all about the issues that had brought about the disturbance, or was too lazy to pursue them. This, then, is wisdom. With this self-absorbed wisdom in mind, Su Chengxian flipped through the jade slip, not seeking to understand its contents, and a rare calmness surprisingly appeared in his mind.
The gong method was profoundly subtle, and he proceeded to indulge in it.
In addition to sensing hunger and waking up to go out and forage for food, the rest of the time, the mind is in it.
Although he did not start practicing, but gradually gave birth to, if he were to have the opportunity, he cultivated one of the techniques. Certainly also can be a day by 1,000 miles.
It's that the more you learn about it, the more you feel that it's so marvelous that you can't stop thinking about it. Until awakened by thunder. Who's transiting? Su Changxian raised his head and looked around. Knowingly, Big Black squatted next to him and stretched out a hoof. Give some blood a nibble first. Then it was met with a flowery serpent's tail and flicked aside. By Ling Xiao. By Ling Yun. You two guys.
A flower snake opened its bloody mouth and said in exasperation.
Surprisingly a piece of the tribulation. And, again, without me. Boom. Rumble. The thunderbolt. It fell. Chapter 228. Big Black, shut up. You're the same color as a crow. What do you think about me rushing over and beating them up right now? Su Changxian asked Big Black. Go on. Don't be nervous. At most, you'll just be struck by lightning. This father thinks highly of you, yo. Big Black immediately egged him on. Cultivators, who hasn't been struck by lightning yet, right? He was really thinking it was no big deal, but it was just a thunderbolt. It looked a bit menacing, but it was just that much if you really had to fight it hard. That's right.
Su Changxian also felt that there was not much of a problem.
We didn't know anything about the thunderbolt before, but we passed it just like that. And it was still 21 thunder tribulations that he was crossing. Still alive and well. What did you just say? Big Black stared up. You said that the last time you crossed the tribulation. How many tribulation thunderbolts were there? 21 paths. Ah, what's wrong? Su Changxian returned. Not much. Big Black rode. The heart was in shock. It glanced at Su Changxian. Could it be that this guy was really following the path of the ancient demon? But it doesn't make sense. What are you looking at me for? Still really want me to rush over and beat them up? Su Changxian grunted. Though his mouth said that he wanted to rush out and teach his sister and brother who had left his big brother behind again a lesson, he decided to hold back for now, wait until this thunderbolt passes. At the same time, one could not help but be a little worried for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, though it was known that these two were bound to be ready. But who can say about the apocalypse? Full count. From the time he entered the secret realm until now, it was only a year. If one counted from the time the two entered the Great Demon Queen realm, it was even only 10 months. In such a short period of time, I'm afraid that after the breakthrough, he immediately began to invoke the lightning tribulation. There was no build-up going on at all. No, Su Changxian suddenly realized at this moment that he hadn't sensed the two men's aura of breaking through the realm. In other words, these two were preparing to make a realm breakthrough under the lightning tribulation. TSK. That's too risky. But he also knew that the two had deliberately not told him that they were preemptive and didn't want to be dissuaded. Forget it, they're a former empress and a former Dao monarch. They always understand this matter of cultivation better than an ordinary person like me. Su Changxian secretly said in his heart. They should know the importance of the situation and not joke with their lives. If they had lived one more life and it was the work of heaven, then it should have been just the right time for a strong fortune. According to what Ling Xiao had said, it was bound to be the one who was blessed with heaven. It's hard to say that without sounding like you're trying to stick it in your own face, but it might as well be. Since it is the way of heaven that has done this, not to say that more special care is therefore given. It shouldn't come down to death either, right? As he thought of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. Ling Zhao's cultivation mana had risen quite a bit, and his physical size could be seen as well. In order to break through the realm and cross the tribulation, she shed her humanoid Dharma body and revealed her original form. The demon body was close to 10 feet. What made Su Changxian feel a little strange was why she hadn't molted her skin along the way. Isn't it said that at a certain point in a snake's growth process, it has to shed its old skin in order to continue growing bigger? Could it be the cause of the demon clan's kung fu? Or is it a bloodline legacy? Ling Zhao's current size is not yet at a size that would make it need to molt? Hey, time is really a wild ass. That's kicking back and running forward. Su Changxian looked at the python that was releasing all of its demonic chi in the sea and tickling the thunderbolt, and he couldn't help but sigh a little. When she first met Ling Xiao, she was still an egg. Of course, he's an egg himself. There was also Ling Yunzi on the other side. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi chose the place where they would cross over. At the back of this island, breakdown on both sides. The distance between the two was several hundred feet. Apparently it was to avoid that the heavenly tribulations would interact with each other. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who was above the sea, was surrounded by demonic aura, the lower half of his body coiled up, his head held high towards the sky. The familiar feeling in the vertical pupil was gone, replaced by a majestic blood-colored fury. It had emerald green scales on its body.
the edges of which were vaguely tinted with a similar layer of red dyed with the color of blood, against the green-colored demonic aura.
It looked even more demonic. Boundless demonic chi rose to the sky, and the waves danced with it. The waves lifted her serpentine body into mid-air.
The black clouds in the sky were already pressing down.
Thunder rolled and pressed down. Boom! Boom boom!
The sound of wind and waves was steep and violent.
A wave that rolls over the ocean, falling after a tumble.
The sound of the waves was in my ears. A burst. The sound of whistling wind resounded through the world.
Wow! Heavy rain poured down. The winds and the waves are turning the sky and the sea.
Waves several feet high rolled towards the island where Su Chengxian and the others were.
Kid, this island we picked won't be flooded, will it? Big Black asked.
This thunder tribulation had not even begun yet, and there was such a big commotion. The wind and waves were so amazing.
Flooding the island doesn't seem impossible.
What are you worried about?
It's not like you don't know how to swim. Su Chengxian gave him a blank look without a good reason. What a time to be talking about this. This honored one is thinking about you.
Not for the sake of this honored one himself.
Big Black said. If this island is flooded, you won't have a place to tie your bed. No need.
I'll sleep just as well floating in the water.
Su Chengxian grunted. By the way, do you think there will be any ungrateful things that will take advantage of the tribulation and come over to look for trouble?
Big Black was bored and started to run out of words since he didn't ask for a blood chi nibble.
Little Blackie, if you have something to say, if you don't have something to say,
you can close your little black mouth.
Really?
Su Chengxian just frowned when he heard that.
Never heard of it? The good ones don't work. The bad ones do. Can't you say something nice? You're covered in ing pitch black. Don't you know that? What's wrong with being all black?
One color with the crows.
Big Black, are you cursing me with your eyes?
Su Chengxian asked at once as he was glared at by Big Black with his eyes.
Fart. Big Black glanced at him again. This father needs to use his eyes if he wants to scold you?
Straight up cussing.
It was momentarily unresponsive to what was wrong with being the same color as a crow. So it's the fear that what it says will come true? When it is the supreme being who has a heavenly constitution in its mouth and speaks the law. It would be nice if it were really the other way around. My father will slap this robbery cloud and let it do whatever it dares to do.
How refreshing that would be.
This time, boom, the first lightning bolt, falling, a huge thunderbolt split the dark sea,
which was covered by dark clouds.
In the world,
there was a steep silence.
At the time of the tribulation,
the divine thunder that struck down was not the thunder in the 5 elements technique that Su Chengxian had summoned, but was the true 9 heavens thunder.
To the hard and to the yang.
It is claimed that a single thunderbolt splits all the evils in the world.
Asterisk asterisk. Su Chengxian exclaimed, how is this so much stronger than the last lightning tribulation? Ling Xiao didn't do anything to hurt the world, did he?
It was said that the strength of the thunderbolt would not only depend on the cultivation level of the person who had crossed it, but would also vary according to the identity of the person who had crossed it. And because the heavenly law is so fair, the size of the thunderbolt will not become smaller because of the good deeds.
It will just be multiplied in power by doing evil. From this point of view, the heavenly Tao really doesn't treat cultivators as pro-life.
Only by practicing the divine path and accumulating merit can you counteract the lightning of the robberies.
Is there a comparison between the lightning tribulation of the great demon realm and that of the demon general realm? Big Black said without any good humor. Su Chengxian thought about it. Of course, a powerful robber's thunder is not necessarily a bad thing. High risk means high reward. The question was whether Ling Xiao could hold out. Wow!
A great wind whistled between the huge tumbling waves.
Su Chengxian jerked back at the sound.
A layer of dark clouds rolled wildly across the sky,
converging toward another sea, piling up thick clouds of plunder,
blocking out the light from the other half of the sky.
2. The black raven rested on top of Ling Yunzi's head.
Then it slowly spun around,
slowly forcing its way downward.
The dark clouds rumbled. It was as if it were the sound of the wind or the sound of thunder.
There is a terrifying force brewing in it.
Ling Yunzi had gone from sitting cross-legged to
standing on top of a mass of waves condensed with mana.
His eyes looked openly and fearlessly at the sky's robbing clouds, ignoring the wind and waves being stirred up beneath him,
and calmly looked in Su Chengxian's direction,
slightly hooking the corners of his mouth.
Then, turned back around, vibrating the mana in his body.
He hooked up the aura of heaven and earth and charged toward the robbing clouds in the sky. Invoke the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation.
Shoo away. Boom boom. Chapter 229. You kids stop eating now.
Congratulations to the host.
Swallowing and refining a 7-star blue chelonia. Blood chi plus 1020489. Essence blood chi plus 189. Ha ha. Nice guy. Something. Su Chengxian was making waves in the surf,
grimacing as he chased a sea beast monster. Just after swallowing the other party along with the seawater, the beeping sound of a sea monster that had been swallowed earlier.
being completely refined, was heard in his ears. A few moments ago, he was still on the island watching Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi transiting, and, of course, to guard them, but in the next instant found that the monstrous waves and thunder will be here around the living beings, all scared away at the same time, but also attracted some breath-different general sea beasts. These guys are afraid of the thunder, yet they refuse to back away. It was a moment of interest for him. The main interest is in their own flesh and blood. Because of the news that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had crossed the threshold together, the 5 organ temples, which had been forgotten under the shock, also reminded him at this time that it was time to eat. So, with a jerk, he plunged into the sea. Centering on the 2 people who were in the process of transiting, they began to hunt along a radius of several dozen miles, and you can catch food to fill your stomach without delaying the protection of the law. Simply the best of both worlds. The range is a bit large. Not far from the Madeira there are still thunderbolts. The divine sense cannot be fully expanded, and there is no need to worry about mistakes and omissions, because, well, there's a good use for scouts. Hurry, kid, hurry up. Big Black's voice transmission came from the left side. There's a big one hidden here. Later, Su Changxian answered and sped up. In order not to startle the other prey, he not only collected his aura, but also moved very carefully. It even used its natural aptitude. Compulsion hiss. Hiss. The sea beast's divine soul was already weak, and his divine sense attack, with the elevation of his divine soul realm, had long been incomparable to before. With one strike, the opponent directly lost the ability to resist. What he did next was to open his bloody mouth and spew out blood chi to wrap it. Then, a sharp intake. Whoosh! The sea monster, which was more than 10 feet in size, was swallowed into the snake's belly, along with the seawater. The next step was to push the blood chi to refine it. It's called original soup for original food. Feeling the steaming burn of the blood chi within his abdomen, Su Changxian leered. This bit of commotion wouldn't attract much attention at all amidst the roaring thunder and the tumbling winds and waves, though the downside was that it was almost impossible to taste the side flavors other than salty and fishy, so it was a bit disappointing from a food standpoint, and he even chose to block out the taste buds in order to be able to make the process of devouring it more enjoyable. But all of this was nothing compared to the refining of flesh and blood, and the taste of the chaotic aura in it. In particular, on top of the sizable blood chi growth, a little bit of essence blood chi had actually been refined. Just a little bit really, but this is one of those surprises. Less is less when you get extra for a giveaway. At least it's slightly better than nothing. He was still satisfied with that. The sea monsters that dared to come and spectate the cultivator's tribulation were indeed much more powerful than the ones before. The ones that could be captured and killed at random, and the ones that were lured by the elixir, just from the amount of blood chi that could be added to him after this was refined. It was evident. After Su Changxian captured his prey and swallowed it smoothly into his stomach, he twisted his body and maneuvered the seawater towards his next target. At the same time, a large amount of blood chi was performing rapid refining on the swallowed sea beast. Want to speed up again? Or not? It's just a sea monster of 10 or so feet. Eat 7 or 8 of them and you'll fit. The natural aptitude of devouring and refining was executed, and the speed of refining the blood-feeding spirit was related to the blood chi he used. This he found out early on, and it just so happened that in his current state, the amount of blood chi available to him could, without exaggeration, be described as massive. With the accumulation over the past 10 months, it was even possible to achieve instant refining in a matter of moments if it was pushed with full force, but there was no need for that now. It wasn't like Su Changxian had any urgent matters. There's no need to be so hasty. Even if he didn't have the extra acceleration, refining a sea monster with a strong physical body wouldn't take long. But it's just an incense burner. The familiar beep came on. Congratulations to the host. Swallowing and refining a cold-spiked long-bearded male. Blood chi plus 1308966. Essence blood chi plus 276. Su Changxian was at the bottom of the sea, eating absolutely fresh ocean sashimi. Nor had he forgotten about Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who were in the process of crossing the threshold. The 2 thunderbolts on the surface of the sea, also in the meantime, successively reached the second half of the increasingly menacing stage. The power of the lightning is getting stronger and stronger, and the power of each of the demon generals robbing thunderbolts was still stronger than the last one faced by a great demon. As a result, the time it took to nurture the robber thunder was also much longer. Look at this heavenly tribulation. It'll take half an hour. He did some math according to the current situation and couldn't help but be staggered. Other than that, the length is torture enough. Faced with the plunder cloud that was constantly emitting pressure, the plunder lightning would fall at any time. A lesser mind might just collapse. However, there were also people who would try to find ways to provoke and make the calamity clouds gather more power, with the aim of making the divine thunder that fell more powerful. At that moment, the black and green colored robbery cloud in the sky was provoked by the robbers from below, which rumbled with a loud, muffled thunderclap that grew louder and more urgent. Good fellow, it's true that you've committed another act of death. Su Changxian wasn't surprised. Sister and brother, none of them are safe, and even take advantage of the thunderbolt. Expecting them to cross the heavenly tribulation in an ordinary and normal manner was simply impossible. These two were still going to make a breakthrough under the lightning of the calamity this time, most likely because they wanted to take a risk and put their lives at risk. Ling Xiao is going to break through to the demon general realm during this heavenly tribulation, and it is estimated that in all likelihood, he will also take the opportunity to open up the Dharma realm boundary. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, was going to be in the middle of it, breaking the boundary and forming Dan. He said that he wanted to form the upper golden Dan, the so-called unbreakable. Ordinary apocalyptic thunder was not what they wanted either. Rumble. The center of the area directly facing Ling Yunzi had almost turned into a raven green color like melting ink like ink. The thunder tribulation that was brewing had several golden lightning bolts tumbling and colliding in it. The sparks flying from the mutual impact became the only light in the darkness of the world. Then, almost instantly, countless more strands of lightning were born, and in the blink of an eye they were swallowed up by the thunder snake electric python that was constantly traveling through and becoming a momentum. The channeled thunderbolts that swallowed the lightning grew a few more points louder. They're still bumping and tearing into each other. The robbery cloud above Ling Zhao's head was no less powerful. Thunder and lightning intertwined in the dark clouds, and after the largest strand of thunder and lightning appeared in it, it would act as a calamity thunderbolt, splitting down from the calamity clouds in the sky. It slashed at the body of the ferryman below. Hiss! The green snake's eyes burned as she raised her head toward the sky's robbing clouds, protruding her scarlet snake's letter. It's not enough. The thunderbolt wasn't powerful enough. TSK. Su Changxian glanced away. He couldn't help with this matter of crossing the threshold. Even if he could help, those two guys wouldn't want him to step in. It's not because of any strong man's dignity, but the gain is only greater if you carry it through yourself. So he just watched, and when he was done, he went on to the sea animals. With a vengeful meal and drink, the hunting range had all expanded outward by a circle. Suddenly, Da Hei, who had given him a front row seat, froze in his soul body. Asterisk. Don't eat it. You kid. Stop eating now. Chapter 230. Hey? This thunder? Not good. The sky cracked. Congratulations to the host. Swallowing and refining a red train silver shark. Blood chi plus 1920489. Essence blood chi plus 309. Ha. Refined another head. When Big Black transmitted his voice, Su Changxian didn't hear it, because he had just refined another sea beast, gained by far the most blood gas ever. Even essence and blood chi harvested a full 309. How many heads is this? He thought prettily. The fifth head, or the sixth. There was the blood chi that had been accumulated for nearly a year before, and the strength that had been raised up to hit the ground running. This one is kind of copied. It feels so good. The blood chi that had all been refined was on the verge of tens of millions. Good lord. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had crossed the threshold, and his side had profited handsomely. Boy, I'm yelling at you. Didn't you hear me? At that moment, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. Big Black quickly scurried back. Seeing him still chomping away, he stomped his foot. Come on, don't eat it. Stop eating. Su Changxian froze. What? There were no big ones, but small ones could be eaten. They were blood food, and he didn't mind them. Why don't you let me eat? The enemies are coming to the door. Big Black's urgency was transmitted through the heart and soul connection. Haters at the door? Su Changxian's vertical pupils shrunk violently. Haters? The enemies they feuded with. That counts for something. Not many in total full of them. If it was that Jin Hong kid, Big Black definitely wouldn't have reacted this way. There was no need to guess who else could make the Taodai fierce soul so nervous. General BOM? He transmitted his voice to confirm with Big Black. This guy came looking for us? It's not far ahead. Big Black said. That's a bit wrong. Su Changxian's heart was shocked, and at the same time, there were also a few doubts. The fact that General BOM would come looking for him, and at this time of the day, was a bit of a surprise, but he couldn't help but have the feeling that, at last, he had come, with a strong enemy in the neighborhood. Sooner or later you're going to run into them. If he was General BOM, and he was robbed of his treasure and lost face, and the other party was not as strong as he was, then he would say anything to get back the favor. Since it hasn't come for such a long time, it shouldn't come as a thought that is best avoided. Past experience, especially in previous lifetimes, tends to be that the more you think that way, the more things go downhill for you. What's more, if Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were to cross the threshold together,
The commotion would be so great that I'm afraid that all the cultivators in a radius of thousands of miles would be able to sense it. If General BOM senses it, he will come. Thus, what made Su Chengxian puzzled was not why he had come looking for him, but, rather, why he had not done so immediately.
The other man hadn't moved after Daikoku spotted him. Moreover,
this place was tens of miles away from either Lingxiao or Ling Yinzi, the place where they had crossed the threshold. This is not the best zone to launch a sneak attack and sneak in early. Just as he froze, an eerie voice came. Su Chengxian, you guys are making this general look for you.
What? You finally realized that I'm coming? You're scared now? It's General BOM. Su Chengxian thought to himself.
On this speaking tone should be struck by thunder.
It is him, right?
It's too late to be afraid at this point.
This Taotai fierce spirit is so close to you. You'll have to die even if you don't. In General BOM's yin and yang, there was more anger and viciousness that was too thick to dissolve. Flower snake pup. You have some skills. How dare you refine the Jiao King's magic weapon?
As he spoke, he had already arrived within Su Chengxian's line of sight. The sinister poison in his eyes was like substance.
There had never been anyone
who could make him so humiliated.
Moreover,
it was a great demon whose cultivation was far inferior to his.
How can General BOM not be annoyed? General B, how embarrassing to praise me right away.
Su Chengxian slowly spoke back.
The mind was also rapidly calculating what to do about it. Fight, or run?
Big Black was standing on top of his head at this time, and at this time, he also transmitted his voice.
Kid, decide quickly. Are we going to run? Or are we going to run? It couldn't beat the demon general on the other side right now. General BOM's cultivation is not weak, or else it would have been his turn to be sent by King Jiao.
Even if the flower snake was able to give it 10 million blood chi now, and exert all of the red blood great formation flag's battle power at this time,
it might not be able to win the fight.
The formation flag had still only been repaired by less than 10%. If it had 20% of its power at full victory,
it would be able to have a fight. Big Black, can you show some interest? Su Chengxian's divine sense transmitted back to it. Running is the way to go. But he ran away.
The two guys who were crossing the threshold.
What about them?
Though he was certain that both of those men had kept a means of defense against the unexpected.
It is likely that this General BOM is the main target. But fear not. Fear not. After all, he was still in the middle of the transition.
At this point in time,
a bad thing.
I'm afraid that the body is dead.
Besides, he's at least a human big brother.
You can't just be such a wimp that you don't do anything when you meet and turn around and run away.
Can you? Little flower snake.
Do you know that this general has already been here for a long time?
So why haven't you done anything yet?
General BOM casually strangled his hand and summoned a large sword.
I don't know. Su Chengxian replied. This general is waiting.
Wait for the moment they cross the thunder tribulation. Then strike. General BOM smiled. He wanted the white snake and the green snake to die when he was happiest, and only then would he be relieved of his hatred. It was more than capable of intercepting the heaven and earth aura that these two demons had successfully transited. Of course, if they were struck by lightning, it would save me the trouble. As for you, General BOM said and laughed, since we've bumped into each other, we'll kill you first, or we can take back this general's formation flag. When he finished speaking, he was about to raise his sword and strike. Wait. Su Chengxian's mind was spinning frantically as he casually said under his breath. Otherwise, you can also wait a while before you kill me, so that I can have a first pass through, or else I'll cross over? This was the first thing that came to Su Chengxian's mind when he saw General B take out his blades,
a way to block his opponent.
Under the thunderbolt, life and death are hard to predict. It's certainly very risky to drag General BOM along with you to be struck by lightning, but it was better than him fighting the other side alone.
Another point, his thunderbolt, more than likely, will be out of order. It might really be able to take the opportunity to boil a demon general to death. The only problem is that my essence and blood chi has not yet reached the 10,000 points required to break through the realm. This will most likely not be able to invoke the heavenly tribulation. He mentally asked the system. Attention of the host. With your current cultivation level, you can invoke a heavenly calamity. I have enough essence and blood chi? Su Chengxian froze, then instantly scanned the data panel. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water snake.
Grade, Great Demon Realm, 100 points of essence blood chi must be condensed to advance to the Demon General Realm.
Blood gas, 1426032229. Essence and blood chi, 9089. Physical realm, essence realm, 4889/100. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 49189/100. Avatars, devouring and refining. Compulsion hissing, size change. Snake mold, techniques, snake bite, snake binding. 5 elements. Snake swinging tail, Refining points, 0/20. Sure enough, it's still not enough. Su Changxian called out to the system. Not only is the essence and blood chi not enough, but the physical and divine soul realms, they're still far off as well. It's still more than halfway there. Please don't worry about the host. Essence and blood chi have reached the minimum standard for invoking the heavenly tribulation. Your physical and divine soul realms have also reached the minimum standard for promotion. What is the normal standard? Su Chushian's heart fluttered. Over 500? If the host succeeds in the breakthrough, the body and soul realm will be raised to 500. Understood. Su Changxian understood. The system was allowing him to break through the realm in the midst of the tribulation. Just like Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao, his current state was indeed at a level where he could induce a heavenly tribulation. No wonder he had always had the urge to attempt a promotion breakthrough. I originally thought it was for the sake of watching other people's families eat. Now it seems clear that it was an intuitive sense. Kid, Big Black was startled when he heard Su Chengxian's words. What is your heavenly tribulation? Crossing it when you say so? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a terrifying aura that descended. Boom! Click! Asterisk asterisk. This thunder? The big black man shuddered violently and looked up. Then he only felt a blur before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. Click! Rumble! Inside the Tsanglong mystery, demon clans in various other places were startled by the visions. Look up. See only. The sky cracked open. Chapter 231. His fathers. Who the hell called me names again? Days. Cracked? No, that's not right either. It's not the sky that's cracked open. It's the boundary of the Tsanglong secret realm. It's the secret boundary. Cracked. A loud roar came from the true dragon's main hall. That huge divine sense rolled out in all directions, obviously wanting to probe what exactly had happened. It was evident that this was a powerful demon general. However, he was not destined to get an answer. Because, no good. Chaos C. Two more demon generals' voices were heard in quick succession. However, the great demons who heard the roar did not understand what the words meant. They haven't been able to react. Just know that in the previous instant, the sky, which had been misty and dark, was suddenly dark. The dark clouds were like ink, rolling over and covering the sky, as if the power of 10,000 pounds had steeply pressed down on this canopy. Immediately afterward, a dazzling lightning bolt cut through the sky, and heaven and earth were stifled. It was as if a giant blade had cut through the shroud of darkness. The thunder roared, deafening. Before it was instantaneous. A shock of thunder, a writhing faster than the thunder, ripped through the sky. Although he didn't know what was happening, a sense of something bad had bubbled up from his heart. It's an unsettling sign, and the words of the demon general certainly confirmed that this ominous, imminent arrival. Boom! Rumble! As the demon race in the secret realm could not help but be wary, the sound of roaring resurfaced. But this time it wasn't the sound of thunder. It's the infinite sea, raging and surging down. There was actually a scene of the water of the heavenly river pouring in. Oops, you guys are unaware of wow. That day, it seemed like a great power, carrying a water basin, violently lifted the lid of the secret realm, and started pouring water into it with a clatter. A great demon sat cross-legged beside the teleportation array, telling the fellow clansmen who had heard the commotion and gathered around what had happened to him in the Tsanglong mysterious realm this time. That guy, fortunately, before he poured the water, he coughed twice. That's the sound of thunder. And it's a wake-up call. The bad thing is, he doesn't just cough and pour water, he spits in it. That big ball of yellowish slightly colored water exploded when it was said to, and I also had poor luck, took a hit, and was almost blown out of my mind. This great demon spoke very vividly, but it was a little too vivid. The surrounding demon clans could not help but laugh and scold. Quickly wash and rinse that pit of yours. Don't hold in. Mighty spit? It's not like you're thinking about it. Saying that, you're not afraid of being struck by lightning. Fear, how can you not be afraid? That great demon glared with his eyes. It's because he's afraid that he only dares to say he's a great power. Before his words came out, he wanted to say that it was the one who had the ability of a demon emperor, so as to show how big the movement of the earth cracking and the sky collapsing like that was. Unfortunately, in the end, I didn't dare. You are out. Do you know how the other demon generals and great demons are doing? At that moment, a voice came from the back. It looked like there was a familiar clanmate who was also trapped in the secret realm. That's hard to say. The big demon who had been boasting just a moment ago shook his big head and said, "You guys don't know how dangerous it was back then. A torrent of seawater with endless might, pouring down like a waterfall. That's not just salt water. Instead, it was the waters of the Chaos Sea. Why do you think I said that it was the water of the heavenly river pouring in? Rumor has it that the water of the heavenly river does not float on the hairs of the sky. and it is difficult for birds to fly. As I see it, the waters of the chaotic sea, poured down in a circle, are no better. The force of the seawater as it fell was so great that in an instant, it directly shattered several islands, and the chaotic chi contained within it, under the collision, coalesced into a ball before bursting apart. Even more so, it set off another surging wave. This is the same phlegm that, in the mouth of a great demon, is said to be spat out by a great power. But don't mention your spitting, a demon couldn't stand to hear it. So he said, according to you, the others are in a bad way? Hey! It was only because of my luck that I happened to be caught in a teleportation formation under the impact of the seawater, and only then did I come out with all my whiskers and all my shadows. Other demons? How many of them can be so lucky? The great demon said this and shook his head again. It's all in the words. That's not necessarily true. Another voice said, I have inquired and said that this Tsanglong mystic realm originally had a means of defense against boundary shattering. It's not a coincidence that you would be caught in a teleportation formation. That Tsanglong secret realm was, after all, the place where the true dragon clan placed their dragon eggs, and it was also the place where they buried their fellow clansmen. There were even quite a few dragons who were in closed-door training within. Therefore not only did each island have defense formations, but also some means of dealing with unexpected disasters. Just never thought that one day the Emperor's tomb will be destroyed. Or, thought of but think to this point, protect or not protect is not very so-called. The means of preparation are therefore very crude. According to what the talking demon race said, it is at the bottom of the sea in several places, some long-distance teleportation formations. The teleportation array was built to be extremely sturdy. Only the place of teleportation, nowadays, seemed a bit strange. I heard that there are only one or two, and they are in our demon domain. It was because he knew about this one spot that he hurriedly rushed here. And the others, where do they lead? How many other places are there in this manga earth besides our demon region? Left and right but is the South Support Continent, the East Earth, the West Yellow Sand Sea. Master Demon Saint, wouldn't this be a death sentence if we went to the Eastern Earthly Realm? A demon exclaimed. South Support Continent, only to send death. Do not hear. White Bone Skeleton Land, ghosts and devils between the vertical and horizontal. Flesh and blood living souls have no return. The Western Yellow Sand Sea is the realm of the Bickus, and they are vegetarian. Fart. They are not eating onions, ginger, garlic, etc. Do you think it's the earthly realm? The bald brains suppressed by the Shinmen? Looking at it this way, landing in the endless sea is a bit better. No good. If you land in the endless sea and get tainted by the chaotic chi, I'm afraid you'll go crazy. No more. You'll starve to death. Yes, it's not like those sea beasts can just swallow and suffer. Don't care how it is. The ones who went in are all great demons and demon generals. There must be quite a few who can survive. Hey, the great demon that came out alive only shook his head again. He listened to the crowd say this, but in his heart, he thought, you guys haven't seen how horrible it is when a disaster falls in the secret realm. At that time of the year, it wasn't just the river of heaven that was pouring in, the oceanic sea in the secret realm, and the falling seawater intersected, and under the Tao thunder, it turned into a huge silver dragon in the air, tossing and turning uncontrollably. Each silver dragon was very similar to the white dragon of the true dragon clan, carrying an aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It stirred up the islands wherever it passed. From the darkening of the sky and the arrival of the shocking thunder in a single breath, to this silver dragon dancing wildly, it was almost but a moment before all the islands were destroyed and flooded. The secret realm of the dragon, all at once, it's gone. There are lucky survivors of demon clans like mine, who were washed away by the sea. I don't know how many there are either. The ferocity of that time, the great demon still had palpitations in his heart when he thought about it at this time. He didn't dare to make his thoughts clear for fear of being beaten. One can only sigh so much. After sighing, the fear faded to anger. I heard a demon general say that this Tsanglong secret realm of ours was the result of a cultivator's tribulation, which led to the heavenly thunder that shattered the boundary. At that time he vaguely seemed to hear a burst of thunder behind him as well. That streak of shocking thunder, constantly striking downwards, was something like the robbing thunder of a robbery. There are more of them though, and I don't know which of the plague-ridden ones has sinned. Even virtuous people like us. Achoo! At this time, it was like a boundless sea of chaos. There was a serpentine sea beast with a large and colorful body. Suddenly there was a big sneeze. Then he roared in a violent rage. His fathers, who the is cursing old me again. Chapter 232. The dragon eggs are about to hatch. Chaos Sea. The sea has 3-foot waves without wind. The north side was previously even more unknown for what? Making a lot of noise. Until now, a few days have passed, and still the aftermath has not subsided. There are still monstrous waves that sweep in from time to time. The bottom of the sea is much more serene in comparison. Only, it would also harbor greater dangers. At this moment, a snake monster was quietly lurking on the dark and deep seabed. It was perched there motionless. Pretend it's a rock at the bottom of the sea. The colorful and large scales shimmered eerily in the faint light. The highly toxic coral under the sea floor, the sea sand, blends in perfectly. It was just that if you looked at it from a distance, you would realize that the way it curled up its huge body was slightly obscene, but it's just too big. Trying to get a glimpse of his whole face is not easy to do. And in front of it, there was a small cloud of blood gas floating. In the middle of the bright red blood gas that floated smoothly in the seawater. But Drifter couldn't dissipate. There was also a black sheep lying. However, both the black sheep and the blood chi were particularly unremarkable in comparison to the flower serpent. Therefore, the sea beasts that were attracted by the blood aura and came closer would only think that there was only a black sheep that had fallen asleep. For the sea beasts with low intelligence, such a trap that could be described as carefully laid was enough. However, after a slight wait, there were a few sea beasts that came over. Unfortunately, before the prey could fall into it, the great situation was spoiled by the owner of the trap. A sneeze. A giant sneeze, rushing out of a violently open, bloody mouth. So caught off guard, it hit, and its owner, too, instantly rounded his vertical pupils. It's as if some of them can't believe what kind of stupid thing they've done. Then cursed out angrily. His fathers, who the is cursing old me again, and the sneeze was more powerful than expected. Almost instantly, the tremendous impact lifted and threw away several sea beasts attracted by the blood chi, the smallest of which were several feet long, fighting and rolling, far away. Ow! The black sheep rolled over and dodged the onslaught of water. Forked over, he jumped up and stretched out his front hooves at Flower Snake, and output. Flower Boy, what's wrong with you? How many times? How many times is this? I stooped all the way to be bait for you, and you sneezed and almost washed the old man away. Damn! Evil! The flower-scaled great serpent monster, also known as Su Chengxian, was also puzzled. What the hell's going on? Why would a snake, of all people, sneeze? What's more, he was now a demon general in size. Demon general. As long as the mana in his body was abundant, he didn't even need to perform breathing and eating. Why are you sneezing? Someone must be cursing me. He thought about it and still could only think that. Of course, this is a black pot created out of thin air. Void snapping the enemy can't do any good either. Really, the biggest possibility, I'm afraid, is false. Although, Su Chengxian didn't want to admit it, but that thunderbolt a few days ago, aside from nearly splitting him to death, it was the one that had again drained his accumulated blood chi, almost to the bone. Damn, it's all because the thunder came too fast that day. 2. I'm not prepared at all. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but want to rage with countless expletives. By the way, it also tried to squeeze what little blood chi was left, condensing countless palms and counting up one middle finger towards the sky, to express his admiration for the heavenly way. How dare you mention it? How dare you mention it? It couldn't be mentioned, and when it was, Big Black's reaction was greater than his, because at that time, the Taotai fierce spirit happened to be squatting right on top of his head. As for the power of thunder, the general art of summoning thunder is okay, but the heaven and earth greatness of the heavenly calamity shock thunder, it is even more restraining power. A lightning bolt fell, and Su Chengxian wasn't even close. Big Black was directly stunned by the lightning. If Su Chengxian hadn't been quicker with his hands and mind, he would have swallowed it into his stomach and allowed the spirit to return to the magic weapon formation flag. This might be the last Taotai fierce soul in the world. And so it fell. Didn't I not think of that either? Almost getting the other party killed. Su Chengxian knew that he was at a disadvantage and rarely disliked him back. In the end, there's still something wrong with this heavenly calamity. What's your thunder on the way? He felt that the thunder that had struck him had been over his head ready to fall. That just moved his mind, puffing up his blood chi with all his might to invoke the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But it was only a breath of time before the first thunderbolt descended. There's no cushion at all. The impatience was so great that he even hallucinated. Over the thunder, who was shouting, "Hurry up! I can't wait!" A subsequent thunderbolt was even coming on the hoof. Huffing and puffing descended downward. Doesn't it take time for the karmic cloud that bruised the thunderbolt to converge? Didn't you always pull up all the air before, and then turn on the big one after the wind and rain came in? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he almost didn't have time to pull General BOM along with him and get struck by lightning. But any slowness would go against his original intention of choosing to cross the threshold immediately. You're still blaming the heavenly tribulation? After Big Black balled up the blood chi around him and stuffed it in his mouth, he rushed over and gave Su Chengxian a kick. Why don't you talk about your own brain? Who's the one who says they're going through the tribulation? Me. Su Chengxian didn't see any problem with that. He's always said he'd cross over. The first time was Although there was a bit of an unexpected situation in the middle, but overall it went well. The end result worked too. Isn't this all the second time? Figured it would go smoother with experience. I just didn't expect to use much of the previous experience. There weren't many similarities except that it was 21 robber rays. Just like before, the power of the thunderbolt was even greater. Choked Big Black. Then he grunted, thinking, there's really nothing to say to a guy who's not normal. TSK, okay, it's Ray 2, Su Changxian said. It was indeed more sinister this time. After the first 4 passes, he had to start consuming blood chi. By the time the blood chi was consumed, the quenched essence and blood and body in Divine Soul Realm had not only reached the limit of breaking the boundary, but even exceeded it. So, he immediately broke through with the trend. Then he hardened himself against the last 5, the robbing thunderbolts that contained the 5 elements of chi. The consequence was that all the blood chi was consumed, and the whole snake was in a half-dead state. But fortunately, he was at the center point of the shocking lightning strike, and the sea beasts around him, the ones that could run ran away early, and the ones that didn't ran away were also chopped to death early. General BOM has also disappeared. I don't know if I'm dead or if I've escaped. It was only then that the half-dead Su Changxian had safely survived the rains of aura that fell from the sky, nourished the body and soul, but the lost blood chi can't be replenished for a while. After deliberating, it was still too much to give up the essence and blood chi, and then transform it into blood chi to fill itself. Coupled with the fact that the secret realm was destroyed, he didn't know where he had been struck by lightning. The secret realm must have been destroyed. So, it was decided to first feed on the Sea of Chaos, with a vengeance. More blood food. When they recovered a bit, they would go back to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. However, due to the fact that the blood chi was too depleted, the power of the natural aptitude that was swallowed and refined was greatly reduced when it was executed. It's all about the smaller sea animals. And it was now too big. And when it moved in an unusual way. But you don't want to bother changing the size. Then he and Big Black did the trapping. I don't know where Ling Xiao and Yunzi have gotten to. Su Changxian sighed and said, hopefully, their transits weren't messed up by me. Those 2 shrewd guys, surely they won't die that easily. Big Black kicked him again. Come on, give some more blood chi. Let's continue fishing. Where's that blood chi from earlier? My father ate it. 2 more days. Su Changxian's blood chi replenished some of it back. Finally, I was able to devour and refine some powerful sea beasts. Just going to give up fishing and just hunt. At that moment, a cry was heard in the head. Ding dong. Attention, host, the dragon eggs are about to hatch. Chapter 233 Little Chi Dragon. Su Xiaobai, what's wrong with you again, kid? Seeing Su Changxian not move, Da He asked. The dragon egg is going to hatch. Su Changxian said. What dragon eggs? Big Black froze. What hatching? It doesn't mean what it understands, does it? A dragon egg is a dragon egg. Su Changxian said. Didn't I tell you before that a dragon egg found under the shell of a large turtle could possibly hatch? As the artifact spirit of a contracted magic treasure, it was destined to be the closest companion of the owner of the magic treasure. Some things are hard to hide from it. That's why he had previously told Big Black that there was a dragon egg that was hatching. Big Black's mind and expression went blank for a moment. What? Su Changxian grunted. I said, that dragon egg is going to hatch. Obviously Big Black just didn't believe that the dragon egg would successfully hatch. Look at this just as what he said before, as bragging rights. Now that you hear that the dragon eggs are going to hatch out, the whole sheep is stupid, right? What do you call a goose? Oh, what? That dragon egg is going to hatch? Big Black reacted. His eyes rounded. It can't be, can it? How could those dragon eggs still be hatchable? Let's not talk about the vitality within the dragon eggs and whether or not it still makes them hatch. The destruction of the entire true dragon clan was all intentional on the part of the heavenly Tao. How could you allow any other descendant with a true dragon's bloodline to be born unchecked? Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, why don't you come with me and take a look? Su Changxian didn't say much to it. Next moment, he then opened his big mouth and signaled for Big Black to walk in. At this time, his body size had exceeded 100 feet. It's not an exaggeration to say that you can fit a shopping street in your stomach. Of course, the height of the buildings on Commercial Street, at present, will have to be limited. The maximum is 3 stories, no more than 7 meters. But for this wide area, it's not that he's blowing. I'll zoom in and hack you a sheep in, and I'm afraid you'll get lost. Su Changxian pinched a small person with his blood chi and separated a strand of divine thought on it. A jump stepped on Big Black's head. I'm a Tao Tai, not a sheep. Big Black shouted in dissatisfaction. It sort of realized that this guy, Flower Snake, was not taking any losses at all. Wasn't it just stepping on the top of his head a couple times? It's a vessel spirit. What weight can it have? It all counts. When you find an opportunity, you have to get it back. Row, row, walk. The little man Su Chengxian had transformed into, grasped the black sheep's horns, and pointed forward with great vigor. Depart! Then a black sheep, topped with a little red man, burrowed into a cave-like snake's mouth, all the way down the road. Guided by the little red man, he soon reached the dragon eggs placed in the middle and back of the stomach. Half a man's height, the dragon's egg bubbled with a faintly bright light. Ha! As soon as Big Black got closer, he couldn't help but let out a voice of surprise. This one dragon egg, why is it so exuberantly alive? Waiting for another sense, it was found that it was not only vigorous, which contains the true dragon bloodline breath, is even thicker than expected. Then, the next instant, click, click, at the top of the dragon's egg, a small slit broke open. It couldn't help but blurt out, once again, the words of emotion it had learned from Su Chengxian. The avenue is up. This thing, surprisingly, has actually broken out of its shell. Then, in Big Black's unbelievable gaze, the gap grew wider and wider. Click, click, poof, boom bared. Suddenly, a hole broke open beneath the seam of the dragon egg's shell. A tender little fist was revealed. Whoosh! The fist, quickly, was withdrawn. Immediately after, boom, 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 boom. In a few moments, the eggshell was punched and hammered through nearly 10 holes one after another. One can imagine two meaty fists, banging and wheeling up inside, smashing eggshells. Ooh, Su Chengxian couldn't help but grin. Good lord, it's still a rush. Is this a case of the eggshell cracking too slowly? Who is it? Presumably hearing a noise outside, a small eye peeked out of the small hole that had been hammered open, and in a tender childish voice, inquired, me. Su Chengxian didn't even think about it, so he just replied back, it's up to the little thing how it responds. Who are you? The little dragon in the eggshell asked. I'm your father. The little red man outside the eggshell replied. Dad? Anan. Big Black lifted his front hoof and pressed it to his face. It had no feelings, no size. At this point, it was all ate up and shattered by this question and answer. Originally, because of seeing that the true dragon clan, which was also exterminated by the heavenly Tao's calculations, would again have a true descendant born, the unspeakable feelings that were born under the same sickness were washed away. The little tears that had sprung up were moreover held right back, and neither guy, inside or outside the eggshell, paid any attention to it. Dad, I'm hungry. The little one inside the eggshell shouted. Then come out. Father will take you foraging for food. Su Chengxian should. Okay, then you wait for me next few. The dragon cub inside was quite happy, bouncing a bit and shaking the eggshell it brought with it. Then came a couple of louder bangs than before. A foot, kicking through the eggshell, emerged. Nice guy. It's a change from punching to kicking. A kick is faster than a hammer. A few strokes later, all that was heard was, ha! The sound of. The eggshell was hollowed out to open a not-so-small door. Humph! Still trying to stop me. A childish voice, uttering very domineering words. Both Big Black and Su Chengxian's attention couldn't help but focus on the door. A small man was seen, with crossed arms and a quadrangular step, stepping out of the tossed and tattered eggshell, with his head held high and looking out of the corner of his eye. Ooh! Su Chengxian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I'm good. What's with the white hair? The little thing was at most 3 feet tall and chubby and quite cute. There's nothing wrong with any of this. But why, in a dragon egg, was a little person hatched? The little man was wearing a red bib and red pants. Hey, the scent of the bibs and pants. Why are they so familiar? It seems to be my blood breath, doesn't it? Dad. I'm hungry. The little man shouted at the little red man. Oops, you actually know that I'm your father? Su Chengxian was quite happy to be a father without pain. No pincha dad. The little man stomped his 2 short legs and ran over, stretching out a little fat hand at him. Su Chengxian froze. Is that what you want? Ha! Big Black let out a meaningful snort. This little chi dragon. She's asking for blood chi from you. Little chi dragon? Su Chengxian sniffed and pulled out a ball of blood chi and gave it over, but was more concerned about the word chi dragon that came out of Dehei's mouth. What's with the chi dragons? Aren't there only 5 true dragon clans? Chi dragon. Speaking of the little dragon that has not yet grown its horns, the little female dragon, the Big Black man stood up, clasped his hooves, circled the little man, and grunted and laughed. Boy, don't let the little thing fool you. That's a little slick. What does that mean? Humph, she must have sensed that you came in human form, so she came to meet you in the form of a human toddler. With a cold snort, Big Black expressed his spurning of this fawning, cheating behavior. You're still so mindful? Su Chengxian looked towards the little man who was hugging and gnawing on the blood chi mass. Hey! The villain flashed him a big smile, not seeming to care about being outed by Big Black. Okay, blah blah. Little girl, seeing as you're kinda cute, I forgive you. Dad, ouch. Good father, I'm still hungry. Father will give you another ball of blood energy. Let's discuss what your name is. Name? Al. Which one do you want? White. Or Daniele? Al. Su Xiaobai. Or by Danny? Daddy. Then I'll take your father's surname, Su, and call him Su Xiaobai. Su Changxian clapped his hands. Su Xiaobai, oh, ha ha. Big Black, who was depressed, instantly laughed maniacally. Chapter 234, Outside Body Transformation Technique. Flesh Spirit Seed. Put. Al. It's not good. Su Changxian gave Su Xiaobai a small blood chi cluster. This little girl, not to mention her small size, ate with a fierce energy, and within a few mouthfuls, she chewed through it. After gnawing on the blood and air mass, he stretched his short, fat arms out. Taking advantage of his lack of clasping the maniacally laughing Daikoku at his side, he opened his little mouth and uttered a mouthful. Su Changxian looked happy. Good wow. This is also a big greedy girl. The big greedy girl finished biting and felt that the flavor was not working. Her little eyebrows wrinkled up in disgust and she yucked it out. This gave the Big Black angry, raised his hoof bang bang and gave the little girl 2 punches. Yikes. Hit me? The little girl was a little confused as she was hit and held her big head in her short hands for a moment. Ha ha, the one who beat you is you. Dare to nibble on your black master. Big Black crossed his arms in triumph. Let's see if you still dare now. Dare to hit me? The little girl bared her teeth and 2 meaty buns sprouted from the top of her head. There was a flash of light on his body. In the next breath, the little girl in place was gone. A white train shifted and rushed at Big Black. It was a white young dragon that was not yet 2 meters, and instead of dragon horns, there were 2 flesh-colored bulges on top of its head. The 4 claws that should be under the belly have only grown out the first 2. The 2 claws at the back are still only in a bulging state. 4 toes? Su Changxian took a look at the front paws that the little guy had grown out of, which were 4-toe claws. It did seem to be a descendant of the true dragon bloodline. A dragon is born with 3 toes, and it is only true dragons that have 4 or even 5 toes. She will not be considered a true dragon until she has all 4 claws and her horns have grown out. But with the bloodline inheritance contained within the other party's body, this should only be a matter of time. The vitality of nearly 200 dragon eggs as well as their bloodline aura all converged on Su Xiaobai. Break the shell and you'll be able to take human form. This was definitely the best manifestation of a strong bloodline inheritance. Stinking sheep. I'll bite you. The young dragon opened its mouth and flipped around the black sheep. Little girl, you're quite fierce. Big Black also refused to back down at all. The 2 guys immediately fought. In this regard, Su Changxian was not prepared to interfere. This was inside the belly of his snake, so if he wanted to stop it, all he needed was a thought to mobilize his blood chi to come over and tie them up. But as the saying goes, it's better to block than to block. A fight is not a bad way to meet and decide how to get along later. Weigh each other's weight and strength, and we can get along better in the future. That said, it's a tradition in the old white family. This little guy, his strength is comparable to a great demon. It's just lacking a little bit on top of combat skills. Although Su Xiaobai had just broken out of her shell, Su Changxian wouldn't completely treat her as a clueless child. The dragon eggs in the Tsunlong secret realm, the last ones put in, were conservatively estimated to be nearly 1,000 years old. This little guy was inside the dragon egg, and after the birth of his spirit, he began to have a sense of the outside world. Of course, that perception was very limited, and she must have spent most of her time in a forced slumber, especially since the likelihood of hatching has been decreasing since then. There is even less known about the outside world. So, this is a young dragon that has survived life and death, even forced to learn to avoid harm. Not to mention, there's the bloodline inheritance. TCH, what a fast progress. In the battle with Big Black, it was surprisingly quick to gain the upper hand. He observed the little girl's movements and was quite envious of her high starting point. Ding dong! Attention of the host. Congratulations to the host for completing, entering the secret realm of the Tsunlong and continuing the series of missions of the True Dragon Bloodline. Quest content, seek out a dragon egg containing the bloodline of a true dragon and successfully hatch the descendant of a true dragon. Reward, refinement points *20. Out-of-body incarnation cultivation method *1. Congratulations to the host for successfully hatching a true dragon egg, gaining refining points *12. Mission rewards will be issued soon. Do you want to receive them now? The mission reward arrived. 32 refining points? Su Changxian made his decision without even thinking about it. Same as before. All of it is used to enhance the physical and divine soul realms. Alright, host. As the system responded, a weak blood chi rushed through the flesh, and at the same time,
There was also blood chi that drew in the external aura, which was refined and sent to the spiritual platform sea of consciousness.
However, this wasn't something too noteworthy for Su Chengxian, whose strength was currently skyrocketing once again. At best, it was like being tickled. It's pretty comfortable, but the feeling is limited.
What interested him more was the technique of out-of-body incarnation that the system was talking about.
In his spiritual sea of consciousness, the divine soul phantom,
which was sitting steadily on top of the lotus platform,
had a little more golden aura on its side. His mind moved. Divine thought sank into the phantom, opened his eyes, raised his hand on that golden aura, and made a point. All of a sudden, within the mind, there was an additional, subtle gong method. The divergence technique? Su Chengxian smiled. That's a good name. It's got a few of my charms. It's also an extraordinarily unpretentious and to-the-point name. Then, he quickly went through the feats. It doesn't feel like it's hard to cultivate. However,
the art of incarnation had different methods of execution for different cultivation strengths.
The power of the soul is strong enough. The divine sense is strong. The divine idea can be based on their own divine idea.
The world's spiritual chi as a supplement.
Randomly find some grass, wood and soil, can also pinch a body out of the body.
The divine mind is stored in it and is no different from the body. Even the cultivation and battle power can be exactly the same. If one's cultivation had reached the level of the supreme being of the first realm, one would not even need to use grass, trees, and dirt, and one could transform into thousands of bodies with a single thought. This kind is the true out-of-body method. And if the strength is not enough, you can only cultivate a fake body technique. Attachment of divine thoughts to a fake body made from spiritual materials. How strong the doppelganger could be would depend on what spirit materials were used when refining the fake body.
There is another one, somewhere in between. If the spirit material was superior, the divine thoughts attached to it could independently cultivate a technique. The first, Su Chengxian's cultivation strength, was definitely not enough. The second, again, he was not willing to do. After looking around, the third one is the most agreeable. Then this is good.
The only difficult thing was that this was a bit hard to find as a spiritual material for out-of-body incarnation.
Oops, Kid Su, why do you still have this good stuff? At that moment, Big Black's voice came through. Su Chengxian's mind moved to return to Little Red Man.
Only the black sheep and the young dragon had shaken hands and made peace.
The two guys were hooking up, rummaging through his warehouse to explore.
And there wasn't much stuff in the little bit of space that he went to separate with his blood aura to make a warehouse.
Big Black was talking about a flesh spirit seed. How did you guys get in? Su Chengxian asked as he walked over.
Ow! Su Xiaobai pointed to his mouth and patted his belly.
Ha.
The black sheep then rubbed his hooves together and laughed. It goes without saying.
Chewed open. The next one will not be an example, Su Chengxian said as he jumped up and gave separate slaps. Then he looked at Big Black. You say this is good? You recognize it?
Of course I recognize it.
It's a flesh spirit seed, Big Black shouted. A good thing for refining the body outside the body.
Su Chengxian had just one thought in his mind.
I knew it. Chapter 235 Haha. Kid Su,
you're counting your sons and daughters in this.
Silence at the bottom of the sea. An ugly walleye with a lot of luck.
It surprisingly found a young dragon that had the scent of a true dragon.
White hatchling dragon. Huddled inside a dark, rocky cave.
The patch of rock where the cavern is located is as gorgeous as any other rock on the ocean floor. Flashing splashes of color.
The red, blue, green, and purple ones are intertwined in a very conspicuous way. The snow-colored hatchlings, hidden among them, are not very striking. If it hadn't been attracted by the blood aura, it wouldn't have been able to find this place.
The fish monster sensed a large mass of blood beneath the young dragon, which seemed to be feeding intently. It did not attack rashly.
The bloodlines of the true dragon clan are all very strong. Can't afford to mess with it. The not-so-subtle psychic intelligence was reminding the sea beast that preying on young dragons could be dangerous, but it could clearly feel, again, the weakness of the other side. After swallowing this young dragon, maybe it had a chance to become stronger, taking over larger territories, defeating pesky rivals,
and bonding with females who looked down on him to produce offspring. This sea monster with a body nearly 20 feet long, born in a strange shape with a meatball on its head, and an upturned dead fish's eyes, gradually sprouted a greedy red light. It was one of the most powerful overlords in this sea. Even if it's a trap, I'm not afraid. The protruding jaws, moving slightly, it no longer hesitates. He charged at the entrance to the cave where the young dragon was. Whoosh! The sea is stirred, stirring up a series of bubbles. Boo! Snap! Just the moment the fish monster rushed into the cave, he was thrown in the face several times by the tail of the white young dragon. Its protruding jaws quivered with the blow. Finally it realized something was wrong. However, it was already too late. There was darkness before my eyes. The bang just now was the sound of the cavern's door closing. Caverns. Why are there gates? Then, it felt a great force pushing it in towards the cave. And the young dragon was swimming deeper into the cave. The fish monster hesitates between going after and eating the young dragon, and wanting to back away because he has a bad feeling. That's when a wave of black air floated over its face. Greed reddened its eyes once again. Whoosh! The big fish chased the young dragon away without a second thought. Then, it slammed headfirst into a huge puff of blood. Click, click, click. The rock wall quickly closed in and squeezed viciously towards the fish monster wrapped in blood chi. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Poof, poof, poof. In the pressure of extinction, the fish monster with hardened flesh was actually pressed to burst open. The scales and fish skin ruptured, and the flesh and blood turned into a scarlet blood mist. More blood chi then converged, refining it rapidly. Congratulations to the host. Swallowing and refining a lamprey kingfish. Blood chi plus 2410489. Essence blood chi plus 489. Ha ha, can. This one can. The little red man, hiding in the back, couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. How's it going, kid? Satisfied? Big Black jumped over. Father. Su Xiaobai also transformed into a small child, wriggling and jumping over to hug him, his mouth also yelling, "Are you happy?" As he said this, he placed his 2 short, fat paws in front of Su Chengxian, cracking his little mouth at him. Ha, Dad, if you're happy, why don't you let your little white family be happy too? And your big black one, a sheep's hoof, too, followed right over. Okay. Su Chengxian, from between his teeth, plucked out 2 clusters of blood chi, made a look of flesh pain, and gave it out. It's really hard for him to say anything that doesn't satisfy him, that doesn't make him happy. In the end, when you're a daddy's snake, you still have to have some face. Without having to do anything, one could harvest a large amount of blood chi just by waiting for the prey to be delivered to the door to be devoured and refined. Is it too much to ask if this isn't satisfying? He didn't even have to suck the other guy into his belly. Geez, at this rate, I'm going to be spoiled. He was secretly happy in his heart. The prey slipped in and took a step to the stomach of its own accord. In this process, all Su Chengxian had to do was to coil there to mount the rock and open his mouth as a cavern. Then wait for the prey to come in and close your mouth. Finally, one after another, he activated his natural talent aptitude, snake entanglement binding, and his natural talent aptitude, devouring refinement, crushing the sea beasts and refining them into blood chi instantly. It's just a great feeling. Su Xiaobai and blood chi acted as the bait, while Dahe was responsible for laying traps for the sea beasts, luring out their greedy nature and making them fall into the trap. And all he had to give in the process was just a little bit of blood. It's really just a little bit. 1 ball, 1,000 blood chi. Su Chengxian glanced at the clumps of blood chi that Big Black and Little White were hugging and gnawing on, telling himself that being ruthless was necessary. Can't nurse the greed out of these 2 guys. 1,000 will do for now. What if I'm not careful and my appetite grows later? Of course, he had to admit that. Together with the clump that had been used as bait with Bai, the sum had cost a total of less than 4,000 blood chi. Not even a fraction of the more than 2 million blood chi. The effort is negligible compared to the benefits gained from it. However, it looked like Su Xiaobai and Dahe were quite satisfied with this. Black. I'm so black. He barely suppressed the corners of his mouth. A bit of an acting test. This was presumably one of the prices Su Chengxian paid in this hookup of theirs. Dad. At this time, Su Xiaobai hugged the blood chi mass, nibbling on it as he ran to his side. When will we, again, go fishing? Big Black followed suit, waiting with bated breath. Can they do this deal 2 more times? There's no danger, and you don't have to put out much effort to get 1,000 handfuls of blood gas in. Good value for the mile. What's more, Su Xiaobai and it were able to split the blood chi clusters that were used as bait, as well. Anyway, if Su Chengxian didn't mention it, they wouldn't mention it either. So far, there had been a total of 4 times of fishing, and counting, each of them had received 7 or 8,000 blood chi. It's a good deal like this, so naturally, we'll do it twice as often. I'm afraid that the flower snake is feeling tired again and wants to sleep. This guy, why is he so lazy? It'll be a while yet. Su Chengxian paused, swallowing back the words that he could go now and said instead, in order to prevent Big Black from seeing just how much blood chi the prey received after it was finally refined. Also, in order to make this guy think that he had to consume a lot of blood chi in order to turn his prey into blood chi, he still had to consume a lot of blood chi. Su Chengxian deliberately mobilized as much blood chi as possible to use to refine the sea beast. Outside of isolating Big Black's senses, it also accelerated the speed of refining. Together with his blood chi, he had recovered quite a bit. So basically, It only took an incense stick of effort for him to completely refine a sea beast of about 10 feet. Moreover, he was able to refine several sea monsters at the same time without pressure. Even if a strong and bigger fish monster like this lamplighter kingfish was swallowed and refined, it didn't affect the continued fishing. Then why did he refuse Su Xiaobai's invitation to continue fishing? The reason is simple. My split body. It's going to be refined, Su Changxian said. A few breaths later, the little red man riding the black sheep took Su Xiaobai to the depths. Here was a gleaming red, half-man high ball of flesh. In the darkness, a meatball emitting a demonic red light suddenly appeared, and it looked kinda weird. Good lord, there won't be a devil coming out of here, right? Su Changxian joked. Inside the meatball was his doppelganger. How can it be a demon, right? It was the fact that this meatball always reminded him of the demonic child Neza that gave him this illusion. That must be it. This split of yours, you've only refined it for 3 days, and it's about to come to fruition? Big Black said in astonishment. Just how much blood chi did the flowering serpent feed to this doppelganger? Buzz, buzz. The meatball suddenly glowed red, and spun around. After a few breaths, the layer of film on the surface, along with the red light, slowly dissipated. It was accompanied by a clear, achoo. Inside, a milky white shroud of light opened up to the sides. Just at this moment, a figure stepped out from inside. It's a little Taoist boy. Big Black laughed when he saw this. Ha ha, Kid Su, you're considered to have 2 sons and daughters. Chapter 236. The center of the chaotic sea, Heavenly Toad Island. The red light dissipated. Out stepped a short figure. He certainly wasn't a demon or a monster. Instead, it was a small, half-human tall Taoist boy clad in Taoist robes and holding a duster. The face is clear and the head is crowned with a jade crown. Though still short in stature, he already had an air of transcendence. The little Taoist boy walked with a light step, carrying a faint glow on his body, and in this dim environment, he seemed to have some temperament. He looked around and finally looked at Su Changxian, a hint of a smile flashing through his clear, watery eyes. Walking up to the black sheep, he flung the duster in his hand, resting it at the crook of his arm, and rushed at the little red man to erect a single palm and bent his forefinger, and bowed his head in salute. The voice was crisp and pleasant as he said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. The little Taoist has traveled here in the clouds. I wonder how to address you." Ha ha, Su Changxian, what are you drumming about? The big black man stood up and dropped the little red man on top of his head to the ground. Your mind has long since traveled to this doppelganger. Do you still think that this father can't see it? It crossed its front hooves on its waist, loudly speaking through Su Changxian's blindfold. Don't think that by pretending to look like a Taoist child and performing the standard salute between the Xian sect, where fellow disciples meet, that you can fool this honored one. These are things that other demons want to learn, and perhaps it's still a bit difficult. After all, the Xian men who walked within the demon clan would rarely salute like this. Rather, most of them would only arch their hands and clasp their fists as a salute, or simply follow the example of that shaman's, and salute with a single palm. But Su Changxian was different. He had a brother who was even named after the Taoist name. That white snake cultivated not only Xian men authentic techniques, but even his behavior was that of a Taoist cultivator. Obviously a demon with a heart for the Xian men. As his older brother, Flower Serpent had learned by ear, so of course he could learn some. I really don't know why these 3 water-avoiding snakes in your family are all so odd, Big Black said. A family of snakes, actually taking 3 different paths of cultivation. Not 3, but 4, the little Taoist boy, also known as Su Changxian, laughed. My mother, Xiao Chui, cultivates the method of transforming dragons. Great guys, Dai He exclaimed. Amazing, you're actually a full family of demons. It's not all. Su Changxian waved his hand. Our father, 4-1, doesn't know where he is. What father? That's your father. Big Black refused to eat this verbal cheapness, circled around him, and laughed. Other than that, you look like this, but I can't see what's wrong. Cultivators, who cultivate incarnations outside of their bodies, tend to take precedence over themselves. Demon ones, on the contrary, have more options. One can follow one's own body dharma body. One can follow one's human dharma body. Or, one can be half human and half demon. In short, yes, there has to be a place to refer to. An out-of-body incarnation is a dharma body, not a look-alike. Cultivating it was quite similar to transmigrating into shape. Otherwise, either it will end in failure, or the incarnation that is cultivated will inevitably have some quirks that need to be polished again. This dharma body of Su Changxian, however, was interesting. With its eyesight, it didn't even see a single flaw. Big Black saw the Taoist boy from head to foot and back again, scanned twice, and said, if he grows up like this, it is I who will not be able to tell the truth from the lie. When we say true or false here,
We mean the bottom line. What was said was that this doppelganger didn't have the slightest bit of demonic aura, totally a human practitioner. However, Su Changxian cultivated blood qi, not demonic power, and he really never had a demonic aura on him. Kid, just how much blood qi did you use to feed this doppelganger? Thinking of blood qi, Big Black asked again. Just by looking at this body of flesh and blood that was made in heaven, one could tell that a lot of blood and energy must have been spent on it. Not millions, but hundreds of thousands. Didn't use much blood qi, no lie. Su Changxian smiled cheekily, fluttered his sleeves and kicked his legs again, satisfied with this doppelganger as well. He really didn't lie to Big Black. Although this doppelganger was fed with blood qi, it really didn't take too much. It's only 1,000,000. Most notably, he used a drop of origin essence blood. The system was surprisingly generous again when he refined this doppelganger, assisting him to spend 100 essence blood qi like last time. Refining a drop of origin essence blood, which was used to fuse the 4 flesh spirit seeds. The advantage of doing so was that this doppelganger of his, just like a real human, had strange meridians and orifices and dantians. The process of refining also mimics the process of conception and grass fall. Can you cultivate gongfu? Dahei finally saw something and widened his eyes. You've cultivated the Xian sect's authentic techniques? Moreover, it's already cultivated to the 30th percentile of qi refining? How old are you now? This Dharma body of yours? It asked. 7 years old. Su Changxian smiled smugly. Big Black lamented. Bilocations don't have a divine soul, so age is said to be bone age. Having bone age means that you can develop and grow normally. It can't be easy to be normal, since it is modeled after the innate Tao body. Can it have a root bone? It asked again. Body of 5 elements. Wood spirit root. Su Changxian put on his previous one-handed salute again. I wonder what you, my friend, think? Not how. Big Black shook his head. This honored one advises you that in the future, if you see a human cultivator, it's better not to salute like that. Why? Su Changxian wondered. My father is worried that you will make enemies with people without realizing it. The single palm is a salute, but flexing the index finger was something that only an existence that was in that Shinmen sect's main sect and had some cultivation was qualified to do. It is a means of identifying and taking a position. And most of the people from the Taoist sect who hang around within the demon domain have abandoned this way of meeting people sexually. And the reason for this is not to be asked. So it is. Su Changxian nodded. Then, he looked over to Su Xiaobai, who had been staring at him with a pair of wide open eyes, but didn't say anything. I couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai, what are you looking at? Dad, you've gotten smaller. Su Xiaobai walked over, carrying his hands behind his back, sizing him up. Father, this you look good. It's nice, isn't it? Good looking. Ha ha. Su Changxian nodded his head. Bye. Have a vision. This doppelganger was 8 or 9% similar to his original appearance, so Su Xiaobai's compliments on his good looks kind of scratched an itch. Father, I complimented you. Why don't you return the favor? Su Xiaobai pursed her little lips and smiled, stretching out a small, round, chubby hand at him. Xiaobai, you're a bit short, aren't you? Such a quick diagram? Su Changxian smiled helplessly, but still pulled out a small ball of blood qi and gave it to her. This father also complimented you. Next to the little fat hand, a black sheep's hoof appeared. Ha ha, here. Su Changxian waved his hand generously. A few hundred blood breaths, not millions. It's a happy buy and worth it. He was happy, of course, because of more than just the not-so-sincere compliments from these two guys. Rather, it was because after his mind sank into the altar, he heard the systems beep in his ears. Blood and gas +1 +1, +1 +1. What does that mean? This showed that his guess was correct. As long as the main body sleeps, it can keep rising in blood. The divine soul does not need it and falls into the same deep sleep. It doesn't matter if the mind is on the little red man or on the altar. This meant that his blood qi, which could only go up when he went to sleep, would now go up all the time. In the meantime, there are other things to do, too, without delay. Ha ha. Su Changxian still couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Xiaobai and Dahei were also happy to have taken his blood qi and followed along with a couple of heave-hos. But he didn't get his blood breath for nothing. Once you're done eating, get to work. Su Changxian waved his hand. What about you? Big Black asked. I cultivate. Su Changxian said. He said with a flick of the duster in his hand, and a bushel of blood qi appeared by his feet, then crossed his legs and sat up. Look, is that an island? More than half a month later, Su Changxian and the others saw a huge island. An island that was 1,000 feet away and looked like a toad. Is this the center of the Chaos Sea? He asked Big Black. Yes, this is it. Big Black looked at it and nodded. Chapter 237. Little friend, come sit on our back. We won't eat you. A flower snake over 100 feet long,
coiled on the bottom of the sea with its eyes closed. The huge scales that mottled all over his body also turned dim after deliberately restraining his breath. At the bottom of the dark sea, it seemed to be a mound of silent sea. Such a small sea mound, in the middle of the 10,000 feet deep chaos sea, didn't look much special. However, in reality, at this moment, he was just like a huge arrow that was ready to fire. Su Chexian's divine sense, like a giant net in an abyss, was tightly locked onto an equally large cetacean sea beast not far away. It was a giant koan of a cloud boat in its prime. The sea beasts in the chaotic sea had no division of cultivation realms. However, it was possible to project the actual battle power of the other side according to the area of the sea they occupied. Having already eaten quite a few sea animals, you can basically do it all. That was why he had chosen the giant koan in front of him as the target of this hunt. Strength converted. The other party should be slightly higher, at the middle to later realm of a demon general. However, sea beasts generally did not have a high IQ, nor did they have so many divine arts and techniques battle skill means, just in time to stretch out with it. Poof. Big Black let out a soft grunt of disdain. What stretching? If you really want to stretch your muscles, wouldn't it be better for you to just take the fight head on and go to war with your opponent? Surprisingly, he chose to sneak up on me. What happened to the sneak attack? Su Changxian returned. Stretching the muscles is just one of the purposes. Dare I ask for another purpose? Get a full meal. It's not like we're going to stay much longer once we're on Heavenly Toad Island. Big Black was still puzzled by the fact that he, after approaching the Heavenly Toad Island, didn't immediately rush there, but instead retreated back for a while, looking for big sea beasts to hunt. Su Changxian said that on Tiantan Island, there was an aura that made him feel uneasy, but it is said that they are still 10,000 miles away from that island, and with the cultivation of the demon general realm, it is impossible to sense any scent from such a long distance. Let's just say that the Heavenly Toad Island itself is in the middle of the Chaos Sea. Sea animals are basically unable to take form, and they don't come to the island. Su Changxian said, what if there is a formidable existence other than sea beasts? What kind of awesome existence? Just some birds and beasts. Above the surface of the sea, the chaotic atmosphere stirs up. The aura of heaven and earth is unstable. The wind and waves and mist blocked, but not as stable as the bottom of the sea. And there was no second island in the tens of thousands of nautical miles around the Heavenly Toad Island. Apart from some big tortoises laying eggs up there, there are some birds and animals up there. There can't be a great power in seclusion up there? Su Changxian said casually and perfunctorily. A great power? Every few months, boundless thunder falls from up there. Who would go to such a place to retreat? Big Black grunted. You didn't get your snake gallbladder broken by the thunderbolt, did you? The flower snake was so forward-looking that it was really very confused. My snake gall is fine, Su Changxian said. Don't worry, after I finish this meal, I'll go to the island. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Big Black. There's a teleportation array on Tiantan Island. It's said to be a great formation left over from the ancient times, and it should still work. This was also the closest path that Big Black pointed out after they fell into the chaotic sea, and Big Black discerned the direction. He certainly hoped that the teleportation array would still work. Otherwise, they would have to return and swim back slowly. With his current cultivation level, swimming back to the demon domain would be tiring, not to mention that it would mainly take a lot of time. After swimming for a year and a half, Xiao Chui is afraid that she would have finished her journey long ago. In addition, Su Changxian was worried that Jin Hong wasn't dead. As the saying goes, the scourge lives for 1,000 years. He was worried that this guy might cause trouble. There was also Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, and I don't know what happened to them now. So, he definitely had to get on this Heavenly Toad Island. But the thought of going to the island creates an intuitive wave of unease. With the increase in cultivation, especially the difference in the divine soul realm, it made him not dare to be careless. It was also unknown how the shattering of the Tsanglong mysterious realm's boundary, coupled with the 21 shocking thunderbolts of the Thunder Tribulation, had actually bombarded him to the depths of the chaotic sea. This time, the giant koan that was swimming leisurely turned around. The huge body rolled over in the seawater, stirring up dark currents. Then it began to float upwards. Su Changxian was instantly energized. He had been paying attention to this koan for half a day, and realized that this fellow would come up to the surface of the sea and turn around every few hours. This rapid ascent and descent is to harden the body, and to feed on the birds and beasts that fly through the air. There were very few birds and beasts that could fly on the Chaos Sea, and hunting them for blood food was good for the sea beasts. So even though it wasn't always possible to run into them, this big koan was happy to do so. But this big guy probably hasn't heard the term, giant koan catching birds, flower snakes in the back. The sea, at this time, was hardly quiet. Beneath this tranquil sea lies a deadly crisis. Chirp, chirp. The great Kuan let out a call similar to that of a bird or beast as it lurked beneath the surface of the sea.
It made Su Changxian despise it. So much tonnage for a clip. Father, what is a clip? Su Xiaobai asked in a voice transmission. Something that could be cute or disgusting. Su Changxian returned. In reply, he moved, storming up from the shadows. Between flicking his tail, his body moved like a swimming dragon, rushing up hundreds of feet in an instant. The open, bloody mouth revealed fangs as sharp as knives, aiming straight for the whale sea beast's vitals. The relatively softest abdomen. Boo! Moo dash! The leisurely giant Kuan was not expecting at all that it would be attacked out of the blue in its own territory. Upon sensing Su Chengxian's proximity, it let out an angry roar. Its anger, however, was rightly ignored. The snake's mouth, with unerring accuracy, bit down on the giant Kuan's flank. As the sharp serpent teeth pierced through the giant Kuan's proud skin, a few more moments of panic were added to its anger. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to hurt it in these waters. Moo-ow! The giant Kuan let out a deafening roar as its huge body rolled violently in the seawater, slapping out huge waves in an attempt to dodge the next attack. However, Su Chengxian's speed was extremely fast, and his huge snake body, under the domination of an even larger divine sense, was flexible beyond common sense, with the snake's tail swinging, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Natural battle skill, snake entanglement binding. The sea was dyed red with blood. How can you let the blood of a giant Kuan flow everywhere? Su Chengxian certainly wouldn't be so wasteful. He sucked and swallowed the blood of the whale beast in one big gulp, along with the power within it. No matter how frantically the giant Kuan, who was in excruciating pain, swung his body in an attempt to break free from his entanglement, none of it helps. A thrilling battle broke out. The flower snake's several feet thick snake body was tightly wrapped around the body of the giant Kuan fish in the cloud boat, and rolled in the sea water together with it, strangling each other alive while feeding. The process was a bit long and even a bit boring, so he simply turned on a BGM for himself. Blood and gas plus 100 plus 150 plus 100. Blood and gas plus 100 plus 150 plus 100 plus 150. 2 days later, Su Chengxian, who had eaten and drank enough, finally began to approach the heavenly toad island under the constant urging of Dahe, but instead of subsiding, his unease became clearer as he got closer. Why don't we just wait a little longer? He couldn't help but glance at the current state of his blood chi buildup, still feeling insufficiently safe. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, Demon General Realm. 500 points of essence blood chi must be condensed to advance to Demon Martial Realm. Blood gas, 82603229. Essence and blood chi, 9289. Physical realm, essence realm, 50912/100. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 51268/100. Avatars, devouring and refining. Compulsion hissing. Size change. Snake mold, techniques, snake bite, snake binding. 5 elements. Snake swinging tail. Refining points, 0/20. A single thunderbolt had consumed only a fraction of his previous 140 million or so blood chi. Now all of these, they were just saved in the last few months. Going from being a billionaire in blood and gas to having just over $80 million in inventory today made him feel insecure. Or else, save up another 100 million blood chi and come over to board the island? With hesitation, he couldn't help but slow down his swimming speed towards the island. He had just said this, and before Big Black could speak, he first received an unbreakable and powerful divine sense, transmitting a voice. Little friend, why do you have to leave after coming? Come sit on our backs. We're not eating you. Chapter 238 Chaotic Ancestor. Heaven-swallowing blood toad. Asterisk. The moment he heard the voice here, Su Chengxian exclaimed. A million bolded exclamation points immediately popped up in his mind. And the line with its own screaming special effects. Who the hell would believe that? What being from the virtuous camp would open his mouth and say not eating you as a greeting? Oh, what little fool would actually believe that? And you're a good boy? Oh, he's this little twerp. That's okay. Senior, I'll be right over. Su Chengxian responded in an exceptionally well-behaved manner. Well-behaved for sure. He wouldn't even dare to misbehave. Don't look at the other party's polite words, but that boundless pressure was locked onto him. And don't just hear the one where they say they won't eat you. Listen to the one before that too. People's seniors said to come sit on the back, opening his mouth and letting a 100-foot-long flower snake come and sit on his back. What kind of existence must this be? It wasn't that Su Chengxian was boasting. With his current size, he could easily crush a mountain. There is a more important point. In this neighborhood, it's just not that big of a living thing. Having rejected all possible options, the one that is least likely comes up. Furthermore, Su Chengxian could actually sense where that divine sense transmission was coming from. Sky Toad Island. It's Tin Toad Island. not the top of Sky Toad Island. It's also not inside Tin Toad Island.
He suspected that this entire Heavenly Toad Island was an ancient ferocious beast. This guess, coupled with the other party's powerful divine sense that could not be refused.
Did he dare not behave himself? Dahei. Su Changxian swam towards Heavenly Toad Island while transmitting his voice to Dahei.
Wanted to make sure that he had guessed correctly. From the moment that divine sense appeared,
both Big Black and Su Xiaobai went quiet. Quiet almost like two baby chicks. Su Changxian. This time,
it was my father who was careless.
Big Black's divine sense transmission faithfully reacted to its depressed feelings at this time.
You be careful.
It reminded Su Changxian. I can smell the aura of an ancient great demon from the other party. What is the scent of an ancient demon? Ancient? Mellow? Neither. It's overbearing and strong.
Dahei said with rare caution.
Let's explore the reality first. You go along with the other party. Don't mess around. Ancient demons have bad tempers.
They control superhumanly powerful forces,
even mastering the rules of one or even several avenues. The Heavenly Tao was initially unable to do anything with them.
More than 90% of these guys are very fierce and brutal. The Taodai fierce soul hadn't come into contact with many ancient great demons either. The era in which it was born was already a long time away from the period of total victory of the ancient demons. But the rest of those guys,
including their bloodline descendants, are still all brash and unreasonable personalities. In the words of the Demon Emperor,
they were all lingering and still so horizontal.
So one could imagine what it was like in the past. How strange. Why is there even an ancient demon here?
As a Dahei that was born in the early ancient age and had lived until now with the existence of an artifact spirit, he felt incomprehensible about this. The Heavenly Tao counted the ancient demons, so how could there not be a leak? A great ancient demon was not even enough to make it so surprised.
However, the chaotic aura on the other party's body was much thicker than the ancient great demons. Moreover,
there was one thing that it hardly dared to tell Su Changxian.
I smell a hint of the flood. Big Black endured the fear bubbling up in the bottom of its heart.
It even changed the self-proclaimed title of its original self
to me,
and said to Su Changxian, it is suspected that the other party is taking the initiative in revealing its roots.
Flood aura? Su Chushian's heart trembled. The Taiku era. Big Black's divine sense was fluttering. In the ancient times,
the demon gods were rampant.
3,000 demon gods fell before the ancient great demons appeared. Oh, Su Changxian didn't have any feelings for the Taiku era.
And he then asked a question that he cared more about.
Do existences in the Taiku era have better temperaments? This is what determines what happens to him next.
He was answered by the silence of the Big Black man.
After a few breaths, the Taotai fierce soul asked him, do you know how to say the word savage in the savage continent? A brute is rough and tough. In this great world, once upon a time,
there were no strong men who were truly good-tempered.
TSK. Su Changxian lit a wax for himself in his heart. Help yourself. If I had known that, I wouldn't have eaten that giant kuan. This guy, make it look like a guillotine race.
Although he had risen 10 million blood chi as a result,
but now that was useless. Facing an old monster, he, 100-foot flower snake, was probably treated similarly to a loach in a puddle. Don't be so morose, Auro reassured him. You're at least a bigger loach. Ha! Su Changxian laughed. How about saying that again if you have the ability to look at this Heavenly Toad Island in front of you? How big is Tien Tan Island? Nearly 10,000 feet. The owner of that divine sense. How big must his flesh be? Maybe it's like me. It's not possible to say that only the divine soul is left. Dahei said. Then he is trying to seize me? Su Changxian reasonably speculated. The other party didn't do it right away,
but instead spoke out to invite him,
which couldn't help but make him think about it. Bluffing, perhaps? Trying to swindle him into doing it? On second thought, a being from the flood era calling him a little friend? Isn't that even stranger?
But that power of divine sense,
again, was indeed impossible to defy.
Between the turning of his mind, his already deliberately slowed swimming speed slowed down even more.
Little friend, don't look for it. That divine sense appeared again.
His voice warm and mellow.
If you don't want to come up and sit down, it's fine if you don't. Greetings, senior. I wonder what you have summoned me to command.
Su Changxian simply stopped his movements obediently, even though he was only a few hundred feet away from the Heavenly Toad Island at this point. If the other party was as powerful as he had shown,
this distance would not be of any use at all. But at least, he was a little more solid in his heart. Nothing much, seeing that you are a fellow traveler. I called you to come and take a look,
the voice said with some doubt.
It was only when I got closer that I realized you were a little guy. The same path? Su Changxian said respectfully. Senior, I don't understand. The Blood Chi Avenue. Nowadays the juniors don't even cultivate it. The voice said. Ask him who he is. Big Black secretly sent a message to Su Changxian. I wonder how senior is addressed. Su Changxian asked smoothly. Once upon a time, I was called Blood Toad, and then you also called me Chaos Old Ancestor. Chaos Old Ancestor laughed. The little one in your belly wants to know who I am. Why don't you ask yourself? Your belly, the little one. Su Changxian and Big Black both stiffened. He can hear our divine transmissions. Descendant of the Tao Tai clan. I've met Senior Heaven Swallowing Blood Toad. Big Black appeared from Su Chengxian's side and saluted the Heavenly Toad Island in front of him. Heaven Swallowing Blood Toad. The name, when it's really dominant. Su Chengxian blinked and followed along to meet the salute. Don't be polite. I don't want to move. The Heaven Swallowing Blood Toad said. There's not much to say to you juniors. I see that you seem to be interested in coming onto my back. What is it about? Senior, we want to return to the demon domain. Su Chengxian returned. He realized that the other party really didn't seem to mean any harm, and by the looks of it, it seems to be helping them out? Demon domain? Which direction? The Heaven Swallowing Blood Toad asked. The teleportation array on my back is destroyed. If you guys want to leave, I can give you a ride instead. A sea near the southern demon region will do. Su Chengxian said. Oh, okay. The Heaven Swallowing Blood Toad said slowly. Then get ready. Su Chengxian didn't know what this being ready meant, but he subconsciously puffed up his chi and blood, increasing the thickness of his protective demonic cloud. Big Black also headed in the direction of the Heavenly Toad Island, arching his hand again, and returned within the red blood formation flag. Senior, I'm ready. After Su Chengxian finished speaking, he boldly added, that, I would like to ask one more question. Can you sense if there are any other demon races on the chaotic sea? Who? 2 water-avoiding snakes like mine. 1 green and 1 white. Oh, they were teleported to the earthly realm of the eastern lands. Oh, that. Su Chengxian wanted to ask a couple more questions before he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. A huge force struck. Boo. Chapter 239. Oops. Failed. So failed. Roar. The howling gale. It was like the roar of a ferocious beast. That's also too fast. The wind high in the sky was like a furious beast. Su Chengxian then traveled through this astral wind, screaming and venting. The gusts of wind swept in violently, while he seemed like a lone stone in a countercurrent. Or is it a lone rock thrown by a huge force, traveling forward against the current at speed? At this moment, on his side, it was continuously generating a swirl of tornadoes. The vortex rotated rapidly, as if it wanted to swallow everything close by and tear it into pieces. It's so exciting. Countless clouds were stirred. The aura of heaven and earth between the clouds shook violently, and so the wind. It got stronger. The wind, no longer a gentle caress, but a sharp machete. The heavens and the earth are vast, as if they were infinite. With the sound of wind and thunder in my ears, I really felt weak and helpless in the middle of it. The protective demon cloud, it can't be blocked. Su Chengxian, who had intuited this point, simply gave up his previous foolish act of desperately drumming up more blood chi and thickening his defensive body shield red cloud. Simply taking all of his blood chi into his body, he withstood the might of the astral wind with only his demonic body. Oh ho! It's kinda cool. Once he did so decisively, he realized that it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. While listening to the whistling sound of the air being torn apart, it was sharp and ear-piercing, shocking the soul. Above the body, every inch of skin and flesh was also feeling the painful taste of being cut at all times. But there is something else in the flavor that is soothing. The wind, with an unnameable might, was more like the most primal roar of heaven and earth, shaking every inch of his flesh and blood. Boo! Click! Rumble! Ow ouch! Oh cool! The clouds in front of us, dazzled by the sun's colors, were unpredictable. When Su Chengxian, uncontrollably, slammed headfirst into the thick clouds and flew forward, the image in front of him became dark as an abyss at times, and bright as lightning at others, as if he had crashed into a world of light and weirdness. He experienced a striking beauty in this transience, but the advance was too fast. The various forces in the churning clouds were rolled and mingled together. Thunder and lightning, then added. Ow! The 100-foot flower snake was in the clouds, as if it were an electrified fish, bouncing and wailing from the abuse. What's all the shouting about? Hiding in the red blood flag inside the Big Black, probing out, did not feel again. That makes it incomparably depressing divine sense. Cannot help but let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to it, he gloated at Su Chengxian. How much can it hurt? You're a snake that has carried even 21 lightning tribulations. Kid, the power of that calamity lightning of yours can be much more powerful than this astral wind. Are you talking or farting? Su Chengxian immediately transmitted a voice to dislike him back, not daring to probe his divine sense too far into the astral wind. He converged to the abdominal transmission. but unaffected. Can it be the same? He yelled. Transitioning? That's breaking the realm. There is a heavenly aura land in the back. What good is this exposure to the winds of the Big Dipper? What's not to like? Big Black grinned. We can go home faster. I didn't expect that. At this time of the year, it is possible to see this kind of flying method that spans the sky and the earth again. What do you call the method of flight? Su Changxian couldn't help but swear at the sound of it. It was also a concern that he hadn't flown out far yet and was afraid of being heard by the Chaos Ancestor. Otherwise he would have cursed it out long ago. Whose method of flight is given out like a volleyball? Nope, not volleyball. Volleyball isn't that fast. It should be shells. The law of flight? Lynching is more like it. I'm not bragging. Anyone else would have broken it by now. A few moments ago, all that was felt was a red cloud flashing before his eyes. Then the snake was blasted out of the sea. That huge bang. It almost shook my divine soul out of my head. Su Chengxian's demonic body and divine soul were far stronger than those of his class. Although he was only at the cultivation level of the early demon general realm by all accounts, if he were to go into battle at full strength, the battle power he could exert would definitely be able to harden himself against the middle and latter demon general realms. If the demon body and divine soul were not destroyed, one would be invincible. That's slam. And this strong wind, you tell me, is a method of flight? The wind-driving cloud art, or recluse method, are based on their own mana, and then comply with the aura of heaven and earth under the cultivation technique. The comprehension of the subtle rules of the force, walking in the world, the speed depended on the control of the laws, and the degree of mastery of the power of heaven and earth. What kind of flying method relies on brute force to forcefully break through the front path? The astral wind is so fierce. If it were weaker, I'd be stuffed dumplings, Su Chengxian said indignantly. Oh, don't make a fuss. You're just seeing less, Big Black said in a cool tone. In ancient times, many great demons' flying methods were like this. Rampage. What do you mean? Rampage? It's called running roughshod over people. All of them? Su Chengxian didn't believe it. The power of the heavens and earth at that time could be more terrifying than now. Yeah, but so what? The body of a great demon is strong and unrivaled. Big Black said. You've never seen the scene of an iron-eating beast in a big battle, sacrificing its own cub as a magic treasure. TSK, I really want to meet. Su Chengxian said. The Iron Eater. The panda. He'd like to keep one when he gets the chance. By the way, Big Black, did you see what lifted me off the ground? In a single breath, after rising up in the air, he completely lost his power of resistance and was instantly knocked into the clouds. What followed was as if it were a missile entering a ballistic trajectory, marching ceaselessly toward the established front. The entire process was so fast that Su Chengxian didn't even recognize what that red light was. Didn't get a good look, but this one knows what it was. Big Black whispered. What is it? Su Chengxian asked. Why is your voice so low? It's all in divine sense transmission. Is there still a need to lower your voice? It's the tongue. Big Black said. The tongue of the Chaos Ancestor. Tongue? That big? Su Chengxian couldn't help but be staggered. Chaos Ancestor. What exactly is it? Heaven-swallowing blood toad. Born and bred. The genus of a demon god. Big Black said. An existence that has survived from the middle to late Taiku period to the present day. Characters that ancient great demons tried not to mess with when they were on the rampage. At that time, truly powerful ancient demons wouldn't bother with the blood toad. The blood toad, which is the only one in heaven and earth, is, to put it mildly, somewhat similar to the demon race's purple gold turtle today. What's the resemblance? There seems to be a more powerful presence covering behind it. It's all like this, and there's a stronger existence covering it? From the corner of Su Chengxian's eyes, he couldn't help but shed tears of envy. How come he didn't have this? The opportunity to be a snake charm for the big guy? I just ran into the Chaos Ancestor, and I thought the opportunity had come. I didn't realize that a big tongue flung over him. If this hugs the thighs of this old senior, in the future, I will still be rampant in the manhwa continent, and no one will dare to mess with me? Oops. It's a failure. It's a failure. Chapter 240 Little White. Big Black. We're getting home. Hey, wait. Su Chengxian lamented twice before realizing that something was wrong. What sent me out was a tongue. He couldn't help but ask Big Black. Then how big must the Chaos Ancestor's original body be? After asking, he himself replied. Since he is called the heaven-swallowing blood toad, his main body should not be small. Is its original body really on Tian Tan Island? Is the toad from Sky Toad Island and the toad from Blood Toad one and the same toad? If so, there must be a connection. Could it be that the Heavenly Toad Island was his very essence? Su Chengxian remembered again the speculation he had made before. The Celestial Toad Island is indeed his essence. Big Black gave an affirmative answer this time. Ha ha, I told you. A small part of. Ga,
Su Changxian lost the courage to even ask which part it was at this moment.
A small part? The 10,000 foot island is only a small part of the main body. Really good niche description.
No, I should say that the part that is exposed to the sea is a small part of the heaven-swallowing bloodtoad's main body.
Big Black changed his words. When it said that, Su Changxian understood even then. It's also been completely dry silenced. Question. The depths of the Chaos Sea could be 1,000,000 feet.
Suppose there was an ancient giant toad with its head exposed to the surface of the water. It would be 10,000 feet in size. So, how big would this heaven-swallowing blood toad be?
At a minimum?
Especially since this exposed head is likely not all of it.
Even in great haste, Su Changxian could still sense the red light
emerging from below the surface of the sea.
Harm, a real flood beast. Were the 3,000 demon gods of the flood era all this huge? The heaven-swallowing blood toad is not one of the demon gods. It's just a descendant of a demon god. Big Black said. The devil god's giant can swallow stars in its mouth,
exhausting the power of the savage continent.
Only 3,000 demon gods were born. Any more than that would be too much to squeeze.
It was only in order to fight for a place to live that the great war between the demon gods broke out. Then, Su Changxian knew from Big Black's mouth some of the things that had happened in the Taiku, which was even longer than the ancient times, even further back. It's like listening to mythology. In the midst of the great war of creation, almost all of the demon gods fell. After that, it entered the flood period where the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng, Nuwa and Fushi, and the three purities of the Xianmen, became the supreme powers one after another. The ancient flood. It can be divided into two sections, before and after, with the birth of the heavenly Tao, the death of Fushi, the birth of the human race, and the emergence of the saints as a division. When he heard this, Su Changxian's serpentine face even showed a hint of distortion. How much was due to the power of the astral wind, and how much was due to the familiarity of this mythological story? He himself had a hard time distinguishing, and from this comes, once again, the sense of immediacy of the Chuangzhou dreaming butterfly.
Su Changxian, what's wrong with you? Big Black was connected to him telepathically and sensed something unusual. Not much, Su Changxian said back, a little irritable.
He squirmed uncomfortably against the snake.
At this point, suddenly I can understand how monkeys feel when they scratch their asses. That must be very relaxing. Annoyance, quickly spreading outward from the heart. It wasn't long before Su Changxian began to feel a restless itch following his body. Meditation. Big Black hemmed and hawed. But it's just some legend. How could you hear it with such fervor? It sensed that the blood qi within Su Changxian's body was somewhat manic. The mania of the blood qi is not due to a change of heart.
And for what?
I'm going to molt. 10 days. Get over there. It was a sunny day. High altitude. A little windy. Hoo hoo hoo. Ho 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 ho. Amidst the vastness of heaven and earth's greatness,
a flowery snake with a huge body and colorful colors was moving rapidly through the clouds.
As he swam,
he held his head high and kept shaking the snake's body, allowing more astral winds to scrape across the scales that were constantly being washed away by the blood aura. The scales slid with a strange sheen in the sunlight between flashes of red light on the snake's body. The demonic body was also suddenly getting bigger and smaller.
Natural avatar, size change technique.
There.
At this moment,
the flower snake was coiled in the eye of the wind, taking the initiative to let its snake body touch the surrounding vortex formed due to the vibration of heaven and earth. The scales were cut with thunder and lightning, and there was a sound of nuisance,
being constantly washed by the astral winds of the heaven and earth aura. Gradually,
on the surface of his body, a piece of hardened dry skin appeared.
Natural avatar, snake molt. Ouch. Oh ho.
Yes, it is both a painful quenching and an exhilarating release of the soul.
Every time the dry, hard snake skin surfaced before,
Su Changxian had to cry out in pain.
He was going to exhale loudly with pleasure again as the dry, hardened snake skin surfaced perfectly and came off a little more. Anyway, there was no one else here high in the air on the Chaos Sea. He could have been completely forthright without having to care about losing face. Oh ho!
The flower snake twisted and tumbled in this astral wind. Each movement was accompanied by a tiny crunch. The astral wind became his whetstone. It was just that this millstone was too powerful, and the huge force of the push from behind also left Su Changxian with no possibility of dodging.
Feeling like a fish on a plate. Ouch! Ho ho ho! The pain, in terms of the peeling off of the old skin,
was inevitably tearing. Also, Su Changxian was using this to repair the old wounds in the snake body's flesh and blood.
21 robbing thunderbolts split the boundary of the Tsunglong mystic realm,
which, despite the fact that there might be a reason for the boundary to longevity, the power of the robbing thunderbolt was also really amazing. The hundreds of millions of blood qi that had been accumulated in the midst of it as it peacefully transited through the tribulation was also consumed in an extremely short period of time.
It's impossible to have no dark wounds. Settle it once and for all. Save the trouble. Su Chengxian clenched his teeth. The blood chi that flushed and quenched his body skyrocketed once again.
The scorching of the power of thunder and fire also caused Su Chengxian's flesh and blood snakeskin scales to appear unevenly tough. This molt is just the right time to drive out all these hidden dangers. It also carefully quenched every tiny bit of the circumference of the body one by one. The huge divine sense spread out, and the control over the physical body reached an unprecedented peak. But the pain of pulling undoubtedly became clearer as well. The pleasure, on the other hand, lies in getting what you want. There is also a surge of joy that comes from shedding old shackles and gaining new life. This could be a bloodline heritage influence. The scales, faded from their old skin, went from new and fresh, to dull in the blink of an eye in the sun. Su Chengxian didn't like it, being overly flashy. Ha ha. As more and more of the old skin faded away, feeling his body completely stretched out, he was then left with nothing but bliss in his heart. It was at this time that he truly felt how much the growth in cultivation strength was when he successfully broke through the realm to cross the thunder tribulation. The change in body shape is the most direct reflection of this. The body that was previously 100 feet stretched out to close to 120 feet after the snake molted. This was the root of his instantaneous ability to mobilize and exert a large amount of blood chi.
Oh ho! Yes! When the last piece of old skin was blown away, Su Chengxian roared loudly. This time, the faded skin was all in one piece, and it was obviously impossible to refine it into a storage bag. Still, he all used his blood chi to turn into a rope and bolted back from the astral wind that was trying to yank them away. It was swallowed and stored first. You're not throwing away this faded skin? Big Black saw him take back the snake molt and couldn't help but ask. No throw. Stay. Su Chengxian said back. What if you can smith? This is a snake molt that cannot be broken by the astral winds of heaven and earth. And if it is made into armor and taken to the earthly realm, it will certainly fetch a good price. Old Chaos Ancestor said that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were caught up in a teleportation formation and went in the direction of the eastern lands. He's definitely going to check it out too. When we go back, let's see if Xiao Chui has transformed. Su Chengxian pondered. If it's transformed, we'll find a way to make a trip to the eastern lands as well. There are Shinto feats in the realm of the human race. Xiao Chui was able to go the way of Qifeng and transformed into a dragon. When the family is reunited, he'll be the big brother again with a sister and brother to serve. Father. At this time, Su Xiaobai woke up from his nap and called out to Su Chengxian. I want to go out. Out for what? It's windy here. Blow the wind. Su Xiaobai revealed his original form. Blow the wind and grow up. The White Dragon clan is naturally proficient in the art of controlling thunder, lightning, wind and rain. The Big Dipper, too, is a type of wind. Su Chengxian then released the young dragon, allowing it to hold its teeth with its front paws, lest it blow away. Su Xiaobai obediently agreed, so they just flew for another 5 or 6 days. Until this day, Su Chengxian saw a glimmer of land. Going home. Big Black, Little White, we're going home. Chapter 241 for our family's newly bereaved young master. Marrying Woman by Xiao Chui. Above the great river, a spirit boat was approaching. Uncle, we're at Wanyun Mountain ahead. Jin Hong stood outside the cabin, bowing and arching his hand in salute. Why don't you let my nephew, me, go ahead and make a front stop for Uncle? Well, go ahead. Inside the cabin, a low man's voice said, I shouldn't have to teach you what to do. For your cousin, to do a good job of the afterlife, also counted as you do your best. In the future we are still considered a family. The chill in the man's voice was unmistakable. He said, if you can't do it right, and then disgrace our golden Jiao Python clan, you won't have to go back this time either. Yes. Jin Hong's waist bent lower, but didn't just turn around and go right away. What else? The man in the cabin asked. Uncle, the family surnamed by within the Wangyun mountain is not enough to worry about. It is just. Jin Hong hung his head and lowered his eyebrows. Very obsequious. And it seems that he does not even dare to say more. You don't need to bother with that monkey. I have my own arrangements. The man in the cabin said. If you can force him to intervene in this, it will be counted as a credit to you. Yes, Uncle. Jin Hong bowed again and saluted. After waiting a few more moments and not hearing any more commands coming from the cabin, he bowed back a few steps and turned to leave. At this point, inside the cabin, there are 2 of them. Sit across from each other. Demon Marshal Yu Huang. This nephew of yours, he has an extremely well-behaved appearance. The woman seated in the guest position let out a light laugh and said, no wonder he was able to come out of the emperor's tomb. Unfortunately, your son was killed in it. What a sobering thought. These last 2 sentences can be described as murderous words. The middle-aged man on the main seat, the recently promoted Yu Guang Demon Marshal, did not have many emotional fluctuations on his face. It was only the hint of coldness in his eyes that he couldn't suppress that still revealed his true attitude towards this matter. Princess, don't you want to keep Jin Hong alive? He asked directly. Although as the patriarch of the Golden Jiao Python clan, he has many sons, and under the busy cultivation, we seldom meet each other. Each other's feelings are very thin, at least nowhere near a lick, but that doesn't mean that he will not care if his son lives or dies, especially a few of the sons with cultivation potential. I've already said that I'm just out for a break this time. The woman picked up the tea and put it to her lips, took a sip, and said softly, everything here. The demon marshal will make his own decisions, so there is no need to be concerned about me. She was fresh-faced and soft-spoken, but in the words, there was a sense of authority. Since the princess has said so, then this marshal will take matters into his own hands for once. Yu Kuang said. The son who died within the True Dragon clan's imperial tomb happened to be one of those who had gotten his attention, and, this time, even a nice magic weapon was lost. So, someone is bound to pay for it. Jin Hong, he will not stay. The demon marshal seems to dislike this nephew? The woman asked curiously. If he didn't cause the trouble, how did he involve my son? Yu Kuang said. The 3 water-avoiding snakes of the White family deserve to die. Jin Hong deserved to die too. This cheap nephew, and his brother-in-law in general, often like to play some small tricks, think they are smart, also like his little sister, like to go around to make right and wrong. A handful of borrowed knives, surprisingly, played twice in the imperial tomb. Not only did he fool his son, but a general BOM. That makes sense. The woman nodded and said with another smile, this time around, General B lost the red blood formation flag, and father was very angry. He hasn't returned yet now, and if he does, I'm afraid he'll have to think of a good set of words to get out of it. She even brought up General Bomb as well. This caused the pupils of the Shining Light Demon Commander to shrink unnoticeably. What's the best way to get out of this? To put it bluntly, it's shirking responsibility and having to find someone to take the blame. Even if he couldn't put all the faults and omissions on others, finding a few backstabbers to suffer together would still apportion the Zhao King's anger. General BOM, not yet returned? Yu Kuang asked casually. Not yet. The woman shook her head. But his lifelight is not extinguished, so I think he will return soon. That's good. Yu Kuang nodded. Thank you, Princess Frostling, for informing me. General B was the Zhao King's beloved, and even though he had been promoted to Demon Commander, he didn't want to offend this fellow Demon General. It was for this reason that Jin Hong could not stay. Why do Demon Marshal need to say thank you? I would also like to thank the Demon Marshal for being willing to take me along and let me see the scenery of this southern region. Princess Frostling, who had pushed Jin Hong towards certain death again with a light word, said as if she knew nothing about what she had done. Then, the words turned. Only, since father is letting you come to take the heat for him, is also in order to let you vent your heart's resentment, then this matter must be to make some big noise to be good. Oh, Yu Kuang obediently said. I wonder what the princess has to say. Don't be hard on me, Demon Marshal, Princess Frostling said, waving her hand. I wouldn't dare to speak to you in a demonstrative manner. It was father who had to say that the matter of the Emperor's tomb must have been pushed by my Tiger King uncle. She wrinkled her pretty nose and said somewhat helplessly, geez, you know, the two of them have always liked to fight. This time, the Imperial tomb is destroyed and the Tsanglong's secret realm is gone. My father decided that he had suffered a great loss. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. In my opinion, if we don't let him realize that we have pulled this game back for him, I'm afraid that it will be hard to get rid of this anger. Thank you for your words, Princess. I have a clear idea in my mind. Demon Marshal Yu Kuang nodded his head. Not far from this trip. That is, in order to let the Zhao King eliminate the anger, but also in order to establish the prestige. The breakthrough to become a Demon Marshal is still a short time away. Now that the fiefdom has not yet been decided, we need to gather more people under us. How can we make the King of Scalps angry? Princess Frostling made it clear that the Zhao King was angry because the Snake Demon under the Tiger King's command had destroyed his Imperial Tomb secret realm and felt that he had lost face. These Yuko understood before, so when he commanded Jin Hong, he had implicitly mentioned him with his own face. This cheap nephew should be able to comprehend the deeper meaning. When Jin Hong made the commotion loud enough to draw the monkeys out, his subordinates, who had already made arrangements, would strike. All I have to do is to kill him with a thunderous strike when the great battle comes together. Yu Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly said in his heart. This monkey from Longyan Mountain was one of the youngest demon generals within the southern demon kingdom that was expected to break the realm of Demon Marshal. If it was grilled to death here, not only would there be no danger, but it would also surely be able to greatly lose the Tiger King's face. Having similarly lost the Tiger Demon King's face, the Zhao King was bound to be satisfied. The only thing I'm worried about is that the Tiger King will pursue the blame afterward. Therefore,
I had to pretend that I lost my mind due to the pain of losing my son and lost my mind under anger. And I didn't stop before killing the main general of Wangyun Mountain. Then he had to pass out due to his anger, and was quickly rushed back to the northern domain by his subordinates. The fully demon marshal of the ascending Dragon Ridge was a formidable existence, but she was in seclusion and couldn't rush over when she got the message. As long as he returned to the northern domain, he would have the Jiao King to protect him. The big deal afterward was just to ask for the Tiger King's pardon across the room. A demon marshal giving the Demon King a plea. How could it not be considered a loss of majesty? Yu Kuang sat steadily within the cabin, his mind deducing what to do next. Princess Frostbite was even smiling at the corners of her mouth as she sat down to sip tea. The tea was a little worse, but she could put up with all that when she had a good show later. Didn't keep her waiting long. Before long, the sound of banging and drumming came to mind outside. A small demon drummed. Married. There is joy in my family. By order of my lord, I'm here to marry my newly deceased 17th master. Married to none other than Bai Xiaochui from Wangyun Mountain. Chapter 242 Father. They are going to marry my grandmother for a dead ghost. Boo. Poof. A large and a small figure descended from the sky. It landed on the surface of the sea that was still 1,000 feet away from where Mount Wangyun was. Put. Nice one. We've finally landed. A flower snake came out of the seawater, popped its head up and spat a huge amount of water. Su Changxian then swallowed the sea beast that he had held in his mouth after being smashed by himself. After being flown for so long, he'd been hungry for a long time. Su Xiaobai also revealed a head, holding a large fish in his arms as he nibbled on it. Ha ha, hurry up and eat some, let's go home. Su Changxian laughed at the sight. Give a little to Benjamin, and a little to Benjamin too. Big Black ventured out and shouted. Go away, you don't eat blood food. Su Changxian said as he swung his tail to block it away. What's the big deal? The black sheep's hooves were coming up to his face. Is this honored one not to eat blood food? This honored one is unable to eat. Big Black roared. It's not blood food that I want from you. Quick, give some blood chi. On what grounds? This is almost home, and my father has some apprehension in his heart, and is in great need of some blood to appease him. Ugh, shove it in your face. You're an old man, and you're still nervous? However, Su Changxian was in a good mood and still gave a small ball of blood chi to quench Dahe's thirst. By the way, a copy was also slipped to Su Xiaobai. Tell her, remember to call out when you get to the house, okay? As these words were said, Su Chushian's heart was refreshed. Finally it was his turn to say this to someone else too. Father, who do you want me to shout at? Su Xiaobai didn't understand. Call out to grandma. Su Changxian said, your grandmother's name is Xiaochui. By Xiaochui, there's also a master turtle in our family, the great sage little sage, and a cadre of lesser demons. By the way, there's General Yu. When the time comes, you call him, he said, stuck for a moment. Just call him, Moncler. As soon as the seniority of the grandpa was exported, Su Changxian was immediately happy, very proud of his own cleverness. Because of this, you'll be able to shake people when someone calls you a grandpa again. General Yu could be on the verge of being promoted to demon commander. The key person still has a phallic who hasn't become a phallic. The daughter of a demonic marquis. We're all real relatives here. It's not that confusion that climbs the ladder. Ha ha. Su Changxian let out a laugh and turned his head to eat a bit more of the sea beast. It would take too long to get a full meal. At the edge of this chaotic sea, all that could be found were small sea beasts. It's not easy to feed his belly. Just eat until you're not hungry. 2. Now, 2, it's homecoming. So, not long after, Su Changxian felt that it was almost time, so he took Big Black and Su Xiaobai and swam into the big river. During that time, there was no alarm triggered by the demon domain formation boundary. I don't know if it was because they sensed their demonic aura, or because the token given by the fully demon marshal when they crossed the ascending Dragon Ridge worked. Then it was all the way upstream towards Mount Wangyun. Our family used to live in this area. Exactly where it is, it's not even very visible now. While controlling the water, he also talked about the previous experience of the old Bai family's family moving. The original caves by the river are nowhere to be found at this point. I don't know if it flooded under the widening of the riverbanks over the years, or if it was washed out in heavy rains. Even the stones that initially worshipped the moon were gone. Gee, that's a shame. There's no way to show you guys. It made Su Changxian unable to help but feel a trace of perplexed melancholy. But it's also fleeting. After all, it's not like I've lived here for very long. Nor was he so full of emotion that he would weep over it. The place is gone, but the old white family, a family of snakes, are all still there. It's just a temporary separation. Immediately, he joked, it's okay, this if I become a great power someday, maybe someone will also give me here, build a memorial. It felt unlucky when I finished.
It's all called a memorial after the deceased. Immediately, he yucked 3 times out loud. Bah! Yuck! Bah! Su Xiaobai followed suit. Bah! 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 Bad ones don't count. Good ones do. Ha ha! Clever! Su Changxian immediately laughed.
The subsequent speed of controlling the water and moving forward was not accelerated by much.
He's homesick.
It had also been a long time since I had seen Bai Xiaochui,
my mother,
and I wondered if it had transformed. And the great sage and the little sage and the turtle master.
Master Turtle, is that the purple gold turtle? Big Black was curious. You actually do keep a purple gold turtle? It's not. Look at what you're saying. Do I have to lie to you? Su Changxian couldn't understand that he had a poor reputation with Big Black. How did it come to this? It shouldn't be. The purple golden turtle is also an ancient demon descendant, and it's an ancient demon legacy with a very complete bloodline inheritance. Big Black hummed. In the ancient times it was a slippery existence that the demon king couldn't even recruit.
Who would have thought that there would be one following beside this little demon?
Flower Snake. This guy does have some luck on his side. Ha ha. I love hearing that from you. Su Changxian hemmed and hawed. It's still worth being happy to have something more powerful than the demon king. How did you meet up with that purple and gold turtle? Big Black asked. I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. At that time, Mr. Turtle was very nice. I said, Master Turtle, we need a cargo hauler for our family's move. Why don't you help us out? And he agreed. Fooled the hell out of me? Even though you're a ghost now, what I said is true. Humph. Master Turtle is still secretly controlling his speed and thinks I don't know. Extra cute. Humph. The Big Black Heart said. Let you say whatever you want. This honored one will not believe it. Father, there's the sound of a swana.
Su Changxian was again controlling the water and swimming himself,
traveling extremely fast through the water with the 2-pronged approach.
It didn't take long to approach Lookout Cloud Mountain.
At that moment, there was a gust of what seemed to be music on the wind. Su Xiaobai, who was standing on his back looking left and right, yelled first. The closer it got, the clearer it became. Su Changxian couldn't help but hold his head high in curiosity as well,
peering out toward where the drumming was coming from.
It seems to be coming from the Wanyan mountain range. Who's having a wedding? It's not right. Swana Yusheng gongs and drums guy. Rural red and white wedding. He heard. The tone is not the same. This sounds like a white thing, doesn't it? Ha! That drumming sound is so strange. Da Hei also popped his head up and wondered. Why do you play a sad tune first and then blow a happy tune?
Are they going to welcome the bride?
Or are they in mourning? Could it be that the funeral and the marriage meet?
It said as it flew into midair and looked over from a distance. There was only one team in sight.
I couldn't help but say, this is actually a family that both sends people away and carries them back? But strangely, the group of people in the procession did not see a red and green wedding dress, and there was no matchmaker leading the way, not to mention a groom on horseback,
and the flags and banners of this fight are also a red and a white.
There was a sedan chair, but it looked more like a coffin. What kind of constitution is this? Tao Tai Fierce Spirit, this old ghost, was also a bit confused, seemingly happy and sad. An underworld marriage?
Su Changxian had seen ghost movies and immediately thought of one of the key components of Chinese horror.
The demon race also thrives on this? He was instantly annoyed.
It's not good to learn anything from a mother **********. It's
good to learn such doggy vices from the human race.
A tail wag and a sharp approach.
He wanted to see who was doing such a lackluster thing at Wangyun Mountain. Mother *******, lack of great virtue. In the eyes of your grandpa Su, you're dead or alive. Then, the next instant, that's when he heard the line, by order of my master, I have come here to my family's newly bereaved 17th young master to marry Bai Xiaochui of Wanyan Mountain. Daddy! Before Su Changxian could say anything, Su Xiaobai exploded first. They're marrying my grandmother for a dead ghost. Chapter 243 Jin Hong? I'll crush it with one hand. What young master? Who's the young master? My mother's father. Su Changxian couldn't help but curse out. Immediately, he was going to rush over and crush that dog then 17 young master. Calm down. Didn't you hear people shouting themselves? Big Black voiced out. The young master of this family is already a dead ghost. Dog Bei. Su Changxian's mood at this moment was really close to that of a dog in the sun. There are so many slots that it's hard to know where to start for a while. Don't be rash yet. Dahei also wanted to ask if he was more angry because the other party was going to marry his mother and be his cheap stepfather, or because the other party was a dead ghost who wanted that his mother to be matched with a yin marriage. But it wisely didn't dare ask, worried that by asking this, he would be locked within the red blood formation flag from then on, and would no longer be able to come out of the wave. As an artifact spirit, to be able to come and go as it pleases inside and outside the artifact like it is today is also an extremely rare treat. so it didn't really want to piss off Flower Snake. The
kinda generous and kindly deed master.
I know. Although Su Changxian was extremely angry, he didn't act on impulse immediately.
The moment he saw the receiving party,
He saw, among them, a familiar figure.
the shadowy Jin Hong.
This doggy thing is really still alive.
Although he had only met a handful of times, he had gotten to know this yellow loach's virtues very well.
It's a profitless and power-hungry piece of big black.
Go to the perimeter and see if there are still powerful existences hiding in the shadows that haven't shown themselves,
he said to Big Black. Be careful. Wanyan Mountain in ascending Dragon Ridge is general use territory.
There's Fu Li Shui on it. Jin Hong dares to be so flamboyant.
There must be something behind him, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Su Changxian looked at the direction the group had come from and added, follow the big river up to find it.
Mental boredom with this long worm had reached its peak.
This time, he will be killed.
But this guy is slippery and will run as soon as he sees a bad situation.
The point is that he doesn't know if it's luck, or if he has some other means,
but he always manages to escape.
Okay, Big Black answered.
The figure flickered, hidden in the shadows,
scouting ahead along the river. Father, I'll go too? Su Xiaobai volunteered.
You stay.
Su Changxian refused.
A freshly hatched true dragon descendant that fell in the eyes of the other demon clans was a piece of fragrant cake.
To run out at this point is to deliver food. Pressing down on Su Xiaobai, he released his divine sense to search for his large family, Xiao Chui and Dai Dai.
They were surprisingly not in the cave.
The most important thing at the moment is to determine their location and well-being first.
The 17th young master in the mouth of the welcoming bride is,
in all probability,
that cousin of Jin Hong's, who wears a tawdry brocade coat all the way down to the grave.
With all the external brains out of the way, Su Changxian had to open his mind and summarize and project the current situation on his own. Most likely,
it's that realm-breaking demon marshal's relative of his. He also remembered that at the imperial tomb, he heard the man in brocade clothes talking to Jin Hong, mentioning that his father was in seclusion,
to advance to the demon commander realm.
It seems that the heavens are not open.
The brocade-clothed man's father
has most likely succeeded in breaking through the realm. The message is very clear and the conclusions are not difficult to draw.
So, is it an accommodation, or is it for another purpose? Anyway,
it can't be as simple as actually coming to the door to seek revenge because of the loss of a son.
Quite simply,
if one is simply hitting the door in grief and anger, one should do it outright and not hide in the shadows and spy.
This is clearly something else, another old fox.
Su Changxian missed Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi very much at this time.
Sister, old man, you come back soon.
Brother, my scalp itches and I feel like my brain is going to grow.
At this moment, he could even think that behind such a provocative action,
there might even be a push from the Jiao King, for no other reason than purely self-interest. The Tiger King was able to let me take the opportunity to make a scene at the Imperial Tomb, trying to drop the Jiao King's face. The Augur King would be able to return the favor.
On the other hand, think about it, he went to the Emperor's mausoleum brightly according to the rules to go.
The opposite side may be hidden in the dark of this demon marshal, although he found an excuse, but this cannot hide the nature of the openly looking for trouble.
So, could there be someone else behind the demon commander peddling? How else would he dare to come all the way to the southern region Tiger Demon King to seek death? That was why Su Changxian was still calm despite his anger. First, have to make sure the family is safe.
He combed through everything late in a moment and determined his next move.
Secondly, get Jin Hong killed. All that's left to do is delay. So what if the other party is a demon commander, spreading wildness in the Tiger Demon King's territory? As long as they delayed for a little while, someone from the top would definitely come and clean them up. Otherwise,
the Tiger King's hairy face would really be crushed on the ground,
under the eyes of a demon marshal. No, probably more than one demon marshal.
Trying to keep Xiao Chui and the others and get another great demon killed is not a small difficulty.
When Su Changxian thought this, not only did his heart not grow timid, but instead, he was a bit battle-hungry and eager to give it a try. At the same time as his huge divine sense unfolded, he was also calling out to Dai Dai with a contract. Come on man, stop. Interrogated by order of General Yu,
who was making a ruckus at Mount Wangyun.
At this time,
the auras of two great demons appeared in the sky above the welcoming party.
Two demonic forces pressed down,
blocking their path to continue forward.
It's the two great demons, Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami. Su Changxian immediately recognized the visitors. Haven't seen you for more than a year. These two still look the same. He swept a glance and said, in the end, Gunyan people are helping their own family out. Will not be obvious strength enhancement? Slightly embellished. We have come a long way. It's to take a wife for the son of Demon Marshal Yuquan. The two lieutenants are still requested to dodge the road quickly, only to see a black-robed man at the back of the welcoming party raise his hand and wave it. dissolving the demonic power that was holding down the little demons.
Then the small demons who were blocked from the way forward called out because they were given a sign. The cultivation level of that man in black was unexpectedly that of a demon general.
There is a demon general in the back. They are fearless, of course. Wolf, green, tiger, tsunami, two big demons. And even have the guts to turn the clamor into a shouting. The obscenities are all over the place. Between words, he even began to piggyback on General Yu. Intentionally or unintentionally. Unbridled. You seek death. Wolf Chang and Tiger Xiao,
as lieutenants under the command of the main general stationed at Wangyun Mountain, were of course furious about this. The Lord is dishonored and the minister dies. If you are scolding them, there are many more considerations to scruple about. But if you can't hurl abuse at General Yu, then you can only strike out in anger. Miso, he who dishonors our Lord in general, die. Two greenish-black demonic clouds violently pressed down. More than half of the small demons were crushed to death on the spot.
What a tacit understanding. Su Chengxian could not help but marvel at the sight. The cooperation of these two great demons was exquisite to the extreme, combining their efforts in a single thought. What was cast was clearly not a killing move,
but it simply reaped lives. Dare to kill my master's household slave,
little demon. Then take your lives and leave them behind.
Whoosh! The man in black at the back of the group moved, and said coldly under his breath,
coming to my Cloudwatch Mountain to cause trouble and still dare to be so arrogant? Want our lives? That depends on whether you have the skills. Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami, naturally, could not give in to each other. In the next instant,
the three demons battled in midair.
Two great demons were fighting against a demon general, and surprisingly, they steadily caught it. It didn't fall. These two, they've actually practiced the art of combining attacks? Su Chengxian watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Not only did he cultivate the art of combining attacks,
moreover,
what he practiced was a rather high-level kind of combative technique.
I thought these two weren't on good terms. On second thought, if the relationship was really bad, why did the demon region, which was so large, have to come together in one place? Wolf Green's pack was in Mount Wangyun, and Tiger Whistle's pack wasn't here. TSK, Naya, it's all a ruse, he couldn't help but say darkly. Suddenly,
his mind wandered.
The divine sense violently probed towards the rear, towards a path where the Tongfinish Grand River was located. Immediately afterward, Didi's voice was heard. Master Su, you're back. Maharaja, great king, Hana, green, white, you, guys. Su Chengxian was just about to respond when he saw a figure move in the welcoming party. It's Kim Hong.
The guy had been standing behind the group with a smile on his face, watching the big battle ahead with a smile on his face,
did not intervene. At this moment, surprisingly,
it seemed that they had also discovered that Bai Xiaochui and the others were rushing towards the big river, towards the purple gold wind-chasing turtle that was speeding along the path.
It flew over, obviously trying to tackle someone himself. Mother asterisk, looking for death.
The aura on Jin Hong's body was quite a bit stronger than when he had encountered him at the Emperor's tomb, to the peak great demon realm.
But so what?
A cold aura shouted through Su Chengxian's vertical pupils,
undisguised killing intent in his heart. He moved too.
An enormous palm of blood chi was instantly condensed. It was shrouded towards Jin Hong.
A son of a, go yourself. I'll crush it as soon as I can. Chapter 244. Ha. Good thing I'm long enough.
There was more than one demon general following Jin Hong. Except for the black-clothed man who was stopped by the joint efforts of Wolf Green and Tiger Xiao, there was also an existence in the peak demon general realm that stayed invisible at the end. This demon general had the Shimeji bloodline and had a natural aptitude that specialized in finding people and things. It was he who reminded Jin Hong that within the White House's spiritual vein cave, the cave was already empty of people, and it was only then that the welcoming party purposely slowed down their forward steps. It just made the smaller demons redouble their drumming out to create an approaching stance towards the cave,
drawing out what should come. Of course, the demon of the White House is still to be found.
That was the intention of Demon Commander Yu Guang sending him to follow Jin Hong,
and he lived up to the hype.
Soon Found got the message and started running towards the great river that runs through the demon domain. They have a wind-chasing turtle by their side, obviously hoping to take advantage of the great river to sneak around and avoid our tracking. After Jin Hong learned where Bai Xiaochui and the other demons were going,
he immediately understood what they were planning to do. Couldn't help but show a few sneering scoffs. Now Fong knows to run? Late.
Then he refused the demon general's request to go forward and capture him.
Since it is to fulfill my cousin's wish, and my uncle has sent me, it is only right that I should contribute. He leaped up and said, furthermore, this is my cousin's sister-in-law, and it is only right that I should also welcome her in person.
General Yu from Wangyun Mountain is not a good match.
If he were to collide head-on again, would he? a great demon in the midst of it. Make a move. Or not. It's hard not to go back out there and get blamed. My good uncle. Who is worried about finding faults and omissions to punish me? How can I leave him this handle? If you make a move, the difference in cultivation is so great that it is no different from taking the initiative to send death. Might as well tackle by Xiao Chui. The white family's most capable flower snakes, green snakes and white snakes, have not returned. Only a female snake that has just taken shape and cultivated the path of dragon transformation is left at home. So this is still not a handful? Jin Hong's mind moved, secretly pleased with himself. That female snake was only a demonic beast of the 9th rank, and hadn't even crossed the realm-breaking thunder tribulation. To hold the other party, in his mind, it was really as easy as a slap in the face. The only thing that was difficult to deal with, I'm afraid, was the fact that beside them, there was also a purple gold wind-chasing turtle. He certainly didn't want to feud with this clan. Then I'll just scare that turtle away. It's not like it counts as anyone in the white family. It's just that if you let it go, Uncle can't say anything about it. Jin Hong made up his mind, and rode the wind, his body turning like electricity, at an extremely fast speed. Within a few breaths, it appeared above the heads of the Bai clan and the other demons, who were sitting on the back of the purple gold turtle and fleeing for their lives. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The evil one is coming after us. On the back of the purple golden turtle with a circumference of more than 10 feet, under the defensive light shield, not only was it carrying all the demons of the White Mansion, but also all their belongings, including those spiritual plants. On the wide road, speeding along, the road seemed to have been built specifically for this trip, and was wide to the point of being unusual. And then, it still caught up. Hearing a movement behind her, Bai Xiao Chui looked back and couldn't help but frown anxiously. At this time, she was just like a human girl's appearance. Silver white skirt and shirt, emerald silk tapestry, playful and bright. Damn it! Dai scolded crisply, bullying Master Turtle for not being in the water. It is nowhere near as fast on land as it is in the water. The guy in the sky, again, had a much higher cultivation level than it. That's why it caught up so quickly. Great King! The great sage jumped up and called out. The great king is here. With the king here, what is there to fear from that villain? Great King, we'll beat him to death. The little saint said as he followed in agreement. I don't know if it's only our great king who has returned, or if the second great king and the 3 great kings have also returned together. Cat 19 said, if they are all back, there is certainly no need to be afraid. Although the great king was the strongest, if the second great king and the 3rd great king were also there, they felt a little more at ease. Right, why is there only Little Flower's voice? Bai Xiao Chui also felt puzzled and said with rounded almond eyes, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai, where did they go? Just then, Jin Hong reached the top of their heads, open-mouthed teasingly. Oh, cousin-in-law, don't you stop? But it made my cousin chase me so hard. Stop your grandma's leg. A plague and a sore and a thunderbolt. Bai Xiao Chui pointed at him and scolded. Dare to take advantage of your Aunt Bai. Big cub. She chortled. Beat him up for me. Hammer him flat and keep him in a bundle of salted fish. This shout of a big cub made those who heard it around them stare. The big cub of the White House. The flowery snake? He's back? Jin Hong was also in a state of shock, but didn't react to who was being shouted at with this cry. Ha ha, my mother, after not seeing you for 2 years, you've even learned to sun salted fish? At that moment, a clear male voice came over. Su Changxian? The pupils of Jin Hong's eyes shrunk, knowing that it was not good. Turn around and run. But he had heard that Su Changxian was likely to have transited the emperor's tomb. Moreover, the stance that the other party was displaying now was still one that did not place him in his eyes. Run! Run fast! Trying to run? Su Chengxian's snort came from the wind. It's too late. Oh mother, get out of the way. He laughed. I'll pinch a drying rope out for you. Still golden in color. Keep it looking good. As he spoke, a large, blood-colored palm had already covered Jin Hong. Clench hard. Bang! Crunch! Uncle! Save me! Jin Hong yelled. In this instant, he had been pinched, directly revealing his original form. A golden python. It's no use showing your original form. The blood-colored hand was still tightening, and he simply couldn't block it. Why had Su Chengxian become so strong? Uncle, help me, he was hissing. Ooh, Su Chengxian laughed. You're saying a jingle? Despite his words, he had actually raised his guard against that uncle in Jin Hong's mouth. If I'm not mistaken, this uncle should be the demon marshal who didn't show up. The other side must have heard the cries for help and could strike at any moment. Gotta get Jin Hong dead before he strikes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but move his divine sense and once again condensed a bloody hand and grabbed the golden python. Boo! 2 bloody hands, one in front of the other, clutched Jin Hong's demonic body. pull back and forth hard. It really seems to pull it into a rope for drying. Ah, uncle!
Jin Hong roared hoarsely as he struggled in pain.
He's really scared. He might actually die this time. Let's keep going. Below, Bai Xiao Chui spoke up. It's certainly good to have the big pups back, but this time, I heard there's a demon marshal, but this wasn't the time to ask. Running for your life. She's not going to be taken to marry a deadbeat. Still, we must run fast, she said to Didi. Wait until you get to the water and have peace of mind. Aha! Jade, I'll keep rushing then, Dai Dai responded.
As the words fell, the wind at his side grew louder.
Harnessing the gale, he accelerated towards the Grand River. Su Changxian noticed, but didn't block it. But suddenly a huge pressure struck. At the same time, two demonic lights.
One demonic light headed straight for Dai Dai, who was moving forward. There was also one that attacked Jin Hong, who was being clutched and pulled by the blood cloud's palm.
Despicable. Su Changxian cursed. Sneak attack, and trying to make him lose sight of the other. Nice try. Directly twisting his body, he catapulted up, opened his bloody mouth,
and swallowed Jin Hong and the demonic light.
Together. Boo! Between the rotation of the snake's body, the snake's tail also dispersed the demonic light that attacked Dai Dai. Hard. Ha! Good thing I'm long enough. Chapter 245 Demon Marshal? I'm an enemy. Big Black. Back to work. Su Chunxian's divine sense unfolded, carefully on guard. At the same time, call Big Black back. Let it return to the red blood formation flag.
The demonic light and Jin Hong that had just been swallowed were both wrapped and trapped by the blood chi at this time.
But to refine it in an instant was not so easy to do. Summoning Big Black, the artifact spirit, back was of course to have it cast the red blood formation flag and resolve these two troubles first. Dad, is this edible? Su Xiaobai, who stayed inside his abdomen, curiously poked his head over and asked. She was asking about the red light made of demonic power. Su Xiaobai, get out of the way. Don't get too close.
Su Changxian hurriedly used his blood chi to separate this big greedy girl,
without even looking at what it is. You ask if you can eat it first?
Although the true dragon clan was strong as long as they could grow up,
but with Su Xiaobai's current small body, he still wanted to eat one of the demon marshal's mana?
The demonic light contains a strand of divine thought,
he said to Bai, and when it gets on you, you'll turn into a demented, crazy dragon.
This thing can go straight to the spirit platform and sea of consciousness and attack the divine soul phantasm.
After blocking away Little White, Su Chunxian's heart couldn't help but flinch.
After sensing the aura of demonic light flowing out, he judged that the one who made the move was definitely the Shining Light Demon Commander. This demon marshal struck out,
ruthless enough and underhanded enough. Who is the demon light running towards?
He's just trying to send Jin Hong into a frenzy. Where is he trying to save Jin Hong?
His nephew?
It's hating each other for not dying.
Under the madness of Jin Hong,
although there is no wit and adaptability when the spirit is still alive,
but will not fear life and death in the moment when the soul is traumatized,
doing the same thing he hadn't had the courage to do when he was sober.
In addition to adding to Su Chunxian's problems,
this would undoubtedly escalate the situation. The son was killed and the nephew was killed. The Shining Light Demon Marshal had all the more need to go crazy.
Mother her, how underhanded. Su Chunxian's demonic body tensed, his state of alert drawn to its fullest.
It also spewed out a stream of blood chi,
guided by divine sense, hooking up heaven and earth's aura, adding another layer of defense to Dai Dai. Continuing on to the Grand River is indeed a good choice.
The Great River along with the Sea of Chaos.
If he couldn't carry it off, he was ready to swallow the family, all of them, into his stomach,
and then rush toward the sea at full speed. That heaven-swallowing blood toad is known as the chaotic ancestor.
Nothing that moves in the endless sea can be hidden from it. In that case, ask for help directly from the other side. Don't care if it will respond. Just this name shouted out. This what Yulong Demon Marshal will have to throw in the towel. After realizing how heavy the killing intent of his nephew's uncle was, Su Changxian immediately found a way out for his own family first. Of course, this was the next best thing under the Tiger King's command of the demons that could calm things down and couldn't make it in time. Kid, I'm back. Big Black's figure appeared on his side, and immediately, he took it back into the formation flag. Next moment, inside Su Chunxian's abdomen, a large flag was erected. The light shield unfolded, enveloping the two masses of blood chi. Da hey, keep watch. With that, he released the outer layer of blood chi, revealed the trapped Jin Hong and the demonic light,
only to see the shadow of a one-horned python emerge from within the small blood chi mass.
Ha! Big Black uttered in surprise. Will divine thought? Roar! Uncle!
The moment the blood chi was released, Jin Hong and the unicorn python saw each other. The former obviously recognized whose divine thought the latter that hissed was. Surprised, he shouted offhandedly for uncle.
But in the next instant, he became afraid. But it's already too late. The silhouette swiftly pounced. Uncle, how dare you try to kill me?
Jin Hong suddenly came back to his senses,
and under grief and anger,
his demonic power gushed out and fought with this divine thought to one place.
Uncle, what did Honger do wrong? Uncle, why are you trying to kill me?
He didn't dare to let this demonic light that contained divine thoughts stain his body, and he couldn't help but restrain his hands and feet.
And for a moment, he actually not only failed to disperse this demonic light,
but he was also forced to keep dodging.
So again, undeterred, he called out for his uncle, trying to beg for mercy. Su Changxian? Su Changxian? Su Changxian, isn't you? There is no enmity between us. If you're willing to let me off the hook, I'll repay you later. In a panic,
he suddenly remembered that he had been swallowed by the flower snake, so immediately the plea for mercy was changed again.
It's my uncle. He's the one who's going to come after you. Sensing that where he was,
the scent of blood gas did indeed belong to Su Changxian.
He didn't hesitate to start shifting blame and dumping the blame.
He took my cousin's jesting words seriously, and is going to take it out on your family for my dead cousin.
He forced me to come. I didn't dare not come. Su Changxian, however, didn't want to pay attention. Divine thoughts with the will of their masters will attack the enemy pointed at by the masters will first. The next best thing is the rest of the existence. It was a situation he had expected, just for the fun of it. That's why they only trapped them and didn't rush to refine them. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't hesitate.
The sooner the better in terms of getting Jin Hong killed.
Otherwise, things could easily go wrong.
If he still let this guy leave alive this time,
then Su Changxian's Dao heart would all be unstable.
But there was something else in front of him that made him a little uncertain.
Strange.
From the time the demonic light appeared and he swallowed Jin Hong into his belly, several breaths had passed.
Why didn't Demon Commander Yugwang strike again? What are you waiting for? Strong enemies with little hope of winning were on the side, watching intently,
which made Su Changxian hesitate to use that tactic to mess with Jin Hong.
Su Changxian, speak! Su Changxian, you spare me. I'm willing to worship you.
I am the young lord of the Lake of Trapped Immortals, can provide you with many cultivation resources.
Jin Hong, however,
did not know that he was on the list of certain death in Su Changxian's.
This one is still first on the list, because he was the only name on the list. After all, in his opinion,
there was no unresolved grudge between him and Flower Snake.
I just said a few bad words. How can I be immortal?
At least the other guy shouldn't have taken his life for it. That's when the situation outside changed again.
After Jin Hong was swallowed by Su Changxian, the demon general at the back of the welcoming party, the one who had told him about the whereabouts of Bai Xiaochui and the others, seemed to have gotten a sign after hesitating for a split second. The demonic light on his body was generous. He struck out, but the object of the strike was not the flowery serpent with its head in the avenue. Instead, its wolf green and tiger whistles. He wasn't the only one who struck out. In addition, there was a demon general that also arrived in the clouds. Oops, Su Changxian was instantly confused. What's going on here? Shouldn't it be at me? He then prepared for war. The three demon generals struck out. This was a gesture to exterminate Wolf Green and Tiger Shao. How can we say that we have known each other for a while? We can't watch them get killed. However, without waiting for him to move, a vast and boundless stick wind swept in. Boom, boom, boom. Regardless of whether it was the demon general who fought with Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami in the front, or the two that came from the back, one in front of the other, one of them took a hit in an unbiased manner. 3 thumps sent the 3 demon generals flying. Then a figure, before it appeared in mid-air. General Yu? Su Changxian laughed when he saw the visitor, sweeping away 3 demon generals in one strike. How majestic! What a timely arrival as well. I was just wondering if I should step in and help out when your old man arrived. Look out, Cloud Mountain doesn't need you yet with me here. General Yu put away the long stick in his hand and smiled faintly. Back? Against 3 demon general realms. You dare to fight? It can be seen that you have grown quite a bit this time out. Hey, 3 demon generals. What wouldn't they dare to do? Su Changxian glanced behind him. His eyes just lit up, and immediately shouted, didn't I block that demon commander's strike just now? Round up a bit. Demon Marshal? It's no more than an enemy of mine. These words made General Yu stare. Instead, a soft laugh came from behind him. Sister-in-law. Su Changxian was about to follow up the opportunity to strike up a conversation when he was violently caught in a wave of pressure. Locked in place. You junior. What a mouthful. Chapter 246 Big Brother. Sister-in-law. Help. Previous moment. Yu Quan was still sitting peacefully within the cabin, having a chat with Princess Frostbite, drinking tea and talking. The main thing during this time was to inquire unobtrusively about the preferences of the Jiao King, and those close to him. By the way,
get on good terms with this very favored little princess. Before he was promoted to Demon Marshal, he did not choose to go out of the service.
Today's demon race is not like the ancient times. To the corresponding cultivation, as long as the strength has been verified,
you can go to the army to serve as an official position corresponding to the realm,
leading subordinates, defending a side.
As the power of the demon race weakened and the territory they ruled decreased, the middle and lower level generals in the demon race army, the number of men and places they could command, also repeatedly diminished. Coupled with the fact that the demon domain was divided into 4 parts, the battle for resources between all parties became more and more brutal. The cultivation level was too low to even qualify for participation, and the quota allocated was quite limited. For a man of his pedigree, it wasn't worth the trouble of fighting for it, so Yu Kwang chose to rely on the family's resources to promote his realm first, and when the time came, it would not be too late to go out. The demon race honors the strongest, and with the support of the clan behind him, he is not afraid of not being able to stand up. Having been called the demon commander, he felt the time had come. It then spreads upward to a positive running posture.
Demon commander realm and a demon domain
can already be counted among the powerful combatants.
Sure enough,
the Augur King gave him this chance. A chance to show your strength. Since we're going to show off our strength, of course we have to have a good opponent. And the ones that came out of Wangyan Mountain were only 2 great demons, which was worth showing his face. So Yuko wait for the guardian of Mount Wanyun to come out. Although the guards here were only at the demon general realm, in the end, they were stationed on one side and could barely be considered worthy of his hand. It's just that if the other guy wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have shown his face. So it's still up to Jin Hong how to force him to show up. Then, when he saw Jin Hong go after the fleeing by Xiao Chui and other demons, he knew that the subordinates who had followed him had come in handy.
Unfortunately, this time it was not General Yu that was lured out,
but a flower snake.
The opponent tackled Jin Hong with a huge handful of blood chi.
Yukari senses the other side. Whether it was the other party's huge demon body or the strength they had exerted, he was somewhat surprised. Then he looked at Princess Frostling. He knew in his heart that this princess liked fresh and lively. With a casual wave of his hand,
he struck 2 demonic lights going.
The purpose was naturally to force the flowering serpent to show itself.
One of them, hiding some means. If the other party could detect it, they would certainly not slack off,
but would show up to respond.
Sure enough,
a flower snake with a body of more than 100 feet, protected by a crimson blood chi demonic cloud,
came out of nowhere. Will 2 demonic light,
one dispersed, one along with his nephew Jin Hong together,
swallowed into the abdomen. And Princess Frostling also chanced to show a look of interest. With a smile, he said, nowadays, there is such a thing. In the realm of the demon general will be demon body cultivation? It's really like the demon race of the ancient demons. It looks very powerful and domineering. Yu Kwang then took the opportunity to ask, I wonder if the Jiao King would also find this flower snake interesting? If so, I'll capture him and bring him back. Okay, catch it back? Princess Frostling blinked. Whether father finds it interesting or not, I don't know, but I do have some interest in this flower snake. After saying this, he hesitated. Just by holding him like this, will it cause trouble for Demon Commander Yu Guan? It's just a newly promoted demon general realm. What trouble is there to speak of? Yu Kwang nodded and laughed.
This flower snake has harmed my nephew's life again, so I will capture him to pay for my nephew's life.
Since the princess likes it, when I capture him,
it would be good to make the princess a plaything for amusement.
Then I will, but not. Ah, Princess Frostling was about to agree with a smile.
But then she saw General Yu step in with a stick wind that swept away 3 demon clans of the same rank. It is really powerful and good-looking.
A golden light couldn't help but flash in Yu Quan's eyes when he saw it. Immediately,
his heart was in his mouth.
The visitor is strong. The general who guards this place? Flower Snake called him out on it.
To be able to station at a place like Wangyun Mountain,
which is on the edge of the northern wasteland, one really isn't a generalized person.
Although this General Yu's cultivation was still at the Demon General Post realm,
his battle power far exceeded that of the peak realm of the same rank. Moreover,
this battle skill stick technique actually had a trace of Taoism within it, invoking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was the realization of the 4-2000 gene technique that allowed him to sweep away the 3 demons with a single stick so easily. The demon generals who threw themselves under his command were also a bit wasted,
but it can't hurt. If he became a party commander,
he would be able to collect some more powerful battle forces. That's why he was not annoyed but pleased when General Yu acted in a forceful manner. A demon general with extremely high battle power and the prospect of being promoted to demon commander was just the thing to make him better able to show off his strength,
as long as it is simply killed.
Yu Guang's heart was slightly hot, and then he was about to get up.
At this time, Su Chushian's loud words were heard again. Princess Lingfang let out a soft laugh. Yuquan couldn't help but facepalm. And so, the next instant, he then made a long movement out of the cabin. Golden demonic clouds steamed out from his body, causing a gale to blow, and he headed towards Mount Wangyun. At the same time, unfurling his divine sense breath, he pressed towards Su Changxian, to suppress this one flower snake that didn't know the sky and the earth first. His dad's. Where do you come up with this filth? How dare you call me a bad mouth? Su Changxian, who had been startled and scolded, instantly wanted to curse out, but it was immediately heartbreaking to realize that it was not to be cursed. Though cursing or not cursing could kill you, but cursing will surely lead to an immediate and horrible death. Who are you, Shining Demon Commander? As he asked the question, he justifiably and brightly ducked behind General Yu. What's the difference between making unnecessary provocations when you don't have the strength and being a clown? He had just mouthed off just to lure this demon commander out. Now that the purpose had been achieved, there was no need to have to force the other party to make a move against him first. Of course, admitting defeat was not something Su Changxian was willing to do. This old man in front of me is the culprit who was going to force his dead son to marry his own Xiao Chui for his dead son. What happened to the demon commander? You think you're great? Demon Marshal. Still a little bit terrific. At least now head on, just get the other side and be the other side to get the other side to die. The possibility of comparison will be very tragic. So he decided to get Jin Han killed first. When his heart moved, he urged his blood chi. In a breath, within the snake's belly, there was an additional inexplicable force of suppression within the red blood grand formation. At the same time, the energized blood chi danced wildly, and in it, instantly whipped up a swirl of wind clusters that swept toward Jin Han and the demonic light. Outside, Junior, where are you going to hide? Humph. If you can block my move that is not even a formal strike, you dare to say that I am no more than a one-time enemy of yours? Yuquan's face is grim. 3 parts real, 7 parts fake, playing the role of a soon-to-be mad father and uncle. He looked at the ridiculous scene of the 100-foot flower snake, hiding behind General Yu, who showed himself to the human body, and said in a cold voice, at this time in person, but do not dare to look directly at Lao Fu. Immediately after that, without waiting for Su Changxian to reply, there was a roar. You even dared not to do this, yet you dared to kill my nephew and son. Die. Boom. He struck out brazenly in an outburst of rage. Seeing the bad situation, Su Changxian also roared angrily. You're bullying the young with the old boy. But immediately afterward it was shouted. Big brother Yu. Sister-in-law. Help. Chapter 247. General Yu is powerful. Demon Commander's demon pill? How dare you hide? Yuquan's face was gloomy, and the sinister venom in his voice was chilling. He said this to Su Changxian. And you, trying to block me? His grab, though only testing, was blocked by a stick from the monkey on the opposite side. It still made him very unhappy. Boo! Click! With a soft buzzing sound, the weapon in General Yu's hand shattered into several pieces. Kid, you can't stop me. Yuquan's eyes were cold, as if he was suppressing his anger. Yu Guang, I am the resident demon general of Mount Wangyun, General Yu said with a straight face. He didn't have to be polite with the other guy. It was also too lazy to talk more nonsense with Yu Guang. Although the other party was a demon marshal and he was only going to be a demon general, we all belonged under the Tiger King and Zhao King. The Demon King's relationship was not amicable, and he didn't need to be respectful. I'm asking you, what are you going to do with Su Changxian? He opened the door and questioned nonchalantly, instead of asking what Yuquan is going to do to Su Changxian. Better yet, he's asking what Yuko is going to do to him. You're here for Su Changxian? Oh, it is estimated that the majority of the fall was directed at him. Kid, you shouldn't stop me. While the killing chance flowed out of Yuquan's eyes, he said under his breath, this flower snake killed my son and nephew, and I want to capture it back. Go to my son's grave and kowtow and confess your sins. Yuquan, since your son entered the emperor's tomb, he will live or die by heaven, and it's no one's fault if he dies in it. General Yu sneered. As for your nephew, if you dare to come to my lookout Cloud Mountain and make trouble, your death will be in vain. From the time Yuquan let his men loose on this Wangyun mountain, blowing up about marrying by Xiao Chui for his dead son, it was a slap in his face. The one in charge is the nephew the other guy is talking about? He couldn't help but send a voice to ask Su Changxian. Yuquan's nephew, is he dead? Not yet. Soon. Su Changxian returned. Do you want me to spit it out and give it back to him? Give it back. General Yu said. Hurry up and get killed. Alright. Su Changxian smiled. Big brother, you really want to help me? This general is helping you? General Yu snorted. If I say I don't care about you, this old boy across the street, he will let me go? A demon marshal has all the means and methods to capture people from his territory, but Yuquan chose the one that would bring him down the most. This not only clearly did not put him in the eyes, but also to force him to show the purpose. manifested clearly. You and I have no way back, he said to Su Changxian. Xian'er advised him to hide and not show his face, but he came anyway. Without a clan family behind him, he would have to fight harder than those with backing to fight his way out of a decent living. Big brother, you only took a little bit of my family's pills. There's no need to fight for us. Su Chengxian also stopped transmitting his voice and opened his mouth to laugh. You go back. Shut up. General Yu immediately rebuked. Your family is harboring in Wangyan Mountain. This general is the main general stationed here. And your brother's refined elixir returned a share to this general. So this general will have to protect you and others. You attach yourself to me and pay your dutiful favors, and I will protect you. These words weren't meant to berate Su Chengxian, but to the other demon clans. There are many people who do not belong to the power and do not dare to mediocrity, since he should be as he is enough. As long as he doesn't die today, the word will get out, and he will become a force of his own in the future. Of course, it's not enough. Yu Guang, when he saw the sneer on the face of the opposite demon marshal, he pulled out a smile as well. You want to step on the face of this general's lower Tiger King and sell out to the Jiao King? Yeah, I'll give you that chance. You Yukwang want to use my life to get rich and famous. I'll give you a bit of credit where credit is due. Let me see how much weight you have. Being beaten on the door is a soft target to pinch. And at this moment, Yukwang was acting like he didn't put him in his eyes, which made the anger that was bubbling up straight in General Yu's heart no longer suppressible. There is also no need for further pressure. With a roar, he was about to strike. However, at this time, Su Chengxian's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears, causing him to pull out a cold smile. Then a fierce light erupted from his eyes. Make a big deal out of it? You need a reminder from the flowering serpent? Of course it's about making as much noise as possible. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the green light shot straight up into the sky. A ferocious and incomparable roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A giant ape that was 30 to 40 feet tall and covered in demonic light was presented in front of all the demon clans. Come on! Without waiting for Yukwang to respond, he roared again, his body's demonic power instantly erupting and spurting. In the next instant, in his hand, there was a huge greenish-black long stick steeply. My drop brother! Fuge! Su Chengxian froze and slapped his face. In that instant, a small mountain behind the lookout cloud mountain disappeared. It transformed into a long stick and fell into the hands of General Yu, who was manifesting his demonic body phantasm. Good lord! Is this the kind of mana that a demon general's ladder realm can have? No wonder, he dared to stand hard against the demon marshal. Boy! Shut up! Yuko reacts, almost furious. It's just a junior, daring to be so wild with him. Surprisingly, they also poked and tore everything apart and shook it out. In the end, there is no root and branch origin of the generation. I don't even know. There are some things that can be said but not done. There are some things that can be done and not said. Damn you! Kill! A roar, like rolling thunder. The aura and demonic power that belonged to a demon marshal radiated out without a care in the world. With a huge divine sense, the pressure formed instantly shook the four directions. The shock caused countless small demons to have their ear holes pierced and their 7 orifices bleeding. Big brother! Big brother! Big brother! The old boy! He's trying to kill the demon to silence it. Su Chengxian instantly yelled at the top of his lungs. Everybody hide! Big brother, and I stopped him. Sister-in-law! 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 Are you okay, sister-in-law? Again, he was concerned about the little demon below. And again, he was concerned about the Mo Xian demoness who didn't know what means she used to hide in the dark. Good man. This gives him a lot of work. Luckily, the little demons below were mainly Yu Guang's people, and whether they died or not was none of his business. The little demons of Wangyan Mountain should have gotten their orders and hid long ago. Bai Xiaochui and the others even went down the big river a long time ago and hid in the underground caves. As for Mo Xian, there was even less for him to worry about. General Yu was at the front. How could he allow her to be injured by Yue Liang? Boom! The heavy giant stick was swung up. That warlike giant ape's fierce light erupted from its eyes, penetrating through heaven and earth. The demon commander? Is it strong? You won't know until you've played it. A stick slashed down. It slammed down hard forward. Boom! 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 Under the collision of the two demonic lights, the sound of breaking wind repeatedly exploded. The mighty pressure, smashed to pieces, broken. Once the pressure is broken, then it will not work. Yuko's face just changed. He underestimated General Yu. The strength of this demon general was extraordinary, but that's as far as it goes. Set. He spat out the word softly. Still set? Su Chengxian heard it and was a snort. You're just saying that? Who do you think you are? My family's great saint? However, in an instant, a flashy light erupted, shooting out to cover the sky as it crashed towards the giant stick. Boom! A loud rattling vibration. The nearby dead or undead little demons directly shattered into pieces. In a heart-shattering loud noise,
the huge stick in General Yu's hand collided with Huaguang with a rumble. The long stick transformed into a small mountain failed to break Huaguang into pieces.
Bang! The stick, in fact, was suppressed. What's this, baby? The flashy light dispersed, revealing a precious pearl inside. Demon pills? Demon Commander's demon pill? It was at this time that Su Chengxian saw what the thing within the light was. What it was. A demonic elixir of demonic light. His first reaction was to stretch out his snake's muzzle and lick the corner of his mouth. I want to taste the flavor of the Demon Commander's demon pill. Stupid. But the next moment, he realized that something bad had happened. He was, surprisingly, unable to move. Chapter 248 now. Let's see if you won't die. Demon Elixir. Struck. Unharmed. Instead, the light shines through. With the majestic demonic power contained within it as a guide, it sprinkled the sky with demonic light in an instant. The demonic light would envelop one side of the heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. A boundary was laid in a breath, making this room an invisible cage. It tightly bound two of the demon generals, a huge flower snake with a length of more than 100 feet, and a huge ape with a sturdy body and gnarled muscles that looked like a mountain. They were trapped within the curtain of light. No, it's confined. The flower snake's scales flashed with mottled colors as it tried to struggle and twist its huge body. The apes, on the other hand, with gnarled muscles and eyes like fire, roared unwillingly, shaking the demon light boundary to ripples. Demon pills. Demon Dan Dharma domain. Da He exclaimed inside Su Chengxian's abdomen. At this time, Jin Hong and that demonic light were already at the end of their rope, being torn and pulled in the gale of blood chi. During this brief period of time when General Yu and Yuquang were facing each other in the outside world, this fellow, in the midst of groveling to Su Chengxian and begging for forgiveness or hurling curses, jumped back and forth several times. Even if he still had the strength to scream, he was about to run out of words. I know it's the law domain, Su Chengxian returned, because he has one too, though it wasn't the Demon Dan Dharma realm, but the Will Dharma realm. But it's always a legal domain, and there are always similarities. Law domain. Can it be broken? He asked Big Black anxiously. What he used to trap Jin Hong, and the demonic light that contained the divine idea of Yulong's will, was the Dharma domain. However, this Dharma domain, which had been enlightened in the thunderbolt and gradually perfected in the astral winds, had yet to be fully formed. So superimposed on the red blood great formation flag to cast it, and located the Dharma domain within the snake's stomach. This spot was the strongest one in Su Chengxian's demonic body, cultivating the domain of the law that adhered to his will to besiege and strangle. Within a portion of the vacated stomach space, was a whim, a flash of light that came to him by chance. When he meets an enemy, he swallows it into his belly, kills it and then proceeds to refine it. And a dragon can take care of it. It's more reliable than even thwarting the bones. The only trouble was the opponent's self-destruct, and the divine sense attack. But don't worry about that, because he happened to have more than enough blood chi to build the defense wall of the law domain. And this in turn was one of the benefits of his placing the Dharma domain within the demon body. Mobilizing blood chi was convenient and more rounded and smooth. Don't worry about extra wear and tear yet. Speaking of which, Jin Hong was still Su Chengxian's first visitor to this Will Dharma realm. It would be even better if this dog Bei's cheap uncle could see that I'm being so courteous to his nephew and take the initiative to give me a bite of the demonic elixir. Su Chengxian couldn't help but say. He looked at the demonic pills and was really greedy. What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking about, you kid? Big Black jumped to his feet and said urgently. You are trapped. You don't think of escaping to heaven, but you still think of eating other people's demon pills? What's wrong with thinking about it? Can't you even think about it? What's the difference between thinking about it and being a salted fish? Su Chengxian was certainly anxious about the fact that he was trapped, but it's not too alarming yet. Scared of what? General Yu is still at his side. The point is that my sister-in-law was there. There is a demon marquis behind your sister-in-law. Mo Xian Demonis. This sister-in-law is not the kind of character who doesn't know what's important and will do something useless. Since the demon marshal is looking for trouble, he can come to report to his elder brother. This reliable sister-in-law can still not bring a few treasures that are enough to solve the siege? Roar! At this time, General Yu, who was also trapped, had his body's demonic light surge. The big stick in his hand swung. He resisted the suppression from the Dharma domain and took a step forward, striking at the demonic pills in the air. Boo! Boom! Rumble! The great ape rose up with his great stick, and the stick smashed hard and accurately. Ha ha! Su Chengxian was instantly delighted. Big brother you also have your eye on this demonic elixir? I think this thing is also a treasure. Otherwise, let's split it in half. He shouted joyfully. I can't eat a snake anyway. Let's split this demonic elixir and make this old man suffer a big loss. As he said this, a pair of huge vertical pupils also glanced at Yuquang. It is self-evident who is the old man he is talking about. Asshole. Yuko let out a low growl. How could he, a demon marshal, not be enraged by a newly promoted demon general, pointing his nose at the old guy like this?
Two little bastards who don't know their place.
Seek death. Hiya. Why are you still cursing demons? Su Changxian immediately roared. Good lord. Demon body attack. In terms of everyone's bloodline heritage, you're a bastard too. Old bastard. Stare at me? What are you staring at me for? It's not that I'm looking down on you, if you don't even beg me, not to mention glaring at me. I really can't eat your entire demon pill.
Su Changxian spoke in a voice that got louder and louder, basically yelling. He was huge and his voice was like thunder.
Don't look at me as such a big guy, but I actually have a small meal.
When we smash your demon pills, I'll be full after eating a small piece of it.
Hey, damn. After shouting,
he suddenly realized that the sound within the boundaries of the legal domain seemed to be impossible to transmit.
Asshole. Asterisk. Yuko said angrily. I was going to kill General Yu first, but that's when he changed his mind. A divine thought that rushed into the demon pill. The next instant, a huge palm then emerged over the boundary.
It was like covering the sky and the sun, carrying boundless might as it violently slapped down towards the trapped flower snake.
Is that what you wanted by provoking him? Big Black called out at the sight. It really didn't understand what Su Changxian wanted to do. Of course not. Su Changxian said. I'm trying to think of ways to talk more words to get the commotion going.
There's still more time to stall.
It was a miscalculation, but that's okay, because it was important.
Or he had to help General Yu out and share some of the pressure so that sister-in-law Emotian would appreciate it.
Brother Yu.
Seeing that the large palm was about to land on his head,
he hurriedly shouted, Don't mind me,
you keep smashing the demon pills.
Again, he shouted into the void. Sister-in-law, don't worry about me either. Protect my big brother Yu. Don't ever let anything happen to him. I can do it. In reality, the divine sense is exerted, ready to run at any time, and in his heart, he also secretly poked and hoped that someone could jump out to help block a little. Help! Help! Someone save my weak little snake. Quickly! Somebody! However, heaven forbid, the huge palm bubbled with demonic light and arrived in an instant. It's really too late if you don't hide. Ah! Su Changxian let out a howl that was miserable to the core. Then at the last moment, he escaped. Whoosh!
The protective red cloud of the snake's body tumbled and rose up violently.
After a faint thud, his figure disappeared on the spot.
Yuko all but froze. But then he immediately found Su Changxian's trail again. It turned out to be a small snake that turned a few feet long.
Trying to run? Die. Instead of dissipating,
the huge palm continued to fall towards the ground.
Boo! Boom! Then, a big foot steeply appeared, fast as hell, towards where the hand fell. Stomp down hard. Now, I'll see if you don't die. Boo! Boom! Chapter 249 Su Changxian. Come out. Ouch! Yuko's counting. I can't believe it was called out just like that.
Princess Frostling couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth curl up slightly.
The flower moon mirror in front of her was showing the battle in front of Mount Wanyun in the distance. At this point,
it was Yu Kuang who had the upper hand. Both the giant ape and the flower snake had been trapped in the formation, and it looked like they might perish at any time at his hands. Yet Frostling simply shook her head at this.
It's stupid,
she murmured softly. The moment he was called out on his calculations by General Yu,
it was impossible for Yu Kuang to get the result he wanted. Why did they come on this trip? To make use of the subject, to show off the force of arms. With an absolutely powerful force,
he crushed the Tiger King's party of guards to death, and then in the surrounding demon clans who dared to be angry,
he left in style with a single strike. It was a slap in the face of the Tiger King. It's going to be crunchy and loud.
Only in this way can we be considered to have taken out this bad anger for father.
But what about Fabian? He got sidetracked. The trick to stealing a home is timing. When it's time to strike,
it's time to strike with a thunderous blow, and it's time to do it all in one fell swoop.
Immediately afterward, it was 1,000 miles away. Since Yu Kuang knew to use the magic weapon, the miles traveling boat, to hide his tracks on the way here, and arranged for Jin Hong to come out and provoke him, he then chauffeured himself out. It doesn't look like it doesn't understand that. Then so, it's being a smart ass. Frostling's mind turned, and she understood. Yu Guang doesn't want to show his cards. By exposing the killing move to people, you run the risk of being restrained. He also didn't put General Yu in his eyes, conscious that he could kill the other party without using his strongest killing moves. Actually, he was right in his thinking. To use the Demon Dan magic domain to restrain a person, and then let him rub round and pinch and flatten to kill and seize, is also indeed a means to show off the strength of the very best. It's just a shame that his opponent was unruly. Yu Guang shouldn't have been too big. When the break is over, it's over. Once something is decided, it's time to get a head start and not give your opponent a chance to react. The simpler and more direct the scheme, the less likely it is to go wrong. Sometimes the two sides, the calculating and the calculated, are competing to see who makes fewer mistakes, not who is more skillful in their tactics. Geez, there's always someone who takes it for granted that his opponent will do what he wants. Frostling smiled. It was easy to make such a mistake when you played with your mind too much. She's going to learn from it, too. Yu Guang gave General Yu the opportunity to open his mouth, and this General Yu directly called out the game involved in this battle. Now that they seemed to be trapping their opponents, they were actually fighting against two demon generals. Even if they are all killed in the end, people can still fall into the reputation of being valiant people who do not retreat against demon marshals. He, Yuko, is in deep narrow-mindedness to take the anger out on others, bullying the small and tipping over the descendants of the same clan. Annoyed at being called out of the reckoning, he went on a killing spree, slaughtering the small demons of the borderlands. Any demon race that had some face would be far away from him. We have to remind Father that this Yulong can't be used anymore. Frostling immediately thought that the Chaos Sea Beast tide, which came in rounds every 100 years, was about to arrive. At this time, he laid hands on the guards who were guarding the border of the demon domain and fending off the sea beasts, and also opened a massacre. It's not easy to take your hat off for going against the greater good. Although they were originally thinking of killing the guardian demon general at this time, so that the Tiger King would be in a hurry and make trouble for another suitable one to come out. Yu Kwon, who is helplessly in charge of killing the fish, gets all fishy from the fish before he can kill it. The excuses that could have been used to bail him out before were gone. Even if you intervene at this time, you will carry a charge of masterminding. What a pain in the ass. Frostling frowned slightly. No matter what, in her opinion, the matter of Yukwon killing the flower snake and the giant ape, there would be no variables that would appear, and all she had to do was to go along with the result and start thinking about how this was going to play out. But before she could think about it, what happened next made this little princess realize that there was no need to do anything useless. Instead of thinking about how to make things right, think how to end it. The transported man, Su Chunxian's divine sense unfolded, urging his blood qi, performing the art of transporting earth from the five elements art. Use blood qi to hook up with the earth aura, also known as earth qi, to open the way to dive down. Due to the presence of auras and spiritual veins, drilling the ground is far more difficult, and the further you go into the ground, the harder it gets. Luckily, we have battle techniques. Yu Kwon, the demon marshal's demon Dan Dharma realm boundary, was an oval shape. In order to completely cover and trap him and General Yu, who had revealed his own body, the scope of the exertion covered a side of heaven and earth. The diameter exceeded 100 feet. So accordingly, the demonic power was split thin. Moreover, in order to prevent them from escaping, the main demonic power, sprinkled from the demonic Dan, induced the spiritual power of heaven and earth, suppressing them from top to bottom. It makes it difficult for those who are trapped in it to break through the air and escape. This resulted in a boundary on the ground that was relatively weak. After all, among the demon race, apart from some bloodline inheritances that had the possibility of awakening the earth escape natural aptitude, it was rare that they would cultivate the technique of drilling into the ground. But this old fellow, Yu Kwon, surely failed to think that I can't fly at all. Of course, it's not that they don't know how to do it at all, but they're not good at it. Instead, head for the ground to get a better handle on the direction. He had originally catapulted off the start and landed with a snake's tail on the ground, so after his body had shrunk in size, he also plopped down directly at the bottom of the boundary, and again took advantage of the violent eruption of the demonic clouds on his body to directly drill into the ground from the boundary that he had just propped up with his snake's tail. It didn't take much effort at all. Old man, still trying to catch me? Su Changxian, who was wrapped in a ball of red light, reached 100 feet below the ground in the blink of an eye. He even took advantage of his opponent's two blasts to speed up his downward sinking speed, and at this moment, Yu Huang, surprisingly, only just remembered to spread the Dharma domain downwards and continue to come and trap him. Ha ha, chasing me? Too late. It's too late. Noticing a golden light trailing behind him, Su Changxian smiled darkly. It would have been a step slow. The law domain boundary stretch relied on demonic power, which in turn was blocked by the earth's qi. How else is it possible to catch up with him? Still want to shoot me? Old boy, who are you looking down on? Being overly attached to the bloodline inheritance is the root of the demon race's power, but thinking about it from another angle, it is likewise a constraint that hinders them from improving their battle power. For a long time, it has also subconsciously developed, in the midst of battle, an inherent mindset, but Su Changxian was different. Their family, with the exception of Bai Xiaochui, could not be considered a pure demon race, especially Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Although they had also mastered the battle techniques and divine abilities of their bloodline talent, they had barely used them as their cultivation had refined. And of all the things Su Chengxian had learned from these two, one of the points he most agreed with was that it was best not to follow a set pattern in a fight. Lessons can be learned and a sense of combat can be developed, but these cannot be relied upon exclusively. Luckily, I had already figured out how to run. That's another point he agrees with. As long as the battle is not one that must be fought to the death, always leave yourself a back way to avoid the fight at all times. Fighting is an important means of enhancing the strength of cultivation. It is also an inevitable part of a cultivator's path to becoming strong. So the initiative is best taken in one's own hands as to when the fight starts and when it stops. Boo! With a tail, Su Chengxian dispersed the pursuing golden light, thinking, but isn't it not very righteous of me to run away like this, leaving General Yu alone up there to fight hard against the Yulong light? General Koyu has his sister-in-law behind him. There's no one behind him. This guy. General, you can't top it, someone give then. I can't top it and die. Su Chengxian, come out. Yu Kuang divine sense transmits the voice, following the golden light and tracing it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll go out when you say so? Su Chengxian scolded without a trace of anger. What's the rush? I'm not thinking about it yet. At that moment, another voice was transmitted into his ears. Su Chengxian, come out. Chapter 250. Sister-in-law didn't bring her baby. She brought her father straight away. Want to just run away? Dream on. Yu Guang's eyes, which were glowing with a fierce light, narrowed slightly. The divine thoughts controlled the demonic pills and continued to spread the domain of law toward the ground. Then he gathered his watchful gaze on the giant ape that was blasting the Jindan. Since the flowering serpent is slippery, then I am to kill you first and then execute him. Boom boom boom. The demonic pills in the air suddenly glowed brightly. Then, in a breath, it spun rapidly. Boundless demonic power stirred the aura of heaven and earth, and in the boundary, it set off thunderous explosions and flashes. Boom, rumble, boom dash. The stick that General Yu had fought so hard to hit was shaken away. Even the huge demon body phantom was shaken backward by the force of the recoil. Tai, tai, tai. After retreating 3 steps, he was able to stabilize himself, and at that moment, a flying python covered in golden light flew out from the demonic den. Roar! Flying python, growing up against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it reached a length of nearly 30 feet. 4 long, sharp, oddly shaped claws sprouted from under his belly. Roar! It roared up to the sky and opened its huge mouth, biting towards General Yu. Divine thought Dharma body? The giant ape's eyes were crimson as it moved its fangs, which were exposed beyond its lips, and roared lowly, let's see this general blow you up. Just as he raised his long stick and was about to strike down, a fancy, huge snake's tail burrowed out of the ground, straight up into the clouds. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the flying golden python. Boo! What the hell? At this time, Su Chengxian's head burrowed out of the earth and opened his mouth to yell. Oops! What unlucky thing did I run into? Then he fixed his eyes on it and screamed. Asterisk asterisk. What a guy! This longworm is so ugly. It's not poisonous, is it? With that, another tail lashed up. Snake tail whip. 10 in a row. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom! Yuko! He whipped as he did so, his mouth not idle. This thing, it can't be your Dharma body's original form, can it? Teasing and provoking Yulong. He also didn't forget to say to General Yu, Big brother, I'll block these. You keep smashing the demon pills. Why are you back? General Yu glanced at him. Only this one was asked. Without waiting for him to respond, he swung the long stick in his hand up and leapt up, literally proceeding to attack Yuquang's demonic dan. Why am I back? Su Chengxian grinned. He's bent over backwards for 5 buckets of rice. Mo Xian's sister-in-law sent a message to bribe me. The favors given make it hard to refuse. 100 top-grade spirit stones. 100 top-grade spirit stones. It's enough to buy a murderous demon general. Of course, killing the demon marshal was not the price, and he couldn't do it with his current strength and didn't dare to take it. But Mo Xian only needed him to help General Yu distract the pressure and last past 20 breaths. 20 breaths. In 20 breaths, earn 100 top-grade spirit stones. In addition, after 20 breaths, for every additional 10 breaths you last, you will be given another 100 top-grade spirit stones. Mo Xian knew that Su Chengxian had a brother who could refine pills, and that this brother could also refine weapons, so she simply didn't mention anything else and just gave the spirit stones. Spirit stones don't always buy everything you want, but top-quality spirit stones are definitely fine. Although the other party gave a very generous reward, but he, Su Chengxian, was not blinded by the sight of money. He still resisted the temptation to make a few requests. For example, after this matter, Mo Xian had to find a way so that they could teleport to the Eastern Earthly Realm, since he had to take Xiao Chui and the others with him. Of course he couldn't swim through the chaotic sea. However, teleportation arrays that crossed boundaries required the permission of the Demon King to open them. I wonder how Mo Xian will do it. Su Chunxian's mind flickered. The reason why it was offered as a condition was also with a bargaining mindset. I didn't expect the other side to agree. It should be fine since it's promised. Deciding to trust the sister-in-law one more time, he burrowed back through the ground. If you can't stop it, you can run again. I'll be fearless if my blood chi is abundant anyway. After seeing the Chaos Ancestor, his guts might have bottomed out. There wasn't much fear of Yu Guang, the demon commander. Boom boom boom. The flower snake of more than 100 feet, the red clouds on its body violently surged and rolled over, stirring up the forces that were suppressing its body. Through and through. He even used his blood chi to smooth out the pressure around the giant ape. Big brother Yu. No thanks. General Yu glanced at him and didn't say anything. The battle intent on his body however erupted out even more. Raise your stick towards the demonic elixir. Boo. Boom. Since you're actively seeking death? Then I'll send you to your death. Yu Quan looked at the flower snake that had reappeared and roared in a viciously low voice. Then the divine soul phantom and the spirit platform sea of consciousness opened its eyes and rose. He had to get Su Chengxian killed. Must be killed. Buzz. Buzz. 3 python dragons, flying out of the demonic den, followed by 3 more. Su Chengxian wanted to raise the money. 5 breaths. Boom. Boom. The giant ape smashed the demon pills. Within 5 breaths, 10 sticks were smashed. Flowering serpent, tearing apart 2 flying pythons. Tired of wanting to yell quit and drill back into the ground. 10 breaths. The giant ape was still smashing the demonic pills, and a burst of demonic light washed over the demonic body. Surprisingly, there were hidden signs of a breakthrough. The flower snake, on the other hand, tore apart 3 more flying pythons, exhausted and panting like a dog, but not at all about to give up. 10 more breaths, 20 breaths. Boom. Boom boom. The hair of the giant ape turned crimson with blood, and the long stick that he swung out became more and more sluggish, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The fluctuation of the demonic light on his body also seemed to have a hint of a mysterious change. Hiss! The flowering serpent was inside the boundary, flickering around the giant ape. The blood chi kept spurting out as if it was endless. 10 million now. 10 million blood chi. A certain black sheep clutched its head and let out a wail of pain. Whoops! Daddy! It's so defeating. Father! Su Xiaobai patted the head of the Taoist boy beside him and cried. 35 breaths. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Can't hold out. Finally, Su Chengxian was a little unable to carry on. The flying pythons that surrounded him were getting stronger and stronger. He also had to round up the flying python that had gone to surround and kill the giant ape, and also had to guard against being attacked by the demon marshal's divine thoughts sneaking into the sea of consciousness, which caused him to consume a great deal of his divine soul power in addition to his blood chi. During that time, he swallowed a number of strips into his stomach to refine them. More critically, Yu Quan, who was showing all of his killing opportunities, was already eager to get them killed, and was about to hold back a big move at this moment. His perception shouldn't be wrong. If you have money to earn, you must also have a life to spend. Don't shout. Mo Xian's figure appeared in the middle of the boundary. Am I not here? Mo Xian? General Yu also sensed the change in will that Yulong imposed on the demonic Dan, and took a slight step back to be on guard. At this time, when he saw her appear, he couldn't help but say, "You really did follow me after all. You know I won't listen to you." Mo Xian smiled. "I said I'd come to help you. How could I not show up?" "Sister-in-law, did you bring a treasure?" Su Chengxian said anxiously. "If you've brought it, hurry up and use it. If we don't use it again, we'll be dead." "What are you two still talking about here?" "I didn't bring any babies," Mo Xian said. She looked at General Yu. "Little Yu, we might be dying. Are you afraid?" Little Yu? Even in this moment of crisis, this cry of Little Yu hardened Su Chengxian's control for a second. Who to call? I'm also not called, etc. He immediately understood that this Xiao Yu was not his Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu. This Little Yu is General Yu's Yu. Sister-in-law, you call General Yu Little Yu? What else should I call him? Mo Xian smiled. Call him Fluffy, and he won't be happy about it. Velvet? Velvet? Yup. General Yu's name, called Yuji? Su Chengxian didn't even dare to look at General Yu's expression. But again, he just couldn't help it. So still craning my head to see it. What's wrong? The muscular, tall and powerful giant ape had a bland look on his hairy face. Why can't this general be called Yuji? What's wrong with this name? No, this name is simply well named. Su Chengxian immediately gave a great thumbs up. Good for what? The good thing about is that it has a chivalrous spirit with a heart of gold, but a fine sense of humor. Are you guys done talking yet? Yu Kwang's killing heart blazed, and he didn't even bother to ask who the emotion who showed up was. It was a direct punch, blasting towards them. Whoever is coming, all must die. Avalanche sea fist. Boom! The wind of the fist is like a sword. Stonewall throws a jab. It blasted down, making wind and thunder explosions. The power of this punch had gathered 99% of his mana. It was the strongest blow he could strike. The three demons in front of him can't be stopped. You, die. Humph, die. A cold grunt exploded in the ears of the crowd. This marquis would like to see who wants to kill my daughter? Then a silhouette flew into the air. Raising his hand, he reached into the air. Boom! A huge greenish-black palm instantly coalesced, then met the attack upwards. Next moment, squeezing the punch thrown by Fabulous. Boo! The figure, violently, brought its 5 fingers together. Click, 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 boo! The golden light shone with a horrifying aura of a fist, being so pinched and popped. Wow! It was only at this time that Su Chengxian realized that sister-in-law Mo Xian hadn't lied to him. It's true that I don't have my baby with me this time. For bringing the real father directly. Chapter 251. Who envied it? I'll keep it to myself. It's not scary to bring your dad directly. The scary thing is that people this father. He has the cultivation strength of the demon husband realm. And it was one of the veteran demon lords under the Tiger King. Nice guy. The one who came was, of course, the water avoidance demon waiter. Su Chengxian didn't know which stage of the demon marquis realm this demon marquis cultivation realm had reached. However, with this strike, the other party crushed the punch that Yu Guang had thrown with all his might. As long as one wasn't blind, it wasn't difficult to see how big the strength gap was between the newly promoted demon marshal and the veteran demon marquis. And that's not all. Seeing the water-avoiding demon candidate's eyes narrowing slightly, he looked at Yu Guang and asked, as soon as this marquis came, he heard that you wanted to kill my daughter, didn't you? Demon marquis realm? You are? Yu Guang was shocked in his heart. This was followed of course by a flat-out denial. I don't know. How dare you? The water-avoiding demon candidate, however, suddenly changed his face and snapped. You don't even know who I am and you dare to lay your hands on my daughter? You seek death. As he spoke, the demonic power in his body rose up to the sky, and with his hand raised, he blasted out a punch towards Yu Long. Boom! There was a loud bang and a punch was thrown. He was in the middle of Yu Quan's Dharma domain, but the constraints of the Dharma domain on him seemed to be ineffective. Not ineffective, but too weak. Weak to the point of being directly dispersed by the demon host's protective demonic cloud. Yu Quan was horrified, incredulously looking at this punch. The cohesive mana that blasted all the way through the Dharma realm boundary, instantly blasting down in front of him. He did not expect the water-avoiding demon candidate to strike at the drop of a hat, and at this time, not to mention mobilizing the demon pill, it was too late to hide. It can only be blocked. At once, his body's orifices erupted with demonic power, and he raised his arms to block. Boom! In the next instant, he was blasted backward. His palm and arm exploded, and blood flowed like a stream. So weak, the water-avoiding demon candidate snorted coldly. Newly promoted demon marshal? Ha! Boom! Another punch was thrown. That's it? How dare you try to kill my daughter? The water-avoiding demon candidate blasted out several punches one after another as he spoke. Stop! Yu Quan's face was shocked. This demonic marquis in front of him wanted him dead. I'm not trying to kill your daughter. You can't. Boom! The punch arrives. Roar! Yu Quan was instantly bombarded to the point where he couldn't maintain his humanoid Dharma body and revealed his original form to block. But on the demon body of more than 50 feet, the protective demon cloud, along with the scales, were blasted apart in a flash. Boom! I can't? The water-avoiding demon waiter's eyes glared. You dare to say I can't? You deserve it. Another punch. Quick. Really fast. The punch is too fast. Incredibly fast. He was fighting in the air, blasting out fist after fist. Rumble. High in the air. The fist winds stirred up a round of heaven and earth aura vortex, which suddenly exploded with Yu Quan as the center. The golden-scaled python that was in the middle of it spat out blood and could not hide. Injuries were inflicted on various parts of his body, splattering blood and flesh. Su Chengxian smacked his lips as he watched. This is the flesh and blood of a demon marshal. Wasted. Wasted ah. Then his eyes, again, couldn't help but glance at the demonic pills in the air, obviously a thief's heart. At this time, Yu Quan was also thinking about the demon pill. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried to retrieve the demonic elixir. Without the demonic elixir he could only exert less than 40% of the battle power he had when he was in full victory. But the water-avoiding demon candidate struck too quickly. Punch after punch.
The boundless fist wind formed a vortex of demonic power that not only churned his divine sense to pieces, but also blocked his control of the demon pill divine idea. The demonic elixir must be retrieved. Who the hell are you? Yu Kuang roared, then swallowed an elixir, then fought his way towards the demon pill. Taking a potion? What a waste. The newly promoted demon marshal of the northern region can't even catch a few punches from me? The water-avoiding demon candidate stepped into the air, the demonic clouds tumbling under his feet, half crippling Yulong. But he didn't even mess up the corners of his clothes. Just like you. How dare you try to kill my daughter? You! I said no! Yu Kuang was furious and roared, trying to strike back, but just as he moved, the water-avoiding demon candidate slapped his palm down. Boo! Roar! He was slapped and rolled in the air, most of his scales shattering. No! No way! Yu Kuang didn't believe it. He was clearly a demon marshal. The other party was a demon marquis, and between the two, there was a big realm difference. Why? Why did he have no power to fight back under his opponent's attack? Was the suppressive power of the demon marquis realm over the demon marshal realm that strong? You're too weak. How dare this come out and pop up? The water-avoiding demon marquis said indifferently. You wanted to kill this marquis daughter. This marquis taught you a lesson, and you still dared to fight back? Below. Ha! Su Changxian couldn't help but laugh. Yu Guang must be depressed right now. The water avoidance demon candidate's sentence does not stray from his daughter, tamping down Yu Guang's charges. This time, it was all because he had been unfavorable to his own daughter that he had taken action, and in favor of not giving Fabian a chance to speak, leaving him speechless. Mother asterisk 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 her. This acting, bossy, strong, old-fashioned. At this time, the water avoidance demon candidate noticed a boat approaching on the Grand River, tugging at the corners of his mouth. If you want to get killed, just say so. This marquis will fulfill you, said the man, raising his hand. A punch, rumble, demonic light, shattering the storm clouds. This punch came out as if it could break apart heaven and earth. The water-avoiding demon marquis, who hadn't moved for a long time, displayed his strength today. But, even if Yu Huang, who had exploded the law to his full strength, was still undefeated at this moment. Directly under this punch, the demonic power was disorganized by the blast, and a shower of blood spilled from the demon's body. At the same time, the divine sense was also strangled by the demonic power, and surprisingly, the divine soul was damaged, losing its sanity in a flash. The demonic body fell downwards. Trying to run? The water-avoiding demon candidate lightly grunted, then spread his hands and grabbed. Boo! The huge palm made of demonic light condensing spiritual energy then clutched Yu Kuang's demonic body in its hands. Put! Actually Ra the unconscious golden Jiao Python pinched and sprayed out another stream of blood. His Su Changxian shrank his neck and fought. So ruthless. Take another look at the side. Emo Xian Demonis stood behind the giant ape that General Yu had transformed into with a smile on her face, obviously pleased with her dad's approach. It's also true that whoever made this Yuko wanted to kill the demon she was looking at. Look again at General Yu. TSK. He couldn't help but sigh. General Yu had immediately shielded Mo Xian behind him the moment Yu Kuang struck. He was seeing clearly. Ouch. Who's envious? I won't say. Nice guy. This one. Wow. That's a good one. The good thing is, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. Even if the water-avoiding demon candidate no longer saw General Yu in a bad light, seeing that he used his life to protect his own daughter, he still had to give a good face. What's more, General Yu, this big hairy monkey, was strong enough in his own qualifications. After this battle, there were signs that the realm was going to be broken. When Su Changxian fought again, sister-in-law Mo Xian was willing to use top-quality spirit stones to hire him to come out on top just so that the big hairy monkey could have the opportunity to realize the demon power of the demon commander realm while smashing the demon pills. He couldn't help but feel a sourness in his heart. Yu Kuang had just been promoted to demon marshal, and the demonic power in the demonic dance still had the special aura of the transition from the demon general realm to demon marshal. Woohoo! General Yu has a beauty who thinks so well for him. What does that make me? Does counting being able to live a hard life mean you have to suffer all the time? Su Changxian enviously drooled from the corner of his eyes. Nima. I hate this kind of bridge that takes a pure love script and has a happy ending, especially when the main character isn't even me. And worse than that, not only is he not the main character, he's a supporting character with a part to play. It's okay. He consoled himself. At least he still has the system in place. No need for beauty. Whoops. Still feeling sore. Sour in the heart and sour in the mouth. This sourness makes you want to eat candy. It's best if there's a sugar ball to lick. That would be even better. Su Changxian's eyes aimed at the demon pills in the air. Yu Kuang fainted, and the demonic dam lost its master's control, and was now floating in midair in a throw slip.
It exudes a tantalizing sheen. Suck it, he swallowed and couldn't help but look at the water-avoiding demon waiter in the air, wondering in his heart why he hadn't just pinched Yukwang to death yet. What is this waiting for? As soon as the thought surfaced, a soft voice could be heard coming from above the great river, saying, I also request that Your Excellency, the water-avoiding Marquis, raise your hand and let me, the Yukwang demon commander, have a chance at life. Chapter 252. Princess Frosting stepped in to close the deal. Stupid. When Frostling saw that Yukwang had both trapped the flower snake and the giant ape in the Dharma realm, and had also made a killing move, yet still stayed his hand, he couldn't hold back a low curse. It's amazing that it's still a big deal up to this point. She didn't even have to think about it to know what Yuko was thinking. It was just because he thought that since he had already held the other side, and it was just 2 demon general realms, he couldn't turn over any big waves, and even more so, he couldn't escape. It certainly doesn't require much effort. Using only the killing means in the demon Dan Dharma realm, moving the divine mind Dharma body, along with the suppressive power of the Dharma realm, was enough to kill the 2 demons. But he forgot that this was the southern demon region. When you make a break and don't mess up, you will be messed up instead. If it drags on, there might be other trouble. Furthermore, Yukwang had obviously still underestimated how difficult his opponent was. Although Frostling hadn't cultivated for a long time, and her cultivation realm had just reached the beginning of the demon general realm, but as the daughter of the Jiao King, her insight and eyesight were extraordinary. Moreover, as an onlooker, she immediately sensed that the great ape and the flower snake were stronger than their counterparts in terms of the strength of their physical bodies and divine sense, especially the flower snakes that went and came back. He didn't display any special bloodline aptitude, and by only executing his innate battle skill, he stopped all of the divine thought Dharma bodies condensed and summoned by Yulong outside of the giant ape's body. Strange. A crimson protective demonic cloud? Is it blood chi? His mana is just blood chi? Princess Frostling observed the oddities on Su Chengxian's body and gathered information about him. The mana within the flower snake's body should be extremely strong. Every time he mobilized his blood chi, it was incredibly fast. The enormity of the blood chi mobilized in an instant was equally surprising. The mana was deep and the divine sense was huge. Facing a large number of flying pythons strangling him, although he seemed to be coping with them in a somewhat lousy manner, and even losing sight of them, he stopped them all. And the most terrifying thing was that he wasn't injured from start to finish. He didn't even break a single snake scale. Not even one. By this point, she was able to determine that things would be difficult to end. I'm afraid. But Yukwang, this idiot, even looks like he's fighting with the other side. It seemed to have made up its mind to kill the other party with its divine thought Dharma body. Damn it. Frostling sat up straight. Flower snake is fighting in the wrong state. It went and came back. And normally, it would have gotten out together to save the great ape. However, it was not in a hurry to break the game, but only tried its best to tangle with the flying python. What's more, the golden python that attacked the giant ape was also stopped. There is no doubt as to what the purpose is. Next, unsurprisingly, she saw a tremor of demonic power light from the giant ape. And it's only at this point that Yuko seems to have come to his senses and wants to get up and make it quick. Finally move the strongest means. Frostling sensed it, but her furrowed brow didn't stretch. It was because she saw a woman's figure that appeared in the field. Crap! She got up immediately. At this time, the water-avoiding demon waited to arrive. This Marquis would like to see who wants to kill my daughter? Sail the ship. As soon as the water-avoiding demon candidate shouted out the words this Marquis, Frostling immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly sail forward. Fabulous can die, but not to die here. One cannot die at the hands of a demon lord under the Tiger King's command. She doesn't care if Fabian lives or dies, but one has to step in and close the deal. In time, she said darkly as she calmed her mind a little. The 4 parties of demon kings were now in a situation of fighting but not breaking, and they all tacitly agreed not to put their fights out in the open, for it is only by concerted union that we can defend ourselves against all sides. So the water avoidance demon waiter would definitely wait for her to pass. Until then, Yuko shouldn't die. At least, I can bring back his whole body. A freshly promoted demon marshal, and who had not yet gone out and claimed his title in front of his father's palace, was dead, and the ripple effect would be small. His family must be displeased with the loss of a demon marshal, but this is, well, a good thing. Who is the visitor? The water-avoiding waiter asked indifferently. Daughter of the northern region Jiao King, Frostling. Princess Frostling flew into midair and gave a slight nod in salute. Greetings, Marquis. The water-avoiding demon candidate is a demon Marquis honorary position with military service. Although she was the daughter of the demon king of the northern region, she had no merit or formal enthronement, so it was only right that she had to give the other party a greeting, and she took the opportunity to sweep up. The tackled Yuguan, still alive. As expected, This water-evading demon candidate's timing was extremely well taken. Like his arrival, and the outburst he just made against Fabian, the fire was just right. Not too early, not too late, just the right amount of time. Compared to that, Fabian's performance is nothing short of foolish. Princess Frostling? Greetings. The water-avoiding Marquis frowned slightly and casually returned the salute, saying, "Why is the princess stopping me? Could it be that you have something to do with this asshole who was going to lay a hand on my daughter?" He looked at the princess across from him, and his words were very disrespectful. The Marquis has misunderstood. Princess Frostling was snubbed like this and cursed the old fox, knowing that the other side is trying to bite the bullet on the charge so that they can grab the upper hand. But there was no anger. Instead, he smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "Marquis, my cultivation is low and I came late. I don't know if Demon Marshal Yulong is still alive?" "Not dead yet," the water-avoiding demon candidate said, "but it will be soon. I wonder if the Marquis could release him and let him speak and explain?" Princess Frostling said. "Explain what?" The water-avoiding demon waiter hummed. "What is there to explain?" "Marquis, calm down," Princess Frostling said. "Since he can't open his mouth, then I will speak. This Yuquan was some time ago, just broke into the demon martial realm, and has not yet gone to my father's command to join out. He heard the news that one of his sons died in the emperor's tomb. That son was extremely valued by him, and had a magic weapon with him. He also heard his nephew's slanderous rumors that his son's death was related to the 3 water-avoiding serpent demons in Wangyun Mountain. So he hurriedly came to inquire clearly. When she said this, she sighed. When my father got the news, he didn't want him to come here and cause trouble, spoiling the harmony between the 2 domains, so he asked me to chase after him to stop him. But I never thought that I was still a step too slow, and in the end, I let him make this mess. But soothsaying, no one was injured on Mount Wangyun. Speaking of this, Princess Frostling turned a pair of wonderful eyes towards the giant ape behind the water-avoiding demon candidate. With bright eyes, he asked, "This is the main general of Wangyun Mountain, known as General Yu, right? To be able to make an epiphany breakthrough with the help of the newly promoted demon marshal's demonic pills. What a great ingenuity! Good skill! What courage! Humph." Chapter 253 Happy Candy Ball Licking. It's a tone. Su Changxian, however, heard 2 sounds at the same time. One sound came from the water-avoiding demonic candidate, and one more sound, from his sister-in-law Moshuan. The 2 grunts clearly had different meanings. The former, probably feeling a little offended and a little amused at the compliment being paid to his hairy-footed son-in-law who hadn't passed through the door, grunted under mixed emotions. The latter, though, is much simpler and purer, purely because she didn't like this Princess Frostling, leading the conversation to her own little Yu, and this initiative to show goodwill. There was also the suspicion of showing weakness and inducing General Yu to open his mouth to answer. Regardless, the young girl in front of him, with the dignity of the princess of the demon clan, praised her so much. How could General Yu, who was just a demon general, not give a flattering response? TSK. Nima. Su Chushian's heart soured, and his mouth soured even more. Luckily, he just snuck in a lick of a candy ball. No, one more lick. Su Changxian had just taken advantage of the fact that no one had noticed him, or rather, someone had noticed, but no one had stopped them, and had sneakily wriggled underneath the demonic elixir, opening his mouth to take the demonic elixir, which was hanging alone in mid-air, into his mouth. At this point, all the previous effort is saved. It's straight to opening your mouth and then doing the same trick. It activated its natural aptitude, swallowing refinement. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the Demon Commander Realm Demon Pill. Blood and gas plus 500 plus 600 plus 500 plus 700. Essence and blood chi plus 10 plus 10 plus 5 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Woohoo! Hot mouth. Heartburn, but cool. So good. Really good. This essence and blood gas rose. If it wasn't for the fear of blowing himself up, Su Changxian would have wanted to directly stir up the demon pills and swallow them. This is still only the demon commander's demon Dan. If it's the demon hose then it's. His heart moved, and his vertical pupil couldn't help but glance at the water-avoiding demon waiter. Then immediately, with a jolt, he rolled his eyes back. No way, no way. It's gonna get hammered. Better look to General Yu. Let's see if he will respond to Princess Frosting's words. It should be hard for a native demon race to refuse a princess's gesture of affection, right? But if this was a response, even if it agreed with what the other party had said before, that there were no casualties in Wangyun Mountain, he was the resident demon general of Mount Wangyun, and after he opened his mouth and promised, it was inevitable that the water-avoiding Marquis would be passive as a result. Big brother hairy monkey, I can only wish you good luck, Su Changxian secretly said in his heart. This offending his father-in-law is not expected to end too well. This old Tarzan of General Yu's can really fight. Look at the beating given to Demon Marshal Yu Quan, now unknown to the demon world. Even the demon pills were being licked by him as candy balls. TCH, that's tragic. One more thing. He was curious. General Yu was what mattered. Mo Xian's identity. And her relationship with the water-avoiding demon Ho? Was it just now when the water-avoiding Marquis bit my daughter? Or did you know about it before? If he just found out, how is he feeling at this moment? The great joy of being about to climb the ladder? Or do you feel offended at being lied to? The stupidest thing was to not know what to do and to blame Mo Xian in front of Princess Frostling without regard to the occasion. His Su Changxian felt that General Yu would be immediately beaten up furiously if he really did this. But apparently, General Yu wouldn't do such a stupid thing. On the contrary, he's smart. Only the great ape looked slightly sideways at the woman who was speaking to him. Then, slowly, he put his long stick, pestle and mortar, on the ground. Then, holding the stick in one hand, he pressed one hand to his chest. The majestic body slowly hunched over. Put. The giant ape showed a pained expression and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Well, now the casualties of Mount Hope Cloud have appeared. Su Changxian, who had secretly spat out the demonic elixir to take a breather, froze. Nice guy. I didn't expect General Yu, who had a serious and magnificent image, to have this skill. Well, should he, take a squirt too? The operation of spraying blood gas was familiar to him. He's never spit blood before. Forget it. Better grab 2 more sips of the demonic elixir. Once I opened my mouth, I shivered and licked. If you don't say, the demonic elixir thing, who researched it? Suck it up. It's really, really good. Blood and gas plus 600 plus 400 plus 500 plus 800. Essence, blood and chi plus 10 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 plus 10. Hey. Su Changxian had to work very hard to suppress the corners of his mouth so that he didn't crack a smile. He narrowed his eyes slightly and observed carefully, his heart incomparably expecting the dealings between Princess Frostling and the water-avoiding demon candidate to last a little longer, so that he can have a couple more licks. This demon commander's demonic elixir is not that good to refine. It's a lot of work to draw demonic power from it. Although Yu Quan was unconscious, he didn't die. The will contained in the demonic Dan was still preventing other forces from coveting it. Moreover, the demon martial realm was one large realm higher than Su Changxian, the demon general realm. To refine the drawn-out demonic power, one had to use several times its blood chi. But hooray, my current blood chi, ample. The 10 million level that has just been used is only a fraction of that. Just Xiao Hei and Su Xiaobai, these two guys, again, were like a dead mother's number mourning, shouting his headache. Also, Princess Frostling didn't tangle with the water-avoiding demon Marquis for too long as he had expected. Seeing that General Yu had made it clear that the pair were going to be only oil and salt, solely, the oil and salt didn't have to come out of her pocket. He simply indirectly said, "This matter is Yu Quan's abruptness. Why don't we let him compensate for a sum of spirit stones at Wanyan Mountain, and think it's over? How? She's here to close the show, not to lose face." The longer the little princess of the Jiao King stood here, the more humiliating it would be to spread the word. The other demon clans would only think that the hallowed Jiao King couldn't suppress the demons under his jurisdiction, and that his might wasn't enough to make the demon Marquis under the Tiger King by it. That would be a disgrace. However, this was a good reason to go back and rub Yu Quan's affiliated groups and clans the wrong way. I believe Father would be willing to take this opportunity to properly straighten out those disobedient forces in the northern region. Princess Frostling had a smile on her face, but her heart was very ruthless in its planning. Of course, this had nothing to do with Su Changxian, but there is something that concerns him. Also, there's Yu Quan's nephew, who was swallowed by this demon General Su. I wonder if he could return it as well. Seeing that the water-avoiding Marquis didn't make a sound of refusal, Princess Frostling then turned her gaze back to a certain flower snake. There was a hint of puzzled disbelief in her eyes. This guy is so huge. He doesn't think they can't see it, does he? Making a sneaky appearance, he kept swallowing and spitting out Yu Quan's demonic pills. What is this? You also want to feel and realize the mystery of advancing to the demon commander realm from it? Due to the limitations of her cultivation realm, yet it was not good enough to probe her divine sense over in front of the water-avoiding demon candidate. She was unable to sense whether or not there was any change in the demonic Dan after it had been gobbled up by Su Changxian. I don't think a demon general can do much to a demon commander's demon pill, can he? But Flower Snake's movements always made her feel like she was stealing. Ask me? Su Changxian just happened to spit out the demonic elixir, sniffing and pretending that nothing happened. He blandly said, "Can't return it, digested it all, stirred up. I can't pay it back." Oh, Demon General Su's belly is really unusual. Since that's the case, that's just it.
Princess Frostling said as the corner of her eyes moved. Su Changxian suspected her of connoting herself,
but had no proof.
but this little princess of the demon race kept looking at him even after she finished.
It nagged at him for a split second, finally biting my tongue.
I decided not to care,
Opened my mouth, and swallowed. Whatever.
If the demonic pills were not retrieved, he would have to continue to take advantage of this bargain. Princess Frostling's eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes.
It is beyond certain that the flowering serpent is stealing, but as she watched, she switched to open robbery. Chapter 254 To the Eastern Earthly Realm. Frostling and the water-sheltering demon waiter have talked it over, and he offered to take back Yuquang's demonic elixir.
This caused Su Changxian to rather regretfully,
fondly, spit out the demonic pills in his mouth. So what? Do you want me to rub it for you? He asked very politely as he returned the demonic elixir. No need for that, Princess Frostling said with a smile. Demon General Su. Saliva.
You can't wipe it clean with your tongue.
Hiya. Su Changxian scratched his head and played dumb. Good lord. It was prejudged by others. If you don't say so. A girl can't be too smart to fool. After collecting the demon pills and taking Yuquang with her, Princess Frostbite didn't stay any longer and went straight back to the ship, ordering the return voyage. Staying any longer will not help. With a demon marquis realm powerhouse on her side, she was limited in the means she could use. When she left this way, the side of Mount Wanyun also dispersed. The water avoidance waiter grunted as General Yu saluted him and walked away with a flutter of his sleeve. However, it should not have left Mount Wanyun because sister-in-law Emotian immediately pulled General Yu to follow her. The resident demon generals would not leave the premises without authorization. So the people, this family of 3, must have returned to the spirit mansion and had something to say.
Su Changxian wasn't so insensitive that he had to be at this time, chasing after those 200 top-grade spirit stones and when he could give them, as well as arranging for the family to go on a family search.
Anyway, you can run away from the monk.
He also knew the way where the King City water-evading demon candidate's mansion was. Besides, not to mention that a demon-waiting family's demoness isn't so bad as to renege on the account of 200 top-grade spirit stones. It's just that people have made a fortune this time around and don't care about this small amount of money.
He sighed, feeling sour inside my heart and mouth again,
because just as he was working hard,
stealing demonic power a little bit from Yu Guang's demonic Dan, General Yu's old Taishan water-avoiding demon candidate, from Princess Frostling, knocked a large sum of money, a full 3,000 top-grade spirit stones.
There were also several high-grade spirit elixirs, and 2 more cherished spirit materials were requested.
TSK. It's still a knockout if you don't say it's a money thing, and it's best to target the rich and powerful existentialists. This will guarantee a harvest. Of course, provided that one is strong enough, Su Changxian muttered. Kid, you're getting the hang of it. Big Black yelled. Say, who are we going to knock? Knock fart. Su Changxian laughed and scolded. I'm a small shrimp. Who can I knock? There's a mountain to climb. So what if it's the demon commander realm?
He was beaten to a dog in front of the water-shielding marquis. I didn't realize that promoting a demon general is still not quite enough in front of a demon marquis.
Yu Guang has lost his bottom this time. He couldn't believe that Princess Frostling and King Jia would be so kind as to help him with this ransom money. The wool, surely, must come from the sheep. On the contrary, he was the one who had stood correctly this time and rubbed it in. In addition to the top-quality spirit stones that didn't arrive, he had swallowed a great demon, complete with a big demon. This Jin Hong fellow, he's finally been killed by me, Su Changxian said with a flick of his tail. The opponent's flesh was still being refined. Just now, he had to go all out to shiver Yu Guang, the demonic marshal's demonic Dan. So Jin Hong's demonic Dan was sealed with his blood chi. Nope, he's not dead through. Big Black hemmed and hawed and said, this kid, hiding his divine soul in the demonic pills, is preparing to shade you, to Jedi counterattack. Ha! Su Changxian smiled back. Then let him dream first. There was no rush to refine Jin Hong's demonic pills. It wasn't because it was difficult to do so, but it was necessary to first thoroughly refine the demonic power belonging to the demon marshal, as well as the few threads of divine sense in it, before saying anything. Let's go find Xiao Chui first. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Through the demon commander's demon pill. A total of blood chi plus 10342990. Essence blood chi plus 109. Physical realm plus 204. Divine soul realm plus 189. 5 days later, Su Changxian woke up to a very pleasant beep. It was only at this time that he turned the benefits he had gained from Yu Guang's demonic Dan completely into his own power. 10 million blood chi. Not much, he thought as he stretched his snake body. It's not enough to make up for the blood chi that was used up when he fought the flying python. The key is the growth of essence, blood and chi. Surprisingly, there are 200, a quarter of a tonic.
It was a pleasant surprise to see such a gain in just a few moments of work. Of course, this was also the reason why his cultivation had increased.
If I swallow a heaven mending pill now, I estimate that I will be able to refine it completely in half a month.
He projected in his mind.
Row, make a lot of money. Dad, you're awake?
At this time, Su Xiaobai's voice came from outside the cave.
In the next instant,
a small white dragon flew in and cruised over to Su Chengxian's side and said,
Father, Uncle you told you to go see him when you wake up. Boy, you're awake. Big Black leapt up after him,
thrusting a front hoof out in front of him.
The meaning is clear, debt collection is on. What for? Su Chengxian snapped his nostrils with his snake tail and pretended not to read. You kid, don't pretend. Big Black yelled.
You stole quite a bit of demonic power from the demon marshal's demonic pills and refined it into blood chi.
This father saw it all.
So what if you saw it?
Su Chengxian was all, Give me some. Big Black demanded the money. Justifiably.
Father. Su Xiaobai took human form and hugged Su Chengxian, rubbing his fat face against him.
Little Bai Bai wants to pinch too. You two debt collectors. Give.
Su Chengxian still gave a little blood and sent them packing.
Then he turned around and went out of the spirit vein cave and went to find General Yu. Nothing else, he went back to being a debt collector.
General Yu was more generous than him, and when he saw him come over, he directly handed over a storage bag. Inside were exactly 200 top-grade spirit stones,
and a jade tablet. Xian'er gave it to you. General Yu's face was as normal.
The jade tablet is a cross-domain teleportation talisman. Take this jade token to the outside of the king's city and enter the corresponding teleportation array, and you'll be able to go to the eastern earthly realm.
This teleportation array? The place it leads to is a remote location in the earthly realm.
When he saw Su Chengxian holding the jade token to look at it,
he said, when you arrive at that place,
don't rush to make contact with the human race first,
lest you be used by the Xianmen sect's proper sect as spirit material. There were also a few vestments in the storage bag.
It can mask the aura of the demon race.
Many thanks to Big Brother Yu and sister-in-law. Su Chengxian said this thank you with genuine sincerity. It's not just for the top-quality spirit stones,
and this well-considered arrangement and instructions.
The region of the Eastern earthly realm was very vast, and the human races in it,
whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, belonged to many different powers of different sizes. There are even several countries such as Great Qin,
Great Tang, Great Zhou, Great Song, and Great Ming.
Most of the contact between the demon race and the earthly realm was through the teleportation arrays in the royal city.
Most of the teleportation arrays,
the places they reached were where the sects were located, or within the capital city of the country. Su Chengxian and the others didn't have the official identity of the demon race, so if they went over through these teleportation arrays, whether it was safe or not was another story. It was certain that they would be watched. Don't say you're looking for your family, and don't be lucky if you don't get killed on some random pretext. Rather, this kind of hidden teleportation array is more convenient.
Imo Xian would give him this jade tablet. There must be no problem with security.
There should be quite a few of these, and even more mysterious cohorts, within the demon clan that can make it to the earthly realm.
Of course, the earthly world must be less set up in the same way. You don't have to be polite.
I also have to thank you for being willing to help me for a fight.
General Yu smiled and said,
I gained a lot from fighting against Yu Guang this time, and within 5 years, I hope to break through the boundary and be promoted to Demon Marshal.
With this epiphany,
along with the support of the water-avoiding demon candidate, he would have a greater certainty that he would be able to go to the next level with this tide of sea beasts. At that time, by taking this opportunity to directly advance to the Demon Commander Middle Realm, he would be able to truly sit on the side.
Big Brother Yu, don't be polite to me either. Su Chengxian laughed. Sea beast tide, right? When we come back from the earthly realm to seek out our relatives,
perhaps we'll still be in time to help you out.
The little demons that our family can't take with us, we still need to ask you to take care of them. By the way,
I still have a few transformation pills here, so I'll leave them to our brothers in Wangyan Mountain. There are still quite a lot of transformation, Dan.
Share a little and leave it, take the rest away. The little demons that follow may also be of use. However, Su Chengxian now had an out-of-body incarnation that practiced the Tao,
and he was prepared to open his own furnace to make pills when he arrived in the earthly realm.
Half a month later, a group of demons from the White family arrived outside the king's city. Then taking the jade token, he passed through the teleportation array very smoothly, reached the earthly realm. Chapter 255 Go. Enter the den of thieves. You carry the load and he leads the horse. Welcome the sunrise and send off the sunset. Su Chengxian's singing voice was absurdly loud and drifted out a long way, shaking the birds into taking off,
and the surrounding demons covered their ears and skimmed their mouths.
He was the only one enjoying himself, stepping over the bumps into the road, fighting off the hardships and dangers. Little flower, stop, mother, I have a headache.
Bai Xiaochui really couldn't help but open her mouth. Then without waiting for Su Changxian to answer, she hurriedly continued to ask, "Little flower, how long before we can see someone? I haven't even met anyone yet." "By people." Of course, she meant the human race. "Don't be in a hurry. You'll see it in a while," Su Changxian said, by presenting his jade token, along with a spirit tonic. He got close to the little demon that was guarding the teleportation array. A general inquiry cleared the place of arrival. Coming out of the teleportation array at the bottom of the river was a wasteland mass grave. Go through and walk up a dozen miles and there's a village. Hundreds of families live there. In his previous life, he had traveled quite a few times, and deeply understood one thing: you cannot do the travel strategy before departure. But the basic information is not understood, and the mine avoidance reminder is not read. Just wait for stepping on the pit. People may not be able to appreciate the good things they say, but 80% of them will step on it. In the journey of life, if you don't meet a good thing, you will sigh at most, and if you meet a big pit, you will probably be tripped to death. Not to mention that it was now a family of demons that had arrived at the human realm. Not without caution. What if I get decapitated? After disembarking, Su Changxian spread out all of his divine sense again to feel out the situation around the front. Not only did it confirm that there were indeed no real cultivators in this place, but it also corroborated with what was previously known. This is the southern border of Great Zhou, the poor countryside that the government doesn't care about. I think this village, 80% is a den of thieves, he said based on what he had found out. Of course, picking a den of thieves to land in could be safer for them than going to a human town. Give yourself credit for being resourceful. Don't worry, I'm reliable. Su Changxian laughed. Don't think that I'm just singing, but I actually didn't pull back a bit on what I should be busy with. Hey, speaking of singing, where was I? Oh yes, fight the hardships and set off again. Monkey monkey monkey, you're so, oops, wait, don't you sing yet? Bai Xiaochui hurriedly added. How are we going to find Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai and the others? The earthly realm is so big, and it's not like we know where they are. It's easy for us to find them. This question had long since occurred to Su Changxian. Second sister and third brother are not peaceful fellows. Let's go along and find the bogeyman who can get into trouble. And there's bound to be them in there. What if there isn't? Bai Xiaochui was afraid that he would go on to sing and hurriedly asked after him. That's also simple. Let's make a bit of a commotion, so that they can't just come looking for it? Su Changxian had already thought about it. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would not necessarily use their previous names again, so he's going to have a bit of a hard time finding these two, I guess. However, Bai Xiaochui and his Su Changxian's name were not known to many people in the earthly realm, especially Bai Xiaochui. Within the demon clan, there weren't many who had heard of it. Moreover, he intended to help Xiaochui collect the incense of the divine Tao and accomplish the ascension of the dragon to the heavenly realm, and was supposed to open a mountain and set up a temple for her to pass down the faith Tao lineage. So it's kind of a double whammy to proclaim fame. Xiaochui, in the future, how about letting your followers address you as the White Lady? As he thought of this, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, I'll think of a few more short stories for you to spread out as miracles. Let me think about what to write for this little story. White Lady, White Snake, White under Mount Qingcheng, Little Flower. Bai Xiaochui also did not expect to be able to talk and sing at the top of her voice, and was shouted at. She covered her heart and sighed. Little Flower, why don't I go down and you come up and sit on the back of the horse for a while? Don't sing it coiled around a horse's neck, too close to the horse's ears. You're singing to the horse's wit with this opening of your voice. That's because our horse is a ninth-order demonic beast. Otherwise it would have to kick back. No need, mother. We're almost at the place. Su Changxian turned around and bared his teeth at her. I'm just in time to go change my outfit, said he slipped off the horse's neck. After landing, he swam a few times and looked for an unoccupied area. Looking around, he will quickly grow in size to 7 or 8 feet long. Then, opened the snake's mouth. Then, a red cloud floated out from among the snake's mouth. Out stepped a 7 or 8-year-old Taoist boy. The Taoist boy flung his duster, stretched out his arms and looked at them, shaking his head slightly. No, that's too young. With that, he turned around with a flourish. There was a flash of white light on his body. Turn around again and you've grown to be something like 13 or 14 years old. Well, it's still a bit small. Su Changxian shook his head again, but it was impossible to grow any longer. The growth of this doppelganger came with cultivation. Before he built his foundation, he was able to be such a teenager. At the 7th level of Qi refining, the day of foundation establishment was not far away. With 100 top-quality spirit stones in his pocket, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to foundation establishment. You're going to ask me why? Before it was still 200 top-grade spirit stones, and now it's only 100? Good question. It's because 100 of them win the road fee.
It's really expensive to have a cross-domain teleportation array open, not to mention with a family. He let out a huge sigh. And that jade tablet is still disposable. He'd have to find another way to go back later. Come what may. Let's see the earth first. With a flick of the duster, he stuck it behind his neck. Then the divine thought moved, pointing out a strand of mana, falling on the snake, changing the body into a finger thick, then picking up, to the waist a wrap, very skillfully tied a knot. Think of it as silk taping. That's when he stepped out and back in front of the crowd. Yikes, little flower. You actually have a persona. Bai Xiaochui saw this and rejoiced. Nyang ah, you praise really good. In the future do not praise me. Maharaja? Maharaja. The great sage, who was holding the reins of his horse, blinked in puzzled confirmation. It's me, Su Chengxian said. Does Shang? Hold the horse. We're going into the village. Okay, great king, there's no need to hold it, and I won't run around for miles. The horse carrying Bai Xiaochui's load couldn't help but speak up. On the contrary, the great sage is much harder to restrain than it can be. This monkey walked all the way over, saw the flowers and plants to pick and send the mouth to nibble on a couple of mouthfuls, but also to go and quarrel with the little saint. The two monkeys were so noisy that they had to chase and fight for a while. The most rowdy of all the demons. That's why I'm letting it hold the reins. Just so you can keep an eye on it, pony. Su Chengxian patted the horse's neck and said to Bai Xiaochui, who was sitting on the horse's back, Xiaochui, when we enter the village, you all have to call me Taoist Su. Got it? I know. Bai Xiaochui nodded. And you, don't call me father anymore. Su Chengxian said to Su Xiaobai, who was sitting in her arms. Then there was Cat 19 and Mouse Lipa, who were lying on their backs in the arms of a large and a small one. Remember not to open your mouth to talk when you get to people, lest they reveal themselves to be all demons. Of course the three boys were good enough to agree. Okay, go. We're in a den of thieves. Chapter 256 Little Taoist. Spare your life. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, refining the demonic body of a great demon. A total of plus 41, 989, 332 blood chi, plus 269 essence blood chi. Physical realm plus 697, divine soul realm plus 552. After the instructions, Su Chengxian felt that it should be fine. He was about to lift his leg to go when he received an alert from the system. So, in passing, I looked at the data panel. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water snake, grade, demon general realm, 500 points of essence blood chi must be condensed to advance to demon martial realm. Blood gas, 1106032229, essence and blood chi, 12, 489. Physical realm, essence realm, 60912/100. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 61268/100. Avatars, devouring and refining, compulsion hissing, size change, snake mold, techniques, snake bite, snake binding, 5 elements, snake swinging tail, refining points, 0/20. Cultivation has risen, and the speed of refining the elixir to condense essence and blood chi with blood chi has accelerated quite a bit. Su Chengxian could already do so, and with a sweeping glance, he could tell in which aspects of himself the changes were greater. After all, even if he didn't look at the panel for these numbers, he had a personal feeling for the changes in his real body. And, long ago, it was possible to know all this like a true practitioner. So at most, one more pass over the mind for the physical and divine soul realms. Speaking of which, the period of time when he was forced to send himself as an airplane and was sent high into the sky by the chaos ancestor, and was tempered in the astral winds, the divine soul realm and the physical realm, improved the most. Although there weren't many days, it allowed him to quickly transform that period of kung fu, the accumulation of harvests from eating and drinking indiscriminately in the sea of chaos, into true strength. One molten particular should have been the time when both realms double broke through 60,000. Oops. Su Chengxian couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. I really kind of miss Ling Xiao and Yunzi. I wish I could fight them right now. See how much your battle power has increased. There's always that intimacy when you're fighting someone else. It was also mainly less fulfilling to defeat the Empress and the Tao Lord. I wonder how much stronger they've gotten. Shouldn't be as much as me? The beauty of West Lake. March day. Spring rain is like wine. Willow is like smoke. A light rain, as silky as a green mist, rustled against the leaves of the grass and trees. What should have been a quiet evening was rendered extraordinarily noisy by a bright but strangely tuneful song. A line of people slowly moved forward on a goat path. The young girl sitting on the back of the horse had a helpless look on her face. What's raining on a fine day? She muttered in a small voice. Just now we could see the sun, and suddenly it's raining. Rain in March doesn't annoy anyone, but it shouldn't have stirred up the big cub's poetry. And then without writing a verse, It was sung again. It's hard to sing when you're a big pup in human form. And when you're a snake. The cat in her arms, 19, was on the verge of burying her head under her belly. Ai Su Xiaobai sighed as well. Father, what is this? They don't know what they're talking about. But they do know what they're talking about. Su Changxian was shaking his head and singing happily when he heard someone call out to him from behind. Taoist Master. Little Taoist Master. The little Taoist priest who sings in front. And walks slowly. Wait underneath.
Su Changxian flung his duster and turned around to look back, just to see a young man heading their way, running over, waving his hand toward him as he ran. Why him? He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw who it was through the rain. The other party was from the Song family home they were going to, or one of the only readers in the family home. He worked as a seer for the youngest son of the family in the Zhang residence, the only large family within the Song family estate, also known as the teachers. Isn't this a coincidence? Su Changxian said mentally. Although the Song family home is a den of thieves, these families are not doing well, and it is getting worse every day. And lately it seems that they can't even eat. The divine sense probe was mainly to confirm safety, and other information he hadn't had time to learn more about. Thinking that he was going to live in it anyway, he took his time before inquiring, and saved himself from wasting his mana. Yet he could probably guess the reason why the other called out to him. That's dozing off to deliver a pillow. He was thinking about how to find an opportunity to live in the Zhang residence. The Zhang family has a large mansion and a wealthy family. Stay in, eat well and sleep well. Seeing as your brat is useful, I'll let it slide that you sang me as if I were singing scripture. Su Changxian narrowed his eyes and whispered. Immediately, Bai Xiaochui and Su Xiaobai heard it. Knowing he had plans, they all kept quiet and followed, waiting for someone to come. Taoist Master. I'm sorry to trouble you, Taoist Master. For waiting, because it wasn't too far away. Even running and shouting, he arrived a few moments later. When he ran closer, the youth wiped a handful of water from his face, then bowed and gave Su Changxian a deep eloquent salute. My name is Song Qing. I have seen this young Taoist master. Mr. Song, there is no need to be polite. Su Changxian said. I already know what you seek me for. Ha? Song Qing froze. Aren't you here for the matter of the Zhang mansion? Su Changxian smiled and turned around. Let's not get wet here. Let's go. Young Taoist master. You also heard about the Zhang mansion? Song Qing reacted and followed up. Haven't heard about it, I saw it in you. Su Changxian pretended to be profound. From my body? Song Qing frowned furiously, obviously refusing to believe it. Little Taoist, don't joke about it. Why can I see it on my body about the Zhang mansion? Zhang Jai and I are nothing more than. Do you want to say that it's nothing more than working as a seer for Zhang mansion's young son? Su Changxian grunted and laughed. Lying to my face is a fall. If you fall on your face, if no little lady likes it in the future, you can't blame me. As soon as he said little lady, Song Qing's words went out of his mouth. Even the footsteps stopped. Don't you not go? Su Changxian, who was walking in front of him, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and said, hurry up and take us to the Zhang residence. Settle his family's affairs earlier, and save your sweetheart from having to sleep badly all night long with fear. My sweetheart under me? Song Qing rushed up in a panic. Don't be ridiculous, little Taoist master. Where does I have any sweetheart? That Miss Zhang and I are innocent. We don't have a single connection. Yeah, you and young lady Zhang are uninvolved. Su Changxian hemmed and hawed. But you and young Mrs. Zhang are a little bit uninvolved. Am I right? Poof. Song Qing fell on his face. He lay on the ground and froze. Looking up, he looked at Su Changxian in front of him, only to see that handsome little Taoist master, turning around and smiling faintly at him. Song Qing, not too bold. With one frightened word, Song Qing climbed to his feet and rushed over to tug on Su Changxian's robe. Little Taoist master. Little Taoist master. Spare my life. Chapter 257 Songjia Village, Zhang Mansion, Ghosts, Songjiazwang, Zhang's house. Master Zhang sat in the hall with a sad face. The eldest daughter-in-law, the youngest grandson, and the daughter-in-law, Zhang Wan, are sitting on both sides of the table. At this point, it's going to be dark soon. None of the adults in the family had an appetite for dinner, but it was the youngest grandson who was a little too hungry to handle and grabbed a pastry from the coffee table. Father-in-law, it's not a solution for us to just sit here. Young lady Zhang spoke up. It's better to quickly send someone to spirit state and invite a powerful Taoist master back. Invite what Taoist master? Master Zhang drooped his old face and snorted coldly. Once our family invites a Taoist master, won't those bastards outside know everything? By that time, the lives of the whole family, whether they can be saved or not is still a matter of opinion. And the family property will definitely not be saved. After working hard all my life and saving up my family's wealth, I can't even close my eyes when I die if it's cheap for an outsider.
Father, you're giving up your life but not your money. Don't end up with 2 empty pockets. Zhang Wan whispered softly. It's not that my daughter speaks harshly, the male members of our family, but you and Hanger are all that's left. If we still have to ask Taoist Chi to help, I'm afraid. Shut up. Seeing his daughter-in-law's ugly face and holding his little grandson tightly in his arms, Master Zhang couldn't help but say angrily, You girl, I'm the father in charge of the family. When is it your turn to speak? Father, our great Zhou Emperor is a woman, but you have a daughter who can't even say a word? Zhang Wan snickered. That's right, that Taoist Master Chi also can't look at women, and won't even let his daughter go to see him. What? And you can't wait to see him? Yes, Zhang Wan will chest out, eyes aglare, said. If I say father you are just old and confused. If you let your daughter marry him earlier, now also give birth to a son and a half a daughter out of his whole body of skills to learn. Why is it now like this sitting wax? How does that sound like a young girl in the middle of her life? However, Master Zhang didn't feel any better. Instead he slapped his thigh and said, Oops, this matter is indeed also blamed on father. That old Taoist Chi shrugged it off. And when I saw that he didn't know what he was talking about, I didn't force him. Father, you're wrong. Although my looks are not beautiful, I am not very old after all. Wouldn't it be a success if you poured him some wine? Zhang Wan sighed. Not to mention the other things. As far as my daughter's fertile land is concerned, just a little bit of seed, blossoms and fruits, that's all unusual. What my daughter said is true, but it's too late to talk about this now. Master Zhang chagrined. The corners of young lady Zhang's mouth twitched. She was still full of doubts about the fact that she dared to marry into the old Zhang family back then. What do you see in this family? My little aunt, good-looking Miles, Zhang Sanheng, who was eating pastries, suddenly yelled at this moment. The kid is slower to react than other kids, but is a heartbreaker. When Zhang Wan heard this sentence, she was so happy that she laughed and carried her little nephew over to her, stroking his round head and saying, That's right, our Hanger is a truthful child, and his eyes are also clean, so he can see that his aunt looks beautiful. All those assholes who called her ugly should be beaten with a stick each and spit the out of her. Grandpa, hungry. Zhang Sanheng was embraced in his aunt's arms, and his guts instantly strengthened as he yelled towards Elder Zhang. Eat, eat. You brats just know how to eat. All the rice and noodles in the house are almost eaten up by you and your aunt. Master Zhang looked at his grandson and was glared at by his daughter. But in the end he compromised and said breathlessly, Set out the rice. Set out the rice. Call the housekeeper. Master. Master. The butler ran in without waiting for him to call. Master. Where's the soul calling? Master is not dead yet. Master Zhang didn't dare to glare at his daughter, but he glared at the housekeeper. Reprimanding. There are no rules. Why are you so flustered? Did the ghost come out? Can't. Although the sky looked darker, this was due to the rain and lack of sun. It's not dark yet, but it's just evening. That's why he was able to scold the butler so mid-sentence. Master. It's Mr. Song who invited a little Taoist master to come. The housekeeper said with a happy face. He's waiting at the door right now. Our family is saved. Who? Who told him to invite the Taoist master? Master Zhang was shocked instead of delighted at the news, and got up violently. This is going to ruin my family's business? You go, quickly blow the person away. Eunuch father. Wait. Young lady Zhang opened her mouth to stop. Mr. Song is not that kind of person who doesn't know what's going on. Housekeeper, what did he say? You tell the master the truth. As soon as she opened her mouth, Zhang Wan gave her a look. The two men's eyes met, and with a quiet touch, they parted again. One was in awe, while the other was secretly frowning in disbelief. Master, please calm your anger. Master, it's the old slave who didn't make it clear. Mr. Song said that this little Taoist master was not invited on purpose. The housekeeper, on the other hand, hurriedly followed the young lady's words. It was he who bumped into him at the mouth of the manor. The mansion has been haunted for 3 days. This is seeing the ghosts getting worse and worse, and it's already starting to hurt the poultry. Any more delays and people might have to die. He lives in the front yard of Zhang's house, and is also afraid that the house is haunted by ghosts, so he can't wait to have a senior person to hurry up and drive the ghosts away. But Master Zhang was neither willing to invite that offering from the back of the mountain, nor was he willing to go to Spirit State to hire someone. Now that there is one delivered to the door, how can we let Master Zhang drive it away? Even if Song Qing's words were not well thought out, he would have rounded them up. What's more, he had asked about this matter, and it was indeed that little Taoist master and his group who had come to the Song family home on their own initiative. Mr. Song also said that the little Taoist priest was traveling here, and saw that there seemed to be Yin Qi hovering over our Song family home, so he came here to look at it. Master, this is your deep blessing. The butler said this, patting Master Zhang on the back, saying, therefore,
It was only after the disaster that a nobleman came to the rescue of our house.
We still have this thing called food in our family?
Master Zhang laughed out loud. He didn't believe this himself. He has been robbing families all his life. And although he said that he seldom hurt people's lives, he never gave incense to temples, gave alms to temples, and did not do many good deeds of pitying the poor and the weak.
These villagers of Songjiazwang,
borrowing food and money from his family,
that are also to be returned.
But the steward said this he loved to hear.
Good thing is not done much,
but compared to the merciless thieves,
bandits and gentry,
his old Zhang can also be considered a good person.
That's just it.
Since it's coming to our door of its own accord,
we can't afford not to entertain it. So please come in and have a casual meal.
Yes, master.
At his command, the butler ran out in a huff. In a short while, the group was guided into the mansion.
Master Zhang got up and said,
Let's go see if this Taoist priest is really capable. In his heart, he said that the butler was a bit small-minded, but loyal to him. Therefore, he must have checked Song Qing's words before he dared to say them to him.
So this Taoist who came to the door was the one Song Qing ran into at the village entrance.
And the matter should be true. Just the next, the Taoist is viewed to see the Yin Qi to come to the Song family. This point is mostly false. Would a Taoist with such skills not see that they were a den of thieves? And listen to the steward mouth. A small Taoist cannot help but heart. This is afraid that individual, said Xuanfa. That is,
even the Jianghu things do not know how much of the rash
come to mingle and eat.
But it's good to scare the bastards. But when Master Zhang got a good look at the group of people who were led in by the butler,
he couldn't help but overrule this idea. I thought, this is a capable one.
Rushed quickly, walked a few steps, panicked to go forward to salute, little Taoist master. In the next Zhang Shunfeng met the Taoist master.
I do not know the little Taoist master teacher out of the Xianmen which school, in which one of the immortal mountain cultivation. Behind him, Zhang Wan's eyes also lit up as she followed. Oops, this little Taoist master is better looking than that old Taoist Qi. Chapter 258 Demon. Demon? Master Zhang has a bit of eye candy. He could tell at a glance that the line of people that came in was not simple. The little Taoist master who came first, not only looked clear-eyed and had a comfortable temperament, but also had a rather casual and unrestrained manner between walks. At the side of the young Taoist priest was a high horse. This horse is extraordinary. Within the state capital, he had only seen a handful of such steeds that could match it, and those were all ridden by the heads of the world's families. Just a glimpse of what was to come. But now on the back of this horse sat a young girl. The pretty maiden's plain dress, not seeing the beads and treasures embellished. A cat lay on the young girl's shoulder. Master Zhang's eyes swept over the fat cat, and by the other party's eyes, his heart shivered. In the arms of the young girl sat a little girl. What the little girl was carrying in her arms turned out to be a very fat pink-nosed rat. Looking further down, the reins of the steed, however, were held in the furry paws of a golden-haired, blue-faced monkey. This monkey was accompanied by another strange-looking monkey. The two apes came hopping in, turning their heads and looking around. Master Zhang walked out of the hall and seemed to have heard the commotion. The monkeys, the cats, the rats, and even the horse, all looked at them, sizing him up like a human being. Elder Sang's heart shook, and he immediately knew that this line of people in front of him could never be messed with, especially this little Taoist priest. No matter what, the character who can bring a small beauty and a steed and waltz through the city unharmed is best not to be offended. Sometimes the horse can be more coveted than even the beauty. To be able to keep such a marvelous thing, such a person would either have extraordinary skills or an extraordinary identity. So, after seeing the salute, without waiting for the little Taoist master to return, he hurriedly welcomed the person to the hall. At the same time, full of commands, housekeeper, butler, quickly set up a banquet. Then again, let the daughter and daughter-in-law to entertain the maiden on the horse. The butler, at this time, also greeted the servants to bring the horses. Master Zhang, this horse of mine is not a mortal horse. It's not used to living in a stable and it loves to be clean. Su Chengxian opened his mouth at this time and laughed. Please also find a clean house and spread some hay for it. And for the rest of him, these two offering peaches of my house will take care of themselves. The peach offering is the monkey. Taoist masters in the Xianmen sect like to call their home-raised spirit monkeys Shan Gong in this way. He's taking it out, too, and building a persona for himself. Fine. There are empty rooms. Elder Zhang was full of promise. Then he greeted the people into the house. At the same time, Song Qing gave left behind, said, and Mr. Song, don't go either. Just follow as a chaperone in my house. After saying that, he let the butler order his subordinates to go and send some food to Song Qing's old mother. Don't starve the old man. Yes, don't worry master. I'll go do it now. The butler nodded repeatedly and turned around to set up. Arranging a banquet was one thing, and arranging for someone to send food to Song Qing's house was the second. The man who goes for this has to be a good talker and honest and reliable. When delivering the food, he would surely just happen to meet the rest of the Song family and inquire with him about why he was delivering food to Song Qing's family, knowing that there was a guest at the Zhang residence. Of course, he would go along and ask again what kind of guest he was and also have someone to keep him company. I have to let them know that a powerful little Taoist master has taken the initiative to come to the Zhang mansion and subdue the demons. The housekeeper understood in his heart that the master must have thought that the sinister and evil things in the mansion were not related to those guys outside. This time, regardless of whether or not the little Taoist master is capable, he will first shock those few heads of thieves. The butler strides out, all at a very brisk pace, for he was quite sure at this time that the matter of his own house was to be solved. The little Taoist master who came is definitely a capable person. The soft rain fell incessantly, but the hair of the others in the party was not even wet. Can this still be immortal? Taoist master. Spring is cold. There are freshly made robes at home. Why don't you put the wet clothes first? At this time, sitting in the hall, still want to greet the boy, guiding Su Chengxian to the back to wash up. Will be wet clothes changed down, so as not to get a wind cold. Master Zhang just opened his mouth, words have not yet finished, realized that he seems to have said a stupid words. The clothes of the other little Taoist priest were drier than his. At this time, the daughter's exclamation of surprise also came from the side hall. Yeah, this cat's fur, surprisingly, has not even gotten wet. How can you get wet? Su Chengxian said in his heart that they were all demons with cultivation in place. There was more or less a protective demonic aura on his body. Although under the convergence, ordinary swords and spears can't be blocked, but a little rain can still be avoided. What's more, Cat 19 likes water the least. No, none of the family, except by Xiao Chui, seemed to be very fond of getting wet. Even he subconsciously pinched the water avoidance technique. The Eastern Earthly Realm. What a marvelous place. It was also this pinch that made him feel the difference between the earthly realm and the demonic realm. Herewith the mana condensed by practicing the Xian sex techniques, hooking up the aura of heaven and earth, strangling and reciting incantations to cast spells. It was many times easier than when he was in the demon domain. The amount of mana that was used up along the way, urging mana to perform the water avoidance technique, was simply not worth mentioning, and this also facilitates him to pretend not to show the saint in front of Zhan Lao. There's no need to bother. Su Chengxian flung out his duster and said with a smile, the poor Taoist is a layman who doesn't like to change his clothes, so he'll have to brush off the beauty of this dip in the apricot blossom rain. Good lines. Good verse. When Song Qing heard this line, he clapped his hands and said, what apricot blossom rain? Straightforward and friendly. Fresh and natural. Good line. Really good line. After praising him, he impatiently asked, I wonder if this poem was written by the young Taoist master. Can I know what the whole poem is about? Poor Taoist also heard about it and doesn't remember all of it. Su Chengxian said honestly, I only remember the next line. Blowing on the face without chilling the willow wind. The whole poem he really didn't remember. Nor is there any intention of being a scribe, dragging on a line of text just to raise the tone. Because Ling Yunzi said that the most intuitive difference between an authentic Taoist priest of the Xianmen sect and a wild Taoist priest who cheats for food and drink is the aura and mannerisms on his body. Su Chengxian didn't know how this talk should be presented, so he chose to use the most direct way to appear learned, and he counts as crooked. In the earthly realm, especially in the Great Zhou, since the Empress is extremely disgusted with the uneducated and untalented generation, so originally they all had to read and write in the Xianmen and Shaman. And now some of them who come from the inheritance land can even discuss Confucianism with the Jiuzi. So as soon as he said this poem, Master Zhang's attitude lowered another 2 points. At that moment, just listen to the side hall. Another voice came. Auntie, is this, what, a rat that would steal scented oil to drink? Of course not. It's a spirit mouse raised by that little fairy chief. Oops. It looked at me. Could it be that this spirit mouse understands us? It's called Mouse Lai Bao. Lai Bao not only understands what you say, he can also talk. Demon. Chapter 259 not haunted, but dead. The main hall and the side hall of the Zhang mansion were just a wall apart. Talking louder on the inside is heard clearly outside. Especially I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Whether it was Zhang Wan who asked or by Xiao Chui who answered. Their voices were not small. The former was in mock doubt, while the latter was a bit of proud braggadocio. So when the word demon came out, Su Chengxian couldn't help but look at Master Zhang with a smile on his face, wondering how the other side would react. Little immortal master is truly a man of the way. Elder Zhang was also stunned, but then he smiled and complimented. It's only a truly enlightened person like little immortal master who can raise spirit beasts. The heart speaks, and it is true that it is still the daughter who speaks.
Little Taoist Master is indeed not as good as Little Immortal Master Mile. At this time it so happened that a maid sent tea up, so he invited Su Changxian to use tea while laughing. I see that the little fairy long horse is not a mortal horse. The two offer Peach's gong, but also can hold the horse fell stirrups. I did not think that even the little fairy boy's arms to hold the spirit of the mouse actually can mouth human speech? Rather, they are all the ones that have melted away the horizontal bones in their mouths. Su Changxian smiled. Not only can they speak human language, they also understand human affairs, and are more than capable of a few things. To be able to come out and walk with me, there has to be some use for them. As expected, in the earthly realm, as long as the one who was in charge was the human race, having demons and ghosts under one's command would be treated as usual. They're actually mountain protection beasts with magical powers? Master Zhang marveled. Just now, I wanted to ask, where did the young immortal master learn from? I wonder what kind of place it is that can raise a character like Little Fairy Master. They're not quite mountain protection divine beasts. Su Changxian smiled again. As for my origin? Yet it cannot be said. Why is that? If there is a day when the poor Taoist gets what he wants and returns to the clan after settling the dust of the past, he will let the world recognize where I came from. Su Changxian followed Ling Yunzi's example and said in a faintly haughty manner, if I falter before accomplishing what my heart desires, I won't have to raise my body anywhere, lest I fall into the reputation of the division. But I don't know what the young immortal wishes for? Song Chung chimed in. Can you tell us? So that Master Zhang and I can hear it and see if there is anything we can do? Master Zhang looked at him rather appreciatively, leaving Song Qing to accompany his guest, for the sake of this guy's lively mind, being able to sing along with him to inquire about this little Taoist's details. Then he also followed. Yes, extremely. If the young immortal master has any use for the old immortal will definitely help out. Song Chang was a child of the Song family, raised under his watchful eye, and the only clean person in this den of thieves, so there was no way he could have colluded with this Taoist, but he guessed that he couldn't imagine how clean Song Ching was. Just how clean? The clean ones are thinking of his young lady, and are bent on having a lover. Moreover, he was also held by Su Changxian and became a member of the other side, sold the bottom line on his family. Master Zhang is polite. My trip is for the White Maiden's cultivation, and I'm out walking in the red dust. Su Changxian didn't want to beat around the bush with him either, and directly and simply stated the purpose of his trip. If Master Zhang has the heart to help me build a temple for the White Maiden, mold her golden body, and set up her divine seat, the poor Taoist will return the favor. The meaning in that statement is simple. I've got my eye on your family's property. Why don't you give it up to me to build a temple for our White Queen? Ha! How could Master Zhang not expect that Su Changxian would be so blunt? Song Qing hurriedly served tea, blocking the corners of her mouth that couldn't help but want to laugh. Ha ha! Master Zhang, don't be anxious. I'm not a robber. I won't force myself. Su Changxian laughed, also knowing that he was a little too quick with this figure. The main reason was that the map was too short for Master Zhang, an old geezer, to react to, but he did bother to bull *********. There wasn't even a single cultivator who had practiced qi to enter the body within a 100-mile radius of Songjia village. Although the nearest state is called Spirit State, there is not a single decent spirit vein, and there are only a few small sects sitting around. There are also several family temples, ancestral-type shrines. In other words, with this split cultivation, he was able to dominate this area. In that case, what's the point of wasting time? Straight to the point right away. Of course, even if there was a powerful presence hiding in the dark, there was always a reason for not showing up. We'll talk about it when we really meet. If you look ahead and are afraid of this or that, you won't have to do anything at all. Su Changxian was also very curious about Shinto incense and wanted to see it. He finished laughing and looked at Master Zhang. Hey, oops, little fairy leader, you scared me to death. Master Zhang wasn't scared either, and with a thought, he laughed along. It's not that I'm not willing to help, it's that little fairy leader is going to set up a divine seat for that white lady, and build a temple and statue, so I'm afraid that there are all the precepts, aren't there? I have seen the Spirit State Temple, is to be a good number of believers brick by brick offerings up, he said, then frowned slightly, shook his head and said, even if the little fairy long have other means, without this can set up a temple, but if no one to kowtow to the faith, even if I give up my family's property, I'm afraid that we'll not be able to do anything. Master Zhang is also very knowledgeable and knows quite a lot. Su Changxian raised an eyebrow as he listened. Also, when I was young, I went out for a few days. It's nothing, Elder Zhang said in a self-effacing manner. You're right. The matter of me wanting to establish a temple for the Empress is something that can only be accomplished if there are believers, all of whom are united in a common cause. Su Changxian said, but for this matter, I already have plans in mind.
Master Zhang can also rest assured that I'm not that greedy and won't want your entire family fortune.
With a flick of his duster, he gave a very dashing smile and said, I prefer to take what I need from each than to take it by force. Meow. At this time, inside the side hall, suddenly there was a catcall. Then there was a creak and the side door opened without wind. A plate flew out from inside, circled around, and arrived in front of Su Chengxian. Big cub, pull out a few fruits to eat. My throat is a bit dry from eating pastries.
By Xiao Chui's voice came.
Yes, yes.
Su Chengxian laughed, flung his duster, put a few peaches on the plate, and said, 19. Don't be naughty. I see. It's you who don't eat the pastries, and that's why you're acting up and sending an empty plate out, and letting the white maiden speak for you. The two female sure. Female good faith didn't get scared, right? And that child. Nyang nyang, these few peaches, you give them some to share and eat. Don't startle people.
Got it. Bai Xiao Chui responded. The plate with the peaches on it then had a whirl and flew back to the inner room. The door, too, closed with it. There is no inside, no outside, and not a single sound from the Shakti.
When are we going to eat, Master Zhang? Su Chengxian seemed to be oblivious, and laughed.
I haven't eaten mortal meals for a long time, so I miss it very much.
He,
little immortal elder, wait a moment. I'll let the butler go and rush the food. Elder Zhang returned with a dry smile. His heart was really mixed at this moment, so he couldn't help but glare at Song Cheng.
You're a ing dead man.
In order to drive away a ghost, I invited a murderous god.
Unfortunately, it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away.
If you have the intention to rush the guests again, you have to serve them carefully first.
During the meal,
Master Zhang carefully asked,
I wonder where the White Queen comes from.
Su Chengxian smiled. It's a white snake immortal who has attained enlightenment.
As soon as the words fell, there were people in the inner and outer rooms whose hands shook and their chopsticks snapped to the ground. That night, Su Chengxian and his group stayed at the Zhang residence. And on this night, the Zhang residence was really not haunted. But people died. Early in the morning, Master Zhang received a return from his old servant. Old Taoist Qi is dead. Chapter 260. Who is the killer? Master, dead, Master, dead. Early in the morning, the old servant with white hair rushed headlong into the backyard. When he saw Master Zhang, he ran forward while sloping his feet and shouted in a low voice, Scram! Master Zhang immediately scolded. Master, not dead. You're the one who's dead. Master, I'm not dead either. The old servant strained his neck and said, It's old Taoist Qi. Old Taoist Qi is dead. If the old road is dead, you say the old road. And you shout what the old master is dead. And so on. What did you say? Master Zhang just cursed in the middle. Back to the eyes. Eyes suddenly rounded. Who did you say is dead? The old servant padded forward, his voice small again. So old Taoist Qi's Qi. He just didn't hear it clearly. But this moment of rhetorical questioning was a bit unbelievable. Master, old Taoist Qi is dead. The old servant walked up to him and said as he got close. Dead? How did the person die? Master Shang's heart raced. How did it die? I went to deliver food in the morning and I saw him sitting there not moving. Touched. The person is cold. The old servant had seen a lot of dead people, and wasn't afraid of this, and had a closer look. I smelled the odor of alcohol. I guess he died from drinking. He just looked at the old ways and didn't look like he was going to live long. A burnt, thin face and slow, powerless speech. Especially when he came back from Lingzhou 2 months ago. That face was all grayish and his lips were purple, just as if he had been drained of his essence. So the old servant was not surprised to see him dead. It's just that the master asked him to keep an eye on people, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to tell. So he pretended to be surprised and reported it. Drank to death? Master Sang's brow furrowed. This is dead. How could it be such a coincidence? Such a coincidence. Talking of course about the young Taoist master entering the door in the first place and the old Taoist master dying in the second. Although old Taoist Qi is a wild Taoist who walks the side paths, he has some real ability. He said this, but his brow relaxed slightly. Qi Lao Dao is dead. Suddenly learned the news. Is stunned. But after the energy had passed, he felt a wave of relief again. Compared to those bastards who wanted to take the family's property, old Taoist Qi, who wanted their family's human life offerings, was even more hateful and terrifying. It's a good thing it's dead now. But on second thought, with this guy dead, those assholes out there, they'd have no scruples at all. And then he thought of home, where the sick tiger behind him died. But the wolf came to the front door. No, it's not a wolf. It's a snake. Master Zhang murmured in a low voice, the flesh on his face popping. Snake fairy? Snake fairies. A snake spirit that can take human form. And I don't know if it eats people or not. Luckily, that little Taoist priest looked like a proper Taoist priest instead. There are many fake monks who lust after women, and many fake Taoist priests who cheat money. However, in the Great Zhou, there were more people who wooed and pretended to be shamans, but fewer who dared to pretend to be Taoist priests, because the queen revered Buddha. The Shenmen in a bad situation. The Taoist masters would have been temperament. The Taoism, see the impostor and do sins to destroy their own reputation. That is really deadly. If it's fake, it shouldn't be so bold. If you really run into them, you won't be able to kill them all. Some of them went straight to their souls. The better ones do not commit many sins, and need a Taoist priest with a better temper, willing to write a petition and bring their souls into the city god temple, so that they may have a chance to atone for their sins by suffering in the netherworld. Speaking of which, this little Taoist master can be quite a bit better than Taoist Master Qi, though the words are not pleasant, and he opens his mouth to ask him to offer his family's property. They are reasonable. It's all said and done. Not all of it, and no hard grabs. At the time of the meal it was said that he wanted his family's grain and a little money to build up the temple. I hope he's true to his word. After a night of pondering, Master Zhang actually had a few calculations in his heart. He also probably guessed what the little Taoist priest was going to do. It may not be impossible to save the greater part of the family's property, and the peace of the family hereafter. And when the old servant came to inform him at this time, the letter that old Taoist Qi had died, he understood even more that there was no way back. Go ahead and keep quiet. Master Zhang waved his hand and shooed the old servant away, telling him to keep his mouth shut. He himself circled around the courtyard, chanting under his breath. He just stayed without spending the night before killing old Taoist Qi. This tactic can't be anything less than ruthless. Yesterday I saw his eyes clear, not like evil people. I do not want to be so decisive, but he didn't hurt my family, so he seems to have some morals. I wonder which of his bred spirit beasts was the one that did it. Wait, why don't I call him to join me and go see the dead old Taoist Qi? Elder Zhang said with a beat in his step. After another thought, he made up his mind, beckoned for the butler to join him, and turned to head for the west span. The Zhang residence was a 3-entry courtyard. Each courtyard is subdivided into 2 east and 2 west crosscourts. The front yard housed the butler and the boys, and the back yard housed the women. With the 2 crosscourts in the center, Master Zhang lived in the east crosscourt, and Su Chengxian and his party were placed in the west crosscourt. Even Ma Chengfeng and the great sage and the little sage had a room. The bedding was all new and the room was spacious, so it was still a comfortable stay. That's why Su Chengxian was in a good mood and decided to be nice to Master Zhang. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that Master Zhang's family were not bad people, although from time to time, the people of the Song family's house were organized and went out to rob the house. But this family did not have much yin fury on them. Sinful forces must give birth to yin and yang, only they are invisible to the naked eye. It was just like when they had collected their demonic aura. They would still have a protective demonic light, but those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to see it. In addition, when Cat 19 cast the spell yesterday, the demonic power glowed, and Master Zhang and the others couldn't even see it. Su Chengxian was able to see it. Therefore, he decided that appropriately he could give Master Zhang a little favor. But now, I've changed my mind. Su Chengxian hugged his arms and said to Su Xiaobai, who was hugging and nibbling on a cake. Father, why? Su Xiaobai's cheeks puffed out, taking the time to ask. Because he framed me. Su Chengxian snorted coldly. It wasn't even him who killed Qi Lao Dao, nor any of the demons under him. Yesterday they honestly slept in their rooms, and to their surprise, a pot of dirty water was thrown at them first thing in the morning. That sinful old Taoist deserved to die, but not at his hands. The person who did it. I guess Master Zhang couldn't even dream of who it was. That's why this old guy. That's why he put the pot on his head. The entire Zhang mansion. No, the entire Songjia village was within Su Chengxian's divine sense sensing range. He certainly took in what happened last night. So who's the murderer? Big Black popped up. It's Zhang Wan. Su Chengxian grunted and said. Ah. Su Xiaobai was surprised. She had seen Zhang Wan before. That talkative sister? She doesn't look like she'd kill anyone. It's true. You can't judge a book by its cover. And that young Mrs. Chang, is it collusion? Big Black asked. Also, it can't be considered collusion. Father, I can't understand a pinch. The two didn't discuss it, but then again they did do it together. Chapter 261 Zhang's provider Qi Lao Dao. On the right side of the front yard of the Zhang residence, there is a small door. The trail behind the small gate leads to a cave in the back of the mountain. The 2 wooden doors at the entrance to the cave were, for the moment, hidden. Immortal. This is it. Master Zhang carried his sash and led the way ahead. Ever since Cat 19 had shown his hand, he had delettered the little fairy chief. It's not a matter of being old enough to be capable, but it's time to be more respectful. Young people want to grow up and older people want to be complimented on their youth. It's all jungle experience. Master, it's dark inside. I'll light the lamp. The butler stepped forward at that moment and pushed the heavy wooden door, which was hidden, open. A warm breath, and the smell of alcohol, hit him at once. What's with the heavy odor? Su Changxian flicked his duster and asked knowingly. The big black sheep had already flown in on the strength that Master Zhang and the others couldn't see it. The next instant the voice was transmitted and questioned. Kid, you still say you didn't kill the people? It's true that I didn't kill the people. Su Changxian replied nonchalantly before taking a step to follow Master Zhang into the cave. You didn't kill them. What's going on here? Da He asked, pointing at the top of the cave. The shadowy soul suspended by the soul chain. The hanging spirit was thin and dry, and looked exactly like the old Taoist who was lying on the stone table, lifeless. One look and I knew it was the spirit of old Taoist Qi. And on that soul-locking chain, there was clearly the aura of Su Chengxian's divine sense. It sniffs it out when it gets close. I didn't kill him. The corners of Su Chengxian's mouth hooked up. I was just watching the show when I saw that he was going to lay his hands on the child, so I went along to help the two female good faiths. Old Taoist Qi's back was surrounded by black mist. In fury molding. At a glance, it was not a good person. Dead is dead. But he's dead and yet he's going to victimize another child. Now that I've seen it, of course I can't ignore it. Eat your heart out. Take your hand out. To take has not yet taken, but ate and drank. But also in people's Zhang family stayed. How can not stand by and watch? Dead old Taoist put Zhang's children killed. What are you? Doing good deeds without leaving a name? Having a human form makes you of high character? Big Black grunted conspiratorially. What words? I've always had a high moral character. It just wasn't obvious before. Da He grunted, ignored him with a twist, and began to interrogate the hanging Qi Lao Dao. Immortal. Look, this is that old Taoist Qi. But even though Su Changxian didn't leave his name, Master Zhang firmly placed the credit for getting old Taoist Qi killed on his head. When you think about it that way, it's not a bad idea. At this time, seeing the dead body of old Taoist Qi with his own eyes, and seeing Su Chengxian's face was calm, Master Zhang's posture could not help but become more respectful. Get out of the way and ask him to come up and check out the situation. Your family's offering? This is it? Su Chengxian revealed a look of disdain as he moved towards his corpse amidst the wails of Elder Dao Qi's shadowy soul. Some clans would keep people with special skills to sit and protect the family legacy, and such people would be called offerings. Before he came, Master Zhang had already told him the identity of old Taoist Qi, and told him everything. This old Taoist Qi was found 3 years ago. He also brought the bones of young Master Zhang. At that time, the Zhang family is encountering a difficult task. This old Taoist will help out. To give the reward time do not, said his son dying will be the blood of his heart to him, begging him to go out to protect the Zhang family 3 times. After that, Elder Taoist Qi stayed at the Zhang family and worked as an envoy. Su Chengxian was belittling old Taoist Qi at this moment, and was also looking at Master Zhang's reaction. Yes, in the eyes of the immortal, this Taoist priest is not worth mentioning, but in the eyes of us mortals, he's a formidable figure. Master Zhang sighed. My house is like a place for evil spirits, and I'm afraid that he'll rise up one day and eat people. He says he is protecting my family 3 times, but how can I easily dare to beg him? I'm afraid that he'll demand the heart blood of the male members of the family again. Saying this, a look of sadness appeared on his face. Disgruntled immortal. Our family is suspecting that it was old Taoist Qi who killed my son, and after 3 years together, that suspicion not only hadn't been dispelled, it was even getting more and more seated. Taoist Master Qi wasn't always at the Zhang family home and went out every now and then. A walk can be as short as 10 days or as long as several months. Said to seek immortality, but every time he came back, he carried a fishy smell, either the smell of earth or water, and the smell of human blood. Does not seem to have done any serious business. Since a year ago, it has become increasingly greedy, at first asking for chickens, ducks, fish and the blood of livestock, and some herbs. The Zhang family then paid people from the Song family village to go up to the mountains, picking herbs and hunting to supply him. Later he said that these were not enough, so he used pills with the village and exchanged human blood, said he was going to make an elixir of immortality. 3 months ago, it was even revealed that I was told to buy male children and make sacrifices for myself to refine pills. Master Zhang said dismally, how could I do this? Just rebuffed it and didn't dare to tell others about it. But after that, this old Taoist Qi looked at his grandson in a different way. What he didn't say was that he had moved to kill since then. However, old Taoist Qi had some inexplicable means that made him not dare to act rashly. Why don't you dare tell anyone about this? Su Chengxian asked. This was because he realized that the butler also had a look of surprise on his face when he heard Master Zhang's words. Obviously didn't know about this before either. Is there a hidden agenda that this crony won't tell? Hey, immortal master, having lived to my age, What haven't I seen before?
Master Zhang smiled bitterly. They say that parents love their children.
But in this world, are there few who sell their children? Songjia village is full of poor hags, and there are even more confused bastards.
Someone would certainly be willing to sell a child if they paid real money for it, and if they said that some children were going to enjoy the blessings and get out of the misery.
Not to mention that old Taoist Chi was willing to give money, even if he didn't give money and lied to them.
There were people who were willing to give up their sons to him, to go and accumulate blessings for their own families.
This is still a son. If it were a daughter, I'm afraid it could be easier. I see. Su Changxian nodded non-committally. No wonder you asked me to make this trip. Exactly.
Master Zhang hurriedly said.
Immortal. This old Taoist Chi is a gloomy and evil person. Unlike you, Immortal, who are bright and open-minded. It's said that 1,000 years of evil will be left behind.
I'm afraid that he's not dead through, or still has the means to do harm,
and will kill and maim innocents again. Aha! Su Changxian glanced at Master Zhang. Good lord!
He had reason to suspect that the other man had connoted him with the word bright, but that's okay, just listen to it as a compliment. It was quite refreshing to have the other side hold him up for this dare.
Not a bad taste. Master Zhang has thought this through. He laughed. Master Zhang is indeed an old man. Then his daughter and daughter-in-law. To be more discreet, old Taoist Chi did make some arrangements in this cave.
Su Changxian stepped forward and stepped out,
violently stomping toward the ground. Click!
All the crowd heard was a soft ringing in their ears, and then they saw several snapping sounds coming from the dark corners,
one after the other. Ouch! Holy! Chapter 262 Little Immortal Chief. One air is here to greet you.
The cave was gray and the candles were not helpful.
When the sound came out,
the housekeeper and Master Zhang were both shaking in fear, and the master and servant hugged each other.
One is short and fat, the other is thin and tall, and the picture is hilarious. Su Changxian couldn't help himself. The darkness didn't affect his ability to see,
so he didn't care before. With a wave of his duster at this moment, a cluster of fire floated up from the candlestick in the steward's hand to the oil lamps on the cave wall,
setting each ablaze. A few poofs, the cave lit up.
Only then did Master Zhang and the housekeeper see that there were several wooden tablets in the corner.
All fell to the ground at this point. Wanting to go over and take a look but not daring to,
he looked at Su Changxian.
Immortal. Just now?
A spell formation that invites souls.
Su Changxian said lightly. It's already been broken by me. By the way, those wooden plaques are the God Master position. Your families. My families?
When Master Zhang heard this,
he directly jumped up. He said he looked familiar, leaping over to take a look. It really was his family's ancestral tablet.
This is obviously a tablet placed in the shrine.
Why is it here? It's ready to be used to harm your grandson. Su Changxian said.
There's a charm drawn in vermilion sand behind it, so don't take it back. Take the paper money and yuanbao with you and burn it in front of your ancestor's grave, and find someone else to invite a new tablet for worship. Now let's see if this old Taoist Chi has any good things on him. After fighting the monsters, of course, you have to touch the corpse. Even though he didn't fight the monster, the corpse can be touched by him.
Saying that, he reached out and pointed,
and a white light didn't enter the chest of Chi Lao Dao's corpse.
In the next instant,
there was a flash of white light and a cloth bag rolled out from the inside. With a wave of the duster, he waved away a plume of black smoke rising from the cloth bag, and opened it to reveal a rolled-up triangular black streamer and a tattered pamphlet inside.
This is? Master Zhang's eyes narrowed. Gong Fu. Su Changxian smiled. It's not up to par, and it's still crippled. The handwriting looks like it was copied. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed it, and it was a curse to keep it. No wonder after practicing for decades, I haven't practiced Qi into my body. Practicing Qi into the body does not mean introducing aura into the body. Rather,
it was necessary to take the spiritual energy introduced into the body and follow the meridians and orifices to complete a complete cultivation of a large circumference, and finally refine the spiritual energy into one's own mana and deposit it into the dantian.
Qi Lao Dao's qualifications were not good.
His gong method was not right. He was only able to sense the presence of spiritual Qi and introduce it into his meridians, but was unable to introduce it into his dantian.
In other words, there's just a sense of gas. Immortal is saying that this old Taoist Qi is not even a cultivator?
Elder Zhang asked bravely. Newly worshipped outer disciples of cultivation sects. Within 3 years, they also have to practice Qi into the body and reach the first level of Qi refining.
Even the handymen,
if they don't enter Qi refining within 10 years,
they will be driven off the mountain. Su Changxian hummed and laughed. What do you think? Thanks to Yunzi's friendly information provision,
his big brother was able to pretend to be a proper human cultivator with ease. But on this guy's body,
he even has a decent magic weapon.
As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and a bead floated out of his bag.
It is? Water-avoiding beads.
The imitation of imitations. After Su Chengxian confirmed that there was no other tampering on the thing, he took the translucent aquamarine bead
in his hand.
The refining technique was very rough for a piece that could barely be considered a lower-grade magic weapon. It should be worth a few lower-grade spirit stones, but it would be interesting to see an old Taoist chi, who could only drive a small amount of aura and cast a few crippled spells, have a piece like this on him. What was more interesting was that the beads hid an aura of water-based spells inside. There's also a water movement technique branded in here. Su Chengxian narrowed his eyes. Behind old Taoist chi, there are still backers? With the mana contained in the water-avoiding bead, it was inferred that the water line technique branded in it should be able to be somewhat powerful once it was invoked. What? Su Chengxian's words were spoken lightly, but when Master Zhang heard them, his face turned white with fear and his heart beat wildly. He couldn't afford to mess with old Taoist chi, nor could he afford to mess with Su Chengxian. The former wanted his family's life, the latter his fortune. It's better if the latter simply gets the former killed, the lesser of two evils. Originally thought that the plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. As long as you worry about the tiger to turn around and eat people on the line. I did not expect the wolf behind the strong beam. This is going to finish. This is going to be the end. Afraid of what? Su Chengxian gave a chesty smile. I'm here to keep your family safe and sound. He wouldn't have dared to brag about anything else. He sensed a demonic aura on this water avoidance bead. The water spells were branded on when the weapon was refined. The demonic aura outside the bead came from a demonic beast of the 8th rank. Simple speculation could tell that it should be this demonic beast that gave the beads to old Taoist chi. Isn't that a coincidence? The lowest cultivation level of their family was above the 8th rank. And Dahei immediately understood and began to interrogate Chi Lao Dao as to who the backer behind him was. Then thank you in advance. Immortal. Elder Zhang bitterly thanked him. He didn't know that Su Chengxian was already pondering and making the first move, and at the moment his heart was really mixed. One thing leads to another. How can it be so unlucky? Immortal. Then what should we do next? He lifted his head and piled out a bit of a smile, rushing at Su Chengxian with a pleading look. I haven't taken care of my family's affairs yet, and this is another one. In case the other side learns that old Taoist chi is dead. Isn't it just about the haunting? Su Chengxian waved his hand. I'll arrange it for you. In this way, you go and inform the people of Songjia village to gather at the open space in front of your house in half an hour. Ha! Master Zhang froze at the sound of it. What? Su Chengxian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, you can rest assured that I'll do my job, and I'll make sure that your pair of partners will put aside their former enmity, shake hands and make peace, and we'll all work together to create another brilliant future. Master Zhang was shocked to his mind by this. Don't be this and that. The way of the world is that you are good and I am good and everyone is good. Go call someone. I'll be there in a while. Su Chengxian impatiently waved his duster, whisking Master Zhang and the housekeeper both out. Master? The butler looked at Master Zhang. What should we do? To call or not to call? Oops. Master Zhang slapped his thigh and clenched his teeth. Let's do as the immortal said. A man dies a bird's death. There is no turning back at this point. As far as old Taoist chi's demeanor is concerned, whoever is behind him is not a good cake. This guy died in my place. And the people who came will surely use the opportunity to raise an offense to eat up the Zhang family. Who would be polite when they could bully the small and the big and bully the weak? And, once it's done cleanly without leaving any loose ends. He didn't know how many such tactics he had seen. When the time comes, it's true what my daughter said, there will be no money left. Nowadays, we can only cling to immortal Master Su's thigh first. Master Zhang pondered in his heart. If he can resist, then follow him. If he can't resist, it's not too late to sell him. Plus it's better to pull in these assholes from Song's family. There were smart ones among these assholes, and as long as they were also let in on the news that Chi Lao Dao was dead, but there was someone else behind him, they should know what to do. Master Zhang. At this time, Su Chengxian's voice with a laugh sounded abruptly in his ears. Hey! Master Zhang's body shivered. I thought to myself, this Taoist can't hear what's going on in my mind. Can he? I just forgot to tell you to get some of your family's food ready. When we talk later, I'll give the folks some meal allowances up front. Hey! Yes. I'll go get ready right now. How dare Master Zhang say no? In response, he lifted his robe and ran for home in a huff. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, Su Chengxian would hear his heart again. Master? Wait for me, master. The butler was confused, and when he saw his lordship running away, he hurriedly followed after him. The cave. Humph. Old man. Su Chengxian couldn't help but grunt when he heard the hurried footsteps. I knew Master Zhang wouldn't be honest, but it's okay. It's okay to listen. Then he looked up at Big Black and said, okay, that's pretty much it for asking, so let's send him to the afterlife.
All the collusion with the demons set out. Visible put down the bottom. There should be nothing to hide. This evil man. And send him to his rebirth? Big Black twisted his head. Or what? It's not like I'm in the garbage collection business. Su Changxian didn't bother wasting a single ounce of mana. Just send it to the land temple and wait for the underworlder to come and take it away at night. The implication is to let Big Black run his errands. Then took a step towards the inside of the cave. There's a Damaku in there. Thought I'd see if I could use it. As a result, when he arrived close, he couldn't help but blacken his face once his divine sense was swept. What the hell is this? Obscurity is piled up on it, and the evil spirits are all over it. Then with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of the furnace. A black smoke rose and smelled fishy. Mother asterisk 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 error. Su Changxian cursed. Don't look at this damn furnace as an ordinary mortal artifact. It has created quite a lot of sins. It's really bad luck. Turning his side to walk outside, he opened his mouth as he said, Miss Xiangwan, you can come out now. Let's talk outside. It stinks too much here. Wretch. Zhang Wan, who was on the verge of vomiting from the fishy stench, finally failed to hold back and let out a dry retch. Then came out of the shadows. The two reached the outside of the cave. She looked at Su Changxian with a sly look and saluted. Young immortal master. Wanner is here to salute you. Chapter 263. I can't stand to see people go hungry. Many thanks to young immortal master for saving my life. Zhang Wan revealed a shy look and stole a glance at Su Changxian. Wan is willing to. Ahem. There's no need. There's no need. Miss Xiangwan, poor Tao has no thoughts of starting a family for the time being. Su Changxian coughed dryly, not letting her finish her sentence. Thanks for your kind words, girl. How can I thank you for saving my life? When you meet the one you fancy, it's all about the body. If you don't fall in love with them, you'll have to repay them in the next life by working as an ox or a horse. We all know the routine. Humph. Little immortal chief. Why bother lying to me? Zhang Wan sadly looked at him again. It's just that I don't think I'm beautiful and I don't fancy people. Oh, Miss Zhang, what you said. Zhang Wan immediately face a happy. No matter Su Changxian goo the face of a daughter's family, denying the last sentence, she will be able to, is simply right. Ha, Miss Zhang, it's like this. When it comes to matters of men and women, the poor Taoist is still very traditional. Su Changxian bared his teeth and smiled. I do like to look good. Hey, Zhang Wan straightened her bent back. I knew it would be like this. Little immortal chief, what a truthful person. To be able to purposely lift the lid of the Dan furnace and almost smoke her to vomit, it was evident that there wasn't a bit of compassion. But anyone with a bit of male or female interest in her would not have acted in such a way. Miss Zhang is also a woman, Su Changxian said. The praise, too, was genuine. Last night, Song's house was dead silent on the surface. But secretly, it was harboring a lot of secrets. He meditated and cultivated in passing, eating melons and watching theater, and was so busy catching up with the scene that he almost couldn't keep up with it. Let's not talk about the Zhuangzi for a moment, but the Zhang residence is exciting enough. At less than 3 o'clock, the young lady secretly took Zhang Sanheng to the cave in the back of the mountain. Come and see old Taoist Qi. The girl in front of her, Miss Zhang, then followed her. Elder Taoist Qi falsely swindled the young lady into bringing Zhang Sanheng here in order to get the boy's heart's blood. Then by means of the invocation formation set up by the tablet, the souls of the Zhang family's children and grandchildren were hooked out and trapped in the cave, attached to it again and escaped the first 7 days. But he didn't expect to be countered by the 2 women who made the first move. Young Mrs. Zhang, who had come with wine and food, had bewitched the man, but hesitated at the head. The one who made the final move was this Zhangwan girl in front of her, and the means by which she killed the man was skillful and subtle. So much so that she crushed Xi Laodao's hyoid bone from behind through the hand-warming bag and strangled the man to death. Su Changxian couldn't help but scan Zhang Wan's hand. This girl's surface above the weak, cannot see, so strong hands. It was because the death was so strange and unreadable that Master Zhang thought that the person was killed by him. Bold, determined, smart. Not only did he dare to do it, but he dared to come to the cave early in the morning to see the subsequent movements. The cleverness, on the other hand, was that the other side seemed to have guessed that he was meddling in this. The Zhang family is still haunted. When Su Changxian thought of this, he laughed. Miss Zhang still dares to come here. Aren't you afraid that old Taoist Qi will turn into a ghost and seek your life? If I can claim my life, I should have died last night when I killed him. Zhang Wan took a deep breath and said, if you didn't do it then, you had to wait for me to come back? Could it be that you were merciful at that time? What's more, she suddenly smiled as she stared at Su Changxian. There's still little fairy leader. So why should I be afraid? You knew that I intervened yesterday? Su Changxian asked directly. Guessed it, or saw it coming? Guessed. Zhang Wan smiled. Old Taoist Qi is a bit of a shady tactic.
I killed him because my sister-in-law had already revealed her movements.
If he doesn't die, my Zhang family is going to be in big trouble. So after killing the man,
she let her sister-in-law take San Heng and leave immediately, while she stayed behind,
in order to deal with Qi Lao Dao's subsequent retaliation.
But after waiting for more than half an hour,
nothing happened. After old Taoist Qi's death,
I clearly sensed a ghastly wind. She once again bowed down towards Su Chengxian.
It must have been Little Immortal Master who made the move.
And only Little Immortal Master is capable of such a skill.
Besides,
she had seen Su Chengxian rushing to the top of the cave to speak just now. If it wasn't for this Little Immortal Master in front of her, who had shown his hand at last night's banquet and allowed both her and her sister-in-law to eat the spirit fruit, perhaps her sister-in-law wouldn't have made up her mind to kill old Taoist Qi on this occasion.
That peach, although only divided into a petal, ordinary people cannot see the divine, but eat in the mouth, swallowed, there is a cool and warm feeling, all over the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but also to the skin and flesh, but it is 1 or 2 hours, but only feel the body comfort, mental clarity. Now that's a true immortal handiwork. It's not comparable to that kind of shady and harmful tactics. Old Taoist Qi's intention to harm Hunger was undisguised, and sister-in-law was pushed to the point where she had no way out. So when she saw that there was a glimmer of a chance of survival, how could she still hold her ground? I knew she would come, so I followed. Zhang Wan said quietly. For the sake of Hanger, she even went so far as to fake out Song Qing just to get his help in finding capable people to come to her home. I still hope that Immortal Master will not be prejudiced against her because of this. In the future, the Zhang Mansion and also the Songjia village would probably worship this little immortal leader as a god. Zhang Wan didn't want her sister-in-law to suffer as a result. I see. Su Chengxian smiled. Does Miss Zhang have anything else? There is one more thing I would like to ask Immortal Master. Zhang Wan said. Hanger has eaten one of old Taoist Qi's dawn. Will he be alright? It's just a tonic. Beneficial and harmless. Su Chengxian said. Qi Lao Dao did not even become a cultivator. The Yin soul even failed to cultivate into a yang god. To be able to keep the soul after death, not scattered, and awake, is the previous consumption of the fixed spirit elixir, so he possessed Zhang Sanheng not to take over his body, nor did he have the ability to do so. It is to separate the child's corpse from the soul and then refine it with a secret method. The soul is a devotee and the body is a puppet. As for himself, he was going to use this to cultivate the ghost immortal, or the Yin god technique. Ghost immortals, Yin gods, but do you want to build a temple for worship? Zhang Wan asked after listening. How do you know? I don't know, but he got my dad to build a brick kiln, at the foot of the hill. Ooh, Su Chengxian was happy. Good lord, this is a real winner. The Song family home is situated at the foot of a mountain forest. The Zhang residence is on the east side of the village, next to the main road to the county seat. Several large willows were planted. There was a large clearing by the willows, which was a threshing floor during the farm season. At this time, a lot of people had gathered here. The village people were sitting in 2s and 3s, men and women, and quite a few small children, but neither men nor women, young or old, talk much. Despite the crowd, it seemed silent. There's no way around it. After 2 or 3 months of starvation, who has the strength to say anything? Even the most energetic children, hungry and breathless, lay on their mothers and grunted. It was half morning and the sun was out, so it wasn't quite as cold as it could have been. But after waiting for a while and not seeing anyone come out of the Zhang mansion, some people got impatient waiting. There were 17 or 18 people gathered in front of them. One of the teenagers couldn't help but speak up. Uncle, Auntie, what is the meaning of this surname Zhang, calling all the people in our village and not showing up? Surrounded in the center was a couple who were a little older. The old man also had a 7 or 8-year-old boy in his arms. 13th Lang, what's the hurry? The old man didn't say anything, and the old woman said, the Zhang family couldn't strain themselves to meet us, and said they wanted to get the word out, which is a good thing. When a hemp pole beats a wolf, it is feared at both ends. To keep avoiding it and making a scene until neither side can hold up is a lose-lose situation. Zhang's family has food, and they're starving. To talk, you can't just watch them starve to death. As long as you don't starve, everything else is trivial. When we meet in a while, don't call out anything surnamed Zhang. There are no rules. The old woman said. Shout out Uncle Zhang. No loss. If he is willing to give food, then I naturally. The teenager was about to speak, but was pinched in the arm by his own father behind him. Okay. The old man beside the old woman said. Don't even make a scene later. Save your energy and do the right thing. Zhang Jai called them here, and if they couldn't talk it together, they couldn't endure any longer. Why don't we just take this opportunity to rush in and grab the food and go home for a few full meals? The Zhang family said it was the immortal master who called us over. A tall middle-aged woman said, this immortal master, What is his origin? It's definitely not old Taoist Chi, another person said. Master Zhang has never called old Taoist Chi that way. It's the one who entered the Zhang residence yesterday, the teenager dressed as a Taoist priest.
The man who spoke had a stoic face and stood leaning forward, and his tone was also very certain as he said, "That horse of his, extraordinary, also walking outside with a wonderful woman. He must be a capable one." The old man with his eyes slightly closed said, "If he is capable of supporting both families with one hand, then the predicament of our Song family and the Zhang family is considered to be solved. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root of the problem, and it's still futile. When the Zhang family runs out of food, it's still a death. Incoming." The child sitting in the old man's arms suddenly spoke out. Crunch! The gate of the Zhang family. Open. Immortal, please. Elder Zhang led a teenage Taoist priest to the front. The Taoist priest was not polite, and holding his duster, he stepped out and stood in front of the crowd. He scanned everyone inside suddenly. Opening his mouth, he said, "All right, I'm the one who can't see people starving. Quick and dirty. Hurry up and finish your sentence. Let's eat." Wow. What? What's that? Dinner? Those who were sitting, those who were lying down, were instantly refreshed. Chapter 264. Those who take food from the mouths of the planters deserve to die. Forget it, and don't say the words. Eat straight away first. Su Changxian had wanted to say a few words. As a result, when he saw the group of people in front of him, most of them were yellow and thin, with food coloring on their faces. At once, the mood to say anything was gone. A couple of the little girls, in particular, were starving to the bone. One face just looked like an extraordinarily large pair of eyes, and it made his heart stutter to look at them. He didn't even have palpitations when he fought the demon general before. Is there one that will convince? Stand out one. Arrange for men. Go fetch water and carry firewood, and set up the cook stove. Old Zhang, have your family send out some rice and noodles? Get some dry food, get some meat, and eat it all. Su Changxian said directly. Seeing that after finishing for a while, surprisingly no one moved. He couldn't help but TCH, that was a lot of work. He simply waved his duster and raised his hand a bit, transforming several runes in the air. With another palm strike, he called out, "Yellow Turban Cleric, come!" The next instant, a steep breeze picked up. Two deities, 2 feet tall, appeared in front of him. Arching his hand toward him, he said, "Rex has come in compliance with the law and has met your honor. Please, both of you, reveal your true forms." Su Changxian spoke again before pointing his fingers and sending out 2 channels of spiritual energy. "At your lordship's command." Rex, who got 2 psychic powers is good to talk to, immediately revealed the Dharma body in front of people. The Shenmen Jinshan Rex is a very bluffing seller. The 2 golden and brilliant Rexes were tall and powerful, wearing armor and holding blades without anger. Standing there was an unearthly might. It can be shocked in all directions. Grandpa Sky, is this the gods manifesting themselves? Immortals. The real fairy is here. The people of the Song family's home were directly clamoring into a frenzy. Immediately there were women and children who wanted to kneel. The others didn't kneel, but they all stood up, not daring to sit down again. Silence, silence. The yellow turban cleric got a sign from Su Changxian and rebuked in a deep voice. 2 sounds like thunderous booms immediately shut everyone up. This time, at the front of the crowd, the old man and the old woman from earlier walked out. Little old Song Dio, meet the immortal. Wife Zhang Yuner, meet the immortal master. With that, they were about to kneel down for Su Changxian, not out of reverence, but out of fear. An existence as divine as the yellow turban clerics could be invoked at will, and of course they could be killed with a wave of the hand. You don't need to kneel to me. Su Changxian waved his duster and lifted the people. Oh, wow, these 2 are not young. A head bump felt like it could kill him. Taking another look, the old 2 are afraid that they are also very hungry. No wonder they have been sitting, and now they are standing. Their legs are trembling. Instead, they were surrounded by a few children with blood on their faces, like they could barely get enough to eat. With a scenario like this, nothing more needs to be said. How many of those who have compassion for the young are likely to be evildoers? Moreover, the surrounding youths, at least 70%, were gathering this way, and there were even people who wanted to cluster the 2 of them with their arms behind them. People are beings with hearts. Those who are in revolt may not necessarily be the worst offenders, but those who are the worst offenders are inevitably unlikely to be embraced by the majority. Eat first. Su Changxian was still saying the same thing. Yes, at the behest of the immortal. At your service, immortal. Perhaps it is to see that he did not make things difficult for the old man, and is still treated with courtesy, or it is for the face of the yellow scarf warriors. So this sentence is said. It is considered to be a call to action.
With the old man and the old woman at their head, the crowd hung their heads and obeyed. Master Zhang was even more well-behaved, shouting for the housekeeper to open the storehouse and move the rice and noodles out, and then take all the bacon you saved for New Year's Eve and eat it. 2. Less than half an hour. The aroma of rice and steamed buns emanated. The potential of people to explode in the presence of food is limitless. In a short time, the stove, firewood, and even a dozen new buckets of rice were ground. A group of people who have been hungry for a long time and know that they can't eat hard. It's easy to get into trouble. So for this meal, eat rice porridge and noodles. The first bowl of porridge was delivered to Su Changxian. From a little girl. Cactus. Man. Long. Eat. The little girl of 3 or 4 years old slowly came over and slowly gave Cactus a small bowl of porridge. Alright, this is for you. Su Changxian gave her a piece of candy, took it from Master Zhang's house. Then, the table opened. There was not a murmur to be heard in the full house. It was all purring and moving. It's spectacular. Oops. Su Changxian sighed. Before he entered Song's village, he knew it was a den of thieves. But the people among them, the sinful debts are not much. At least basically hands have not been stained with human life. It belongs to those who have the humanity to be collected and used as objects of Bai Shaochui's believers. In addition to having been a thief and bandit, he has blood and vigor, so he may be able to scratch out a few useful henchmen. We can't let Ma Shifeng and a few other demons go out and proclaim the story of our White Queen's miracles. There is also the most important point, is that this group of people, because of the robbery, and more robbing grain merchants, and live in the foothills of the mountain, by the mountain, at least half of the year, can eat, more or less. There's still meat on the bone. It's really important to be able to eat. He sighed in his mind. In fact, during that year in that Sanlong mysterious realm, Su Changxian had talked to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi about letting Bai Shaochui go to the eastern earthly realm and take the path of the divine path to transform into a dragon. They naturally discussed how to proceed. Ling Xiao said that he could be ordained as a god with the help of the government. Ling Yunzi opened the altar and practiced to invite heaven's approval. Su Changxian, on the other hand, took it for granted that he could start with the people. First form a simple folk belief, and then with this irreversible momentum, make the government and heaven and earth agree with the position of Shinto. His reasoning is simple. Edicts begged from the government can be withdrawn by the government as well. What if you ask for heaven's approval, and then a metaphysical Taoist priest comes along and knocks you off your pedestal? Only the people. There is only the faith of the people. As long as there is a favor for them, there are still people who sacrifice for hundreds or thousands of years. What's more, Bai Shaochui wouldn't need that long. It is only with the help of Shinto and incense wishes to cross over. After ascension, it doesn't matter if the godhood is knocked down. After all, it is a physical ascension, unlike the way of the Yin God, which is all tied up in the incense offerings of the believers. Then Su Changxian was despised by the Empress and the Dao Lords. These two said he was a "why don't you just eat the meat dude." Nice guy. One guy who was more expensive than the other in his previous life said he was unaware of the world. Su Changxian was unconvinced, only to have people tell him that the people are not known to offer their faith. Someone needs to spur them on, to use many tactics, to trick or cajole them. They have to be taught so that they will follow and believe. People are not as good as they look, and it's too much trouble to teach them what to believe. The efficacy is far less than the previous two, and told Su Changxian, if you are willing, you can also use some means of grace and authority, moving to profit, and then make some noise, so that the official edict of the main shrine, twice the result with half the effort. Why? Because most of them, they don't have enough to eat. So don't think about anything else but filling your stomach. Su Changxian didn't fail to experience hardship. The hardest time he's ever had was when his living expenses ran out and he ate hung noodles for a week. Although I was scratching my head every day at the thought of meat, I was still less able to fill my stomach. With over $2 of hanging noodles, he can cook out 3 large pots, which will last him 2 days. Starving for a few days is not the same as starving all the time, so he doesn't know what it's like to be hungry all the time, or even, if he's not careful, to starve to death alive. But he more or less understood what it was like to feel happy because he could eat. Why do you say that the people, like cattle and sheep, can be driven and whipped? Because they're hungry, and the grass they grow is used as a boon, a bargaining chip. Some people are high and mighty, greedy for heaven, and take the fruits of other people's labor for granted as their own. Those who take food from the mouths of the planters deserve to die. Su Changxian took a sip of porridge and slightly narrowed his eyes as he laughed. Chapter 265 put a ing rolly fart in it. Greetings, immortal. Here's your bowl of meat. There was a little girl who finished delivering the porridge, and then there was a little boy, who brought Su Changxian a bowl of meat. The little boy held up a bowl, gulping as it was brought to him. The one who came was none other than the kid who was following the side of the Song family's leading old man. In the bowl are dried vegetables, tons of bacon. It's you. Su Changxian smiled and took it, asking him, "What's your name?" Song Ju. Which Ju? Penanular ring. Wear jade also. Hire a man with a jade tablet. Ask a scholar with a wall. Call a man with a jade ring. Cut off a man with a penanular jade ring. And cut off a man with a ring in return. Oh. Su Changxian nodded. Nearly all unintelligible. Luckily, this one he happened to really know. Penumbra, in fact, is not a good symbol when used for a person's name, because penanular jade ring, the original meaning of which is a jade pendant with a missing mouth, is often placed next to the year of the deceased. It has the meaning of decision, determination.
When a superior like a king gives a subordinate a penanular jade ring, it often signifies that it is given to death, or that it will never be reappointed. Even if you take the meaning of the other one referring to the instrument that hooks xian in archery, it is not considered auspicious. So penny is a very hostile word. Elders usually don't give their juniors such a word for their destiny, but Song Ju called the name, and it was appropriate for no reason. "You've read books?" he asked, looking at Song Ju with a smile. Grandpa said that recognizing words can understand manners. Song Ju looked at the meat in his bowl and replied, "It's very rare for a 7 or 8-year-old to not only ask questions, but to be organized." Song Ju is here? Come, come, Grandpa Zhang will take you to eat stone honey. Even Master Zhang held Song Ju in extraordinarily high regard, and when he saw him coming, he wanted to take him to get some candy. Sugar, a rarity in the Great Zhou. It's also not called sugar at this time of year, but stone honey. The black and red stone honey was the only thing that Zhang Sanhun could eat a few of on a regular basis in the Zhang family. However, when Song Ju heard this, he suddenly turned red and left a sentence. "Thanks to Grandpa Zhang, I won't eat." Turned, and ran. "Hey, how come this is running away?" Master Zhang was a bit strange. The Song Ju of the past would not have refused food that was brought to his mouth. Ha ha, Su Changxian knew the reason and didn't point it out, but laughed. "It's fine. I guess I'm in a hurry to go back and eat meat. Dinner is served. No tables or chairs either. Individuals come over with bowls and chopsticks, serving porridge and a spoonful of vegetables. Hello eats with gusto. It's really very important to eat, to be full, or at least not to go hungry. Otherwise, people will become numb and stupid. To be wise is not as simple as just teaching the people reason and making them literate. Got to get them out of long-term hunger." For a while, Song Ju's resourcefulness may be due to his talent, but more than that, it's the fact that he's received more love and care. Su Changxian observed the Song family, especially children. Children are more active than adults, being fed porridge by their parents and elders. One by one, they came to life with a smiling look on their faces. They've had fewer days of starvation, so they haven't had their nature rubbed out. But adults, although most of the people in Songjiazwang are still good, there are still a lot of people, both in terms of looks and reactions, are very strange. The oddity was particularly obvious, at least to Su Changxian, slow to react and surprisingly stupid, doing things with a movement and pace that makes you want to kick it up and give him a boost. Irritation. Just looking at it, an unpleasant irritation rose in him for no apparent reason, but then, it felt a pang of sadness. Although the heavenly soul was dim, the life soul was unstable, and the vitality was unstable. At least the three souls were complete. Their stupidity and numbness, as well as their cowardice, are obviously not congenital. Is it because of the long-term starvation that damaged the brain? With a movement in his heart, he released his divine sense to probe these people's spiritual platforms and sea of consciousness. It was found to be decidedly gray in it. The essence is deficient, and the mind is clouded. So the people who have not been able to get enough to eat will be blindly obedient and yield to the forces at their mercy. And this inability to do so has both subjective and objective elements. What's more, the information they have access to is very limited. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were right. I was the one who took things for granted. Su Changxian took a sip of rice porridge. Mixed grain porridge that doesn't really taste good. The bacon had a piece of dead pasta cake on it, which was also dark. Coarse grains taste like that, and it's not like the grains come off the husk completely. What was delivered to him must have still been specially selected, the best 2 bowls of food. In fact, if you look at the history of China, you can see that after shouting that the king and his vassals would rather have seeds, there are very few people who really go from the bottom to the top. The later it gets, the less there is. A community, indeed, needs to be led by a talented person, and accordingly, to cultivate a talented person, it is inevitable that the strength of the community must be gathered to provide for them. But there are people who eat too much, or rather, there are too many existences that eat the flesh and blood of the people at the bottom. Su Changxian sat here, looking at the crowd in the Song family's house, narrowing his eyes and thinking that he was not much of an aspirant. but it's perfectly possible to try to get some of the guys who are taking food from the planters, and getting some of the guys who are taking food from the planters killed.
When the interests are aligned,
the inner treasury was burned to brocade ashes, and the streets of heaven were trodden with the bones of public officials,
demon or not, worldly family or not, governmental court or not,
even mountain sect power.
A clean sweep would be nice.
These guys are well fed and well oiled,
and scraping through, they can certainly make a profit. That's right. If you want to rob, you have to rob the ones with a strong family background. Big Black flew over at this time and appeared beside Su Changxian, yelling, "A bunch of bitter hags in this poor countryside, with nothing of value at home." After it went to send off the yin spirit of old Taoist Qi, it went around to the lair of the guy behind him. "I can't believe I haven't seen a single good thing." When he finished, he puffed and took a bite of the pie he was holding. Then he choked and rolled his eyes. "Ahem. It's so hard to eat."
He said it was hard to eat, but he still swallowed the pie.
"Aren't you only allowed to eat blood Qi?"
Su Changxian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at the bite of cake missing from his hand.
"This is your artifact spirit. This is a tribute from the human race to you." Big Black crossed his arms and said, "Tribute? Of course I can eat it. Why? I don't know. 200 blood and gas."
The human god's way is established by the heavenly Tao and co-authorized by the 9 heavens,
the subtleties of which I can't say.
The Taodai clan expelled the foreign devils and were sealed voluntarily,
which is a favor to all clans in heaven and earth. So under the rules of the heavenly Tao,
the incense wishes and tributes offered by the human race have always been available.
However, the lifespan of the ordinary human race was too short,
and there was no place for Tao Tai in the forces to which cultivators belonged.
The temples dedicated to them have long since ceased to exist. Now it's through the light of Su Changxian. Humph, it's all unprofitable. Big Black grunted.
"I was just in the toad's lair, and I saw the shrine dedicated to the white dragon.
The purpose of the offering is to lend a hand. The Taodai clan is all dead, so how can they still lend a hand? Without the benefits. Of course, there is no incense to offer.
So if you want to build a temple for Shao Chui, you have to give the human race the benefit of the doubt as well."
It reminded Su Changxian. "I know," Su Changxian said. "Did you find out? Can the toad monster Shao Chui be dealt with?" "Definitely," Big Black said. "When do we kill it?" "Now," Su Changxian said.
"You tell Shao Chui to bring Xiao Bai over and trick the toad monster out of its lair and kill it here."
"Why did you bring White with you?"
"I thought you said it worshipped the white dragon godhead? Or are you treacherous? Deduct 100 blood in gas."
"I was wrong. You're not treacherous. You're brilliant. Strategizing and deciding." 1 incense stick later, Song's people have eaten almost as much. It wasn't that everyone was full,
but the porridge and the vegetables and the cakes, they were all gone.
Water was added to the pot and boiled,
and everyone served it in bowls and drank it slowly.
The vegetable pot, in particular, had a savory flavor and a splash of oil, which would qualify as a good soup. "Alright, after we finish eating, let's talk," Su Changxian spoke. "You guys talk, I'll listen." "He'll have to stall a little longer. Big Black and the others haven't written back yet." "I don't know, Immortal. What do you want us to say?"
Song Dayo asked as he got up and bowed. "Say why you guys fell out with Master Zhang's family."
Su Changxian laughed. "Didn't we work happily together before? Their family was in charge of prying for information,
and you guys were in charge of grabbing grain.
Why did you suddenly fall out?" "Immortal, is old Taoist Qi,
who was enshrined in the Zhang residence,
dead?" the old woman, Zhang Yuner, asked. "Well, it's dead." Su Changxian nodded. "Dead? Dead is good,"
a big man behind Song Dayo said.
"Immortal, we are the ones who have been working with Master Zhang,
because the Zhang family is dedicated to the evil path."
Fart.
Master Zhang didn't wait for him to finish,
but glared and jumped to his feet, cursing,
farting ing ro flow 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 flow.
Chapter 266 Poison God? Are you guys talking about it? You guys are messing with my family because that old Taoist Qi is evil? Simply open your eyes and talk nonsense. Master Zhang was also full of food.
His face was flushed and his voice was loud and clear as he yelled.
Ever since he had seen Su Changxian summoning the Dao sect Rexes,
he had made up his mind to hold on to this big thick leg.
"How can you allow the Song family's assholes to slander you? We just don't like that old Taoist Qi."
When someone on the Song family's side heard that old Taoist Qi was dead, they immediately helped out.
"You guys don't see eye to eye?" Master Zhang yelled.
Then feeling that he was alone and a bit of a powerhouse,
he gave the butler a wink. "Let me see who's farting." The butler immediately stepped forward and pointed at the man. "Was it you, Donkey Song? Was it you? You still can't look away? And you guys, I'm not used to old Taoist Qi.
And many people asked me earlier if they could let their sons and daughters practice with him. At that time, it was us who didn't know that there was something wrong with old Taoist Qi."
Donkey Song shrunk his neck. and a woman behind him stood up for him and said, "You don't? Ha!" The housekeeper said angrily. "That old Taoist she has bought human blood. Can you not know that this old Taoist is evil? It's all just a matter of not being able to suppress greed. If you want to slander our Lord, you have to feel your conscience too." Bah! At this point it's nothing more than seeing that immortal Master Su is a decent person. So he wants to get rid of it with old Taoist Shi. "But you shouldn't have stepped on our master. Don't look at the butler's skinny and thin body." But he was a formidable person when he argued. By virtue of the name-naming and name-returning method, he was able to fend off the Song family alone. And surprisingly, he did not lose the battle. Master Zhang was happy, squinting his eyes and grinning. Su Changxian watched from the wall, thinking, "It seems like good luck. This situation in Song's house is really quite passable." Half of them, out of hundreds, were born with strong bones and brains. Even though it was still the same ragged and thin clothes and dark and rough skin look as before, it was a little more popular. "What do you mean? Much smoother." It was the guy whose eyes were numb and cloudy a moment ago, but now that he had eaten enough, they all became a lot more spiritual, especially the clan surnamed Song. They were the main surname of the Song family and the family that cooperated with the Zhang family. It could be seen that the population was thriving and the family culture was still quite clear, so the clansmen were close to each other, under the help of each other, although limited by their knowledge and talent. This moment and the steward's scolding battle fell into a disadvantage, but there are many of them, barely counted as a comeback. Two of the women in particular, who did not speak much, managed to firmly grasp the point that Qi Lao Dao was a member of the Zhang family in the offering, causing the housekeeper to jump anxiously. "Not bad, there are finally a few that can be used." Su Changxian proceeded to observe the ladies. The women of Song's village were all found to be quite healthy as well. It shows that they weren't treated too harshly. To be able to do this, in addition to not being poor to that point, shows that the people on this estate are good human nature. It's just a little strange to see none of the young, unmarried girls. After letting go of his divine sense and sensing it, they were actually all gathered at Song Daio's house? Surprisingly, I also had porridge and bacon. TSK, this is really interesting. Someone had gone dark under his nose, and he hadn't realized it since he didn't care much about it. Seeing Su Changxian listening without moving, not opening his mouth to stop or ask questions, the two sides themselves couldn't stop arguing. Gradually the quarrel, which had gone from reasoning to name-calling, slowly ceased. "Immortal, forgive me." Song Daio made a wink, and a big man stepped in, stopping the people on Song's side of the family. He stepped forward and arched his hand towards Su Changxian. "Immortal Master Mingjian, old Taoist Qi is just one of the reasons why we're alienating the Zheng family." "Aha." Su Changxian nodded. "And the other reason? What is it?" "It's grain." Master Zhang snaps. "They want my family's grain. No matter what, we can't let the Song family, in front of the immortal master, take the lead." "That's right." Song Dayu nodded in recognition. "We do want food." "Immortal." He admitted it. "But it's not to rob." The old woman, Zhang Eunuch, said. "It's to borrow." Wanted food, but said to borrow it, just to return it. "But anyone who wants a face and says he'll pay it back, he'll definitely pay it back." "Borrow?" "Well said." Master Zhang yelled. "How much do you want to borrow?" "Borrow 100 stones." 100 stones? Humph. With a population of 400 or 500, you won't be able to eat it for 2 months even if you save it. Master Zhang said. "After borrowing and eating, there is still no food. Do you want to borrow again? What if I borrow more than I can pay back?" The song was silent. "Humph. I'll say it for you." Master Zhang's voice became more and more high-pitched. "If you can't pay it back and you still want to eat the grain, why don't you just kill my family? And then not only do you not have to pay back the borrowed grain, but my family's grain as well as my family's property will also go to you." That's why he knew that the people of the Song family wanted grain, but they were dragging their feet and refusing to give it. Where does the greed of the human heart end? No way. Song Ju saw that none of the surrounding townspeople were opening their mouths, and couldn't help but say urgently, "We can go to Spirit State to buy food, and we can still figure out how to grow vegetables and food." The childish to shrill voice of a small child seemed a little harsh in the quiet. No one in Song said anything. Song Dayu stroked his clan grandson's hair. "Buy grain from Lingzhou? Do you know how much a bucket of grain costs in Lingzhou anymore?" Master Zhang sneered. "Seed? How to plant? If the poison god doesn't leave, who dares to eat the grain that is grown?" The adults were silent because they knew that they could not buy food by going to Lingzhou. They also said the same thing as Master Zhang, that they couldn't grow food. "If there was another way, would you guys bother with me?" Master Zhang was unforgiving, but immediately poured out his bitterness and aggravation, saying, "The Song and Zhang families have been together for decades, so my Zhang family has been kind to you, right? Is it like words for you guys to be so gracious and hateful?" He looked at the old woman in the lead. Zhang Yuner, you were once my Zhang family's maid. And when you got married, the dowry was all paid for by my family. Now you want my Zhang family's life? Master Zhang, I can't watch my children and grandchildren starve to death. Zhang Yuner faintly said. Besides, we have no intention of taking the lives of the Zhang family. At least, she was alive to let that happen. If it really comes to that, wifey, I'll give the Zhang family a burial. Hey! Master Zhang stomped his feet as he listened and yelled. What's the point of saying that? You have grandchildren. So do I. As both parties spoke, they couldn't help but both look at Su Chengxian again. Immortal. Speak up. Don't just watch. Alright, I hear you. Su Chengxian smiled. One of your parties doesn't have any rice to put in the pot and needs grain to eat. One side is afraid that lending out grain will cause trouble instead. Right? Yes. Exactly. The immortal is right. Then this good thing to do. Su Chengxian waved his duster. I'm here. Master Zhang's grain. Feel free to lend it out. As for you guys, he looked at the Song family, and rest assured, there is no need to be afraid of not being able to pay back borrowed grain, because there is no need to pay it back. Without waiting for the Song family to respond, he added, of course, you guys have to do something for me, but that will come afterward. What I'm wondering is, seeing as we have neither drought nor flooding here, not to mention no locusts crossing the border, how come we can't grow any food? Su Chengxian was asking again knowingly. Immortal, you don't know. We have a poison plague here. The poisonous gods are crossing the border to send disaster. Poison god? Descending disasters? Su Chengxian laughed. Why can't I see it? As soon as the words left his mouth, someone exclaimed. Bad. Even the immortal chief can't see the poisonous plague. So I'm afraid I can't. Wha? The man who spoke was immediately pressed down by hands reaching around him, covering his mouth and holding his head down. Ha ha, I didn't see the poison plague, and the poison god didn't see it either. Su Chengxian laughed carelessly. However, it's true that there's a demon that's causing trouble here. Poison gods, are you talking about it? Demons? A demon? The white lady has caught it, so we'll find out when we ask. As soon as the words fell, the crowd smelled a fishy odor. Then a cry was heard. Croak. Chapter 267. The White Maiden set up her authority, and the toadstool spirit, clamshell treasure, blew up. Boo! A mountain of flesh, falling from the sky, smashed into the ground. The ground shook, dust flew up, and fishy odors spread out. It was not only the dust that kicked up, but also the shocked cries of the people of Song. Wretch! It stinks! Holy! Demon! Demon! Seeing the empty space, there was an additional huge object, and upon closer inspection, it was a huge-sized toad. The enormity of its body was 4 or 5 feet high, like a moving mountain, obscuring half of the daylight and casting a gloomy dark shadow. The back of the great toadstool monster was covered with uneven, lumpy mange, as if it were densely covered with sores. Ugly and disgusting. The mange was especially dense and gruesome on the sides of its head, above the exaggeratedly bulging eardrums. A sense of fear and disgust was, at once, seared into the hearts of everyone who witnessed it. The sunlight shone through the sparse clouds and reflected a haunting, ghostly light on those mange, adding a bit more eeriness and unease. The slime on that, it must be poisonous, highly toxic. The air around them seemed to freeze, and at this moment everyone held their breath, their hearts beating wildly. The villagers were horrified, frozen in place, eyes wide open, as if their souls had been dumbfounded by the sudden fear. And it was at this time that the huge toad, which slowly blinked its huge bloodshot eyes, swept its surroundings and found no enemies, seeing only some small and useless mortals. Impatience flashed in its eyes and it suddenly bulged its belly. Croak! There was a low rumble, as if even the earth was trembling for it. The wide mouth opened slightly, spitting out a long tongue as scarlet as a python, and a sickening fishy odor then filled the air. It shook its body again, lifted one front leg and stepped down. Wow! Boom! Slime rained down in all directions. The ground was stepped on, shaking people unsteadily on their feet. Mother! Run! The crowd seemed to be awakened. Screaming, they ran in all directions, trying to find a hiding place where they could hide from this horrible monster. The cries of children, the screams of women, and the cries of men trembling with fear, stirred together in a confused and desperate echo in one place. Immortal Chief? Xian! Hey! Hey! Song Dio and Zhang Yuner were just about to speak when they were picked up by the people around them and ran towards the head of the village. But in the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of Su Chengxian. Boo! The door slammed. He turned back. Even Elder Zhang, along with the housekeeper, ran back to the Zhang residence and closed the gate. There's also a shoe missing from the run on the floor. Honorable Master. At this time, one of the Rexes standing on both sides opened his mouth and said, We, brothers, don't care about the matter of the dry fight.
Rexes enshrined in Taoist sects belonged to different halls, and thus had different divisions. When these two were summoned in front of him, they only said that they were told to maintain order and show their power in front of the mortals. It doesn't say you have to subdue the demons. Got it. You guys just stand here. Su Changxian didn't expect them to do this job. Not to mention, this one was supposed to be a battle to give Xiao Cui a standing ovation. No one else can intervene even if they want to. It would be hard to do the opposite if a credit grabber came. There's someone behind the tree. Should we grab them out? Another yellow-turbaned warrior asked. It looked like the people had run away, but there were still people hiding behind the trees and walls, keeping an eye on the place. No need. Su Changxian swung his duster. All it takes is for them to watch. Otherwise, why bother getting the big toad over here? Who is it? Bold rats. Who swindled my father here? But with a single movement that startled a crowd of mortals away, the big toad couldn't help but feel smug, gulping his tongue and roaring. What? Dare to call my father to this place, but you don't dare to show yourself? In the midst of his roar, he shook his demon body again, stomping on the ground with a rumble. With one pair of eyes, he looked towards Su Changxian. One of the Xianmen? Is that you? It wasn't me. Su Changxian flung his duster and said in a loud voice. It was my white lady who summoned you here. The white lady? Who is she? What's the relationship with the White Dragon clan? The big toad said in a jarred voice. Daring. The White Nyang asked you to come here because she has something to interrogate you about. Su Changxian said in a cold voice. It's not your turn to ask questions. Interrogate me? Humph. The big toad's strange eyes rolled. How dare you? What are you capable of? To interrogate me? Su Changxian looked at the bastard's appearance and knew that he had to beat him up and convince him before asking. Otherwise, it's purely a lot of talk. So he sent a message to Bai Xiao Cui in the dark and asked her to come out. The next instant, a bell rang. Only the sky above was filled with clouds and haze, weaving a path as splendid as a brocade, spread out over the firmament. Right in the middle of this dreamlike scene, a curvaceous figure slowly came from above the 9 heavens, stepping on a large turtle, turning to the front. At this time, the people hiding in the shadows were able to see clearly the pretty jade face of this goddess. Although it was not absolutely beautiful, it had a special sense of dust. She stood holding her cat in the air, followed by a girl sitting on a black sheep. Although the White Queen appeared, she had a smile on her face and did not speak. Then I heard the girl open her mouth to scold. You big toad. What a mouthful, but only a demonic beast, not even in human form. And you dare to call yourself an honor? The queen has detained you here, and not only do you not repent, but you also disturb the people here, and even speak out of turn. So I think you're just begging for a beating. After saying this, without waiting for the toad to speak, he pointed with his small hand. Where is my mountain lord? You take the horse and stomp on this mangy monster 3 times to teach it a lesson. A white light transformed into a token and fell towards the ground. Nay dash. Mama, I'm coming. A golden-haired monkey on a horse ran up to it just in time, stretched out its hairy paw, and caught the token. Then, pulling the reins with one hand, he arched his hand toward the air. Sun Monkeyer receives the order of the Empress. Then towards the large toad on the ground, he smiled. Hey, ugly bastard. Looking for a fight? Hiya. Nay dash. The horse, the man stood up. All 4 hooves flopped toward the toad originally. In a breath, it went from the size of a mortal horse to a dozen feet. That hoof would be about a foot. Croak. The big toad demon wanted to dodge, but realized that he couldn't even move. Boom. Boo. It came on like a gale and came down hard. In Toad's unbelieving eyes, greenish-red demonic light emerged from the horse's hooves and easily kicked through the blue protective demonic light on its body. The monkey sitting on his horse with his furry paws behind his back then took the opportunity to secretly sprinkle some powder. It was the powder that had been ground from the spectral mushrooms that had just followed the token to it. Goo! Toad let out a miserable roar as he was stomped and tensed up, then rolled on the ground, trying to counteract the pain in his back by doing so. Boom! Rumble! It tumbled with such vigor that the ground vibrated and hummed with its pummeling. The faint cries of children in Son's house immediately became louder. It's horrible. Su Changxian also heard Master Zhang's cries of pain behind the front door, was shocked and didn't stand still, sitting on his butt on the ground, unable to help the corners of his mouth move. Scaring someone like that seemed a bit much, but the play has started. It has to be finished. Immediately, though, the big toad had no strength left to tumble. 4 Tenma's second kick arrived. Boo! Goo! The big toad spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then came the third kick. Boo! Goo! Boom! The poisonous toad slumped to the ground, not moving. Dead? Someone guessed. But some sharp eyes saw that the toad's big belly was still moving. Why isn't it moving? Was it stomped on and couldn't move? Why isn't it moving? Su Changxian said mentally. The medicine is getting stronger. Mistress,
Monkey, hand over the order.
Seeing that Ma Shifeng had finished stepping on the 3 feet,
The monkey,
who had finished his work, yelled with a shake of the reins.
the white lady nodded toward it,
And the girl beside her, with her little face in the spirit of the words,
said, well, there you go. Hiya. So Toad, I ask you.
when the monkey rode away and the big toad was lying on the ground,
Out of breath and out of breath, the white maiden spoke faintly. What is your name? Are you the one causing the poisonous plague here?
the big toad looks like he still hasn't slowed down. His gaze is lax in his strange eyes.
And he didn't answer. The queen asks a question and still dares not answer? Looking for a fight.
Then she saw the girl beside the queen, and between her beckons,
A rope bubbling with golden light appeared and lashed down fiercely. Snap.
croak. The toad was smacked and shivered violently, his belly bouncing in fear, and rolled over onto his back,
saying,
Your Highness, spare my life.
Your Majesty, spare your life. The name of the little one is Clam Air Bao. The poisonous plague here is that I sprinkled the venom in the water veins,
so that several nearby manors can't plant their land.
What is the reason for this poisoning? I am also doing what I am told to do. I only know what I have to do. I don't know why I acted like this.
And who is the man who put you at your command?
Yes. Who is it? It's two. Boo.
There was a flash of azure light on the big toad. Clam child treasure. The large flesh body instantly exploded into a mist of blood.
Chapter 268 Poisonous Plague. Solved. Hurry. Come on, all out. Come with me to kowtow to the White Queen.
There was a thunderous explosion, and a mist of blood rose to the sky. The fishy smell instantly drifted for miles.
A big demon. Blown up just like that? Master Zhang was behind the door, watching the real thing,
and his eyes almost stared out.
Then Olden shouted out for someone to hurry up and open the gate.
He didn't know what strength of demon the big toad was, but he knew that the White Queen in mid-air, and this Taoist Su in front of the door,
could not be messed with.
Not only should they not be messed with, they should be provided for.
This time not only Qi Lao Dao died, Qi Lao Dao behind the demon, all died in my house door.
Master Zhang said,
I dropped my own mother Lu. This time the trouble is even bigger.
The toad was obviously silenced before he finished his sentence.
And this kind of tactic could be something that a mundane person would have? Even if Su Chengxian no longer mentioned the matter of building a temple for the White Queen, he still had to finalize the matter. Without the White Maiden's care, if a demon bigger than the toadstool came, wouldn't it eat them all, one bite at a time?
His wailing voice traveled a long way in the silence. Not only were they shouting at their own family, but they were also shouting at the people of the Song family, the Zhang family and the Song family estate. The two sides are also many years of friendship.
Doing the same thing as a robbery. A little tacit understanding is still there.
As soon as he greeted him on this side, there was a slight hesitation and an immediate response from the Song family. The previous falling out was also for the sake of their respective livelihoods, but now they are working together for the same purpose of survival.
All families, come out. Song Dio roared. Don't be afraid. The demon is dead. Zhang Yuner followed. It was killed by our white lady, this old woman.
To be able to become one of the respected and most powerful speakers in the Song family home as a woman, could not only rely on her age and husband.
That's an awesome thing for her to say. In one fell swoop, it set the tone for what had happened before, and what should happen afterward. The demon, killed by the White Queen. White Queen, it's from our family.
Those who could understand clustered around the two old men and scrambled out the door. The ones who didn't understand took one look at this and followed it out the door.
Before long,
the group converged again at the head of the village.
The mouth shouted, Greetings to the White Queen, kowtow to the White Queen, White Queen, kowtow to the White Queen. While shouting, he was going to come forward.
Not caring that the ground was covered with the toadstool's flesh and blood, he fell to his knees and kowtowed. But they were still a bit late and had to kneel behind Master Zhang's family.
Of course, Master Zhang didn't kneel in front for nothing. Just listening to this pouting buttocks after getting high,
he straightened up his waist and hurriedly arched his hand towards the White Niang in the air. Niang,
the White Queen is merciful.
You must know that we are in trouble.
Specially come to save. Previously, I had the eyes to not recognize the true body of the Queen. Guilty, guilty, guilty. You don't have to do that. I live in your home and you have not neglected me, the White Lady said with a smile. She opened her golden mouth and immediately there was no sound from below. One silenced and listened.
It's magnanimous of the mother to not take it personally. As soon as Master Zhang heard that the White Lady had answered, he was even more energized, and immediately raised his voice and said, The lady has been so kind to us that I am willing to offer my family's property to set up a temple and mold a golden statue for the lady,
to be worshipped by all generations and worshipped from generation to generation. It's just getting rid of a demon, not a great favor,
the White Lady said indifferently.
This, Master Zhang froze, like he didn't know how to answer. Su Chengxian thought to himself, it's time for me to make an appearance. Mistress, He then opened his mouth and said, apart from one demon,
it is nothing to the Empress.
However, I see that these people, still have a difficult task. Why don't you do it together, Your Highness?
When he said this,
Master Sang's eyes immediately lit up. The originally apprehensive people of Songjiazhuang also all had their spirits lifted one by one.
Song Dio hurriedly bowed and said,
Empress, White Mother,
if Your Highness can solve the poison plague and save the lives of the entire village of Songjiazhuang's 463 people, we will also be willing to build a temple and statue for the White Queen and contribute money and effort.
Oops, you old man, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Zhang Yuner, however,
immediately spat at him and scolded.
The White Lady has gotten rid of the demons,
so we should make offerings. How can we bargain with the lady and be so disrespectful?
It may not matter.
I am not that kind of unreasonable being. I know in my heart why you all worship me.
The White Lady, however, suddenly laughed. What's more, after relieving the poisonous plague,
this is nothing more than a trivial matter.
Maiden, what's that supposed to mean? Ma'am, can there be a cure for the poisonous plague? Song Dio and Zhang Yuner were astonished as their faces showed joy.
He thought to himself, could this White Queen really be so powerful that she was able to undo this poisonous plague that nearly drove them to their deaths with a wave of her hand? And then when he thought that the toadstool who had cast the poisonous plague, in front of the White Lady, did not even have room to dodge, he thought again that maybe that was really the case.
Please, Mother, help! Please, Mother, help! Begged the White Queen for help. In an instant, everyone knelt down in submission and kowtowed, begging the White Queen to save their suffering.
Whether it was the people of Zhang Mansion or the people of Songjia village, their hearts were all on fire at this moment.
Especially the latter. Having food is but a relief. Being able to solve the toxic plague so that you can go on to grow food is the cure. Just as well. I'll take over for you, and dissolve the poisonous plague first, the White Lady said. Thank you, Mistress. Thank you, White Queen. Great mercy from the White Queen. Knowing that they were saved,
they didn't even wait for the White Maiden to cast her spells, and some of them were already weeping with joy.
I don't know how the Empress is going to cast the spell? Elder Zhang asked eagerly. May I, among others, build the magic platform? Prepare the fire paper? None of it is necessary. The White Lady shook her head. This evening, there is a light rain.
I'll take advantage of this spring rain to solve the poisonous plague.
It's just that with this rain, you'd better take shelter. Tomorrow morning, you and others will check and verify yourself. When he finished, he raised his hand.
The auspicious clouds around her body balled up, hiding her and the figure of the girl beside her. Amidst the flashes of light,
it fell towards the courtyard of the Zhang residence. Late afternoon. Sure enough, the wind picked up. It's windy. Someone made a noise. Song's family is waiting with bated breath. Up comes the wind and there are clouds converging in the sky. Then it became dark.
Then there were stars and raindrops that fell.
It's raining. It sure is raining. Everyone screamed, but they were afraid to go out in the rain. The White Queen has said to take shelter. Others smelled the rain, a faintly fishy odor, but did not think much about it, only thought it was before. The dead toad, blood and flesh was soaked by the rain. Only the flavor. Spring rains are, without a doubt, a favorite of farm families,
but the rain made everyone more cheerful,
almost itching to wait this night. Early the next morning, it was just getting light.
Seeing that the rain stopped,
there were quite a few people, quietly converging towards Song Dio's home. Someone then went to the well and fetched water. Give it to me.
A middle-aged man reached out,
going to pick it up,
but was stopped by Zhang Yuner.
Fifth nephew, this water, I'll drink.
She took the ladle of water without question and drank it.
Then being assisted by Song Ju, he entered the inner room. Then there was a flurry of waiting.
Waited for a full hour.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong. Song Ju ran out, both eyes shining brightly. Grandma is fine. There's nothing wrong at all. Poison plague, solved. In a short while, the entire Song family had gotten the news. Within the village, there was a flurry of activity. The news,
which quickly traveled toward the surrounding villages.
Chapter 269 Folks, there's no food. This is it. Big Black pointed to the pool of water below.
This place is less than 10 miles away from Song's house. The water hole had 2 veins of water flowing through it, and the place where it flowed was in the direction of the Song family's home.
Let's go. Go down and take a look. Su Changxian said. You go? I'm not going. Big Black crossed his arms. I'll wait up here. Okay. Su Changxian nodded. Then it took a step into the pool of water. After a short time, it was dark and he walked out. Upon seeing him like this, Big Black happily bared his teeth. Ha ha, what did my father say? This toadstool is poor. Where is that cave? It's a nest. It's dirty and smelly and nothing good. Not even a few gold, silver or copper coins are seen on earth. Su Changxian had to make this trip. Can't trust anyone? TSK. Su Changxian sighed.
Wasn't I thinking that a toadstool could be raised in this place with no spirit veins,
and that there might be heaven and earth spirits? To put it bluntly, it just won't die. Don't look at the toadstool spirit in front of Bai Shao Chui. It had no power to fight back, but in fact it was a real 8th-order demonic beast.
The reason why he appeared to be at the mercy of the whipping and questioning was because he had secretly
exerted divine sense pressure to suppress the other party. In my opinion, that toad is not a local demon. Da Hei said. So are you. How did you just let it get killed? If you want to get killed, you have to ask where you came from, or else I'd still keep him? Su Changxian said. Its demon core has been planted with a prohibition, so as long as it reveals what it shouldn't, it will blow up. It would be too much work to save it. Swallowing and refining demon pills was something he was very good at and somewhat interested in, but a small demon core, guilty of not bothering. The big toad had to die anyway. Who made it poisoned? And the easiest antidote is to remove it with its blood? This doesn't cultivate properly. Running out to harm people even if it's ordinary people. Classless contraption. Just die. If you have the ability, you can also rob some powerful families and clans or something, causing him to make this trip for nothing. Go. Hey, wait. Su Changxian just said go back. Suddenly thought of the bottom of the water pool. There are a few large stones, and a bit of wood. I'll go back again. Bring them all back. What's the point of bringing those things? Da Hei was puzzled. They're all mundane things. It's still a mortal thing tainted with demonic aura, and it smells fishy and unpleasant, so what use can it be? Won't get by. Su Changxian said it. Bring it back to build a temple. Ha! Da Hei snorted. Then why don't you dig up the mud at the bottom of the pool and take it away too? It's good stuff that can fertilize the fields. Is that so? Su Changxian blinked, then clapped his hands and said, if that's really the case, then it's a really good thing. It's something that needs to be scooped up. With that said, he rolled up his sleeves and got ready to work. He really didn't know that river bottom mud could fertilize the fields. As soon as I heard this I immediately decided to dig together smooth things. Take away. Big Black was emotional. The mud at the bottom of the river can fertilize the field, but it also fertilizes ordinary land and grows ordinary food. It's not like you can plant spiritual fields and raise spiritual roots. To search a thief's den, you have to do it like this? That it before. Really missed the eye. It's fine. Su Changxian comforted it. When you come across river bottom mud that can fertilize the spiritual fields in the future, just dig it up as well. The mud on Didi's back. Where do you think it came from? It wasn't even the old Bai family that slowly raised them with demon blood. A few moments later, boom! A huge mass of black shadows fell from the sky. The frightened people of the Song family who had all gathered outside the Zhang residence were all in a daze. Uncharacteristically, he thought of the big toadstool from yesterday. It was a cacophony of noise. What's wrong? Another demon? Immortal leader. Immortal. Where is Master Zhang? Quickly call the immortal master. Stop shouting. Su Changxian dodged and appeared. What is the matter with you all gathered here? Immortal. Song Dayo arched his hand and said, our poisonous plague has been solved. Firstly, we have come to give thanks to Immortal Master. Secondly, I want to ask when we will build a temple for the Empress and mold the statue of the goddess in a golden body? Sure it's solved? Okay. It was not only Song Dayo who answered, but also the rest of the Song family. After saying that everyone was looking at Su Changxian with a hopeful expression, the White Maiden has the ability to know fairy magic. Look at the heart is also good. Did not ask for anything, in addition to the demon and relieve the poison disaster. There are only benefits and no harm in making offerings to such an immortal. Besides, if we build a temple for the queen, the Zhang family will pay for the grain. Although the poisonous plague was solved, the seed was sown at this moment and could not be harvested immediately. The family is waiting for the rice to be ready. Even the dumbest person knows that it's proper to fill your stomach first. This matter is not urgent. You guys take advantage of the seasonal season to first busy spring plowing. Su Changxian said in a serious tone. Don't miss the farming season. Immortal Master, we will not disregard the fields. It's just that we don't have any food left at home. Song Dayo said directly. He counted on seeing that the immortal didn't like people talking in circles. If you go around in circles with the immortal will pretend he doesn't understand. Yesterday it was agreed that the Zhang family would contribute grain and we would contribute to building a temple for the White Maiden. Zhang Yuner picked up. Immortal. He said that when the time comes to return the grain to him, only half of it will be returned, and he won't charge us any profit. It's something that has to be brought to the attention of the immortal. With the immortal chief as a witness, everyone is at ease. The other thing is, each of us will take credit. Although Master Zhang paid for the grain to let everyone work, we will pay back half of this grain. So it is. Su Changxian nodded.
then you guys can discuss it.
Boo! At that moment, there was another loud bang in the distance. A large, black mass was dropped from midair. It caused the Song family to look sideways, but they couldn't see that it was a black sheep that had taken a large mass of river bottom mud and thrown it down. So much more foxed. That's something I just got from the toadstool's lair. Su Changxian saw this and said, the smell is a bit unpleasant, so I'll leave it outside for now. Sunbathe for 2 days, then you guys can send someone over. He said in his heart, the demonic chi up there is not heavy, and it will pretty much dissipate after a few days in the sun. Of those that can be used to build a temple for the queen, use them. As for the river mud, you can compost it to grow vegetables and fertilize the fields. Jesus, the immortal master is merciful. How dare you work so hard to move river bottom mud to fertilize the fields for us? As soon as Su Changxian finished speaking, Song Dayo and the others were immediately praising in unison and were about to kowtow in gratitude. True to form, there were quite a few red eyes. He hurriedly turned around and headed for the Zhang residence. It's just a little river bottom mud. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Big Black caught up at this time and called out, wait, do you really know which side that toad was instructed by? But it clearly did not even finish its words. How do you know? Not finished? Practically no different from finished. Su Changxian whispered the name of the place. Right? It's still true. Big Black tapped his hoof. But how do you know that what it says is true? What it says is certainly true. The only use for the powder of the ghost mushroom was that it could make the cultivator who had been struck unable to help but spit out the truth. Outside the Song family home, on the side of Zhang's house, next to the road leading to the county seat, a new temple has been raised. When I say built, that's almost like pulling out of the ground. Not even half a month had passed, and it was already time to cover the main hall with a large beam. Although the temple is not big, but the construction with the green brick boulder thick tile good wood, to be able to be this fast is really considered rare. On this day, the sun was up. The sun was shining and it was a beautiful day. Noon. Up the beam. A man shouted, and the beam up in the main hall officially began. When the beams went up, it meant that the main hall was about to be built. It's a joyous occasion for sure. According to the rules, when you go up to the beam, you have to eat a good meal. So on this day, the people who went to work were all smiles. Quite a few children and elderly people also arrived, ready to dabble in a meat meal. But behind the joy of Master Zhang and Song Dayo and the others, there was a layer of hidden worry. Before the meal, Master Zhang called over Song Dayo, Zhang Yuner, and a few old men from the next village who had the last word. The opening sentence. Gentlemen, my family doesn't have much food left. Chapter 270. Can't buy it? If you can't buy it, then grab it. How can we run out of food? Without waiting for Song Dayo to speak, Lu Dagon from the Lu family village next door couldn't help but yell, Master Zhang, can your family still be without food? Yes, Mile. Master Zhang's family has more food than they can eat in several lifetimes. I'm afraid. Master Zhang, would a large household like yours still run out of food? There are several grain hoards. As soon as Lu Dagon opened his mouth, the other village heads also spoke. Their place, belonging to the border between the two countries, usually the government does not care, is to collect tax. Food do not come. Therefore, these village chiefs are the clan elders elected by the most numerous clan in each village. The village clan ran out of food a long time ago, and the children and grandchildren are relying on building a temple for the white lady to mix some of the Zhang family's food. Now that Master Zhang said there was no more food, how could they not be anxious? Master Zhang, we're building a temple for the queen. If someone starves to death, the queen will blame them, won't she? No one believed that the Zhang family was really out of grain, and they all thought that Master Zhang was refusing to have that grain out again. Without saying 2 sentences, he began to point out Master Zhang with words. It's not that I don't take the grain, it's true that it's all been eaten. Master Zhang frowned. How can that be? People refuse to believe it. But I've always known that you have a grain hoard in your big house. Yes. I don't know how much grain you have in that grain hoard. It's only been a few days, and you can eat it all? But don't cajole us into ignorance. Hey! Master Zhang sighed as he took a look at this and gave the butler a look. Tai, you know you're ignorant? You still know you're ignorant? The butler got the master's hint and immediately glared at him, eyebrows raised, scolding, how many of your own family come to make a living? Don't you know what's in your heart? With a roar that calmed the crowd, he began to call the roll. Wang Dazai, let me ask you, how many of your teenage grandchildren have come? Why do you ask me how many are here? They're little kids who can eat. Edible. That's too edible. The butler didn't wait for him to finish, but sneered. A child? You've never heard of a half-grown boy eating his old man to death? Your grandson's eating capacity is almost as big as my family's former fatty. Fatty, the pig. This. Wang Dazai heard his own grandson was said to be fat, not angry, bashful eyebrow drooping this too sound. Also did not this out what a sentence accurate. These days, my own grandchildren are really eating openly. In the morning a meal of 2 sea bowls of porridge. And at noon, a pot of mixed rice and a large cake. Before going back in the evening, I also drank porridge before leaving. 3 meals a day. It's better than the food we had before the disaster. The child grows fast when he eats well, but in half a month's time, he has jumped up a notch. In the morning he had heard his daughters-in-law complaining that they could hardly keep their clothes on. How much food do you have to eat in a day? The poisonous plague is solved, and the wild vegetables on the mountain can be eaten. So the morning and evening meals are mixed with a lot of vegetable leaves and roots. But even so, when you think about it, your own family has had to eat hundreds of pounds of rice and noodles from the Zhang family in this half month. I'm afraid. Everyone looked at each other. In the 7 villages present, as few as 30 or 40 mouths came, and as many as hundreds. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. That doesn't count as not knowing. Once they did the math, the Zhang family's stock of grain, which would allow them to eat like this for half a month, was quite a lot. Then several people looked at Song Danyu of the Song family. Song has the most people. They usually come from the whole village to eat. A family of 400 or 500 must eat tens of thousands of pounds of grain. What are you looking at me for? Song Dayo raised his eyes and said, we borrowed the food we eat from Master Zhang and have to pay it back. Will you pay it back too? The other village chiefs didn't squeak. How can I pay you back? I can't afford it. Of course, Master Zhang and Song Dayo didn't think about letting them pay it back. The White Queen's temple could be built so quickly thanks to the contributions of these villages. In addition to the people of the Song family, who took out the best materials from their homes, and even the elderly contributed coffin boards, the surrounding townspeople, too, contributed generously. These days, those with a bit of family money will prepare their birthday materials early. They were next to a mountainous area again, and there was no shortage of lumber. Could be a shortage of good wood. The big wood in the inside was set a long time ago. And stone. To build a house in the village, 1 or 2 lifetimes of people save wood and stone, and then build the house when they have saved enough. So in a hurry, you can't get it all together at all. It wouldn't have been easy to build the temple if we hadn't all worked together. Not to mention, it's so blocky, and brick kills. Burning big green bricks is a labor of love. With fewer people, it simply won't do. And at this time used as the main hall big sorghum of the 3 big wood, which in addition to Zhang Laozi prepared for himself a birthday wood. Song Dayo and Zhang Yuner 1, the remaining 1, or from Lu Dagon ancestral shrine unloaded. Of course, in exchange, the ancestral tablets of the Lu family will be moved to the allotment of the White Lady's temple in the future. So he, at this time, hastened to speak up and said, the temple of the Mother of God can't stop. Otherwise, his family's ancestral tablets will have no place to put them. This is natural. Master Zhang immediately interjected. I called all of you here to ask, can you all scrape together some grain? Everyone doesn't use or want to see it this time. All of them showed bitter faces. There is never enough food for a farm family. It's good to have your own food to last through the winter. It's still thanks to not paying taxes. In the past, there would still be a little left. Sun Dazue then yelled, didn't we run into a poisonous plague? The poison plague, though it didn't kill them all, killed them all the same. It is said that as soon as spring begins and the ground sees green, there are wild vegetables to be picked and eaten on the side to save a lot of food. But this year, since the beginning of January, the snow has just melted, and the toxic plague has come. This water wouldn't be able to be eaten raw. It doesn't take long to get dizzy, nauseous, and vomit and have diarrhea after drinking raw water. As the saying goes, a good man can't afford 3 bubbles of dilution. Those with weak bodies toss and turn, and the more serious ones can just pass out. There are old people in every village who have passed away without being able to carry on. Now we all know it's the water that's poisoned, but one can't stop drinking water. Can one? It was later discovered that it was fine to boil the water and drink it, but before he could be happy, he realized that nothing in this land that was nourished by the water vein could be eaten. Now there's nothing to plant. There is not much food and vegetable seeds for each family, and if they are planted, in case they are poisoned, it is a waste of money. Even if it's not poisoned, it's a waste of time to grow something you can't eat. It is always impossible to boil the water used to water the grain and vegetables in the fields before irrigating them as well. Strangely enough, the grass and trees in the fields and forests are still lush and green, and those birds and fish and insects are not doing anything at all. But if a person eats them, something will happen. Cooked doesn't work, and the family's livestock, they can't keep it all. Now it's all on grain and dried vegetables that were dried in the sun last fall and stashed in the cellar for the winter. It's all like this. Who has food in their house? Lu Dagon said and couldn't help but look at Elder Zhang. Only a large household like you, Master Zhang, can afford to build a grain hoard and have grain stored. They, the farmers,
lived in houses made of yellow mud. How could they build grain hoards? Grain hoards have to be able to protect against moisture and fire and water, as well as insects, rodents and theft. Besides, the small amount of food at home is barely enough to survive the winter, so there is no need to build a grain hoard. That's a sour word. I can see that old Lu is deeply in love with the grain hoard. Su Changxian sat inside the house, nibbling on a peach, watching the conversation in the front yard through the water basin, and couldn't help but spit. Su Xiaobai, lying on one side, asked curiously, "Father, they don't have any food. How can they get it?" "Buy." Su Changxian had thought about it long ago. "Can I buy it?" Big Black asked, feeling metaphysical. "Can't buy it? It's better if you can't buy it and take it." Su Changxian smiled. "If you can't buy it, then grab it. By the way, grab something else. All we eat now is the output of our turtle master's back," he said in a serious and solemn manner. "What is this called?" "It's called sitting on our asses. Sitting on your ass is a serious act of defeat. If this continues, I won't be able to help but be anxious because of it, and I'll be unstable in my Taoist heart. So it's determined not to let it go." "Dad, ah." Su Xiaobai blinked his eyes. "Didn't you just say that it was because you wanted to eat some of the human race's fresh spirits? Also said that you want to taste the flavor of the other faction's pills or not?" Cough. Incidentally taste it. It's not like there's a conflict, right Big Black? Big Black, I believe the hell out of you. Chapter 271 Small Profit in a Good Year. Big Profit in a Bad Year. Immortal Leader. We have something to pay our respects. It didn't take long for the party in the front yard to break up. Food, inside the villages, is certainly not coming together. So it was decided that all things were not decided to ask the White Lady. The Temple of the Lady is not built yet. So I came to ask Xian Su first. Master Zhang just brought Song Fangu and the others, respectfully asking for an audience outside the courtyard gate. Song Fangu was one of the people who could be in charge of the Song family outside of Song Dayo and Song Yuner. It's also the Song family's strongest generation that has the final say. Not surprisingly, it should be the next generation of Song Jiazwang village Zhang. Behind the two of them, there were several young men. All of them were the more favored juniors in the villages, as well as the two young girls that Su Changxian had previously transmitted his voice to see. "Come in," Su Changxian said from inside the courtyard. As soon as the words fell, the courtyard door creaked open. "Immortal, greetings to the immortal." A group of people came in and gave Su Changxian an arching bow. "Well, there's no need to be polite." Su Changxian waved his hand. "I already know the reason for your visit. The food. How many more days can we eat?" "If you save your food," spoke Master Zhang. "You can't save your food." Not even waiting for him to finish, he was interrupted by Su Changxian. "These people are too weak, in brain and body. You can't do anything unless you get well for a while." Eyes raised for half a month, although eating bacon and miscellaneous food with wild vegetables, but also the first results, especially the young children. The flesh is popular. How can you give up halfway? When he said that, Song Fangu and the others who followed behind Master Zhang were secretly relieved. Who doesn't want to be fed? Also, old Zhang, for the biscuits you cook at night, make a little more and bring one back for each of their families to eat. Su Changxian spoke again. Zhangwan hunted wildlife from the mountains. Don't send it to me either. You guys eat it. They were all ordinary game. Not only were they small, but they didn't have a bit of spiritual power. The biggest ones are just a few 100 pounds of boar. Not to mention him, even Su Xiaobai could swallow it in one gulp. It's not filling. It doesn't really taste good. You have to taste it. This, immortal. This is not. Master Zhang was going to say more. Su Changxian raised his hand and said, "Alright, make it cooked and send some to the Nyangnyang for offering can be." He had quite a few pills to dispel the grain in his hand, so he could still hold out for a while, but it was time to find a way to inquire where the nearest clan was. "I heard Ling Yunzi say that many sects keep spirit beasts. It's for a rainy day. It is good to have more oil in your bellies. The queen does not like weak believers," he finished, glancing at the faces of those present. Only one of them was smiling, listening to the crowd again. Not one of them thought in a crooked way, couldn't help but nod. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, because the little girl at the end of the line was already announcing the name of the dish, and muttering in my mind that it would be great if the White Queen liked to eat fatheads. Go straight for the big ones in town. I heard that the fattest one, Master Shui, is more than 300 pounds, fatter than the big wild boar that Sister Wan Air hunted. They people couldn't eat any more than they could catch up. Su Changxian couldn't help but be staggered by what he heard. An ordinary person in Great Zhou, eating over 300 pounds? That could even be considered a spectacle, right? A few others were thinking that this time they didn't have to think about saving their rations to take home. Before that it was all about eating your fill and sneaking a little more to the house. And don't dare take more.
They don't eat all the cakes in the evening and take half of the leftovers back with them to give to the old people and children who can't come from home, and break them up and put them in the wild vegetable soup to cook. Let them count on getting some food one day. Now that Immortal Su has spoken, not only will he give you biscuits, but also meat? Immediately, someone wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but was stopped by Su Changxian. There's no need to kneel me. It's all at your mother's command. That's something he's getting better at saying. And Master Zhang's side was even more skillful, and as soon as his words left his mouth, he immediately turned his head towards the east room and knelt down to pay his respects. The mouth exclaimed, "Thank you, White Queen. The White Lady is merciful." Behind him, Song Fanwu and the others were, of course, submissive and shouted even louder than him. And it's also more genuine. After all, those of them who have received more favors. Master Zhang is the one who bleeds, but after the worship, the problem is still not solved. Food. Not enough. Immortal. I took them to see it just now, and I'm afraid that the grain in the hoard will only be enough for 5 or 6 days if they eat and drink like this. Elder Zhang had to bring up old matters again. Well, right. Su Chengxian slapped his thigh and said, amidst Master Zhang's surprised gaze, I remembered something. When you build a temple for the Empress, build a grain hoard along with it. See if a few nearby villages are willing to store their grain here. He laughed at Master Zhang's dismayed face. There's Nyang Yang to keep an eye on you. Our family also has the cat Daxian, so we can keep it free of rats, and it can't be thwarted by thieves. Cien, Immortal Leader. Master Zhang's heart was jumping and growling. Immortal Su, do you want to hear what you're saying? I'm here talking to you about running out of food, and you're talking to me about building a grain hoard? What goes into a built grain hoard? Playing the old slave's abject loyalty? And you have a cat fairy in your house, and you have a mouse fairy in your house. Why don't you say so? Old Zhang, don't be in a hurry. Su Chengxian couldn't help but laugh. It's useless for you to be anxious. It's not like I can turn out food. Immortal, I know you can't change it, but would it be bad if you said it so bluntly? Immortal, my family still has some money left over, so I can bring people to Lingzhou to buy grain. Master Zhang closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and said quickly, then go buy it. Su Chengxian said, just afraid that the money is not enough. Master Zhang secretly said, if only it was that easy to do. There is food within the spirit state, but who has all that food? In the hands of grain merchants, large families, gangs, and the families of the world. These people, which time did they not take advantage of a good harvest to stock up on grain? And then, when the green and yellow harvests did not come, raise the price of grain and make a big profit? A small profit in a good year and a big profit in a bad year. I'm afraid that all the neighborhoods around Lingzhou were hit by disasters this year, and they even raised the price of grain early on. Now, it will only be higher. Master Zhang was very certain of this. Here's the chance to make a killing. How could those people let it go? Old Zhang, you're so well informed? Su Chengxian was surprised. He has already gone to the surrounding area to look around. Lingzhou territory and even next door to the border of several counties, indeed, have all been affected by the disaster. Mostly poison plagues, as well as droughts, floods and pests. Anyway, no matter what the disaster is, if it is left unchecked, there will definitely be no harvest in this part of the state this year. Several of the remaining states and counties, too, were affected, so food prices all the way up are almost doomed. Immortal, how can I be well informed? I do know the virtues of that bunch of. Once Master Zhang heard Su Chengxian's words, he sighed greatly. Immortal, how many years has it been? That bunch of is so eating people's food and not pulling people's feces, talking about people and not doing anything about it. People don't carry people at all, because even if you see through it, it won't break the game. The land sitters had power and the people had no room to fight back in front of them. Every year, a little food is scratched out of the earth, and most of it has to be scraped away. Can you accumulate a lineage just by passing down poems and books and farming to your family? Farting, tell me, how did you anticipate this when all the surrounding areas were plagued? Su Chengxian was interested in this. Master Zhang shouldn't have the strength to keep an intelligence system, and he certainly didn't have his own skills to go everywhere in one night. Immortal, these people used to transport grain to Shuzhou to sell in the spring and fall, Master Zhang said, but this year, they didn't make a single trip. He can't say that he knows the movements of the grain merchants in Lingzhou like the back of his hand, but he has to be a lot better than knowing a little bit about them. After all, he had cooperated with the Song family to rob, and it was these grain merchants that he mainly robbed. Speaking of this, he glanced at Su Chengxian. Song Fanwu followed suit and nodded. Immortal, it is not coming. At the beginning of spring this year, a trip to transport grain did not come. Got it. Su Chengxian understood what was going on at a glance. The cooperation between the Song family and the Zhang residents.
The target of the strike was these teams of grain merchants.
That's what people eat. How could they not understand? Chapter 272 I'm guilty? Did I kill your father? Master Zhang's logic is actually quite simple. In past years,
the way to make money for those who had grain in the city of Lingzhou was to ship it to Shuzhou to sell. Shuzhou has a wharf and takes the waterway of the two boundary rivers, which provides access to the trade routes of several countries. Bulk goods like grain can fetch a good price there. But this year this method is not even used. There can only be better and more profitable opportunities. Coupled with the poisonous plague that Songjia village and the neighborhood had stumbled upon, and his knowledge of those in the city, it was easy to conclude the disaster in Lingzhou was not small. Not only Lingzhou, but Shuzhou and Shanzhou might have been affected by the disaster as well. But with the Heavenly Remnant Temple in Shanzhou and the Sea Soul sect in Shuzhou, those people wouldn't go too far. The worst of all would be Lingzhou, but those people won't care. Hundreds of people are like weeds in the ground to them, and they die without end. Old Zhang, you have a grudge against them? Su Chengxian couldn't help but ask as he watched the loathing and contempt on Master Zhang's face as he spoke about those big families of Lingzhou without hiding it. On the contrary, behind Master Zhang, Song Fangwu and the others didn't seem to have much of a reaction to this. Master Zhang froze at hearing this and didn't say anything for a while. It shouldn't be. Su Chengxian looked at the reflection and raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, Zhang Zhai was responsible for going to Lingzhou to inquire about news. Wasn't the one in charge of going on the robbery someone from the Song family? Logically, it's the ones who strike in the middle of a robbery that are prone to deaths and injuries, so it should be the Song family that has a grudge against those people. No, immortal. We generally don't get our hands dirty during robberies. Song Fangwu froze and hurriedly arched his hand, and then immediately after that, they talked about the process of the robbery. Hearing Su Chengxian cry and laugh, it turns out that instead of robbing, it's more like collecting protection money. The robbery in Great Zhou was completely different from what he had imagined. Robbery here is not a case of waiting for the target to come over after an ambush and then rushing over to kill the person and take the stuff. Rather, when the target is close, he reveals his identity and his purpose. And then everyone started talking terms. Mother asterisk 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 her, make a deal. So the jungle is never about fighting and killing, it's really all about people. After the two sides each out know how to negotiate, the caravan will be released as long as they leave behind the benefits promised to them. There is usually very little killing of people, especially against the local caravans. Killing is tantamount to falling into the grass, and falling into the grass is tantamount to rebellion, and rebellion will be exterminated by the court. But the court will not care if you only rob and don't fall into grass, or even if you fall into grass and don't put up a flag and rebel, because if you fall into the grass and call yourself a king, the government will have to report it, and only when it is reported will the court move an army to fight it, and conversely, the officials can totally turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. Over the past 10 years, an understanding has developed. Some small grain merchants can't afford to keep guards, and the Song family's people will still bring their own dry food every time they get the news. Squatting on the official road from Lingzhou to Shuzhou, after robbing the caravan of food, they would also stop by to protect them from other caravans, mountain bandits, or wild animals. So Sanjiazwang is not so much a den of thieves as it is a dartboard with a very extensive business. And several nearby villages are related to Song by marriage, occasionally a part-time job. Robbery, it's even possible to do this? Su Chengxian exclaimed. But then again, the people's food, can't they just not sell it? Can't not sell. Song Fangwu shook his head. Immortal, you don't know. Master Zhang spoke up at this time. How can the people make their own decisions about their food? In the field you have to look at the face of God, drop beads of sweat into the ground, work hard to harvest, and then you have to look at the faces of the other lords. Self-sufficiency? We need salt in the house, right? What will we do about taxes if we don't sell the grain? And farm equipment? It's broken. Should I buy it? Even if it's not broken, it needs to be repaired every year. There's no way to save this money. Only food can be traded for it. Besides, we won't be able to finish it in a while. Where should we put it? Sangjiazwang even robbed and planted, but also do not pay taxes. The days are not much better because of this. There's no place to put the looted grain. They trust Master Zhang, but the Zhang residence doesn't dare to store too much grain. Fear of inviting bigger thieves. And that's not even counting the big headaches of weddings and funerals in the family. People getting sick. That sort of thing. I see. Su Chengxian nodded, which meant that the people's ability to withstand disasters was poor and would be harvested in all sorts of ways. Then he gave a contemplative look. Then, amidst the shuffling ears of Master Zhang and the others, he said, so let's build the grain hoard bigger. See what? Am I not right? Spot on. Simply spot on. The right Master Zhang kind of wanted to grit his teeth. Ha ha, old Zhang. I see what you mean.
Su Changxian laughed. You mean you want to get money first? Right? Right.
Elder Zhang hesitated before nodding his head.
His initial thought, indeed, was this.
But he thought that Su Changxian would have other plans after asking so many questions, especially knowing what the great households of Lingzhou had done.
It didn't work out. Words. Again. Then screw it. Su Changxian exclaimed. There's no place to screw.
Master Zhang said that the neighborhood was full of poor people. The others outside of the paupers listened with wooden faces,
even hang their heads in embarrassment.
They are indeed all poor. I didn't say I'd let you guys raise money. Su Changxian shook his head and asked,
Isn't there a den of thieves nearby? Saying that,
seeing Master Zhang blinking and then glancing at Song Fangwu,
he had to add, I mean the kind, who burns, kills, robs, and pillages without doing anything wrong,
and who has accumulated gold and silver as a proper thief and bandit.
Not non-mainstream stupid thieves like you, who only have eyes for food and are afraid to rob more because there's no ing place to put it.
There is.
Master Zhang immediately understood. However,
the bandits of the Black Jiao Wall are very ferocious and cannot be easily messed with.
Moreover,
it is rumored that there is a ferocious god in their fortress.
There's a fierce god? That's even better. Su Changxian's eyes lit up. Then we'll eat them. Immortal, you're going to do it yourself? Of course not.
You guys have to fight. The crowd was dumbfounded.
Immortal, we can't beat them. Don't worry. I won't let you all go to your deaths. Su Changxian smiled. Stretch out your hand. With that said, he waved his hand and several wooden carved tokens on the table flew up and landed in the hands of Master Zhang and the people behind him. A palm-sized wooden sign with a white snake carved into it, alive and very animated. Take this. It's the White Queen's token. Su Changxian said. When you go back, discuss it with your family. If you intend to become a protector disciple of the Nyang, when you mold the idol, bring the token and kowtow. If not, return the token. After saying that, he waved his hand and told the crowd to leave. Song Fangwu looked at the token in his hand as the others looked at each other, then bowed and retreated. If the immortal master said that, then he has a solution to the problem of no food, right? TSK. Su Changxian couldn't help but laugh. It was all the younger generation that got the token, and not many of them paid attention to it. The main concern is still to get enough to eat. But I like it. And Master Chang. I didn't realize that Master Zhang, looking mellow, was once a person with ideals and ambitions. When I was young, I couldn't stand what the big families in Yangzhou were doing, but I couldn't do anything about it. Over time, they have been smoothed out and worn out, but they still speak of the insect leeches that lie on the people and tease them with righteous indignation and contemptuous abhorrence. Song Fangwu and the others, on the other hand, were used to it, or rather numb. It's probably been so crushed for thousands of years, so much so that the victim's demands are so low as to merely be able to live. That's something I don't like. Su Changxian took out a peach and took a bite. If he doesn't like it, he has to change it. There are also big families in spirit state. I heard that in their homes, there are still offerings to cultivators? Dad. At this time, Su Xiaobai suddenly rushed over. Father, something bad has happened. Someone wants you dead. Who? Su Changxian was flabbergasted. We don't have a dog at home either. From the Black Scale Walled City, Big Black shouted. Put in a word for your life. Oh, wow. The sale is on the doorstep? 2 days later, inauguration of the White Queen's Temple. The statue of the god is being molded in the temple. There was a cacophony of human voices on the official road. A group of ferocious bandits rushed in. One of the first men held 2 sledgehammers in his hands, pointing at Su Changxian, who was dressed as a Taoist, and asked in a chorus, Kid, you've committed a great offense. Why don't you kneel down and confess your sins and beg for forgiveness? I'm guilty? Su Changxian laughed. What's my big crime? What? Did I kill your father? Chapter 273 The Black Cow Walled City's Walled City Master. Little Black King is also the day after the White Queen's Temple was inaugurated. It's the day when the idol is to be molded and the shrine is to be invited. On this day, the light of day had just dawned. The people in the neighborhood, then, gathered early. Neither came empty-handed. Each family grabbed a handful of dirt from the front of their house, and from the fields. Then, there is another scoop of water from the wells, gullies, etc. in the villages. Next, go to the haystack and grab a few stalks of wheat or straw. And finally the eaves of the house, waiting for the bottom of a bowl of dew, rushing to the recently built temple of the Nympheum, and placing all these things in order. In front of the door of the already main hall, a chair has been set up here. Then it was a matter of waiting for Immortal Su, who was to preside over the ceremony, to arrive. As a result, Immortal Su came and let the chairs be moved. Move the chair. Immortal, why is this? Elder Zhang asked in disbelief. The white lady has a lively nature and doesn't like to sit on chairs. Su Changxian said casually. In fact, it is because, according to Ling Yunzi, it is better not to sit on the end of the line by taking the people's route. That is to say, by taking the path of folk beliefs, and by asking heaven and earth for edicts for the throne of the gods. He who sits is honored, and he who stands is humbled. The wish of the people for the worship of the immortal please seal, will reach the Jinyun sky, and on it, generate the corresponding god. This sitting in a chair more or less seems to be less respectful to heaven and earth. The great Tao is merciless, and the heavens are selfish. What's more, this edict has to go through Jinyun Tianyi. According to the gossip circulating within the Xianmen proper, a more respectful posture when inviting a seal is more likely to succeed. Of course, if there was another endorsement from the clan elders, it would be even easier. Unfortunately, the White family hadn't climbed into this kind of kinship for the time being. There was a Dao Lord, but it's a pity that it expired. Su Changxian secretly said. Moreover, that guy doesn't know where he is at this moment. Older brother. Brother misses you. And the second sister. If the second sister was there, he wouldn't have to think hard about what kind of idol to make for Xiao Chui. With the Empress sister's aesthetics and years of being worshipped, as well as her rich experience in worshipping the clan seniors, she was surely a cat 19 to beat a mouse to a treasure, a handful for this small invocation and sealing ceremony. Brother and sister are away. Brother alone in the empty nest. Misery. And he was so bad at it that he had to keep it simple. You can only try to make sure that the general steps are not wrong. On the contrary, Xiao Chui, the protagonist, was sitting in the courtyard at the moment, eating snacks and nibbling on peaches, watching him work here. Luckily, though, the white lady had to show herself in person for a moment before she started the statue. When the time comes, say yes to the whole family coming out. Otherwise, this was something that he would be even more upset if only Su Changxian was allowed to step in from start to finish, and the rest of the guys sat back and watched the show peacefully. Immortal Master, the chairs are moved. Elder Zhang bowed. That means it's asking if it's okay to start? Okay. It's okay. First you have to take the soil that Hayakushin brought and go through a sieve a couple of times to separate the coarse soil from the fine soil. Then the coarse soil was made with well water and river water, while the fine clay was made with dew, and was separately harmonized into mud. On the other side, someone brought a pre-tied wooden frame, and took the straw that the people had offered, and straightened it out and tied it up to make straw tires. Once the grass tires and clay are done, it's time to mold the statue. It has to be coarsely clayed and then coated with fine clay. This is grass-fired clay sculpture. The queen's body here on earth is all carved out of clay and wood. Gold dust on the face is not what I want. I only wish for peace on earth. These are the 4 verses that will later be engraved on a wooden plaque and hung in the main hall. In addition to this, there are 2 plaques. On them, it is respectively written to do good deeds and eliminate evil. The wooden sign and plaque are ready, just waiting for the idol to be molded and invited down to hang it. This ceremony of invoking the sealing of the folk deities was all but complete. The clay sculpture of grass tires is not very difficult, and it is chosen by the skilled hands among the people. One of them had also learned from an old craftsman before, so it didn't take long for the coarse clay to be glued and the fine clay to reach the finishing stage. But it also comes to the hardest part. For making some details out of it, the eyebrows have to be pinched all by hand. The man had never done anything so delicate, and for a moment he hesitated and hesitated. You don't have to make it difficult. It's fine up to here. Su Changxian, holding his duster, had been watching, and when he saw this, he laughed out loud. For the rest, let's watch the power of heaven and earth bestow blessings on our white nymph. Yes, immortal. Several people hurriedly bowed and said. Master Zhang trotted over to see it, and at a glance, he couldn't help but smile. Because of the change from a seated statue to a standing statue, the frame was raised another notch. It was also fortunate that there were more than enough people coming. Wood, straw, mud and water. He then turned with a twinkle in his eye and called a few of the statues to one side and told them to make another clay tire quickly. Do it for the virgins on the side of the queen. There was also talk of adding the black sheep as well, and the spirit mice. The cat fairy has been added. In my opinion, let's add the spirit rat as well, Master Zhang said with vigor. Having rats is also a sign that we have abundant grains and our days are rich. When Su Changxian heard this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and as he looked more closely, sure enough, in the arms of the statue of the white maiden goddess, she was holding a donut. It already has a few moments of the original Cat 19's demeanor. I guess the person who pinched this place usually likes to do some animal clay modeling, and it is surprising that with a few strokes, he made it very vivid. He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart after he had surveyed it. Critters attract fans, and since Master Zhang wants to put up an idol for Su Xiaobai and the others as well, let's do it. There's no harm in it anyway, so it didn't stop. Once the idol is shaped, it is a matter of waiting for the surface to dry. Luckily it's cloudy. Su Changxian looked up at the sky. Lots of clouds blocking the sun. It's best this way, to save the idol from cracking in the sun. If a slip-up like that did occur, it would definitely affect the people's belief in the White Queen. And in the process, he was partial to not being able to use any mana to interfere. It seems that Xiao Chui has good luck as well. Thinking of this, he suddenly couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ha! 3 eggs were laid, each one, with an origin. This luck, how bad can it be? While waiting, someone went to carry the offering table over. Candles and some pastry offerings were placed on top, and incense was also used to honor the gods. All this incense was rubbed out by Su Changxian from the time the temple was built. The formula likewise came from the jade slip given by Ling Xiao. In the Yunzi jade brief, it still gives quite a few useful things in addition to feats. He stood to one side, looking at the crowd that had gathered, and stepped forward to bow toward the clay statue, then took 3 sticks of incense from the table, and said in his heart, by the time the last person gets the incense, the table is just about clean. At this time, it was the moment for Bai Xiao Chui to show her face. In the next instant, in mid-air, a bell rang softly. Although the voice was soft, it fell on the ears of the crowd, but it was so clear and bright that it invigorated the spirit. The people looked up and gazed at the veiled woman in the air. For a moment, all out of breath. This time the intuition not only saw the face, even the cat in the mother's arms, the child girl at her side, the black sheep and mice, were all engraved into the brain. Until Su Changxian said in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, haven't you seen the White Queen? White Lady, the White Queen's true form. The White Queen's true form has appeared." The people then returned to their senses and, with letter incense in their hands, went down to worship. "All of you, please rise, no need to be polite," the White Niang said. "Thanks for inviting you all to set up the divine seat for me." The people even said they didn't dare. The White Maiden then nodded towards the slightest of nods and dodged out of sight. At this point in the process, it's a critical time to ask for a seal. Time to light the incense. Lighting incense to honor the gods and telling them about heaven and earth. Pray to heaven to ordain the gods they identify with. Placed on the offering table in front of the idol, Su Changxian lit the candle, then lit 3 joss sticks and inserted them within the incense burner. Next, an instrument of sacrifice to heaven, written according to the format, was set on fire with a candle. Then around 3 incense sticks were inserted in the incense burner. Green smoke curls up. It seems like it's going straight up into the clouds, but this wisp of green smoke is too thin. Behind him, however, there were already thousands of people, standing with their heads hanging down, holding the 3 burning sticks of incense up to their foreheads, praying and praying toward heaven and earth. The green smoke floated in the air and gathered in one place. That is above the clay modeling. After encircling the clay idol, it coalesces into a single strand, straight up to the high sky of the 9th heaven. There was clearly not a breath of wind, and the letter incense burned fast. It didn't take long for the incense in people's hands to burn nearly half of it. That's when the bandits arrived. Wrapped in the wind and dust darted along the official road, directly to the near, toward the temple, which had not yet built its walls and gates. Screamed. The leader, a short, stout man with a black face and a cross-faced face, rode on his horse and scammed the weak with a pair of small eyes. However, at this time, all the people's minds were immersed in the sense of mystery, and no one paid any attention to them. While all the people were kneeling on the ground, the only one standing to the side, Su Changxian, became the one named by this leader. Learning from the old days of meeting God's angels, he loudly drank in their sins. "I'm guilty?" Su Changxian sneered. "The thing I hate the most is when people just say I'm guilty." He doesn't steal. He doesn't rob. He's hardworking. He's friendly, filial and fraternal. He's a decent human being when he's a human being, and he's a decent snake when he's a snake. So what sin can he have? In my last life, I worked hard to be a human being, and in this life, I'm hungover and trying not to be so salty. How inspirational, even now to the earthly realm, but also for the people to live a good life. Laboring rice have not been able to eat well. That's a crime? Generally, those who open their mouths to say that others are guilty must have been deeply sinful themselves, and have done too much harm to heaven and earth. Sure enough, once you ask the other side, "Who are you?" Black Scale Walled City's Walled City Master. Little Black King is also. Chapter 274. Don't say this demoralizing words. The White Queen will bless us. The Little Black King? Believe it or not, my Big Black can stomp you to death with 1 foot. Su Changxian glanced at this fellow and couldn't help but frown darkly. Black Scale Walled City. Isn't that where he wanted to strike before? Nice guy. Unsolicited delivery? A look at this battle. Came to have dozens of thieves and bandits. No need to ask. The whole nest out. In the lair. There's no one. Is there? Immediately, with a thought, he sent a message to the Great Sage and the Little Sage, telling them to go and copy the other parties home. At this time, Master Zhang came over and said, "Immortal, I've sent people to inquire about it, and it said that there really are demons in the black scale wall. It used to be a rumor, but now it seems to be sitting on the fence. I have it in my heart." Su Changxian glanced at him, and saw that the letter incense in his hand had, surprisingly, already burned out. No wonder it came back to me. Everyone else's letter incense, though, basically had about an inch left.
The burning of the letter incense has to do with the will of the believer's cohesive mind.
But where it burns faster than normal, you can be sure that there is an offering. Master Zhang's intentional mind was much stronger than the others, and it was also evident that his admiration for the White Lady was equally firm. This was probably because he had seen it with his own eyes. As the White family's group of demons performed their divine abilities, "Big brother, why don't we withdraw?" At this time, among the thieves and bandits of the Black Jiao Wall, some of them beat a retreat. I don't blame him for being unproductive. It's the scene in front of me that's a little scary. Thousands of people, men, women and children, all of them were praying quietly with their eyes closed and their heads hanging down, holding 3 sticks of incense in their hands, their faces devout. No one made a murmur. Grandiose doesn't count, but totally mind-blowing. They hooted and hollered so much, and no one paid any attention. The young Taoist at the top asked who they were, but after hearing the name of his elder brother, he was not the least bit surprised, let alone alarmed. "Big brother, even if he doesn't know about your reputation, that old man song and the old dog from the Zheng mansion would have informed him." The person who wanted to persuade Walled City Lord Little Black King to retreat said, "But he is so calm. There must be a reason for it. And look at these people." They held incense and raised it reverently above their heads, each wisp of smoke carrying endless prayers and veneration. If the other side rushed at them with an order, with his bare hands, he could also beat dozens of them to death. Right on cue, the sky showed a little daylight. The clouds were tinted with red and gold dazzle, falling in the eyes of these thieves and bandits. The dazzling rising green smoke seemed to be intertwined with the brilliant clouds and haze in the sky, forming a picture-perfect scene. Now, quite a few of the mountain thieves who had just been in high spirits and were ready to slash and burn and loot were hesitant. Afraid of what? The Little Black King suddenly roared, "Brothers, that Zhang Zhai may have food." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, of course, there was help. Not only is there food, but there must be a lot of gold and silver, or else would you be willing to build a new temple? I've heard that they, the croppers, get enough to eat every meal, and meat every other day. Is there any justice for these people to eat meat? It's just awful. Since when does a dirt feeder deserve to be fed? And eat meat. The Zheng family is so rich, we should spend it on our brothers. The thieves and bandits shouted, and all of a sudden, their eyes, which had slightly faded from greed, once again turned red. Money, food, and women, kill and rob. Even if you can't grab it, there's no shortage of 2-legged sheep to eat these days. If he offered some more blood food to the Black Jiao god in the back of the mountain, he might be blessed. Big brother, do it? Let's just kill it. Big brother, there's no need to be afraid even if there are many of them. Rush over for a burst of chopping and killing. They dare to block? But what if they are blessed by a god? Bless my ass. If they really had a god, how could they be at ease here? That is, we have the blessing of the augur god to kill the 4 directions, eat meat and drink wine. They have the blessing of the gods, yet they do nothing and raise old and weak people to build temples here? Such useless people deserve to be at our mercy as well. What seems to be some kind of white lady they worship? A female streamer? Ha ha, I don't know the beauty. The man who spoke had a lewd look on his face, so it was clear that what he was about to say was not something good. However, he suddenly changed his face and touched his hands to his throat. A streak of blood appeared there. Next, poof, heads on the ground. Countless amounts of blood gushed from the cavity. Poof, the dead body fell to the ground. Quack, a light reprimand came. Raising his head, the young Taoist priest on the high platform frowned slightly, his face showing displeasure. On that duster, amidst the snowy whiteness, there was a thread of silk, tinted with a bit of ruddy color. It's blood. The bandits and thieves were suddenly like ducks with their necks strangled, lonely and voiceless. You sons of Es. The Little Black King turned back and roared angrily. Those who have come have taught you not to mention existences that should not be mentioned. The thieves and bandits looked at each other, and no one dared to squeak again. Men, pull the body down. Yes. The Little Black King turned his head back to look at the front of the main hall. He looked at Su Changxian, and a sense of withdrawal arose in his heart. The above allowed him to test the other party's origin and depth of strength, and the truth of the rumors of Song's demon removal. But just a moment later, one of his own men was made dead. The other side's face didn't change. That's not good. But if we leave without trying anything, the top will surely be displeased. On second thought,
People who cultivate have many constraints and are not allowed to personally intervene in the affairs of the mortal world.
Their hearts have settled down. It's the mangy chicken's dirty mouth,
insulting the existence of the other's offerings that got him into trouble. I just need to be more careful.
I'll be fine.
A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he pondered
how to extract information from the Song family's mouth. Holy, this is a bandit? Where did the bandits come from? By this time,
many of the people who held the incense of faith in their hands
had burned it all. After returning to his senses,
he realized that there were many more vicious thieves and bandits behind him,
and was startled.
Then, there was the sight of blood on the floor.
Dead? Who killed them? Couldn't it be the immortal? The crowd couldn't help but be surprised again. A great confusion ensued in his mind. No panic. Immortals are good people. The White Queen is blessing us. These sons of Es must be trying to rob us of our food. Good death. Good death. When people are full, they tend to have guts. Especially when faced with an enemy who wants to keep them starving again. Several other villages in particular. Several people have grown up with days where they could get enough food to eat, probably not as much as this half a month combined. What does it mean to be 40 years old and 50 years old? You have to work hard in farming, and you don't have enough to eat. When you reach 40, you realize that you don't want to live anymore. When I reached 50, all I could think about every day was how to stay alive. This time, when the disaster struck, the elders of the family all secretly went to the mountains to wait for death. Sanjiazwang rumors to build a temple for the White Lady will manage the food. How many people cried to go to the mountains to look for, then come back crying, when it occurred to them in an instant that these were thieves and bandits who had come for no other purpose than to loot and burn. The people went straight from panic to anger. What are dead people afraid of? It's not like they haven't seen dead people before. It's better that all these thieves who want to rob their grain are dead. There are also people who are afraid that Su Chengxian kills easily, and that the White Lady, for whom he protects the way, will not. Then it was whacked and glared at angrily. It's no secret that the White Lady is a snake fairy. At this point, not to mention that the White Maiden is a snake immortal. There are still Shenmen authentic immortal leaders serving, even if she is the stream of demons and monsters. That cannot be. Bad-tempered deities at best. Bad temper? That's a good thing. A bad temper is not to be messed with. And those who are not to be messed with are protective of their shortcomings. So if they follow them, they will have something to look forward to in life. Confrontation. The sight of the thieves and bandits were convinced by the leader, Little Black King, and once again drummed up a fight. As long as they didn't mention the existence of the Taoist priest offerings, they were just killing everyone here and the other side couldn't make a move? What's there to be afraid of then? In front of this murderous Taoist priest, scaring and yelling and cursing these believers was no different than writing on a monk's neck and ting on him. In the midst of the fear, there is a comfort in being dead. Just love the pain of being on the edge of life and death. Not only were they shouting and cursing, they were waving their weapons in their hands and pressing forward. Originally, they were less than 10 feet apart, but in no time, they were only 4 or 5 feet away. Just one charge, it will be able to cut down the opposite side, and the Taoist on the stage, indeed, did not make another move. Ha ha, girl, get out of the way. Wifey, I'm going to the front. The faithful had to gather forward in the face of the approaching thieves and bandits, but there was no room in front. The main hall couldn't accommodate so many people in front of it. Xian Su didn't move. Thieves and bandits, closing in, they also blocked the way. Come here, girl, and let the old woman pass. At the back of the crowd, on the side facing the thieves and bandits, an old woman with gray hair pulled her granddaughter behind her and pushed her behind her. Mother, those are fierce men. What are you doing out there? The son behind them rushed to pull. If he pushes you, you won't survive. What are you afraid of? The White Queen will bless us. Even though I'm old, I can still take a stab for you. The old lady roared to prevent him from coming over. Don't miss it. Don't miss the proper business of our Nyonia's ordination, which she was afraid to miss the White Queen's edict. She was afraid that the thieves and bandits would rush over and cut down her children and grandchildren's descendants first. Old sister, give me a hand. I'll join you. An old man hunched his back and moved over trembling. Ha ha, being alive for these few days, eating these few more bites of earthly grain is already earned. Don't say such sad words. The White Queen will bless us. That's right. That's right. The White Queen will bless us. The White Queen is merciful and will surely bless us. Chapter 275. Who the stuck my mom's audit? Yes, yes. Blessed be the White Queen. The White Queen will surely bless you. Su Chengxian shook his head slightly. Why are you yelling so loud? It's not like he's deaf. Definitely won't let you guys die. Although you old men and women are suspected of morally kidnapping my family, Jade, but seeing as you and others are gambling with their lives, and for the sake of their children, grandchildren and future generations, how to say it is also considered to be willing to use their bodies to block the bandits' swords and axes. so for the time being, I will forgive you for it. And again, today is the day that our Xiao Chui asks to be crowned as the rightful god. How can we let the bandits slaughter the good people? It's also unlucky to see blood. Little flower, is it unlucky to see blood?
Bai Xiao Chui transmitted her voiceover and asked,
does that mean we can't make a move and beat these bad guys to death? But what about the guys she really wants to teach a lesson to? Wait for them to leave and sneak up on them to finish them off? How can that be? Su Changxian grunted, after being stepped on in the face. If we let them leave here alive, how will our family gain a foothold in this area in the future? Even if these guys died on the way back, it would still be difficult to remove their influence in the Song family's White Lady Temple.
Building a temple and erecting a statue,
inviting and sealing a god's position. To put it bluntly, is it not just opening an altar and setting up a stick when you are new to a place? The provocation of the groundhog. If you don't fight back immediately, there will be more trouble in the future. So this time, not only do we have to fight back, but we have to beat some assholes to death and set up a show. It's called hitting the one punch that opens the door, lest 100 punches come. But you said it was bad luck to see blood. It is indeed unlucky to see one's own blood. Su Changxian smiled. But the blood of an enemy, is that called blood? That's called opening the door to good fortune.
The injuries you get when your own family hits someone are called hangnails.
It's still you, big cub.
Bai Xiao Chui immediately clapped her hands.
Then I'll step in and beat them up later? No need. We can't make a move. Su Changxian shook his head. It was true that forces outside of the secular world could not arbitrarily interfere in matters between ordinary people. Unless they are coerced and bullied by a mortal, they can't fight back. Getting too much karma can be an easy way to fall into a funk.
But it is impossible for the heavenly Tao to completely control this kind of thing. It's like the result of not allowing powerful people who are not allowed to go into business. The party that controls absolute power has ways to get around the rules to accomplish what it wants to do. Or even, within the rules, to exploit the loopholes. Not to mention we're both demons. Falling off the wagon was something that would be targeted by the Xian sect Orthodox sect as a chance.
What then? Bai Xiao Chui said anxiously. Wait. Wait for what? Wait. Here. Su Changxian suddenly laughed. This time, the sky also momentarily became abnormally bright.
A golden light crossed from the sky and floated in midair. Like the true intent of the heavenly Tao, it illuminated the entire heaven and earth.
Look, it's the White Queen. The people who were frightened by the bandits looked up and saw the image of the White Queen's deity gradually appearing in the golden light. She was clad in white, with a silver crown,
a smile on her face, and pure eyes with a compassionate glow. Her appearance caused the entire people within the Song family home at this time to be shocked.
Even the thieving bandits forgot to speak at this instant. Open your mouth wide and look into the air. Edicts. May. In the ears of the crowd,
a voice seemed to be heard saying,
but the voice, neither male nor female, neither old nor young, was ethereal. It's not a human voice. It's the heavenly spandex.
As the sound of the edict sounded from heaven and earth,
an invisible force enveloped the small temple. The people felt a warm and holy influx descending upon them. This is the refuge from the White Queen's deity? Under the body's comfort, the mind and spirit also settled down. Thieves and bandits? Not to be feared. Chirp dash. Chirp. Nico Nico dash.
At the moment when the Dharma phantom of the rightful deity appeared, it was as if a side of heaven and earth rejoiced over it.
The mountains,
rivers and living creatures are giving their response. The toadstool's actions are harmful to all things within the square of Song's house.
Bai Xiao Chui, in addition to it,
now has been recognized by the human race of this place. For her to request from heaven and earth to be ordained to the position of a positive god.
And heaven and earth again gave a promise.
And the other living beings are willing to obey the heart of heaven. To this newborn blessed positive god to congratulations and joy.
Hundreds of birds and insects and a blowing breeze. One is in the middle of it and can sense it, though one does not understand what is happening, unconsciously smiling. At this moment, the people's hearts were filled with awe and longing. They hoped that the phallic phase of the White Lady was if it fell into the idol, and that thereafter, it would forever guard the land and bring them peace and tranquility. And all of this will be an everlasting memory in their hearts, to be passed down from generation to generation. But why hasn't the Queen's phallic form descended? In the meantime, the Hall of Merit within the Jin Yun heaven in the 9 heavens, an aura flashed and descended into the Divine Position Pavilion. Several of the magi were buried between papers. On top of the desk of one of the duty merit counselors, there was an additional piece of paperwork suing heaven. The paperwork bubbled with a shimmering light, revealing dots of gold aura coalescing in the writing. And the owner of the table was frowning at the instrument. An instrument of invocation for sealing? The companion next to him laughed. How is it that there are still people offering sacrifices to heaven and earth to ask for the sealing of the righteous God at this unseasonable time of year? In a pinch, today is not a very auspicious day on earth.
nor had they ever heard that the imperial court emperors of the several human races had issued a holy decree.
The metaphysical sects that counted did not have a puja either.
Those who cultivate do not like to do this kind of thing of suing heaven and earth to ask for a seal.
After all, in case heaven and earth didn't give a response, wouldn't it be faceless in the future? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but be curious and turn sideways to take a look, only to see that it was written to request the sealing of the rightful god position for Bai, and I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and say, whose decree is this? Why don't you see a seal? No name has been left behind.
Duty Gongcha Zhou Feng shook his head. Nor can I see whose handiwork it is.
This is odd. Companion Lu Xiaoding laughed. This is actually for a snake demon. A petition to seal the paperwork. Requesting a seal for the demon race? This kind of thing can be too risky. Demons have always disliked constraints, and although there are quite a few that have been born to goodness, their ferociousness is difficult to curb. Human nature is complex and changeable, and there is never a shortage of despicable and shameless people in the human race, doing things that can make the gods and goddesses so angry that smoke comes out of their heads, not to mention the demon race. In case you get the position of a positive god and then rise up to hurt and eat people, and the heavenly Tao blames you, it would be a very bad thing to do. Lu Xiaoding instantly understood why Zhou Feng was indecisive. At this time, on the instrument, the word edict suddenly surfaced. Heaven and earth edict? Both of them were stunned. So it's a request for a seal from the heavenly Tao. Lu Xiaoding laughed when he saw it. It seems that this Taoist doesn't want to make things difficult for you either. Does Brother Lu see whose handiwork this is? Zhou Feng asked. To be able to sue and sacrifice heaven and earth to ask for the sealing of the righteous god, it is none other than the earthly government and Xianmen cultivators. Lu Xiaoding said. I can't see whose handiwork this is, but I can tell which family it is. Although the other party had hidden his identity and had yet to use the clan seal, the style of the line and the aura of the line was obvious to him at a glance. I wish to hear it. Zhou Feng clasped his fists. It's Shenmu Mountain. Lu Xiaoding patted his shoulder. Brother Lu? Brother Zhou, if you want me to say it, you should quickly give the approval to use the seal. Lu Xiaoding said. The elders of that family, they can all be blisteringly evil. Somewhat. I heard that some time ago, within their clan on Earth, a descendant was assassinated, and a few of the ascended ancestors of the heavenly realms Jinmu Mountain came out from the Bixiao sky to look for people to do battle with, especially the purple heavenly sky, those sects that didn't deal with them. I've heard that any dog that passes in front of them gets a kick. Zhou Feng showed a difficult face. He didn't want to be involved. The human metaphysical sects were fighting over the Daozi, and who knows if this demon race with flesh in it is a setup, but he didn't want to offend Jinmu Mountain either. Although the heavenly Tao has given permission to edict, but he does not use the seal here. The lower realm of the divine phantasm cannot be returned to the right place, but only the folk small gods, that is, the hairy gods. Will this spoil things for one party? Brother, cover it. Lu Xiaoding saw this and laughed. If you cover it, you are following the way of heaven. People, this is the people's common respect. The way of heaven permits. Things are done all the way. There is no reason not to cover it. But if you don't cover it, people will follow the duty book and find it. Snap. Zhou Feng didn't wait for him to finish before he understood. Taking the great seal to one side, he rolled up his sleeve and stamped it down. A big bright red seal, covered right in the center. The sky is as blue as a wash. A clear and delightful blue. It is as if it cleanses the world of all distractions. The sunlight poured down from that distant sky, transforming into 10,000 golden rays that penetrated the layers of clouds and mist and shone on the earth beneath his feet. Straw foam and clay idols, and in the sky, the divine phantom of the White Maiden, stood silently, not moving, in this heaven and earth, under the attention of all. Not a single movement was made. As time passed, the silent crowd quickly began to inevitably murmur. The thieves and bandits began to croak. Although they were not small in guts, they did not dare to point their spears at the White Queen in midair. After all, not only did the other party reveal a true god's spiritual phase, there was also a protector of the way who couldn't move without killing. So the object of their taunting was the people gathered before the idol, telling them they are lowly people. Ha ha, pathetic. They're all pathetic. How dare you look to the gods for protection? Just you can still be blessed to offer up the true God? I'll be damned. Trying to be blind. It really makes me laugh. Grandpa. The faces of the people on Songjia village's side of the house were becoming more and more ugly. Song Fangwu clenched his fists and couldn't help but look at Su Chengxian. He couldn't stand it anymore. These foul-mouthed guys, looking for death. Su Chengxian, on the other hand, was looking at the sky from afar. His brows furrowed. Damn it, heaven and earth are allowed. Who's jamming my mom's audit? Don't let me know which bird did this. He cursed, or else when we go to the heavenly realm, we'll beat you to death and drink God's soup. Chapter 276. Let's start with, well, your gang of croaking. What a dream for a mudblood. Nikon thinks you guys are just some son of a old dead. The thieves and bandits were hurling insults at people, and Su Changxian was cursing as well. But it wasn't a person he was scolding. It was the Magi of Tianshan. Yunzi said that the divine magistrate in the sky stamped the seal so that the divine position could be set, and after that there could be a chance of ascension in the flesh. He thought with a distracted flick of his duster. Otherwise, there's a high probability that you can only be a hairy god, and you'll only have a chance to ask for another sealing when you cultivate a yang god dharma body later. If one's physical body is destroyed and one has a yang god dharma body, one can only enter the underworld to achieve the position of yin god. Can't get to the ninth heaven. But Xiao Chui wanted to take the path of transforming into a dragon. It was impossible not to want a physical body. One must get this rightful godhood. It's not just about accumulating merit to avoid disaster. Having the position of a positive god is considered a step back because there is a path. In addition to the opportunity to ascend to the 9 heavens by crossing over and ascending. Although the dragon transformation pool where the marrow was washed and transformed into a dragon was in the red heavenly sky where the heavenly emperor was located. But as long as one went up to the 9 heavens, one could slowly find another way up. Besides, a positive god, even a 9th grade positive god, was qualified to go up to the red sky at some point. Mother asterisk. Su Changxian couldn't help but curse. He had been plotting this from the moment he arrived at the Song family home. Not to say that he had used a lot of effort. Is there even going to be a possibility of failure now? Dog Bei Ah. If Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi knew about this, they would not laugh at him to death? Jin Yun Tian, right? The duty officer, right? You waited for the old man to get up there. It was thought that the most difficult step was to ask for a seal from heaven and earth and get the approval of the heavenly Tao. As a result, I didn't expect to be stuck hearing Jin Yun Tian. If I find out what son of a has stuck my mother's audit, I'll give you a big break. The more he was thinking about it, the more angry he became, and the more dirty his curses became. I'll make you stew and soup. No, I'll tear you into chunks and drink tug lump soup. I'll slice it for you and I'll drink the pasta leaves. No, I'll grind it up for you. I'll have mushy soup. Bandit and Su Changxian both cursed with joy. The former was scolding the well-bullied people, and only dared to point darkly and vaguely at Su Changxian and the white lady. The latter even dared to curse only in his heart. But the former's noise, too, annoyed the former, and then in their hearts they struck a great deal of bad, especially the ones that jumped the most, all of which were categorized as all to be killed. And Su Changxian's painful scolding actually seemed to have an effect. In the sky, another golden light flashed. Hey! Su Changxian sensed something and violently stopped the bellyaching in his heart. Buzz. Golden light in all directions. The light shines. In the midst of the golden light, a piece of paper with a seal on it slowly floated. The white lady in midair raised her hand and cupped this royal instrument in both hands. In an instant, heaven and earth were sprinkled with white light. Countless auras gathered towards by Xiao Chui's deity phantom in the air. Then it turned into an auspicious cloud. It formed a path of auspicious clouds that spread all the way down, spread out to the idol that was on the floor. The White Queen's divine spirit Dharma body, with a smile on her face, stepped forward. Just between her walks, channels of radiance landed on the grass-tired clay statue. With each step, the clay statue took on an amazing transformation. Look, oh my god, it's a miracle. The queen has manifested. There were exclamations of surprise from the people. Around the idol, the surface of the originally rough clay began to flow with a strange luster. A large runic inscription also surfaced. It was the seal of the edict of heaven and earth. Gradually, radiantly, it also shines so brightly in the light of day. The deity phantom in the sky was surrounded by clouds and mist, and it seemed that there was a burst of immortal music floating around and falling into the ears of mortals. The people in the field were already on their knees, waiting for the return of the true God. Along with an ineffable pressure, 2 divine lights slowly descended. One landed on the idol and one in the main hall of the small temple. Su Changxian sensed that it was landing on the tablet inside. The divine light that fell on the tablet was left alone for the time being. Only this divine light that fell on the idol was like substance, and it turned colorful the moment it touched the clay tire. The main colors that intertwined were red, blue, and gold, and each ray of light contained a point of arcane aura. With the baptism of divine light, the idol gradually revealed the White Queen's appearance and figure. Her face was playful and gentle, her eyes bright and kind. The hair was as black as ink, and each strand was so distinct and dynamic that it seemed as if it could be fluttering with the wind in the next instant. The original rough and clumsy grass-fired clay statue had become beautifully bodied and curved, just like heaven, and with the addition of the descent of this divine light, it was as if it was about to come to life. The White Queen's spirit body was still stepping on the auspicious clouds and walking in towards the idol, getting closer. The likeness of the mudborn idol, Under his step-by-step approach, the features and demeanor were also changing to be more and more similar to the true body of this deity. At the moment the two were close, the clay statue had become only as good as it was lifelike, especially the moment the spirit phase walked into the clay statue. Su Changxian saw that the eyes of this clay statue actually seemed to blink. A clay statue, now an idol. There were gleams of shimmering light all over his body. The air around them seemed to freeze at this moment, and even the wind stopped for it. The air was filled with a faint aroma. That was the flavor of the letter incense that the crowd had lit before. Only at this time it was emitted and mixed with a few points of mystery and solemnity. People held their breath for fear of disturbing the gods. Little flower. I'm now a 9th grade Orthodox god. Bai Xiaochui joyfully transmitted her voice. Her real body was still within the Zhang mansion, but she could sense that she could mobilize the power within the idol. However, the 9th grade's righteous god did not have his own great seal, and had to use the mana bestowed by the heavenly Tao in a very passive way. The prayers of the faithful are needed. Got it. Su Changxian had a smile on his face. It's done. It's finally done. The picture he had just seen made him couldn't help but feel a few moments of awe. Is this a little reveal of the might of the heavenly Tao? The prestige of giving the position of a positive god is still quite great. A 9th grade position as a proper god could be of this level, and one wondered what kind of platitudes a god of a higher grade would have, but that curiosity would have to be satisfied later. Now he had other things to do. His eyes shook as he looked toward the thieves and bandits on the official road. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. Want to run? It's too late. The old man endured for so long that he finally got the god position down. In the eastern earthly realm, the most crucial foothold in the earthly realm was even completed. The next thing to do was to clean up the scum of the earth. He gave a very kind smile. Let's just start with, you bunch of croaking ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the spirit general asks for a bribe. The sun's rays penetrated the thin clouds and shed dappled light, coloring the earth with a faint golden glow. At this moment, a clear and handsome Taoist master, wearing a Taoist robe and green shirt, with his hair fluttering in the wind, stands on the ancient, special new high platform. There was also an offering table and an incense burner on the raised platform, as well as 2 signing cylinders with brand new order signs placed on them. The signet cylinders each held almost identical, several token signets about a foot or so long, though of different colors. One signed cylinder red, one signed cylinder green. The order tags all had the word order written on them with a circle drawn around the outside, only to see that the young Taoist master, with a stoic face, probed his hand and took out a green order sign from one of the sign boxes. Holding the order sign in his left hand, the middle finger of the index finger of his right hand was brought together, and with the words under his breath, he drew a few imaginary strokes on it. Then he threw the sign of the order, and then he threw it toward the sky. The order stick floated in mid-air, on which a yellow light runic spell appeared, gently swaying with the wind. The ancient runes drawn on it flickered mysteriously in the sunlight, as if it had the power to connect heaven and earth. Then the Taoist master slowly closed his eyes, cupped his hands together, mouthed the words, and began to turn around in stride, stepping on the astral dipper. His voice was low and distant, its content inaudible, yet it could echo clearly again in this side of the world. It even stirred up layers of echoes. Between the walk, postured dashing coat without wind, the surrounding air also seems to be trembling up, an invisible force in the air quietly cohesion, with a kind of unspeakable solemnity. The Taoist lined with a more immortal and transcendent atmosphere. Below the high altar offering table, thousands of people, staring wide-eyed, watched. Master Zhang and the others at the front, all of them were solemn, not to mention exchanging words. Even the expression on their faces did not dare to show any hint of wrongness. What's the little fairy doing? What kind of dance is this? It's a beautiful dance. What nonsense. Little immortal chief is also good looking. I wonder if he can get a wife. A group of older men and women at the back of the crowd had no such qualms. While keeping an eye on the thieving bandits behind him, he whispered and nipped at his ear. We're not going to be blamed for talking about little fairy chief like that, are we? No, no. The White Queen is blessing us. The White Mother is compassionate and kind. And the little fairy chief is nice. And we're praising him, so how could we be blamed? These were the ones who had just shouted for the blessing of the White Lady, convinced of her goodness and kindness. Although the blood spattered on the ground from the thieves and bandits killed by the Nymphet's protector, the same immortal leader on the stage, had turned a more striking black and red color, it didn't change their opinion. The immortals' practice is to kill these bandits? I see that sign from the little fairy master, but it looks like a finger sign from the county magistrate. There's no one to detain, is there? The official finger tag is then divided into red and green tags. The red stick is a torture stick, thrown when ordering the execution. The green stick is a catch stick, used to throw when ordering the capture of a person.
Perhaps it is that as people get older, some will live with more scruples and less courage, while others, the opposite will be true. These old people who dare to play hard to get are clearly the latter. And being older, I've more or less heard some rumored things. They looked at the small fairy chief on the stage while muttering in whispers whether this detained transmission was the soul of a thief and bandit, or a divine general from his side. Recruiting the Undertaker to detain a soul in the middle of the day? Not like that. Is that to detain the gods and send them? Detaining and summoning heavenly soldiers and generals to arrest these wicked people? The young Taoist master is also already trapping someone in a formation. Why don't you just do it? That's just it. It doesn't look like he's unwilling to kill. Just now, didn't you kill one? Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind surged across the sky. The clouds were dark and the thunder roared, as if the heavens were angry. In a flash of lightning, a thunderbolt cut through the sky and struck directly on top of the high platform. And the yellow talisman suddenly burned in the light of the thunderbolt, transforming into a brilliant firework. A cold grunt followed. In that instant, the entire heavens and earth seemed to vibrate, and the air was filled with a palpitating pressure. Smoke came out. Thunder from the ground? Oopsie daisy. Boy! What? Grandpa Sky, why is it thundering? Immortal leader? The crowd was shivering with fear, and many of them fell to the ground covering their chests. Master Zhang was so close that he was startled and sat back so violently that he almost fell. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly went to look at Su Changxian on the high platform, looking again at the Taoist master on the high platform, but standing like a rock. His eyes snapped open, a determined light flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth quirked gently. If anyone had gotten close enough, they could have heard him say something like, I asterisk your asterisk grandmother asterisk dog asterisk 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 ing grandson. Su Changxian this angry. Mother asterisk 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 I invited you to come down to work. Why don't you just come down? Why did you chop me? It's windy and thundery. Does it bother you? Then make another mental note. Wangling one, right? You waited for me to go up. Immortal leader? When Master Zhang saw that Su Changxian did not respond, he panicked and shouted again. Nothing. Su Changxian pressed his brows and waved his hand. Raising his hand, he retrieved the token in the air and looked at it. It was okay, not broken. Heart, it seems that Xiao Cui this just ordained the 9th grade god. No card face. Detaining the spirit to send the generals do not invite the heavenly soldiers and generals to help the battle. What should I do? Su Changxian glanced at the bandits he had trapped not far away. The guys were also well behaved and didn't give him a chance to get his hands on them. Even if he was trapped by him with his mana, unable to enter or retreat, he only begged for mercy, not daring to say anything else. But they're still hurling abuse at the Song. It's so uninformed. It's also really annoying. Looking at the people below, these were ordinary people, and poor people with relatively weak bodies. Those thieves and bandits, at least those who came should not normally lack meat. Each one of them was strong, with fierce eyes and a heavy aura of fury. This one looks like he dares to die. Both sides fight. Whoever is more ruthless wins. In total, it's just these 1,000 or so people. Xiao Chui's base. If we let them kill the thieves and bandits, there will definitely be deaths and injuries. This would be completely unnecessary. Such devotees who witness the edification of the throne of God would not only be pious, but would be the best propaganda ambassadors. Forget it, the heavenly ones can't be invited. Try inviting the earthly ones. Su Changxian pondered for a split second and secretly said, First, we will try the soldiers, horses, and spiritual generals enshrined within the mountains and rivers. Ding A. He didn't draw a charm. He just made a point on the token and opened his mouth to call out. It's better to use raw than cooked. What are your orders, master? One of the 2 yellow turban warriors stepped forward and asked. You go here. Su Changxian raised his hand and tossed the order sign to him. Ask if there are any gods and generals who are willing to be worshipped at my family's Dharma altar, and come back to deliver the order. As you wish. The yellow scarf warrior took the order sign. Su Changxian was quick to give mana, so of course he was willing to make this trip. Just the White Queen's temple is newly established, but also has just been ordained as the 9th grade. How incense is not good to say. I'm afraid it's not good to invite powerful gods. But he didn't say much as he turned around and returned to the general altar as a stream of light. It goes as fast as it comes. But after a few breaths, it turned back. Master, Dingjia presented the order sign, his side empty. Apparently, inviting the general didn't work out. How did you come back so quickly? Su Changxian raised an eyebrow. Are you guys so efficient amongst the generals and generals of the Great Zhou General Forum? Master, General Li A, the general altar strong martial general, dismissed your order signature. Rishi Dingjia hung his head. He is this year's general of the general altar's duty general, and said that the new temple was first sealed. so there is no need for a divine general to protect it.
Said, paused, raised his eyes to Su Chengxian, meaning, General Li said, incense is not rich place, which is worth laboring soldiers and horses stationed. Oh, exclusion? Su Chengxian blinked. Good lord, this is asking for a bribe if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Who do you point to when you specifically mention incense? It's just asking for a bribe, isn't it? Li Jia? Oh, okay, really good. Chapter 278 Divine Light Protecting the Body. Divine General returning to his position. Kill. Oops. Look, the God General invited? No, it's the same Rex from before. A somewhat regretful sigh came from the rear. Our little Taoist master. Did he fail again? Keep your voice down. Don't let the little Taoist master hear you. He should be upset. That's right. Just did not become, you see? That little face deaf pull. Angry it. The old woman sitting cross-legged looked lovingly at the high platform. Looking at it this way, our little Taoist master is still a child. Oops. Look at our little Taoist master's face hanging again. Su Chengxian. Sometimes, it was better to wish you were scary. At least you wouldn't become a demon general and still be treated like a child by a bunch of ordinary old men and women. And just for a moment, these people were already concerned that the White Queen would come out and comfort him. They were even speculating that it was the White Lady who had raised him and that was why he had become the lady's protector. In the past half-month, several versions of the story of the Snake Fairy Maiden, who had picked up a human child and raised it, had been circulating in the Song family village, even made up whether he was picked up from the river or saved from the fire. Others say that their family was struck by a disaster and it was the queen who rescued him. Nyang Nyang, who had not yet cultivated into human form, suffered a lot with a child. Then he had to go and learn a skill to protect Nyang Nyang in order to repay his kindness. Good snakes are rewarded with good karma, and they meet an enlightened master. Although the master originally wanted to capture Nyang Nyang, but later took them back to the mountain. After that, the Snake Fairy Maiden worked as a mountain guardian, while he followed the high priests in monasticism until now. The reason why I went out this time was to help the Empress cultivate her righteousness, and also to sharpen my Taoist heart. I have to say that the story is simple to make up, but it's complete and well received. Master Zhang had already asked Su Chengxian in a side conversation if he had initially heard him call out to Nyang Bai as his mother. The grace of saving her life is as great as that of another, so it is reasonable to call her mother. It certainly makes sense for that mother to see her son frustrated and show up to comfort him. Your mother has a good heart. Our lady can raise a child. Look at that fancy cat. Well kept. There's also a spirit mouse. I heard it doesn't steal food. How dexterous. The old people began to praise the White Lady again for her beauty and kindness. He also said that in the future, he would let the children in his family come to the White Queen's temple more often. The Empress must like children, so that they can get a little bit of aura and be more able to ask for the Empress shelter. Su Chengxian couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth as he pinched the once again retracted token. Is this gentle presence they speak of really my family's Jade? But it's certainly true to say that Jade can raise a child, though she didn't raise much, contributing a few bird eggs at most, or stealing them. Her children were all very productive, including him. I'm just so out of this world. Okay? All of them got the position of the rightful god for their own mother. Surely someone so accomplished can't be stuck with a little difficulty. What he was going to do next had been on his mind for a long time. 2. Song Ju. He put the order sign into the sign cylinder and called toward the bottom. Come up. Also, all of you who hold in your hands a token given by the queen, come up to the front. When he said that, he waited for the crowd to come forward. Zhang Wan immediately got up. During this period, he suddenly had a heartbeat, and his divine sense went to pay attention to what Xiao Chui was doing. It turned out to be better not to look at it, but to look at it and almost get angry and laugh, only to see that in the backyard, Xiao Chui was holding a brush and writing and drawing on a piece of paper while eating a snack, and on that paper, a short, fat snake with a big head was being drawn. The scales on the snake's body were also purposely painted in different shades of black. It goes without saying who the painting is of. This snake had big eyes with tears in the corners. A few big words written on it. Big Cubs Cry. JPG. Ha! Su Chengxian was infuriated and laughed. Good lord. Other than that, his Xiao Chui's enlightenment is really high. But it was just through divine sense. Sending a few emoticons to each other. And people had learned to control themselves, seemingly sensing his divine sense. Xiao Chui lustfully rolled up the painting. Su Chengxian immediately flung a few white snake writhing emoticons over. Come on. Hurt each other Who's afraid of who? At this time, Song Ju and the others arrived close by. Saluting him, he mouthed, Immortal. Song Fangu was at the head of the group and opened his mouth to ask. More than immortal leader has called us forward. What is the matter? Su Chengxian laughed. Good thing. Will you be willing?
praying to the White Queen for the bestowal of the divine light that protects the body.
To charge the battlefield for her? The question was asked of Song Fangwu and the people behind him.
Among them were 7 or 8 of Song's stalwarts, and a few teenage boys and girls from various villages.
And to Song Ju, what he said was, "Would you like to become the temple warden of the White Lady's temple?
And your 2 shady soul buddies, ask them if they'd like to be the temple's generals."
Hearing this, Song Fangwu's face was still calm,
but the other teenagers' faces changed. The joy on his face condensed, and there were more than a few moments of panic.
Shady buddy?
Ghosts? But then it suddenly occurred to him that he was about to have a divine light to protect his body, and there was an immortal leader in front of him, so he only stabilized his mind a little.
"I'm willing." Song Ju did not hesitate and said happily, "They are willing as well."
He had known that he couldn't hide the haunting at the Zhang residence from the little Taoist priest, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out like this. Becoming a temple priest might allow you to practice under a Taoist priest and have a place for your shadowy soul buddies. Being a god general is much better than being a lone soul.
Good. Su Changxian nodded.
Wisps of light were like divine power, in drifting out from the idol. As the divine power slowly descended from above the idol,
the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force,
and the air became heavy and solemn. It was a force that seemed soft yet defied resistance, both gently caressing the tops of each head, then with a certain severity,
signaling the irrefragable descent of heaven.
2 shadowy souls,
a man and a woman,
both in the form of young boys and girls. Under the illumination of this divine power, the figure gradually became clear and solid. The few moments of trepidation and uneasiness on their faces from showing up in the daylight also gradually dissipated in this divine light,
and were replaced by a wave of joy and leaps of joy.
The divine power merged into their soul bodies, forming a protective divine light above their soul bodies. The milky divine light instantly washed away the yin qi.
"Come on."
One of the young girls raised her hand as if she were blessed. A long spear that gradually appeared in her hand.
At the same time,
a set of armor formed by divine light was slowly taking shape on her body.
"Come on."
The teenager then brightened up and shouted after him. His blade was a long knife.
The 2 yin souls transformed into divine generals that emanated the aura of clear spirit.
The crowd below was filled with cries of shock. The sound of chanting the White Queen's divine name buzzed.
Zhang Wan'er,
Song Fangwu and the others who were also showered with divine light also felt the power in the divine light.
As if countless tiny points of light were falling. Dancing divine lights. They were light and airy, each point of light representing a power, a blessing.
The ears seemed to ring like heavenly music.
Let a person's heart and soul, body and mind are filled with a never before abundant fullness.
A shimmering light rose from their bodies.
2. Divine light protects the body. There was a faint aroma in the air. It seemed like the fragrance of divine power, both fresh and strong. What smells so good?
It is the blessing of the mother.
Quickly smell more. The people below couldn't help but take a deep breath,
to inhale the subtle breath into their hearts and minds, so that both body and mind would be purified and nourished.
"Well,
it kind of smells like letter incense." Su Changxian also sniffled and asked.
Secretly, a few moments later, above the official road, the 2 sides faced each other,
as if 2 armies were fighting each other. The side with the smallest number of people. At the forefront was a female general. Her face was stoic as she swung the large sword in her hand.
"Drink, kill." Chapter 279. What are you?
Also dare to use this line.
It didn't work out. He didn't make it. Ha ha, it didn't work out.
Seeing that Su Chengxian's detention of spirits and dispatching of generals didn't come to fruition,
the thieves and bandits of Heijiao village were happy.
The heart that had been hanging in the air with fear
dropped. But don't dare speak up. Just grin and squeeze each other's eyes. But when the second time,
the golden light divine man received the order sign and left,
they were once again scared out of their wits. It's over. Dying. What should we do? Will the little dragon king come to save us? But they didn't wait much longer for the golden light godman to return empty-handed.
And the guys were happy again.
Mother asterisk. This Taoist priest is lacking in virtue and deserves not to make it. We're just here to kill and loot. And it's not like we didn't cut and loot. Not only did he miss the cut, he got a brother cut. Why don't you let me leave if I want to? What's the point of enclosing us with a cover? Thirsting and starving us to death or suffocating us with and piss? Don't even think about it. So what if you're an immortal? Can't kill us off anyway. Other than that, no fear. The little black king took the lead, stood on the horse, and did not carry the people, greatly unzipped his pants and urinated. The surrounding thieves and bandits were splattered with urine because they had no place to hide, and they didn't dare to speak. While pissing, he bared his teeth at the people of Song. What can you do to this great king? This time, let's see what tricks you can come up with. As long as that Taoist priest is unwilling to fight for you, I'd like to see what you can do to me. Ha ha. In the midst of his laughter, he saw an old woman staring at him from across the room. and he couldn't help but glare angrily. What are you looking at, old woman?
I didn't expect the old woman on the other side to be unafraid of him.
He also glared at me and stood up, pointing at him, yelling, I see that you have a small play flute in your hand, and it can spit out water, so I want to see something new, but I can't see what it is. I didn't think it would turn out to be a tweaker. It's a little too small. Poof. Which one dares to laugh? The little black king said angrily. That old woman. You're making a fool of yourself. You can't keep me. When this great king comes back, he will take your life. Big talk. The man on the side of the old woman called out. Come and get it if you can. Humph. Stay tuned to. Don't wait until you come to take this matter. Only then will we recognize you as a good man. Humph. The little black king grunted and laughed. I prefer not to go over there. On the contrary, if you guys want to be capable, come and cut me. And then, the people from the Song family, they really came to cut him. The leader is still a woman. Little black king, come and fight. When the light shield trapping them dissipated, it had been pointed at by Zhang Wan's great sword. When the little black king saw that the other party and the person behind her, both had shimmering lights coming from their bodies, he just frowned and thought that it was not good. Big brother. The thieves and bandits all subconsciously panicked and tried to back away. The divine light from the idol fell on these men, and they all saw it. The opposite side was someone with a deity covering them, so how could they possibly fight? How about running? It was already going to retreat. If they hadn't been forcibly retained by the young Taoist, they would have run out for miles by now. Steady! Do not panic. Wait until I try her out. The little black king's small eyes flashed ferociously in succession. He certainly wasn't trying to be a hero and hold back for his brothers. Rather, they have something to fall back on. Besides, the purpose of the trip had not yet been accomplished. So when he saw Zhang Wan rushing towards him, evil thoughts sprang up in his heart. A woman who can ride a horse and dresses like a rich lady must know a lot of things. If we can capture this woman and bring her back, there will be an explanation for what happened in the Song family home. If we can stay in the village and make it a good thing, won't the child have a good family in the future? As for whether or not they can tackle someone, humph, a woman is just a woman. Even if she has practiced martial arts, it's still a flowery fist. If it was anyone else, little black king might still be worried. But Zhang Wan was clearly a young girl and thought that she had never killed anyone. A fledgling who has never seen blood looks bluffed by the sound of his voice. But when he strikes, he will be cowed. Big brother, don't be mesmerized by the little lady. He did have a few loyal ones around him, and at this time they all called out. She's got the White Queen's divine light protecting her body. The little black king, however, sneered. She has a divine light to protect her body, and this great king also has a spiritual elixir to help her. With that, he escaped a bottle from his chest, cracked the seal open with his teeth, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. Then he tucked the bottle up, shook the reins, copied his blades, and pointed them at Zhang Wan. Come on, little lady, master is here waiting for you. What's he eating? Zhang Wan raised an eyebrow, but no matter what he had eaten, he could not run away from the life of dying under his own great sword. So he urged his horse and charged off. Bam! 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 Boo! The two men exchanged blows at the sound of horses' hooves. Weapons collide. One had a divine light protecting his body, and a burst of red light emerged from one as well. Surprisingly, they fought to a standstill. What is it? Su Chengxian also noticed that little black king had eaten something. It's a pill. Pills? The divine sense swept over the other party's body and he couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be a tiger and wolf drug that catalyzed the potential to explode out. It's supposed to instantly gather will and boost power, but it doesn't last long. With a body like the little black king's, in 10 breaths at the most, he would have to be overwhelmed. But letting the guy last 10 breaths was more than he could handle. So he transmitted his voice to the small courtyard. Xiao Chui, give Zhang Wan's horse a little more power of incense. Okay. By Xiao Chui hurriedly covered the newly drawn emoticon and answered in a panic. The next instant, a divine light, emerging from the idol, fell towards Zhang Wan, who was fighting with the little black king. At once, the situation changed precipitously. Pust! The little black king's attacks that struck at Zhang Wan would be shaken askew by the white light on her body every time. But Zhang Wan's moves to beat him were only something he could dodge with his own skills. It would have been a stifling fight. The horse that Zhang Wan rode was a small flower horse raised by the Zhang family. But at this time, it suddenly also became valiant and gave his horse's neck a bite by opening its mouth and uttering a gulp. Nay! The horse, which was taller than him, was startled and jumped away in a panic. Just as these two horses stomped in a wrong direction, raising their hind hooves, the little flower horse fiercely and violently kicked the other. Boo! Nay dash! The little black king's horse jumped up in pain and nearly threw his master off. And at that moment, Zhang Wan's large sword, too, swept back at his back. Put, jab. Ah.
Hoof. Su Chengxian smiled smugly.
Now you know that the opponent with the flower skin is not to be messed with, right? The little black king was cut by Zhang Wan, and he was satisfied. What was even more satisfying was this time the incense divine power received by Xiao Chui as she was ordained to the position of a positive god. He couldn't help but turn sideways and scan the idol that had been moved into the temple. Squinting slightly, one could see that there were still countless amounts of incense and divine energy that were converging into the idol. These incense and letter power cannot be far from just what these thousands of believers below are worshipping. And there is more. From those people in the neighborhood who are also suffering from the poison plague. As the news spreads that the toadstool has been subdued and the poisonous plague lifted, the power of the incense offered by the faithful will be turned into divine power and converged into the idol and the god's position. The poison plague affected hundreds of miles where Songjiazwang and several nearby villages were located, sparing at least tens of thousands of people. If half of them have feelings for the White Queen, then the divine power that Xiao Chui can mobilize should be able to bless a true divine general. The battle power of a divine general was roughly equivalent to a 7th-ranked demonic beast. Still not enough, Su Chengxian secretly estimated. How could it be that we have to accumulate 100,000 incense power? With all this divine power, it's pretty much a matter of letting go and taking the plunge. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look a little more impatient. And then he looked at the battle in front of him and couldn't help but let out a TSK. And this cry, when it fell on Zhang Wan's ears, was urging. In the ears of the little black king, it was hyped up. Escape! He dodged the slashing machete and yelled. At the same time, turn your horse's head. I don't care if the people behind me can't keep up. Lifelessly, he began to run wildly to escape. The biased mouth has to yell. You guys wait. This great king will return. Humph. When Su Chengxian heard this, he couldn't help but sink his face. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you use that? Chapter 280 next. Jiangjiaji. From Pheasant Essence Kill. Defeated thieves. Don't try to escape. Seeing this, Zhang Wan strangled his horse and raised his greatsword to swing down, bellowing as he chased after him. Ow! Run away! Great king! Help! The thieves and bandits who had long since taken their positions had no discipline to speak of, and as soon as they saw their leader fleeing, they wailed and chattered, followed by scattering and running in all directions. Gentlemen, follow me in pursuit. Song Fanwu and the others copied their blades and followed. We can't let these thieves and bandits scatter and escape. Immortal, we're going too. The young girl's clear voice rang out as two figures flew out from the temple. Whoosh! Die! The little black king's horse ran fast, especially when he saw that there were two divine generals with golden light, who were also chasing after them. He was pumping his horse playfully, so Zhang Wan was unexpectedly thrown off for a while. With a clench of her silver teeth, she raised the greatsword in her hand, then threw it hard. Big brother! The thief bandit who was following behind little black king was just about to say something when he suddenly heard the sound of wind behind him. As soon as they turned around, they saw a blade of silver light flying at high speed. Ah! He turned around this time, and the knife hit him right on the neck. Pust! Heads on the ground. Blood spurted up and spilled over. Whoosh! The large knife was bounced up and flew into midair. Oops! Who? How dare you backstab my father? A black sheep happened to fly head-on, and seeing that it was about to collide, it jumped up and raised its hooves to stomp downward. It's just such a coincidence. When the large sword was kicked downward and backward by it, it proceeded to fall right towards the top of the little black king's head. The little black king looked up when he heard the commotion. The blade has arrived. Pust! A dozen pounds of machete, falling from above. It was cutting right across his face, deep in the head, not alive. Yet the horse was still dragging him at a gallop until the body fell off the horse's back upside down. Poof! Ha ha! Big Black himself turned around and couldn't help but cover his stomach and laugh when he saw what was happening. It really didn't mean it. It's also fortunate that you didn't do it on purpose. Su Chengxian laughed. Otherwise, I'd have to be careful about you getting caught up in the red dust chi and falling into a funk. The existence that held the mana to raise a divine soul was most afraid of this. What are you running back for? He asked. After seeing the little black king in them, he then Big Black and Su Xiaobai, with the big saint little saint horse ride the wind together, to go to the thieves and bandits' lair to pull out the bottom. That place was dozens of miles away from here, and Su Chunxian's limited cultivation in this doppelganger couldn't withstand the massive divine sense, so there was no way to sense the progress in it. Now that Ko Dahe was back, of course he had to ask. We took the Black Jiao. Yuck! Big Black said this, spitting first. His grandpa, a black snake spirit with a 7th order cultivation, also dares to call himself Black Jiao. This Eastern Earth's earthly realm, whether it's human or demon, has a big mouth as if it can smoke people to death with one mouth. Things like honorific devaluation. Just get used to it. What happened to that snake spirit? Su Changxian asked. We caught it. Big Black continued. White asked you if she could eat it. She wanted to try the barbecue you mentioned. Eat it? Remember to bring some back for me to try. Su Changxian waved his hand and said, right. See if there are any snake molts in the nest. With that little snake's cultivation, what would it want with its snake molt? I'd hate to give it to me to pad my feet. Take it back and sell it to mortals. Anymore, it's a goblin's snake molt. Selling it to a mortal would certainly be worth something. Remember to let the great sage take a good look. Not only spiritual plants, but ordinary medicinal herbs as well. Anyway, just bring back all the ones that are somewhat useful. Take ordinary gold and silver and exchange it for food. Then by the power of the people's incense, it's a good deal. Not to mention, it's all robbed. Empty gloves? Cool. Got it. Big Black bounced impatiently, confirming. What you're saying is that you don't need to bring it back for interrogation, right? Yeah, no need to bring it back. Su Changxian said. Bring it back and ask about it. Then blow it up and make a fishy mess and have to wash the floor. Trouble. No need to ask the man behind the curtain? I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, he had guessed the general idea. And just by looking at how quickly the little Black King had come, he knew that the person behind this would come to his door sooner or later. And if the plan went well, by then, they would have long been in existence that the other side would not dare to move easily. So there's no point in bothering with this brain. That's fine. Big Black nodded and turned around to run towards Zhang's house. What are you doing there? This honored one will go to the Zhang family's kitchen to see if there are any spices. When Su Changxian heard this, good lord, this was really a kebab. He hadn't had barbecue sprinkled with cumin and chili in a long time either, and couldn't help but crave it a little. I hope Bai will be a filial daughter and bring some back to his father. Immortal leader. At this time, Zhang Wan and Song Fangu came over. One handed over the order sign, while the other reported that the thieves and bandits had run away and scattered, and some of them had not been recaptured. To keep chasing or not to keep chasing, chase after them, capture them all. Su Changxian said, don't miss a single one. These guys, they're all villains. After they ran away they either got together again in one place or joined other bandits, and anyway continued to fall into the grass as bandits who cut paths and robbed. These people followed the little Black King out of the lair, and one by one can run and kill. It can be seen that all of them are the backbone of the cottage who live a good life by robbing today. Bandits and thieves who are accustomed to doing wrong are hardly likely to return to a virtuous life, especially the ordinary life of poverty. There are always those who think of enjoying riches by doing evil. This made Su Changxian, who was a law-abiding citizen in his previous life, dislike it. I don't care about the ones who have killed. You guys see to it, he said. Those who haven't killed anyone and have fewer sins on them, bring them back for labor reform. Let them plow the land, build roads, build grain hoards. Don't let them be idle anyway. As for food, just don't starve. Then tell Big Black, who is scavenging for spices in the kitchen, not to forget to set fire to the Black Scale cottage when he returns. It's best to burn it cleanly and leave no trace of the bandits. Otherwise, there would still be thieves and bandits to gather. Yes. Zhang Wan and Song Fangu understood. Big Cub, the power of incense. It's rising fast. The next day, Bai Xiaochui said to Su Changxian, the Black Jiao village was eliminated, and the number of people offering incense in the White Lady's temple increased by a lot. The divine power brought about by the power of incense naturally rose fast. Well, but it's not enough. Su Changxian said. Not enough? Bai Xiaochui was puzzled. Not enough. Su Changxian shook his head. We can't stay here all the time. Su Changxian said. It won't work with no one under us to do anything. At the most basic level, there had to be a divine general guarding the temple of the Empress, lest someone beat down the door and demolish the idol and the god. Aren't there great saints in them? They still have to follow us. And what's more, they can't take on the human race, De Shang and the rest of the demons. Although they called Xiaochui as their main mother, they could not be considered the White Queen's men. Directly meddling in the affairs of the human race was an easy way to get caught up in karma. In comparison, Su Changxian was much more comfortable walking the earthly realm in his bilocation. He was able to strike and kill when the thieves and bandits offended the White Queen, but the great sage and the others could not, because he was a human cultivator and cultivated the Xiansek technique. So whether he was asking for a seal for the snake immortal or standing up for the White Maiden, he could barely be considered permitted by the rules. In the earthly realm, the human race is the heavenly Tao's favorite. Su Changxian laughed. If it was a Xianmen cultivator, it would have to be even more horizontal, and people really did have people above them. Unfortunately, he's a fake. Is that so? Bai Xiaochui was unimpressed. Didn't think so. Whose favorites are having such a miserable time? Dressed in rags, barely housed, and unable to eat. At least the small demons within the demon domain could still make it if they wanted to mix a full meal. Su Changxian, can't refute it.
And being bullied by your own people and tortured by goblins.
No one cares. Su Changxian, one of their own people squeezing one of their own people. Maybe even more hands off. Look, someone else is begging.
The White Queen's temple had a few old men kneeling at this time. They came with a foot of muddy water. First, he washed his feet at the door and put on his shoes before he dared to enter. When he flung himself on his knees, 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his eyes.
It's heartbreaking to watch, but fortunately, we're here.
Bai Xiaochui transmitted what they had begged for.
Divine thoughts to Su Changxian, and smiled cheekily. My family's big cub has a good heart and is willing to save the suffering. Xiaochui ah. Don't tell the truth blindly in the future. Su Changxian touched his nose. It's weirdly embarrassing to hear.
The old man in the temple is from the Jiangjiaji.
And Jiangjiaji, the closest to Song Jiazwang. So he decided, next step, go to Jiangjiaji,
and kill from this pheasant essence.
Chapter 281 2 Wandering Gods? Say it and do it. Just in time for some chicken soup. Couldn't wait for the next day at all. Because the landlord's family doesn't have any more food left either.
Su Changxian called on the demons who had scattered out to inquire about the news to come back and gather.
Going out to work later.
After the main hall of the White Lady's temple was built,
the number of people who came to work and eat, on the contrary, increased. The people, led by Song,
even consciously ate less food in order that those who came after them could also eat.
But even so,
the stock of food that could have lasted 5 days will be depleted in 3 days.
And today, it's the morning of the 3rd day.
The first to return was Big Black.
If we don't pull in the grain before supper, it's all for naught.
It grunted as it hugged its arms.
A wasted toss.
If Xiangwan and Song Fangwu and the others hadn't gone up to the mountains and were able to hunt some wild game to add to their meals,
I'm afraid they wouldn't have lasted today. This honored one just doesn't understand what's the point of gathering so many mortals? You don't understand,
Su Changxian said with a smirk.
What does an old demon soul know about the art of war? How can you understand the importance of establishing a base first? It probably doesn't even realize that before it expects to win, it expects to lose. In the place he came from, the trick to success for the victors was in 4 words, hollow and great. Meanness can only be a means of doing something, never a character. In other words, one has to distinguish between one's own people and one's enemies. In the Eastern earthly realm, he would be willing to be on his own with ordinary people. Who let the cultivators? They are the guys who steal cultivation resources from us. But this truth, there was no need to say it, or it would seem that he was too ambitious. So what he said to Dahe was, I want people, of course, to repair Xiaochui's temple, as well as to provide her with incense. As for why the temple is almost finished, but the people are getting more and more. How simple it is. If we fix the temple, then we must fix the grain hoard? If you build a grain hoard, don't you build a road? Let's repair the temple. Why repair grain hoard this prior to put aside? I do not understand. This repair road and for what?
Big Black heard straight scratching his head.
Build a road? The road still needs to be built?
You change into your original form and roll on the ground. And these hundreds of meters of road are pressed out. Keep it for hundreds or thousands of years without bringing it down.
Preferring mortals to go through the trouble of fixing it? What's wrong? Poof. Su Changxian hummed and laughed. Building roads? Of course it's to bring over food.
The grain hoard has been built.
How can the grain be transported here without building a road? So why did you build a grain hoard in the temple? Big Black asked. No grain hoard?
If you don't build a grain hoard,
where will you put the grain that is transported by fixing the road? Su Changxian replied. Big Black. It's suspected that Su Changxian was playing a trick on it, because if you then ask back,
you'll be able to block each other on both ends.
Ha ha, Su Changxian laughed.
He realized that since Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were gone,
his own IQ had simply skyrocketed. Anyway, teasing Big Black won't be a problem anymore.
He was an adult who could make a living on his own in his last life, and he didn't mind taking advantage as a pendant when he didn't need to use his own brain.
When the time comes to stand up, you have to be able to stand up too.
Otherwise you're really a salted fish left to stew. To have the position of a positive god to which the human race offered incense was to have a basis for meddling in the affairs of the human race.
There is also a way back,
at least when it came to the point of no return. Xiaochui and he had a chance of survival, and it's a great way to meddle in the affairs of the human race.
What's more, isn't this the chance to make a name for yourself? Who says that raising the name of God doesn't count as raising your name? There are 2 things in one. Ha ha, I could really use Big Cub.
Su Changxian had just cracked his mouth open when Bai Xiaochui suddenly rushed over,
holding a white misty mass in her hands. Look at that, Big Cub. See what? Here's a kitty 19. Jade, don't be cute. Cat 19 is cat 19. And what a kitten 19. This, and so on.
Su Changxian's divine sense carefully swept through the white mist.
sensing the same divine power that was present in the idol and the divine seat. Is this the power of incense? Inside the white mist, there was also indeed a civet cat that was lying on its back, looking almost identical to Cat 19's demonic body. What the hell? He probed and grabbed the white mist. At the same time, the jade slip left by Ling Yunzi was turned over to find it. Finally, the information was found in the system of deities believed in by the folk. Below the various ranks of the godhead, there are several categories of subordinates who have no rank limitations and accept dispatches. The golden girls, the nightjars and ghosts, the day and night wanderers, and the black and white irregulars. Although there is no rank, they are all considered attendants of the godhead and can receive earthly incense. And this mass in front of us is a newborn wanderer? A night wandering god? Su Changxian looked at the mass and was first stunned, then burst out laughing. That's really something to think about. Even though Xiao Chui had the divine position, he, the protector of the way who was similar to the existence of a priest, still had to abide by the rule of not being able to strike out at random against the human race. This resulted in the battle power they could utilize being very limited, especially for mortals without cultivation. The most direct way, of course, is to possess a mortal. Xiao Chui can possess the believers with the help of divine power. Yuan Shun. But the right god is not possessed, and the possession is not the right god. You'll be struck by lightning if you help the medium up. Someone in the back might want to try it. Xiao Chui herself was a demon from the demon domain, and it was too dangerous to do so. That kind of blocks the most direct way around the rules. Then there is the detention of the spirit and the sending of the general. The heavenly soldiers and generals in heaven and earth and the soldiers and generals at the Dharma altars in various places can follow the orders of the Dharma to arrest and guard mortals. It's kind of a procedural permission. However, the captured mortals could not be lynched, but had to be reported to the local city god. And finally, after being interrogated by the city god, the evidence will be written to the officials of the imperial court on earth. Officials to punish. In short, it's a pain in the ass, but the advantage is that the process is well established. All parties are regular people, and there are no pitfalls. The best thing is to send the heavenly soldiers and generals to make sure that everything can be done fast and well. Su Changxian had wanted to go this way, but it's clear that this path doesn't work. People don't give a damn about him, and that Wang Lingwan even struck him with thunder. That guy, counting his middle fingers, gave him a polite dismissal. It can only go the other way. Use your own men for business. Unfortunately, Xiao Chui's current divine rank was very low. Fu Jingshan's landlord is also a 9th grade god. Not even his own seal. Usually can only borrow the seal of the city god. Under the more even a small ghost cannot be dispatched. I'm so convinced. Su Changxian sometimes really wanted to start a livestream and spit out this up encounter with the people in his past life. A deity of the same rank as the White Queen, a folk offering, must be treated worse. Of course there is likewise no disposable command, but the advantage is that on the Dharma altar in her temple, she can provide for the Dharma religion's soldiers and horses. In other words, there is no establishment, but recruitment of temporary staff is allowed. But there is no establishment quota, and that is the hardest thing to do. Having crossed over and still unable to hide from the establishment, I'm also drunk. He looked at this newly generated Yushin spiritual phase and couldn't help but bite his back teeth. Who understands? My family? We've worked so hard to get Xiao Chui a cadre, but there are no officers under the cadre. Is that reasonable? Why did Su Changxian let the yellow turbans go to the Shin Men soldiers and horses general altar to recruit soldiers before? Just trying to see if I can get 2 regulars to come and work. People on the body is self-establishment. Although go outside the heavenly court magistrate of the Taoist system, but are under the heavenly way. This is also considered a brother unit secondment. Whether they are celestial soldiers or spirit phase soldiers and generals, they all come down to places to run to earn merit. That is, the power of incense. So with the right program, it's possible to successfully recruit a few who want to start their own business, or are willing to come down and make extra money. Spirit phase soldiers will want to progress more, and therefore have a better chance of success. And the benefits of recruiting them are, of course, in addition to the smoothness of their errands, but also the battlefield considerations. But obviously, it didn't work out. This time, it was dismissed by a doggy named Li Jia. Only then did Su Changxian have to consume the divine power he had just had as he had thought before, using it on Zhang Wan and the others to deal with the group of thieves and bandits such as the Little Black King. For insurance purposes, the ghostly friends that Song Ju used to haunt the Zhang mansion were all sealed as divine generals. The investment is too great, and while the men are loyal, they will have to continue to be groomed in order to grow. Now it was good that there was an additional Yushin spirit phase out of thin air. It's not an establishment, but it's a contract job at least. An 8th-ranked demonic beast, striking out against mortals when necessary, was enough. Big cub, there's more than just one kitten. 19. Xiao Chui smiled cheekily. and with a wave of her hand, another small dot of white mist appeared in her hand. Inside is a gray mouse. Look who's here. It's Mouse Lai Pa. Yo! Su Chengxian's eyes widened. Another Eugene? Chapter 282 Sinful Animal. Seek death. 2 wandering gods. Or 2 nightwalkers. It's really a case of plant a garden and plant a flower. But not a willow. So Su Chengxian was ready to go on planting flowers. First, call Lao Zhang and hasten to mold a statue of the great sage riding a horse to receive orders on the wind and put it in the White Queen's temple. I've made an appearance before when I killed the big toad, so I should be able to rub some incense in it as well. And Master Turtle. He had the bright idea of having old Chang mold a large turtle. After it is molded, the idol of the White Queen is then placed on the back of the big turtle. Then give shape to a little saint who holds a plate in his hand with peaches in it and brings fruit to the maiden. This also reveals the status of the White Queen. Don't worry about the 9 positive gods. It's not like the people know about that. There is a mount, Master Turtle, a jade maiden, Su Xiaobai, a monkey lieutenant on horseback to escort him, and a spirit monkey, little saint, to deliver the fruit. Even the jade maiden who followed her side had a mount. The black sheep. This guy, what a row. The people could surely make up more stories and sing them. Everyone will have a guaranteed spot by then. Even if the physical body is destroyed, they can all come back as gods. Su Chengxian was already mulling over the idea of arranging for Su Xiaobai to be a dragoness. It certainly doesn't count as counterfeiting. After all, my own daughter is a real dragon. There was one thing he didn't quite understand though. The cat, becoming a night wanderer. That's good. Catching rats. Mouse, too, has become a nightwalker? What's going on? Exercising with your cat for a long run? What do these believers think? The spirit phase of the god of tourism was able to coalesce thanks to the offerings of the faithful these days. The White Queen's temple only accepts incense offerings and does not accept tribute, so those people who are close enough will come and skate around after they have finished their work. Having come more often, Cat 19, who was held in the arms of the idol, as well as the black sheep standing by the idol, Su Xiaobai riding on the back of the black sheep, and Mouse Lai Bao, who was held in Su Xiaobai's arms, all received varying degrees of attention. The largest number of them asked about Cat 19, especially when the grain hoard is being repaired these days. The cat that catches mice to protect the grain is incidentally brought up during the incense offering. Surprisingly, it really rubbed off on some of the incense and coalesced into a contract. But Mouse Lai Pa, the traveling god bit, makes you wonder, what's there to figure out? Da He said, if there are cats, there are rats, and if there are rats, there are cats. The same reasoning is your that repair the grain hoard and we'll get the road. It would be the same as not making much sense. It's all sophistry. That's still a bit of a sour note. Because old Zhang molded the idol, there was Su Xiaobai in it. Su Xiaobai is a human form. It and cats and rats. The shape of the animal. How to still differentiate between pinches. On the basis of what? By what right is there no principle? Definitely without you. With the offerings made to you. How will everyone eat mutton again in the future? Su Chengxian laughed. He probably figured out why. People worship Mouse Lai Bao to beg it to let fewer mice come out to disturb people. This is the same reason that people will make offerings to evil gods like the god of plague. There are some gods and goddesses who are worshipped by being good. Some exist by being vicious and doing evil. There was also more fear of the latter than there was prayer for the former. It's sad and hopeless. For there is a time when manpower is exhausted, and it cannot be done but by asking. But there are some things that prefer to take advantage of this and do wrong. Su Chengxian smiled. He disliked it. Probably due to the fact that they were also ordinary mortals in their last life. Just especially vicarious. Think about substituting the role of the innocent people who have been rained on and are about to starve to death. Asterisk asterisk. No need to bring it in. It's already pissed off. Where are Cat 19 and Mouse Lai Bao? Su Chengxian asked. Why haven't they returned yet? He can't wait for the chicken soup. Kill the pheasant spirit. Kill it and cook chicken soup for the great king. Nourish your body. Mouse is very excited. It hasn't made a move yet. This time, in order for it and Cat 19 to obtain more incense offerings, De Wangsu said that he would let it and brother 19 kill the pheasant essence together. They have just returned from a visit to the Jiang family set. That pheasant's cultivation level was also at the 8th rank. 19 can fight through it alone. It just has to serve the purpose of farting to add wind. Hey, rub your paws together. Don't kiss ass if you kid can't. Su Chengxian grunted. Am I weak, great king? I'm strong. I don't need to make up for it. If you really want to be false, what can a pheasant essence do? 19. When they draw out the pheasant spirit, you go first. He turned to Cat 19 and said, play nice. Those 2 traveling god bits were both invoked by Xiao Chui from the idol. When Cat 19 and Mouse Lai Bao came, let them condense a trace of their divine thoughts, punch them in, and put them back into the idol. They can mobilize the divine power in them now. It's just that power is still too weak to be of much use. How pretty is it going to be, my lord? Cat 19 asked. It's going to be a brave fight, Su Changxian said with intent. According to what you said, you and he are between the same cultivation level, and your battle prowess should be similar. That fight up the negative hand, a deadly blow, show the powerful forced style this kind of. It is difficult to do. You have to fight with vigor, he said with a serious face. Be brave and not afraid of sacrifice. For the sake of the people, put life and death aside. I understand, my lord. In the meantime, outside, Zhang Wan and Song Fangu had also gathered the strong men from the Song family home, as well as several other villages. Then, under the leadership of the people who came to beg for the Jiang family set, they set off first. They are going to free the Jiangjiaji. It's also about forcing out evil-doing goblins. Jiangjiaji was the worst hit. They were not flooded, drought-stricken, or poisoned. Rather, it is truly haunted by a demon. Jiangjiaji is next to the town of Fushui, and a river runs through the town. The water is not fast enough to move a boat. The terrain is also flat, and the surrounding area is not only fertile and well-traveled, but is also far enough away from the mountains to be free from wild animals. Is Sanjiazwang these are not subject to the nuisance of the land of the big week of police officers on the edge. Although it is not far from the Wudong County, but no one to come to collect taxes, so here for a long time, it has become a grass set. Saoji slowly became a market town. That's why it's called Jiangjiaji. The usual life is quite rich, but it changed when there was a demon. The demon ate all the grain, vegetables, grass, leaves, livestock and other things. Everything that could be eaten. It's close to cannibalism, but even if he doesn't eat people, without food we'll starve to death. The people who came to the White Lady's temple to cry and complain cried again when they said this. It's not that I don't want to run. It's not that I didn't want to escape, but where to run? Who would want to run away from their home country if they had a place to live? Fleeing, a family goes, and it's lucky if one of them survives. There is no way to ask for help. The county office is indifferent and ignores all the taxes collected from Wudong County. They have even less to say about this market town. If you're not pushed to the limit, you won't beat a dead horse and come to the White Queen. If we can't beg this time, we'll have to go on the run. This walk can only go to Lingzhou. I've heard that there's been a disaster everywhere, and many people have fled to Lingzhou, and the price of food in the city has skyrocketed, and they're all about to starve to death. But the government has not released any grain, the man said, closing his eyes in despair. There's no way to live, no matter how you think about it. Starving and walking out of Yangzhou? It's also a life of starving to death on the side of the road. In desperation, after hearing that they were saved, the people of Jiangjiaji were overflowing with joy. Although most were too scared to believe and hid in their homes and didn't come out, and some had already fled for their lives, hundreds still came out to get it regardless. Su Changxian and the others followed hidden in the shadows, and they heard someone worrying about being seen by the demon and getting into trouble. Then his companion was heard to exclaim again, even if it will anger the goblin, let it eat me up. The sound stirred up 1,000 waves. At once, a number of people shouted after them. It's all dead anyway. Starving to death and being eaten by a demon makes no difference. What's more, isn't that someone coming to the rescue? We, the people of Jiangjiaji, are not cowards either. Humph, how dare you? Do you guys think I'm afraid to eat people? A voice was like thunder, and the sound of wings flapping came from mid-air. A chicken, 3 or 4 feet high, flew toward the crowd. The people were taken aback. Just as the chaos was rising, another catcall was heard. Meow. Sinful animal. Seek death. Chapter 283 He Who Kills You. Cat 19. The night-walking god under the seat of the White Maiden. Sinful beast. Unbridled. Boy, that's awesome. Cat 19 rushed out, and Su Changxian barreled after him. Why hadn't he expected to be able to curse like that? Next time he found an opportunity he had to curse one too. At this moment, the people who had converged from Songjia village in Jiangjiaji were all attracted by these two voices, attracting their attention. Looking up into mid-air, a large pheasant with colorful feathers was seen being held back by a civet cat. White light emerged from the tiny civet cat's body, and she slapped a paw on the pheasant's long beak. Cluck! The pheasant was hit and became furious, opening its beak and pecking. The civet cat saw that it could not be defeated, and both sides were about to fall to the ground. Hurry! Spread out! Zhang Wan, who was in the crowd, received Su Chengxian's voice transmission and immediately dispersed to the side with Song Fangu leading the crowd. Set aside places as battlefields, with someone leading the way. The people weren't so flustered. There were no old people or children, so they quickly dispersed to the sides. And just as the crowd dispersed, the cat and pheasant, in mid-air, landed on the ground one after the other, facing each other. Sure enough, there is a demon. It's a pheasant demon. Whose cat is this? Someone in the crowd asked. It's the 19th general that our white nymph is carrying in her arms. The Song family's side immediately shouted back. Is it the 19th in line? Then have the 18 generals in front of you come? That's not true. Oops. Why didn't you come along? Zhang Yangzi, Song Daolong. How can our 19th general, being so small, fight that big pheasant? Don't let that chicken demon eat you. This you need not worry about. Zhang Wan then said. Our 19th general has a heart to protect the people and will be able to defeat that demon.
Then let Song Fanggu stay here, while he himself led his men to arrest people in the market town. The divine sense of an 8th-order demonic beast was only just condensed. The range it could cast open was limited, and the consumption was great. So how did he find out all the grain in the market town? There's definitely a mole in there. Human rape. Who these people were? Mouse Lai Bao and Cat 19 had already found out when they arrived earlier. The original intention was to force the pheasant's spirit to show himself in front of people by capturing these people, and then get him killed. Now that the other side pops right out, it saves you the trouble. Cat 19 was responsible for getting the other side killed while they followed Mouse Lai Bao to get the others. Come on, Mouse Lai Bao urged. If it dries quickly, it can come back and give the pheasant a kick in the pants and rub some incense offerings in as well. Meanwhile, on Su Chengxian's side, Da He was also calling Su Xiaobai to join him, to go find also the pheasant essence nest to raid the house. Unlike Song, this pheasant demon has no ability to release poison and relies solely on a mouth and a stomach to eat and drink. Hold him up. He can't eat that much, Da He said. It's not like he's the original, much less a certain flower snake, so there's bound to be a hiding place, right? Yeah, right my ass. Su Chengxian instantly slapped a slap across his face and hollered. Go to work. Ouch. How dare you hit the back of my head. 100 blood breath for you. Bring it on you. Dai He and Su Xiaobai. Zhang Wan and Mouse Lai Bao went off in two directions. Su Chengxian continued to remain hidden in the shadows, watching the progress of all parties. At this point, Cat 19 revealed the true face of the little demon. In his hand, he held a steel blade of lower grade magic artifact grade. The pheasant spirit did not make a move, and seeing its revealed human form, which still had obvious cat demon characteristics, he could not help but snicker. What? Even the human form has not yet been cultivated, and dares to come to seek the great master my discomfort? I'll give you a chance. Now kneel down and beg for forgiveness and I'll see if I can take you in as a vanguard under my command, said the man, shaking himself. It was transformed into a handsome man, with a human-like appearance. Demons cultivated within the territory of the human race, transforming into forms really is a unique advantage. Cat 19 ignored him and exhaled softly for a moment before pointing his knife at him. Cut the crap. The grain and grain seeds in this place. Can you be the one to eat them? A pheasant spirit that has perfectly transformed and cultivated into a human body. Even though it was also at the 8th rank, it was still nervous, worried that the other person might have special abilities. However, with his own king right behind him, there was nothing to be afraid of when he thought about it. Besides, it's not a good idea to disgrace the king. Naturally I am. The pheasant spirit laughed scornfully. So what if I admit it? Kitten cub, what can you do to me? You're just a piece of trash with no human form. How dare you try to be greedy for heaven and take in this great king? With your skills, I urge you to. What a lot of crap. As the words fell, a flash of cold light flashed. Buzz. Knife drop. After stepping out of the demon domain, the Cat 19 who went to the earthly realm to fight for the first time, did not have the slightest concealment, and his demonic power erupted and slashed down. Don't do it. The pheasant spirit was just about to snort when a white light went on before his eyes. Drink. He didn't have time to think about it. He just let out a bellowing cry and similarly erupted his demonic power with a rumble, waving a colorful fan and blocking the blade light. And at that moment, a small knife broke through the air. The pheasant was so cold in his elaboration that he only felt a cold lump in his throat. Leaning back, cleaving the blade, a sharp claw surfaced again. Block, retreat, dodge, instant reaction. This shows that the pheasant spirit is experienced in killing, and has truly fought enemies to the death. Otherwise, with the speed in the cat demon's bloodline talent, Cat 19's string of silky little combos could directly break his throat open, kill the chicken and bleed the blood. Oomph, kid. With a thud, the pheasant spirit spun in place and rolled on the spot. Bang! Sparks shot in all directions on the lapis lazuli floor, and rubble flew as Cat 19's slash came down. A bloodstain appeared on pheasant spirit's throat and his face was broken by debris. He's hurt. Cat 19 had the advantage and didn't have the slightest bit of softness. His demonic power transformed into sword awnings and sharp claws of cold awnings, soaring away as his murderous aura erupted. Kill! The blade was strangely fast, and the pheasant essence also let out an angry cry, slapping the ground with one hand and rising up in the air. the colorful fan in his hand unfolding and shaking. The demonic light blazed. A dazzling flash of light. Killing machine. Several plumes transformed into arrows and shot rapidly towards Cat 19's face. Go to hell. Bear bear bear. Plume feather arrows broke through the air. Cat 19 body protection demon light burst, but still by the arrow feathers pierced one after another. Relying on its eyesight and speed, Cat 19 dodged a few of them, yet 3 of them still slashed across its cheeks, and a trail of blood appeared as blood flowed out. Ouch! Oy vey! Goddamn pheasant demon! General 19 is bleeding. The people cried out in alarm, stomping their feet and worshipping God with their palms together. It's a prayer for victory for Cat 19 and for the future of his own family. Over there, Cat 19 dodged the flying arrows of the pheasant essence and took a few steps backward one after another. Probing his hand, the small sword returned, and he looked at him gruffly. There are some tactics, but they are too fancy, not as powerful as expected. It was that it thought the other party was too strong and thought that there were stronger killing moves after the flying arrows, so it didn't dodge and almost fell in the gutter. In that case, there's no need for a knife. What are you doing? Pheasant spirit frowned. Tear you apart. Cat 19 roared, and his body brought out a residual shadow as he rushed forward. This is clearly a fight to the death. Who are you guys? The pheasant spirit was startled and scrambled for cover before he remembered to ask. Why are you sticking up for those two-legged goats and spoiling my fun? Since you're asking, I'll be merciful and let you know. The remnants of Cat 19 had surrounded him, so fast that it was impossible to see the trail, only to hear it say, you'll have to listen. The one who kills you is the dispatch under the White Lady of Songji Aswang, the night-traveling god Cat 19. This was not said to the pheasant spirit at all, but to the people around him. As soon as the words fell, there were immediately 2 sharp claws sticking out from the remnants, straight into the back of pheasant spirit. Pust. Jab. Chicken feathers flying around. Ah. Chapter 284 Fushuwei Town. Quickly find the white beaver and kill it. Demon beasts of the 8th order. No morphing. Shouldn't it be a waste demon? This guy, how is he half a loser? The White Lady? Who is the White Queen? Can your men send demons? How many favors did your master give you? You're so desperate. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, the pheasant spirit could only swing his fan around, also adding a few wounds to Cat 19, but the other did not retreat at all, so he was still hollowed out with several more wounds one after another. Immediately judged that this cat demon's stance was fast. His physical body, soul and demonic power were stronger than his own, and he came up to fight for his life, and was really fighting for his life as well. If we keep fighting like this, he'll get seriously hurt. I led the order before, but I didn't say that I would die a demon. Instantly, he couldn't help but scream. Giggle. Gah! That cat general. I have known you to be valiant, so stop fighting for a moment. Listen to me. There are people in high places behind me. Do you know that I didn't come here to covet that bit of food? It's just some mundane stuff. How can it be in my eyes? Humph. Cat 19 snorted coldly and ignored it. Who's behind you? There are big snakes behind me. However, he is also a heartbeat. Between thoughts, Divine Sense begged to ask the king to listen to what the other side said. From the mouth of this goblin, swindle out some news. No need. Su Chenxian's reply was the same as the one he had given to Dahe before. Don't waste your efforts. Just cut down this pheasant spirit. We have the next stop. In that case, I'll kill you and see if the higher-ups behind you come to save you. The 2 of them exchanged blows one after another again, and a lot of blood marks appeared on their bodies. In the next instant, Cat 19 attacked so hard that the pheasant spirit's throat was nearly slit. His face was grave as he gritted his teeth. You're going to kill me. How dare you kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? Cat 19's face was serious as he said sternly, if you want to force these people to die, I will dare to kill you. It replied dryly that it was only responsible for killing. The king gave the order to get the pheasant spirit. Drink chicken soup. You cannot kill me. Do you know which existence sent me here? And how much of a layout is at stake in what I'm doing here? If you spoil that. Before the words fell, Cat 19's flying claws once again erupted with demonic light. A hint of thunder power blending in and radiating a hint of thunder light. Meow. Die. A roaring cat. A sound wave fluctuation erupted, and it used a sound attack. We can't let this guy talk about it, or his demon pills might blow up. If you blow up the demon elixir, the demon body will also be blown up. We won't be able to have chicken soup for our Dede king. The cat's cry was sharp, penetrating the eardrums of the pheasant essence in an instant, causing his soul to stagnate, and in the instant that this shocked him, 2 sharp claws, one after the other, penetrated his throat. Pust. Put. Go through the throat and pull out the demonic elixir. Blood spattered. Drawing claws. The pheasant spirit fell to the ground. Cat 19 glanced at it and frowned, reaching out and a token appeared in his palm.
He waved a wave in the air in front of the pheasant spirit and drank. By the order of the white goddess of heaven and earth, destroy the pheasant spirit, the sinful animal that plagues the earth. Order. Reveal its demon body in its original form. A white light fell from the token. In the next instant, the fallen pheasant spirit took the form of a large pheasant. Jiangjiaji, the pheasant spirit is dead. In the middle of the field, there was a silence. Woohoo! General 19. Many thanks to General 19 for saving the day. Many thanks to General 19 for exterminating the demons. Then, first, there were faint cries. Then many cried out, the goblin is dead. The goblin is dead. Although this demon hasn't eaten anyone yet, but since he appeared, everyone is starving, not to mention, every day is also in fear. Not to mention, he stares at people, especially children and young girls, and that look is creepy at first glance. No one has ever seen him eat anyone, but there are some shrews in the town, and a few children and old people are missing, and everyone suspects that the demon has eaten them. At this rate, people will be scared to death if they don't starve to death. Now that the goblin is dead, this bloody demon corpse is right in front of him. Everyone was scared and happy. So someone started kowtowing at Cat 19. Good. General 19 has worked hard. Su Chengxian at this time slowly appeared. A flick of the dust whisk a step, then crossed the crowd, stood in front of the body of the pheasant spirit, laughed. The voices were not loud, but everyone of the crowd heard them clearly. It's the high man who has attained the way. The people of the Zheng family said, looked over in disbelief. Immortal. Greetings, Immortal. The people from the Song family home hurriedly saluted. Then followed another cry. Sense the White Queen's mercy. The people of the Zheng family said immediately followed and shouted out to thank the White Queen for her compassion and relief. General Cat 19 was sent by the White Queen, so of course he has to thank the White Queen. Your Honor. Cat 19 saluted Su Chengxian. I wouldn't dare to take the word general. General. That would have to be an honorable position for a demon general. Knowing that you can't call the king, you call the honored one. As he spoke, he placed the demonic pills in his hand and handed them over. There's no need for General 19 to be polite. Rest first. Su Chengxian nodded and smiled. That's the benefit of letting Cat 19 take the lead. The boy was more resourceful than a few other demons. After saying that, he waved his duster and collected the demonic pills. The whisker also happened to be in the way of his waist. Then, it narrowed its eyes. With a movement of his divine mind, he landed on the principal at his waist, and in the next moment, a stream of blood chi, unseen by mortals, spewed out of the flowering serpent's mouth and landed on the dead pheasant spirit. Immediately afterward, the demonic corpse of the pheasant essence was wrapped in blood chi, and after shrinking rapidly, it was swallowed into the snake's belly. Unknown people take a look at this demonic corpse, which was put away by the Taoist priest. Gentlemen, do not panic. Su Chengxian opened his eyes and said with a smile, when poor Tao refines the demonic power of its flesh, he will then take out the feathers and take them to spirit state for you all to sell for some silver. Immortal. In the crowd of Jiangjiaji, immediately the old man was helped to come out and said, Immortal, this is what you say? This demon is causing trouble here. It is the white lady who sent Immortal Chief and others to kill them. We can't even wait to honor the kindness. How can we even covet the feathers of a demon? Yeah. If you're really this greedy, is that still a person? I'm afraid I'm going to be struck by lightning from heaven. Since people said so, Su Chengxian didn't force himself, so he nodded his head and said, that's good. When I take it for money, we'll repair the road and count you guys as a merit. By the way, this demon got the grain. Some of it is hidden. You guys don't look for it indiscriminately, lest you get hurt by the demonic spells he left behind. Call out to Zhang Wan and the others when you find it. All the grain is found. You have a full meal. And those who are willing to follow the white lady to do good and make good, follow them to the town of Fushui. The poor Taoist still has to go and rescue the people there, so he won't stay here much longer. After saying that, without waiting for the people from the Zheng family set to say more, he turned around and left. Next stop, Richwater Township. Richwater Township disaster. It's just as haunted by leprechauns as Jiangjiaji. But that being said, it should be considered a man-made disaster. A white beaver compels the biggest and richest family in town, the Qi family. Master Qi's family was the town's good people and had given the people a lot of favors in the past. However, his three sons are all more domineering and unethical than one another, and all of them were bewitched by the white beaver demon and took their lives. In order to save his son's life, Master Qi released his family members to go to each house to get the people to pay back the money and grain. Just money and food, nothing else. When the goblins forced him, he forced the people who had owed him favors to sell their children. It has driven several families to death. The hand of the very spicy, counting than the Jiangjiaji pheasant spirit of the evil is even more ruthless. Great king. As soon as Su Chengxian arrived,
The great sage rode his horse on the wind and ran over to greet him.
Great king, that little old man down there is so croaky.
How dare one complain about why they just came? Saying something about how all 3 of his sons are now haunted by goblins and the townspeople are being forced to live any later and the town of Fushui will be dead.
He, this old man has a good arm, shaking off the pot really well. Su Changxian snorted. Isn't he still asking Our Lady to save his son? If he can't be saved, well, he won't live either? That's right.
The great sage nodded repeatedly.
Backtracking and moral kidnapping. Regardless of him, Su Changxian waved his hand. Find the white beaver demon and kill it. Let's move on. Ahead is Wudong County. There's a fire raven there. Chapter 285. I take your life today in the name of the White Queen. Great king, the white beaver demon is in the front yard.
The great sage said as he pointed with his furry paw at the Chi family in front of him.
That thieving demon hid inside and didn't come out, and we were unable to find any trace of him. Can't find it? Su Changxian raised an eyebrow. It was easy for him to find out about the white beaver demon.
As long as his divine soul completely returned to his own body,
his huge divine sense was completely released. With a thought, an 8th-ranked demonic beast, hidden in the cracks of the ground, could be peeled out by him,
but this time he wasn't going to get involved.
These monstrous guys, the backstage didn't come out,
and I certainly can't reveal my cards too early. He prepared to shade the other party at the critical moment.
When the time comes, have a pass and take it with you. So, it was still Cat 19 who stepped in to call the shots. Woodland white beaver demon, come out and die. It manifested its demonic body proper, transforming into a young and a half-sized cat. Again,
he performed the method of illusory shape and became 4 or 5 feet tall,
then stood up as a human being.
A pair of radiant cat's eyes, observing the surroundings,
exclaimed under his breath, calling for battle. Of course the other side will not answer. Since they are all in hiding, how can they be obediently called out by a few shouts?
So after a couple of calls, there was no need to continue.
Colonel Sun, Ma Shifeng.
Cat 19 waved the large sword in his hand.
Follow me to kill the demons. Squeak. Yes. Whinny whinny dash. A golden-furred monkey, riding a tall horse, suddenly leapt up. One held up a long stick in its hand, while the other raised its front hooves and galloped towards the Chi family.
The monkey leapt up from his horse with a kicking sound.
With a bang, when he landed on the ground, he transformed into a 3-foot great ape with a golden glow all over his body. Tiger back and waist, tall and powerful, a tile blue face, showing a very vicious descending image. 3 huge demon statues.
The people in the town of Fushui were too frightened to come out.
Boo! Boom!
The thick wailing rod in his hand was viciously commanded.
Straight away, the Chi family's door knocked on it, together with the courtyard wall. A large part of it collapsed. Whinny, the red horse galloped joyfully to it,
his body seeming to burn with flames. Instantly growing to a size of more than 10 feet,
he raised his front hooves and stepped down. Boom! Rumble! The rest of the courtyard wall, too, collapsed. Chi family and the others. You and the others have colluded with the demons and plagued the place with your crimes. Being sued to our Nymphet's temple. Cat 19's voice, resounding between heaven and earth at this time, proclaimed, we, the swimming gods, are here to kill the white beaver demon at the request of the people of Fushui town in the wake of the white nymph's demolition of the sect. If you don't want to die, hurry up and come out. The queen is merciful and allows you to escape. 1, 2, 3, attack in. As its words fell, the monkey raised its big stick and the red horse lifted its 4 big hooves. These 2 guys, split in 2, one on the left and the other on the right in the Chi family to do the demolition. Boom! Rumble! Gatehouse, inverted room, north and south rooms. Punch it! 1 stick and half the house is gone. Hooves fall and a wall collapses. It didn't take more than a few breaths for half of the Chi family's mansion to be missing. The crying slaves had long ago scattered in all directions. Some of them ran towards the courtyard where the master's family was at. And the Chi family's guards and private soldiers were even more afraid to come forward to block them when they saw the 2 demonic godlike demons, attacking and killing. Most of them were scared out of their wits and fled everywhere. But there were also loyal ones who protected the master of the Chi family and retreated to the small gate of the mansion. Su Changxian watched clearly from outside, and saw Song Fangu leading the men, arresting all these people. The current believers are all ordinary people who are unable to cultivate. Just let them take on opponents who are also average. Although they were weak, they had divine light to protect their bodies, and it was enough to deal with the Chi family's private soldiers. A large portion of the incense and divine power that converged on the White Queen's temple was consumed in these people. Mortals who wanted to master power could only do so by upgrading their physique and will beliefs, and the process would be a long one. In the case of Zhang Wan as well as Song Fangu and the others, once the divine light was removed from them, there was not much difference between their own power and that of before. but there are some things that have to be theirs to do. Fortunately, what Su Changxian was trying to do was for the position of the righteous god, but he didn't have much use for these divine lights. It's not bad to fall back on these guys and have a whole lot of extra hands that can be used. Eating a full meal for a while is still beneficial. As he watched dozens of strong men, arranged by Song Fangwu, methodically grabbing the Qi clan's people as if they were chicks, he couldn't help but laugh. A good physical condition and a divine light to protect the body are the only way to get twice the result with half the effort like this. Boo! Ha! The great sage froze with his stick raised. It smashed through a rockery in the back garden, but there was no scene of wigwam stones bursting into flames. Illusion? Cat 19, who had been watching the surrounding area, immediately understood. White beaver demon. Found. Immediately, he leapt up and flew in as a stump. The body put away its illusion spell in the air and turned into a civet cat the size of a calf. Meow. A claw down. Pust. Click. The illusion shattered. Who? The white beaver, who was hiding below and practicing, was distracted by the meow. He heard the sound of the illusion shattering again, and felt bad that there was a faint red dot flashing in his ears. Bleeding. Meow. Breaking the illusion, Cat 19 immediately clawed at the white ravens who had revealed their movements. Where are you a cat demon from? White beaver's human form was that of a scholar, and while he dodged to avoid it, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why are you disturbing my cultivation? What have you done to yourself? Don't you know yourself?" Cat 19 said in a cold voice, "What have I done? And what business is it of yours?" The white beaver called out, "What is the reason for you to hit people in their homes like this? You have endangered the people, and I will come and get you. I harmed people. What does it have to do with you? A demon?" White beaver sneered. "Furthermore, how have I ever taken the initiative to harm people? It was that Qi family's people who were injured and begged me to save them. Wasn't it you who ordered the Qi family to raid the people? How did I ever cause them to do evil? However, I need to pay a great price for saving mortals, so of course I have to collect some consultation fees. If the Qi family can't get it, those who have been favored by the Qi family will help to get it together. So what does it have to do with me? You, oh exempt?" Su Changxian blinked as he listened from the back, and in his heart, he called out, "Good guy. This is still a clean-loving demon." In a few words, he washed himself clean, as if he were a big, pure white lotus flower. Ha ha, Dai Hei, who had just arrived from the Jiangjia collection, happened to hear this and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Changxian, this demon and you, is it hard to have defeated the same master?" Flowering Snake's grain hoard and road, White Beaver's rescue and collection of clinic fees. What a difference on top of the pinch. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly this demon who copied it. Su Changxian laughed. Then send a message to Cat 19. Don't bull asterisk 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 with this demon. Just do it and kill it. Playing with compulsion is the natural aptitude of people's bloodline awakening, the ability to settle down. And you still want to get the upper hand in words? That's purely a thought. This isn't a kiss, so why bother with the verbal wrangling? Just kill it and be done with it. Cat 19 was also a smart demon and immediately understood, pointing at White Beaver and cursing loudly. "Good, you sinful animal. No matter how skillful you are, you can't avoid heaven's justice. Not properly cultivating in the deep mountains, coming out of the world to work together with the Qi family and others, amassing wealth and gathering power in Fushui town, and brutalizing the people, plotting to do wrong. His crime is punishable by death." After saying that, he raised his sword and slashed. After the sentence is pronounced, "Of course, the hand is out to kill. You want to kill me?" The White Beaver demon was shocked. When the demons of the human race meet, shall they not discord? Why do you have to come up here and shout and kill? In the name of the White Queen, I take your life today. Chapter 286. This is getting more and more interesting. Swish, the Cat 19 blade awnings had arrived. Hiss, White Beaver scrambled to avoid it, revealing his true nature. He bears a passing resemblance to Cat 19's original form. It is just a slightly chubby body with a stubby neck, a rounded head, and a short stubby protruding beak, a pair of large ears on the head with bluntly rounded ends. The limbs are short and stout, with claws at the ends of the toes. At this time, due to panic, his body grew steeply. Ooh, Su Changxian took a look. No wonder it was called a white beaver. The circle of fur on his face was white. I heard that the original body of this demon is also known as the flower-faced beaver, jade-faced beaver, fruit beaver, and there are a few cute looks. Unfortunately, the heart is too bad. Can't collect. Where are you from also demon? How rude. White Beaver was no match for Cat 19. His skill was not in fighting, but Cat 19 attacked so fast that he had no chance to perform illusionary means, and could only dodge in a lousy manner while screaming. Are you a Taoist or a shaman's? Which mountain sect keeps it? Or under whose seat it takes orders? He said. Speak up. then it's not too late to fight. All it takes is for the other person to strike up a conversation. Hooking up is the only way to cast a compulsion spell. Cat 19, however, was still saying, in the name of the White Queen, I take your life today. The White Queen? Who the hell is this white lady? The white beaver had been harboring in Fushui town, not caring about the outside world. Of course it was impossible to know about the Maiden's Temple in Sanjiazwang hundreds of miles away, but he knew that he might have to plant it this time. The cat demon in front of him really wanted him dead. I couldn't help but bite my teeth and roar. You bastard! Do you know which family I belong to? Just dare to be so insolent. Whatever. Cat 19's face was firm. Holding his sword with both hands, he leaped in the air and came straight at the white beaver. Bang bang! Blade awnings, flashing. The Dharma robe on the white beaver was instantly torn, injuring the flesh and spilling blood. Fighting spells, fighting talent, he really wasn't necessarily much better than White Beaver. The only thing that he must be better at than White Beaver is the art of battle techniques. Get in close and chop him. The long knife chopped down, and the small knife followed. White Beaver hastily backed up, with the pool of water behind him. His eyes were grave, but he didn't panic. The next moment, a flash of light flickered on his body. Go to hell! The cunning color in the white raven's eyes was evident. Wildcat demon. Meow. Cat 19 only felt a golden light in front of her eyes. Then the divine soul swirled, and a burst of Sanskrit chanting was heard. Ha ha, the white beaver laughed. Dumbass who don't know any better. You know who you're messing with. The masters sent me to sit on things, and you've come to spoil our business. I will not be able to keep you. Die. Next time put it smart, lest you mess with an existence you shouldn't. Seeing that Cat 19 was fixed in place and didn't move, he drew out a Vajra pestle and was about to go forward to result in the other party's life. It was the fear of revealing his identity in front of people that kept him from using his blades. Now that the cat demon has been hit by the master's magic weapon, it is already bound to die, so there is no need to hide it anymore. He raised the Vajra mortar and pestle high in the air and was about to drop it down hard. Smash the skull of the cat demon in front of you. But suddenly I heard, pust. Then there was a coldness in the abdomen. Couldn't help but look down. A knife was stabbed through the abdomen. His head snapped up incredulously. A blade was seen flashing. There was a click. This long knife, under his eyes, cut across his neck. Puffing and puffing, a sound into the flesh came out. The white beaver was covered in blood, like a mad demon. Roaring in pain, the Vajra mortar and pestle held high fell. Boom! The ground in front of them was smashed out with a huge gash. Whoosh! Poof! His head, shaken high by his own demonic power, fell into the pool of water. And the cat 19, just about to go forward, but suddenly his face changed, and then covered his chest and gasped violently, and then sprayed blood from his mouth and rolled on the ground a few times. Only then did he retreat to one side of the wigwam stone and leaned in to stand. A gash was torn in his chest. Jesus! General 19, General Cat 19. The people who had rushed from the Jiangjiaji set happened to arrive outside the Qi family's door at this time, and as soon as they saw this, they immediately shouted at once and were about to fly over. Stay back! Cat 19 quickly tore off a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around his chest wound, screaming under his breath. The demonic aura here has not dissipated. You should not approach. Zhang Wan, I'll trouble you to lead the men to search everywhere and find food. Let everyone burn the fire to cook and have a full meal. With that, he rose to his feet. General! General! You're all wounded. Where else is this going? Hundreds of people cried out in concern. I still have to go to Wudong County. Cat 19 said calmly to them, to save the people there. After saying that, he flew towards the north. General 19, ouch! He's hurt that bad. How can this be? In case we run into a powerful demon. Gentlemen, there's no need to worry. Su Changxian appeared. Immortal. Greetings, Immortal. Songs was at the head of the family, and the people from Jiangjiaji followed, hastening to salute him. He was told to think of a quick way to call Cat 19 back. The demons in Wudong County are vicious, and Fushui town is close by, so the people here have heard about it and have come to beg for help. General 19 is the night wanderer under the Empress. The Empress has her own arrangements. Su Changxian laughed. Is General Mouse Lai Bao available? Cat 19's heroic and courageous image. This handle is considered to be established. Of course, we have to give Xiao Chui and Mouse Lai Bao the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Saying this, he smoothly collected the white beaver demon's demon corpse, along with the head that fell into the pool of water. Mouse Lai Bao jumped out of Zhang Wan's arms and clasped his paws in a bow. Greetings to immortal leader. I don't know what the immortal master commands. You take Zhang Wan and quickly go find the food and distribute it to the people. Su Changxian flicked his duster and said, tell the people of Fushui town that we've come to exterminate the demons in the name of the White Maiden, so that they don't have to be terrified.
People in Fushui town have gone to the White Lady's temple to pray before,
so it's easy to do this, and it's better to let the people communicate on their own. Immortal. Immortal doesn't need to say much. We all understand. Yes, it's only right to help the 19th general.
The people of the town of Fushui were worried about their heroic General 19 and whether he would be in danger.
The concern was so genuine that Su Changxian was a bit unable to bear it.
Hurriedly said,
Zhang Wan,
you help them share the grain. If there is more out temporarily stored, the mother has other arrangements.
The rest of you, if you are willing, follow me to help General Cat 19.
I didn't want the people of Fushui town to be mobbed up just after the words were said.
Immortal, we would like to go.
19 generals to kill the demons for us, and we shall see him return in peace with our own eyes.
You guys eat your fill before you go. Su Changxian was worried. It's dozens of miles. If you guys pass out on the side of the road again, it will in turn make it difficult for the 19th general.
As he spoke, he swung his duster. A step was taken towards the sky.
Step by step, a white cloud is born. With the poor Taoist here, he'll be fine. When the people below saw this, they all thought that they had seen a real god,
and many of them kneeled down at once. The others were relieved.
With this true god following him, the 19th general should be fine. More people, however, were still planning to, with a full meal and a reprieve,
rush to Wudong County.
See for yourself how the 19th general is doing. General wants to get rid of the demon. We just can't help. Let's make some noise and make some noise. Don't you think so?
Right.
Let's go and help out. Just like Song Jiajuan helped Zhang Jiaji.
Zhang Jiaji also came to help us.
It's good to have more people.
If they catch the bad guys and we help shout,
we can scare a lot of evil people.
I see that the Chi family's guards still wanted to slash people with their swords, but once they saw that we all came out, they didn't dare. The young and strong are all going. We can't let people see that we're all goons in Fushui town.
Most of the people are very timid,
but they are also very simple and have a very simple desire to repay their kindness, especially the people of Richwater.
Otherwise,
he would not have been forced by the Chi family to sell his family's property to return the favor he had once done.
You know, those old debts, they didn't make any contractual things. With some encouragement, the stalwarts were willing to follow. General Cat 19 has fought and killed the White Beaver Demon,
and the people of Song are helping to find food to save everyone from starvation. You can't just hide in your house when you're favored and watch so dryly. So the people of Fushui Township, all of them actively started to busy themselves. I've also heard that all the food in Wudong County is burned, so I'm afraid that even if we kill the demon, there will be no food to eat. Just talk about it and cook up some big pancakes to take with you. When you get to the place, you can save the people there too. It wasn't too far away, and some of those who had relatives there were even more anxious when they were reminded of it. Before that, my own family was about to starve to death, so how could I care about others? But now we're all saved. So if we have relatives or not, it's better to help out. All thanks to the grace of the White Queen. If this little act of kindness is not done, the Mother of Mercy will not bless such a person. To say that our White Lady is really a strong general. Seeing that food was constantly being found, someone suddenly lamented. What do you mean? Look at this General Mouse Lai Bao. Looking for food. It's a sure thing. Ha ha, that's right. That's what people have been doing for generations. Ha ha. Su Changxian was all amused by this one. These common people of the Great Zhou have quite a sense of humor. Mindfulness is also good. Having just come back from the brink of being driven to death and starved to death, and having seen the demon killed, it's amazing that they can even tell jokes. But yeah, they're having too much of a hard time. If you can't have fun in your misery, you're afraid you won't survive a day. Now, there is no need to go hungry, and many people are happy to have food right away. TSK, what an easily satisfied bunch. He couldn't help but laugh. It's strange to say the least. He couldn't help but feel a little happy to see so many people happy. Seeing that Fushui town was methodically busy, Su Changxian didn't pay any more attention to it, but quickened his pace, rushed to Wudong County. Wait for me. Big Black came after him at this time. This stuff, here. It took a bead and spit it out. The golden light on the beads was gone. Is this the White Beaver Demon? The magic weapon used to fight Cat 19? Su Changxian reached out and cupped it to look at it. It's a Star Moon Bodhi seed. There is a very familiar inscription painted on it, and some scripture-type stuff. Well, it smells like blood on it, Da Hei said. Su Changxian nodded his head. No wonder at that time, when this thing appeared, Da Hei leapt over and swallowed it in one gulp. But it's more of another power. Eating zingers. Big Black added. It could actually eat some other mana, only that it was of little use to either the red blood formation flag or itself. Keep it for now. Su Changxian raised his hand and stuffed it into the snake's mouth of his own body. This thing can shock the demon's soul. It's a good thing.
Put it away and save it for another study sometime. Research? Big Black blinked. You know whose house this is? No, a little. This matter is getting more and more interesting. Su Changxian hummed and laughed. Didn't say much else though. Instead, it's the word. Let's go. First to Wudong County. Chapter 287. What is it? A breakthrough? Wudong County. Outside the county courthouse. Great King! Great King! The little saint sensed the aura of Su Changxian and the others and panicked, jumping down from the back of the stone lion in front of the door. Your Majesty, that demon is hiding in the back of the county office. Cat 19, who was one step ahead of them, transformed into the size of a normal house cat at this time and crouched at the wall. Why haven't you done anything yet? Su Changxian asked. He didn't have the time to tarry here much longer. Hurry up and finish up and go into Lingzhou City. Can't wait to see what surprises await them inside. Almost half an hour had passed since he came out of Song's house, and one of those masterminds in the city of Lingzhou should have gotten the news as well. Shouldn't they be getting together now to discuss what to do? That's just right. All in one net. As it stood, he expected that the most trouble would be the main culprits scattering in all directions. Still have to catch them one by one. So he urged Cat 19, hiding in the back of the county courthouse? Then you rush in and kill. Didn't I give you a sample just now in Fushui Town? Great King. This fire crow specializes in servicing fire, Cat 19 said. My subordinate is worried that he will set fire to the county office. The crow demon that had awakened a trace of Bai Feng's bloodline was very fierce. At the drop of a hat, he would spew out flames, hurt people and burn down houses, seemingly not caring at all that he would incur sinful karma as a result. A large number of the houses occupied by the people on the west and north sides of the county were burned down, so that many were rendered homeless. If it were not for the fact that the climate of the place where it is located is on the southern side, and the weather has begun to warm up recently, I do not know how many people would have frozen to death. But even when it was warm, there was no food, and the spring cold killed a lot of people. So when it comes to killing, this fire crow certainly won't be allowed to rank in the top. Then let him burn. Su Changxian waved his hand. As long as no one dies, let him be. Saying that, he turned back to Little Sage and said, you cast a magic heavenly illusion spell and tell the people in the city not to come this way. Burning the county courthouse? Then burn it. It's better to burn the magistrate who didn't do anything inside. 2. It saved him from having to worry about how to take care of these officials. Great King, there is a granary in the county office. The little saint said, there's still grain in there. Grain? There's still grain inside? Su Changxian froze at the sound of that. Good lord. So it is the people's food that the fire crows are burning. He didn't even touch the official granary? It can't have been a kindness that was sent to the people to give them a way out. Oh, yeah, did you meet a fellow traveler? He connected the dots from Songjia village to here, from the toadstools to the actions of the fire crows in front of him, and in a moment, his mind turned and he felt that he had touched some sort of a trick. That's a nasty tactic, though. He smacked his lips, then with a wave of his duster at Cat 19, you go and find out the fire crows to kill. As for the granary, Little Saint, take me to see it. The granary at the county courthouse is easy to find. It's in the east side of the gate across the courtyard. Little Sage jumped onto the wall and pointed, and Su Changxian floated and flew over. Then sit cross-legged toward the top of the granary, a little bit towards the flower snake belt at his waist, and a large flag flew out. With a bang, it was thrust toward the ground. A defensive light shield instantly unfolded, enveloping the surroundings. Hey, it's done. It wasn't that he was blowing it. Cultivators below Jindan would have to go out of their way to destroy the granary. Jindan or above? But whenever a Jindan cultivator approached within 10 miles, Su Changxian would immediately run away with his family. Although the Demon General realm and the Jindan realm, in terms of strength, were comparable, but the Jindan cultivators of the human race generally had their origins in large clans. Beat the little one came the old one. Of course, cannot mess with, of course not to mess with. Still fighting on the road. How about switching to a Jindan cultivator and trying it in the demon region? The custodian couldn't get far before he was caught taking out Dan for a drink. Gee, same reasoning. Their family was also a spiritual material for refining weapons and alchemy in the eyes of the human cultivators. Nothing wrong with it. Gah! An extremely unpleasant horsebird cry rang out abruptly. With the sound of fluttering wings flapping, a large strand of flame was suddenly spat out in front of them. Meow! Cat 19, who had revealed his human form, hissed and ducked away. It's afraid of fire. Many demon races were afraid of thunder and fire. And the cat, to be afraid of the same water again. This was also a nature determined by the bloodline that was difficult to get rid of even after becoming a demon. Pust! Boom! The flames landed on the roof of the compartment of the county office and immediately set it on fire. The fire spread quickly and instantly burned a fiery red. The smoke rolled in on a half-morning sunny day.
All at once the people in the neighborhood were alarmed. At this time, an ape with a handful of white hairs on its head wagged its head and transformed into a height of more than 10 feet at the entrance of the cross street in front of the county office, slapped his chest and shouted, "Tai!" All the people listened to the truth. My white lady's night wanderer, General Cat 19, is here under orders to catch the demons who set fires in various parts of the county. This demon likes to spit fire and hurt people. You and others should not come close to this place, lest you be injured by mistake. The people were shocked to hear it, but there really wasn't anyone else to come forward. Instead of daring to come forward, they fled outside the city, especially around the county government office. Life in a large family is more life-threatening. Screaming and shouting set car and horse to go out of the city. The gates were open during the day and it was still safe to run out of town at this time. Look at the big bird flying in midair with its wings spread as high as a 2-story building. Gah! Where's the wildcat? The fire crow exclaimed. Why have you come here to make us uncomfortable? Naturally, I've come to exterminate you, the demon that plagued Wudong County. Cat 19 said this, slashing down with the long sword in his hand. Scourge? Gah! Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you know? Fire crow quacked. I'm a crow with only big ambitions. At one time my ambition was to be a bird, free to soar everywhere, fly wherever you want. Asterisk 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 wherever you want. The corner of Su Chengxian's mouth twitched. This ambition. Seriously, it was hard to comment. And my current ambition is to breathe fire wherever I want. Big Crow roared. How can you, who are afraid of fire, understand the joys of setting fire everywhere? Cat 19. Hurry up and get it killed for me. Su Chengxian didn't want to hear anymore. He was worried about the little cutie. It would be contagious. Most of all, bullying cuties. It's easy to have sympathy that shouldn't be there. Over there, Cat 19's chest was also heaving violently. Damn you. Looking to the fire raven, his eyes glowed red. It also felt the impact. This damned fire crow, he tarnished the word ambition. Pust. A chop. Gah. Fire crow cried out in pain. Good job, Big Beaver. I'm thoroughly intrigued by you. Blood flowed out of the bird's body and sprayed down. Dangling. However, the other party's demonic body squirmed, and squeezed the flying knife out, and fell to the ground, emitting a crisp ringing sound. Put. At the same time, a mouthful of fire spewed out from the fire crow. Cat 19 could have dodged it, but a flap of the flying fire crow's wings slapped the flames, violently flapping them off course. It was fanning out in the direction it had dodged. Phew. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cat 19's whiskers were on fire. It immediately snuffed out the fire with its demonic power, but its whiskers were still burning and curling, and it immediately cursed. Black Crow, I'll chop you alive. Gah! The fire raven flew over its head, flapped its wings, and spilled blood all over it. People pour oil on the fire. He pours blood on the fire. It was a strange movement, and Cat 19 was immediately alerted and jerked back. Sure enough, in the next instant, the fire crow lowered its head and spat out a mouthful of fire, surprisingly setting the ground ablaze with its own spilled blood. Boom! A great fire that rose up to the sky, and Cat 19 didn't let the opportunity pass. In the next moment, the flying dagger soared out again. Die! With this, it shouted angrily, and a bright light erupted above the long blade, chopping down towards the fire crow in the air. Chop! The fire crow's feet were like hooks and grabbed the back of the blade. It made a sound of gold and iron. The two exchanged several moves in an instant, all of them deadly. Cat 19 stomped on the ground and rose up in the air, hitting the falling flying dagger with another kick. Bursting with huge strength, the blade flashed and slashed upwards once again. Gah! The fire crow suddenly felt cold all over his body, and in the next moment, the wounds that had just been healing suddenly all fell apart. A stream of blood splattered out as he was injured by the demonic chi on Cat 19's long sword. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a powerful demonic force. What a powerful battle technique. At this moment, he was bleeding profusely, so he let out a wild cry and his demonic power exploded. Ling ling, ling ling. A bell rang and all of his wounds instantly healed completely. Then looked at Cat 19 in annoyance, right into a pair of cat eyes brilliant in the sunlight. What a beautiful pair of eyes. The owner of the eyes blushed slightly, seemingly a little surprised. Healed? A natural aptitude? Humph. Firecrow snorted coldly as all of his cards were exposed. But it doesn't matter. The guy across the street, anyway, has to die. Gah! He opened his mouth and spat out a small sword. These guys. At this moment, Su Chengxian, who was watching the battle, was also a little shaken. The 8th-ranked demonic beasts were fighting against each other, but they were even fighting in a pattern. Demons that grew up in the earthly realm were really a bit different. Although Firecrow was stupid, his bloodline talent was extraordinary.
This divine ability of instantaneous healing, and one's own snake molt, seemed to be somewhat similar. To be able to utilize this kind of natural aptitude, one had to have a very thick base of demonic power, and the Cat 19. It's like about to break through? Chapter 288 The Flame of the Red Young Golden Essence Flame. Meow.
Cat 19 recalled the flying dagger,
which instantly rose in size, transforming into the size of a normal long knife,
while a wave of demonic light attached itself to the flying dagger.
Go! It let out a low gulp. Demonic power merged in,
and the flying dagger trembled.
Over there, the fire crow roared violently, its wings snapping open. On his body,
a flame rose at the tip of his wing feathers,
and as he flapped, it flew rapidly towards Cat 19. Red light, flames.
The temperature climbed steeply around the searing. The county courthouse was already in flames. Cat 19 slashed down and raised his blade towards the fire crow to meet it.
In the next moment, demonic power rolled over its body,
and the blade awnings in its hands suddenly flickered with a burst of light.
There was a loud thud.
The fire crow flew out backwards and tumbled a few times in the sky, and then quickly stabilized itself and laughed.
Big Beaver, you're dead, idiot. My old man's fire is not so easy to put out. He saw Cat 19,
whose fur had been set on fire by the flames,
rolling on the ground in an attempt to snuff out the flames on his body. This is heavenly fire, not mortal fire. There is an essence of fire named Bifong,
with the shape of a bird in 1 foot, and wherever it goes,
there will be phosphorus fire descending. And on me, there's even a little bit of the fire of the red young golden essence flame. At this time, on the fire crow's body,
it was as if countless black feathers were floating down,
fluttering and shattering.
The shattered flying feathers fell to the ground and turned into a flame.
Directly on the empty ground, clusters of fire ignited. You're dead. The fire raven flew down, laughed, and once again killed towards Cat 19.
He's going to catch this big beaver and drop it through the air. Smashed right inside the fire. Burned to death.
At this moment, without further ado, he flew down. Cat 19, who was still rolling around on the ground,
suddenly rolled over and threw a knife to slash at the black bird in the air.
At the same time, both hands presented claws, bellowed, hands strangely fast, while the fire crow sighed head to avoid the knife. The left claw grabbed the bird's foot. The back of the claw instantly blood flowed, but the right claw as soon as he grabbed out.
Put! A large chunk of flesh and blood on the fire crow's chest was clawed off by it.
The blood is flowing. Ah!
The fire crow screamed miserably and violently spewed out a mouthful of fire.
Swish! Cat 19 jumped out of the way. Asshole! Fire crow fell back one after another.
Looking down at the wound on his chest, large chunks of flesh and blood had been clawed straight down, and at this moment, the reddish-stained sternum could already be seen, and the demon pills in it. As for Cat 19,
his face was pale,
both his paws were covered in blood, and his waist was drenched in blood.
It was caused by being swept by a bird's claw, and at its feet,
it barely made a circle with demonic power.
Avoid the flames. Let's see how long you last. The fire crow chortled coldly, no longer getting close,
and desperately sprinkled a large amount of flames.
It seemed to refine Cat 19 into ashes. In a moment,
Cat 19 retrieved his flying and long knives. His face flushed red.
At the moment,
the fur on its body that was exposed to the outside took on a curly shape. Demonic power that was about to fail to withstand the flames.
You're going to die.
The fire crow gasped and laughed. You have also consumed about the same.
Right. When your demonic power is exhausted, you try. Cat 19 muffled his response. However, the demonic light on his body was clearly showing signs of instability in its aftermath.
The pupils of a pair of glazed,
brilliant eyes also shrunk slightly, looking uneasy. Gah! Fire crow roared, his height skyrocketing once again. Another strand of fire erupted. Cat 19 dodged harder.
There was even a moment's hesitation before he raised his sword to counterattack.
Looks like this is the end of the line for you.
Fire Raven cried out in triumph.
Poof, poof, poof. Picking up the momentum again,
he spat out several more flames.
Meow. Cat 19 fought and swung out as well.
Buzz.
The
knife that slashed at the fire crow was dodged by him with a buzzing sound, while he also felt a slight blur before his eyes.
Fire crow didn't even have time to think much about it, and was suddenly a bit surprised. Looked to the ground. Where's the cat? Dead? He just took a few mouthfuls of flame and burned Cat 19 to death? That's dead? Nope. 8th rank demonic beasts. Even if they were burned to death, there should be a few bones left. That's not going to burn away overnight. What's more, there's the demon pills. He hurriedly retreated backwards, his body's demonic power once again bursting out with all his might. This time, but it felt like he couldn't flap his wings. Behind his head, a great explosion of cold air. Gah! With another bellowing cry, the fire crow's wings vibrated violently as it quickly took to the air. But it's already too late. Bang! He was hit in the back. Fire Crow's blood spurted from his forehead, his insides shaking and his back in severe pain. Turning his head sideways, for the moment, he looked away. On the ground, there weren't many flames at all, and although Cat 19 appeared to be in a sorry state, he stood behind him as if he were a fine demon, laughing lightly. Does it hurt? Gah! No way! Fire Crow was shocked. When did you create the illusion? My divine soul is stronger than yours, so why can't I crack it? Impossible? Su Changxian listened in amusement. What's impossible? Fire Crow knew that he was dying now, and hadn't even realized that he had been hit from the moment he had seen Cat 19's eyes earlier. The Cat Clan, and the Foxes, are actually good at compelling people and creating illusions. Natural aptitude is also mostly related to this. It's just that the Cat Clan is even more disdainful than the Foxes, and is involved with the human clan in a male-female way, so there are very few related legends. They were the same as those who liked to take their original form to enjoy the offerings of the human race, whether it is the demon domain or the cat demons of the eastern earthly realm. Different clans but all bizarrely follow this style of action. When Ling Xiao said this, Ling Yunzi also nodded his head, saying that the cats on Jinmu Mountain were consistently arrogant, yet they were all very capable of yielding. Bend over backwards to get the benefit of the doubt and then stretch your body to leave. The Cat Clan is very good at some tricks. For example, teasing a blackbird. If it wasn't for the opportunity to take advantage of the fight and break through faster, Cat 19 would have long ago torn the other party apart. Cats are afraid of fire, so they use it to stimulate themselves? Su Changxian nodded. Cat 19 is fighting hard enough to get stronger. The Fire Crow's flame is powerful. It is not that he is bragging about himself. Just look at these flames. What kind of the county government office burned to know that this fire is not extraordinary? Great Joe was not saying that the country was prosperous, but it was not yet at the point of the end of the kingdom. Although the county magistrate is a goon, do not dare to use the power of national luck, and even more do not dare to borrow the dragon gas with the Great Seal to protect the county. But this county office is, after all, the official place, more or less still have the national luck of the gas to protect. The main body is even built of masonry and plastered with fire-setting charms. The burning of the flame at this moment did not encounter the slightest resistance, so it could be seen that the essence of the heavenly fire, and the fire of the red young golden essence fire that the Fire Crow had spoken of, were mostly true. I wonder if there's a chance. Die. Cat 19 didn't want to bull ****** Fire Crow. It was on the verge of breaking through the 9th rank, and it also wanted to follow up with a thunder tribulation and undergo another transformation tribulation. So of course, he couldn't wait to end up with this big black bird. Gah! Wait! I may offer you the fire. The Fire Crow knew in his heart that he could not hide, and the sharp claws of the Cat 19, which had penetrated deep into the back of his demon body, called out, "This fire is given to the sea soul by the immortal chief." Boo! Cat 19 chopped off his head with a single slash. Didn't give him a chance to go on. Then, breaking the back of the bird, reaching out his other paw, he pulled out the demonic elixir. Nowadays, it kills demons and kills out of experience. These guys probably had prohibitions on them, and trying to ask more questions might get them less. Even if the other party wanted to say it, whenever the prohibition was triggered, the key part would definitely not be able to be said, and by that time, not even the demon pills or demon corpses would remain. Phew! It had just pulled out the demonic pills, and flames unexpectedly emerged from them. Then the flames actually burned up along its palm. Don't panic. Su Changxian waved his duster and caged the demonic Dan. Another mana was used to extinguish the flames on Cat 19's hand. Then the face moved. With a lift of his hand, he stuffed the demonic elixir into the mouth of the flower snake's body. It is the fire of the red young golden essence fire. It's really not a wasted trip. Chapter 289. Share a cup of soup to the White Queen? Reiju, East Side, Zheng family residence. Within the main hall sat the heads of the Zheng, Wang, and Sima families. What? The Zheng family's hospitality these days is that they don't even have a cup of tea when they have guests? The head of the Sima family was a thin, middle-aged man, and the moment he opened his mouth, he was picking on reason. Brother Sima, just tell me if you want some tea, the Wang family head said. It's just that I'm afraid that you won't be in the mood to drink even if this tea is sent up. Humph. What else is going on in this spirit state that would make me unable to even drink tea? The Sima family lord snorted coldly. I'd like to hear about it. Said eyes flicked to the old man seated in the main seat. Several people. Things have gone wrong. The Zheng family head on the main seat spoke. What is it? What went wrong? The Sima family head said with a smile on his face. If you can make this old man even disregard his manners, it can't be something that the main family has ordered, right? The main family in the words was not talking about the Wang family only. It refers to the main family of each of the three families in the clanlands. The head of the Wang family immediately frown. Everyone talks nicely about being the head of each family in Spirit State City. In practice, however, it is still subject to the orders of the principal families. The spirit state has no spiritual veins. Of course, there is no decent output. As a family descendant, to this as the head of the family, an exile is not very different. The Sima family's head of the family has been resentful of this. For many years have been this annoying look. The other two are older, also do not have a general understanding of him. Indeed, this matter has gone awry. The Zhang family head said, outside of Spirit State City, there is nothing but a white lady temple, a wild temple and obscene shrine. Wanting to steal incense? The Sima family head raised his eyebrows. Just send someone to destroy it. To call him out for this matter is really uncalled for. But what's the difficulty? You might as well be straightforward. Brother Zhang, don't be so dilly-dallying, the Wang family head urged. Various factions in the big families turn on each other and fight over each other. Even within a single team, there is stepping on the highs and the lows. When the master arranges things and does them well, the benefits may not go to his head, but if he did not do a good job, but there will certainly be blame on the head, so there is no way that he is not nervous. In that white lady's temple, it is a white snake with some Taoist skills, and there are quite a few demons accompanying it, as well as a protector of the Taoists who is not small in skill. The Zhang family head said, the other party has now gained the position of a positive god, already attained the position of a righteous god? Why are you only reporting it at this time? The Sima family head called out. Since last summer, they have been laying out a plan to clean up all the temples in Lingzhou, by the hands of the government, on the grounds of compassing the people's money, and cleaning up the obscene shrines and wild temples. They are all small temples with no roots, so they are demolished. Those foolish and uneducated little people dare not dispute this. The only two places that are holding off are City Hall and land. However, the temples of the main gods in the state and counties, the worshippers said that they had not seen the main official inaugurated, so there is no harm in moving around. The purpose is to ensure that when the great event comes to fruition, the power of incense can be absorbed as a matter of course. How come another one came out in the middle of the road? It came out of nowhere, and I don't know where it came from. By the time I got the letter, the other party had already killed the Clam King, and had also relieved the Song family of the poison plague. Master Zhang frowned and said, so, he hurriedly invited Immortal Master Li to inquire about the other party's routes. Sanjiazwang was a bit far away from Lingzhou City, and there were some special features there, so his people didn't notice the movements there. It was still the Two Realms River that sent a letter saying that the Toadstool's fate card had shattered, and that he should send someone to check on the situation. Upon inquiring, I realized that King Hadad had been dead for almost half a month. It was only then that the Two Realms of the river realized that the fate plate was broken, and they didn't know what the reason for it was, and didn't dare to ask more. The people sent out inquired that the one who killed the Clam Great King was this white lady's retinue. He continued, I knew in my heart that I was not to be underestimated, and dared to be even more negligent. So I asked the Immortal Master to fly a crane to send a letter to the Great King of the Black Jiao, so that he could send the Little Black King to find out the other party's details. Full of thought that Little Black King had been dealing with the Black Jiao King for many years and knew how to deal with these demonic creatures. After 2 days, no news came back, but I waited for a rebuke from the Two Realms River. Speaking of this, Clan Master Zhang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I sent people to the Black Jiao walled city again, but I actually saw that the Little Black King had even had his lair terminated. It burned that clean. If it wasn't for the men who were sent there, who were also frequent visitors with the Little Black King, they wouldn't have been able to find the place. King Hada is dead? The Little Black King has even had his lair terminated. The Wang family lord and Sima family lord exchanged a quick glance. They had certainly paid attention to the movements of the Zhang family. When you live in a city, it's inevitable that you have to watch out for each other even when you're supporting each other. But I didn't expect such a big deal to happen. The White Maiden was able to kill the Toadstool and the Black Snake monster one after another, which shows her ferocity. How can this be blocked? Not only that, that White Lady has now been ordained by heaven and earth and has the position of a 9th-grade righteous god. Zhang family master said, I'm worried that she'll spoil things for us. Can you inquire about it? What kind of god is it? The Wang family lord asked. Wait, the Sima family head suddenly said, could it be that we've revealed our details and attracted other forces to intervene? It wasn't like the Great Zhou's lineages were just the three of them. The three of them, compared to the four great families of Lu, Shui, Zhao, and Li, were still quite inferior. There were 5 classes of worldly families, and the main family was just barely in the 3rd class. There are quite a few competitors. The main family wanted to make things happen, and climbed a few more cultivation forces to strengthen themselves. If the other families learned of this and wanted to spoil their affairs, it was also on topic. After all, want to preserve their own glory? In addition to strengthening their own strength, suppressing others, instead, is one of the favored means of the Shi clan. No way. The Wang family lord immediately denied it. They acted very covertly to avoid being discovered. It can't be, and it can't be that they have a problem here. Maybe it's because the master's family has gotten wind of it. Or maybe, the other three went wrong. 2 boundary rivers, heavenly remains. It's too early to say that now.
Zheng family master waved his hand and interrupted him.
Nowadays, it was not yet at the point of passing the buck to each other. So let's not say those words that would easily offend people. None of those 3 parties are any good. The White Maiden and the others. They also want the power of incense. The Sima family master, however, gave a hello and laughed out. Then this is a good thing to do. What's your plan? The little people are like grass. The Sima family lord snorted coldly. Anyway, there's no end to killing and burning. Brother Sima, how can you talk like that? The Wang family lord said. There are some things that are good to keep in your heart and very much shouldn't be said. Brother Wang, we are all on our own. Why do we need to sympathize here? Sima D said. Did your family not kill anyone yesterday?
Last night there was a riot of villains.
Actually wanted to attack their homes. It's killing a few. The Wang family lord said. I ordered the guards to kill them all. Humph.
All of them are pigs and dogs who don't know propriety,
righteousness, integrity, and grace. Sima D cursed. Without our scholarly clan, how could there be any peace and tranquility for them?
Now we have to pay for rice and grain to feed them. There's no such thing.
This morning, before dawn,
Assassin Sheen came to the door to give out grain to relieve the victims, saying that public grievances have risen for fear of a bigger,
unmanageable mess. The newly appointed assassin is the female emperor's favorite minister,
and the other party has made it clear that if Lingzhou falls into civil unrest, it will hinder his career and he absolutely refuses to give up, so he has no choice but to agree to take some grain out to help with the disaster. He was naturally more upset when he was pulled grain out of his house first thing in the morning.
The other 2 family heads also came out of the grain, both sighing slightly to show their displeasure. Let's not talk about him for now. The Wang family lord spoke. Brother Sima, with your intention, are you going to share a cup of the White Lady? That's exactly what I meant. Chapter 290 Cat 19, The Night Wanderer, is in transit. Instead of fighting each other, we should pull together, Sima D said.
As soon as his words came out, the other 2 first stared blankly, and then they both revealed contemplative expressions. After a few breaths of thought, the 2 could not help but nod slightly. The White Queen's group, whether or not they were sent out by other forces, taking the initiative to seek peace was better than fighting endlessly. If so, we are all horsemen, so we don't need to fight to the death. If not, what they wanted was the fragrance of the divine path, which did not conflict with the worldly riches and honor sought by the lineage to which they and the other 3 belonged. The protectors and escorts that followed that snake immortal were either cultivators or demons. The red dust and mundane money and riches. I'm afraid I can't look at it, but if those 3 places don't allow it, what should we do? Master Zhang stroked his beard and frowned. Unlike them, those 3 places where the 2 parties cooperated, what they counted on, could also be incense. If they don't agree, let them come and move this deity away. The Sima family lord said sorrowfully. We don't have the ability to do that. The excuses for pushing back are readily available. The other party is so powerful that his side is undefeated, and he doesn't want to be spoiled by the other party, so he gave birth to such a dragging technique. I would also like to ask the lords to decide what to do about it. There is no need to state any of these pretexts. We all know what to do with a look at each other. That's right, we are all mortals, so we won't get involved. Zheng family head nodded his head and said, then I'll send someone from my side to go to San Jiazhuang White Nyangyang Temple and talk to that Su Taoist, if we can. The words were not yet finished, but suddenly it felt like the sky was darkening. In a breath, it was as if it was twilight. He couldn't help but jerk to his feet. Greetings. Come on man, what is this happening out there? Sima De and the head of the Wang family also rose and looked out of the hall. It's early spring, not summer. How so? Before a summer thunderstorm, there will be 4 obscure and dark clouds, but that too must pick up the wind and then pull the clouds. Today is a clear spring day. Why is there no light at all? Is a demon descending? The 3 looked at each other. Could it be that the White Dragon King of the 2 Realms River has gotten the news? Sent someone? The matter of gathering the incense of the spirit state is the one he is most attached to. Boom! Rumble! The sky suddenly exploded with thunder. Then a dark cloud rolled in between a flash of lightning. There was a faint drumming of thunder in it. Housemaster! Master of the house! Not good! It's not good! A figure darted in from outside. Under his breath, he called out, the people from the White Lady's temple. They're hitting us. This person was one of the leaders of the Zhang family's ministries, and he was already sweating profusely after running all the way back from the city gates on horseback. Zhang Laoshi, speak clearly.
Master Zhang bellowed. What do you mean by fighting over? Could he, the White Lady's temple, still send troops to attack Lingzhou City? Master of the house. It's hitting over, Zhang Laoqi hurriedly said. This morning, they split their troops into two. One way was the White Maiden herself, riding on a large turtle, catching turtle spirits in Shiping County. Not coming, called the other way. This way was led by Taoist Su, with a cat demon under his command known as the Night Wandering God of the Temple of Nymphets as the vanguard, killing from Jiangjiaji to outside of Lingzhou City. Killing from the Jiang family set? The Wang family master immediately rounded his eyes. Jiangjiaji, is that where the Pheasant King is? Upon further questioning, Su Changxian and his party beheaded the pheasant spirit in Jiangjiaji, chopped up the white beaver demon in Fushuwei town, and destroyed the fire crow monster in Wudong County. Now to the city of Lingzhou. Sure enough, we killed all the way over here, the Zheng family lord muttered. A few of the most powerful demon lords among the several arrangements were killed. Click, boom, a thunderclap exploded, scaring him so much that his heart jumped out of his chest. It also caused his heart to snap out of it, and he was even more horrified by the realization. Wait, Zhang Laoshi, the Zheng family master's eyes, deadpan, stared at Zhang Laoqi. You just said when they departed from the Song village? This morning, master of the house, Zhang Laoqi called out. After the city gates opened this morning, the assassin pulled food from the house to provide relief, and it was little who followed. The porridge had just been cooked. When Wudong County came calling out to fellow villagers to go back and move the grain, the county courthouse was burned by a demon. The demon was killed by the wandering god. The county granary was burned down and some of the grain had to be distributed to the people first. When he asked carefully and realized what had happened, he rushed back to report back. Not right, have to send people to check the facts. Wang family had frowned, face ugly, mouth but still refused to believe that this is true, but also struggling to say, those people, maybe they want to. Master Wang, the people who came are not only from Wudong County, Zhang Laoqi hurriedly said. Along with them, there are also people from Jiangjiaji and Fushuwei town. If he hadn't asked a number of people and they all said the same thing, and a few of them he had seen in the Zheng family set, he wouldn't have dared to rush into the main courtyard like this to yell. As soon as Master Zhang heard him say that he had seen the Zheng family set, he knew that it was the truth. Jiangjiaji is a small dock. Often some run a single gang of small flower boat, docked there. Some of the servants of the ministry are greedy for freshness, so they go there to seek pleasure. Go get the confessors. Thinking about this, he also stopped cross-examining and directly shouted loudly for the housekeeper to come over and let go to the shrine to invite someone. At the sight of him, the Wang family lord and the Sima family lord understood what he meant, and also had their people go home to send a message to their own family's offerings. People are beating down the door. To make peace or to fight, you have to put up a fight first. Otherwise, if the other side sees that they can win in a handful of hands, even if they originally have the intention to talk, they will also turn into monopolizing the benefits. But the other party had killed several demon lords one after another. This kind of powerful existence, could the few offerings of his own family be able to block it? The three men's hearts hung in the air. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that people who practiced cultivation wouldn't kill ordinary mortals at will, they would have wanted to latch onto the car and run for their lives. Have they gone into the city yet? Sima De asked at this time. This question was of course asked by the visitor to the White Queen's temple. Not yet. Still outside the city. Zhang Laoshi said. Coming this fast, but not entering the city immediately? He frowned and turned to look at the Zhang family master and the Wang family master. Brother Zhang, brother Wang? Didn't break in right away. The meaning conveyed by this seemed clear to him. The other side is leaving it open. It's just talkable. And the previous beheading of several powerful demons one after another was a demonstration of strength. Let them understand that they must give enough sincerity to do so. This show of force was not only for them to see, but more for the people behind them, and the forces of the cultivation world that were involved in leading this matter. Brother Sima, then let's do as we agreed before. The Wang family lord said first. Let's give up a cup of soup to this white lady's temple. Good. Master Zhang nodded his head. Then he raised his head to look into the distant sky and frowned. To make such a noise is truly appalling. Family master, I feel that this is not a sound that the other party has deliberately made. Zhang Laoqi said carefully. From what those people say, it's that night wandering god of the White Lady's temple. General Cat 19. Transmitting a thunderbolt. Chapter 291. Is it difficult to clear the customs? Outside the city of Lingzhou, beneath the sky, the clouds were thick. The clouds came tumbling in as if they were splashed with ink. It covered the sun, and the sound was appalling. A streak of lightning cut through the sky, the silver-white light raging through the dark clouds, giving people a moment as if it were day, but then instantly annihilated in darkness. All around,
The wind howled and swept up the yellow sand in the sky. In midair, there was only one figure, small and thin from a distance. Yet standing there was a topsy-turvy aura. Right, that's it. Keep your back straight. Don't you be afraid. Keep your head up. As long as you don't get splintered. That's not splintered. Hey, by the way, don't forget to touch a handful of blood at the corner of your mouth when the thunder falls later. To start a paradigm. Got it, my lord. The corner of Cat 19's mouth twitched. Though he knew the reason why the great king had told it to do so, there was an inexplicable sense of shame in listening to it. But listen to the king. Surely you're right. Thus, it looked up at the thunderbolt vortex in the sky. Come on, thunderbolt. Oy vey. Yes, that's the energy. Holding his duster, Su Chengxian stood in the center of the avenue leading to Spirit State, looking on with his head held high, and couldn't help but laugh. It's kind of fun. Then look across the street at the victims. As expected, almost everyone was looking at Cat 19, who was transiting in midair. Zhang Laosher was wrong about one thing. Cat 19's thunderbolt was coincidental. Making noise to startle the city was his intention. It's a move called beating the bushes. It saves some mice from hiding in holes in the ground and having to struggle to get out. But aren't the guys in this Spirit State city too slow to react? Su Chengxian flung out his duster and took a step, his body's mana flowing as he stood vertically on the city wall. Nana looked around. Why don't you come out to welcome the guests? Though, he was a wicked guest. This is Immortal Su. Below the walls, some people yelled when they saw him show up. The thing that is going to cross the threshold is our White Lady's Night Wanderer, General Cat 19. You don't know. This general is very brave, and he is very good at subduing demons and killing them. Our Jiang family set. Everywhere in the crowd waiting for the kanji, people were proclaiming the merits of Cat 19. The prestige of the White Lady's temple was being proclaimed, and Su Chengxian was satisfied, but he felt there was more to add to the fire. So, immediately, with a flick of his duster, he called the two brothers Dingjia Xiaowu. In the next instant, two yellow turban clerics appeared under the city wall, mouthing, "Greetings, Master Su, both of you, just don't be polite." Su Chengxian laughed. There's a night wanderer in my house who's transiting the lightning tribulation, so I'll trouble you guys to keep an eye on the people, so they don't get caught by this lightning fire. Yes, lead the way. Then the two Rexes, one on the left and one on the right, stood by the side of the shed where the porridge was being served. Although these two war powers can't be talked about at all there, they are very bluffing in selling. Several feet tall and covered in golden light. In his hands, he carries two big golden hammers, a pair of eyes, divine light azure, staring at the crowd. Those who had wanted to cut in line, to get ahead of the others, to oppress the good and the good, were immediately honest. Even inside the kanji shed, yelling and shouting the world's family steward, have shrunk their necks, do not dare to play the bully again. Kanji cooker, when you're done cooking the kanji in this pot, give me a bowl as well. Su Chengxian stood on the city wall and said with a smile downwards, I want to see if the cooking is sticky. Don't worry, immortal, keep it to the satisfaction of the immortal. These are the people who know best how to look at the height of the eyebrows and know who can't be offended. Immediately pour rice into the pot. Thin rice can immediately become thick porridge. What means of dusting the pot, mixing it with stones, and so on, are even more afraid to take out and use. That is really encountered in the disaster year, to prevent the people who have food at home, also come to rub the relief porridge to drink, will be used to the trick. But everyone knows what is going on in Lingzhou today. Food, there is no shortage at all. The stewards is even more awake, and hurriedly let the people who followed go back to the mansion to report the news. The official servants did not dare to move, but there was a beloved person sent by the assassin, and of course, he quickly sent a letter to the assassin's residence. Actually, there's no need to send a letter. This thunderous boom had long since startled the entire Spirit State city for 100 miles around. The people who had been reduced to victims were far less active. Under the closed city gates and in front of the roots of the city wall, the oppressive atmosphere, only because of the impending thunderbolt, there was a momentary commotion, after which the eyes of all the people, again, were directed to the kanji hut. It wasn't until Su Chengxian said that he wanted to taste the porridge to see if it was thick enough, and someone who had heard the clues informed them that the numbness on their faces showed signs of fading. Someone cried out for the White Queen's mercy, and one after another, others followed in response. Quite good. Su Chengxian nodded. The kanji rice cereal was from a large family in the city, and thankfully it was from their family. Xiao Chui. That's very true. Boom. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a giant python struck straight down through the air. The first lightning bolt. Here we go. This is the heavenly Dao's test for cultivators. On Cat 19's body, lightning flashed and arced. Each lightning strike made it tremble in pain. but it was as if there was a resilience and persistence that made it straighten its back.
The transformation pill, the spirit-mending pill, all swallowed. Boom, rumble, thunderbolts, several shocking thunderbolts, fell one after another. There is not the slightest gap. At that moment,
the entire heaven and earth seemed to stand still. There was only that dazzling light and deafening roar that echoed between heaven and earth.
Cat 19's body was completely wrapped in lightning, like a brilliant fireball that illuminated everything around it.
When the lightning cleared,
the Cat 19 figure reappeared, its eyes even deeper as it dropped to one knee. Yet still, he held his head high, looking up at the swirls in the sky. The people, dumbfounded, watched, as this never-before-seen power of heaven and earth. Hey!
In his ears, a sudden sigh was heard.
Gentlemen, do not be afraid.
19 generals have to cross the threshold to have a stronger battle power.
A voice spoke faintly, softly, with great strength. You are more able to guard you and others for the White Queen. Hearing these words,
and then looking at the figure that did not fall under the thunder, it was as if the crowd could feel
the lone courage that was supported by conviction, fighting the might of heaven and earth.
Some people had already put their palms together and prayed for God's mercy for Cat 19.
Oh who? Immortal Chief. I don't know who it was that suddenly howled. Ni urge. It's like this too, trying to protect us. If Ni Ergo had that kind of power, he wouldn't be dead. Who is Ni urge? Su Chengxian asked in passing. They're heroes, the Han Yu yelled. Ni Erdog, Zhao Daniu, and Zhang Xiaohe, more than a dozen people, holding flat bamboo poles,
took advantage of the night to try to set fire to sneak into several large households. They all ended up getting killed. The bodies are now hanging inside the walls,
and no one is allowed to collect them.
The man shouted through this, apparently for the sake of begging the immortal chief to open his mouth so that the bodies of these people could be put in the ground.
Su Chengxian saw it. It was also seen that the man below, who was not too bold, did not even dare to initiate prayers.
He was about to agree when he heard a shrill voice.
Don't say it so nicely. Immortal,
as the saying goes, it's hard for a clean official to settle a family matter.
In my opinion, this is something that you'd better stay out of. Chapter 292. It's not like I'm a good official. Su Chengxian raised an eyebrow. Gee, nice guy.
How long had it been since he crossed over that no one had spoken to him like that? I never thought that in his life, without seeing his own father, he would hear such heavy exhortations in his father's flavor.
That's because he, Ni Airdog, is also hungry, feeling unable to live.
That's why they wanted to rob Master Wang's house of grain. The young man stole a glance at the young Taoist on the city wall, and then looked at the yellow scarf warriors beside his side, paused, gritted his teeth and then shouted, "Which is for us, Sunday? You don't want to put gold on their faces, nothing but idle wannabes. How do they deserve to be called heroes?"
No! Immediately, someone yelled,
"How many days have they not had enough to eat?"
Ni urge?
It's obvious that they knew they couldn't beat those ministries at all,
and they still wanted to go. If you know you can't beat them,
you're just going to get yourself killed.
In that case yet they still go, for reasons other than their own. The husband says it's called doing something you know you can't do.
That's because they're stupid. The granny beside the young man shouted, "How good it is to wait, but if they are more peaceful, by the time today comes, they will be able to have kanji to eat without having to rob, just like us, much less have to give up their lives for nothing."
That makes sense. They once came looking for me to join them. Luckily I didn't follow them.
Someone beside him seemed to be convinced and nodded his head.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame to die along with them? It was they who went last night,
and it was only this morning that those great lords were willing to release the grain, or else. It's clear that the lords have been kind.
On the man's side, another sharp-tongued teenager yelled, "I told you, the lords won't watch us starve to death. Isn't this food for disaster relief?"
There is no mention of those who have starved to death.
But even if it is mentioned,
I'm afraid it will only be a sentence that it is those people's destiny that deserves it, and it is no one's fault.
"You fart!" Sunday roared.
"It's clearly those people they're afraid that we can't stand the hunger.
And they're all following Ni Urge's example of robbing their family's grain. Only then are they willing to take out some grain to send us away.
The lords have guards, each with a steel sword.
How can they be afraid?"
The man who spoke first added,
"It's you who don't know what's going on." "That's right. If I knew about it, I would have gone and snitched." Someone in the crowd took the opportunity to say, "Maybe we can even get some reward money." The speaker shrank behind the crowd and didn't show his face. "You can see that you also know that your words, being heard by people, will inevitably be beaten. You have to say it on purpose, but you don't dare to stand up in front of people openly." "Immortal Chief."
Sunday looked at the city wall as if for help. Ni Ergu and the others were killed after offending the big families, so no one dares to speak for them. From start to finish only one little child opened his mouth, and was immediately covered by his parents. the steward in the kanji shed. His eyes were even hardened with poison, sizing up any of the people who dared to open their mouths. Su Changxian looked down from above. The silent majority. Instead, the people on the younger man's side seemed to be outnumbered, and were quite a bit more helpful. Immortal, you mustn't have any compassion for that kind of chaotic and traitorous people. This guy should have known this situation was coming and was even more emboldened at this point. No wonder he dared to say that he was exhorted not to interrupt the family business. There's no need to argue. Su Changxian laughed. What is there to earn in this matter? That boy. You think the lords have a kind heart, don't you? With a finger of his duster, he pointed out the teenager who said that the lords had a kind heart, and then with a wave of his hand, a mana circled him. And you guys. He pointed again at the younger man, and the few people around him who agreed with his words, and their families. Since they all think the lords are good, let's prove it to the poor man, Su Changxian said, lifting all of these guys, and their close ones, up with a duster tug, and in the midst of these people's cries of alarm, he made them rise up in the air, releasing them into the city's thoroughfare. Oh yeah, there's one more, said the guy who had just cowered behind someone claiming to be a tattletale, to be gotten over. And all of them are strained. In all, there were about 3 dozen people, both young and old. The main attraction was one that didn't even let up. As long as you don't draw the line, it's the whole family that gets strapped. He wouldn't even leave his neighbors alone if he didn't want to bother. The reason is simple. By only cleaning up the guy who made a noise, his friends and relatives might even complain that Su Changxian had hit him too hard, but when the knife cuts on them, they just blame the guy that caused them to get cut too. Immortal leader? Immortal this? The people under the walls. Unknown. Some of them were terrified, thinking that Su Changxian had dropped those people to their deaths, but immediately someone shouted that they didn't hear the screams of falling to their deaths. At this time, some people ran boldly to the entrance of the city and looked inside. Only the group, all of them, were thrown on this main road leading to the city gates. It was about 100 meters from the gates. At this moment, there were several fast horses coming towards the city gates. Seeing a crowd in front of them, but without slowing down in the slightest, he rushed straight towards those people. My God, it's Master Zhang's family. Ouch, that's definitely going to get run over. It's too late. It's bound to end in a horse's footsteps. Some people closed their eyes, unable to look away, and the group of people were even crying, and wetting their pants in fear was light. Poof. Su Changxian laughed and waved his duster again as a bolt of mana pushed the crowd away. It doesn't matter if the group is dead or not, but because of these people, it is very unworthy to get involved in the sin of yin and yang. In a place like Great Zhou, if a rich family wants to accumulate virtues, they have to find a place where the people are simple to build roads and bridges. In a place where ordinary people communicate with each other, basically relying on word of mouth. This group of people's future life, it's not good. Good people without power and influence may not have good days, but assholes with bad character who also offend the immortal chief are sure to have a hard time. You, Su Changxian turned his head and looked at the big man who had first spoken. Eat your fill and go collect the bodies of the perceived heroes. I'd like to see who dares to stop. Thank you, immortal. Sunday knelt down and kowtowed. Boom. Rumble. The robber's thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It's hard for a clean official to resolve a family matter? Su Changxian stood with his hands in the air and laughed teasingly. I, the poor Taoist, am not a good official. Besides, the white lady doesn't like those who don't know grace and who don't know right from wrong. This one sentence, in the midst of the thunder, reached the ears of the people, and yet it is still so clearly understood. After the shock, a lot of peace of mind was born. The rice in the kanji pot faintly smelled like grain in the boiling water. Almost cooked. Cat 19, who was under the lightning of the calamity, had already taken the form of a full humanoid. There's still the last lightning bolt. It was at this time that the family heads of the Zheng family, the Wang family, and the Four Horse family, arrived close by. Yo, a few of you here? Chapter 293 Sima de, will Immortal be willing to change? Greetings Immortal. I wonder what the Immortal's name is. Surname Su, a cultivator who walks under the seat of the White Lady. Immortal Master Su, what is the reason for coming all the way here? It's no fun to ask a question knowingly. Is it old man? No one paid any attention to the group of people who fell from the sky, were thrown on the central avenue, and rolled and crawled under the hooves of the horses to get out of the way. Both sides. One up, one down, the Taoist on the city wall, and the 3 family heads riding on horses below the city wall. Hardly any niceties. Straight to the point. You can see that neither side wants to waste their efforts, although the reasons for this vary. The 3 masters of the Zheng family did not want to be surrounded by the people. If they could, they even wanted Su Changxian to enter the city and go to the mansions, or pick a nice place where there were no outsiders, and talk over food. Su Changxian was having to be too lazy to talk more nonsense about these guys who couldn't make a decision. But given that the guys behind the curtain are hiding too deep, none of them seem to be in Lingzhou City, then let's clear these puppets in front of the stage first. But the scene just now brought an idea to his mind. It's okay to have a little fun before you clear out. So in hitching a ride, his hand tapped on the proprietor at his waist, getting a bit of powder out. He flicked his duster and sprinkled it under the walls. It was silent, mixed inside the gusts of wind blown by the thunderbolt. Likewise, it didn't cause any reaction from the protective spells of the several family heads below the city. It just so happens that Samar is in a position to inhale the most. He sniffled. Feel the flavor up a scent, but not too much. Thought it was the kanji shack outside that had sneaked me in to kiss this immortal Su's ass. He knew very well what the virtues of the people under his hand were. Not only do not get angry, but also feel that the other party is very clever. Need not have to be an enemy of the existence of. Casting their favor is the best choice. Immortal Master Su, is this for the calamity that struck Lingzhou? Master Zhang was old and his five senses were dull, so he didn't smell it, and after a slight blink at Su Chengxian's bluntness, he asked tentatively, "That's right, our white lady is kind-hearted and can't see the people suffer so much." Su Chengxian laughed. "That's why I was assigned to accompany General Cat 19 of the Night Traveling God to inspect various places. I didn't realize that it was a demon that was doing this." General Cat 19 was furious when he saw it, and after reporting to the queen, he killed all the demons he encountered. He spoke softly, stopping in the ears of the people below the city, but together with the last robotic thunder that happened to fall in the air, shaking everyone's heart wildly. "It's true. What I heard before, thinking it was a rumor. The demon was decimated. It's all true." This immortal Master Su was not so bad that he would tell such an easily disproved lie. The Zhang family lord even thought that Su Chengxian's words were confirming their expectations. Take a strong stance and show that you can take a share of the profits. The White Queen is merciful. Su Chengxian smiled and continued. "Let's come to Spirit State City to see if, here, there are demons haunting it as well. Spirit State City is full of people. It's not so bad as to have demonic matters." The Zhang family master immediately picked up the conversation. "Oh, is that so?" Su Chengxian smiled heatedly. "Without demons, how could the people go without food?" "It's that the price of food has risen this year," Master Zhang said without changing his face. "Some of the people don't know how to save up on a daily basis, so that they are stuck without food to put in their pots." "Ha!" Su Chengxian didn't hold back a snort. "He's kind of long in the tooth. I can't believe someone can be so shameless. Who is responsible for the increase in food prices? The people have no savings, so who is raiding them? Immortal elders reside in the Immortal Mountain, drinking immortal Duan agar and dining on chalcedony and gold essence, so they don't know the affairs of the mortal world." Sima Di opened his mouth very suddenly. "This mortal world comes to February and March. Last year's fall grain is eaten up over the winter, and this year's summer harvest has not yet arrived. The implication of the words is very clear. You're a Taoist. What are you asking about the people? Since they are cultivators, they should be far from the red dust and mundane. At this time of the year when the green and yellow does not come in, there is a shortage of food everywhere, and things are more expensive than they are rare, and thus the price of food has risen, which is a common thing and not surprising. There are often victims gathering outside the city to beg for food." Su Chengxian raised an eyebrow. "I've heard that Lingzhou is still quite affluent. Why are the people so poor? Can't afford to eat once the price of food rises?" "Immortal Brother Zhang has already said that it is they who do not know how to save up and thus suffer from poverty. Lingzhou has a population of the people of hundreds of thousands, and there are tens of thousands of people in the city alone. Now the victims under the city, gathered for the 8 directions, are but 1,000 in number. It is evident that most of the people still know that they need to save up some money for this time of food shortage. Cultivation people, and among the mundane people, although born in the same piece of heaven and earth, but already seems to be divided into 2 worlds. This Taoist should not interfere in the affairs of the mortal world if he cultivates magic power." Sima Dim only felt that there was a fire in his heart that made him want to speak freely, but reason pressed him not to speak out of turn. But that fire, too, was getting hotter and hotter, so he was getting louder too, oblivious to the eyes of the Zhang family master and the Wang family master blocking their way. Anyway, he hadn't cultivated any kung fu and didn't have the slightest bit of mana in his body, so he wasn't afraid of this Taoist person striking out at him. Cultivators with real skills would certainly be mindful of the rules of the heavenly Tao. What's more, he had a protective magic weapon on him. There are also offerings at home that are already in the body, so the words were not only spoken loudly, but also very nonchalantly, even conspiratorially accusing Su Chengxian of being unintelligent and playing nonsense. "So it is," Su Chengxian said. When he said it was so, he certainly wasn't thinking that Zard's words made sense. Instead, He unshielded and listened to the heart of this man under the city, and it dawned on him that a few things were clear. One thing is that it is no wonder that the person who argued with Sunday just now opened his mouth and said something about a clear official not being able to resolve a family matter. It turned out that cultivators were a different tier of existence in the eyes of ordinary people. They were a family, and the cultivators who intervened and had the power to change the outcome were in the role of officials. Interesting. The other thing that was understood was that Samar was mentally complaining that they had come at a bad time. It's not that I shouldn't have come, but I shouldn't have come so early. Not enough people have died. People who are about to starve to death are even less. Sima De's mouth reported the population of the people of Lingzhou City, so it was evident that he knew this very well. The mind still waits for a third of them to starve to death before the rest will be more grateful to the one who gave them a way to live. It is the power of the incense of offerings that is refined and fierce because it is more pious. Demons, TSK. Su Chengxian shook his head slightly. Demons and ghosts? To be more than playing with your mind's eye. It's still got to be one of these guys who turned immortal master. There is a time for manpower to be exhausted. It is not something that can be reversed by manpower. Sima De was even more pleased to hear him say that it was so. But Mother White is compassionate and can't bear to see the people starve. Su Chengxian interrupted him. How about you guys take some grain out and provide relief? Not good. The eyelids of the Zhang family master and the Wang family master jumped, and they were about to open their mouths. Immortal Master Su, our food is also hard-earned. Sima De had already preempted. What's more, if we look at the poor victims of the disaster and take food out to provide relief, then there are many poor people in the world. We can't save them even if we destroy our families. He finished with a sharp voice without a smile, and then looked at Su Chengxian. If there is an epidemic at present, and the blood of the immortal director is needed to live, will the immortal director be willing to exchange his life for the people's peace of mind? Chapter 294 Immortal. What is the meaning of these words? Brother Sima, don't talk nonsense. This is not. Zhang family master hurriedly rounded the scene, but Sima didn't give him a chance and said loudly, the immortal master must be unwilling. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at Su Chengxian on the city wall with a wide smile. Who wants to risk their own life for someone else's? Those untouchables would not be willing to do so, and he, being a son of a scholarly family and enjoying riches, was even more unwilling to do so. Would this Taoist master, who was a cultivator, wielding powers that mortals did not have, and who had ambitions of immortality, be willing to do so? If one is so young, it is rare to be hypocritical to such an extent. Life and death are not determined by heaven, and the immortal master would not have had to carry the karma of others, although it is a death wish. Sima De still has a few bits of sense left. Knowing that he cannot force Su Chengxian into a desperate situation, he smiled and recovered the road. What a cultivator says in public, especially in front of the people, is no different from an oath. Mortal oaths are not always answered by heaven. When a cultivator breaks his oath and crosses the threshold, the heavenly Tao, however, sends down a plague of heart demons. They dared to cooperate with those three forces and relied on knowing the secret. The untouchables are stupid, and they are all greedy people who don't remember their kindness. If he answers in the negative, the so-called White Lady's mercy is a falsehood. Seeing the condescending Su Chengxian, smiling and silent, Sima De secretly sighed rather regretfully. In the party's boldness to issue this question, he really wanted to hear the other party's answer. If he answers, he can be forced to answer the oath when the day comes when it is needed. The world is so big that epidemics are common. The blood and flesh of a cultivator could be considered a panacea that could save a mortal's life. Only mortals with no cultivation qualifications, weak physiques, and taking things that contain spiritual power all have great hidden dangers. But when one's life is at stake, of course it is important to save one's life. It was thought that when the time came, there would be people who wanted to force this Taoist master Su to answer the oath. As a mortal, if you can make a cultivator lose his life, because of this, it is still really a mind-stirring longing, killing the gods. Pity, he didn't dare in the end. If he really promised, it would be a no-win situation. Ha! Su Chengxian let out a meaningful laugh. Deicide? Kill a fairy? How can this doggy named Sima De have such a brave idea? Or are you just chickening out? How do you give up? TSK, pity. If he persisted in pursuing the matter, he would have a reason to get him killed himself. Whether or not this Taoist master carries the karma of others, let's put it aside for now. He looked at the three family heads below the city with a smile. If you talk to poor Taoists like this, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Immortal leader is a person who has left the dust. As soon as the Zhang family master heard this, he immediately arched his hand and said, how could you kill in vain? Yes, yes, yes. The Wang family head also said, Immortal Master Su, who is as immortal as the heaven and earth, would certainly not do such evil deeds. He, turning my army?
Su Changxian smiled, knowing that cultivators cannot kill ordinary people without cultivation at will? Your Honor. At this moment, Cat 19, who had completed his transmigration, appeared on the city wall. 19 is willing to take action on behalf of Your Honor and kill these 3 thieves. The Zhang family master under the city wall was shocked at his words. The Wang family master reacted quickly, however, and opened his mouth. I heard that General Cat 19 is the night-traveling god under the White Lady's seat, and it turns out that he is a righteous god's retinue. So how can he hurt people's lives indiscriminately? It's not easy for a demon to go on the path. So don't destroy your own future. I don't think Immortal Su could bear to let the wandering god fall back into the evil path. That's a bit of a mouthful. Ming Ming is talking to Cat 19, but secretly he means Su Changxian. If he agrees to let Cat 19 do the killing, he is destroying this cat demon. What a pickle. What a bully. Su Changxian smiled. Then with a wave of the duster, several white silks, transformed into silver snakes, wrapped around towards the 3 people's backs. The next instant, out of thin air, 5 silhouettes were revealed where the silver snake touched. No good. Duck. The 5 figures dressed as cultivators felt bad and each of them staged to resist, but in a breath, their movements, suddenly, stopped. Looking straight up towards where the walls were, they saw an incomparably huge flower snake silhouette. There was a hissing sound in his ears. The boundless pressure prevented them from moving. The sound of snakes hissing sent their souls into another stupor. With that, it was tied up, being dragged up into mid-air. Without struggling, it appeared before everyone's eyes. 4 men and 1 woman. All of them have a droopy look. The people were unsure, and the people of the lineage, especially the 3 family heads, and some of the other heads of large families who were hiding in the shadows and had not shown themselves, were all shocked. This is the old immortal? An immortal from the Zhang family? Grandmother is tied up. Spirit State City. This is going to change the sky. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Many of the people of the city had already gathered. There must be tens of thousands of people inside and outside the city walls. I'm afraid, even if they were all whispering, the sound waves aggregated in one place. It was still noisy and boisterous. Immortal Master Su, what do you mean by this? Master Zhang asked in a loud voice as he forced himself to calm his panic. What do you mean? Su Changxian said. These people, they are the offerings of your 3 families, right? He asked and laughed softly. It was only a cultivation of the 2nd or 3rd level of chi practicing. In just a moment of returning to his own body, he completely suppressed these 5. The 3 family heads at the bottom didn't say anything, but apparently everything is already in the unspoken word. Several people. I'll say it again. Su Changxian spoke faintly. My lady is compassionate and cannot see the people suffer. What that means is something that many people can understand without him having to say it. What the people are suffering from now is the lack of food. To see the people suffer is to make the 3 heads of families come up with food. But the house dwellers didn't say anything as if they didn't understand. There's no way they're going to say yes. Inside the hole in the wall on the side of the city gate, a handsome man of less than 30 years old stood in front of the small window with his hands on his head, looking at the house lords on their horses and frowning. Envoy. This Taoist Su looks like a strong dragon that has crossed the river. The scribe following at his side said. Neither party would want to give in, and I'm afraid it's not going to end well. When the scribe finished speaking, he saw his ambassador's face change. I can't help but be surprised. Ambassador? The assassin raised a hand at him, signaling him to keep quiet. The scribe was at a loss for words when he heard the ambassador say, what is the meaning of this? Immortal? The scribe couldn't help but blush as well. Having followed the assassin from Kyoto to Spirit State, he certainly knew some of the means of cultivators, such as voice transmission. Which immortal has sent this message to you? Mostly it's that immortal Su from the city walls. He guessed right. Just a moment before, a voice was heard in the assassin's ear. Ask him. Spirit State Assassin. Don't watch the show.